Chapter 1, School Line, Blossoming Blood, Part 1. Ningxing is a third-tier inland city with relatively underdeveloped infrastructure. At 10 o'clock at night, it was just the time for the last evening self-study session of the third year of high school at Ningxing No. 3 Middle School. The sporadic and dim yellow streetlights could only illuminate a small corner around the lamp poles, making the dim side alleys beside the passers-by invisible. Hold him tight. Got him. Shit. How skinny are this guy's arms? Is he a boy or a girl? And gag his mouth too. Don't let him call others over. Understood. A few youthful voices spoke in hushed tones, cursing intermittently as they exchanged words. The alley was located about several hundred meters south of No. 3 Middle School, surrounded by tall building back walls. The distance between the streetlights on the roadside was vast, providing little light. After being dragged into the alley not long ago, the eyes hadn't adjusted yet, so only a few faint silhouettes could be seen under the pale moonlight. Chen Xian had his hands tightly held down by two people on either side. Behind him stood another person, one hand pressing on his shoulder, while the other firmly clamped his mouth shut to prevent him from making a sound. His head was forced upward in a high position. In a prisoner-like posture, Chen Xian knelt on the ground. The cold cement floor and the force holding him down caused immense discomfort to his knees. All right. A voice came from the dimness ahead. It was then that Chen Xian noticed another figure standing nearby, a tall person leaning against the wall with arms crossed, their face obscured by the lack of light. Seeing that Chen Xian was well restrained, the person slowly approached him and squatted in front of him. Subsequently, an extremely bright beam of light from a mobile phone illuminated his face. Stung by the brightness, a flash of white light passed through his eyes, forcing him to close them. Chen Xian, you did very well on this exam. A young voice echoed out, carrying the low, heavy tone of someone who has just gone through puberty, with a casual air, as if greeting a classmate. Chen Xian painfully swallowed once. Chen Xian was rather thin, without much interest in sports. His neck was both pale and slender, with a tiny Adam's apple moving up and down, quite delicate and beautiful. The other individual cast a glance at him but showed no mercy as they grabbed his neck tightly with a large hand. His breath was immediately taken away, and Chen Xian suddenly opened his eyes. The glaring light shone directly into them, causing his irises to contract sharply, exposing the deep brown veins within, like amber glass, beautiful. Within just a few seconds, his usually pale face turned beet red, looking as though he might choke any second. The assailant didn't intend to strangle him to death, slightly loosening their grip to allow blood and breathing to resume, but kept their hot hand tightly on him. Last year, you were more than 100 places down. This year, you seem to have put your heart into studying hard. Each monthly exam sees you climbing higher, even taking first place this time. You must be pretty happy about that, right? I'm happy for you too. That's why I specifically came to reward you. With a warm, conversational tone, a swift sound cut through the air before the person landed a punch squarely on Chen Xian's stomach, causing him to violently struggle and emit a hoarse sound from his throat. Holy shit, he really hit him, badass. This damn punch must have hurt like hell, huh? Incredible. Chen Xian's body trembled slightly, wanting to curl up but completely unable to move due to the restraint. His internal organs felt as if struck by a heavy object, tearing apart. Around him echoed the sounds of laughter. But the attacker didn't plan to end it with just one punch. Instead, they released their hand covering his mouth, tossed the phone to the person beside them, and grabbed a fistful of Chen Xian's relatively long hair, forcing him to raise his face. After a few seconds of silence, it seemed as if they were sizing him up. Then, they lightly slapped his face. Next time, you should be careful, don't listen to your teacher and climb up so recklessly, and don't aim for everything to be first place. Do you understand the saying that great heights bring chilling winds? The somber tone carried a warning, finishing off with a throw of the hair before rising up. Standing towering above Chen Xian, they calmly said. Beat him up, but avoid his face. After all, we're classmates. He needs to keep some dignity. Spoken nonchalantly, without concern. They stepped aside, leaned against the wall, and pulled out a lighter from their pocket, lighting a cigarette. As they inhaled and exhaled, the sparks from the cigarette flickered brightly, looking like embers in a hayfield inside the darkened alley, luminous and enchantingly beautiful yet immensely dangerous. Those cunning eyes gleamed like predators in the forest, indifferent yet brimming with curiosity, as if watching an interesting scene unfold. Upon hearing the order, the three people around roughly pulled Chen Xian back and threw him toward the corner of the alley. Chen Xian's head crashed heavily against the wall behind him with a loud bang, sending waves of fiery pain across his skull, followed by a hollow ringing in his ears. Hit him. It's been ages since I've fought. Let me indulge a bit. Blow after blow landed on his body, and Chen Xian gritted his teeth tightly, hugging his heavy head while curling up, letting his mind go blank. Each wave of pain came closer or farther, but he forced himself to ignore everything. If he endured it, it would pass soon enough. The dull sounds of fists and feet striking flesh, mingled with suppressed groans, quietly reverberated through the quiet alley. No one heard from dozens of meters away, and no one entered. After finishing a cigarette, the person who had been leaning against the wall enjoying the sight flicked the butt onto the ground, stepping on it until the sparks died out. His gaze was fixed on the figure curled up on the ground, not making a sound. That's interesting. He smiled and said nonchalantly, that's enough punishment for now. Our friend Chen here is smart enough, surely, he'll remember this lesson. Pausing briefly, he took 2 steps forward, pressing the toe of his sneakers into Chen Xian's head as he leaned down and spoke coldly, next time, go easy, don't always try to steal the spotlight, or if you keep being silent, I'll make you scream, Mom, in pain. With that, he gave an extra scornful stomp on Chen Xian's head before pulling back. Let's go. The 3 people around him withdrew from beside Chen Xian. Boss Chi, this kid is too thin and weak, it's not much fun beating him. Next time, we should. Their voices and footsteps gradually faded away into the distance. After an unknown amount of time passed, complete silence enveloped the area. The severe pain drained him of strength, and despite struggling weakly twice, he couldn't get up, lying there on the ground helplessly. Each breath was filled with dust and tobacco smoke. His eyes still unable to adjust to the surrounding darkness after being exposed to the bright light earlier, he stared blankly at the empty blackness ahead. A voice sounded inside his mind. Welcome, player, to Scum Attack Repentance Diary. I am your personal AI service assistant. Please feel free to ask questions. For better immersion, the protagonist's name in the game world will match yours. I hope you understand. Chen Xian, no problem. Though excited, Chen Xian tried to suppress his racing heart. In reality, his real name was indeed Chen Xian. He was a student in the theater department at University A in the year 2200. Normally quiet and reserved, his presence at the university, where attractive men and women gathered, was minimal. To put it simply, he was invisible. Over these 20-odd years of life, he had only 2 passions, acting and reading novels. Unlike others, he didn't prefer sweet stories but instead gravitated toward tragic ones that tugged at the heartstrings. The deeper the suffering, the more he enjoyed it, like being under a spell. Having read books for over a decade, he now faced a bottleneck, finding few books captivating enough to draw his attention. Torn with frustration, he finally decided to stop altogether. Months of mundane monotony followed until, one day, he saw an advertisement on a video site for a new game by the renowned gaming company DF called Scum Attack Repentance Diary. After reading the description, he became ecstatic. It involved tormenting scumsy characters. This suited his taste perfectly, so he immediately signed up. But little did he expect that upon entering the game, all he got was a good thrashing. The first plot has concluded. Would you like to proceed with the school storyline? Chen Xian, proceed. Lying there on the ground, his brain absorbed streams of information about this new world. Chen Xian was a student in class 8, grade 3 of Ningqing No. 3 middle school. When he was young, his parents left home to work far away. They returned only during the spring festival, rarely even calling during other times. For over a decade, he had lived with his grandmother. This year, his grandmother turned 75, her health fragile and frequently falling ill. With tight school schedules, it was hard for Chen Xian to care for her consistently. Before the Lunar New Year, there was once when the elderly woman fainted in the kitchen after school ended. Chen Xian rushed her to the clinic where the doctor warned that her condition wasn't as strong as before. She could no longer handle strenuous tasks and might have underlying medical issues. As a precaution, they advised bringing her to a big city for further examination. That night, Chen Xian lay in bed pondering deeply. The next morning, he made an early call to his parents, working in a top-tier city, hoping they could take him and his grandmother in. Economically, his family struggled, and both his parents were already burdened with their own demanding jobs. Throughout his life, whether it was illness or daily needs, Chen Xian never disturbed them. But this was different. His grandmother was his closest family member, he couldn't let anything happen to her. After hearing his plea, his parents hesitated. In a big city, without the ability to work, the elderly woman would be another burden. Between their busy schedules, they had little spare energy for caretaking. And adding a high school student, along with his tuition and her healthcare costs, created immense pressure for them financially. Unless Chen Xian ranked number 1 in the entire grade at school. The municipal public school could exempt him from all fees if his academic standing remained consistently at the top. This would save them substantial expenses. Therefore, his parents stated clearly, if Chen Xian could stabilize his ranking as the first place, they'd arrange to relocate both him and his grandmother. After understanding his parents' intentions, Chen Xian ended the call and did not mention this matter to his grandmother that night. Ningqing No. 3 Middle School was the best high school in the city, semi-closed but with expensive accommodation fees. Because of his family's financial struggles, Chen Xian had always been a commuting student. Back when he entered the school, it didn't take much effort, he understood concepts quickly and excelled at learning, with moderate personal expectations. Over the 2+ years of high school, he maintained a ranking of about top 100 in his grade. He'd even planned to attend a local university in Ningqing to work part-time jobs while taking care of his grandmother. But fate seemed to love playing tricks on him. What he saw as the only thing that could help his grandmother, and what he poured all his strength into, was just an offhand joke to others. Zhang Qi was another main character in this world, a classmate of Chen Xian's. He was also the tyrant of Ningxing No. 3 Middle School, whose name often echoed through gossip throughout the campus. As the son of Zhang Qingming, the leader of Ningxing's real estate empire, Zhang Qi was the late arrival to his family. Arrogant, intelligent, indulgent, and unconcerned about consequences, he lived life without restraint. In the first semester of his senior year, he fell in love with a car costing a few million yuan. Unfortunately, funds were tight, so he approached Zhang Qingming. Initially, Zhang Qingming intended to transfer the money outright. But upon further thought, since Zhang Qi was now in his final year of high school and had led a rather lazy lifestyle thus far, Zhang Qingming reconsidered. If his grades turned out poor in the college entrance exams, he'd lose face. Moreover, confident in his son's intelligence, Zhang Qingming decided to use the car as motivation. So, he told Zhang Qi, if you rank first in your grade once, I'll get you a car. Without hesitation, Zhang Qi agreed. Chen Xian didn't know it yet, but he had unwittingly become someone else's stumbling block. Though they shared the same classroom, Zhang Qi and Chen Xian had contrasting personalities. While Chen Xian was introverted, Zhang Qi was free-spirited and ostentatious. With his tall, handsome physique, Zhang Qi remained at the center of school chatter. Since their separation into liberal arts and sciences classes, they had spent over a year under the same roof, exchanging less than 10 words between them. On one hand, Chen Xian preferred not to interact, avoiding Zhang Qi whenever possible. On the other hand, Zhang Qi simply hadn't noticed Chen Xian, the invisible presence. Two parallel lines eventually crossed paths during the second half of their senior year. At the midterm exams, Chen Xian ranked first, and Zhang Qi second. That day, as Chen Xian was walking home with the rankings sheet, he was pulled into an alley beside Ningxing No. 3 by some of Zhang Qi's associates and beaten up. Even though Chen Xian suffered severely, he kept this incident hidden from everyone. Because he knew that this was the only way forward for himself and his grandmother, he needed to persevere. And Zhang Qi wasn't someone he could afford to provoke. After the first beating, everything appeared calm again, aside from Zhang Qi's clandestine taunting. During the second monthly exam, Chen Xian didn't back down, he still placed first. This time, Zhang Qi was infuriated. Taking matters further, he took Chen Xian to a hotel, had him gang-raped, and filmed the whole ordeal. Threatening to release the video online if Chen Xian ever dared to rank first again. From this point onward, Chen Xian truly broke down. Both mentally and spiritually weakened, he developed depression. It was like he had finally collapsed, living carefully and cautiously beneath Zhang Qi's shadow. Perhaps it was due to his own first encounter with masculinity that intrigued Zhang Qi intensely. Every now and then, Zhang Qi would seek trouble with Chen Xian. For Chen Xian, Zhang Qi wasn't human, he was a devil feasting on flesh and blood. Yet Zhang Qi merely regarded this as entertainment, refusing to let go. Chen Xian's repeated resistance and evasion eroded Zhang Qi's patience. Eventually, he ordered someone to deliver the video to Chen Xian's grandmother, forcing the elder woman to watch it. A traditional housewife, she couldn't have imagined something so horrific happening, especially involving her beloved grandson. She immediately fainted and became bedridden after that, never regaining consciousness until her passing several days later. The death of his grandmother became the last straw for Chen Xian. During the second mock exam, amidst silence atop the teaching building, he leapt off and died. The media swarmed Ningxing, rushing to report. A student from Ningxing No. 3 Middle School unable to bear the stress of exams jumped to his death. People who knew what really happened remained silent, not a single voice rose among the students or teachers. Indeed, they had never spoken up in the first place. Decades later, what did Chen Xian mean to Zhang Qi? A lesson for a mistake, or perhaps just a toy for release? Because when he recalled with laughter the latter part of his senior year, apart from the trembling figure, he couldn't even remember what Chen Xian looked like. He lay on the ground for quite some time until his vision gradually returned. Only then did he stand up and brush off the dust on his clothes. Since it was the beginning of the game, 50% of the bodily pain had been blocked, so after resting for a while, he could endure it. Chen Xian, so the current plot point is when I rank first in the exam for the first time, and it's also the first time Zhang Qi exerted violence, right? Up, exactly. Chen Xian understood. The protagonist of this storyline really has it rough, but that makes it more interesting to torture him. Now's the time for me to show off my acting skills. Up, keep in mind that in every world, the ending of the villainous male lead is open-ended. Your game result evaluation will be determined based on the outcome of the villain. The better his ending, the lower your level, and vice versa. Chen Xian, copy that. Up, yup, player, good luck. Make him suffer and despair. Chapter 2, Campus Thread, Blooming Blood, Part 2. Chen Xian, with a heavy backpack slung on his back and pain all over his body, limped to Thiezy building where he and his grandmother lived. The property management in the neighborhood was terrible. The dim yellow lights flickered, bicycles were haphazardly piled up along the side streets, and there were few green plants along the way. The place looked dry like northern drought land, and the distance between buildings was very close, crowded and dilapidated. Sniffing carefully, a foul smell from the sewer could be detected. However, none of this mattered to him. He just wiped the dust off his face with the sleeve of his school uniform and patted his clothes, trying to make himself as clean as possible. After tidying himself up, he continued walking toward the entrance of his own unit. But when he got closer, he saw someone standing under the dim light of the eaves lamp, tall in stature and smoking, with the glowing spark in his hand flickering with each breath. After the beating not long ago, Chen Xian had a strong aversion to cigarette stars, so he lowered his head and walked into the building without intending to speak to him at all. And indeed, as he hoped, the man who was smoking didn't pay any attention to him, as if he hadn't even noticed him. It was only when passing by that Chen Xian caught a glimpse of what he was wearing out of the corner of his eye. Blue and white, it was their school's uniform. Chen Xian and his grandmother's home was on the third floor, not too high. Although the old-style building was dilapidated, at least there were railings available for him to use after being beaten recently. Before his grandfather passed away, the family wasn't rich but they weren't so poor either. His grandfather was an experienced technical worker, and with his pension plus a few hundred yuan sent by Chen Xian's parents every month, the three of them managed to cover their expenses. The house was not big, about 80 square meters. It was bought at a low price from his grandfather's retired company. In a third-tier city, such a broken-down old building wasn't worth much, but it was the only home for the three of them. After his grandfather's death, the family lost its main source of income. They had no choice but to ask Chen Xian's parents in the city for more money. But both Chen Xian and his grandmother understood how difficult life was for their parents in the city, they wouldn't receive much help. So the older grandmother decided to find a cleaning job to earn some money to maintain the household. Chen Xian disagreed several times, telling her that she was too old for such work. But she wouldn't listen, saying she could still walk and move around, and shouldn't be a burden to the family. Earning a little bit was better than staying idle at home all day. People need to do things to keep their hearts at peace. By now, his grandmother was already at home. Chen Xian stood by the door, his shadow stretched long under the moonlight. The light for their third-floor corridor was broken, and no one spent the money to fix it. All they could rely on was the faint moonlight, which allowed them to vaguely see the red upside-down character, Fu, on the door, along with various scattered advertisements. In pain, Chen Xian pinched his cheek lightly to bring some color, then took out the key, feeling around as usual to unlock the door. "I'm back," Chen Xian shouted inside the house as he normally would. Upon entering, he immediately smelled the aroma of delicious food. "Xian Xian is back. Dinner's ready, come over and eat quickly." His grandmother's aged voice came faintly from the kitchen. Chen Xian put down his backpack and did not dare to take off the long school uniform. Instead, he walked lightly to the dining table as if everything was normal, and right as he approached, he met his grandmother carrying dishes out. His grandmother wasn't tall, with a thin frame and a slightly hunched back. Because she was poor during childhood and served as the main laborer in her family, enduring pain while carrying crops daily and working hard on the farm, over time her back was permanently bent and couldn't straighten. Her hair was gray and sparse, her face old and tinged with a hint of dark complexion. She placed the dish on the table and smiled, speaking in her usual gentle and amiable tone. "School ended a bit late today, huh? Did your teacher hold you back again?" Chen Xian stared at the leek and scrambled egg on the plate, paused briefly before picking a piece with his chopsticks and placing it in her bowl. We needed to explain some key knowledge more clearly. It might appear in the next exam," Chen Xian spoke softly, taking another piece for himself and putting it in his own bowl. Hearing this, his grandmother smiled, her eyes filled with joy and anticipation, and she picked up her chopsticks and sat down. "Oh, that's great. Xian Xian got first place this time, the teacher must have praised you. If you focus in class, you'll get first place again next time. Then we can go see your parents soon." As she spoke, her tone hesitated momentarily, revealing unmistakable melancholy on her face. "We haven't seen them in 2 years. Chen Xian stared fixedly at her. He knew that despite his grandmother's reluctance to burden his parents, she missed them deeply, longing for their presence, wishing they could be with her. That was a natural instinct for parents. As a left-behind child, his parents were too far away from him, separated by thousands of kilometers and a towering mountain he couldn't climb over. He didn't have that instinctive fiery affection. If he did, his instinct was all for his grandmother. Hiding the pain in his body, Chen Xian forced a smile at the corner of his lips, his tone solemn yet tinged with a trace of childishness from his youth as he gently coaxed her. "Grandma, don't worry. Next time, I'll definitely be first again." The words, "first again," made Grandma beam with joy, laughing even more brightly as she picked up some food from the table and put it on his plate. "I know, Xian Xian is the best, definitely getting first place. Eat more, these are the fresh eggs I bought today to celebrate your success." Chen Xian nodded gently in agreement. That night, while showering, Chen Xian looked at his bruised and mottled body in the mirror, clenched his teeth tightly, and balled his fists. He couldn't afford to lose. The next day, Chen Xian went to school as usual, early in the morning. A red flag hung on the classroom wall, above it the title of Model Class Award Certificate. The empty classroom in the morning exuded a sense of tranquility and peace, without the usual urgency and stuffiness. His frame was relatively thin, but his recent grades were impressive, showing an astonishing upward trend. Therefore, his homeroom teacher Jing Yong had moved his seat from the back to the front few rows, making it easier for him to focus on lessons. His desk partner was named Zhou Lin, a quiet girl who came from an even more remote mountainous area. She had dark skin and tied her hair into a ponytail. She studied with such intensity that it seemed frightening, even compared to him. Both of them rarely spoke more than a few words throughout the day. By habit, after pulling out his chair and sitting down, Chen Xian took out his books and problems and began reviewing intensely. Now that he had a goal, every minute and second mattered, he must secure everything with 100% certainty. Quietly, time flowed by. Later, other students started filing in one by one, and the tranquil classroom began to fill with noise. Chen Xian kept his head low, fully concentrating on his work, unaware that each classmate entering the room glanced at him with strange expressions. There was even talk among some students. Did you see what Zhang Qi sent yesterday? Yes, it said to ignore Chen Xian. Why specifically Chen Xian? Who knows? He's always moody and keeps to himself, maybe he's a weirdo. Yeah, and his family seems poor. His clothes are old, and the things he eats look like they're barely edible. Exactly, it's quite disgusting. If it weren't for him ranking first this time, I wouldn't even have glanced at his face. The gossip continued. Online chat, 8 Mr. Chen, last night the target told their group to isolate you from the class. Chen Xian, is that so? No matter, I remember that Chen Xian was always rather introverted, with no real friends. Whether isolated or not doesn't make much difference. Online chat, he also asked someone to prepare to tease you today. Chen Xian, are they going to beat me again? Online chat, not this time, they just did it last night. Chen Xian, alright then, I can handle it. I majored in acting under mentor Fan Cheng, a renowned educator and performer. Playing introverted and pitiful comes naturally to me. Online chat, the target is here. Chapter 3, Campus Line, Blooming Blood, Part 3. As the voice in his head stopped, Chen Xian followed the gazes of his classmates. The person who walked in was tall, probably around 180 centimeters. Being part of the school basketball team, he had a slightly muscular build, dark skin with a wheatish tone, and a ruggedly handsome face. His pitch-black eyes and hair complemented each other well, and there seemed to be an aura of defiance and arrogance in his gaze. A sharp edge emanated from between his eyebrows. He resembled a strolling black wolf, exuding danger, as if warning others to keep their distance. Chen Xian only glanced at him briefly before retracting his gaze. He merely wanted to see what the person who beat him up last night looked like. In Chen Xian's memory, Zhang Qi's appearance was quite blurred, as though he had never properly looked at him. However, from Zhang Qi's perspective, everyone gave him a nod except for one person who kept his head down, engrossed in the book in his hand, seemingly indifferent and unmindful of everything around him. Zhang Qi narrowed his eyes slightly. The towering figure passed by Chen Xian's row, deliberately knocking the books off his desk as he went by. With a loud thud, the books hit the floor, resounding throughout the classroom. Zhang Qi glanced at the fallen books on the ground, stared at Chen Xian, and smirked sarcastically at the corner of his mouth. Sorry, didn't notice. Although he spoke those words, he made no move to bend down and pick them up. At the moment his voice rang out, Chen Xian's body stiffened slightly. It's fine. Chen Xian put down the pen in his hand, turned his body sideways, and bent down to pick up the books from the ground. As his hand touched the book, a pair of white AJ sneakers stepped on it. His hand froze. Zhang Qi had already drawn all the attention towards himself, and this scene was seen clearly by everyone. For a moment, the classroom became less noisy. An inexplicably tense atmosphere filled the room. Zhang Qi lowered his gaze, watching the tips of someone's fingers turn pale due to force applied. Feeling somewhat satisfied, as if taunting, he pressed harder and slowly lifted his foot as an act of leniency, giving a disdainful glance before striding towards his seat. Chen Xian paused for a moment, then picked up the book. The pitch-black eyes focused on the book returned to the desk, showing no emotion, except for a conspicuous shoe print on the otherwise clean cover. The characters, Chen Xian, were harshly stepped on, and the edges of the name were torn from being crushed underfoot. Next to him, Zhou Lin simply glanced at him complexly before continuing to solve her problems. The spectators had odd expressions, casually glancing at Chen Xian, looking at his thin figure and realizing something. Chen Xian had provoked Zhang Qi. He was finished. This simple interlude quickly passed before morning study time began. There were 2 Chinese language classes in the morning, taught by their homeroom teacher, Mr. Jing Yong. Taking advantage of the class time, he discussed the results of the monthly exam, stated the situation in the class, and called out names of many students, criticizing them severely. But when mentioning Chen Xian, his remarks were filled with praise and satisfaction. He ordered everyone to learn from him, asking them to observe how successful he had been in rising from over 100th place to first place, a tremendous leap. However, the response in the classroom was minimal. Instead, there were numerous gazes fixed on Chen Xian. They were jealous and admiring of such a dramatic turnaround, but this individual had offended Zhang Qi, leading to an inevitable downfall. Leaning back against his chair, Zhang Qi's expressionless face remained stoic. A slight curve played at the corner of his lips, but there was only coldness in his eyes. Bad luck, came a low voice, emitting 2 words not too loudly. For those nearby, the meaning was crystal clear, whereas those further away caught only a faint murmur. What did you say, Zhang-Chi? Mr. Zheng stood at the lectern and asked loudly. Zhang-Chi smiled and said, nothing, Teacher Zheng must have misunderstood me. Hearing someone call the teacher's nickname caused laughter in the classroom, with some students following up with light-hearted jokes to relieve the awkward tension. Only Chen Xian sat quietly, listening attentively, his look and demeanor completely out of sync with everyone else. After the morning's event, Chen Xian understood that peace would not last in the coming days. When he returned from using the restroom at noon and opened his lunchbox, sure enough, the food carefully packed by his grandmother was in disarray, as if half of it had been spilled, and the remaining portion thoroughly stirred by something, blending into a colorful mess. It also included a lot of toilet paper scraps. Chen Xian stared silently, his face a little pale, gazing at the lunchbox with a mix of disappointment and helplessness. His solitary standing silhouette seemed rather frail. Behind him, someone observing him smiled satisfactorily at the sight and left the classroom to report to Zhang-Chi. How did it go? He stood there with the lunchbox, looking dazed for several minutes, his face deathly pale. But that lunchbox was quite disgusting anyway, aside from a few pieces of scrambled egg, there were only a few vegetables, impossible to swallow. Zhang-Chi took a sip of the drink in his hand and said coldly, continue this afternoon. Understood. Although this was a game world, the feeling of hunger was no different. Chen Xian didn't eat at noon. With the heavy study pressure of Senior 3 and great energy consumption, he felt starving after the first class break, even suffering from stomachache without food. He could only keep drinking water to reduce the painful sensation. Before the last class in the afternoon, when Chen Xian returned from the teacher's office, he found a pile of white rice on his originally clean chair, with a few books thrown on the ground, all covered in shoe prints and graffiti made by black pens. Classmate A, Mr. Chen is watching from the balcony. Chen Xian understood. His face turned pale as he slowly walked over. The rice on the chair had been stepped on and mashed into a mess, stubbornly sticking to the chair. Clutching his fists at his sides, Chen Xian slowly looked around with dark eyes, carefully observing each person's face. Among his classmates, some were chatting like they hadn't noticed anything, others glanced at him indifferently, while some who looked at him avoided eye contact. Everyone acted warily, busy with their own affairs, excluding him completely. With tightly pressed lips, Chen Xian indifferently retracted his gaze. Zhang-Chi stood on the balcony, his gaze penetrating the window directly onto the solitary figure. Chen Xian had a very fair complexion, his slightly long hair covering his forehead, revealing only a pair of pitch-black and resolute eyes. His figure was tall but too thin, so much so that he couldn't even properly fill out his school uniform. It seemed as if the wind could blow him away. As Zhang-Chi stared at this face, he suddenly remembered the soft feel of pulling his hair yesterday, and in the darkness under the strong light, those persistently resilient eyes. At this moment, the shrill sound of the bell signaling preparation for class rang out. Everyone began returning to their seats, making his silhouette stand out even more prominently. That calm face suddenly turned pale, his dark eyes fixed on the adjacent stool, the flickering glance betraying hidden fear and panic. He glanced at the door, then at the chair, hesitating, and ultimately chose to squat down, tearing off a few sheets of draft paper to wipe it. Everything fell under someone's watchful eye. Perhaps it was Chen Xian's expression that pleased the spectator, a wicked and sinister curve tugging at the corner of his lips. The next second, he strolled leisurely and slowly into the classroom. Wanting to be the top student? We'll see if I agree or not. Chapter 4 School Lines, Blossoming Blood, Part 4. Number 3 Middle School was a prestigious school in their city, known for its strict school ethos and a strong faculty. Their Class 8 was the best experimental class among them all, filled with many top students. And in the teacher's eyes, there was a difference between top students and regular students. Top students had clear goals, they knew what to do and how to do it during this stressful period, so Zheng Yong managed the class less strictly than others. After all, these were all bright children, how could they possibly cause trouble? But from that day on, it felt like the world had unleashed its hostility towards Chen Xian, sending wave after wave of misfortune his way. Before class, his books would vanish, while queuing up he'd be shoved aside, during gym class he'd be isolated, and his neatly arranged desk would get messed up by someone. The previously lively hallways would go quiet at his approach, and Chen Xian struggled under the gaze of everyone around him. For an entire week, Zhang-Chi watched from the side as though enjoying his misfortunes. His arrogance fueled both motivation and silence within the class. At number 3 Middle School, there were many academically talented students, but those with top-tier family backgrounds were few. Zhang-Chi not only wielded wealth and power but also excelled academically, making him, in their eyes, akin to the sun, radiant and dazzling, naturally drawing everyone toward him. They cared about his every move, wanted to understand his preferences, wished to shorten the distance between them and him. Thus, unknowingly, they catered to his tastes, granting him an invisible leadership role. That evening study session, fate decided poorly when sudden raindrops began pitter-pattering. The damp earth smell drifted through the open windows into the stiflingly humid city, like injecting a pool of fresh water. Instantly, there was a feeling of cool relief. Chen Xian loved the rain. He enjoyed quietly listening to the sound of rain hitting the ground, gazing outside the window at the cascading curtains of water. If he could be drenched in the heavy rain, it would feel even better, a cleansing, purification experience. Regardless of how terrible his mood might be, whenever it rained, restlessness lessened. So, when classmates around him gasped at the onset of rain, Chen Xian too looked out the window, fixating intently with a slight, barely visible smile curling his lips. That gray aura surrounding him diminished noticeably. Zhang Qi sat 2 rows behind him, propping his head with his left hand and twirling a pen with his right. Without looking out the window, his pitch-black, deep-set eyes were fixed steadily on Chen Xian's face. That subtle smile didn't escape his observation. He narrowed his eyes, concealing a hint of menace beneath a seemingly frail appearance. Yet, for over a week, despite the constant harassment, Chen Xian hadn't uttered a single complaint, exuding an indifference that appeared mocking, almost like declaring war on him. It was extremely irritating. If before, Zhang Qi's disdain stemmed from resentment over Chen Xian seizing the top rank from him, now it was purely due to personal dislike. A flash of sinister malice darted through his hawk-like eyes. Enjoying the moment, are we? You'll have much worse to come soon. The bell signaling the end of class rang, and suddenly, the previously lethargic grade 3 teaching building erupted into commotion. Boarders chattered animatedly, packing up quickly to rush back for hot showers, while the few day students were almost ready as well. In the previous exam, Chen Xian's English scores fell a bit, so he had been concentrating most of his energy on improving. He brought several practice books home today, intending to focus further. Once everything was packed, Chen Xian glanced at Zhang Qi's desk. There were still books and pens scattered across it. This timing worked perfectly. Both Zhang Qi and Chen Xian were day students. Since the last time, every evening study sessions end prompted Chen Xian to glance at Zhang Qi's desk. If it was still cluttered with belongings, then he wouldn't be leaving just yet, giving Chen Xian the perfect opportunity to leave without running into him. The rain outside continued pouring heavily. Chen Xian slung his backpack on, pulling out the umbrella his grandmother had reminded him about earlier, then exited the classroom. Ordinarily, vendors lined the streets after school, catering to boarders seeking snacks or late-night meals since dormitory life was somewhat monotonous. As long as inspections weren't too stringent, schools mostly turned a blind eye. Today, with the torrential rain, only a handful of vendors braved the weather. Parents who arrived by electric scooters ferried students who hadn't brought umbrellas. Chen Xian quickly scanned the area, lowering the brown-patterned umbrella. His pace was swift. Rainwater beat loudly against the umbrella in successive dull thuds. While carefully walking forward, he cautiously stole glances backward, ensuring no one trailed him, completely unmindful of his soaked sneakers. Though these days, Zhang Qi had avoided crossing paths with him at dismissal, Chen Xian still remained nervous and fearful. He feared encountering Zhang Qi inadvertently, being brutalized once again. He wasn't afraid of pain, he just didn't want to get hurt, didn't want his grandmother to know, and certainly didn't want to spend the money to see a doctor. Only when he finally walked past the school vicinity did the anxiety in his heart start to dissipate. Even though the quiet street was deserted, it gave him some semblance of relief. Why walk so fast? Waiting for someone at home? A familiar yet loathsome voice rang out, sending his heart racing once again from its throat. Chen Xian's figure froze as if suddenly frozen solid. Slowly, he raised the umbrella, watching as torrents of rainwater streamed down the edges in rivulets. Zhang Qi, along with 2 people from other classes, stood under the eaves ahead, grinning as they looked at him. Chen Xian swallowed hard, hesitated, then took a step back, intending to flee without a second thought. However, as soon as he turned around, he saw another person in the rain, slowly advancing towards him. He recognized them, all were members of the basketball team, tall and muscular. The one behind him was even the tallest athletic student from class 9. That person gave him no time to react, taking 3 steps forward and yanking his umbrella away before pushing him forcefully. Losing balance, he fell forward onto his knees. Ahead was an already accumulated puddle of water, and the fall sent up splashes of muddy droplets. Shit, stone. Be more careful. I just bought this shirt. A curse echoed from in front. Fuck, didn't notice that, why you shouting? Came a louder reply from behind. Not only had he landed in a puddle, but now he was exposed completely to the downpour. Gritting his teeth, he felt a fiery sting on his elbows and knees as large raindrops pounded on his body, quickly soaking his clothes. Bring him inside. At Zhang Qi's command, the person behind snatched up his backpack and threw it roughly ahead, landing both Chen Xian and his things pitifully near Zhang Qi's feet. Before him lay the same pair of AJ sneakers from that morning. He tried to rise, but 2 others held his shoulders firmly down. Zhang Qi glanced downward. Rain soaked his puffed-up school uniform, revealing glimpses of a scrawny frame now exposed by the wetness. His dark hair clung neatly to his head. Dropping to a crouch, Zhang Qi kept a safe distance, grimacing at the dirt on Chen Xian's body. You stink. Can't you be more careful? Then, glancing at the black backpack on Chen Xian's back, he arched a brow and ripped it off harshly. Let's see what our top student has brought home today. English books, shit, still more English. He pulled out each book one by one, muttering as he went. Subsequently, Zhang gestured for someone to lift Qin Xian's head. The sharp tug made Qin Xian's scalp ache as someone grabbed his hair, forcing his head upwards. Under the dim light of the eve lamp, Zhang sharply defined face cast eerie shadows, his keen eyes fixed on him, filled with mockery. You're disgusting, Zhang mocked while examining each item. Chapter 5 Campus Line, Blossoming Blood, Part 5. Zhang was nearly 1.8 meters tall, and having grown up being spoiled by Zhang Qingming, he radiated an aura of brutality. Standing next to him could make anyone feel pressured, let alone now when he was looking down on the other person. He squatted down, bringing the book in front of Qin Xian's eyes, flipping through it quickly. On the clean white pages were neat black notes, with every key point and every incorrect problem carefully analyzed. Zhang smiled. Oh yeah, I remember now. Your English score from the last exam wasn't so good, right? So you're carrying all these books to catch up. Qin Xian stared at him, tightly pursing his lips without saying a word. Zhang smirked mischievously. But what a pity. It's raining, and your books have fallen into the water. Smack. He raised his hand and threw the book into the nearby puddle. The pristine book was instantly soaked with dirty water, slowly beginning to crinkle. A thick stack, all turning black. Raindrops slapped against the cover with a popping sound. That wasn't all, he was about to throw the second book in his hand away as well. Qin Xian's pupils tightened in panic, ignoring the hand gripping his hair as he struggled to get up. Stop. Would the one causing harm listen to him? Smack. Another book went flying. Zhang grinned, holding the last book in his hand teasingly. Oh, you can speak after all. Why didn't you say anything when we usually played with you? You look like a mute. Qin Xian didn't respond, but his eyes were locked onto the book in Zhang hand, full of tension. Zhang noticed this immediately, an evil smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He tossed the book into the puddle with nonchalance. Another smack. Oops, slipped my hand again. Qin Xian's ears momentarily went blank for a second. Huh, man, is Brother Qi that awesome? What to do, our top student won't be able to study tonight, ha ha ha. The surrounding crowd burst into laughter. Qin Xian, however, remained motionless. Seeing that he wouldn't say anything again, Zhang tilted his head slightly, amusement gleaming in his eyes. His low voice was exceptionally gentle. Actually, I don't want to either. We've been peaceful for over a year. Why must you compete with me for first place just when I want it? I hate coming in second the most. Qin Xian closed his eyes briefly, rainwater sliding down along his temples. That's right, why must you compete with me for first place just when I want it? After enduring it for so long, Qin Xian finally gave in and spoke. What exactly do you want? Ho ho, the top student has spoken. Brother Qi, they're asking you. You should answer them. Zhang smiled faintly. As he looked carefully at his face, something occurred to him. He extended his hand and gently brushed his bangs to the side, his tone softening as if he were a friend of many years, luring enticingly. How about this, you beg me to leave you alone. Maybe, once you ask, I really will let you go. Rain carried a chill, seeping through. Qin Xian's expression flickered slightly, his gaze fixed on the kind-looking face before him. Really, begging me will make me let you go, Zhang stared at him, repeating. Unseen by Qin Xian, two others exchanged grins. Qin Xian swallowed hard. If he just asked, would they really leave him alone? This person wasn't someone he could stand up to, nor did he have the energy to provoke them further. If only by speaking he could avoid further trouble, despite feeling humiliated inside, there was nothing that couldn't be endured. It seemed he had finally convinced himself. Dropping his eyelids, his voice low and almost inaudible, please, let me go. The heavy rain poured down, the storm swift and fierce. His voice was so small it almost got lost in the sound of the rain, yet it was clear in everyone's ears. Zhang gaze darkened, revealing a triumphant and contemptuous smile. Ha! Damn, he actually said it. Is the top student in the grade this stupid? Ha ha ha. Shit, I'm laughing so hard. Ha ha ha. Around him erupted a chorus of mockery and ridicule, words dripping with disdain and derision. In that instant, Qin Xian's face turned pale, full of shame and anger. Lost in their jubilation, those around loosened their grip slightly, the force pressing on his hands lessening significantly. Qin Xian gritted his teeth, pushing them off abruptly, grabbing his school bag and running forward recklessly. Teeth clenched, rain striking his body as purification. Damn! He ran. Chase him. Their voices mingled with splashing footsteps behind him, relentlessly closing in. He dared not stop, only rushing ahead harder. Faster, just a bit faster, and if he could shake them off, it would be fine. But his stamina was nothing compared to an athlete, he was just an injured prey trying to escape, stumbling and crashing as the hunters and their hounds behind him drew closer and closer. The sound of heavy footsteps seemed to echo right behind him. At that moment, he spotted someone up ahead holding an umbrella. The person's legs were visible, wearing the uniform of number 3 high school, and he felt like a wanderer who had finally seen a wisp of smoke in the wilderness. Classmate. Just as he extended his hand to ask for help, a sudden sharp pain erupted in his back. Someone had kicked him to the side, and he crashed into a roll-up gate with a loud clattering sound. The umbrella-carrying figure stopped ahead. Zhang-Chi caught up, drenched from the rain after chasing without an umbrella. His usual arrogance was now mixed with a hint of dishevelment. Chen Xian looked pale like a wet rat, pain preventing him from standing. Yet his eyes remained fixed on the figure ahead, clinging to a shred of hope. The figure slowly turned around. A short haircut, jet black hair cropped very close to the scalp with only a thin layer of gray showing near the temples, prominent eyebrows arched high, and a gaze as desolate as a still, dark lake at midnight, cold and menacing, keeping others at bay. His school uniform zipper was open, revealing a white Pikachu t-shirt underneath, and he gripped the handle of his umbrella. Rain fell steadily, and for the first time, they thought Pikachu could look so dangerous. This face, this presence. Zhang-Chi's expression darkened slightly, while the people behind him exchanged looks of slight surprise. It's actually damn, Crazy Dog. Crazy Dog was a nickname given to one person in number 3 high school, Zhou Yan. There's no denying number 3 was a good school, but even the best schools inevitably have a few students with poor grades or defiant attitudes, and the most famous among them was Zhou Yan. They say his academic performance was decent when he entered school, but something changed during the second semester of his freshman year. He started being late, skipping classes, sleeping all the time, and completely ignoring everything around him. Of course, his laissez-faire attitude easily antagonized others. One day, he was cornered by several individuals outside of school. They struck him with a club, leaving him bloodied and battered. Onlookers expected him to be beaten severely, but not only did he refuse to go down, he retaliated fiercely despite his injuries, incapacitating those who surrounded him with broken arms and legs. The scene was brutal and terrifying. Afterward, number 3 high school gave him a severe reprimand but didn't expel him. Witnesses of the incident described his ruthlessness, earning him the underground title of Crazy Dog, implying he wasn't to be provoked. Because of this, there were 2 people you definitely didn't want to mess with at number 3 high school, one was Zhang-Chi, and the other was Zhou Yan. Strangely enough, these 2 should have clashed under normal circumstances. When they encountered each other, it would be like Mars colliding with Earth, but bizarrely, they'd never come into conflict, maintaining a peaceful coexistence until now. This was their first encounter. The group trailing behind nervously swallowed their saliva. Actually, Chen Xian had just shouted out instinctively, intending to act. However, unexpectedly, he had summoned such a fearsome character. His heart sank, but he could only soldier on. When Zhou Yan looked over, he didn't retreat. Pale-faced, he stared straight back at him. A flicker of shock passed through his eyes but was quickly replaced by hope and an unspoken plea. Watching from the side, Zhang-Chi wouldn't give him this chance. Taking a step forward, his gaze locked onto Zhou Yan, a predator defending his territory, subtly revealing his claws. Zhou Yan glanced lightly at Zhang-Chi and Chen Xian. As Chen Xian met those asphyxiating, icy eyes, his heart clenched tightly, a mix of tension, hope, fear, and desperation overwhelming him. But those eyes betrayed no emotion, unmoving as if everyone present was irrelevant. Indeed. In the next second, watched by everyone, Zhou Yan simply turned and continued walking away. Chen Xian's eyes were blank as he watched the retreating umbrella-bearing figure. Thinking he'd grasped a lifeline only to find it snapped instantly. The joy of the previous moment shattered on the ground. The rain seemed to ease somewhat. A pity. At some point, Zhang-Chi had stepped closer, crouching down and lifting Chen Xian's face to mock him. Chen Xian's pupils flickered briefly. Zhang-Chi's lips curled upward. The prey finally had nowhere left to run, its throat helplessly squeezed. Zhang-Chi let go and stepped back. Fists and kicks rained down on Chen Xian, wave after wave of pain. Chapter 6, School Line, Blooming Blood, Part 6. In the rectangular mirror stood a slender figure, fresh out of the shower with wet hair dripping water. The water ran down his pale cheeks. In the mirror, the boy had a blank expression. His dark eyes were staring intently, and all over his white torso were mottled bruises in various shades of blue and purple. There wasn't a good spot to look at except for his face, it was like they'd spared him some face. Chen Xian, take a look at my makeup. Does it look good? Ashan. I've already blocked out 50% of your pain. Chen Xian, don't misunderstand me, I don't mean anything else, just asking casually. Can we remove these marks in the game settings? They look too ugly. Ashan, it's better not to. What if one day your target tears open your shirt and finds nothing? Wouldn't that blow your cover? Chen Xian, tear my shirt. That's so direct. Ashwan, he's the one who bullied you. Chen Xian. Because he got beaten up last night and caught a rainstorm, Chen Xian predictably woke up late the next morning, his body and mind exhausted, with a faint throbbing headache. Having set the alarm, he hurriedly opened the door. On the brown square table were bowls of congee and small dishes already prepared, there was no steaming smoke rising, which meant they'd been left out for a while. His grandmother had already gone out. Not daring to linger any longer, he quickly brushed up, picked up the bowl of congee on the table and gulped it down. He then swiftly moved to the desk, beginning to tidy up. Upon seeing the battered English workbook on the table, his hurried actions paused momentarily. Although it had already been cleaned by him, it was still dirty. The black stains stood out prominently. Picking up the book, his tightly gripped fingertips turned white. After several seconds, he placed the books into his backpack. After tidying everything, he grabbed the keys from the hook by the door, opened the door, and stepped out. Just as he walked out, he heard footsteps descending from upstairs. Instinctively raising his head to see, Chen Xian's hand stopped in the motion of putting away the keys. With short cropped hair, a raven-black complexion, and a band-aid covering his nose bridge, this person wore a white Pikachu work t-shirt, carried a school bag on one shoulder, and held a uniform in his hand. Descending slowly but steadily, their gazes met, his deep-set eyes exuded an intimidating ferocity. The calm gaze only swept past Chen Xian, without even a second pause. But Chen Xian lowered his head and clutched his keys nervously, anxiously listening to the footsteps passing by his side. Only when the sound gradually faded, reaching either the second or first floor, did he raise his head. Despite the urgency of time, his steps were unusually slow and quiet. Approaching the corner, he peeked through a diamond-shaped hole in the wall until the person disappeared around the bend. Chen Xian, how does Zhou Yan live here? I don't remember ever seeing him. A Shuang moved here just a few months ago. You've never been late, and he has. It's natural that you wouldn't bump into each other often. Upon reflection, Chen Xian remembered something. He was punched by Zhang Qi once before and encountered a student smoking downstairs wearing the school uniform. Looking at the situation now, it was most likely Zhou Yan. Thinking it over, Chen Xian spontaneously decided to take the back roads today. At 8 a.m., the gates of number 3 middle school were tightly shut. The streets surrounding were quiet with very few people around. The morning reading session was almost over. Zhou Yan suddenly put on his uniform, standing prominently at the entrance. For normal students, security guards might scold them angrily. But as soon as the guard saw tall and towering Zhou Yan, he understood completely. It was like Zhou Yan doing such a thing was common knowledge. Without saying a word, the gate was opened. Teachers didn't bother with students who couldn't focus on studies and wasted their days, and even less so with those serving as security guards. Besides, everyone knew Zhou Yan caused trouble in number 3 middle school. No one wanted to mess with him because he was like a rabid dog that bites and doesn't let go. Once the gate was opened, the security guard returned to his restroom as though his duty was complete, crossing his legs and watching a small TV. Zhou Yan took a few steps and then abruptly stopped. He turned, casting a glance down the street whose meaning wasn't clear. A moment later, he retracted his gaze and continued walking at a leisurely pace. When Chen Xian reached Class 8, the Chinese class was about to begin. Reporting. A panting voice could be heard at the door. Chen Xian stood straight, with thin sweat dampening his hair, his chest rising and falling heavily, clear evidence of having sprinted all the way here. Zhang Qi, who had been propping his head up looking outside, turned to look at him. All eyes were fixed on him, and Mr. Zheng Yong, the homeroom teacher, stood at the podium. Zheng Yong, in his early 40s, wore glasses, had thinning hair and a shiny bald patch atop his head, a classic light summit. His physique was still relatively well maintained, not bloated or deformed. However, his face always had an oily sheen, making him appear somewhat greasy. Come in, Mr. Zheng Yong, upon seeing it was Chen Xian who was late, relaxed the originally furrowed brows and his tone was relatively calm. Chen Xian had never been late before, so as a first offense from the top student of the grade, he wouldn't push too hard. But the bunch of wimps down below would. Come on, when I was late, Brother Zheng didn't say anything like this, a girl coquettishly teased. That's right. It shouldn't be because he is number 1 that you treat him differently, Brother Zheng. Yeah, being number 1 in the grade is not something to brag about. The classroom erupted in noise. Chen Xian simply kept his head slightly lowered as he headed toward his seat, completely ignoring the various looks of annoyance, dissatisfaction, and dislike directed at him. Mr. Zheng Yong, tired of listening to them, directly tightened his face and shouted, "Why all the racket? If any of you were number 1 in the grade, I'd let you be late every day." This comment instantly set the pot boiling. Shit, Brother Zheng, are you really that pragmatic? That's right. Mr. Zheng Yong was completely unfazed by this, glancing at them, he watched Chen Xian sit down and opened his mouth. Enough chatter, let's change seats before class today. I already said before the monthly exam that seats will be assigned based on scores. Chen Xian paused for a moment while taking out his book. He'd forgotten about this. Mr. Zheng Yong had indeed mentioned earlier that after this test, they would switch seats according to the rankings within the class, with the students picking their own spots. Since he was ranked first now, it meant he would get the first pick soon. Chen Xian paused momentarily, turned his head, and took a look at Zhou Lin. She just kept her head low, looking at her Chinese exam paper, whether she heard or not was unknown. Zhou Lin's grades were decent, around 10th place in the grade. By classroom ranking, she could choose quite early among those eligible, possibly making them both the only suitable pair for sitting together in Class 8, everyone else would see them as an oddity. Zhou Lin, can we stay table partners? Chen Xian leaned over, whispering quietly. Zhou Lin stopped writing and looked up at him with dark shiny eyes. Under her gaze, Chen Xian felt somewhat awkward, I don't mean anything else, it's just, it might be better if we stayed table partners. Though his words were vague, the implication was clear to all who heard them. Zhou Lin stared into Chen Xian's sincere deep brown eyes. After hesitating for a moment, she nodded, okay. Chen Xian gave a faint smile. Thank you. Originally, Chen Xian wasn't bad looking, it was just that his perpetual dour expression dragged down his demeanor, often giving people a sense of gloom. That little smile softened his cold features, making them suddenly appear gentle and clean, dispersing some of the somber aura around him. These were his first days of being suppressed by Zhang Qi, and in a class where everyone subconsciously isolated him, finding someone willing to speak to him and agree to his request was rare, and very kind. And in the rows behind them, a pair of sinister eyes was fixed on him, once again clearly noting that smile. Mr. Zheng Yong gave them a few minutes to gather their things, and the classroom immediately became lively with noise. The sound of moving desks and chairs, chatter filled the room, but only at Chen Xian and Zhou Lin's desk was there silence, they did not move. Once everyone had finished packing, Mr. Zheng Yong locked eyes on Chen Xian. Chen Xian, go ahead, you start. In a silent, heavy atmosphere, Chen Xian stood up and, as previously discussed, announced. Teacher Zheng, I'll keep this seat. Zheng Yong glanced at him, then at the adjacent Zhou Lin, nodding, all right, next person. Looking back, Zheng raised his voice, Zhang Qi, pick your seat. The entire class turned to look at him simultaneously. Chen Xian, on the contrary, lowered his gaze, keeping his head down and looking at the exam paper in his hand. His school uniform jacket was unbuttoned, revealing a black shirt underneath. Leaning against the chair back lazily, hearing Mr. Zheng call his name, he stood up, slung the black backpack onto his back, and kicked the box forward. The sound of the wheels scraping on the floor was gratingly unpleasant, but to Chen Xian, it seemed to grow nearer. The next moment, a towering figure stood beside him. Chen Xian's eyes violently flickered, his pen tightening in his hands suddenly. I'll take this seat. Second place should try to catch up to first place, right? A familiar mocking voice rang in his ear. Silence reigned throughout the classroom. Zhou Lin evidently hadn't anticipated this turn of events, looking up at Zhang Qi with his heightened presence, then at Chen Xian who remained bowed-headed throughout. Pursing her lips, she eventually stood up to start packing her things. Those who knew what was happening understood silently, only Zheng Yong laughed and said, you've finally come to your senses, kid. This time doing so well in the exam, and now you even want to sit next to the top scorer. If first and second place sat together, naturally, it made him happy to see it. Zhang Qi grinned mischievously, of course. Who knows, I might be first next time. Zhou Lin packed her things and stood aside. Zhang Qi glanced at Zhou Lin's relatively clean desk, a flicker of disgust passing through his eyes as he directly said, take the table away, I'll use mine. He immediately walked back, brought over his original desk and chair, and with a loud slap, placed them on the ground. Chen Xian shuddered ever so slightly. Zhou Lin wisely moved the table away and stood to the side, not daring to confront Zhang Qi, but quietly waited for Mr. Zheng to call out her name. Sitting down, Zhang Qi gave a glance to the side, noticing the tension in the person beside him, which widened his smirk. Knowing fear was certainly a good thing. Mr. Zheng continued calling out names, the surroundings growing noisy once again. Leaning to the right, Zhang Qi rested his hand on Chen Xian's rigid shoulder, his voice low and sinister, like a ghost whispering, Number 1, we're now table partners. His deep eyes remained indifferent and cold. Chen Xian felt his breathing halt momentarily, his body turning cold. The wounds from last night throbbed painfully, and the dread in his heart lingered endlessly. The weight of the hand on his shoulder pressed down heavily, suffocating him. The fear and instinct to survive made him want to shrug off the hand, yet his body froze in place, unable to move an inch. With his head bowed, from Zhang Qi's angle, he couldn't see Chen Xian's expression, only noticing the defined jawline and pale side face. In his stiff fingers was a pen that hadn't written a single word, instead smearing ink across the paper. Clearly, his inner turmoil did not match his outward calmness. Zhang Qi smiled satisfactorily, retracting his hand. Amidst the surrounding commotion, Chen Xian didn't hear a single sound, all he knew was that life from here on would become even more arduous. He paid little attention to the seating arrangements of others around him. However, Zhou Lin had chosen a spot near the door, further away from him. Perhaps she feared Zhang Qi, after all, it was their final year of high school, and no one wanted trouble. They simply wished for smooth exams and graduation. Since Zhang Qi sat in the second row, he remained well-behaved during the first Chinese class. Both kept to themselves, despite no conversation occurring between them. By the second period, however, Chen Xian began to struggle, his head throbbing, feeling heavy and hot. Breathing became warm and humid, the sound of Mr. Zheng lecturing echoing in his ears, making it hard to focus. He must have been running a fever. Zhang Qi's gaze shifted from the podium to the figure beside him. Under the blue school uniform sleeve lay a delicate, pale wrist, unlike the roughness typical of most men, it seemed fragile, akin to a woman's, yet his back stood straight as a pine branch. Somehow, the image from the previous night surfaced. Drenched and kneeling, he looked up, water flowing down his neck. Those pitch-black eyes were intently focused on him, while the words, please, please, echoed in his ear. Pausing and twirling his pen, a sly smile curved his lips. Beneath the tranquil exterior, a surge of malevolence bubbled up. Chen Xian gritted his teeth and persevered through the entire morning. By the fourth period, drowsiness started creeping in, clouding his consciousness. To stay alert, he pinched himself forcefully, biting into the soft flesh inside his mouth, using sharp pain to maintain his wakefulness. When the bell rang, signaling the end of class, he didn't bother packing up his things, standing up and walking out immediately. Zhang Qi threw his pen on the desk, watching Chen Xian leave. He shouted towards a group of people approaching, "Eat lunch without me today, I've got something to do." The tall figures paused their steps. "Got something going?" "Alright, need us to grab you some food?" "No thanks." Chen Xian headed straight to the restroom, turning on the faucet and splashing water onto his face. The icy water cooled his forehead, though it made his body colder still. Lifting his hand, he touched his forehead. It was burning hot. He had to get to the infirmary and buy fever medicine. Chen Xian's gaze darkened as his hand dipped into his trouser pocket, gripping the 40 yuan within. Yet another unnecessary expense. He truly disliked being sick. Wiping his face with his sleeve, he turned around to find someone blocking his way. Zhang Qi looked at his damp hair on the forehead and temples and smiled faintly. "Got beaten yesterday, but still came to class today as if nothing happened. You're tougher than I thought." Everyone had gone to eat at this moment, leaving the bathroom corridor completely deserted. Feeling unwell, Chen Xian had less fear and apprehension in his mind. All he desired was to avoid entanglement with him, so he lowered his head and tried to step past the man to walk out. Zhang Qi was caught off guard. The next second, he suddenly reacted, squinted his eyes, and grabbed Chen Xian's hand, pulling him back with a thud. His body collided heavily against the wall. Chen Xian felt a flash of white light in his head, became dizzy for a moment, and then the wounds from last night started to sting painfully, causing his face to pale instantly. Zhang Qi pressed hard on his shoulders, the air pressure dropping suddenly. "You didn't hear me when I was talking to you." Chapter 7, Campus Lines, Blooming Blood, Part 7. Chen Xian tightly pressed his pale lips, gripping the money in his hand, his pitch-black eyes staring at him silently. Zhang Qi saw his stubborn look and anger began to rise. "You really want to provoke me, huh?" Chen Xian didn't want to provoke him, nor did he want to talk to him. He just wanted to go to the infirmary as soon as possible. Spotting an opening, he raised his hand to shove Zhang Qi away. But with a fever and Zhang Qi's athletic build, he was like a wall of iron, immovable. However, Zhang Qi noticed that Chen Xian was clutching something. He grabbed Chen Xian's hand, attempting to pry it open. With great force, Zhang Qi's action startled Chen Xian. These were all the money he had left, he couldn't let Zhang Qi take it from him. His eyes turned bloodshot, as if using every ounce of strength he had, he tightly held on until his fingertips turned white. Within mere seconds, red marks appeared on his pale hand back. Losing patience, Zhang Qi directly pried open Chen Xian's hand. In panic, Chen Xian bit down immediately. "See!" A hissing sound escaped Zhang Qi as it coincided with the sound of tearing paper. He hastily lifted his arm to see clear teeth marks on it. The marks were deep, surrounded by faint water traces, which stung like fire. Frowning, Zhang Qi's rage reached its peak, and he began to shout curses. "You damn lunatic!" Before he could finish, he met a pair of blood-red eyes. Those dark, luminous eyes glared at him with hatred around the whites, reflecting shattered fragility and obstinacy. Seeing no movement, Chen Xian shoved him hard and ran towards the end of the corridor. As Zhang Qi watched the figure run off into the distance, he stood there shocked. After enduring 2 strikes without uttering a sound, he now acted mad enough to bite. Lowering his head, he saw half a broken 20 yuan bill lying on the ground. For the first time, Zhang Qi saw such intense emotion in this person, as if a desperate man had lost his last lifeline or as if a man in the desert had lost an oasis. Being the son of Zhang Qingming, he had seen countless people obsessed with money. Men and women, old and young, all kinds of people constantly hovered around Zhang Qingming, smiling faces offering warmth, treating him like a friend, guest, or relative. But without exception, they all shared the same gaze. Greed. From childhood to adulthood, the disgusting greasy feeling of those people made him feel nauseous. Every time they spoke to him or offered things to gain favor, it made him sick, so he would simply turn away without saying a word. Whenever he disregarded someone's face, Zhang Qingming wouldn't be angry but merely smiled and let him be. Money was something he never lacked, he received tens of thousands each month as pocket money alone. For him, a few dozen yuan wasn't even worth looking at, let alone being handled with care. Staring at the tattered remains of the banknote on the ground, Zhang Qi's expression grew complicated. "It's just fucking 20 bucks. And with that, he stepped on the white limited edition AJ sneaker underfoot. Without the money, Chen Xian naturally couldn't go to the infirmary and could only drag his tired body back home. Usually, his house had some antipyretics, but it was far. A round trip would definitely make him late in the afternoon. This was why he aimed to go to the infirmary. He was already late in the morning, if he were late again in the afternoon, the situation would worsen. He disliked the feeling of everyone staring at him. It felt like being stripped naked and paraded through the streets. During lunch, Zhang Qi stayed in the classroom. Someone from another class sat in Chen Xian's seat, rocking back on the chair while rummaging through the desk. "This top student is way too poor. Shit, apart from books, there are just more books. As he said this, he picked up one of the grimy practice booklets disdainfully with 2 fingers, remarking, "Isn't this the one you threw away yesterday? And yet it's still here, how dirty." Zhang Qi looked coldly at him, noticing the English words when his expression grew complicated. That person tossed the book onto the table and remarked, "Seriously, you've been wrong trying to fix him, sitting next to such a poor guy." Zhang Qi gave him a cold glance and growled irritably, "Shut the hell up." After saying this, he turned his head and looked out the window for a long moment. His gaze dropped gently to his arm, where the tooth marks were still red and hadn't faded yet. In the afternoon, Chen Xian was still late. By the time he reached the classroom, the first class had ended. He had taken leave from Zheng Yong and notified the teacher beforehand, so the teacher calmly allowed him to enter. Because of the conflict in the morning, when he came to school, he was even prepared to be ridiculed and surrounded by them. Strangely, Zhang Qi did not cause him any trouble. Aside from an eerie silence, the entire afternoon passed in a surprisingly peaceful manner, which allowed his weary body to temporarily relax. When he went home that evening, he didn't tell his grandmother about his fever. Instead, he acted as if everything was normal, chatting, eating, washing dishes. That night, he sweated profusely, and by the next day, his fever had subsided significantly. In the following days, Zhang Qi acted as though Chen Xian didn't exist, there wasn't even any teasing. One evening after school, however, Chen Xian encountered something else. It happened near where he lived, in a block of tenement buildings. It was a street set for demolition. The entire street consisted of abandoned shops waiting to be torn down. Building debris piled up both on the side of the road and inside. On each doorframe, written in red paint, was a big, demolish character. This was one of the necessary paths Chen Xian took when heading home. At around 10:30 p.m., nearly reaching 11 p.m., with headphones on, his hands inside his pockets clutching an old Walkman playing English listening material, Chen Xian walked past the street. As he passed one of the shops, suddenly, a fist-sized piece of broken brick fell right in front of him. Startled, Chen Xian froze and looked around at the dark surroundings. He took off his headphones and glanced aside. The dim yellow street lights could not illuminate inside the dark shop. In front, there was a half-ruined wall where shadows of people moved. Chen Xian slowed his steps and approached cautiously. "Aren't you all powerful? 1 versus 3, huh? I brought 6 guys today. Let's see how you fight now. Where's your psycho dad? Always hiding, only sending out you, this little bastard, to do the shouting. You're such a waste, no wonder your mom left. Just you 2 freaks remaining. F***ck, stop wasting words with him. Last time, he broke my hand, and today, I won't rest until I cripple him." From their voices and tone, they weren't students. Chen Xian treaded lightly and, passing the broken wall, saw at least 6 or 7 people. 3 were surrounding one person while others stood on the side watching. The person being surrounded held a brick in his hand, wearing blue and white school uniform. He was from 3rd high school. The surrounding ones had their backs to Chen Xian so hadn't noticed him. But the man being surrounded was facing his direction. Perhaps sensing something, the man suddenly looked up. Their eyes met. For a moment, Chen Xian stopped walking. The uneven light and faint yellow illumination fell upon his face, partially obscuring sharp features. Blood streamed down his forehead, wetting half of his face. His expression remained emotionless but carried a hint of brutality. Underneath the school uniform, a blue t-shirt bore a printed yellow Pikachu. Blue today, Chen Xian thought internally. Their eyes locked for a brief second before Chen Xian halted his step. And the group who had their backs turned to him seemed to have noticed the man's distraction, attempting to turn around. At this moment, the man abruptly shoved those standing beside him, picked up the brick in his hand, and slammed it forcefully onto the shoulder of someone right in front of him. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream erupted. Chen Xian jumped and stared wide-eyed, a sudden fear gripping him. What the F***ck? Take him down, now. Beat him up. The surrounding men rushed forward, cursing loudly, and chaotic sounds of punches, kicks, pipes, and bricks followed. Afraid, Chen Xian used the darkness to swiftly run ahead. The wind whistled past his ears, gradually fading the noise of chaos. Only after turning the corner did he stop, leaning against the wall and panting heavily. Chen Xian, holy crap, almost got beaten again. As, auxiliary system, I thought you'd go help. Chen Xian, am I stupid? Even shielding 50%, there's still another 50% chance. Last time I got beaten, he just walked away without helping. But he just saved you. If he hadn't hit that guy with the brick, you'd definitely have been found. Chen Xian. Can NPCs gain favor? Yes. Chen Xian, alright then. He turned back, heading toward the entrance of a convenience store he passed earlier, where loud TV sounds emanated rudely. Without much thought, Chen Xian feigned casualness and directly walked in. A mechanical female voice sounded, "Welcome." Chen Xian looked over. The owner was a middle-aged man, slightly overweight, sitting in a recliner dressed in a white shirt, fanning himself as he watched TV. "Boss," Chen Xian said, breathing heavily, pretending to have rushed in. At the sound of the shout, the man watching TV instinctively stood up and responded with a glance that didn't leave the screen. He just hollered, "Just take what you want." "Boss, there are people fighting outside." Chen Xian shouted loudly. Startled by his shouting, the boss turned around to see a young student still in the uniform of 3rd high school and immediately walked over in his slippers. "What kind of fight?" "While walking with my classmate, a group suddenly rushed out and tried to attack us. I managed to run away and get help, but my classmate is still surrounded by them." Chen Xian's face showed pure terror, his complexion deathly pale as if genuinely scared. The boss heard it was about beating students. This was intolerable. "Where are they?" Chen Xian pulled him and ran out of the store, pointing towards where he had come from. "It's at the demolished shops down the road." "They're a big group, so you need more people, uncle." I know. You wait here." Saying this, the boss grabbed a wooden stick and rushed towards other lit-up shops, calling out sturdy middle-aged men, all rushing anxiously toward the back. When they were far enough, Chen Xian's anxiety disappeared from his face, the worry in his eyes gone as well, and within moments, he became calm like a docile child standing leisurely by the roadside. "Chen Xian, all right." After finishing this, Chen Xian went straight home without getting involved any further. The next morning during self-study class, Zheng Yong announced the date for the upcoming monthly exam, which would be held Thursday and Friday this week, continuing for 2 days. "I want to tell you all, each monthly exam is a simulation of the college entrance exam. You must treat it seriously and perform well. If your average score in each monthly test before the Gaokao is in the top 100, you'll have no problem entering a key university. Do you understand? After each test, don't become lax, you must always keep fighting until the last battle. Until the Gaokao, we must stay alert. Are you listening?" "Yes, sir." The bell rang after class, and the classroom started buzzing with activity as figures moved back and forth. "Listen up," Zhang Qi's voice came from nearby. Chen Xian kept his head down writing something and ignored him. Zhang Qi's eyes darkened, and his fiery temper flared up instantly. He snatched the pen out of Chen Xian's hand and glared unpleasantly at him. Chen Xian turned his head and looked at him. Seeing this, Zhang Qi smiled satisfactorily and said, "During this monthly exam, you'd better go easy on yourself. If you dare screw it up again, don't blame me later for not giving you a chance. Meaning, if you dare rank first again, just wait and see what I'll do to you." Chen Xian felt slightly uneasy but was filled with boredom. Looking at the audacious and unreasonable expression on Zhang Qi's face, an attitude of complete obliviousness, he wondered why Zhang Qi believed that as long as he didn't investigate too deeply, everything happening to him could be swept under the rug. Was the violence he endured, the bullying he suffered, and the isolation from everyone simply jokes in Zhang Qi's eyes, or worse, nothing at all? And was Zhang Qi letting him off now considered some grand mercy? Chen Xian felt intensely derisive in his heart. A moment later, he merely nodded quietly, showing no particular concern. He would never bow down on his knees expressing gratitude. Never, he would. Chapter 8, Campus Line, Blooming Blood, 8. At number 3 high school, the examination rooms for each monthly test were divided according to the grade rankings from the previous exam. The first room was for the top 40 students, the second for 41st to 80th, and so on. It was only natural that Chen Xian and Zhang Qi would be in the same exam room, specifically class 1. Moreover, Zhang Qi sat directly behind Chen Xian. Entering the room 15 minutes early, Chen Xian carried a transparent pencil case, and as he stepped into the classroom, every pair of eyes fixed upon him with curiosity, appraisal, and even admiration. For they all understood that moving from over 100th place up to first required more than mere effort, it needed intelligence and talent. Under everyone's gaze, Chen Xian calmly sat down at the first seat in the front row. Zhang Qi had yet to arrive. A minimalist clock hung at the front of the classroom while today's duty student was written on the white paint grid chalkboard. This classroom housed the cream of the crop of number 3 high school, and thus, an unusual stillness reigned. Each one silently fiddled with their stationery or stared vacantly out the window. 5 minutes before the test began, footsteps resounded as a male invigilator entered with Zhang Qi both tall, they were smiling as if chatting casually. With his handsome appearance, Zhang Qi drew the collective attention of the entire class. As everyone represented the top 10 from their respective classes, they possessed some air of pride. Even their seemingly offhand gazes held undertones of envy and fiery intensity. Zhang Qi, who performed well academically, was good-looking, and came from wealth, certainly drew hatred. Pulling out a chair and sitting down, Zhang Qi glanced briefly at the teacher writing the subjects and times on the board before focusing his gaze on the composed figure ahead of him. He squinted, leaning forward slightly as the chair creaked faintly. With Zhang Qi's face now alarmingly close, sensing someone nearby, Chen Xian instinctively stiffened. And this brief reaction undeniably pleased Zhang Qi. "If you don't want another beating, take it seriously and don't ruin things." The deep voice grazed his ear, flickering a few strands of hair, masking an implicit warning beneath its calm tone. Facing forward with his back towards Zhang Qi, Chen Xian's dark eyes showed no trace of fear. As the bell rang signaling the start of the exam, everyone flipped through their papers and began answering. "Chen Xian, I leave the exam to you. At my age, I won't take tests anymore." Alright, how many points should I aim for?" The purpose of this game was to torment the weak and simultaneously give players pleasure and a sense of accomplishment. All progress and strategies within the game were entirely controlled by the player. They, as A.on, would not interfere. Chen Xian, just suppress him with better results. A.on, you'll get beaten like this. Chen Xian, he bullies others, irritating him just saves some trouble. The 2-day testing period passed quickly. For seniors, usually burdened with tight schedules, these days were somewhat more relaxed without facing daily complex lessons or monotonous explanations from teachers. Though under pressure for the exams, they were given some breathing space in their suffocating lives. Ever since Zhang Qi mysteriously stopped causing trouble, the two of them hadn't spoken again. Most of the time, they did their own things separately. Today, the math teacher reviewed the test paper. With his left hand propping up his cheek and the right idly twirling a pen, Zhang Qi listened uninterestedly to the drone of the teacher's voice, his gaze involuntarily drawn to the continuously moving pen tip beside him. Pale and slender fingers gripped the pen as neatly written characters emerged cleanly and neatly. His elegant profile wasn't rugged like those of the basketball team, but rather focused and absorbed, attentively following the teacher at the podium, ignoring everyone around. Including Zhang Qi himself. Zhang Qi suddenly felt a bit annoyed. His brows twitched slightly, acting on impulse without thinking twice, and nudged Chen Xian with his elbow. Stopping mid-answer, Chen Xian turned his head, his dark eyes silently questioning him. Caught in the act, Zhang Qi hesitated momentarily, then realizing the situation, nonchalantly pulled the math test paper toward him, pointing subtly at the last problem with his fingertips. What is your answer for the last big question? Chen Xian remained unmoving, merely glancing lightly at the scattered scribbles on the test and catching sight of the number written twice at the bottom. Square root 3. Chen Xian replied calmly. Zhang Qi smirked, his expression tinged with slight arrogance. Mine is also square root 3. Chen Xian nodded, indifferently turned his head back and continued listening to the teacher's explanation. He thought to himself that since Zhang Qi had already written down the answer twice after solving the problem on the paper, it was naturally obvious. However, the voice in his mind spoke up. A.on, the answer is square root 5. Aren't you worried about being found out? Chen Xian, don't worry. Even if he knows, it will only be when the results come out. Moreover, his steps in solving the problem are mostly correct, so there won't be much of a difference in points. A.on, actually, I think you're pretty tough, Mr. Chen. Chen Xian, I've always been tough. Do I look like someone who's weak? A.on, yes. Chen Xian. Even though Chen Xian remained unyielding, on the third day, the results were released. Generally, teachers don't immediately announce the results. They usually post them during class or evening self-study sessions. But Zhang Qi had people watching for updates, so as soon as the scores came out, someone informed him. Without saying a word, Zhang Qi went to the office. A few minutes later, he walked out with an extremely dark and terrifying expression. His piercing eyes were filled with anger, and his whole body seemed to be wrapped in a thin layer of ice, radiating chilling menace. Students playing in the hallway saw this and instantly tensed up. They all stopped their antics and stepped aside to make room, fearing they might bump into a fierce deity. Under the heavy atmosphere, Zhang Qi walked straight to the door of Class 8, stood still, and recalled what Jing Yong had just said. You did well this time, maintaining your level. You're just a few points behind the first place. It's quite a pity. The math teacher mentioned that your process for the last big question was entirely correct except for the final answer, which cost you a few points. But we can't blame you. This question was too difficult, and in the entire grade, only Chen Xian got it right. Thinking of this made Zhang Qi's blood boil with uncontrollable anger. He clenched his fists tightly, his chest rising and falling rapidly. What's your answer? Square root 3. Bang! Zhang Qi violently kicked the door, causing it to collide forcefully against the wall with a loud sound. Everyone inside the previously lively classroom froze, as if a pause button had been pressed. An instant silence enveloped the room, and everyone stared at the person by the door, whose face appeared ominous and frightening. The atmosphere grew tense, as if it could ignite at any moment. Zhang Qi glared fiercely at the empty seat of the real culprit, a mocking curve forming on his thin lips. With a low tone, he exhaled coldly, full of bone-chilling bitterness and savagery. You've played me well, Chen Xian. I admit, you've played me well. Daring to fool me. At this moment, his phone vibrated from inside his trouser pocket. A mobile phone was forbidden for students in the third year of high school, but not for Zhang Qi. Normally, Zhang Qi would restrain himself slightly and wouldn't brazenly answer calls in the classroom, but now, driven by rage, he wouldn't care where he was. He took out his phone, glanced at the caller ID displayed as Zhang Qingming, and narrowed his eyes. Then he moved toward his seat, sat down, and answered the call. Hello. Although Zhang Qingming didn't excel academically, after achieving success, he attended numerous MBA programs, becoming an honorary faculty member at several prestigious universities. Despite all this, some deeply ingrained habits never changed, like how he never looked at the time before making calls to anyone, regardless of when it was. And his son, in his third year of high school, was no exception. Hello, son, have you finished class? Came the casual voice of Zhang Qingming over the phone. What is it? Zhang Qi calmed himself slightly but still suppressed his anger. Mr. Zheng said you guys had another exam. How did it go? Zhang Qingming was always busy with work but still very patient with his only son, Zhang Qi. He even set aside some time to focus on his grades and life. Therefore, he had spoken to Mr. Zheng, instructing him to inform him about any news regarding his son. Being the boss of a representative group in the city, Zhang Qingming, naturally, Chong Yon was more than willing to cooperate. So, after Zhang Qi checked his scores earlier, Mr. Zheng gave Zhang Qingming a call. Zhang Qi realized this immediately, and his eyes darkened. Average. Average? Didn't you say getting first in the grade was easy? Why are you still second again? Is the first place so strong that you couldn't beat him twice in a row? Zhang Qingming chuckled, openly teasing his son. But Zhang Qi felt it as mockery of his boastful words from before, so after pausing momentarily, his anger flared up even more. He began losing patience. Are you annoying me? I don't care. We've always kept our word. If you don't get first place, forget about the car, Zhang Qingming added. Struck right where it hurt, Zhang Qi violently kicked the table corner with a surge of anger, raising his voice, I know, goodbye. No sooner had the words left his lips than Zhang Qi hung up the phone, his pitch black and sharp eyes brimming with ferocity and boundless frost. This was the second time. Slap. In a fit of rage, the phone was hurled across the room, smashing against the corner wall with a loud bang, instantly shattering into pieces. In the classroom, everyone was jolted by the commotion, their hearts leaping to their throats as they watched the scattered fragments, not daring to pause their actions for fear of repercussions. The frigid atmosphere only began to thaw when the preparatory bell rang, snapping everyone out of their stupor like a spell breaking. The duty student quickly picked up the broom and cautiously swept the shards away, while the root cause of all the chaos slowly approached the classroom. As soon as Chen Xian entered, he hesitated, sensing that the atmosphere in the classroom was off. He inconspicuously glanced around and saw one after another pale faces filled with tension and a tinge of fear. Chapter 9, Campus Line, Blooming Blood, 9. He instinctively looked at someone, only to meet a pair of cold eyes. Mr. Chen, be careful, the target has seen the results. Chen Xian understood. In the impatient and disdainful gazes of some people, Chen Xian walked calmly toward his seat, his composed face seeming either completely unaware or simply unconcerned. The classmates began murmuring in their hearts. Judging from Zhang Qi's glare, it's clear that Chen Xian upset him. If he alone suffers, fine, but now he's dragging us down too. It's so annoying. Why can't he just keep his head down and stay quiet? How are we supposed to take the exam with all this fuss? He has absolutely no self-awareness. Truly bothersome. Serves him right to be singled out. Unaware of their thoughts, Chen Xian ignored those around him as best he could, pulled out the chair, and sat down. Just as he settled in, a nearby person yanked him over. A strong arm pressed tightly against the lower part of his neck, forcing Chen Xian's back hard against Zhang Qi's chest. Chen Xian turned his head in discomfort while Zhang Qi glared at him with cruel eyes, a mocking smirk on his lips. A collective intake of breath rippled through the crowd. The next second, leaning in closer than before, Zhang Qi's face was mere inches away. In a cold tone audible only to Chen Xian, he whispered. Our game continues. Chen Xian's pupils contracted sharply. At noon, Zhang Qi sat upstairs in the cafeteria. The second floor of the cafeteria was quieter than the first, offering better food quality, albeit more expensive. There were several familiar faces sitting opposite him, but Zhang Qi had not touched the fancy stir-fried dishes on his plate. His expression remained somber, with a heavy atmosphere surrounding him. Zhang Qi was often surrounded by people associated with Zhang Qingming. The combination of his harsh demeanor and maturity gave off an intimidating vibe, commanding respect automatically. What's gotten into you today? One person asked after taking a bite of rice. Zhang Qi glanced up, shoved his untouched meal aside, leaned forward, eyebrows furrowed with tension, and spoke deliberately. Tonight, I want you to corner Chen Xian. Again the genius? Damn, is it his year to offend you repeatedly? Humph. Zhang Qi sneered without any trace of humor, that little brat tricked me. The drumstick by his mouth paused mid-bite. Am I hearing things correctly? Zhang Qi kept silent and stared at him. The man opposite threw away his drumstick, shook his head in admiration, and clapped his hands. Amazing, truly amazing. To both piss you off and play tricks on you. For a moment, I almost admire him. One glance from Zhang Qi shut him up immediately. He hastily picked up the chicken leg in his bowl. After Zhang Qi's comment earlier in the morning, outwardly, Chen Xian hadn't exchanged a single word with him. However, inwardly, he had been secretly excited all afternoon. According to the script, after the second monthly exam, Chen Xian would still be ranked number 1. Zhang Qi, frustrated, would drag him to a hotel where others would forcibly violate him. This meant that there might be a chance for Zhou drama. After all, in school, he had encountered every possible scene except this specific Zhou drama scenario. Factors like timing, location, and opponents were crucial, and everyone involved needed to be fully immersed. If he could practice this within the game, it would be perfect. When evening study session ended, he happily walked back along the usual route, his lonely figure showing no sign of caution. While passing through a patch of low grass, a hand suddenly pulled him in roughly. Chen Xian, internally thrilled, already maintained a composed expression suitable for the situation. He fell to the ground, sharp pebbles digging painfully into his body. Panic flickered across his face as he tried to escape. 3 people circled around him, cutting off his retreat. The chirping of crickets filled the air. A familiar figure slowly crouched down. Under the dim yellow streetlight, Zhang Qi's handsome face revealed nothing but malevolence. There was no attempt to hide it. Zhang Qi grabbed a fistful of Chen Xian's hair and yanked it back forcefully, making him lift his head. His deep voice was tinged with interest but cold and terrifying. "So, how should I deal with you today?" Chen Xian fixed his gaze firmly on him. The yellow light illuminated his eyes, revealing bright yet piercing eyes full of resilience and unyielding spirit, silently declaring, "Do whatever you want." Once again, the stubborn refusal to beg, unwilling to speak. The savagery brewing inside Zhang Qi intensified even further, his smile widening slightly, and his tone deeply repressed. "I was prepared to let you off the hook, so I warned you before the exam, hoping you'd do well." Humph. He lowered his head and sneered coldly, as if recalling something or mocking himself. After a moment, he lifted his head again, the smile at the corner of his mouth fading into an emotionless expression. "You did pretty well on the test, ranking first place." "Amazing." Chen Xian picked up a pebble from the ground, gripping it tightly in his hand, without saying a word. Zhang Qi suddenly raised Chen Xian's delicate chin with the other hand. "Chen Xian, do you think I'm afraid to do anything to you, so, you dare to fuck with me?" Chen Xian's gaze paused for a second, realizing what Zhang Qi referred to. The hand gripping his chin slowly slid down, past his small Adam's apple, then abruptly clenched around his throat. Square root 3. "Did you really write square root 3 for the question?" At the mention of this, Zhang Qi flared up uncontrollably. Chen Xian's face turned red as his neck was forcibly tilted upward, making him look both fragile and cruelly beautiful. Unable to bear it any longer, Chen Xian grabbed the pebbles in his hands and hurled them directly at Zhang Qi's face. But who was Zhang Qi? A member of the basketball team whose reflexes couldn't be underestimated. He simply sidestepped and dodged. Though his face avoided being hit, his body didn't, and all the dust and grit landed on him instead. The few people watching immediately sucked in a sharp breath and instinctively took 2 steps back. Zhang Qi had a bad temper and one taboo nobody dared to cross, his obsessive-compulsive cleanliness. He refused to use anything that others had touched, and if something got on him, whoever did it would be brutally beaten beyond recognition. And now, Chen Xian had no idea about all this, just using both hands to try to break free from the grip around his neck. The surrounding air pressure plummeted, even the chirping of crickets seemed quieter. Zhang Qi slowly turned his head, looked down briefly at the dirty things on his clothes, then lifted his gaze to stare at Chen Xian with eyes as cold and fierce as eagles. "Hold him down." Immediately, the people around stepped forward and forcefully pinned Chen Xian down. With a darkened expression, Zhang Qi stood up and walked to the side, picking up something in the grass. It appeared long and thin, and as he came closer, Chen Xian's pupils shrank sharply. A baseball bat. Standing in front of him, Zhang Qi looked down from above and said coldly, "Bring out his right hand." Silence fell instantly. Several people glanced at each other, hesitating and opening their mouths. Maybe we should just beat him up. This might be too harsh." Zhang Qi glared coldly at them. "Just bring out his hand. If there's trouble, I'll take the blame." They were still somewhat hesitant and exchanged looks. They had only come to help Zhang Qi fight because of their respect for him. They weren't planning to escalate things since not everyone had a father like Zhang Qingming. Zhang Qi lost patience. "Back the fuck off if you're scared." Startled by his shout, they glanced nervously at each other, bit their lips, and resolutely held Chen Xian down, lifting his hand high. "Whatever happens, it's not our problem," they decided recklessly. His hand was restrained as the raised baseball bat loomed above, and Chen Xian froze in fear, his face full of terror. "Don't touch my hand. Don't touch my hand." He struggled fiercely, his body and voice trembling slightly. "Let go of me. You're crazy." Seeing him finally showing fear on his face, Zhang Qi broke into a rare victorious grin, but his eyes carried not a trace of gentleness. His deep, low voice was sharp and icy like a blade thirsting for blood. "Since warnings don't work, let's make it real." The baseball bat came down fiercely, creating a dull sound. A searing, bone-piercing pain shot through his arm, and Chen Xian's eyes widened in shock, all the blood draining from his face. He bit down hard on his lips, determined not to let a single moan escape. His body convulsed uncontrollably. Seeing this, those around him released their grip in sudden panic, stepping back quickly, their looks toward Chen Xian carrying more sympathy. It wasn't their fault, they were merely following orders. Chen Xian collapsed, curling his whole body up. The sharp pebbles pressed painfully against his skin, but nothing compared to the agony in his right hand. Blood mingled with the taste in his mouth, but all he could do was desperately protect and cradle it. Zhang Qi watched indifferently, tossing aside the baseball bat carelessly and squatting down calmly. "Now that your hand is broken, how are you supposed to take exams?" Chen Xian heard a ringing in his ears. He gasped for air in big gulps, like a stranded fish trying to relieve the unbearable pain in his arm. Still, cold sweat poured from every pore, and his nose was overwhelmed by the dusty smell. He lifted his head incredibly slowly, locking eyes with Zhang Qi with a gaze that was filled with raw disgust and hatred. Zhang Qi furrowed his brow slightly. After standing up again, he stared deeply at him one last time, concealing the emotions in his eyes, then turned and left. After taking a couple of steps, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. His stride abruptly halted, and he retrieved his wallet from his pocket, withdrawing 1,000 yuan, before slightly turning aside. Staring down coldly with an expression as grim as a thundercloud, Zhang Qi looked at the person lying on the ground. Since 20 yuan is so significant to you, here, take good care of this 1,000. He flung the cash onto the floor. Chen Xian watched Zhang Qi's departing silhouette, the crimson bill sprawled on the ground, feeling utterly humiliated in both body and soul. Chen Xian, do all the youngsters in games like to humiliate people with money? How vulgar. But I quite enjoy it, it's just hard to encounter such things in real life. A_up. Chen Xian, I was expecting our goal to stage an outdoor fight so that I could hone my skills, but alas, I ended up getting disabled. What about my hand? Can it be fixed? A_up, game progress is entirely plotted by players. Our company cannot guarantee any results, nor do we bear responsibility for what happens along the way. However, the game store offers certain items. If Mr. Chen requires them, you may recharge your account to purchase. Chen Xian, how much? A_up, only 288 yuan, and Mr. Chen can exchange once again for a healthy body. Chen Xian, I'm a student. This is extortion. A_up, Mr. Chen may also opt to wait out the cooling period, roughly around 1 month within the game world should suffice for healing. Chen Xian, is there a cheaper alternative? A_up, new users receive 68 yuan special discounts, with complete recovery in 7 days. Just make sure no one discovers. Chen Xian, deal. After concluding the transaction with the system, Chen Xian took a quick glance at the money on the ground. He didn't want to waste it, so despite his semi-paralyzed hand, he started picking up the red notes one by one. As he reached the last bill, his vision went dark. A figure had blocked the light of the street lamp. Chen Xian looked up and directly met the eyes of a bright yellow Pikachu. A lump formed in his throat, and he raised his gaze higher only to meet that same calm yet stern face, those pitch-black eyes now focused intently on him. Shit. Chapter 10, School Line, Blossoming Blood, 10. Chen Xian, how long has he been watching? A_up, we don't know. The other party isn't our designated target and thus falls outside of my surveillance range. If you feel embarrassed, you might choose to drop the money. Chen Xian, no way. I've already taken a beating for this. It's rightfully mine, I'll use it to buy some pork elbows for nourishment. A_up. In an instant, Chen Xian's innate acting instinct kicked in. Realizing someone had witnessed this embarrassing scene, he hastily diverted his eyes, lowering his head as he tightly pressed his pale lips together. His somewhat lengthy bangs concealed his eyes. Clutching the red bills tightly in his hand, the pristine notes immediately became crinkled. Around the silent surroundings, a palpable sense of awkwardness lingered heavily. Zhou Yan's deep eyes flickered narrowly. Realizing he'd been seen in such an unfavorable light, Chen Xian attempted to feign indifference, trying his best to ignore the individual standing ahead. Despite breaking into a sweat, he gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain coursing through his right hand, shoving the left hand-held cash into his pant pocket while attempting to pick up his school bag to leave. Last time, weren't those your people? A low, velvety voice resounded overhead. Chen Xian froze momentarily with his left hand gripping the school bag. He didn't reply. The next second, unsteadily, he managed to rise, dragging the bag across the gravel-covered ground, creating faint noises. Zhou Yan briefly glanced at the pants bunched in Chen Xian's left fist. Under the warm yellow light, his face was damp with perspiration, pale as death, covered in dirt and dust, yet that clenched hand seemed to radiate a slight sense of treasured value. As for his right hand, it remained stiff in an abnormal angle, quivering continuously. With his back rigidly upright, Chen Xian wobbled forward, seemingly causing discomfort to his right hand. A sharp intake of breath escaped his lips just as he teetered precariously near a fall. Zhou Yan frowned, stepping in to catch him. At the entrance, a red cross sign illuminated. Inside the old small clinic, the fluorescent lights above buzzed softly, casting everything beneath in stark white tones. Facing the duo stood an extensive glass cabinet lined with various sizes of white medicine bottles and boxes. A heavy scent of Western pharmaceuticals filled the air. In this city, large hospitals were few in number, just 2 or 3, and most little clinics stayed open after 12 o'clock. The doctor, dressed in a white coat with graying hair, examined Chen Xian after applying plaster. Wearing his prescription glasses perched upon his nose, the elderly man scrutinized their forms carefully. Though wounded, Chen Xian still retained a relatively handsome visage. Apart from a few stains, his attire and school bag remained neatly intact, clearly belonging to a well-behaved young boy. The other one standing there had a very short haircut, his gaze as dark as ink. He wasn't wearing a school uniform, instead, a short-sleeved shirt revealed a Qinglong, azure dragon, tattoo spiraling around his arm, with the slightly longer sleeve just exposing half of the dragon's head. His face was cold and exuded an ominous aura. Clearly, he wasn't a good person. But when the two first came in, the doctor paused for a moment upon seeing their blue-white school uniforms from number 3 middle school. Fortunately, the broken bone isn't in a tricky spot, otherwise, I wouldn't be able to handle it in this small clinic. The doctor gathered up the medical tools in his hands carefully, while his sharp eyes gave Zhou Yan an unfriendly glance. You have such a good opportunity to study, you should cherish it. You youngsters, try handling peer relationships well, don't let your aggressiveness run wild and always resort to fighting. If something really bad happens, none of you will be able to take the responsibility. These words full of deep meaning were clearly directed at Zhou Yan. In the doctor's eyes, one of them was the well-behaved boy who'd been beaten up, and the other, the thug-like instigator now bringing him over sheepishly after causing trouble. Zhou Yan, seen as the aggressor, was on the thinner side but possessed a tall and slender figure. The school pants looked good on him, making his legs appear very straight. With both hands stuffed into his trouser pockets, his dark and tranquil eyes remained unmoved, showing no care for the doctor's unusual look. Seeing this, the doctor assumed he wasn't listening. His temper flaring up like an elder's, he wanted to say more. But Chen Xian interjected hastily before the doctor could continue. Doctor, how much do we owe you? The old doctor gave another glance at the towering Zhou Yan beside Chen Xian, then sighed at Chen Xian's interruption. Nowadays, students were so spirited yet clueless about what they were doing. 368 yuan. Chen Xian, with a plastered right hand and neck wrapped in bandages, could only use his left hand to dig into his trouser pocket. He took out a few red bills he had picked up earlier, placing the somewhat wrinkled notes on the glass table. The doctor picked up the money, neatly arranging each note, all the while finding change and giving advice. Don't move your right hand too much. Be mindful not to press on it when sleeping, and don't get it wet. Chen Xian nodded repeatedly, responding politely, understood, thank you, doctor. Throughout this process, Zhou Yan simply stood silently to the side. By the time they stepped out of the clinic door, it was already past 11 o'clock at night, nearly midnight. Under the darkened sky, the streets were unusually desolate. Swarms of moths buzzed around the street lamps, while occasional cold gusts of wind swept across the air, adding a chilling touch. It felt as though the entire place was transformed into a ghost town. The two slowly made their way towards the apartment block. In truth, every encounter between Zhou Yan and Chen Xian was filled with strange awkwardness. It seemed as if, by some weird twist of fate, they kept witnessing each other at the most secretive and least known moments. The first time was when he got beaten by Zhang Qi, the second when Zhou Yan was surrounded by gangsters, and today's incident. Amidst the peculiar, uncomfortable atmosphere, Chen Xian broke the silence first. Thank you. This gratitude was for bringing him to the clinic. After a pause, a low, steady voice, tinged with hardness but still clear, spoke as usual, coldly detached yet not unpleasant. We're even. Chen Xian understood his implication. Glancing unconsciously at the man beside him, at that composed and slightly intimidating face, staring straightforwardly ahead, radiating, danger, keep away, he thought that compared to Zhang Qi, Zhou Yan seemed more comfortable to be around. In reality, last time when Zhou Yan hadn't helped him, he hadn't been extremely angry. Though he indeed had felt a bit disappointed at the time. However, no one can morally compel someone else to save another, especially not someone as formidable as Zhang Qi. It was perfectly normal that he didn't help or didn't want to get involved. In fact, if it had been himself back then, perhaps he would have turned away too. When they returned to the tenement building, the area was still packed with bicycles and electric scooters. Reaching the third floor, the hallway light was still out. Chen Xian took out his keys, paused for a moment, then turned to the person behind him and said, goodbye. Standing at the corner upstairs, Zhou Yan suddenly spoke, if you want to graduate smoothly, stop opposing Zhang Qi. You're different. His frosty voice echoed faintly down the corridor. The words, you're different, were abnormally clear. Chen Xian gripped the key in his hand tightly, remaining silent. Upon opening the door, the living room was not as pitch black as expected. The TV screen continued flashing images, and up front, the frail figure of his grandmother rested in a chair, covered by a blanket, sound asleep. She always waited for him like this. As long as he returned late, she insisted on waiting in the living room for him. Every time, Chen Xian got angry and told her not to wait, because the elderly need sufficient regular sleep. Once they reach a certain time, they feel drowsy, but she wouldn't listen, always stubbornly saying, Xian hasn't come back yet, Grandma can't sleep. The first few times, with a harsher tone, Chen Xian was able to persuade her to rest on time, but now, she started again. Chen Xian carefully closed the door, changed his shoes, put away his keys, placed the school bag at the entrance of the room, and then lightly walked toward Grandma. Upon getting closer, he quietly sat beside her, looking at her old, tired face under the light from the television screen. After a while, he softly called out to her. Grandma, you'll catch a cold sleeping here. Go inside and sleep. The old woman slowly opened her eyes, taking a detailed look at the child beside her before smiling. Xian's back. Chen Xian sighed, lowering his voice along with a hint of complexity. I've already told you that lately my classes are a bit more, sometimes I'll return later. Why do you still wait for me? Grandma smiled awkwardly, clearly lacking confidence in front of her upset grandson. I wasn't waiting. I was just watching TV and accidentally fell asleep. Such a clumsy excuse like a child's made it hard for Chen Xian to say anything. Hey! What happened to Xian Xian's hand? Grandma lifted the small blanket covering her and stared at Chen Xian's plaster-covered right hand, instantly shaking off all traces of sleep. She wanted to touch it but hesitated, anxiously asking. Chen Xian had prepared an excuse beforehand, calm and composed on his face, nothing serious. Today, while passing by the soccer field, I got hit by a classmate's ball. I've already seen the doctor, who said it will be fine in a few days, and it won't affect my studies. Speaking, he pulled out the remaining money with his left hand from his pocket and handed it to her. This is what's left from the medical fees my classmates gave. Looking at it, the aged face showed none of its usual kindness, instead readying itself as if bracing for something serious, her gaze tightening. What use is this? He shouldn't have been playing football properly, didn't he see if anyone was around? Does it hurt, Xian Xian? Grandma's warm hand gently held onto Chen Xian's cool fingertips exposed from the bandages, full of concern. Chen Xian smiled, pulling Grandma's hand with his left hand, leading her into the bedroom while soothing her. It doesn't hurt. It just grazed the bone a little, it'll heal in a few days. You're fooling Grandma. Your arm is all wrapped up, and you're still saying it doesn't hurt. Leading Grandma to sit on the bed, he pressed on her shoulders. I'm not fooling you. Since I was a child, have I ever lied to you? Grandma didn't listen to him, her eyes tightly fixed on Chen Xian's right hand. Retreating to the doorway, Chen Xian hid his right hand behind the door, only exposing half of his body, with a smile on his face. Grandma, go to sleep. Grandma nodded, no longer insisting as she indeed lacked energy. Closing the door, Chen Xian stood by it for a moment before slowly walking back to the living room, turning on the light, instantly brightening the house. Only then did he notice there were still a few dishes on the table. Chen Xian felt warmth welling up inside him. He carried the dishes into the kitchen, freezing them in the fridge, and turned off the rice cooker that had been keeping the food warm. Grandma had kept the meal warm for him, waiting. It seemed earlier when she saw his hand, she got so worried that she forgot everything else. Chen Xian smiled, suddenly feeling the pain in his hand subside. The next day, despite his injury, Chen Xian still went to the classroom early. When Zhang Qi entered and saw the person sitting at his desk, he narrowed his eyes slightly. He thought this person would take leave and rest at home, never expecting him to be so bold, showing up even with an injury. Chapter 11 Campus Line, Blossoming Blood, 11. Zhang Qi leaned to one side, his tall figure making the distance between them somewhat narrow. His ambiguous eyes were fixated on the approaching Chen Xian, gliding over his plaster-covered right hand before settling on that calm, unassuming face. Zhang Qi's gaze darkened. From the moment Chen Xian stepped into the classroom, the once noisy environment was like a scene being paused, everyone stopping their actions, laughter halting, and all gazes aligning to look at him, especially at his eye-catching right hand. Zhou Lin, sitting in the first row, also stopped writing and glanced over, wrinkling her brow after a brief look, her expression complex. The classmate beside her had already turned around to whisper to the boys behind. What happened to Chen Xian's hand? I don't know, but I think Zhang Qi did it. Shit, Zhang Qi's too brutal. No help, no one dares to cross him. Suddenly, I feel sorry for the top student. What's the use of pitying him? Do you dare to stand up for him? If you dare to get in Zhang Qi's way, next time it'll be you. After this reminder from the boy, she could only unhappily turn her head back. Zhou Lin withdrew her gaze and lowered her head, her black shiny eyes fixated on her English workbook. In silence, she didn't move for half a day, just tightly gripping the pen in her hand. Chen Xian bore all the stares from everyone as he walked to his seat, pulled out the chair and sat down, making very little noise throughout the process. His calm gaze never once looked at the people around him. Zhang Qi squinted his eyes, his face looking sullen, with even more frost forming in his eyes. Everyone thought he was about to lose his temper again, feeling nervous and scared. Jingle jingle. At that moment, the shrill bell rang, announcing the start of class. For the first time, the usually annoying ringing sound seemed so pleasant. Zhang Qi glanced at the classroom door, slowly adjusted his posture, sat upright, and picked up the sports drink beside his desk, tilting his head back for a sip. A layer of water vapor still clung to the bottle, and the cold water going down his throat somewhat cooled his anger. In no time, the English teacher came in carrying workbooks, her high heels clicking against the floor. When Chen Xian attended class today, Zhang Qi's emotions were extremely complex. In his 19 years of life, from childhood to now, no one had ever dared to openly defy him like this. Chen Xian was the first. Even after being severely reprimanded last night, he acted as if nothing happened today, sitting calmly next to him as if flaunting before his very eyes. That originally strange feeling quickly transformed into an inferno of rage. However, by the end of the day, Zhang Qi began to feel something wasn't right. No matter whether he tried talking or provoking him, or even cornering him in the restroom, Chen Xian gave no reaction, his pitch-black eyes remaining silently fixed on the ground. There was not a single flicker of emotion on his face. That completely composed demeanor was akin to wearing a mask, effectively hiding all feelings. Every action and expression conveyed one simple message: you go ahead. Zhang Qi clearly saw that Chen Xian was deliberately ignoring him, treating him as though he did not exist. This attitude evoked two bizarre sensations within Zhang Qi. Either Qin Xian was terrified of him due to the earlier treatment and thus avoided looking at him, or Qin Xian deeply detested him to the extent that he simply refused any contact. Bang! The sound of a basketball hitting the floor in front of him snapped Zhang Qi out of it. Out of instinct, he caught the ball. A man dressed in red basketball attire approached Zhang Qi. "Are you here to play basketball or space out? You've been sitting there for half an hour." Zhang Qi spared him a glance, raised the ball, and threw it effortlessly into the hoop with a resounding clang, scoring a three-point basket. It was executed with great flair. The ball bounced a few times and slowly rolled towards the corner. Zhang Qi's profound gaze lost itself in deep thought. Both interpretations unsettled him. The people around knew he was lost in thought and guessed as they speculated, "Are you thinking about the mock exam?" Furrowing his brows, Zhang Qi turned around and asked, "Mock exam? Yeah, didn't you know? Old Zhao mentioned it this morning." Old Zhao was the physics teacher and also the head of the physics department. He enjoyed playing basketball during breaks and thus mixed well with the basketball team members. Occasionally, in their chats, he would divulge some school and grade schedules. "Didn't we just have an exam? Why another one?" Zhang Qi's voice betrayed more irritation. Shaking his head, the other person replied, "I don't know, probably an impromptu city test. But as for you, the second rank in the grade, what do you have to worry about?" Upon hearing the word second, Zhang Qi's expression darkened, and his chiseled handsome face carried an added aura of menace. The person nearby realized they'd unintentionally hit Zhang Qi's sore spot and awkwardly laughed, saying, "What's there to worry about with second place? Now that Qin Xian has broken his hand and can't write anymore, I bet he won't stay first." Zhang Qi's eyes brightened. He had intentionally injured the other's hand to prevent him from taking the exam. Now, with the mock test coming unexpectedly, it was essentially handed to him on a silver platter. How was Qin Xian supposed to compete this time? Reflecting on this, Zhang Qi couldn't help but grin. He simply refused to believe otherwise. Being the top student in a grade, and consistently so over 2 tests, naturally garnered much attention from Principal Zheng Yong. On the day of the inspection, when Zheng entered the classroom and saw Qin Xian's arm in a white cast, his brows furrowed instantly, summoning the student to his office. He inquired about the situation, wanting to understand how his hand got injured. Qin Xian gave Principal Zheng Yong a deep look but chose not to reveal Zhang Qi's name. Zheng assumed that he must have hurt himself accidentally, so he expressed his concern carefully and instructed him to take good care of himself and rest properly. He warned against doing anything dangerous during such a critical period of senior high school, as there was absolutely no room for error. He also informed Qin Xian about the upcoming mock exams. This citywide mock exam was supervised by the Education Bureau, as they wanted to take advantage of this opportunity close to the college entrance exams to assess the level across the city. The leaders of No. 3 High School also hoped that both the liberal arts and science top scorers would come from their school. Once the school laid out its expectations, the pressure naturally fell on Principal Zheng Yong's shoulders, so Qin Xian, as the top-ranked student in science, naturally became a key focus. At such a crucial moment, having broken his hand was truly disheartening. Zheng Yong asked whether it would affect his performance in the exam. Qin Xian merely said that the impact was minimal and that writing wouldn't be an issue. Hearing Qin Xian's assurance, Zheng Yong finally felt reassured, this first-place position in science could not be lost. Only Qin Xian knew for certain that the injury was severe. If it hadn't been for the game auxiliary system helping him exchange for some benefits, with the current condition of his hand, he'd definitely ruin this test. On the way back to the classroom, Ashang spoke up. "Ashang, how does Mr. Chen plan to take this exam?" "Qin Xian, of course, I'll aim for first place." "Ashang. There's a mall promotion ongoing, recharge 98 units, receive a benefit reducing pain sensation by 0%, Mr. Chen. Interested?" "Qin Xian. You're afraid." "Ashang, you've misunderstood me, I'm not afraid, just worried about you." "Qin Xian, no need to worry, I'm just waiting for my chance to act. This time, I don't believe the target will stay silent." "Ashang." Both were well aware of what the mock exam entailed. Zhang Qi had deliberately tolerated Qin Xian's indifference these past few days. He seemed to have caught sight of impending victory, or perhaps imagined seeing Qin Xian's failure and expression. In any case, Zhang Qi was brimming with anticipation regarding this mock exam. On the day of the exam, the weather was clear, with bright sunshine illuminating the azure sky as calm as a painting. Only in the far distance, a shadowy cloud was silently approaching, a sign of turbulent undercurrents. Everything appeared eerily tranquil, akin to the calm before a storm. Zhang Qi sat at his exam desk, idly twirling his pen and leaning casually against the back of his chair. Watching Qin Xian walk into the classroom, his cunning eyes fixed intently on that serene face with a dismissive glance. He assumed Qin Xian could only put up a front now, but once the results were revealed, his true countenance would surely change. Time during exams always passed in a flash, the wall clock accelerated as though sped up. 2 or 3 hours went by in the blink of an eye. The proctor played on his phone while seated at the podium, the only sounds in the room being those of flipping pages. Qin Xian bent low over his paper, blocking Zhang Qi's view from behind. Determined not to reveal any missteps, his handwriting was messy and uneven, losing the strength and vigor it once possessed, resembling a child's scrawl. When the first session of the exam ended, Chen Xian was making his way towards the classroom of Class 8 when he noticed a tall, slender figure heading toward him. As usual, this person didn't wear the blue and white school uniform jacket but instead sported a black shirt with a blue squirtle printed on it. His hands were stuffed in his pockets, his stern face radiating coolness. Zhou Yan's dark gaze locked onto him, his eyes remaining still as ever. For a brief moment, Chen Xian hesitated, then nodded to him as a gesture. Zhou Yan scanned him briefly, without even pausing, and proceeded downstairs, indifferent as if they were strangers. Chen Xian paused momentarily, feeling somewhat disheartened. Seems like you two know each other, though he doesn't seem interested in speaking to you, a teasing voice nearby interrupted. An arm draped over his shoulder, pulling him aside. Unlike his own thin and weary arms, this one was vibrant, robust, and energetic. The touch against his neck felt warm and heavy. The burning breath came close, making Chen Xian feel odd. He tried to step away, but Zhang Qi seized him firmly, refusing to let go. No wonder you sought help from him last time. Zhang Qi's gaze turned slightly cold as he watched Zhou Yan walk away. His smirk carried a hint of malice. He retracted his gaze, looking at the person beside him. Thick bangs partially covered his pale forehead, his lips pressed tightly shut, and his dark glossy eyes completely ignored Zhang Qi. This time around, securing the first place was essential for Zhang Qi. It fulfilled his natural competitive streak, putting him in an excellent mood. The usually violent aura surrounding him diminished significantly. Even when Chen Xian remained aloof and unresponsive, he wasn't the least bit angry. On the contrary, he found him increasingly appealing. Wait for the results, they're bound to prove your loss. With that, Zhang Qi patted Chen Xian's shoulder and swaggered off. Standing there, Chen Xian stared at the tall retreating silhouette of someone, shaking his head almost inaudibly, such a naive kid. Shang was too lazy to comment, thinking that this gaming dimension was bound to crash eventually and decided it was better just to wait for the game to reboot. The release of the exam results coincided with the weekend, and most students had returned home. Except for over 10 students who lived far away and boarded long-term, the school was basically empty. To manage these few students, teachers took turns on duty every week. This time, since it was also a citywide mock exam, the school paid great attention to it. Jingyong and other homeroom teachers were all working overtime, preparing score analysis charts and other reports for use on Monday morning. Jingyong glanced at the ranking list in his hand and smiled contentedly, feeling very relieved. He sat in the office all morning and decided to go to the restroom to wash his face. Before he entered the restroom, he overheard two voices whispering. Hey, I wonder if the results from this mock exam are out yet. Soon, I see many teachers in the office. They must be working overtime. If I don't make it into the top 100 this time, my dad will kill me. You think that's bad? If Chen Xian gets first place again in Class 8, I think he's the one who will get it really bad. Upon hearing Chen Xian's name, Jingyong stopped and stepped forward. Why? I have a friend on the basketball team who told me when we were having barbecue together last time. Zhang Qi has his eyes set on a limited edition sports car. He already made a deal with his wealthy father. If Zhang Qi gets first place, he'll buy him the car. But somehow, Chen Xian came along and disrupted it twice in a row. He said that Zhang Qi confronted Chen Xian twice already. If Chen Xian comes in first again in this mock exam, I don't think Zhang Qi will let him live. Shit, there's actually such a thing going on. Don't tell anyone what I said. If Zhang Qi finds out we're spreading rumors, you and I won't survive either. Got it, rest assured, I keep my mouth shut. Jingyong stood at the doorway, thinking back to the cast suddenly appearing on Chen Xian's right hand. His expression turned contemplative. Chapter 12, Campus Arc, The Blossoming Blood, Part 12. Recalling the unusual movements of Zhang Qi over the past 1.5 months and the peculiar behavior of Chen Xian, Jingyong looked serious and complex. Silently, he returned to the office, sat down, and stared at the screenshot of the grade report on his computer screen inside the chat box. On the other end of the dialogue, it read Chairman Zhang Qingming. He stared at it for a while and then shifted his gaze to the red certificate in the upper right corner of his desk, which read Senior Teacher Qualification Certificate. The bright red cover seemed to hold some magical allure. After a days lasting an unknown length of time, he picked up the mouse, darkened his gaze slightly, and reopened the previously unfinished analysis table, continuing to organize it. Having taught for so many years, he had seen countless squabbles among students. This time should be no different. He had already applied for senior teacher evaluation, and the timing was close. There couldn't be any mishaps now. It was just half a year until the college entrance exams. It'll be fine, we can just ride this wave until it passes. Zhang Qingming's private villa lay south of Ning City, adjacent to Lake Park, surrounded by lush green trees, a gathering place for Ning City's wealthy elites. Zhang Qingming owned a standalone 4-story courtyard villa, where Zhang Qi resided on the second floor. It was Sunday afternoon, around 2:30. Zhang Qi had already woken up and was now leaning against the bedhead, still drowsy, staring absent-mindedly ahead. Just moments ago, he had a dream, once again about Chen Xian. Lately, his mind often conjured up Chen Xian's face, annoying, indifferent, focused, every expression crystal clear, as if he'd intently scrutinized them one by one. He could even see the steely determination shining in those pitch-black, luminous eyes. Despite being physically weak, he dared to stand up against him, as though a single punch wouldn't suffice to knock him down. Since he had come first in the citywide mock exam this time, he would generously let him off. As long as Chen Xian didn't deliberately provoke him, peaceful coexistence wasn't impossible. Thinking this, a faint smile curved Zhang Qi's lips, his dark eyes revealing a rare sincerity and purity. Just as he was lost in thought, his phone vibrated. He casually reached for it and opened it to check. For several seconds, the air grew eerily silent. The flicker of a smile gradually faded from Zhang Qi's eyes, like a setting sun plunging into the depths of a darkening sea. His serene gaze turned utterly dark and profound. Expressionless, Zhang Qi rose, walked to the walk-in closet, took out a navy blue lightweight hoodie from the cabinet, changed into knee-length olive green shorts, grabbed his phone, and went straight downstairs. Zhang Qingming had no business in the company today and was home, so Ho Yi was also around. Ho Yi was Zhang Qingming's sworn brother, their friendship built on solid bonds. Back when they were both poor, Zhang Qingming and Ho Yi had struggled together, risking their lives on the streets. Later, as times changed, Zhang Qingming left Ning City to seek another path, relying on his former ruthlessness in the underground world to enter real estate. Ho Yi remained the local power broker in Ning City. The two parted ways and never met again. Not until 20 years later did Zhang Qingming return in glory. And the first thing he did upon coming back wasn't inviting various government departments to a banquet or dealing with competitors, it was seeking out Ho Yi, his sworn brother of old. They had once made a promise, to share happiness and hardship alike. Now that Zhang Qingming had prospered, he hadn't forgotten their pledge from long ago and directly asked Ho Yi to retire from the underworld and work alongside him. Actually, after Zhang Qingming left, Ho Yi hadn't expected much, for someone who had spent years struggling at the bottom of dirty life and finally climbed out of the mire wouldn't likely go back to such filth once they'd seen the better, cleaner side of the world. But Zhang Qingming had managed it. When Zhang Qingming approached him, Ho Yi was genuinely overjoyed and immediately decided to retire cleanly, leaving behind all connections to the criminal underworld and committing fully to working with Zhang Qingming. However, someone like Ho Yi, who had fought in the gray zone for decades, could not simply walk away so easily. His deep-rooted influence was still very much alive. Ho Yi was younger than Zhang Qingming, ranked second in his family, and often spoiled Zhang Qi. Though Zhang Qi was proud, indulgent, and defiant, he held great respect for Ho Yi, even addressing him as Uncle too. At this moment, Ho Yi was sitting in the first-floor garden, leaning against the wall, holding a glass ashtray in one hand and a cigarette in the other. Ho Yi was lean, not particularly tall, with a tidy short haircut. His skin was fair, and he favored wearing a suit jacket. His eyes were always shadowed with a cold and ruthless glint earned through years of living dangerously, and he enjoyed smoking. Zhang Qi walked up, and immediately the smell of tobacco invaded his nostrils. Despite being half a head taller than Ho Yi, Zhang Qi now bowed his gaze, hiding the sharp edges he usually carried. Uncle too, I need to talk about something with you. Ho Yi was lost in thought and turned around at Zhang Qi's sudden interruption. He looked at Zhang Qi with a smile, casually patting him on the shoulder while holding the cigarette in his mouth. You finally remembered your uncle too today. What is it? Zhang Qi retracted his usual sharp edge and smiled innocently. I need to borrow a few people from you. Ho Yi took a puff of the cigarette, the glowing red tip quickly burned down the tobacco. He then raised his hand to pinch it out between his fingers, his experienced gaze sharp and direct. What do you need them for? In front of Ho Yi, Zhang Qi never hid anything from him because Ho Yi disliked indirectness and deceit. Straightforward honesty was always better than trying to play tricks in front of him. Zhang Qi didn't hold back. Nothing serious. Just someone I want to teach a lesson. Ho Yi arched an eyebrow, his scrutinizing gaze intensifying as he extinguished the cigarette in the ashtray. A lesson? Did someone at school provoke you? Zhang Qi knew what Ho Yi was thinking but softened his tone. Yeah, there's this guy who keeps provoking me over and over again. I just want to give him a bit of a taste of discipline, but don't worry, Uncle too, I have my limits, and I won't overdo it. Hearing Zhang Qi claim he knew his boundaries, Ho Yi's cautious expression relaxed somewhat, since Zhang Qi's word carried some weight with him. And since Zhang Qi was still just a high school student, youthful arrogance and unnecessary conflicts among kids were quite normal. So Ho Yi nodded calmly. Alright, when Uncle Zhao comes by later, just let him know. Zhang Qi smiled. Got it, thank you, Uncle too. Then I'll leave you to rest while I step out for a while. As he spoke, he moved toward the door, but halfway through, he paused, remembering something. Turning back, he said, by the way, Uncle too, please don't tell Dad about this. He'll only ask too many questions. There was a clear sense of teenage restlessness and rebellion against his parents in Zhang Qi's voice, and Ho Yi responded with a faint smile, waving a hand. Alright, I won't tell your dad. Thanks, Uncle too. Zhang Qi nodded, turned, and walked away. Though a faint smile lingered on his lips, the smile seemed colder, carrying an icy frost that never reached his eyes. Chapter 13, Campus Arc, The Blossoming Blood, Part 13. On Saturday afternoon, his grandmother, rarely having free time, had taken the keys and gone downstairs to chat with the other seniors nearby before heading to the park for a stroll. That left Chen Xian alone at home. He was lounging on a rattan wooden chair, the sound of the TV blaring with a drama in the background. In his left hand, he held a palm fan fanning himself while his right, the one in a cast, gripped a tomato that he was leisurely munching on. There was no trace of the usual quiet and refined young man demeanor he typically showed. A 1, Mr. Chen, the target is coming your way with 3 people. Chen Xian, so quick to come after me, did he see the report card? A 1, yes, he did. Chen Xian, alright, I'll prepare then. I have a feeling he's going to try and kill me. Chen Xian quickly got up, putting down the tomato in his hand and rushing towards the restroom. A few minutes later. A 1, why are you brushing your teeth and taking a shower? Chen Xian, it's not appropriate for children, don't ask. This is my preparation before acting. A clean body is basic respect for an actor. A 1. After the shower, Chen Xian tidied himself up in front of the mirror, wearing a pure white work shirt, loose jeans, and his just-washed hair hung loosely around his face. His clear eyebrows and eyes exuded charm, and his gentle smile refreshed one's spirit, making him seem like a very clean-cut young man. Chen Xian was quite satisfied. Then, he sat neatly in the living room, glancing at the door from time to time. But after waiting for more than 10 minutes, the expected knock on the door didn't come. Chen Xian, you said he hasn't come yet? Could it be that this neighborhood is too out of the way and he can't find it? Should I go down to meet him? Chen Xian, never mind, I'll go meet him. A fine young man shouldn't get lost finding his way. A 1. As he spoke, he returned inside, grabbed a bandage to fix his right hand, and carried his grandma's vegetable basket in his left as he went outside. He walked out properly and openly. Actually, Zhang Qi had already arrived. In a black Toyota Alphard minivan, Zhang Qi sat at the back, gazing quietly through the dim car window at the bustling streets, unkempt passers-by, old neighborhoods, dirty roads, all of which were utterly repulsive. His handsome face creased with furrowed brows. The reason he hadn't gone upstairs to look for Chen Xian was his concern that others might be present. Though he intended to settle accounts with Chen Xian, he hadn't planned to involve anyone else yet. Leaning against the seat back, he waited about 10 minutes when he spotted a familiar figure walking out. Wearing a white t-shirt and jeans, holding a plastic vegetable basket in his left hand and having his right arm in a cast, his demeanor was tranquil. Despite his simple attire, his appearance was refreshingly neat, making him stand out significantly among the chaotic crowd, almost like a pristine puddle in a swamp. Zhang Qi straightened himself and muttered, "Follow him." A few hundred meters from the apartment building, there was a lively market full of fresh vegetables, raw meat, and fish stalls. When he had stepped out, the system had informed him of Zhang Qi's position, so he occasionally turned his face slightly toward that direction. Unlike the dull atmosphere of school, upon encountering acquaintances, he smiled naturally without hesitation, exuding a serene and calm smile of daily life. Zhang Qi followed silently behind, parking near the entrance of the market. As Chen Xian shopped, staying close to the entrance at a few vegetable stands selecting produce, Zhang Qi remained inconspicuous while keeping his focus sharp. With the window rolled down, Zhang Qi could hear the noisy hawking of sellers but paid no heed, observing Chen Xian intently instead. Every movement, every slight expression and every hint of a smile was vividly imprinted on his watchful eyes. Chen Xian bought a pound of meat, a few tomatoes, a block of tofu, then moved to another stall where he stood still. Gazing fixedly at the neatly aligned, fresh green cucumbers dripping with water droplets, he felt they were exceptionally fresh. Chen Xian, I want to buy 2 cucumbers. A 1, Mr. Chen, please pay attention to moderation. Chen Xian, what are you thinking? I'm planning to eat cold cucumber salad. A 1. Chen Xian knew Zhang Qi was lying in wait for him outside. After paying, he didn't linger long in the market but walked out with his basket of groceries, choosing a wide road under repair with plenty of cement blocks and sand. Although vehicles could still navigate this path, its construction details ensured it would lead precisely to his destination. Chen Xian walked slowly forward as people around grew fewer. His mind wandered vaguely, staring absent-mindedly at the ground. Suddenly, the sound of a car approached from behind. Instinctively, he stepped aside to let the car pass, not even bothering to glance up. But instead of driving by, the vehicle stopped right in front of him. Confused, Chen Xian looked up. The glossy black doors of the business van opened slowly in front of him. A man unfamiliar to him but radiating a sinister aura emerged, thereby revealing Zhang Qi sitting inside. Zhang Qi leaned against the backrest, head tilted, expressionless, gazing at him. Chen Xian's pupils contracted sharply as he immediately understood the situation. The smile on his lips vanished instantly, and he tightened his grip on the basket of groceries before turning and running. But apparently, the other side had been prepared. The first man to emerge moved faster, seeing Chen Xian run, he quickly caught up, grabbing him and pushing him down to the ground. The basket of groceries was scattered across the floor. Fortunately, the meat and vegetables were in bags, so they didn't get dirty, only the block of white tofu broke into pieces. Lying on the ground, Chen Xian's right hand was hurt from the fall. His face turned pale, his expression slightly contorted. Before he could recover, the others quickly surrounded him, pinning him down. A few seconds later, a pair of footsteps sounded nearby, slow but crisp as sand was crushed beneath shoes. Chen Xian remained sprawled on the ground, his complexion ghostly white. Zhang Qi approached the scattered basket of groceries, crouching down. Still lying there, Chen Xian watched helplessly as Zhang Qi picked up each item carefully, wiping them clean before placing them back into the basket. The tender and meticulous movement sent shivers down Chen Xian's spine. Placing the basket aside, Zhang Qi dusted off the sand and dirt on his hands, then reached out, lifting Chen Xian's chin with a firm grip. The warmth of his fingers was alien and unsettling. Chen Xian was forced to look directly into Zhang Qi's face. Sunlight spilled over Zhang Qi's handsome features, casting deep shadows that concealed any emotion. The rebellious air he usually exuded had faded entirely, replaced by an intense gaze like a predator seeking prey under the cover of night, icy and devoid of feeling. Chen Xian felt a chill run through his heart. Zhang Qi's calm demeanor reminded him of a murderer preparing to take a life, serene and still on the surface, yet simmering beneath with a volatile rage that seemed impossible to contain. Chen Xian panicked, wanting to avert his eyes but unable to do so due to Zhang Qi's tight grip. Why did you run? After falling, isn't your injury worse now? Chapter 14, School Line, Blooming Blood, Part 14. A low voice echoed in Chen Xian's ear. Though the words seemed concerned, Zhang Qi's expression remained cold as ice, and his tone carried no warmth at all. Chen Xian swallowed hard, pressing his thin lips into a straight line, staying silent. Zhang Qi sneered. This is the third time, Chen Xian. Even if I break your hand, you still won't give up. Is this first place really that interesting to you? But it doesn't matter anymore. From now on, feel free to study however you want. However, today, let's go somewhere else. With that, Zhang Qi gave a faint smile as Chen Xian's eyes widened in fear. That day, Zhang Qi brought Chen Xian directly to his apartment in Ning'er City, a well-known complex called Four Seasons City, located on the 18th top floor. This apartment was bought for Zhang Qi as a birthday present when he turned 18 by Zhang Qingming. It came fully furnished, with all necessary appliances ready to use. Besides occasionally inviting members of his basketball team over for relaxation, Zhang Qi rarely stayed there. Still, due to Zhang Qi's severe obsessive-compulsive tendencies regarding cleanliness, cleaning staff regularly visited to maintain tidiness, leaving the house pristine. After passing through the entrance hall, Zhang Qi briefly glanced at the neatly arranged furniture in the living room before dragging a wooden chair directly toward the bedroom. The chair scraped loudly against the floor. Upon reaching the master bedroom door, he threw the chair inside with a sharp sound. The chair wobbled momentarily before standing still. He stood by the doorway, arms crossed over his chest, leaning against the wall. His face revealed no emotion as he spoke in a calm, low tone. Secure him. As soon as the order was given, the men following him immediately pressed Chen Xian onto the chair and tied him up. Throughout the process, Chen Xian said not a word. Not even a shout escaped his lips. His quietness made Zhang Qi perceive him as fearless, as though no matter what he might do, Chen Xian wouldn't show any signs of fear and would simply endure everything. Zhang Qi's gaze darkened, a faint smirk appearing on his lips, mocking. You truly hope you'll have the same expression a bit later, it'll be much more entertaining. Once they finished tying Chen Xian to the chair, the men walked toward the door, nodding to Zhang Qi as a sign of completion. Zhang Qi raised his head slightly. Please thank my uncle for me. Mr. Zhang, don't mention it. One of the leading men smiled and nodded in response. Having completed their task, they left without further delay, knowing the rest was none of their concern. When the group departed, an oppressive silence enveloped the vast bedroom. The dark color scheme, primarily brown and gold, coupled with the heavy atmosphere, created a suffocating ambience. At first, Zhang Qi took no immediate action. Instead, he tilted his head slightly, his sharp eyes scrutinizing Chen Xian closely. His penetrating stare was filled with a suffocating intensity, as if clamping down on the most vital part of someone's throat, rendering them motionless. Chen Xian gritted his teeth, head lowered, remaining silent. Humph. Zhang Qi let out a light chuckle. He turned around, closed the door, and with a snap, locked it securely. In the next second, he fished out a black phone from his hoodie pocket, sauntered over to the cabinet directly across from Chen Xian, set the phone up to face him, then tapped a few buttons on the screen. Once done, Zhang Qi finally looked at Chen Xian. He moved in front of Chen Xian, slightly bent down, gripped his chin firmly, and said in a slightly cold tone, "Are you ready?" Chen Xian thought Zhang Qi was about to hit him again. Upon hearing these words, he just swallowed hard, clenched his fists, closed his eyes, and braced himself for whatever was coming, resigned to endure it. It wasn't as if he hadn't been beaten before, once he got through this, it would be fine. Seeing that Chen Xian had shut his eyes, an icy, mocking voice came from above. When did I say I'd hit you? The hand on his jaw tightened, forcing his face higher, tilting his pale neck elegantly, while a warm yet somewhat rough forehead pressed against his own. Hot breath grazed his face. Chen Xian trembled momentarily, held his breath, and slowly opened his eyes, suddenly colliding with a pair of dark, deep eyes, like chilling mist in the dead of night, capturing his stunned gaze. Zhang Qi's forehead still pressed against his, their faces incredibly close, allowing Chen Xian to even see his deep brown irises and feel the faint prick of stiff strands of hair. Today, we're going to try something else. As he spoke, another hand slid down Chen Xian's neck to the collar of his shirt, where its fingertips traced his skin lightly, causing unfamiliar warmth and sensation wherever they touched, heightening his sensitivity. The hand gripping Chen Xian's jaw gradually loosened, shifting to the collar, tugging forcefully. A sound of fabric tearing rang out, the thin white t-shirt immediately split open in one large rip, exposing his pale, scrawny chest to the air. Zhang Qi stepped back slightly, smirking, but his cold stare never wavered. The bound person stared wide-eyed, clearly terrified, his face turning white. His slim chest, long unseen by sunlight, was pale and tender. Though disheveled, the sight inexplicably fueled Zhang Qi's desire to humiliate further. A flicker of light crossed Zhang Qi's pitch-black eyes. He turned around, picked up the black phone perched on the cabinet, then slowly approached Chen Xian and squatted down in front of him, raising the phone. The camera lens pointed directly at Chen Xian's pale face. Looking into the lens, Chen Xian asked in a low, slightly confused voice, "What are you going to do?" Zhang Qi grinned. "I actually wanted to invite more people today," he said casually while freeing his right hand to lift the hem of the white t-shirt and start unfastening the belt on Chen Xian's jeans. Chen Xian's mind went blank for a moment, panic taking over. Shame drove him to writhe his body, disregarding the injury on his right hand entirely, his voice trembling. "What are you doing?" Zhang Qi paid no heed, exerting strength with his hands, pulling the belt out completely, and tossing it aside. Lifting his eyes slowly, they glimmered with chilling emptiness. Then he spoke gravely, "Do you know what men do during AJ?" Chen Xian's pupils contracted sharply. Whatever flush of anger or embarrassment had been on his face instantly vanished. His calm expression now betrayed alarm and fear, the steadiness from earlier had evaporated. Such an expression certainly pleased Zhang Qi, who brought the lens closer, slowly moving it downward from Chen Xian's face, meticulously recording every intimate detail before him, unwilling to miss a single moment. Staring at the screen, Zhang Qi's breathing unconsciously quickened. His broad right hand landed gently on Chen Xian's slim waistline and moved lower. Chen Xian jolted awake, his body quivering, biting down hard on his lower lip to stifle the soft sounds rising in his throat, his pink lips turning bright red. "Stop!" he whispered desperately. Zhang Qi chuckled softly. "Already shy after just starting?" His icy tone brimmed with malice as he gathered Chen Xian's bangs upward, fully exposing his face in the lens. Zhang Qi shifted his gaze and tightened his grip slightly. This was the first time Zhang Qi had such an unobstructed view of his face. Whether Chen Xian feared or tried to escape, he could only allow Zhang Qi to scrutinize him, unable to turn away like he always had when Zhang Qi looked at him. With an unforgiving gaze, Zhang Qi observed every detail of his expressions carefully. After some time, he finally spoke. "Aren't you always eager to compete with me? Now that you've gotten first place, don't you think there should be some kind of punishment? Don't worry, all your appearances today will be recorded by me, intact and precise. Next time you get first place, I'll wrap it up for you, send it over, and let your family enjoy it with you, so they can see how beautiful their son's body is." Chen Xian's face went deathly pale, full of disbelief and horror, his eyes hinting at a trace of disgust. He tried to speak but the sound caught in his throat, looking like a prey animal cornered by a predator on a cliff edge, one misstep leading to certain doom, only able to struggle for survival. His lips trembled lightly. "You're insane, I'll call the police, I will definitely call the police." "Call the police?" Zhang Qi countered with an upward tone, as if hearing some sort of joke. The hand slid from his neck down to the elegant collarbone, soft yet seductive actions filled with malice and temptation. "How will you call the police?" "Go to the police station and tell Uncle Policeman that you were toyed with, then strip off your clothes and lie down to let them inspect your body. Or perhaps use the video on this phone. Since you want to report to the police, I should probably go further, right? That way, you have the evidence, correct?" As he spoke, Zhang Qi's hands became even more unrestrained. Chen Xian's pupils shuddered, biting his thin lips until blood seeped out, causing nausea in his heart. "Get away, get away." Red eyes, a suppressed and broken voice, though seemingly resisting, it deeply evoked hidden desires within the listener. Zhang Qi wouldn't possibly let him escape. This was just the beginning. From this moment on, he felt like he had become a doll, stripped bare with all his secrets exposed to the air, no coverings left. All his pride and self-respect lay shattered in the dust, held and desecrated by someone else. The virtues and etiquette taught by grandma from a young age seemed destroyed completely in these short few hours. At the edge of the muddy pond, the once clear puddle was thrown into a filthy state. In the middle of playing around, Zhang Qi recalled something and looked towards the basket by the door. "Did you buy groceries today?" Chen Xian froze instantly, his left hand tethered to the bedhead showing bright red marks. He curled up completely naked, trembling badly, his chest rising sharply under his pale face tinged slightly pink. He widened his terrified eyes, struggling fiercely, with his voice quivering and tearful. "No. Please don't. But those committing evil never listen." Through the whole ordeal, Zhang Qi remained neatly dressed, wielding a black phone while continuously recording everything. Chapter 15, Campus Line, Blooming Blood, Part 15. In the spacious room, the curtains weren't drawn together, with space in between allowing sunlight to fall onto the bed where a white figure lay partially covered by a quilt hiding only above the thighs. The long, straight legs were thus revealed in the open air, inviting imagination and stirring desire. Chen Xian kept his eyes wide open. His deadened gaze fixedly stared at the gap, gazing upon the light streaming through, seeing the floating dust particles, which seemed as though the shaft of light constituted their entire world. Standing beside the bed, Zhang Qi adjusted the phone, storing the videos properly before slipping it into the hoodie pocket. Then, lowering his gaze, he looked at the person lying in bed. His dark eyes narrowed slightly, his tone laced with sarcasm. I didn't know it, you always appear so quiet normally, yet in bed and on camera, quite promiscuous. Mocking words, like sharp and fine needles, pierced into his flesh, following the bloodstream straight to his heart, spreading pain throughout his body. Though the anguish cut through his soul, Chen Xian simply lay motionless. Like a warm corpse. The smile on Zhang Qi's lips gradually faded, not revealing much joy on his handsome face, still cold and devoid of emotion. Today's goal to humiliate this person had been achieved. With this video, obedience akin to that of a puppet could be ensured forever. Thinking about it, a flash of malevolent amusement crossed his mind as mocking eyes focused intently on the back figure lying on the bed. Oh yes, there's one thing I lied to you about, it wasn't a video recording. It was live streaming. The back figure stiffened. In the next second, the rigid body curled slightly, a defeated aura pervading the calm silhouette, resembling a fish stranded on the shore, having fought its hardest but remaining in place nonetheless, losing any strength to resist after despair took hold, every breath a compromise with fate. You should rest assured, it wasn't a public broadcast, but rather a special platform, specifically supplied for particular viewers. They were pleased with your reaction earlier. I also recorded the session. If you ever take interest, I might send you a copy to watch yourself. Chen Xian didn't quite hear what Zhang Qi had said. He merely lowered his eyelids, hiding the vacant gaze within, his mind immersed in deep darkness as all sounds receded from him. Perhaps sensing Chen Xian's emotions, or perhaps satisfied by his compromising response, Zhang Qi finally reached his goal of defeating this person, and a slight smirk lifted his indifferent lips in a cold smile. Was it live streaming? Of course not, that was just deceptive language to trick him. It was just recording on video earlier. He liked seeing the expression of pain on this man's face, far better than the look of blind persistence with gritted teeth. And the sound of his plea for mercy still seemed to echo in his ears. Aren't you supposed to never be afraid? Didn't you end up humiliatingly kneeling in front of me, lowering your proud head? Zhang Qi walked to the door, lifting his hand to grip the doorknob, his dark eyes staring at the brown door as his low voice carried through. Chen Xian, this is your lesson. In life, one must learn how to concede defeat. Sometimes, kneeling can also be a choice. After speaking, Zhang Qi opened the door and walked out. After Zhang Qi left, the house fell silent like stagnant water. After who knows how long, the person lying down slowly sat up, the thin blanket slipping down to his waist, revealing the serious face of this handsome individual. Chen Xian, I underestimated him. This kid is pretty cunning despite being so young. Shang, are you alright? Chen Xian, still fine. It's just unfortunate that I wasted money buying those vegetables. Shang. Chen Xian, do you think I performed well enough? Was I pathetic enough, excellent enough? Shang, excellent. Chen Xian, that's good. Final exams are coming up. Just wait and watch me make waves during my acting exam. I'll scare them half to death. Shang, wish you pass. Chen Xian, thanks to your kind wishes. Oh right, did he live stream or not? Shang, no, only recorded video. Chen Xian, I knew it. Live streaming. He's a rich second generation with no such habit of playing the disciplinarian role for others' amusement. Shang, what will you do now? Based on the current game progress, you're at a disadvantage compared to him. There's still a long way to go before exacting vengeance. Chen Xian, don't rush. I have everything under control. In the afternoon, Grandma returned home, noticing that there was no sign of Chen Xian. Thinking he had gone out, she picked up the groceries and headed to the kitchen, planning to start cooking around 5 or 6 o'clock. As the clock on the wall ticked on, its minute hand circling again and again, Grandma flipped through several TV programs but saw no sign of his return. With such waiting, worry inevitably crept into her heart. But then again, with college entrance exams approaching and knowing Chen Xian was always obedient, he might have simply gone to the library like usual. Approaching 8 o'clock, she was cutting vegetables in the kitchen when she heard the sound of the door opening. Her heart filled with joy, she called out to the nearby living room, has Xian come back yet? Grandma's clear and hearty voice echoed clearly throughout the small house, but after a while, no one replied. She paused in cutting the vegetables, slightly puzzled, and put down her knife intending to go check. Just as she turned and took a few steps, a small voice sounded. Yes, I'm back. Hearing that familiar voice, Grandma smiled contentedly and nodded, returning to continue slicing vegetables. Not long after, she heard a door closing and the sound of the water heater turning on from the corner. Putting down her knife, she stepped out of the kitchen to check, and sure enough, the bathroom light was on. The reading room has an air conditioner, so why would you come back and take a shower immediately? Grandma muttered suspiciously but didn't give it much thought. Yet, 40 minutes passed and dinner was almost ready, but no one came out. Walking to the bathroom door, Grandma knocked gently. Xian, why haven't you come out yet? Don't stay in too long, it's easy to get sick. Hurry up and finish so we can eat. Grandma's done cooking. The water inside ceased momentarily, followed by a faint voice. Yes. I understand. Steam billowed in the bathroom where Xian stood naked in front of the mirror. The surface of the mirror was foggy, showing only a blurred silhouette. Raising his hand, he wiped away the mist, and amidst the disordered marks, the image of himself in the mirror gradually became clearer. Dripping wet hair hung limply, droplets sliding down his cheeks slowly, while pale skin blushed slightly from the steamy air. Bright eyes now carried a profound sadness, reflecting deep within their depths the unextinguished disgust, for his own self-disgust. Xian stared intently at the person in the mirror. Xian, what a pitiful youth. Shang, there's no one around, you should hold back a little. Xian, you don't understand. A true actor deceives themselves, believing completely, even now, I'm almost touching the essence of acting. Shang, what do you plan to do? Xian, I'm sick. Shang, what illness? I didn't know about it. Xian, depression. Shang. Xian, just watch. From now on, the entire world will be my stage. Chapter 16 Campus Line, Blossoming Blood, 16. In the morning, on a small white square table sat a plate of steamed buns and a stir-fried dish without meat. The living room window was open, allowing occasional cold winds to blow in, leaving the dining table eerily quiet. Xian had his head bowed, silent, while Grandma looked at his face thoughtfully. Perhaps it was her imagination, but she felt this child hadn't been smiling much recently. In the past, during meals, he would talk to her about schoolwork, yet these days, he had become silent for every meal. Grandma handed him a steamed bun, unable to help asking, Xian, is your study pressure too much lately? Xian paused, holding the bun. He raised his eyes to meet Grandma's caring gaze, calmly curling up the corner of his mouth with a normal voice, no, everything is fine. Maybe sensing Grandma's slight concern, he paused briefly, then added, there was just a mock exam last week. Time was tight. Grandma nodded thoughtfully, murmuring, mock exams, that makes sense. Recently, Grandma felt like you were suppressing something inside you, turns out there's an exam again. But since your hand is injured, will it be okay for the test? It'll be fine, it's just that the handwriting might look a bit rough. As he said this, he lifted his right hand and wiggled it in front of Grandma, showing a relaxed face. Grandma chuckled, though her tone held a tinge of complaint, good to hear. If it hurts during the exam, don't endure it. Tell the teacher. Even if we miss an exam, it's fine, you understand, right? Your school organizes these exams way too often. After finishing the porridge in his bowl, Xian put the bowls down neatly. He stood up and walked to the cabinet next to him, picking up his backpack. This is the city-level mock exam, came up suddenly, but this score is very important. We must do well. He glanced at the clock on the wall and stopped talking. Grandma, I'm going out. Good, be careful on the road. Xian echoed lightly as he closed the door behind him, okay, I know. As a key high school in the city, the majority of students in senior high number 3 were extremely diligent and serious. With nearly 20 minutes left before the start of morning self-study, the school campus was already bustling with activity, each classroom filled with about 70 to 80% of the students. However, instead of heading directly to his classroom, Xian, carrying his bag, walked down the long corridor towards the grade 3 teacher's office. He wanted to change seats. He didn't want to see Zhang Qi's face anymore, not even during study sessions when surrounded by the lingering presence around him. Just sitting beside Zhang Qi was enough to remind him constantly about what happened that day. As long as it wasn't beside Zhang Qi, he would accept any seat, even the last row. It wouldn't matter to him. He had even prepared the words to explain his request. But just as he approached Cheng Yong's office, his steps abruptly halted, his unfocused eyes suddenly sharp, his pupils contracting tightly. A figure stood at the doorway of the teacher's office, tall and imposing, the upper part of his school uniform unbuttoned, arms crossed over his chest, leaning against the wall. His deep, dark eyes locked onto Xian, who was only 2 or 3 meters away, a faint smirk playing at the corner of his lips, radiating arrogance and defiance. His carefree stance made it seem as though he had anticipated Xian's arrival all along. His powerful presence seemed to block Xian's path invisibly, while his cold expression felt like a blade pressed against his throat, intimidating him. Xian tensed, quickly lowering his head, his thin lips pressing into a straight line as he averted his gaze. Gripping the shoulder strap of his bag tightly, he retreated a step as if out of fear, turned around, and quickly walked toward the classroom. His pace was hurried, lacking the lightness he had when he first arrived. Zhang Qi, having achieved his purpose, straightened up, watching that panicked back with a slightly raised eyebrow. Trying to run, huh? Well, let's see if I agree. For Zhang Qi, the following class time was a playground, but for Xian, it was a hunting ground, and he was the fleeing prey. Their seats were on the farthest left row, and Zhang Qi's was on the window side. To see the blackboard, Zhang Qi's gaze would naturally sweep towards where Xian sat, creating an illusion that made Xian feel as if he was constantly being stared at. This person keeps watching me, thought Xian. Such an intermittent feeling of scrutiny became unbearable over time. Sharp eyes seemed to penetrate through all his pretenses, sometimes deep, other times gentle. Every nerve in his body tightened under the constant perception, so after 2 classes, Chen Xian could no longer bear it. He tilted his head slightly to the left as though unconcerned, stealing a glance, and immediately met with a wall of black. Zhang Qi had propped up his face with his left hand, leaned slightly, and his intense eyes were locked firmly onto him, without a blink. Chen Xian hesitated for a breath, pretending as though he hadn't noticed, and turned his head back to the blackboard. However, his tightly gripped pen betrayed his calm demeanor, his fingertips turning pale. For the rest of the time, he did his best to diminish his presence, not daring to overstep boundaries. His desk remained completely free of books, carefully avoiding all possibilities of contact with Zhang Qi. Such avoidance made it hard for Chen Xian to focus on the lectures. Every class dragged on for what felt like several times its length, only providing some reprieve during breaks when Chen Xian stepped away from his seat. As per tradition at Senior High No. 3, Monday afternoons' last 2 periods were reserved for PE classes. Typically, the physical education teacher allowed students to organize their own activities. Chen Xian already suffered exclusion from his classmates, and now with his broken arm, nobody cared to involve him. Aware of this reality, he chose to return to the classroom, reasoning he could spend more time solving questions there rather than standing idly around. Lost in these thoughts, as Chen Xian passed the basketball court near the small playground, he suddenly saw a few tall and muscular figures approach, holding basketballs, talking loudly, laughing happily while dribbling. His steps faltered. These people belonged to the basketball team, one of whom had participated in the previous beatings he endured and who was very close to Zhang Qi. Wrinkling his brow, without a second word, Chen Xian instinctively stepped aside, intending to walk the opposite direction. Yet it appeared they had noticed him too. One of them grabbed the ball, quickened their pace, and intercepted Chen Xian before he could distance himself. "Hey, isn't this our top student? How come you're still attending PE with your broken hand?" The individual approached Chen Xian, tapping the cast on his arm mockingly. Chen Xian drew back his right hand, not wanting any conversation, furrowing his brows as he tried to leave via the other side. But the individual wouldn't relent, raising an arm to block him. "Where's our top student going? Let me accompany you." The taunting voice was grating, and the man didn't stop, placing a hand on Chen Xian's shoulder while leaning closer, trying to pull him closer. At the unexpected touch, Chen Xian paled. Almost reacting purely on instinct, he forcefully shoved the individual forward. Not expecting resistance, the person stumbled back several steps, barely kept upright by others grabbing him just in time, otherwise, he might have fallen. "Shit, you little bastard dared to push me." Infuriated, he raised his voice. Chen Xian looked at the anger on his face, dread filling him as he retreated instinctively, but then his back hit something firm, a chest. He froze in place. Meanwhile, the member of the basketball team glanced over in surprise, and upon seeing who it was, his expression instantly changed, losing all arrogance as his words stuck in his throat. Chen Xian also noticed the change and slowly turned around, only to find Zhou Yan's cold, stern gaze fixed upon them. After exchanging glances among themselves, the members of the basketball team signaled each other subtly and carried the basketball away, but not before shooting a final warning glare at Chen Xian with a menacing, "You wait." There was no way they'd confront Zhou Yan just to deal with Chen Xian, it wasn't worth it. Zhou Yan towered over Chen Xian, casting his icy eyes downwards. Chen Xian assumed he had blocked his path and immediately moved aside. Even after moving, Zhou Yan didn't walk past, instead, his deep voice rumbled above, "Grocery store." Confused, Chen Xian looked up at him, taking a moment to understand the suggestion, an invitation to go to the convenience store together. After thinking for a moment, Chen Xian nodded. The two mismatched figures walked side by side across the playground, attracting quite high attention. From afar, Zhang Qi stood on the basketball court, rhythmically dribbling the ball against the ground, every sound heavy and deliberate. His dark eyes focused intently on the two figures not far ahead, his face revealing nothing. Chapter 17 Campus Line, Blossoming Blood, 17. Following Zhou Yan, Chen Xian reached the grocery store. The grocery store was outsourced by No. 3 High School and operated by a young couple. During PE activity classes, it would be packed with people, making it hard to even squeeze in. But today, Zhou Yan was clearly an exception. Just as he lightly stepped inside, the noisy voices ceased as if someone had pressed pause. All eyes were on him, whispers spreading like wildfire. Surprisingly, the crowded counter magically cleared a space for him. Chen Xian didn't follow him in, nor did he stay at the jam-packed entrance. Instead, he walked a few meters to the side, finding a quiet spot to wait. His calm gaze fixed on a short tree ahead, lost in thought. "Chen Xian, I feel that Zhou Yan isn't as terrifying as rumors say. He's actually quite nice. He took me to the hospital last time, and now he helped resolve my predicament. Online, rumors aren't reliable." Chen Xian, yeah, perhaps it's also because of our shared experience of being marginalized. Not long after, Zhou Yan came out, his cold and harsh face emotionless, emanating a distant and forbidding aura that starkly contrasted with the Pikachu printed on his t-shirt. His tall, lean figure stood out in the crowd instantly. He stopped outside for a few seconds before spotting Chen Xian standing slightly off to the left corner, backlit by light. The blue and white school uniform hung loosely on him, making him appear frail. His jet black hair was longer than average for boys, slightly tilted upward as he remained still, staring ahead. His well-defined jawline shone faintly while the white bandage around his neck highlighted a somber, subdued air about him. Compared to before, he now seemed lifeless, relegated to the dark corner. Zhou Yan's gaze darkened as he approached Chen Xian and handed him what he was holding. Chen Xian looked down, surprised at seeing the grape-flavored soda suddenly appear before him. Grape flavor. Chen Xian gave Zhou Yan a puzzled glance, his dark eyes fixed on him, revealing a hint of surprise amidst his calm expression. After a moment, Chen Xian raised his left hand to take the soda. The chilled bottle was already coated with water droplets, the cold sensation penetrating through his skin and into his heart. In the stifling heat of summer, it felt like a warm breeze brushing past, awakening a peculiar warmth within him that he couldn't quite describe. Because of his family background, his personality leaned towards introversion, speaking little at both home and school. He never really had friends throughout his life, and no one had ever treated him to anything. Recently, due to Zhang Qi's bullying, he had been completely ostracized, people even avoided meeting his eyes. For the first time, someone offered him something. Thank you. Chen Xian held the drink tightly, his voice wasn't loud, but Zhou Yan could hear it clearly. Accustomed to coldness, when warmth approached, it couldn't help but stir something inside. Zhou Yan retracted his gaze, opening his own drink and taking a sip before heading out. Chen Xian didn't open his drink, simply clutching it in his hand as he followed Zhou Yan. The two walked toward the classroom. Because of the sports activity class, there were very few people returning, and the peaceful greenery felt more like a leisure park. When they reached the teaching building for the third-year students, Zhou Yan stopped, throwing his empty can into the trash bin. Zhou Yan's class was class 5, while Chen Xian's was class 8, the two classes weren't on the same floor. Standing at the entrance to the hallway after disposing of the garbage, instead of going upstairs, Zhou Yan turned slightly, leaning against the wall as he glanced at Chen Xian's right hand. Then he looked up at Chen Xian, his tranquil gaze direct and serene. After a long moment, he suddenly said, "There are only 2 months left." Chen Xian shifted his steady gaze from the drink to meet Zhou Yan's eyes, nodding, He understood. There were only 2 months until the college entrance exam. Once it was over, he could leave Ningxing and this place with his grandmother. For him, all he needed was one final step. This simple exchange was calm and natural. One was the openly isolated target of bullying, the other an untouchable school thug. Though these two individuals didn't seem to belong together, their current interaction resembled friendship, with the surrounding atmosphere surprisingly harmonious, as though just a few words were enough to convey each other's thoughts. Actually, Chen Xian didn't know much about Zhou Yan. Perhaps his sole knowledge came from the few sentences he'd heard those hooligans mention during his beatings. Living in the same area, having similar challenging backgrounds, this was their biggest commonality. Chen Xian looked at Zhou Yan and suddenly wanted to ask, "Where do you plan to go after graduation?" Zhou Yan's gaze softened momentarily, staying silent for a while. Eventually, his gaze turned upward to the staircase as he answered, "Work." "Is that so?" Chen Xian nodded, feeling an urge to confide in someone for the first time. "I'm going to City A to find my parents." Zhou Yan averted his gaze and glanced at him sideways. Chen Xian suddenly smiled, his bright grin replacing the previous gloom. "It'll be soon." Zhou Yan's expression darkened, and he didn't say anything more. Instead, he turned and headed upstairs. Chen Xian followed behind. Online, Mr. Chen, your target is approaching, 30 meters to go." Chen Xian paused as he climbed the stairs, his eyes lifting to look at Zhou Yan's back. His pitch-black pupils flickered with emotion. "Chen Xian, that fast? All the better. I think it's necessary for someone to realize some issues." Online, what issues?" Chen Xian, Zhang Qi is proud, unrestrained, even vengeful over trifles, but his possessiveness is extremely strong, just like his obsessive-compulsive tendencies. People outside of his acceptance range are completely ignored by him, let alone touched. Chen Xian, yet, his bullying and violence against me completely overlook this fact. Chen Xian, this shows that subconsciously, I am different to him, and what I need to do is put this difference right in front of him. He just needs to use Zhou Yan a bit for that. The next moment, something unexpected happened. Chen Xian misstepped and fell backward. In a panic, he grabbed Zhou Yan's sleeve, but Zhou Yan was physically fit and reacted quickly. He didn't fall but immediately turned around, grabbing Chen Xian and running down several steps. Since they had only gone up 5 or 6 steps, retreating wasn't very dangerous. They went down a couple of meters into waist-high bushes, stopping the momentum. Zhou Yan held Chen Xian fully in his arms, while Chen Xian's left hand gripped the cloth at Zhou Yan's waist, leaning against his chest. The powerful heartbeat resonated clearly in Chen Xian's ears. The unfamiliar scent and sensation pressed against Zhou Yan, making his body stiffen momentarily. Although neither of them fell, the sudden movements hurt Chen Xian's injured right hand. Zhou Yan heard a sharp intake of breath, stepped back slightly, and looked down. A wrinkle appeared on his forehead. Chen Xian's face was pale, devoid of any blood color, and he clenched his teeth, looking somewhat contorted with pain. Unable to resist, Zhou Yan asked, "Are you alright?" Online, Mr. Chen, you've already been spotted by the target. He's watching from a corner behind you." A flash of darkness passed through Chen Xian's deep black eyes. He shifted his body slightly as if creating distance between them, though in reality, he allowed his face to become clear to whoever was watching. Chapter 18, Campus Line, Blooming Blood, 18. Chen Xian didn't answer, but his face was still pale. Zhou Yan frowned on his cold stern face, his tone not as detached as usual, instead carrying a hint of concern. "I'll take you to the infirmary." Chen Xian's gaze flickered, his expression freezing. Being isolated for too long meant even a simple word of concern could pierce the heart's most vulnerable string, causing one's hardened defenses to crumble. He hadn't heard such words for a very long time. The emotions buried deep inside him exploded all at once, tearing apart the nonchalant facade he had maintained. His dark eyes tinged red as he stared intently at the ground, unblinking. Though his expression seemed indifferent, tears flowed silently down his cheeks, disappearing quickly. Zhou Yan's protective arm hesitated for a moment. Perhaps realizing the dampness on his face, he quickly loosened his grip on Zhou Yan's shirt and wiped away the tears with his left hand, raising his head with slightly evasive eyes and forcing a strained smile. "No, I'm fine. It just hurt a bit when we collided earlier. It's a physiological reaction." He cried because of a physiological reaction, not out of being moved by Zhou Yan. Who was Zhou Yan? After asking that question, the abnormality and stirring of his emotions were clear as day. Such a clumsy lie was powerless against him. An unpleasant shadow crossed his face as he stubbornly grasped Chen Xian's left hand. To the infirmary. As soon as he touched Chen Xian's wrist, Chen Xian flinched as if electrocuted and hid his hand behind his back. His watery eyes stared firmly at him. "I'm really fine. I can't trouble you." He couldn't possibly go to the infirmary, that would ruin everything. He wasn't that stupid. Not far away, Zhang Qi was staring intently at the embracing and tugging between the two, his face twisted into an unpleasant grimace. His dark eyes were filled with churning shadows, icy and piercing, heavy with menace. His furrowed brows showed severe tension. Zhou Yan frowned deeply, his presence becoming colder. "This is your right hand. Don't you want?" Chen Xian pressed his lips together, about to speak, but a deep voice cut him off, his pupils suddenly widening. "I already said it's fine. Why are you so worked up?" Zhang Qi wore his school uniform over a basketball jersey, walking slowly from behind with a mocking smirk on his face that concealed an extremely dangerous demeanor. His sharp gaze pierced coldly at Zhou Yan. Zhang Qi carried an imposing aura, every word and action was like the edge of a sharpened blade, radiating lethal intensity. Especially now, as he harbored pent-up anger within him. Zhou Yan turned slightly, locking eyes with Zhang Qi, his icy stare and toughness not faltering in the slightest. It was like two predators facing off, a tiger versus a leopard, destined for a fierce confrontation. Despite Zhang Qi's volatile temper, he wasn't irrational. No matter the situation, emotions never controlled his actions, nor would he physically assault someone out of anger. He maintained the same absolute composure and clear thinking as Zhang Qingming. Dealing with Chen Xian was just a method. If he were to clash with the uncontrollable Zhou Yan, he'd need clean hands, and frankly, he hated getting dirty. So Zhang Qi ignored Zhou Yan, walked past him to Chen Xian's side, placed a hand on his shoulder, and pulled him close without ever glancing at him. "My seatmate doesn't like talking to strangers, yet you're still so bothersome." Zhou Yan's focus narrowed sharply. Zhang Qi gave Zhou Yan a sidelong glare before continuing, "Or do you want another brawl? And get yourself into more trouble?" As he spoke, his faint smile disappeared, his aura pressing down heavily like a predator staking its territory. Then, casting a quick glance at Chen Xian's right hand, Zhang Qi attempted to turn and drag him away. Zhou Yan extended an arm to block their path, his expression frigid though his determined gaze remained fixed on Chen Xian. Infirmary. A jolt ran through Chen Xian's mind. "Brother, I'm faking it, it doesn't hurt." Really? Did he overdo the pain act earlier? He wished he hadn't exaggerated quite so much. Online, is he worried he crushed you, which is why he insists you go? Chen Xian, is that it? Deciding to adapt to the current situation, Chen Xian resolutely refused Zhou Yan's offer and followed Zhang Qi, knowing full well Zhang Qi wouldn't actually take him to the infirmary due to how ruthless this maniac could be. With added coldness compared to before, Chen Xian responded calmly, "No thanks." What had been warm tones seconds ago now became icily dismissive, pushing Zhou Yan away in front of others' ears like deliberately clearing any association. Zhou Yan's expression darkened further. He glanced briefly at Zhang Qi beside them, then eventually let his arms drop, stepping aside. If they were to confront each other right now, both would receive punishment, not just one person alone. Zhang Qi shot a mocking laugh and bumped Zhou Yan as they crossed paths. Zhou Yan stood there, his black eyes carrying ferocious disdain. Of course, Chen Xian wouldn't follow Zhang Qi willingly, he had to keep up appearances. With many new and old grudges between them, this felt like heading toward execution. Almost without hesitation, he struggled fiercely to escape Zhang Qi's grasp. However, Zhang Qi's grip was too strong, tightly clenching his wrist. In less than 15 seconds, red marks already covered the pale skin. Struggling violently, when they passed by a secluded stairway entrance, Zhang Qi abruptly yanked him, pressing him against the wall. Dark, profound eyes swept across his entire body from top to bottom, chillingly sinister as if gazing into an abyssal marshland. Sensing danger, Chen Xian's body gradually froze stiff. Zhang Qi sneered, "I underestimated you. You're capable of playing the victim. Huh? Feeling lonely after being toyed with by men?" Chen Xian's complexion paled, glaring intensely at Zhang Qi with fierce determination. "Let me go." "Let you go?" Zhang Qi leaned forward slightly. "Are you shy now? Every inch of you is already known to me, what's the fear about?" His voice dropped lower and softer, like butterflies fluttering lightly over the ground. Chen Xian caught his breath, his thin lips pressed tightly together as painful memories surged back, leaving trembling traces of fear on his body. The flush of indignation extended from his cheeks all the way to his neck. "Weren't you very free-spirited just now? Why have you become so uptight around me?" Zhang Qi's face was alarmingly close, his straightforward oppression making it hard for Chen Xian to breathe. He averted his gaze, exposing his pale neck under Zhang Qi's pitch-black eyes. In the dim light, the grip on his wrist tightened further. Chen Xian almost sensed the restraint in Zhang Qi's emotions. But this was school, not Zhang Qi's apartment or some entertainment venue. Two students were approaching them from behind, cutting short Zhang Qi's intentions. Zhang Qi narrowed his eyes, casting a glance and suppressing the fire and complexity in his chest. He took a step back, releasing the restraint on Chen Xian, but his tightly clenched left hand didn't let go. The two students passing by just glanced at them and kept walking. The next moment, Zhang Qi's eyes darkened further and suddenly said, "As your good seatmate, I'll still take you to the infirmary. If there's any aftermath that prevents participation, it would be such a pity." Chen Xian was startled, immediately stunned for a second, forgetting to perform. Chen Xian, is he insane? Online system shows everything is normal. Chen Xian, what the heck? This hand was broken by him. And he's looking like what? If he discovers I faked it and my right hand is fine, I think this lunatic will break both of my hands. Online, Mr. Chen, keep it up, you can do it. In one breath, this instant stretched infinitely for Chen Xian. Many response strategies flashed through his mind, but in the end, he decided on the most cliché method: remain steadfast, resist until the end. Chen Xian prepared his emotions and spoke very low, "Not necessary." Zhang Qi raised an eyebrow as if he heard it but chose to ask again, "What did you say?" Chen Xian turned around, meeting those hateful eyes, gritting his teeth fiercely, "I don't need your fake kindness." The surrounding air felt instantly drained. Zhang Qi stared intently with deep-set eyes, curling his lips into a cold curve, and pushed Chen Xian backward. Chen Xian's back hit the wall hard, causing a sharp pain in his chest as Zhang Qi gave one look before turning and leaving. After they were far enough away, Chen Xian slowly slid down to the floor, feeling a wave of fear. Chen Xian, phew, almost got exposed. Chapter 19, Campus Line, The Blossoming Blood, 19. Afterward, Zhang Qi changed his method of tormenting him. Because Zhang Qi wasn't going to the basketball team much anymore. Often, he stayed at his desk, playing with books. After Zhang Qi lost interest in first place, he no longer needed to study, yet he spent more time in the classroom than ever before. It seemed deliberate. Though under his direction, bullying against Chen Xian decreased somewhat, he wouldn't be shoved repeatedly, nor would he be pushed from behind mid-walk or have his bag tossed in the corridor without cause. However, habits are terrifying. Even though Zhang Qi had relaxed the oppression on him, not a single person was willing to get close, to talk. In every class activity, he was always alone. The obvious intentional targeting diminished, but a subtle gaze always followed him day after day. Like a hunter's gaze, cold and complex, with no intention of killing but constant torment. Under these circumstances, in the classroom of Senior 3 Class 8, there was often an odd scene where Zhang Qi and Chen Xian sat simultaneously at their desks reading. This change from Zhang Qi stirred the sensitive and fragile nerves of Chen Xian. He thought it was another form of surveillance, or a different way to torture him. Since the last incident, Zhang Qi already cast a shadow over him, and now, each day, Chen Xian had to be extremely cautious, walking on eggshells, constantly worrying about the ice cracking beneath him and falling into the icy river. One day, Chen Xian, estimating the timing, removed the bandages from his hand. That night when his right hand was finally free, sitting in front of his room's desk, he took out a new journal from the drawer, pulled out a fountain pen with his right hand, and began writing. Online, why are you writing a diary? Chen Xian, recording my tragic mental journey, from school bullying to depression. It's all documented, which will later be used as a powerful moral condemnation tool. Online, preparing ahead. Chen Xian, hee, you found out. Chen Xian was highly absorbed in his writing, expressing profound sadness one moment and emitting sinister laughter the next, appearing quite sinister and scary under the yellow glow of the desk lamp. At the same time, to fully experience the anguish of depression, these days Chen Xian purchased viewing and reading experiences from the gaming mall, downloading numerous pain-related films and books. Anytime he had free time, he would make the system pull them up and watch tirelessly, working day and night for more than half a month. Chen Xian himself became unwell. He would often stare at things blankly, feeling low-spirited, devoid of hope for anything, as if unable to anticipate the future, lost in total bewilderment. It was akin to standing in a pitch-black abyss, head tilted upward toward the little bit of light above, but unable to climb out no matter how hard he tried. His grandmother had noticed his changes, but she didn't know the reason. She just assumed her grandson was under heavy study pressure. She wanted to intervene but felt powerless. By this time, there was only a little over a month left until the college entrance examination. On Monday morning, after the second class ended, Chen Xian was solving questions when Zhang Qi suddenly and strangely asked beside him, "Have you thought about which school you want to attend?" Chen Xian's hand holding the pen paused for a moment. In the next second, he pretended not to hear and continued writing. Slap. Zhang Qi threw an English review book called 5-3 onto Chen Xian's desk, blocking the practice book on it. On its purple cover were two bold black characters, Zhang Qi. The lively atmosphere during the break was instantly chilled like having a bucket of cold water poured over it. Those who had been observing them thought Zhang Qi was going to lose his temper again. Many of those originally sitting at their desks quickly gathered in groups and went to the restroom. The classroom immediately emptied out. Chen Xian stopped writing, his head still lowered. His disheveled bangs covered most of his expression. The shadow cast down hid every bit of his stiffness well. The atmosphere remained silent for quite some time. Chen Xian's voice was very low as he hesitantly chose to answer, "Haven't thought it through." Zhang Qi looked at Chen Xian's side face, and all those vivid expressions flashed again in his mind, crying, laughing, silent. Eventually, it was always those bright yet sharp eyes staring at him. Though clearly giving in, they seemed never willing to admit defeat. Especially when he saw him hugging Zhou Yan, the irritability and brutality inside him was replaced by another unfamiliar emotion. He wanted this face to confront him, wanted these eyes to keep looking at him. He thought it was good that this person was isolated. With no one around to bother him, the only person he could talk to was himself. Wasn't that perfect? Zhang Qi reached out and pinched his healthy chin, feeling his immediate stiffness. He aligned his face with his own, gazing into those eyes. You should look at someone when talking. It's basic politeness. Chen Xian tightened his lips and stayed silent. Zhang Qi wasn't angry either, he slightly moved his thumb, savoring the fine texture at his fingertips. It doesn't matter if you haven't thought it through. Just tell me later. He paused briefly before continuing, let's go home together tonight. We're going the same way anyway. At the sound of those words, Chen Xian's complexion turned pale. Suddenly raising his eyes, his bright ones filled with terror. What could come from an invitation by a tormentor? It could only mean even crueler mistreatment the next time. Just thinking about what might happen that evening made Chen Xian's breathing become rapid. He violently brushed off Zhang Qi's hand due to his reaction being too extreme. The movement was too fast, slapping against Zhang Qi's hand back with a loud smack. Chen Xian gulped nervously, no, not necessary. Looking at the hand thrown aside, slightly flushed red, Zhang Qi's oppressive aura intensified. His unpleasant look was directed towards Chen Xian's panicked eyes. What did you say? Jing Yong stepped into the classroom and immediately sensed the oppressive atmosphere. There weren't many people at their seats either. At the upper left corner, Zhang Qi's confrontation with Chen Xian caught his attention. In the next second, he shouted at Zhang Qi, come here. Zhang Qi glanced at the back door, suppressed the fire in his chest, stood up, and knocked the chair backward against the next row of tables. He stared at Chen Xian one last time before walking toward the back door. What's up? Although he had restrained his anger, there was still a trace of aggression in his tone. Jing Yong, looking at Zhang Qi who was taller than him by a head, subtly glanced at Chen Xian sitting quietly and unmoving at his seat, come with me to the office to get new review sheets. Why not ask the class representative or the monitor? Stop yakking, hurry up. Meanwhile, in the farthest right row, Zhou Lin wore headphones, head down, pitch black eyes unblinking focused on the exercise book. There was no sound in the headphones, and the pen hadn't written a single word. Yet, the corners of the book were already crumpled. Once Zhang Qi brought it up, Chen Xian knew this person wouldn't let it slide easily. But he detested Zhang Qi. He'd never disliked anyone so much in his entire life, from childhood till now. When the self-study session was almost over, Chen Xian began to feel tense, constantly paying attention to Zhang Qi's movements. His eyes kept checking the clock, filled with fear and anxiety. However, contrary to expectations, as soon as the bell rang marking the end of class, Zhang Qi grabbed his bag and left, seemingly forgetting entirely about the going home together incident. Chen Xian sighed in relief. After waiting for quite some time, he packed up his things and went home. While going downstairs, he encountered Zhou Yan. They exchanged glances and walked silently toward the school gate. However, he didn't know that Zhang Qi wasn't really leaving. At this moment, he was waiting for him at the alley entrance several hundred meters away from the school gate, holding a cigarette which lit up and dimmed intermittently. Zhang Qi smoked occasionally, depending on his mood, he would have one when it struck him. He exhaled a puff of white smoke, with the cigarette held between his fingertips. The next moment, Chen Xian and Zhou Yan's figures appeared together on the sparsely populated street, walking side by side. Under the dim yellow streetlights, there was a faint smile on the calm and indifferent face, with relaxed expressions. It was a look that had never appeared in Zhang Qi's eyes before. Zhang Qi did not step forward. Not until the two of them walked far away, with the tobacco spark burning out, did Zhang Qi take back his gaze, throwing the cigarette butt to the ground and stomping it out. Chapter 20, Campus Line, Blooming Blood, 20. The next day, Chen Xian noticed something was off with Zhang Qi. This perception was similar to the instinctive sensitivity prey animals had towards predators and their surroundings. The tense atmosphere in the air made him uneasy, constantly worrying about something happening. And Zhang Qi's silent restraint continued until the afternoon activity class, during which they were allowed free arrangement time. The activity class was as usual. The teacher first gathered everyone together for some warm-up activities, followed by the free activity time. When gathering, Zhang Qi stood at the front, with cold and hard-edged lines on his side face. Under the scorching sun, he gave off an overall chilly aura. The tall silhouette intimidated everyone around him. A few people standing near him stiffened like blocks of wood. When the teacher called out, "Dismissed," everyone scattered immediately. The few people around Zhang Qi sprinted away directly, while Zhang Qi simply left without a word. Chen Xian watched his retreating figure, finally letting out a breath of relief. But in the next second, several familiar faces surrounded him. There was a multimedia classroom in school number 3, which was used whenever the school had collective analysis meetings or grade assemblies. Next to the multimedia classroom was a storage room filled with many speaker devices and props needed for cultural performance events. Few people went there usually. After threateningly taking him to the storage room, they pushed him inside. Inside, Zhang Qi was sitting on a single-person sofa, fiddling with a very realistic pink rose artificial flower in his hands, with no expression on his face. Seeing Chen Xian being pushed in, he glanced up briefly. His pitch-black eyes seemed like an ancient well, devoid of any ripples. That icy, emotionless gaze was highly destructive, causing memories of torment to continuously flash in Chen Xian's mind. Afraid, Chen Xian stepped back one step. He clearly knew this was the expression Zhang Qi only showed when angry. And a quiet Zhang Qi was always more terrifying than a brutal one, like the last time when he broke his hand. But the people behind pushed Chen Xian again. With a stumble, he took a few steps forward, closing the distance between him and Zhang Qi. "The person is here. We will be leaving first," one of the men said as he stood by the door. Zhang Qi neatly placed the flowers in a white vase, stood up, walked to the door, and nodded to the man standing there. "All right, thanks. No problem." That person waved his hand, then left with the others behind him, having no concern with what happened after. After they left, Zhang Qi calmly locked the door, turning the key in reverse. Chen Xian's heart jumped into his throat at the sound of the lock clicking. He stood at the door for a second, turned around, and walked to Chen Xian. The height difference made him feel looked down upon. Zhang Qi lifted his hand and firmly grasped the cool hand of Chen Xian, dragging him over to the couch without resistance. "Sit down." Two gentle words, rare softness to hear, but in Chen Xian's ears, they sent chills throughout his body. It was the calm before the storm. Seeing Chen Xian not moving, Zhang Qi smiled, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. He pressed down on his shoulder and forced him to sit. "Don't worry, I've wiped it. It's clean enough." It was then Chen Xian noticed a thick box of wet wipes on the adjacent table, and next to the box was a small mountain of white wet wipes, as if the whole box had been emptied. There was a hint of fresh mint fragrance around his nose. "How many times has it been wiped?" Zhang Qi bent down, his sharp eyes level with Chen Xian's. His pitch-black eyes resembled the icy pond in a freezing cellar. "Smile once." Chen Xian froze, thinking he might have heard wrong. "I told you to smile." He hadn't misheard, but how could he possibly smile at the sight of that face? Chen Xian tightened his lips into a straight line, stubbornly looking at him with black glossy eyes. "Can't smile." Zhang Qi lifted his face. Chen Xian remained silent. "Last night, I saw you laughing happily." Chen Xian looked at him, suddenly understanding something. He realized that what he said about going back together was true yesterday. Not only did Zhang Qi not leave early, but he also saw Chen Xian and Zhou Yan returning together. A bad premonition rose in his heart, and Chen Xian quietly glanced at the door, then at the window. But all these small thoughts couldn't escape Zhang Qi's notice as he coldly remarked, "The door is locked, the windows are welded shut, and the keys are on me." Thinking of escaping? Just with these two sentences, Chen Xian was left speechless, his back unconsciously leaning backward. However, Chen Xian didn't know that these unconscious actions of his were easily provoking Zhang Qi's temper. Zhang Qi's hand on his chin tightened as his other hand brushed away his bangs, revealing a clean young face clearly within sight, accompanied by a dangerous aura that coiled around Chen Xian like a venomous snake. To Chen Xian, Zhang Qi's gentle movements felt disgustingly parasitic, making him break out into goosebumps just after a few seconds, with the exposed portion of his arm trembling visibly. This eagle-like gaze noted everything more clearly, and the surroundings grew even quieter because Zhang Qi bent over slightly leaning closer, making Chen Xian keenly sense the change in his presence nearby. Zhang Qi's air of authority seemed to drop even lower. "Don't want me to touch you?" After a silent moment, a low, restrained voice sounded, and Chen Xian didn't dare look up. In Zhang Qi's perspective, this was considered acknowledgement. In the next second, the corner of his mouth lifted into a cool arc, completely altering his expression to one of sinister fierceness. By nature, Zhang Qi possessed a very strong rebellious mentality, and being 18 or 19, there was inevitably an aggressive side to him. Combined with some indescribable emotions, all added together caused an arrogant defiance within him, unwilling to yield in any way or lower his head. Thus, it left no choice but to tighten the pressure further. If you're uncomfortable with it, I'll help you get used to it. His chilling words landed on Qin Xian's ears, and soon afterward, it became apparent where Zhang Qi produced a white strip of cloth, grabbing Qin Xian's hand, binding it firmly. With strong muscular legs, Zhang Qi pressed him hard against the sofa, controlling his every move. With one bind and one press, Qin Xian now fully understood what was about to happen. Qin Xian immediately lost his composure, struggling immediately, both body and voice trembling. The fear from memories surged again. You psycho, let me go. This is school. School. So what? Zhang Qi's tone was unsettlingly calm, showing complete indifference. The hem of his clothes was pulled up, exposing warm skin to the air, causing his breath to hitch abruptly. The last time, I shouldn't have let you off so easily. If we had acted sooner, maybe you wouldn't be afraid anymore, but it doesn't matter. If once isn't enough, then twice, if twice isn't enough, then 3 times, it will surely lead to habituation eventually, right? Qin Xian's face turned white, his head shaking repeatedly in fear and confusion as Zhang Qi's hand gripped his neck tightly, choking the sound of cries for help trapped in his throat. Bloodshot eyes watched as the figure came closer and closer. Instead, his voice kept echoing in his ear. Were you pretending to be pitiful in front of that lunatic dog, trying to elicit sympathy with your tears? To what point have you progressed with him? Does he know your real self? Do you need me to send the video to him? Why are you so nervous? It's not the first time. Faint wails of suffering could be heard faintly outside the storage room, interspersed with whispers that fell upon the ears. A pair of white female sneakers rested against the storeroom door. That afternoon, Qin Xian returned home, using the house phone to make a call to Jin Yong, then locking himself inside his room and never coming out again. That evening study session, both Zhang Qi and Qin Xian were absent. For an entire week, Qin Xian took a leave of absence. It was during this weekend that a post appeared on the official forum of school number 3. There was no text content, only a 3-minute video. Chapter 21, Campus Line, Blooming Blood, 21. Qin Xian lay flat on the bed, staring unblinkingly at the old chandelier on the white ceiling. Actually, that night, he knew Zhang Qi was waiting for him at the alley entrance, and had accurately announced his location. But he deliberately walked past him on the opposite street, intentionally showcasing ease and joy in front of him. He wanted to show him, besides you, Zhang Qi, I can smile at anyone. But through this event, Zhang Qi should have realized how different Qin Xian was towards him. Only. Qin Xian, I actually got forced in the game. Not really. That day, the game had perfect shielding measures in place, you shouldn't have felt a thing. Qin Xian. No, you misunderstand me. I'm an adult now, you can give me some space. I don't mind. This cannot be allowed. In response to the National Clean Internet campaign, it must be eliminated with one slap. Qin Xian. He raised his hand and took out a craft knife with his right hand. What are you doing? Qin Xian, worsening condition. Qin Xian asked for leave and stayed home for a week. Although his grandmother did ask him why, it was far too easy for Qin Xian to dodge her questions, even with the simplest excuse of focusing on his studies, which posed no problem. Because he was Qin Xian, the most obedient child in her eyes. During this week, Qin Xian intentionally messed himself up. He spent every night staying up late watching TV dramas and horror movies with online, not following a regular schedule, losing sleep, and experiencing drastic mood swings, laughing and crying at times. Within a very short period, he managed to make his face pale and gave off a lethargic demeanor all over. This is what a troubled child should look like. On the other side, at the Zhang family villa. Ho Yi came in and immediately saw Zhang Qi standing in the garden, head bowed, lost in thought as he stared intently at a rose before him, his distant gaze deep in contemplation, with a cigarette between his fingertips. Perhaps sensing his gaze, Zhang Qi turned around and saw Ho Yi standing by the garden gate. He extinguished his cigarette and called out in his usual manner, Uncle Tu. Ho Yi walked over. Why didn't you go to school today? I need to think about something. Zhang Qi smiled, his dark profound eyes carrying a complex expression that was hard to describe. The once carefree and unrestrained young man had gained a touch of maturity, as if burdened by something. Who hasn't been through 18 or 19 years old? Ho Yi deeply understood the troubles of this carefree age and the restless heart. Looking at Zhang Qi kindly, his tone rose slightly. Is there someone at school you're interested in? Zhang Qi furrowed his brows and looked back at Ho Yi, the darkness in his black eyes seeming veiled by a layer of mist as he questioned, what do you mean by interested in? Ho Yi was momentarily taken aback by the question. His seasoned and shrewd gaze suspiciously scanned Zhang Qi from top to bottom. Don't tell me that at your age, you've never liked anyone. Zhang Qi remained silent. Rather than saying he liked them, it's more accurate to say no one had ever caught his eye. Hou chuckled, the upward curve hiding the usual coldness and cruelty. Like a warm elder, he lifted his hand and patted Zhang Qi's shoulder. His voice wasn't loud but carried an almost imperceptible thread of tenderness and reminiscence. Boy, your current state means you found someone. Zhang Qi was stunned, his quiet gaze stirred, and the fog in his heart seemed to dissipate instantly, bringing clarity. The figure in his mind became clearer, and he realized something. As he was lost in thought, his phone buzzed. Zhang Qi pulled out his phone, and in the next instant, his expression drastically changed. Uncle Tu, please sit down first, I have something to attend to. With that, he hurriedly left. Nearby, a rose got bumped, shedding a few petals that fell onto the soil, red as blood. Hou smiled as he watched Zhang Qi leave urgently. He retracted his gaze, lowered his eyes, picked up the petals from the ground, pinched them in his hand, and finally crushed them with his fingertips. In the next moment, he tore them apart and tossed them back onto the ground. In a group of vibrant and spirited youths, rumors and gossip spread without needing any push. Curiosity, seeking excitement, and the urge to investigate were enough to make a video widely known within just a day or two. On Monday morning, Chen Xian's mental state was terrible. His consciousness seemed distracted, and his face looked sickly white, as if something had clung to and tormented him. He entered the gate as usual, but the more he walked, the stranger it became. Everyone who saw him would stop, curiously examining and evaluating him, whispering among themselves, and in a flash, everyone around him was looking at him with strange glances. Some voices reached his ears directly. The one in the video is him. Being so badly beaten and he still dares to come. The top student in grade, he definitely needs to show up. Look at how worn his clothes are. Could it be because his family is too poor and that's why he's targeted, just like XXX in our class? He looks fine. Why bully him? Could he be the type who pretends a lot? It's possible. Who cares? He must have done something wrong to be targeted. That's right. Chen Xian suddenly stopped in his tracks, and his blank, numb eyes paused for a moment. In the next second, as he raised his gaze to look at them, there was a flash of fear and panic. Chen Xian, what's going on? What video are they talking about? Someone posted the video of you being bullied onto the school website. Chen Xian, damn it, who wore this red scarf? I'm deeply moved. Aren't you afraid? Chen Xian, of course I am. I'm afraid that everyone doesn't know what I've gone through, and I'm afraid there will be another me like this in the school. You. Chen Xian, am I not touching enough? At such a crucial time in Senior 3, Chen Xian would never waste money on luxury items like a phone, so he directly had to pull up the video from the post. The video wasn't long, the camera shaking unstably, piecing together different angles and times into one image, of an individual constantly bullied everywhere. A figure squeezed out, insulted at every turn, mocked relentlessly. Perhaps the secret videographer feared being discovered, and the angle was careful, hiding the bullies' faces, but their cheerful laughter echoed throughout the footage. Desks were overturned, lunches dumped in trash bins and replaced with dirt, textbooks scribbled over, him pushed to the ground while walking. The bullies laughed incessantly, bystanders didn't seem to care, and the person on the ground kept getting up again and again. As the images played in Chen Xian's mind, he seemed a little dazed. The people around him thought he was too ashamed to go further inside. When Chen Xian came back to his senses, more than 10 people had gathered around him, all gazes fixed on him like reporters with flashing cameras, prying into him, trying to extract more from him. The sense of oppression felt like countless hands tightening around his throat, making the air suddenly feel thin. Chen Xian gasped desperately for breath, panic evident in his eyes as he looked around, growing even paler. Terrified, he shoved the people in front of him and ran off. What the hell is wrong with you? Watch where you're going. Exactly, no wonder you got beaten up. Zhang Qi waited for a long time in the classroom, his pitch-black gaze fixed on the door as people passed by, yet that particular person never arrived. After the first period, Zhang Qi stood up with a stern expression. The entire class held its breath, watching silently as he walked out. Once he left, many students pulled out their phones and began discussing the matter. Only Zhou Lin sat quietly, her head bowed as she worked on problems, showing no reaction. Zhang Qi hurriedly searched through the school. If he weren't troubling Chen Xian, he would never be late. Rigid and precise like a clockwork, yet today he hadn't attended the morning study session or the first class. He definitely knew. In the quiet campus, a tall figure sprinted across, playground, corners, the convenience store, multimedia rooms. He had checked every place possible, yet found no one. Zhang Qi panted, standing by the roadside, an unusual sense of anxiety rising within him. Had he not come? Just then, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a white figure behind the green bushes to the right. Zhang Qi paused, straightening his posture and gazing toward it. Leaning against the wall, sitting on the ground with his knees hugged close, head buried, curled up carefully as if trying to hide himself among the shrubs. Zhang Qi took a deep breath, stepping closer and stopping 1 meter away. Unknown whether it was 1 minute, 2 minutes, or even longer, Chen Xian slowly raised his head. Their gazes met. His lips pressed tightly, those beautiful eyes stared at him unwaveringly. The suppressed hatred erupted like a starfire spreading wildly over the grassland, tears streaming down silently. Through it all, he made not a single sound of sobbing. Zhang Qi's pupils contracted sharply, as if his heart was pierced by a needle. His hand at his side moved uncertainly before clenching tightly, his throat trembling. It wasn't me. In the silent surroundings, this voice was faint, lacking the usual cold arrogance, instead carrying a trace of hesitance. Tears dripped onto the blue sleeves of his school uniform, leaving trails of water. He simply stared at Zhang Qi, gripping his clothes tightly, his voice slightly hoarse as if speaking to himself. Why? Haven't I listened well? After so many times, haven't you bullied me enough? From Chen Xian's perspective, Zhang Qi had been the one who released the video. He still hadn't let him go. He wanted the entire school to witness his disgrace, to leave him nowhere to escape. Even after graduation, this humiliation would be unerasable. Though he was in a position of superiority, he had lost the arrogance he usually exuded. Because of a few words that Chen Xian had spoken earlier, his back was taut, and the hand by his side trembled slightly from clenching too hard. I told you, it wasn't me. The single explanation seemed exceptionally weak and powerless. Zhang Qi hesitated for a moment before continuing. The person who did it deliberately concealed the information, using a public computer at an internet cafe to upload it. I tried to find out, but there's been no result. Chen Xian wasn't listening to a word he said. He raised his hand and roughly wiped away his tears, leaving some scratches and redness on his pale cheeks because of the force. As if making a firm decision, he stood up and coldly passed by Zhang Qi just as they were about to part ways. Zhang Qi suddenly grabbed his hand. In the warm air, the skin under his touch was unnaturally icy, sending this sensation straight to Zhang Qi's heart, causing it to tremble sharply. What do you want me to do to make you believe it wasn't me? Chen Xian abruptly shook off his hand, his tone cold as ice with just one word. Get lost. Zhang Qi froze momentarily on the spot. On Monday morning, perhaps still out of consideration, the video only circulated among students. By the afternoon, it had spread completely, becoming known to teachers of all grades. Afterward, the school authorities got involved, and the post was deleted, but the video had already been saved by countless people. People around began pointing fingers at Chen Xian. It felt like hell had come closer. Of course, everyone in Class 8 knew who had done what in the video. It was an open secret. Yet, no one dared to direct such glances toward Zhang Qi. Every voice has two sides. Behind closed doors, some were indeed talking ill of Zhang Qi. However, due to his intimidation, no one dared to bring these criticisms into the open. The rumors tilted overwhelmingly in one direction. On Wednesday, Zheng Yong summoned Chen Xian for a talk. During class time, only a few people were scattered in the office, and Chen Xian stood next to Zheng Yong. This matter is taken seriously by the school, so I am tasked to have a good conversation with you and help soothe your feelings. In fact, I also bear responsibility. I should have noticed and stopped things earlier. If I had paid more attention to your mental state, being more comprehensive in my care, then something like this might not have happened. I know you're upset, but there's only 1 month left until the college entrance exam. You need to learn how to adjust yourself and understand priorities. Some things are better forgotten quickly. It can be beneficial for you, do you understand? In the quiet office of the classroom, Zheng Yong's voice was slow and clear while Chen Xian stared at a failed evaluation notice half hidden on the desk, unsure if he had absorbed any of it. That day, Zheng Yong talked to him for a whole period. By the end, Chen Xian could only keep nodding numbly, forgetting what exactly had been said. Finally, Zheng Yong told him that he would move him to the last row, to relax his mindset. Chen Xian merely hummed an affirmation, accepting the decision. Back in the classroom, Chen Xian immediately started moving his belongings. Everyone else in the classroom was seated except for him, repeatedly carrying things to the back. The sound of sliding boxes and chairs scraping against the floor was sharp and piercing. An eerie silence fell over the classroom. Zhang Qi sat stiffly, his deep gaze following the lean figure with increasing despair in his heart. Out of consideration, he did not stand up. He silently watched as Chen Xian moved everything, until eventually, the seat beside him was empty. From that day on, Zhang Qi began closely monitoring every move Chen Xian made, never daring to expose the slightest trace of his actions. One day, several brand new English practice books appeared on Chen Xian's desk. Chen Xian only spared them a glance before casually tossing them into the trash. The destruction of the past reappearing before him now felt deeply ironic. The book stayed in the trash can for 2 periods. Taking advantage of Chen Xian leaving the classroom, Zhang Qi walked over to the trash can, bent down, and picked them up. Since Chen Xian had moved to the back, he hadn't exchanged a single word or glance with Zhang Qi. He became even quieter, more withdrawn. Chapter 22, School Line, Blooming Blood, Part 22. On the early Wednesday morning, a light rain had fallen the previous night, moistening the air with a cooling breeze. Chen Xian and his grandmother were having breakfast when the ring of a phone shattered the tranquility. Chen Xian put down his chopsticks and bowl and went over to pick up the call. Hello. Chen Xian opened his mouth. Through the receiver came the chaotic honking of cars, followed by the low and somewhat weathered voice of a middle-aged man, both strange yet familiar. Chen Xian's hand froze as he held the phone, a flicker of light passing through his dark eyes, akin to a spark lighting up in an empty wilderness. He cautiously called out. Dad. The bent figure of his grandmother paused mid-action with her eating, turning her head to look at him. Have you gone to school yet today? The voice on the other end of the phone asked lightly. Not yet, I'm having breakfast. Oh, good. The man paused for a moment before continuing. Here's the thing, yesterday afternoon, your teacher from your class called both me and your mom. They briefly mentioned your recent situation at school. Your performance in exams has been great, always topping the list, which is excellent. It'll be easier to apply to schools here after the college entrance exam. But... The man's voice stopped, and though there wasn't a dramatic change in tone, a note of reproach could be felt in the next words. While studying is important, you should also maintain good relationships with classmates, understand? When problems arise, endure what you can, don't act rashly or impulsively, and certainly don't make mistakes that you'll have to bear responsibility for. You're still young, you don't fully grasp the importance of studying now, but you'll realize it once you enter society. And there's only a month left until the college entrance exam. Don't worry about others' issues anymore, and don't act emotionally. Once the exam is over, come over here, and this matter will be put to rest, understood? As the last sentence faded away, Chen Xian's hand gripping the phone had turned white, his thin lips pressing together as no emotion crossed his composed face. Yet the light that had momentarily brightened his expression had vanished, leaving behind the usual gloom. He paused before replying. His tone was calm and indifferent, lacking any warmth between father and son. I understand. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up, I might be late. You're going to be late. Alright then, we'll talk next time. I need to head to the construction site. Anyway, take care and don't cause trouble for your teachers. After hanging up, Chen Xian's somber eyes remained fixed intently on the red phone. If it was me who got bullied, why do you treat the matter so casually? Why don't you care about me? Is achieving first place just pretty good to you? All I wanted was a single caring word, even if it were only a few characters. Why is it so hard? Could it be? I'm not truly your child. At what point did being someone's father become so trivial? If Mr. Zheng hadn't called you, perhaps even 100 top ranks wouldn't have made a difference, you wouldn't know or care anyway. Suddenly, a mocking curve formed on Chen Xian's lips. Even knowing the outcome, I still couldn't help hoping for something more. Maybe that's my weakness as a child, always clinging on to expectations. Well, I've endured it for so long, I should be used to it by now. As long as grandma can live in the city, anything else doesn't matter to me. Seeing him finish the call, the grandma who had waited quietly nearby finally mustered the courage to ask, was that your dad? What did he say? Chen Xian erased every bit of emotion from his face, turned around, and plastered on a smile. Yeah, he called to ask about my scores. I have to go now, didn't get to chat much. We'll talk more when I return after school. Ah, I see. Her gaze dimmed slightly, muttering under her breath. Chen Xian clearly saw her disappointment but pretended not to notice. With a grandmother longing for her son, there was nothing he could do either. He had no idea how to tell her or meet those expectant eyes brimming with affection. He forced himself to remain calm as he walked over, gathered the bowls he had eaten from, and entered the kitchen. He turned on the tap and splashed cold water roughly over his face, attempting to cool down his restless emotions. After a few seconds, having stabilized his feelings, he came out. Grandma, I'm heading off. Alright, be careful on the way. Got it. Chen Xian closed the door and rushed downstairs. As he reached the second floor corner, he stopped abruptly, tightened the strap of his backpack, and faced the adjacent white wall. His eyes stared at the wall while deep within them surged emotions, gloomy and ambiguous, pressing against him heavily. A loud thud echoed. Without noticing the graffiti and advertisements on it, he smashed his forehead against the wall forcefully, feeling a burning pain on his forehead, the vibrations clearing his mind somewhat. It doesn't matter, it's all about growing up quickly and protecting grandma. The reddish mark on his forehead was hidden beneath his bangs, showing no visible traces. Only his unwavering and stubborn eyes revealed the depth of his resolve. On this day, the entire senior year organized to take graduation photos. Chen Xian packed his things and walked at the end of the crowd. As he left the classroom, Zhang Qi was standing not far away, leaning against the railing. Seeing Chen Xian walk over, he stood up and looked at him. Chen Xian acted as if he hadn't seen him and walked straight ahead. Just as he was about to pass by Zhang Qi, an arm blocked his way. Let's talk. Deep-set eyes stared at his profile. Chen Xian paused for a second, lifting his gaze. Those beautiful eyes fixed steadily on him. Upon meeting his gaze, Zhang Qi's eyebrows furrowed tightly. He had never seen such eyes, calm, indifferent, as if all emotions had been stripped away. There wasn't even a trace of resentment, only an infinite stillness, like an abandoned city. Something suddenly lodged in Zhang Qi's chest. For the first time, he hesitated before speaking, unsure of what he should say. In the end, he spoke and uttered those words. Chen Xian, let's make peace. Chen Xian listened. The dark eyes showed no ripple. Beneath thick lashes, clear eyes reflected his figure. He only responded with a single tone, without any thought or hesitation. Zhang Qi froze, the prepared words stuck in his throat. A flicker of surprise flashed across his steady face, followed by visible joy. You agreed. Perhaps surprised by the unexpected situation, Zhang Qi's hands relaxed, hanging down for a moment, not knowing how to continue. The obstacle disappeared, Chen Xian withdrew his gaze and stepped forward. He agreed to reconcile but started to leave the next second. Zhang Qi naturally wouldn't let that happen, reaching out to grab his hand. But who would have known that Chen Xian reacted violently, quickly sidestepping to dodge. Zhang Qi missed his hand and instead touched his back. Maybe due to urgency, Zhang Qi didn't control the force well, and Chen Xian was directly pushed to the ground. From an observer's perspective, it seemed as if Chen Xian had been attacked from behind. Seeing the person fall, Zhang Qi paused for a second, then seemingly realized and took 2 steps forward, stretching out his hand to help pull Chen Xian up. But as he raised his hand, Chen Xian's face turned pale, and he hugged his head, sharply shrinking to the side. His body instinctively trembled, appearing small and helpless, like a newly hatched bird that had fallen into water. It was highly capable of stirring compassion. Today, everyone in the grade was going to take graduation photos. Class 8 was located in the middle among several classes, and there were quite a few people passing by. Earlier, some had seen Zhang Qi standing by the door, so they kept their distance, not daring to go near. Coincidentally enough, they saw this scene right then. Most of them, being recent adults, still lacked the coldness of society, and in their daily lives, following the trends and gossips within the class did not affect them personally. But when such an evident disparity in bullying occurred right before their eyes, not through a video, they were sure to be stirred emotionally. Shit, are they still fighting? Today is the day for graduation photos. What if someone catches them? Yeah, outright fighting in the hallway, Zhang Qi has gone too far. I see the top scorer doesn't even want to deal with him, but he insists on making trouble. Suddenly, whispers arose around them. They seemed to gain a sudden sense of justice, their words no longer filled with speculation about Chen Xian, but directing the blame towards Zhang Qi. After all, they had witnessed firsthand that Chen Xian was clearly the weaker party. Chen Xian's instinctive retreat left Zhang Qi's extended hand suspended awkwardly in the air. A dark shadow gradually enveloped the tall figure. The joy on his face slowly faded, and his sharp, arrogant eyes instantly became still as water. He just stared fixedly at Chen Xian, who was hugging his head to dodge. The fear in those eyes couldn't be faked. The compromise just now might have only been a response for him to cope with, to evade him. Zhang Qi's heart sank into the depths of the sea. He retracted his hand, clenched it into a fist by his side, while the murmurs around continued. All sorts of violent thoughts surged in Zhang Qi's chest, and his harsh gaze landed on the surrounding people. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll kill you. Everyone immediately fell silent. Zhang Qi no longer looked at Chen Xian, lifting his foot and walking away. When the person was far enough, the spectators gradually dispersed, heading towards the gathering spot for taking photos. Among them, a few boys suddenly raised their voices. Shit, wasn't he the one who initiated this? Why vent his anger on us? Yeah, do you think he could actually dare to mess with us? It's only because of his father's money, big deal. After the crowd had walked far away, Chen Xian slowly raised his head. Chen Xian, this kid is still too young. Assistant A, if I'm not mistaken, your profile indicates that you're only 3 years older than him. Chen Xian, I've read more books than the salt he's eaten. There's no comparison. Not far from the teaching building of Sanzhong, there was a wide green lawn, surrounded on both sides by a row of sycamore trees, lush and very suitable for taking photos. When it came to the graduation photo shoot, the grade director and the vice principal were present, but the principal was absent, saying that his picture would be digitally added in later. At the time of the photo shoot, Chen Xian wasn't particularly tall, so he was placed in the third row, also the first row for boys, while Zhang Qi stood at the back row. However, their longitudinal positions weren't too far apart, they could just about see each other's side faces. After what happened earlier, the low-pressure atmosphere around Zhang Qi hadn't dissipated. Alright, classmates, smile happily. When I say 1 2 3, you all say, cheese. Yes. Zhang Qi coldly watched the energetic photographer up front, hearing the synchronized responses from his classmates. However, all he could think about was the image of Chen Xian trembling with fear. Get ready, 1 2 3. Cheese. Zhang Qi didn't open his mouth but instead stared at the person in front, fixating intently on his side face. He was desperate to know what this person truly looked like when smiling. The flash blinked and Chen Xian's pitch-black eyes stared straight ahead, his calm face lacked any trace of joy. Neither of them had shouted cheese. In the following week, rumors took a turn, and the object of discussion among students became Zhang Qi. They started wearing medals of righteousness and bravery, criticizing Zhang Qi's various behaviors targeting Chen Xian. Though they despised him in private, none dared speak up in front of Zhang Qi. Some people, strangely, became secret heroes behind his back, standing up for Chen Xian. Zhang Qi paid no attention to this. He didn't care about these people, nor did he deign to hear their voices. His sole focus was figuring out how to make Chen Xian stop harboring enmity towards him. But everyone overlooked another person, Zhang Qingming. Every person with power and influence shared a common obsession, face, as they would rather spend 10 times the money necessary to ensure their public image remained untarnished. Jiang Qi was Jiang Qingming's only son, the future heir of the company, and Jiang Qingming wouldn't tolerate any blemishes on his child's reputation. So when the whispers reached his ears, he immediately sent people to investigate. He even cautiously instructed others to check Jiang Qi's phone, and when everything came to light, the video on Jiang Qi's phone fell into Jiang Qingming's hands as well. That night, Jiang Qingming summoned Ho Yi to his study on the third floor. After reading the report and watching the video, Ho Yi tossed the documents to Jiang Qingming, his expression calm without any fluctuations in his tone. What do you plan to do? Jiang Qingming exhaled, raising a hand to massage between his eyebrows, his soft yet authoritative face carrying complex thoughts. Next year, when he goes to university, I want to take him out to meet some people, so Jiang Qi's situation must be cleaned up. Ho Yi arched an eyebrow, walked over to the sofa nearby and sat down. From his suit jacket, he pulled out a pack of soft Gong cigarettes, lit one up, took a puff, and then said, if you want Shaoqi clean, that's not hard. The smoke exhaled by Ho Yi swirled under the glaring lights in the luxurious room, seeming carefree and hazy. Relaxing his hand, Jiang Qingming lifted his eyes and gazed at Ho Yi. How exactly do we proceed? Ho Yi set his cigarette down on the crystal ashtray, shaking off the ashes, his deep gaze fixed on the ash in the tray, which glimmered like the cold eyes of a snake in the darkness. Opening his mouth, his voice came out calm and almost cold. Release the video you have. Anyway, the video doesn't capture Shaoqi's face clearly, you just need to let others know why he bullied that boy. After all, in Ning City, being gay is considered wrong even if you breathe. Jiang Qingming fixed his gaze on Ho Yi, his gaze heavy. You're still as ruthless as before, even against a child. Ho Yi laughed lightly, seemingly unbothered. Isn't this what you pay me for? Have I wasted decades doing nothing? Jiang Qingming observed him for a while, chuckled softly, stood up, walked over beside Ho Yi, and pulled out the soft Zhong cigarettes from his suit jacket. Although he hadn't smoked for a long time, he also picked up a cigarette and lit it, leaning against the wall. Jiang Qingming spoke, since the college entrance exams are approaching, after that, give the boy some money and let him go somewhere else. The matter will then be considered resolved. Ho Yi took a hard drag on his cigarette. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, your son, Jiang Qingming, will definitely remain clean. It could only be blamed on that kid's bad luck. Chapter 23 Campus Line, Blooming Blood, 23. Everyone thought the video on the school forum was the final big move, but reality seemed to never lack an exciting next act. On Thursday night, another 30-second video was uploaded. This time, the video had been partially processed with some private areas blurred out, but the main subject of the video was very clear. It was still Qin Xian. This was a video that should not have existed among the student population. In this era of advanced networking, children were filled with curious and greedy peeping tendencies, while sharing was a very simple matter. Soon, the post went viral, comments pouring in below like mad. Holy sh*t. Too disgusting, that hand is clearly male. Vomiting face. His prior conflict with Jiang Qi may indicate he was secretly in love with him and got caught. Feels like the guy above has hit the truth. So gross. This kind of person should be expelled. My buddy upstairs last time also thought he was quite pitiful. It turns out those who seem hateful indeed have something despicable about them. +1. +2. He looks so pained. Maybe it's consensual. Lack of understanding from people upstairs, some actually prefer it this way. Perhaps fate played its part incorrectly. Thursday evening, Jiang Qi wasn't home but instead was holed up in a corner of a bar with friends, downing one drink after another. His friends noticed but didn't dare interrupt him, letting themselves be entertained. The dazzling lights, noisy music, and lively bodies in the dance floor, it was their time to let loose. Bitter liquor lingered in his mouth, yet his mind was entirely filled with that trembling figure and that unsmiling face. He drank until midnight, and when he returned, he was already unconscious. When he learned about it, it was already early Friday morning. Jiang Qi ran into the basketball team at school on Friday. He was stopped, and the excited member rushed over to him. Damn, Qi, you're a tough man. Jiang Qi gave him a listless look. He'd drunk too much the previous night and now had a headache. What do you mean? The other suspiciously stared at him, pulling out his phone. Hold on, let me show you. Glancing around, he turned off the sound and opened the video directly. Jiang Qi tiredly lowered his eyes, his gaze falling onto the phone screen. The next moment, the black video showed a scene. Jiang Qi's pupils suddenly contracted as he snatched the phone, tightly holding it in his hands, his fingers whitening due to excessive force. The phone immediately went black, emitting a creaking sound. He felt as if he'd lost breath, his hoarse voice carrying a quiver. Where did you get this from? It's my phone. Don't lose control, it came from under the school forum posts. What's going on? I thought you posted it. Jiang Qi stood where he was, a sudden pain striking his heart as a cold sensation spread through his veins, his brain momentarily blank. Surrounding noises suddenly turned into a loud buzzing. He, who had never been afraid, now experienced pure panic. There were more and more people at school, his focus drawing even more attention. Maybe sensing his abnormality, some even paused, standing not far away to watch him. As Jiang Qi met these examining gazes, he suddenly panicked as if realizing something. Without regard for anything, he ran toward the school gate. Where are you going? Give me my phone first. Zhang Qi went against the flow of people, anxiously running in the direction of Chen Xian's house, his hurried gaze passing over every person wearing Sanzhong's uniform. He can't make it to school. Absolutely not. His tall figure weaved through the peak hour traffic of parents dropping off or picking up kids. The horn blasts, shouts were deafening, the smell of exhaust he detested most wafted near his nose, but the bumping strangers went unnoticed by him. After about 10 minutes, he finally saw that quiet figure slightly bowed walking on a relatively secluded street. Still clad in that immaculate uniform, silent, standing out awkwardly among the surrounding chatterers. Zhang Qi's gaze moved, stopping him in his tracks as he tried to regulate his labored breathing. Yet his eyes remained fixed without moving an inch. Chen Xian continued walking, suddenly sensing something as he looked up not far from Zhang Qi, meeting his gaze. His steps suddenly froze, fear flickering in his eyes. Zhang Qi calmed down, took a few steps, and stopped at a distance that was safe for Chen Xian. His deep gaze locked onto him, concealing an imperceptible fear amidst his flustered state. His low voice trembled slightly. Today, you don't have to go to class. Go back home now. Chen Xian, confused by the order, gripped the strap of his school bag tightly and didn't move. What is he planning to do again? Zhang Qi stared at him intently and repeated his command firmly. Go back. Right now. Chen Xian's expression changed. He diverted his eyes, pressed his lips tightly, stepped back once, and attempted to walk around Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi's heart clenched, his eyes closing briefly with difficulty. The hand on his side tightened instantly, he knew this person wouldn't easily comply. Without hesitation, he grabbed Chen Xian's hand. Didn't you hear me? I told you to go back. The sudden roar escaped his throat, controlled yet piercingly clear even in the not-so-noisy street. Chen Xian jumped from the shock, his face turning pale instantly. Zhang Qi wore a cold mask, his terrifying demeanor still evident even from a distance, reminiscent of when he used to bully Chen Xian. The fist clenched tightly by his side seemed as if it might dig its nails into the flesh. Go back. I beg you, just go back. Just give me one day, I'll sort everything out. If you know what's happening, you'll hate me even more. You won't ever forgive me. There won't be any possibility between us anymore. But Chen Xian had no idea what happened at school or Zhang Qi's inner thoughts. To him, Zhang Qi's bullying and classmates' exclusion were things he could endure and ignore as long as they didn't disrupt his studies. Even with the fear in his heart, he resolved to continue walking forward stubbornly. He glanced at Zhang Qi's tight fist, his eyes brimming with deep fear, but his resolve remained firm. Slightly leaning forward, he persisted despite his dread. Seeing that Chen Xian continued to try moving forward, Zhang Qi's expression shifted, his breath hitched, and his teeth dug so hard into his tongue that he tasted blood. In one swift motion, he pulled Chen Xian to the nearby utility pole, controlling his strength carefully as he pressed the slider frame against it. Leaning closer, towering over him slightly, his heavy and complex eyes met those beautiful ones directly. His restrained voice uttered each word deliberately, I said go back. If you take another step forward, I'll immediately bring you back to my apartment and lock you up. I'll do everything I've done before, again. Do you believe me? Though spoken softly, the three words, do you believe me, struck Chen Xian's ears with immense force, reviving the darkest and most dreadful memories hidden in the recesses of his mind. The courage he built up shattered in an instant. Chen Xian's wide eyes trembled, his thin lips parted slightly. His body shook lightly as his voice emerged hoarse, trembling almost imperceptibly. Let me go. Zhang Qi kept his gaze fixed, unmoving. Panic surged through Chen Xian, prompting him to struggle. Let me go. I'll leave. People passing by started glancing their way, seeing his reaction. Zhang Qi lowered his gaze slowly and reluctantly released his grip. Chen Xian quickly pushed him away, his chest rising and falling slightly as he turned and walked in the opposite direction from the school. Zhang Qi did not leave immediately, instead, he stayed rooted to the spot, watching until Chen Xian's figure disappeared completely at the end of the street. Bang! The trash can beside him toppled to the ground with a great dent in it. Onlookers began whispering among themselves. Zhang Qi's bloody red gaze burned with ferocious brutality. Chen Xian walked back slowly. Chen Xian, why does he want me to go back? Someone online, why didn't you ask? Chen Xian, because I'm scared, he was so intimidating. Someone posted the video of you from Zhang Qi's apartment. Chen Xian froze in his steps. Chen Xian, shit. That day, Sanzhong School saw a significant commotion. Zhang Qi acted like a madman, bringing a group with him as they scoured every single classroom, demanding phones to delete the videos. His eyes, filled with an ominous and crimson hue, resembled those possessed by a demon. They couldn't understand why Zhang Qi acted this way, why wouldn't he let everyone know what kind of person Chen Xian truly was? Wouldn't it work in his favor later when dealing with others who might help him? Yet, seeing his murderous expression, they obeyed without question. Sanzhong School had strict discipline, and normally, Zhang Qi's violent behavior would not be tolerated. However, the incident with the video caused such a huge commotion that even though the posts were deleted, the school leadership still needed to address the situation properly. If word got out to the Education Bureau, it wouldn't just harm Sanjong's reputation, in the future, they might become a negative example for other schools. Moreover, Zhang Group was involved at the heart of this scandal. After careful consideration, they decided to turn a blind eye and let Zhang Qi resolve the matter himself. But the internet spreads news too fast. In the time it takes to tap a finger, the video had already spread across the web. Unbeknownst to Zhang Qi, the video had already been uploaded online, disseminating rapidly through various platforms at an alarming speed. During the third period break, a sudden heavy punch came from behind, knocking Zhang Qi to the ground. A startled cry echoed around him as Zhang Qi turned over, steadying the throbbing pain in his chest. His deep gaze locked onto the figure towering over him, Zhou Yan. "What's your problem?" Zhang Qi muttered, confused by Zhou Yan's rage. The onlookers stayed far away. Zhou Yan's half-closed eyes showed his impatience. With his very short hair and green stubble near his ears, he looked like someone who thrived in dangerous environments, carrying a chilling air of hostility that warned others to stay away. His cold gaze brimmed with disdain and hatred. "You're disgusting." Zhang Qi's expression darkened. He stood up, brushing the dust off his clothes before raising his head to look at Zhou Yan, whose fiery dragon logo on his shirt caught his eye. A smirk curved Zhang Qi's lips, but his eyes remained devoid of any warmth. "It's none of your business. Just back off." Their standoff caused the atmosphere to grow tense, the oppressive aura swallowing those around them. Everyone held their breath. These were the two people at Sanjong no one dared to provoke, yet now they had collided. And since Zhang Qi didn't outright deny the accusations, to the onlookers, it seemed like an indirect admission. Soon, everyone was convinced that he had posted the video. But Zhang Qi didn't care. His issues with Chen Xian weren't something he needed to explain to anyone. And at the moment, he didn't want to waste his time here. However, Zhou Yan had no intention of letting him go. In one swift motion, he grabbed Zhang Qi by the collar and swung a punch. Zhang Qi anticipated it and sidestepped quickly. This punch ignited a ferocious rage inside Zhang Qi. Both boys, filled with youthful arrogance and defiance, began fighting ferociously. Each blow carried brutal strength, and the commotion drew the attention of every student on the entire floor. More and more people gathered to watch, but no one dared to step in, even the teachers standing nearby could only observe helplessly. Both were physically fit, but Zhou Yan was different. Having fought countless battles with gangsters and ruthless adversaries, his skills were finely honed, and his fighting style was merciless, resembling a starving beast fighting for survival. Zhang Qi couldn't match Zhou Yan. In the end, both emerged bruised. Zhang Qi leaned against the wall, pinned there tightly by Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan pressed his tongue to the cut in his mouth, tasting the metallic tang of blood. Though his gaze remained fierce, thoughts of another person surfaced in his mind, his face turning somber as he looked down at Zhang Qi from above. "Someone who squanders their parents' wealth like you has no right to bully others." Zhang Qi suddenly widened his eyes slightly. "Take care of your own money and stay away from him." Zhou Yan released him with a cold glance before turning and leaving. The crowd parted to make way for him. Zhang Qi sat there quietly, images flashing through his mind, the sharp, piercing eyes of a certain someone, mirroring Zhou Yan's crazed stare and the exact same contemptuous glare shared by Chen Xian. Rejection. Hatred. Spending parents' money. This is what I'm born into, just like all of you, no choice involved. Hiding his pain, Zhang Qi slowly stood up. Just as he was about to take a step, he abruptly froze. There was only one person in the entire city of Ningqing capable enough to get hold of that video. That afternoon, Zhang Qi unexpectedly left school and headed straight to Zhang Qingming's office in the Zhang Group building. Zhang Qingming's office was located on the top floor of the building. Upon entering, the room was bright and spacious, decorated in an old-fashioned yet minimalistic style. Oddly, there was a large Polonia wood table intricately carved with elegant patterns, placed prominently inside. Zhang Qingming sat behind it wearing a dark gray suit. Zhang Qingming didn't resemble the stereotypical short and plump real estate tycoon. At over 50 years old, he was well-preserved, tall, and lean. The suit draped over his frame like a tailor-made hanger, his jet-black hair untouched by gray strands except for slight streaks near his temples, neatly combed back. His deep-set eyes radiated a wisdom polished by experience. Anyone under that gaze felt as if their darkest secrets were exposed under glaring spotlight, laid bare for all to see. Upon hearing the door open, Zhang Qingming glanced up. It was Zhang Qi, battered and bruised. Zhang Qingming retracted his usual concern, "Don't you have classes today? How do you have the time to come to my office?" When facing Zhang Qingming, Zhang Qi still exuded an unruly aura, much like a young tiger just reaching adulthood, fierce and growling low, yet restraining its sharp claws. "Was it you?" Zhang Qi glared fixedly at Zhang Qingming ahead. But Zhang Qingming didn't even look up, only said one sentence. "Mind your manners." Zhang Qi wouldn't listen. He kept staring. "It was you who released that video, wasn't it?" The air was filled with an anxious and adversarial tension. Zhang Qingming furrowed his brows slightly, stopped writing, and looked up at him. "I've said before, when speaking, control your emotions." Zhang Qingming did not deny it. A long silence followed. Zhang Qi's fists clenched and unclenched repeatedly. His sharp gaze remained stubbornly locked on Jiang Qingming until finally erupting in an uncontrollable roar. Why did you target him? He had already made too many mistakes, and now there wasn't even an opportunity for regret. Their retreat from each other had been completely cut off. Jiang Qingming's profound gaze sharpened as he capped his pen and placed it on the desk. All consequences are brought about by yourself. I'm merely helping clean up your mess. Don't shout if you lack the power to do anything. Zhang Qi's complexion suddenly paled, his body going cold as though someone had gripped his throat. Jiang Qingming stood up and walked over to him. It was you who led people to attack him back then and filmed the video. Now that things have escalated to this point, do you pity him and also want to play the good guy? The world isn't so kind. I've taught you since childhood, once you've done something, don't regret it, even if it's wrong, treat it as right. My son Jiang Qingming, if you can't even achieve this, what use are you? Zhang Qi's hands trembled faintly beside him. He's innocent. The one who made the mistake is me. Jiang Qingming chuckled lightly. I thought you already knew that he's innocent. Chapter 24, School Line, Blossoming Blood, 24. Did he know? Perhaps he did. If Qin Xian hadn't ranked first, that night, he probably wouldn't have sent people to ambush him. Actually, he had noticed Qin Xian a long time ago. Whether during class activities or moments of fun and laughter, Qin Xian would always sit alone at his seat, looking down, quietly reading the book in his hand, isolating himself in quietness. It seemed nothing could catch his attention except for the dull and boring contents in his hands. Yet he didn't believe it. Before a physical education activity, he directly approached him and asked, "Want to go play basketball later?" Qin Xian diverted his eyes, calmly glanced at him, his tone indifferent. "No need, thank you." An immediate rejection. The offhand manner likely didn't even register his face properly, but resentment flared in his heart. Never had anyone so naturally excluded him, Qin Xian was the first. Thus, hatred grew inside him. From that moment on, he no longer spoke to Qin Xian, thinking he utterly disliked this person, which was why he covertly kept him within his sightlines. He disdained his arrogance, disliked how he held books day and night, somber and monotonous. On some days, if Qin Xian frowned, he'd feel an odd satisfaction, thinking, so you have emotions too. Later, when he learned that Qin Xian ranked first, he thought, finally, he could get his revenge. He didn't realize that this feeling might not be hatred, but attraction. Jiang Qingming's goal had been reached. On that final day, he agreed to help Zhang Qi deal with the aftermath, but Zhang Qi had to suspend classes, stay home, and reflect seriously. Having no choice, Zhang Qi conceded. However, both Jiang Qingming and the school underestimated the content dissemination capability of today's youth. The next day, on a certain platform. High school students' intimate video exposed in a certain city hashtag. This sudden topic immediately drew attention. Words like high school students and intimate video tightly captured the public's interest, their curiosity and voyeurism driving the popularity to climb continuously, swiftly ranking 8th on the list. Hashtag what's wrong with schools these days? How can they produce such students? Is the head teacher useless or what? Hashtag homosexuality has already spread to high schools now. Hashtag sexual orientation isn't the issue here, but the person who released the video is definitely problematic. Hashtag which school is this? My child will absolutely avoid it. Hashtag the school should expel people like this, right? Why keep them around to pollute the school? Hashtag one should have a bit of self-awareness and take the initiative to drop out. Hashtag I felt sick. Hashtag he actually looks pretty good, very clean cut. Didn't expect him to be so wild after taking off his school uniform, perverse laugh. The video had been deliberately edited by Ho Yi from the beginning, and the brief 30 seconds seemed like an accidental leak, making viewers not feel that he was forced or in pain. The intense popularity caused comments to pile up one after another. They didn't sympathize with the person in the video, instead, they believed he deserved it. But the high-content video soon caught the attention of the platform company, who quickly took it down. However, well-meaning netizens kept uploading it. Some even left comments asking who this person was. A reply followed shortly. Hashtag this guy is from our school and ranked first in the grade. Hashtag grade top scorer. Holy cow. Hashtag exploded. I have to send this to my mom. Hashtag amazing. Top rankers really are different. This platform had a wide range of users. Based on their conversations, those who cared could easily find Qin Xian's location. After realizing that the video had been leaked, Qin Xian stayed at home for 2 days without going out. Qin Xian, the editing in this video is quite powerful. I performed so painfully, nauseatingly, despairingly, but once he edited it, it seems like I'm enjoying it. A uploader, public opinion will turn against you, your situation will get worse, and now it has spread all over the school. Qin Xian, it doesn't matter, Qin Xian's depression, whether accumulated emotions need a point to explode, and now this video is it. After Zhang Qi's intimidation, Qin Xian seemed to have an excuse, skipping school for 2 consecutive days. His grandmother kindly inquired about his absence, and Qin Xian merely claimed that the school allowed students to self-study at home. His grandmother nodded as if she understood, holding Qin Xian's hand in her palm. The warm sensation reached Qin Xian's heart and his grandmother smiled saying, this is fine too, you won't have to leave so late for school, which reassures Grandma. Seeing her smile, Chen Xian responded, and some of the gloominess in his eyes dispersed. In front of his grandmother, he acted as if nothing was wrong, but in his room, he spent day and night watching the video repeatedly. The more time passed, the heavier the ominous aura around him became, as if something terrifying was clinging to him. He looked completely exhausted, with a pale bluish hue under his eyes. He often spaced out during tasks, blankly lost in thought. Sometimes when someone spoke to him, he got startled. His grandmother assumed that he stayed up too late studying, feeling worried. She would advise him, but Chen Xian just gave her a faint smile, telling her things would get better after this period. Grandma blindly believed her grandson without any suspicion. However, in deeply traditional Ningqiang, Chen Xian's video was impossible for people to accept. He could only be despised, hated, surrounded by immense rejection. Paper can never wrap fire. On Saturday, Chen Xian locked himself in the room while his grandmother went out to buy groceries. Along the way, whispers echoed around her. Words like video kept entering her ears, but she paid no mind. When she reached the entrance of her building unit, her frail and bent figure suddenly froze. The plastic bag in her hand dropped to the ground with a loud sound, tomatoes and potatoes rolled out, eggs cracked, creating a complete mess. Someone had plastered the walls of their entire unit with red posters, extending upwards. Printed screenshots from the video were pasted there, along with the bold red title, "Homosexuals Get Out of Ningqiang." With bloodshot eyes, Grandma recognized the naked person in the photo as her beloved grandson. Her well-behaved child. Why? Why was it Xian Xian? How did he end up in such a disgraceful state? Why did this happen right here? Someone specially pasted it at their doorstep, as if being accused openly, "This is your child, morally corrupt, ethically degenerate." She couldn't bear such a thing. Her stooped figure stiffened, trembling hands tore off the glaring red papers relentlessly. From the first floor to the corner of the third floor. Each time she tore one, vivid images from the videos replayed before her eyes. It felt as though someone was digging a knife into her chest, causing unbearable pain. When she nearly reached the third floor, she finally couldn't endure anymore. Her vision blurred abruptly, and her head erupted in pain. She collapsed onto the ground. Blood flowed out of her ears. In her wrinkled old hand, the torn papers were tightly clutched. Chen Xian was interrupted by an urgent knocking on the door. Opening it, there stood their neighbor, a middle-aged woman in her 40s. Looking anxious, she exclaimed, "Xian Xian, your grandma fell at the stairway." Chen Xian froze for a moment. In the next moment, he rushed out. It was only 10 steps away, and already 2 or 3 people had gathered around Grandma, all residents of their apartment building. He pushed through the crowd awkwardly and saw his grandma lying on the ground. For a brief second, his mind went completely blank. Overcome with extreme fear, his eyes reddened. She was lying there with her eyes tightly shut, her face deathly pale, and blood flowing from her ears, a terrifying sight. Chen Xian's face was full of panic. His trembling hands didn't know what to do as he knelt down helplessly, too scared to touch her. How could this happen? This morning, she had been fine when he left for school. How could this happen? At that moment, someone spoke up, "We just called the ambulance, it should be here soon." Chen Xian numbly nodded, his voice faint and choked with tremors. Thank you, thank you." He repeated those words several times. But then he noticed a crumpled piece of paper in his grandmother's hand. Carefully prying it open, he slowly unfolded it, only to find its contents making his pupils violently contract. It was as if he were enveloped by freezing ice, sharp icicles piercing into him everywhere, causing excruciating pain throughout his body. His complexion turned ghastly pale, and his fingertips trembled violently from the force of his grip. The surrounding people exchanged glances, sympathy flickering in their eyes. They had watched this child grow up, fully aware of his excellent character. "Your grandma seemed like she was tearing this thing. We've already ripped it all down and thrown it away for you. Yesterday, it wasn't there. Someone must have intentionally pasted it, but don't worry." Chen Xian couldn't hear them anymore. All he could do was stare dumbfounded at the photo on the paper. The thing he despised and wanted to ignore had been callously displayed right in front of everyone. Being publicly shamed filled him with despair, he dared not even imagine the expression on his grandma's face when she saw it. What was he supposed to do now? With his head bowed, he stared at his grandma, feeling lost like a wrongdoer who had no sense of direction. "You'll be okay, right? Wake up, please. I'll tell you everything, okay? I'm not like that. I'm not gay, I didn't want this. I'm still your good boy, I've always listened to you. I've worked so hard, please get better. I beg you, Grandma." Not surprisingly, Zhang Qi, who was locked up, also saw the content online. He thought getting rid of the video from the school would solve everything, not realizing someone had posted it online. He hurriedly called Zhang Qingming, asking him to suppress it. Then he inquired about Chen Xian's situation from someone at school, only to learn that Chen Xian hadn't gone to school for 2 days. He realized that Chen Xian must have known. He couldn't wait any longer, he had to go out and explain to him. So on this day, without telling Zhang Qingming, Zhang Qi sneaked out. When he arrived at the neighborhood where Chen Xian lived, he immediately spotted an ambulance parked at the entrance. A bad premonition struck him as he rushed over. From behind the onlookers, he saw Chen Xian inside the ambulance. Zhang Qi paused, startled. As the ambulance prepared to leave, he ran back, got into a car, and instructed the driver to follow. Because the ambulance had priority, Zhang Qi arrived at the hospital 10 minutes later. By then, Grandma had already been wheeled into the emergency room, leaving Chen Xian waiting outside. He wore a thin white t-shirt, leaned against the wall, crouched on the floor, his arms tightly wrapped around his knees, his face buried between them. Only his hollow, lifeless eyes remained, staring blankly at the ground, numbed. Zhang Qi stood rigidly in place. He could see that his body was trembling slightly, as if overwhelmed by sheer terror. Pained, Zhang Qi clenched his fists tightly. In this moment, he was unable to speak, unsure of what identity he held to offer comfort. If he could, he would walk over to Chen Xian and gently reassure him, it will be okay. But wasn't he the one responsible? This intense irony left Zhang Qi frozen, standing nearby like a stranger, quietly observing. An hour later, the emergency room light went out, and the doctor walked out. Chen Xian abruptly stood up, rushing over to the doctor anxiously. The doctor looked at the pale-faced boy whose eyes carried a sliver of hope, and his heart tightened painfully. Despite being accustomed to life and death, he found it hard to express himself. Taking a deep breath, he removed his mask. I'm sorry, kid. We did our best, but the elderly woman had a long-standing hypertension issue. Her cerebral hemorrhage occurred in the brainstem, and the bleeding was severe. There simply wasn't enough time. When Chen Xian heard, we did our best, he was already dazed, his mind going blank, as if his ears had lost their hearing. He didn't catch a single word the doctor said afterward, all he saw was the doctor's lips moving up and down. Chen Xian looked bewildered. Then, as if physically drained, his pale face swayed back 2 steps, and suddenly he sat on the ground. Tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks. At this moment, he could no longer hold back, the pent-up emotions found no place to settle, and he burst into tears loudly without restraint, just like the child she always protected in her arms. On that day, he lost everything. The person for whom he had persisted was now gone. His weeping became hoarse, and the air seemed increasingly thin, making it impossible for him to breathe. The nearby nurse noticed and quickly approached, gently patting his back, urging him to relax. Perhaps because he cried too sorrowfully, some nurses averted their eyes, while others' eyes turned red. Chen Xian's breakdown was witnessed by Zhang Qi, whose towering, brash figure collapsed instantly at that moment. A wave of desolation swept over him as he struggled to take a difficult step forward. Though only a few meters away, it felt like an insurmountable distance. His trembling lips couldn't utter a sound. He could only stay at a distance, silently keeping him company, silently watching him. He knew clearly that he had no right to stand by his side or offer any words of comfort. After a long while, Chen Xian's emotions slightly settled. The nurse allowed him to go inside for one last look at the elderly woman. As he reached the doorway, another nurse noticed Zhang Qi. Whose relative are you? This is the emergency room, you cannot enter without permission. Chen Xian stopped, turning his head to glance backward. Zhang Qi's heart jumped to his throat, his whole body stiffening with nervousness as his gaze met the pair of eyes looking back at him. Dark and lifeless, they resembled a pool of stagnant water, devoid of light. Those once beautiful eyes had finally lost their color. He gave him a faint glance, as though recognizing a stranger. Then he turned and walked inside. The nurse next to Zhang Qi repeated, whose relative are you? If no one claims you, you can leave. Staring woodenly ahead, Zhang Qi's voice rasped. I'm his friend. His family just passed away, I'm waiting for him. Understanding dawned on the nurse, who sighed and softened her tone, he'll be out soon after seeing the elder one last time. You may wait a bit more. Chen Xian entered, where the dim light inside revealed Grandma lying peacefully on a gurney, her white sheet covering her neck as she rested with closed eyes. Chen Xian stood beside the bed, lifting his hand to gently smooth her hair. Suddenly, a tear dropped onto his wrist with such heat that it contrasted sharply with the coldness of her face. There are only a few more days until the college entrance exam, and then we can leave here to find Mom and Dad. I'll succeed soon. Didn't you want to see them the most? Why are you sleeping now? Is it because I was naughty and upset you? I'm sorry. Please don't be mad, okay? In the silent room, no one would answer him. Only his hoarse voice murmured incessantly, each quivering syllable radiating despair that stifled the air. No one would ever again remind him to wear more clothes. No one would ever again wait for him to come home for meals. No one would ever sit by the TV and say, Xian has returned. Suddenly, the gleam of a silver scissors caught his attention in the adjacent metal tray. Its faint sharp luster was magnetic, enticing him. Now that he had nothing left, what was there to fear? He must avenge his grandma, this was what he should do. In those lifeless eyes rose the last flicker of resolve, resentment, anger, and an unwavering determination to annihilate altogether. Chen Xian gently pulled the white cloth over Grandma. Grandma, rest assured, Xian will avenge you. Having said that, he picked up the scissors and walked out. Zhang Qi remained rooted to the spot, watching as Chen Xian suddenly came toward him. His face lit up briefly before his heart shot upward, tightening as his breathing slowed in tension. Before he could speak, he abruptly noticed the glint of silver in Chen Xian's grip. A flash of silvery light zipped through the air, and Zhang Qi immediately understood his intent. Despite being able to dodge, he forced himself not to move. An intense pain shot through him as something pierced deep into his flesh, leaving a chilling sensation across his waist. Zhang Qi's hopeful expression disappeared. Startled cries erupted from the surrounding nurses. Several people standing behind Chen Xian tried pulling him back, but he gripped the scissors tightly in his hands, driving it even deeper. He looked at Chen Xian, into those eyes that held nothing but hatred, and suddenly felt a chill. Hearing the commotion here, the male doctor also rushed over. With great effort from several people, they managed to pull Chen Xian away, who was struggling with all his might. Zhang Qi stood in a daze, looking down at the spreading red stain on his body as if he couldn't feel the pain. His eyes dimmed as he suddenly smiled, a smile filled with helplessness and desolation. The pain caused Zhang Qi to stagger back 2 steps. Blood dripped onto the floor as nurses around him quickly supported him and urged him to get bandaged. But he didn't even glance at it. Instead, he stared fixedly at Chen Xian, his voice suppressing immense anguish. "I'm sorry." People around were puzzled. Clearly, the one injured was him, so why was he apologizing? Zhang Qi knew well that perhaps he wouldn't even have the chance to explain. If he hadn't recorded the video, Zhang Qingming wouldn't have sent it out. And this day's events would never have happened. I had no idea this would be the result. From the moment he cornered someone in that pitch-black alley, there was already no possibility between them, there was no going back. Really? I'm so sorry. I didn't want this. Chapter 25, Campus Arc, Blossoming Blood, Part 25. Chen Xian's frenzied appearance made everyone around fear. Those bloodshot eyes resembled demons from hell, seeing invisible hell surrounding them. But considering that his family member had just passed away, apart from restraining him, the doctors refrained from doing anything excessive. Of course, after they separated the people involved, they asked the victim whether he wanted to pursue responsibility, since it was ultimately his right to decide. But the other party only remained oddly silent, staring at the wound being dressed by the nurse before muttering, "It has nothing to do with him." For a moment, both the doctors and nurses were perplexed. Later, there were still many formalities to handle concerning the elderly woman. The boy calmed down under their comfort. They were transferred to the crematorium by car. The other injured boy sat in the hospital for a long time until suddenly, a group of men in neat suits arrived with fierce looks and forcibly took him away. As doctors, they were usually too busy to refresh news, but it wasn't until a couple days later that they found out, the boy from that day was the protagonist of the citywide video scandal. This left them feeling mixed emotions because the boy appeared quiet and composed, not like the type involved in such things. But one can't judge a book by its cover, they also couldn't comment much about it. On the transfer vehicle, Chen Xian tightly gripped his grandmother's cold hand, leaning against the car door and blankly gazing at the rapidly retreating scenery outside the window. Chen Xian, phew, just now at the hospital, I almost really killed him. He's the target, absolutely can't die before you. Chen Xian, I know, but once the emotions take over, I lose control. Fortunately, your stab wasn't deep enough, the target's vital signs are stable currently. Chen Xian, he'll survive fine, but my life is destroyed. The video leaked, Grandma passed away, and I've been depressed all along. So? Chen Xian, start retaliating then. Chen Xian has been pushed to a dead end. Situated in a remote suburb, the mortuary had old and shabby facilities. A pervasive chilling sensation could be felt everywhere, with strange odors permeating the air. The faces of people coming and going showed an unmistakable gloom. But without exception, each person came accompanied by close relatives. Only Chen Xian was alone. After handling the procedures, he stood beside the coffin where his grandmother lay, watching her being slowly pushed into the cremation furnace. Crimson flames engulfed the most cherished person in his life. With his eyes wide open, his vision blurred as wet heat slid down his cheeks. From now on, that familiar voice would never call him Xian Xian again. That familiar smile would only remain in his memories. No one would care about him or love him anymore. At home, there would only be him. Starting today, he finally had nothing left. In the days that followed, Chen Xian seemed unresponsive, his emotions terrifyingly calm. After leaving the mortuary, he carried Grandma's ashes back to the tenement house. On the staircase wall from the first to the third floor, those big character posters had been repasted by someone. The fresh red letters looked as though stained with blood. But he ignored it, unlocked the door, and carefully placed the ashes in Grandma's room. Looking at everything familiar here, his heart constricted sharply. Despite the intense pain making it hard to breathe, his limbs felt numb. He turned off all the lights and locked himself inside his room. Time flew, and 3 days had passed. He didn't go to school or leave his home. Like a clam, he carefully curled up in his small world, guarding the last remnants of familiarity and tranquility. The phone in the living room rang several times, its noisy sound abrupt and out of place in the silent, cold house. On the afternoon of the 4th day, he changed into his school uniform and stood in front of the mirror. His pitch-black hair was slightly longer than before, his pale and lifeless face exuded an aura of grey despair, and his vacant eyes carried a deep sense of death. The once bright light within them had shattered completely. He looked down, pulled up his sleeve, and revealed arm after arm of startling red scars, some had just formed scabs. Indifferently retracting his gaze, he went to the living room and tidied up everything at home, cleaned it thoroughly, and placed his diary into a drawer in Grandma's room. He walked to the phone and dialed a number. After a few rings, an impatient middle-aged man answered, "Hello. Grandma has passed away. When are you coming back?" Without any formalities or extra words, his voice conveyed plain information without hesitation. He no longer wanted to call the man on the other end, Dad. There was silence for a moment on the other side of the phone. The voice lowered somewhat. When did this happen? Chen Xian stared at the changing time on the phone screen, keeping his tone steady. Just a few days ago, she died from sudden cerebral hemorrhage. You decide when you'll come back, I still have class and am about to be late. Without waiting for a response, he hung up immediately. Turning around, he picked up his school bag from the couch, opened the door, and walked out. Today was Monday, with only 2 weeks left until the college entrance exam. However, the students' restless moods were akin to having another log thrown onto the fire. Since getting injured in the hospital, Zhang Qi had been harshly scolded by Zhang Qingming and confined for 3 days. Zhang Qingming warned Zhang Qi that he wasn't allowed to go anywhere, and under no circumstances should he try to find Chen Xian, lest they take further action against him. After seeing Chen Xian's desperate state, Zhang Qi found himself completely restricted this time. He didn't dare to approach him again. On the 4th day, he was permitted to return to school. But upon arriving at the classroom, there was no sign of Chen Xian. Chen Xian returned to school just in time for the first eye exercise session in the afternoon, a period allowing for slightly more leisure. He didn't go to class 8 but instead passed by Zhang Qi's window, ensuring that Zhang Qi would catch sight of his face from his angle. Zhang Qi was gazing outside absently, thinking of Chen Xian. Suddenly, the person in his thoughts appeared before his eyes. His expression instantly became serious. Without hesitation, he got up and rushed toward the door, making the chairs and tables emit a loud crash due to his haste. Many people jumped in surprise, turned around, and only saw a fleeting shadow. Chen Xian was standing on the rooftop of the teaching building. There was no railing up there, and it was usually locked by the security guard with a key. Just now, they had directly pried open the lock. In the background, a mechanical female voice instructed the eye exercises. Light breezes caressed his face, raising a few strands of his hair which had grown slightly longer. He closed his eyes and enjoyed the serenity around him. If none of this had happened, he would now be sitting in the classroom like everyone else, waiting for the turning point in his life just 2 weeks away. Bang! The iron gate was violently slammed open, producing a loud noise. Zhang Qi, panting for breath, anxiously eyed the person standing on the edge. He was still wearing that blue and white school uniform. The oversized uniform seemed to make him appear thinner. Sunlight shone on him as his hair gently fluttered in the wind. With his eyes closed, he looked tranquil and gentle, reminding Zhang Qi of the initial Chen Xian, the one who quietly sat in the corner. Zhang Qi's heart stirred, holding his breath carefully so as not to disturb this picture. Yet dreams must always shatter. Chen Xian sensed the movement behind him, slowly opening his eyes and turning around. A flash of tension quickly crossed Zhang Qi's eyes, but deep beneath lay an unspoken anticipation. He didn't know what he was hoping for or clinging to, yet his choked voice couldn't call out Chen Xian's name. Chen Xian fixed his gaze on him, his look seemingly calm, but upon closer inspection, there was a death-like void in his eyes, devoid of all hope, as if trapped in stagnant darkness. You came. His lips curled slightly upward, his voice soft, speaking as if to a friend. Zhang Qi's dark gaze locked onto him, the unusual sensation making his voice tremble slightly, tightening the breath in his lungs. I'm here. This simple exchange marked a previously unseen calmness and stability between them. Chen Xian's distant gaze quietly looked into the far-off distance. Do you know? In 2 weeks, she and I could have left this place. The doctor said her illness requires a large hospital in one of the first-tier cities, they can't treat her here. But my parents can't afford the expenses for both of us. If I do well in the college entrance exam and maintain high rankings in regular exams, a school there can exempt me from fees. I want her to live, so I must be first, must be the best, no matter what you do to me, I can endure it all. But why, haven't I been obedient enough? Why must you take away even my hope to try? I was almost successful. But now, everything is gone. She's gone. What should I do? His questioning voice wasn't loud, but each word clearly fell on Zhang Qi's ears. The faint wind on the rooftop carried a bone-chilling cold. His heart felt as if it were being tightly gripped by someone, unable to budge his feet, frozen stiff like frost-covered ground. He realized for the first time what pain truly meant. Yet he had no explanation to offer, his words weak and pale. I didn't know. I never imagined that the video would fall into someone else's hands. It wasn't intentional. Just. I wanted you to notice me, remember me. No longer glancing at me accidentally, but truly recognizing who I am. My name is Zhang Qi. You simply don't like people like me, I understand that. They've whispered about me behind my back, saying I'm disgusting, that I'm homosexual, saying I like being played with by men. Chen Xian hung his head, softly muttering, his unfocused eyes as if recalling something. He stumbled backward 2 steps, nearing the edge. He'd secretly read information online, they all spoke ill of him, cursing him, calling him dirty, wishing he'd die. Seeing him retreat toward the edge, Zhang Qi's pupils dilated in shock. His face drained of color, and he involuntarily stepped forward, shouting hoarsely, Chen Xian. Chen Xian hesitated, then lifted his head to look at him. Zhang Qi's voice turned raspy, each word cutting through him like a knife. His body felt as though it were being dismembered piece by piece, every nerve twitching painfully. His fists clenched tightly, his palms throbbing with pain, but compared to the ache in his chest, it seemed negligible. He wanted to tell him that apart from him, he had never touched anyone else. No one could touch him but you. But he couldn't say it. Come closer, if you come closer, I'll let you take any revenge on me. Zhang Qi's sorrowful gaze locked onto him. Revenge? Zhang Qi nodded slightly, cautiously moving closer inch by inch. Chen Xian let out a faint laugh. Do you know how much I hate you? Hate strong enough that every glance makes me want to kill you. Living in the same world as you feels disgusting. How could such feelings lead to your revenge? Zhang Qi paused briefly, straining to ignore the suffocating sensation in his heart as he stared at Chen Xian. You can. You can take revenge on me because I like you. Chen Xian furrowed his brows slightly, a puzzled expression appearing on his face, yet his tone suggested careful comprehension, like me. Yes, I like you. At this moment, Zhang Qi was less than 2 meters away from him. His pitch-black eyes gazed at him seriously, intently, filled with anguish, a sincerity that seemed entirely genuine. Chen Xian's lips curled upward slightly, revealing a serene smile, as if expressing joy, but tears streamed down his cheeks. The first time anyone has ever told me they like me. He raised his hand to wipe away the tears on his face. But why must it be you? If only it weren't you, it would have been better. As he said this, he took another step back. Zhang Qi's eyes reddened with distress, his voice trembling violently, don't move. Please, please don't move. Perhaps hearing the tension and anxiety in Zhang Qi's plea, Chen Xian halted his steps, his dim gaze resting on him, asking carefully, would you really let me take revenge? Zhang Qi's heart hovered suspended in his throat. Taking a cautious step forward, he slowly extended his trembling fingertips. Yes. If you come closer, I'll let you exact whatever revenge you wish. Chen Xian looked at his outstretched hand for a long moment before gradually raising his own, then it's good. Zhang Qi's focus intensified, his breathing slowing slightly. A fleeting joy replaced fear, if he could forgive him, he would overcome whatever lay ahead in the future. The sudden hope plunged him into a dream, a tangible and reachable fantasy, relaxing his guard. Just as Zhang Qi was about to touch his fingertips, Chen Xian smiled faintly and fell backward. Chen Xian. A shrill, hoarse shout echoed through the sky above. The roaring wind in his ears made him feel as though he were falling into an abyss, giving him a sense of unreality. He looked at the distorted face of the person hunched at the edge of the rooftop, trying desperately to shout something. He had never seen such an expression on that defiant face. But none of this mattered anymore. He would be leaving soon. Just. Grandma, I'm sorry. In the end, Xian also became a bad kid who lied. I deceived you for so long. You're so kind, you'd definitely forgive me, right? It's just that. I hated it too much. The heavy sound of something crashing onto the ground interrupted all the playful laughter. All of them turned their heads instinctively, following the direction and saw Zhang Qi standing at the edge. Some began to rush out of the classroom after pausing for a moment, followed by a terrified scream. Suddenly, they all ran out and leaned over the corridor railings to look. There was a spreading pool of blood below, which, from their high vantage point, resembled a flower blooming in the most vibrant red, showing its final posture. And at the center of the flower, there was a twisted body. Zhou Lin crouched at the railing outside room 8's classroom door, her hands tightly gripping the cold iron frame. Her eyes filled with bloodshot tears. Chen Xian was dead. Chapter 26, Campus Line, Blooming Blood, 26. Around Chen Xian, the space remained empty, no one dared to approach. Soon, a stumbling figure came into everyone's view. They clung tightly to the railing, craning their necks curiously watching. Zhang Qi looked at the person lying in the pool of blood. The blood drained from his face, and his mind went blank. His deep eyes turned crimson, as if he had temporarily lost the ability to perceive anything around him. Apart from the person on the ground, he could see nothing else. Unconsciously, he stepped into the pool of blood, and then suddenly knelt down with a thud. His knee hit the ground, staining his school pants red with blood. He reached out shakily, touching the limp, pale hand. The warmth at his fingertips left him bewildered. He carefully drew the person into his arms, hugging tightly. The blood stained his clothes, but he seemed unaware. He stared vacantly at the person in his arms, looking at the lingering smile on his lips. His heart felt as if pierced repeatedly by a knife, the pain slowing even his breathing. Weren't you going to take revenge on me? I'm here. He endured the pain, took a careful breath, and gently wiped the blood off Qin Xian's face. Why were you so careless? Don't worry, the doctor will be here soon, you'll be fine. I know I was wrong, truly wrong. He spoke as if rambling, lacking any coherent order. His gentle tone, trembling voice, was like a morning cuckoo bird, each word carrying profound sorrow. The onlookers once again took out their phones, familiar murmurings arising again. They all saw it, the one who died was Qin Xian. That homosexual. Zhang Qi was on the roof earlier. It must have been Zhang Qi who killed him, because he disapproved and acted on it. Before long, teachers rushed in and herded the gawking students back into the classrooms, some even brought white cloth to cover Qin Xian's corpse. However, Zhang Qi refused to let go, holding the body tightly without releasing it. Several teachers tried to pull him away, but Zhang Qi was too strong, and they couldn't budge him. Half an hour later, several police cars entered the gate of No. 3 Middle School, followed shortly by the urgent wail of ambulances echoing across the silent campus. Based on bystanders' testimonies, Zhang Qi was taken away. The already restless learning atmosphere exploded due to this incident, the madness reminiscent of addicts frantically refreshing posts on their phones. Some even attached pictures. The heat skyrocketed straight to number 1. Hashtag exposed high school video boy, killed after being pushed off building by classmate hashtag. Hashtag damn, someone fell off a building at our school and died. Hashtag I just happened to see it happen, the movement looked like he was pushed. Hashtag what kind of grudge is this? Hashtag it was that male student whose video got exposed last time, the one who pushed him didn't approve of him. Hashtag, photo, already been taken away by the police. Hashtag damn, he pushed someone, then hugged them. Kind of disgusting. Hashtag even if he didn't approve, does that justify murder? This will result in prison. Police station. An officer with nearly 20 years of experience sat on the chair, observing the boy opposite him. The entire school uniform was covered in bloodstains, the proud name of No. 3 Middle School dyed red, and the boy's head hung low, his youthful face a ghastly void. His pitch-black eyes stared at his hands as if he had lost something. The policeman sighed. Some say that when the deceased fell, you were on the roof. Did you push him? For a long moment, there was no response. The policeman tapped the desk and frowned. He slowly raised his head, eyes vacant, but the sorrow deep within made the policeman frown even more deeply. After a while, he opened his mouth, his voice hoarse. It was me who killed him. It was me. He only kept repeating this one sentence. His attitude presented a difficult situation for the police officer. The murder case already had eyewitnesses, plus his own admission. This type of case didn't even need an in-depth investigation. Bang! The door was flung open violently. Zhang Qingming stood at the doorway in a perfectly tailored suit, his face flushed with anger. Behind him stood another man, slimmer in build, with a cold and menacing air. The officers responsible for the interrogation originally stood up intending to reprimand the intruders, but upon seeing the two men, they swallowed their words. He recognized these two individuals. One was the boss of Ningqing's top conglomerate, the other a notorious figure in the underworld, both named by the chief as untouchable. Judging from the appearance, they must be relatives of the suspect. Since that was the case, he decided to defer to them and use this opportunity to break the deadlock to see if there might be any progress. So, he wisely vacated the space for the two and went out to retrieve the victim's information. Zhang Qingming's eyes glinted coldly as he strode over, grabbed Zhang Qi's shirt, and landed a punch. Zhang Qi fell to the ground. Are you now? Tell them it wasn't you who killed him. Zhang Qi wiped the corner of his mouth, his gaze devoid of any fluctuation. He looked up at Zhang Qingming, his lifeless gaze unchanging. He was killed because of me. Zhang Qingming's expression hardened instantly, delivering another slap. A ringing sound filled Zhang Qi's ears, and the inside of his mouth tasted heavily metallic. Do you know what you're saying? You'd be finished for life if you really killed someone. Zhang Qi looked up, seeing the furious face of Zhang Qingming, and suddenly a faint smile crossed his lips. The emotions swirling in his eyes were indescribably desperate, yet a flash of vengeance flickered beneath. If Zhang Qingming hadn't released that video, perhaps things wouldn't have come to this point. He wouldn't have died. So what then? Compared to him, what I've suffered is nothing. Zhang Qingming gasped slightly, his gaze trembling for a moment. Seeing the weighty emotions in Zhang Qi's eyes, he seemed to have understood something. You. Do you actually feel something for him? I like him. These four simple words shattered the last remnants of hope and anticipation in Zhang Qingming. His complexion darkened, and his breathing became unstable as he took a step back. Only now did he remember something. Zhang Qi had always had an obsessive cleanliness disorder and refused to touch others from a young age, yet in the video, he was forcing the other person. He should have known. Staggering slightly, leaning on the table, he abruptly sat down on the bench. Ho Yi remained standing to the side, his dark and icy gaze fixed alternately on Zhang Qi and Zhang Qingming, with no intention of intervening. This was family business, outsiders couldn't meddle. Perhaps Zhang Qingming never imagined this would be the end of the matter. Zhang Qi was his only son, and he hoped that this son would be different from him, without any tainted background, able to cleanly inherit his company. Ironically, it was he himself who destroyed this pristine future. The police officer outside meticulously scrutinized the documents in hand. The longer he read, the heavier his expression grew, until finally his countenance darkened enough to drip water. Chapter 27, Campus Line, Blooming Blood, End. At 10 p.m., when public opinion reached its peak, the Ningxing Public Security Bureau released a bulletin on the platform. It meticulously explained the case of the student's fall from Building No. 3 Middle School, along with relevant backgrounds. Public opinion erupted immediately. Chen Xian's name entered the public's view. 2 topics shot to the front. Hashtag boss son bullying classmates by pushing them off buildings. Hashtag Chen Xian. Hashtag. No one expected that behind the supposedly revealing video lay an act of school bullying, nor could they have guessed that the person they deemed unworthy was actually the true victim. And that video was proof of the brutal abuse inflicted upon him. They couldn't fathom the sin involved in shooting the video, perhaps out of fear and guilt, or maybe they could see Chen Xian's silent cries for help within it. They all deleted the video from their phones and erased all photos of Chen Xian. They were unable to face, his eyes. At this moment, every voice on the platform had turned one-sided. The people who had once shouted, "disgusting," now began loudly calling for harsh punishment for Zhang Qi. Those who'd idly watched and joked around in the comment section started surrounding and attacking Zhang Qi, the school, and even hurling insults at those who had turned a blind eye. Suddenly, everyone seemed to have developed a sense of justice. Yet the one who deserved justice was no longer there. After nearly 3 months of investigation and searching, the verdict of the fall case came down. Considering the criminal Zhang Qi's excellent academic record, lack of prior offenses, good attitude during confession, and the fact that this was his first offense, the court sentenced him to 8 years in prison. Justice seemed to have been served. The media began extensive coverage. Some thought the sentence was too lenient, while others suspected the Zhang group must have interfered to lighten the penalty. The storm continued growing until the court authorities were forced to issue a clarification. The Zhang group has not made any improper moves, only then did the public discourse cool down. But reporters wouldn't let go of such an explosive topic so easily. They even interviewed Chen Xian's parents. They were an ordinary couple, who had just buried their elderly relatives, and now lost their only child. For a time, many people sympathized with them. But others claimed that since they received compensation, they didn't deserve sympathy. Many envied the amount of money they'd received. In the photos, the couple's pale and sorrowful faces bore hollow eyes, suggesting that their lives may not be as comfortable as imagined. After striving all their lives, losing both their parents and child, they found themselves without any support. So what was the meaning behind their hard work? Living, forever more painful than dying, means enduring each second of self-reproach and torment. That day, someone visited Zhang Qi in jail. Zhang Qi, dressed in an orange prisoner uniform, his head shaved revealing a patch of greenish skin, with handcuffs on his hands, walked out under escort by a guard, appearing dazed. Lifting his eyes, he saw Zhou Yan through the glass window. Zhou Yan looked over at Zhang Qi through the glass. The formerly arrogant face now seemed dull and lifeless, his pitch-black eyes having lost their past sharpness, like a blade covered in dust, showing nothing but weariness. Once high and mighty, now brought low into the dust. Do you see? This is his present outcome. There was frosty chill in Zhou Yan's eyes. On the day Chen Xian met with trouble, Zhou Yan wasn't at school. By the time he heard about it, it was already the next morning, and everything had been settled. For a moment, he was stunned, disbelief flooding him, and he ran to Class 8. All he found were 2 empty seats. Cold swept through his body instantly. He then went to the internet cafe and searched for the latest news. The overwhelming reports came rushing at him. He saw that bright red photo. After a long time, he suddenly leaned back in the chair. Only now did he truly believe, Chen Xian was dead. That resilient figure might never again appear in his sight. Today, he'd come to give Zhang Qi 2 items because he understood that the most torturous thing isn't physical pain, but the endless regret, self-accusation, and pity inside one's heart. This is from your homeroom teacher. Zhou Yan handed over a photograph. Zhang Qi lowered his head and looked at it. It was a graduation photo. From Class 8's graduation ceremony. Zhang Qi's unfocused gaze flickered slightly upon touching the photo. His vision fell onto it, and the next instant, he raised his hand, producing metallic clinking sounds from the cuffs on his wrists. In the picture, the person wore a blue and white school uniform, standing in the first row of boys, a slim figure partially obscured by long hair covering his pale forehead, clearly saying, "cheese," yet his lips formed a straight line. And Zhang Qi himself stood slightly behind him, also not looking at the lens, but instead staring sideward at him. Carefully touching the photo, Zhang Qi's fingertips trembled almost imperceptibly. This is something I got from his room drawer. You should find it interesting. Zhou Yan, with a cold tone, pulled out a black notebook from beside him and handed it over. Zhang Qi took it. Once Zhang Qi accepted it, Zhou Yan immediately stood up, clearly intending not to stay longer, and gave Zhang Qi a chilling glance full of intense disgust. Take a good look, you'll like it. After saying this, he turned around and left without looking back. Perhaps the only thing he could do to help was to ensure that Zhang Qi would never find peace. The prison guard escorted Zhang Qi back to his cell where his cellmates eagerly awaited his return, assuming that his family had brought him something. But when they saw that he only held a black notebook in his hand, they groaned in disappointment and went back to sleep. Zhang-Chi carefully put away the photograph and opened the notebook. The first thing he saw was a page filled with elegant handwriting. Today I finally got first place, but I was beaten up in an alleyway by someone who said I took their first place from them. Isn't the ranking based on individual merit? Why did they think I stole it? My body hurts badly, but I cannot let Grandma know. The person who beat me that day was Zhang-Chi. Why? He even asked me to play basketball with him. Yesterday, I got blocked again. I think I really upset him. What should I do? I caught a cold from the rain and had a fever, so I intended to buy some medicine. But Zhang-Chi tore my 20 yuan note, leaving me with no money for the month, and now I have no access to medicine. I must go home, and I will definitely be late for class in the afternoon. It seems he really hates me. The results were published today, and I ranked first again, bringing me one step closer to my goal. However, he broke my right hand, and it hurts so much. I can't give up though. Grandma's illness needs proper treatment. If I endure it a little longer, it'll be fine. One day he brought me to an apartment. Why did such disgusting things happen? As a man, why is he so repulsive? Disgusting, disgusting, disgusting. After countless words of disgusting, there was a deep scratch mark on the page. The video has been released online. What should I do? He says it wasn't him. Should I believe him? The one who hurt me this way is definitely him. I saw the comments. They called me a freak, a homosexual, and said getting first place is useless since I'm just someone being played with by men. But, I am not a homosexual. I am the victim here. Why can they speak so lightly about these things? They are right, I should die. I'm too dirty to live. Being alive is just wasting time. If I die, will he go to jail? My grandma is gone. She saw those videos. What should I do? Did she also think I was disgusting, which is why she didn't want me anymore? How will I survive alone? I don't want to be alone. I will get revenge. Zhang-Chi's eyes turned blood red, his heart contracting painfully, blurring his vision. Tears streamed down his ice-cold cheeks, falling onto the paper where his name was written, smearing the ink marks. So, he had remembered. Images of how he had humiliated him repeatedly flashed before his eyes, his quivering figure crouched in the darkness, his tears forced back, his defiant gaze, and his fallen smile, all fading into a sea of crimson red. He's dead. Because of me, he's dead. Suddenly, Zhang-Chi felt a bitter taste in his mouth. Coming to his senses slightly, he realized he had bitten through his tongue, and the bitterness spread over his tongue. What have I done? Clutching his fists tightly, he violently hammered his head, acting like a crazed man. His abnormal behavior startled the others who were nearby, dozing off. Why? Why does our story end this way? The person I loved despised me until death. Zhang-Chi raised his hand to cover his continuously falling tears, letting out a wild laugh mixed with streaks of blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. His mournful laughter sounded like desperate sobs, causing the other prisoners to look at him as if he were insane. Starting from that day, Zhang-Chi became a completely different person. Gone was the rebellious arrogance, all traces of sunlight disappeared, replaced by perpetual confinement in shadows. Every day he sat by the window, lost in thought as his gaze fixated vacantly on the sky. In his arms, he clutched the notebook protectively, and in between its pages rested the photo. He meticulously guarded his treasures. His cellmates were young people who, since Zhang-Chi's visit from outside, began exhibiting increasingly odd behaviors. Seeing how cautiously he handled the photo made them curious, they assumed it must be a picture of some beautiful girl whom he cherished deeply. Loneliness drove their curiosity. One night, while Zhang-Chi was asleep, they stealthily approached and took the items from him. When the group gathered to inspect, it turned out to be merely a graduation photo. But before they could properly see the faces in the photo, Zhang-Chi woke up. Upon seeing what they held, his eyes turned crimson instantly, and like a madman, he clenched his fists and started assaulting them fiercely. The next day, the heavy stench of blood in the room caught the attention of the prison guard. 2 people were carried out of the room. Zhang-Chi had one eye gouged out by someone. After this incident, Zhang-Chi was moved to another room, but even so, no one dared to provoke him, fearing he might lose control and cripple them. However, from that point on, Zhang-Chi began having a recurring dream every night. In it, there was Chen Xian and they met for the first time. There was no noise. In the sunlight, he lifted his head, his face framed by the golden light behind him, blushing slightly as he smiled gently, his eyes curved. Those pitch-black bright eyes reflected his image. In the dream, Chen Xian opened his mouth, and Zhang-Chi could hear his voice, clear and ringing, just as he remembered it. Zhang-Chi. At this moment, Zhang-Chi felt dazed. He realized that he had never called him by his name. Chapter 28, ABO Line, Eternal Battle Song, Part 1. A. First dimension complete, abuse level at 75%, meeting pass criteria. Congratulations, Mr. Chen has successfully advanced to the next dimension. A. Just received the latest system upgrade and game update. To comply with national requirements and protect player privacy, starting now, players will use their character names instead of real names. Chen Xian, no immersion then. Regulations are strict these days, the company still needs to survive. Chen Xian, alright, I understand. By the way, is there any reward for a beginner passing through? Yes. Chen Xian, what? What is it? Tell me quick. A 50% off coupon for the store. Chen Xian. I feel your tone went up. Middle finger.jpg. Did it? Maybe it's your illusion. Would you like to use it now, Mr. Chen? Chen Xian, no, thanks. Buy.jpg. Information for the second dimension is about to be imported. Do you wish to receive it? Chen Xian, bring it on. The second dimension was an ABO world. Conceptually, in a parallel universe, over time, humans began to evolve. Gender was no longer singular, but divided into 6 categories, male and female alpha, beta, and omega. The main storyline unfolded between 2 opposing forces. The first was the Galactic Empire Alliance that dominated the entire galaxy, formed by 16 royal families, encompassing sectors covering the entire galaxy with a massive population that seemed astronomical. The leadership of this immense empire was directed by the Council of Heads consisting of 16 permanent emperors. Presidency rotated among the 16 emperors, each term lasting 4 years. Each sector state within the empire operated under a constitutional monarchy, where power was distributed among the noble families. Each aristocratic house wielded significant influence and enjoyed enviable statuses, making their children superior right from birth. Hence, a popular saying in the entire Empire Alliance was, "Golden red blood is a natural symbol of status." From birth, one was destined for greatness. Such nobles, due to the people and events they encountered from childhood, harbored deep contempt for commoners. With such a vast population base, they never valued the commoners, assuming they were mere insects. Oppression, exploitation, and trampling on lives became commonplace in every corner of the Empire Alliance. Yet, where there is oppression, there must also be resistance. In the year 286 of the imperial era, the oppressed commoners spontaneously formed an army. Initially, it was a small underground organization helping and rescuing bullied civilians. After decades of accumulated resentment, it grew into what was now known as the Anti-Nobility United Army, posing a threat to the Empire Alliance. Naturally, some noble families, filled with righteousness, secretly assisted the organization, providing them with financial support and equipment. Up until now, 5 major battles had taken place between the two sides. The Empire Alliance emerged victorious in 4, while the Anti-Nobility United Army, capitalizing on their win during the border campaign, secured control of the border regions of the galaxy. Though not expansive, with harsh conditions, its advantage lay in being easy to defend but difficult to attack. Each residential area was surrounded by numerous giant black stones, making it hard for outsiders to locate precise points of assault. Despite its barren nature, this region was sufficient for them to develop, establish bases, and continuously spread their influence, posing a threat to the Empire Alliance. The character played by Chen Xian is called Xin Yan, an alpha. Born into a medium-sized noble family in the Atlanta Empire, they were not dazzling but lived comfortably without worry. The target, called Xingyu, is the only son of Prince Xing Fan of the Atlanta Empire and a genius with SS level of spiritual power. Currently, within the entire Empire Alliance's talent reserve, there are no more than 5 individuals with SS capabilities. Their intersection begins at the Imperial Alliance Military Academy. In the first year as freshman, during the school's mecha combat competition at the 1/8 finals, Xin Yan was dragged to the competition field by a roommate. That was his first time seeing Xingyu. Agile operations, immense spiritual power, elegant striking techniques made Xingyu on the field shine like the sun god. Xin Yan could not move his gaze an inch, his heart raced quickly, he stared unblinkingly at Xingyu's face on the large screen, holding his breath. Starting from that day, Xin Yan became infatuated with this person, listening to the praise around him while researching his data. He would arrive early for every match of Xingyu's. However, at that time, Xingyu was about to graduate from the Alliance Military Academy, and that was also his last participation in the Mecha League. Later, Xin Yan learned through acquaintances that after graduation, Xingyu went to the Western Army with the rank of colonel. To keep up with his pace, Xin Yan, who used to drift aimlessly, began relentlessly improving his mecha manipulation skills, martial arts, and other abilities. Since his original mental power was not low, it didn't take long before, in the second year after Xingyu left, Xin Yan emerged as a dark horse, successfully winning first place in the Mecha League. His name, like Xingyu's, resonated throughout the entire Alliance Military Academy. But for Xin Yan, this was still far from enough. He spent 3 years, exerting all his efforts, earning school points, and in the graduating year, he chose the Western Army where Xingyu was stationed with the highest score from the military academy, becoming a captain under Xingyu's command. This was the first time, through his own effort, he had truly stood beside him. By this time, Xingyu had already carved out a prominent position within the army. The next year, the Western Army led by Xingyu participated in another battle against the Anti-Nobility United Army. Xingyu took a risky strategy, leading a small team to circle around to the enemy's rear, using a surprise attack method to capture a well-known leader of the resistance forces, wiping out the remaining forces. Subsequently, he helped the Western Army secure the ultimate victory, but Shen Yan was severely injured in that campaign. The bullet originally intended for Xing Yu was instinctively blocked by Shen Yan without hesitation. Later, due to the captives and the victory of the campaign, along with Xing Yu's background, he quickly rose to become the youngest general in imperial history. Xing Yu did not neglect Shen Yan either, promoting him from captain to colonel. Shen Yan came from an average background. Even if he accompanied Xing Yu through life and death situations, he rarely appeared in formal settings except to those close to Xing Yu or his friends. Few people knew Shen Yan was Xing Yu's most trusted officer. But his loyalty and admiration for Xing Yu were clearly evident among some high-ranking officers near them. In fact, Shen Yan's appearance wasn't bad. He wasn't the kind that struck one with immediate stunning beauty, but his overall aura was something ordinary appearances couldn't compare with, like a perfect military knife, exuding a cold beauty. Trying to touch him closely might leave one cut. Coupled with his agile physique and excellent mental power, many alphas and betas secretly fancied him. Originally, Xing Yu just saw him as a normal right-hand man, but the glances of others and various implicit hints allowed Xing Yu to realize this person liked him. In this world, relationships between alphas were not uncommon. He found being together with Shen Yan very comfortable. Both soldiers accustomed to each other over long periods, he didn't need to laboriously guess Shen Yan's emotions, nor did he have to intentionally cater to him. So, he naturally accepted Shen Yan's feelings and started a relationship. They spent 5 years together. 5 years of intimate living made them know each other even better, preferences, tastes, temperaments, and all sorts of things, including even small habits. Because of Xing Yu's bloodline, Shen Yan once decided to give up the hard-earned ranks and extensive mental power he had accumulated, transforming himself into an omega for him. The Research Institute's registration had been done, awaiting surgery to replace the glands. But these plans, Xing Yu was unaware of. And the unforeseen event occurred in the 6th year when shocking news hit the headlines. Xing Yu's cousin, the third prince of the Atlanta Empire, Xing Chen, was assassinated. Intelligence from the Shadow Army suggested that the target of this assassination mission was the new leader of the Resistance United Army, also a SS genius. For this person, the Empire Alliance Army had absolutely no information, height, appearance, or even name, all were unknown, as if he appeared out of nowhere. To counter him and eliminate the resistance forces at their root, the military district finally decided to send an undercover agent to infiltrate their ranks. The first volunteer was Han Mu, the fiancé of the third prince, Xing Chen. Here's where it got dramatic. Han Mu was the second son of the chief minister. He grew up with Xing Yu and Xing Chen since childhood, sharing deep bonds. With his outstanding looks and gentle personality, both brothers fell for him. However, Xing Chen's status and lineage were superior to Xing Yu's, so naturally, the Han family chose Xing Chen. This forced Xing Yu to withdraw from Han Mu's world. In his eyes, Han Mu was like the most sacred and beautiful flower in his heart, hanging high on the mountain peak, untouchable. Once he could not attain her, but now fate offered him a second chance. Given this, he vowed to win this time. But first, he needed to deal with Han Mu volunteering as an undercover agent. He had gone to the military headquarters and informed the responsible parties that enemy territory was extremely dangerous. As a beta passing as an alpha, Han Mu would have no means of defending himself. This mission was equivalent to sending him to his death. However, the other side insisted that Han Mu was determined to go through with it, hell-bent on avenging the third prince. Even the chief minister's persuasion proved useless, let alone theirs. With no choice, Xing Yu opted for a less drastic solution. He proposed to the military that they send 2 undercover agents instead of 1. Officially, it was to have the military dispatch an additional person. In reality, it was to protect Han Mu. The candidate would need not only great combat skills but also immense power, and above all, be someone Xing Yu trusted completely. Thus, this person could only be Shen Yan, who had stayed by his side through 5 years of life and death situations. Xing Yu did not reveal to Shen Yan his feelings for Han Mu. Instead, he merely stated that this was the fiancé of the third prince and the second son of the chief minister. She was there to serve her country and couldn't afford any mistakes. It was Shen Yan's duty to ensure her safety. He trusted only Shen Yan. Shen Yan looked at him and solemnly agreed. He even gave a reassuring smile, saying, "Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to her." This wasn't a flippant remark, it was his commitment to Xing Yu. When they returned, he would tell Xing Yu about his desire to transform into a mega. At first, everything went smoothly. It took them 2 years to successfully infiltrate the enemy ranks. However, the gap in their mental powers was too significant. While Han Mu could only infiltrate the mid-level troops, Shen Yan, with his exceptional talents, managed to penetrate the core group. There, he met the leader Gu Qi. Everything was proceeding smoothly initially. Shen Yan gained Gu Qi's trust through several desperate rescue attempts and covertly assisted the Empire Alliance Army in destroying several crucial bases of the resistance forces. With more time, Shen Yan believed he had the potential to dismantle the resistance force gradually. But Han Mu's naivety shattered all plans. Gu Qi was naturally suspicious by nature. After these successive losses, he was certain there was a mole within the resistance army. To expose the spy, he captured dozens of nobles known for their cruelty and penchant for tormenting civilians, using their lives as bait. Han Mu, however, unable to endure seeing those prisoners tortured, released them secretly. Seeing commoners tortured brought no hesitation earlier, yet he intervened this time, a clear inconsistency. On the first day of Han Mu's capture and subsequent interrogation, by accident, he revealed his identity. Upon learning this, how could Gu Qi fail to exploit the situation? Subsequently, Gu Qi made contact with the Empire Alliance Army's headquarters, demanding several critical sectors in the west in exchange for Han Mu. Such vital areas, the Empire Alliance could never relinquish. However, the representative making the decision for the Empire Alliance at the time was Xingyu. He could not abandon Han Mu either. So, Xingyu presented Gu Qi with another option. They were willing to trade the information about another undercover agent, revealing that the recent surprise attacks by the Empire were passed along by that person. Gu Qi never anticipated there being another individual. If he hadn't foreseen it, it meant these people had been carefully vetted and highly trusted by him. After deliberating for 3 days, Gu Qi ultimately made his choice. Right when Shen Yan was contemplating ways to rescue Han Mu, Gu Qi captured him. What awaited Shen Yan was Gu Qi's brutality and 10 long years of torture. They destroyed the spiritual power he prided himself on, broke one of his legs, and subjected him to relentless and terrifying punishments day after day. But Shen Yan never gave up. He wanted to return to Xingyu's side, so during these 10 years, he never thought of dying, instead, he endured. Until the end, when Gu Qi, seeing his pitiful state, no longer felt the urge to torture him, and discarded him in the slums. It took Shen Yan 2 years to return to Atlanta's imperial capital. He couldn't go directly to the military department to find Xingyu because he didn't want Xingyu to see his disfigured appearance. So he chose to wait, sitting in a dark corner for a month. One day, he finally waited for Xingyu. Xingyu remained tall and handsome as ever. Time had left no mark on him but made him even more stable and charming. The next moment, another person followed down, a pale hand gently hooking onto Xingyu's arm. Shen Yan saw that face, it was Han Mu. Under the sunlight, the two shared a smile, walking leisurely into the military headquarters. Shen Yan froze in place, dazedly sitting on the ground, not knowing how long it would take before he left. That night, a body appeared in the Blue River, unclaimed by anyone. Chapter 29, ABO Line, Eternal Battle Song, 2. AI, the storyline has been completed. We will enter the second dimension shortly. Please prepare yourself. Chen Xian, bring it on. Switching dimensions. Chen Xian's mind went blank for a moment, then his senses slowly returned to the cerebral cortex. His breathing was shallow, his body feeling fine except for an icy sensation in his wrists. His black lashes quivered as a pair of light brown eyes surveyed his surroundings. A room about 50 or 60 square meters, with water stains at the corners. The cold scent lingered around his nose, the walls painted with brown paint whose surface was peeling due to dampness. His hands were shackled by iron chains. Lifting his head, he saw nothing but pure blackness, those chains disappeared into the darkness. Nothing existed in the room except for him. Mr. Chen, please note. Currently, we are at the time point when Shen Yan was betrayed by the Empire Alliance army led by Xingyu just 7 hours ago. Gu Qi personally led a team to capture you and now you're being detained in the highest level interrogation chamber of the Resistance United Army. Chen Xian, acknowledged. In fact, Shen Yan had been here before, it was his second year after joining the Resistance Army. His false identity was that of a young man who lost everything to the machinations of the Empire Alliance, driven solely by the desire for revenge. To achieve his goal of overthrowing the Empire and seeking vengeance, he was willing to do anything. And Shen Yan worked with such efficiency that all his abilities shone brilliantly, penetrating the core of the resistance force swiftly due to his ruthlessness. He soon gained trust within the inner circle, becoming one of those close to Gu Qi. With frequent resistance missions, his excellent performances earned him familiarity with many people inside the group. Eventually, he infiltrated the higher ranks and even joined Gu Qi's personal guard unit. So much earlier, he witnessed Gu Qi interrogating high-ranking officers from the Empire Alliance firsthand. Now things were different, it was only a matter of switching roles. The metal binding him wasn't ordinary, it was dense New Age alloy. Even an alpha with spiritual power grade S couldn't break free. The place looked like a rusted iron cell, but it actually had 7 layers of protection shields. Not even a particle gun could penetrate 1 layer, let alone 7. What he saw were only holographic projections of iron walls. Once thrown in, escape was impossible. Moreover, there were countless concealed torture instruments. They had endless methods to torment someone until they begged for death but could not die. Back then, the person under interrogation was also an S-grade alpha. He held out admirably at first, but broke less than an hour later. Chen Xian, looks like I'm about to be interrogated. Can the pain suppression from the last world still work? No, items can only be used in a single world. Chen Xian, damn, I should have saved some stamina before. You have a 50% discount card. You can buy from the shop. Chen Xian, never mind, let me check. As he was speaking, the iron door handle turned with a click. Someone pushed the door open and entered. There was only a faint yellow light on the wall previously, but as the intruder stepped inside, hidden light tubes illuminated one after another, turning the dim room suddenly bright. Chen Xian slightly raised his gaze. The newcomer was towering in stature, broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, with a well-proportioned figure. Though dressed casually in loose workwear, the edges of his clothes were perfectly straight, clearly hiding weapons habitually underneath. His dark brown hair was slightly long, with a small part tied back, revealing deep-set features tinged with some traces of foreign ancestry. His pitch-black, profound eyes resembled a deep pool, and under a high-bridged nose, there was an air of casual disarray marked by a touch of stubble. He appeared languid but actually concealed his sharp edge. Gu Qi, the leader of the Resistance United Army, was also the only man capable of contending against the Empire Alliance. Prince Xing Chen died at his hands. A person whom Shen Yan respected deeply. Now Gu Qi's cold gaze sharply fixed on Chen Xian, holding a ripe sweet date in his hand. Recalling past memories, Chen Xian understood that Gu Qi was about to kill again. Whenever Gu Qi had murderous thoughts, he would crave something sweet, candy, sweet dates, or fruit. Shen Yan used to see others die because of this. And now, it was Chen Xian's turn to be killed. Gu Qi took slow steps towards the center of the room. His intense stare remained locked onto Shen Yan. His long legs were encased in black trousers, and his upper body wore a white shirt. His jet-black, soft hair clung to his cheeks, his cold face betraying no trace of fear even though captured. Upon Gu Qi's entry, he merely raised an eye lazily, showing nothing but indifference. Under the pure white light, he seemed like a thorny rose blooming in the darkness, though enchantingly beautiful and inviting, surrounded by thorns that kept everyone at bay, making him untouchable. Though confined in the highest-level interrogation chamber, he showed no sign of distress. Such composure wasn't taught in classrooms, it could only come from enduring many terrifying hells and tasting boundless bloodshed, allowing one to remain calm and composed here. He was a qualified warrior. But a chilling glint of bloodlust flashed in his dark eyes. Gu Qi bit into the sweet date, savoring its sweetness on his tongue for a while before disdainfully tossing away the remaining half of the fruit. Standing next to Chen Xian, his voice low with an eerie menace, mingling disappointment as well. Shen Yan, why did you betray me? Have I ever been unfair to you? The silence hung heavy for a moment. Gu Qi thought he wouldn't answer, yet Shen Yan lifted his gaze to meet his with a steady expression, responding with an emotionless tone, loyalties are different, that's all. Concise and direct, without any pretense of deception. Gu Qi narrowed his eyes slightly, concealing a dark surge of emotion in their depths, the anger within ignited. So, you spent 3 years following me, risking life and limb, even dying for me, to serve your master. With a pause, he tilted Shen Yan's unharmed chin upward, feeling its coolness beneath his fingers while staring into those indifferent eyes. You really are such a loyal dog. Shen Yan's eyes darkened, but his demeanor remained unchanged. Gu Qi gently brushed the stray strands of hair off his forehead, a smirk tugging at his lips. Unfortunately, the empire you're so loyal to doesn't cherish you. They threw you away like refuse, all for a useless piece of bait. Do you think they're clever, or is their downfall already sealed? If it weren't for them proposing a trade with you, I'd never have caught you, because I never imagined the traitor would be you. The grip on his chin tightened suddenly, leaving behind a mark of red on his pale skin. And how did they treat you? Look at you now, pitiful like a discarded stray dog. Shen Yan's pupils dilated, revealing an unfamiliar flicker in his eyes since the former Shen Yan didn't know, it wasn't because of exposure through failure that he got caught. It was because the Empire Alliance had forsaken him. Like a useless pawn, he had been abandoned. Why? He had provided so much information. Why betray him? Was it because of rank? What about Xingyu? How is he doing? Is he aware of what happened here? Or has he just received news and is now trying everything possible to rescue him? After all, he promised Shen Yan, he would always wait for him. He would not break his word. Shen Yan clenched his teeth firmly, resolve unwavering in his eyes. He trusted Xingyu. He would not abandon him. Gu Qi continued to observe him intently, noting every flicker of emotion in his gaze. While the words spoken earlier might have stirred some ripples, they hadn't broken him. Because those familiar eyes still held firm resolve. The light brown irises shimmered with a tranquil glow, akin to a pure-hearted general defending their belief steadfastly, fearless, despite facing endless abysses ahead. This was once Gu Qi's favorite look, the loyalty and determination shown when Shen Yan was secretly working for him, solely focused on him alone. Yet, now it was also the look he envied and despised most. This obstinate, rigid individual still maintained his loyalty to the Empire even now. If he had met this person first, his object of allegiance and reverence should have been him, shouldn't it? However, since it was like this. Gu Qi raised a hand with a light flick, causing a transparent control panel to appear by his side. Your eyes tell me you haven't given up. If you're so steadfast, then use reality to prove to me just how far you can hold on. Shen Yan. You are the one I appreciated the most, so your persistence, beliefs, and even your entire self, can only be destroyed by me. Gu Qi smiled faintly and pressed a blue button lightly with his hand. The next moment, silver lightning surged into the body like a silver dragon armed with sharp spines through the chain around his wrist. The pain spread across every pore as if his body were being scoured with silver needles. Shen Yan abruptly closed his eyes, pressing his lips tightly together. Chen Xian, ah. I'm going to die, I can't take it. It hurts too much, get me some pain suppression. Are you sure? Chen Xian, yes, yes. Quickly, I can't keep holding on, I'm about to break. Got it. Subsequently, the excruciating sensation that could burst Chen Xian's heart disappeared, leaving behind a lingering sense of aftershock. Half an hour later, Shen Yan's complexion turned somewhat pale. But from start to finish, he never emitted a single sound of agony. Chapter 30 ABO Line, Eternal Battle Song, Part 3. From beginning to end, Gu Qi remained standing off to the side, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, gazing intently at the man in the middle with deep, icy eyes, admiring every subtle expression and posture. In the background, scattered thunderous sounds persisted. After half an hour passed, he merely lowered his head slightly. His face, as fair as jade, became ghastly pale. His brows furrowed ever so slightly, thin sweat dampening the strands of black hair clinging to his temples. His bound hands clenched into fists, veins bulging on the backs of them as his body trembled unconsciously, barely suppressing something. Had they not been inseparable for 3 years, perhaps he might have been deceived by this seemingly tranquil appearance. This electric current had been personally tested by him, and no one knew its power better than he did. The physical anguish combined with the cerebral assault was simply beyond endurance through gritted teeth alone. Another 15 minutes passed, Shen Yan's breathing grew heavier, and droplets of sweat trickled down from his temple along the line of his jaw, landing on the floor and stirring up a trace of dust. His usually frigid and taciturn countenance lost its cold silence, sharpened edges smoothed out. Each minute detail in his expression was foreign to the Shen Yan Gu Qi had known. Regardless of who was present, this person would never rely on anyone, not even now had he revealed any fragility. Such a sight made Gu Qi's gaze even deeper and darker, and the surrounding frost more relentless. Gu Qi watched him, stood up, walked toward the control panel, and tapped the end button. The silver electric glow vanished instantly, and after a while, the taut expression on his face loosened a little. A low chuckle resounded within the room, sounding like mockery yet resembling a familiar exchange between friends, delivered lazily as usual. Strong willpower indeed, you wouldn't have fallen so easily, right? They must have known from the start what the outcome would be now. But have you considered this? You're enduring suffering here for them, while do they care? They'll discard you and continue their aristocratic lives unaffected, obliviously enjoying themselves before forgetting you altogether. Is it worth sacrificing everything for people in a country like this? He leaned down slightly then, speaking softly so his words brushed past Shen Yan's ear. I'll give you a chance, if you're willing to disclose the central command system of the Empire Alliance spies and renounce your identity with the Empire, I'll let you go, treating your betrayal leniently. After the torment, Gu Qi's gentle voice sounded like the devil whispering tempting words from the abyss. But who was Shen Yan? The person determined to a fault, impossible to entice so easily. Lifting his head, his chilly, indifferent gaze fell upon the faint smile curving Gu Qi's lips. In those pitch-black depths lay unshakable resolve, not even slightly faltering. The tight press of his lips curled upward just slightly. Though clearly at a disadvantage, he wore the smile of a victor, something Gu Qi had never seen from him. He had suppressed his throat all along, his voice slightly hoarse. Do whatever you want to me. If I back down, consider it my loss, life or death makes no difference. So effortlessly said. Gu Qi's gaze darkened, the smile at the corner of his lips fading. Shen Yan understood Gu Qi's personality. Cautious and intelligent, he exhibited remarkable patience and tolerance for things he valued. However, nothing irritated him more than betrayal from those closest to him. In the original storyline, Shen Yan had never conceded defeat. Relying on his tenacious willpower, he endured every terrible torment relentlessly. 10 long years of imprisonment and suffering transformed the once upright young man into a stooped figure. His once lustrous black hair turned dull and brittle, while his face, once flawless like cold jade, lost its radiance. All of Shen Yan's pride in his skills and S-class mental strength had been obliterated. Chen Xian obviously couldn't follow this same painful path. The worst mistake Shen Yan made was using his stubbornness to erode the importance and distinction Gu Qi once held for him. He had once saved Gu Qi, even if he had been an undercover agent with hidden motives, that could not erase the countless moments when Shen Yan risked his life to rescue Gu Qi. For a resistance leader like Gu Qi, every moment his life hung in the balance, targeted secretly by the Empire Alliance, and he was well aware of just how many people wished him dead. Thus, someone like Shen Yan, who saved him without asking for anything in return, straightforward and unshakably loyal, became particularly precious. For someone at the top, Shen Yan could be a perfect warrior, but there needed to be a flaw tightly under Gu Qi's control. Only then would doubts be dispelled and trust established, making this person seem controllable. Therefore, Chen Xian had to expose his weaknesses appropriately at the right time, turning the tide in his favor. Chen Xian, thank goodness I bought the package, or I'd be tortured to death. There's no need to endure it for the next month. A month? You're going to stay here for a whole month? What about Mr. Stubborn over there? Chen Xian, no rush. The persona of Shen Yan as obstinate and resilient must be firmly established. A month is nothing. Not only will this show Gu Qi his unyielding willpower, but it will also strengthen his belief that Shen Yan holds a steadfast conviction. Chen Xian, besides, Xing Yu needs some cooling off too. We need to give him time to truly realize that he abandoned and betrayed someone who believed in him and adored him, someone who might now feel life worse than death or may already be dead. As for the tortures endured during the process, let him imagine them all himself. Chen Xian, 2 birds with 1 stone, doesn't it sound good? Sounds good. Chen Xian, yeah, good boy. Gu Qi had no inkling of what was going through Chen Xian's mind. He only saw his challenging demeanor earlier, which caused his expression to darken. He fixed his gaze on Shen Yan and raised his right hand with a slight gesture. In the next moment, 3 people dressed in identical uniforms walked in, their expressions calm and indifferent. These individuals were Gu Qi's close bodyguards, skilled fighters, but they weren't as crucial as Shen Yan's elite guard team. The elite guard was personally selected by Gu Qi, including Shen Yan, a group of 9 members in total. Each member had suffered persecution from the Empire Alliance, losing homes and loved ones, everything stripped away. Their hatred for nobility and the Imperial Alliance forces burned intensely. Though Shen Yan wasn't talkative, he was righteous, often lending support without seeking reward. Thus, his relationship with the elite guards remained relatively harmonious. He still remembered the cold, hateful expression on Gu Qi's usually amiable face when he brought the elite guard to capture him. Now, by not summoning the elite guard, Gu Qi seemed to leave a way out for everyone. The 3 individuals carried something in their hands, it looked like pieces of some disassembled machinery. A platform rose in front of Shen Yan as the 3 proceeded to assemble the device before him. Gu Qi slowly approached the table, his fingers running over the cold apparatus, speaking casually, "Do you know what is most excruciating for an alpha with immense mental power?" Shen Yan drew in his breath, lifting his eyes to meet Gu Qi's cold, frightening gaze. There was no trace of the usual relaxed indifference in those deep eyes, just chilling darkness. Shen Yan remained silent. Gu Qi continued, "It is the torture of mental power." The faint tremble in Shen Yan's calm eyes did not escape Gu Qi's notice, and he smirked. "Chen Xian, damn, mental power. Is this covered by the pain suppression package I just bought?" Yes, since it's part of the bundle purchase." Chen Xian, phew, that's good. Also, help me download a weakness program, the kind where I'm drained completely. Understood. However, Shen Yan's flicker of change lasted merely a second. By the time Gu Qi wanted to observe more, his expression had already returned to normal. Gu Qi exchanged a glance with the soldier nearby. One of the personal guards received Gu Qi's instructions and, wearing gloves, removed 2 silver, button-like objects from the device. However, they had sharp needles at the bottom. He walked behind Shen Yan, where a small, sharp prick of pain was felt as he attached the 2 buttons to Shen Yan's nape. Gu Qi watched expressionlessly, but there was a hint of certainty in his eyes. This was a mental power infection agent. It wasn't a direct form of torture on weapons, yet it would rampage across one's mental domain, cutting through every nerve. The intense pain would spread throughout the body via perception, making the victim feel the constant agony of being flayed alive, while in reality, not causing any physical damage. Therefore, it wouldn't kill a person, it just subjected them to despairing torment. He had experimented with it before, even beasts with extremely weak senses of pain but strong mental powers could endure it for at most a day. For an alpha with both strong sensory perception and mental strength, it was nothing short of an unbearable calamity. He would wait for the day this man begged for mercy. Begin. Once the switch was turned on, what followed would be one-sided suffering. Silver, thread-like electric flashes sparkled on the back of Shen Yan's neck. His face instantly drained of all color, his dark, beautiful pupils abruptly widened, and his pale lips tightened into a straight line. Under the excruciating pain, he remained silent. As time passed, during the first 3 days, Gu Qi's gaze shifted from certainty to deep complexity. Each passing day made him look increasingly worse, enveloped by an oppressive aura. For an entire month, Shen Yan neither pleaded for mercy nor said a single word. Gu Qi had always known that Shen Yan was a person of immense willpower, having experienced countless life-and-death situations. The number of times his body had been injured was countless, and he had seen him with blood-stained guard uniforms several times, never once complaining. Yet this did not mean he could withstand the agony of mental torture. This month, every second of time pushed the limits of human pain endurance higher and higher. Cold sweat soaked through his black hair, drenching his white shirt, and his thin lips were cracked and dry, his face deathly pale. His drooping eyelids focused blankly on the ground, devoid of spirit. Although his body showed no external injuries and not a drop of blood was shed, he looked like the last warrior struggling in a dead battlefield, reduced to a barely flickering trace of life, clinging only to the dignified stiffness of his proud, taut spine. After a month, he had visibly lost much weight. From afar, he resembled a statue that had run out of oil. Gu Qi didn't truly want this person to die. Watching his breath grow fainter and his body twitch uncontrollably, he became impatient and irritable instead. He switched off the machine and grabbed Shen Yan's sweat-soaked collar tightly. "What are you stubbornly holding on to?" Shen Yan's already fragile breathing hitched momentarily. He strained to turn his eyes, gazing at the blurred face before him. An entire month passed without a single stir from the Empire Alliance. Whether it was in the interrogation room or around Gu Qi, everything and everyone had sent the same message. No one is coming to save him. Not only has the Empire Alliance abandoned him, but even Xingyu may have given up on him. He didn't understand why. He opened his mouth slightly, his powerless gaze still containing a shred of determination left over from enduring too long without speaking. His voice was no longer smooth but hoarse and unpleasant. Who betrayed me? He needed a definitive answer. Gu Qi's gaze grew heavy. What, you only want to know now? Shen Yan steadied his breathing. Just let me die knowing the truth. Gu Qi had always intended to sow discord between him and the Empire Alliance forces, naturally eager to fulfill this request. The commanding officer then was Xingyu, son of Prince Xing Fan of Atlanta. It was he who told me that there was another mole present. It was also him who proposed exchanging moles. Shen Yan froze for a moment. Then his pupils violently shook. Then it was he who suggested swapping moles. Shen Yan's mind continuously replayed these words. All the pain suddenly surged back, accompanied by deafening echoes in his ears. That final spark of light in those eyes shattered in that instant. His gaze slowly became vacant, dull, as if none of it mattered anymore. The belief he had clung to was uprooted. He had been betrayed by the person he admired and loved, even treated as a bargaining chip. Gu Qi noticed something was amiss. His gaze hardened. What, you know him? No, the fact that you should even be aware of his existence implies more than just recognition. Gu Qi quickly realized this, a smirk tugging at his lips as his tone turned resolute. I should have known, it was him who sent you. What benefit did he give you to make you go to such lengths? In the silent interrogation room, Shen Yan remained quiet. He simply stared at the ground, his head bowed deeply in thought. Sweat trickled down his temple, dripping from his hairline and forming a watermark on the floor. Gu Qi frowned, observing the man's despondent and hopeless appearance. It suddenly dawned on him, this person's last remaining belief had nothing to do with any kind of alliance. Instead, it was centered around one individual. One person for whom he gave everything, even his life. What relation did you have with Xingyu? Why would you sacrifice so much for him? The dark gleam in Gu Qi's eyes suggested dissatisfaction, but he knew now was his opportunity. However, before Gu Qi could open his mouth, Shen Yan spoke again, his voice barely above a whisper. The evident sorrow and loneliness in his tone were unmistakable. Just kill me. I'm merely a discarded pawn, I'm useless to you. At this moment, Shen Yan's always taut and straight spine finally relaxed, as if having lost its sustaining force. Having shattered this man's persistence and faith, Gu Qi felt not satisfaction, but rather an overwhelming wave of anger and annoyance. This proud and tenacious person didn't deserve to end this way. His expression hardened, he stepped forward, lifting Shen Yan's chin so they locked eyes. Looking into that familiar face, he lowered his voice gravely, saying, usefulness is determined by me alone. Chapter 31 ABO Line, Eternal Ode, Part 4. Even as his face was held tightly, Shen Yan's gaze remained vacant, as if drained of all energy. After a month of torment, his previously warm complexion had transformed into stark paleness, almost rough to the touch. Those once night elf-like eyes now looked scattered, hinting faintly at death, unable to hide their deep sorrow. His eyelids grew weaker with each passing second. Seeing this, Gu Qi's expression deepened further. You think? Before Gu Qi could finish speaking, Shen Yan abruptly fainted, his head falling limp onto Gu Qi's arm. Online, you just passed out like that? Chen Xian, I've endured this long. Pretending to be weak is beneficial for the development of the plot. Hey, I heard there's a new movie out. Can you help me download it? Online. Feeling the weight and chilling temperature resting on his arm, Gu Qi furrowed his brows tighter, his piercing eyes revealing a complex mixture of emotions. He cast a glance downwards, observing the pale face before him, now devoid of the caution and pretense seen during interrogations. At this moment, Shen Yan resembled his usual self, the man they trusted and relied on while carrying out missions. As unconsciousness overtook his body, instincts took hold, displaying how pained he truly was, evidenced by the slight tremors running through his body. Despite being an alpha of immense strength, Gu Qi couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity arise within him. After all, it wasn't that his methods failed, they worked because this man persevered through sheer willpower and endurance until the very end. Lifting Shen Yan's face, Gu Qi looked coldly at the man whose eyes remained tightly shut, sneering, isn't this the same arrogant person who claims to be invincible? Now look how compliant you've become. To die for someone who abandoned you, what a coward. Currently, Shen Yan resembled a mighty predator stripped of its wild nature, devoid of the vigor that marked their usual combat demeanor. But rest assured, I won't let you die. You betrayed me, and will settle accounts accordingly. This is just the beginning. Looking upwards toward the pitch-black ceiling, Gu Qi's sharp gaze pierced through virtual projections, locking eyes with someone else. Send over the doctor. Swiftly obeying the order, a few seconds later, several middle-aged men walked in. Dressed identically in uniforms bearing white shoulder sleeves, they appeared to be physicians of the resistance movement. Respectfully saluting Gu Qi, their expressions shifted to disdain when they glanced at Shen Yan. If the previous Shen Yan symbolized reverence and admiration as part of the Guard Corps, then the present version was purely a traitor, the mastermind behind their comrades' deaths and the destruction of multiple bases. So many companions had perished at his hands, they yearned for nothing more than to see him dead immediately. But since their leader wanted to save him, they were compelled to follow orders. Pulling out numerous devices, they proceeded with a series of diagnoses and tests. All data pointed toward the grim conclusion, a precarious situation with vital signs fading rapidly. Though there were no external injuries, this man's mental faculties had sustained catastrophic damage. Had it not been for his astonishing vitality and ironclad willpower, he undoubtedly would have perished long ago. Even now, it seemed he lingered by only the thinnest of threads. One of the doctors removed the equipment and walked to Gu Qi's side. "Sir, the situation isn't good. The infection agent has damaged most of his mental faculties, creating a mistaken impression of severe injury in the brain. His bodily functions are deteriorating. Even if we manage to save him now, he will be no better than a vegetable." Gu Qi listened, his deep gaze constantly fixated on Shen Yan's face, betraying no emotion. It was apparent that he had anticipated this result. From the moment he had confined the man in the highest level of interrogation chambers, he hadn't thought about letting him out unscathed. Punishment was essential, and he had to make all the resistance fighters understand the consequences for traitors. Not even the Guard Corps would be an exception. However, whether or not to let him die was still under consideration. He had figured out that this person's backing force was from General Xing Yu of Atlanta, and it would certainly benefit them to utilize this fact well. What was lost must be reclaimed. Looking at the unconscious man opposite him, Gu Qi narrowed his eyes, revealing a shadow of icy coldness beneath them. "Since you've already been a mole once, surely taking up the role again wouldn't pose any problems, right? The golden cocoon we seized last time from the Alliance army, use it on him and restore his health." The doctor hesitated. Golden cocoon. The doctor looked shocked at Gu Qi, momentarily stammering. After all, the golden cocoon was a sacred artifact exclusively used by the Imperial Alliance royalty, capable of rapidly repairing cells and regenerating them. Regardless of how dire a patient's condition, as long as they were still alive, they could recover within a few days. Even their mysterious and vast mental realms could be healed. This valuable item was possessed by each royal family in such limited numbers, less than 3 per country. The one they currently had was obtained during their leader's assassination attempt on the third prince of Atlanta, Xing Chen. And now it was to be given to a traitor. The doctor swallowed hard. "But leader, is it appropriate to waste such a precious drug on a traitor?" Gu Qi shot a cold glance at him. "Do as I say. In my hands, he is far more than just a mere traitor." The doctor didn't understand Gu Qi's intent, but the massive spiritual force and chilling air in the torture chamber instantly made him shiver. Clenching his teeth, he reluctantly responded, "Yes." By the time Shen Yan woke up, 7 days had passed. Opening his eyes, the scene was familiar, his hands were bound above him, and all around was the same cold iron-walled room. He was still in the interrogation chamber. Yet, the odd sensation of health in his body caused him to pause. Before he fainted, he knew how bad his mental field had been, and now, it felt like nothing had ever happened. What exactly had transpired? As an undercover operative of the Empire Alliance, he had secretly sent critical information without Gu Qi knowing, resulting in the loss of several base planets for the Resistance Army during conflicts with the Alliance forces. Gu Qi wouldn't let him die easily. Allowing him to live might simply be for further punishment and torment. At this thought, Shen Yan regained his composure. When Gu Qi entered the room again, what he saw was a fully recovered Shen Yan, whose originally pale complexion now carried a healthy rosy hue. There was not a trace of weakness visible, exuding an intense sharpness throughout his whole being. Except for those lifeless eyes, everything else about him pleased Gu Qi greatly. During these days, he utilized his covert informants to thoroughly investigate Xing Yu and Shen Yan. Perhaps since they had already abandoned Shen Yan, the background details they had previously tampered with intentionally erased began to show flaws. Shen Yan, from start to finish, was completely fake except for his name. He wasn't a commoner at all but a purebred mid-level noble, and his parents had not been killed by the Alliance army. Instead, they were living safely in the capital of the Atlanta Empire. The thick investigative report meticulously recorded how he had met Xing Yu, joined the Alliance army, advanced through ranks, and meticulously approached step by step, all detailed and clear. He finally understood why Shen Yan had been so fixated on Xing Yu. Yet Xing Yu had willingly discarded Shen Yan, who possessed S-class mental power, for a useless beta replacement for an alpha. All because of an unattainable longing. Still, it was understandable, in the eyes of the nobility, what couldn't be attained was always the best. A childhood sweetheart, deeply cherished lover, was naturally far more important than a loyal companion nearby who could be summoned or dismissed at will. Gu Qi lightly chuckled, stepping closer to Shen Yan. Today, he didn't tie his hair back. His brown shoulder-length curls cascaded freely, while the neglected stubble on his chin gave him the appearance of a dissolute nobleman. His dark brown eyes intensely focused as he said, "I have brought you news concerning your greatest concern." As he finished speaking, a set of photos projected onto the rusted iron wall. Gu Qi lifted his face, forcing him to look ahead. A beam of light shone down from above, projecting a photo on the wall. 2 people were embracing and kissing. One was tall with a black and gold military uniform, holding in his arms another person dressed in light blue. The taller one's expression was devoted and affectionate, their contrasting features, softness and strength, a perfect harmony under the sun, creating an image of blissful peace. Shen Yan watched, those quiet, ripple-less eyes flickered as his pupils contracted slightly. He recognized both individuals. One was the man he loved deeply, the other, the person he believed to be his comrade in arms, the noble former empress. Gu Qi took delight in every subtle shift of Shen Yan's expressions, the blank confusion at the bottom of his eyes bringing him immense satisfaction. But he felt it still wasn't enough. In a low-pitched voice, he continued. This is why Xingyu traded you for another spy. You aren't the one he loves. You're just a tool by his side. Before, he didn't have the chance to acquire what he wanted, so he had to settle with keeping you close. But Prince Xingchen has died, and now he's gotten the opportunity again. Your presence becomes an inconvenience, and as for your fate after being swapped out, he probably knows better than anyone else. He wants you to die here. Look how happy they are. This happiness came at the cost of your life. Do you not feel even a bit of hatred? Gu Qi's voice was like a cold scalpel, continually slicing through fabricated memories, laying before him raw, cruel truths that were revoltingly bloody. Yet this reality crushed him more than Xingyu abandoning him ever could. All these years of his hard work were for standing by Xingyu's side. When Xingyu accepted him, he thought himself the happiest man in the world, achieving his dreams. But it was all fake. All lies. Gu Qi reached up, pressing a hand against the back of Shen Yan's neck, pushing down and narrowing the distance between them, his breath warm near Shen Yan's ear. How about we strike a deal? I can let you return, and you can take your revenge. However, from this moment onward, you will no longer be part of the Empire Alliance but instead swear allegiance to the Resistance Army. Shen Yan looked up, his pitch-black eyes staring into Gu Qi's. Chen Xian, I like him, I'm going to defect. Up. Chen Xian, I was just looking for an excuse to get out of my predicament, and here he gives me one. Won't I be going back to the villain protagonist with full justification? Shen Yan's voice was soft, you want me to betray? Gu Qi chuckled, shaking his head, this isn't betrayal. Since the moment they abandoned you, you've ceased to belong to the Empire Alliance army. Now, you're merely striving to survive, there's nothing wrong with that, is there? What's wrong is them. Chapter 32, ABO Line, Eternal Battle Song, 5. After an entire month of relentless persuasion from Gu Qi using both kindness and intimidation, Shen Yan ultimately relented and agreed to become a double agent for the Resistance Army. Of course, at first, he couldn't simply cast away the relationship so easily, it would have been too artificial, given all that he had sacrificed for Xingyu. Gu Qi was a mastermind who understood human psychology. Whenever Shen Yan showed a crack of vulnerability, he'd exploit it, transforming any wavering emotions into disappointment. And indeed, Gu Qi managed to do just that. Shen Yan went through countless rounds of self-doubt, internal questioning, and struggle. Finally, Gu Qi revealed a fatal piece of information: Han Mu is about to join the Western War Zone as Xingyu's adjutant. Han Mu was about to replace him. Turbulent emotions stirred within Shen Yan, forcing him to take the first step, which also happened to be his last. He must return to Xingyu's side, he needed answers. But who exactly was Gu Qi? The greatest enemy of the Empire Alliance, not only renowned for his formidable mental power but also his cunning, calculating, and impenetrable thoughts. He wouldn't let Shen Yan go back that easily, he had to ensure this person wouldn't betray him again due to Xingyu. Therefore, Gu Qi implanted a modified microchip inside Shen Yan's body. Unless the Alliance army used the royal family's highest detection equipment, they would never discover its existence. The chip was actually a small bomb. As long as Gu Qi pressed the operational button in his hand, regardless of how far apart they were, the chip would detonate instantly, snuffing out Shen Yan's life. Hence, Shen Yan had to carry out every task Gu Qi assigned. Provided he completed the tasks without revealing himself, Shen Yan could choose his own method to avenge Xingyu, or he could join forces with Gu Qi, overthrow the Empire Alliance, and snatch everything Xingyu held dear. Both were options available to him. However, producing such a chip was extremely complex. It required precise instruments and many valuable materials, making mass production impossible. And this single chip in Gu Qi's possession was still in the first phase of delivery. To better realize his future plans, Gu Qi not only wanted Shen Yan to return but also ensured he would do so in the most glorious and heroic manner, as if triumphantly returning from battle. And he was willing to sacrifice a base for this effect, staging a scene where Shen Yan valiantly resisted the evil forces and heroically blew up a base before escaping with injuries. At that time, the nobles who had been targeted by the resistance forces would undoubtedly rejoice greatly. The royal family and noble class would widely promote Shen Yan's deeds, and from then on, Shen Yan's status would be completely different. They would rally around him, transforming him into a hero who could strike a heavy blow against the resistance forces and reinvigorate the spirit of the Empire Alliance army. At that point, everything he planned to accomplish would become much easier. On the agreed-upon day, Gu Qi had already arranged everything secretly. He just needed to create an opportunity for Shen Yan to go to the main control room and destroy the base core, at which point the entire base would instantly turn into a fiery inferno. For a realistic effect, he inflicted many external wounds on Shen Yan, gunshots and knife cuts, making him look extremely battered, though carefully avoiding fatal areas, resembling torture marks quite convincingly. That day, Gu Qi specially brought along the guard team to deceive any hidden eyes. Shen Yan's escape under their noses would have more impact. Interrogation room. Shen Yan was no longer hanging suspended, instead, handcuffs restrained him. His tattered appearance after severe torture, his clothing somewhat torn, his body stained with blood, his face bearing several cuts, exuded even more valor despite his plight. Yet those dark bright eyes remained resolute, steadfast even after enduring such prolonged torment. Despite grave injuries, there wasn't an ounce of fear in his gaze, its luminous intensity holding one's eyes captive. The remaining 8 members of the guard team stood behind Gu Qi. Once his comrades in arms, they now watched him expressionlessly, their eyes colder than ever before, a coldness similar to what they normally directed at the Imperial Alliance army and the nobility, bloodthirsty and cruel. Shen Yan concealed his inner emotions, gazing at them indifferently. Gu Qi was dressed in a tight-fitting suit, looking stricter than usual, holding a red apple in his hand. After biting into it, the sweet juice satisfied his taste buds. Glancing back at the guard team, he casually raised his voice. He was once your teammate, fighting alongside you, supporting each other through countless successful battles against the Empire Alliance army bases. To meet again in such a way now, it truly is regrettable. Especially for many of you who owe him your lives. Pausing, Gu Qi looked at a tall young man leaning against the wall nearby, his right cheek marked by a long scar, his sharp features cold and aloof. Under thick bangs, his gaze locked onto Shen Yan. This man was another mech expert on the guard team. Unlike Shen Yan, who reached his current level of skill through relentless practice, this individual relied purely on talent. Born in the slums and orphaned early, he wandered alone until meeting a member of the resistance army at 10 years old. Though average in mental capacity and thus ineligible to pilot mechs originally, during an Alliance army attack at 16, he fortuitously boarded a mech, instinctively saving numerous lives with his natural maneuvers. Coincidentally, the resistance army mech captain had seen recordings of that incident and made an exception to recruit him into the team. In the guard team, Shen Yan and he were both rather quiet, with Shen Yan taking care of him because he was the youngest. They became friends. Gu Qi chuckled lightly, but unfortunately, he's merely a spy planted within the Alliance army, so this time you should remember his face well because perhaps next time, you won't see him again. Gu Qi's tone towards the rear guard squad was cold and tinged with cruelty. After a pause, he turned his head, looking straight at Shen Yan, speaking in an icy voice. Everyone must bear responsibility for their actions, am I right, Shen Yan? Shen Yan silently stared at them, saying nothing. Unfazed, Gu Qi approached him, catching the pungent smell of blood wafting in the air. He calmly glanced down before pulling up Shen Yan's cuffed hands and placing the partially bitten apple in his palm. With a touch of coldness in his tone, he said, after all, we've worked together before, and you've saved my life. For 2 months I tortured you, and today I shall see you off properly. Stepping forward slightly, Gu Qi gently brushed Shen Yan's cheek with his warm yet slightly rough fingers, lightly touching him as he turned his back to the guard team, ensuring only Shen Yan could witness his face. His deep-set eyes revealed complex emotions, profound and layered, while his lips curled into a subtle smile almost imperceptibly. Shen Yan felt it was a kind of farewell, or perhaps reluctance, a sensation half real, half unreal, difficult to discern clearly. His words, however, were the epitome of cruelty. Tomorrow, someone will send you on your way. After finishing his sentence, he withdrew his hand, turned around, and looked at the bodyguard team behind him who had contained their presence. Let's go. I have matters to discuss with you. They all turned to leave except Lan Qi, who paused upon exiting and glanced at Shen Yan. Chapter 33 ABO Line, Eternal Battle Song, 6. 10 minutes later, Shen Yan crushed the apple in his hand, dropping pulp on the ground. A key drenched with juice landed in his palm. He lowered his gaze at the key for a while, his mind replaying moments over the years with the bodyguard team, the resistance army, and the civilians, finally coming to the picture Gu Qi had shown him, them sharing an intimate kiss. With a hardened look, he gritted his teeth. Hopefully, this time, he was right. This was a play staged for everyone to witness, and Gu Qi had already prepared everything perfectly. To minimize harm, he deliberately transferred the guard troops with various excuses, leaving only a few Imperial agents and battered soldiers behind. The bodyguard team was present, they would be witnesses to this grand escape, as well as a crucial part of Shen Yan's newfound fame. Shen Yan removed other unimportant shackles from his body, opened the door, and found no one outside. Following the information Gu Qi provided earlier, he quickly made his way to the central control room, rapidly typing on the console. With one press of the enter key, the self-destruction mechanism was activated. In the next moment, red alarms echoed throughout the base. He then sped towards the mecha docking area, quickly entering the usual security codes used by the bodyguard team and seizing a mech. Shen Yan's familiarity with mech operation was akin to breathing. What others took several minutes, he could accomplish in a minute. Given the immense size of the base, if he wanted to escape without being pursued, he had to set the power output to maximum from the start, covering the entire mech with S-class mental strength, perceiving obstacles in the surroundings and dodging them swiftly. Gu Qi stood at the highest level of the base before a transparent glass pane, watching as a mech suddenly appeared in front of him. Before the bodyguard team, he pretended to instantaneously expand double S-class mental powers, showing severity on his face. The familiar mental energy that encased the mech belonged to none other than Shen Yan. Shen Yan had escaped. The sharp alarm blared in their ears. One man of the bodyguard team looked anxious. The self-destruct device has been activated. We must leave immediately. You escort the leader out, I'll go after him. The speaker was a tall woman. Gu Qi turned slightly and gave her a glance. Just as she reached the door, a hand stopped her. She looked along the arm. I'll go. Lan Qi spoke up unexpectedly, calmly. All eyes fell on him, including Gu Qi, who raised an eyebrow slightly after some time. Go ahead. Your mech manipulation skills are not inferior to his. Lan Qi nodded and walked away. No one tried to stop him. Sir, we must leave immediately. Wounds on his body were still bleeding profusely, and ear-splitting explosions roared around him. The once pitch-black surrounding world now transformed into blazing red hues. Shen Yan had no time for other thoughts because a blue mech was flying toward him from behind. Gu Qi sat in the business cabin behind the mech. Surrounded by absolute soundproof silence, he could not hear the thunderous sounds of explosion outside. He merely watched the dark universe explode into firework-like flames, stunningly beautiful yet silent. Squinting slightly, he thought. The stage is set for you. It's up to you how to act the hero role now. Do not disappoint me. Two white streaks like meteors hurtled through the black void of space. Inside the cockpit of the trailing blue mech, Lan Qi gazed steadily at the rebel mech encased in mental energy in front of him, his serious expression somewhat wooden, making it impossible to read his emotions. This blue mech was the latest model developed by the Resistance Army, featuring excellent combat pursuit capabilities. Delivered in less than 3 months, only Lan Qi from the bodyguard team owned one. Shen Yan glanced briefly back at the persistent acquaintance pursuing him and frowned slightly. Why was it Lan Qi? If it were anyone else, he could easily shake them off, but with Lan Qi, he wasn't confident. A few colossal boulders loomed ahead. Shen Yan skillfully maneuvered the mech, leaping gracefully past them. The blue mech followed suit, narrowly missing. Shen Yan continued to increase the engine power, but the distance between himself and the blue shadow behind him was constantly narrowing. Standard mechs were simply no match for those piloted by the bodyguard team. Realizing he would soon be caught, Shen Yan's eyes hardened significantly. At this moment, a communication came through in the mech. Lan Qi's calm voice echoed in Shen Yan's ears. As both mechs belonged to the Resistance Army, members of the bodyguard team were authorized to access the audio systems of any mech. Shen Yan, you once saved my life, and now I am repaying you. Shen Yan's eyes flickered open as he suddenly turned to look behind him. The blue mech had ceased movement and remained stationary, the distance that had been closing rapidly widening once again. Shen Yan pressed his lips together, his tone low and grave, thank you. Inside the cockpit, Lan Qi leaned back against his seat, his gaze calmly fixed on the vanishing figure ahead. The mech sped through the dark void of space. Shen Yan looked around at the blackness and suddenly wondered if Gu Qi had intentionally let Lan Qi chase him. After all, among the entire bodyguard team, only they shared a debt of gratitude for saving each other's lives. Never mind, they would likely become enemies the next time they met. Chen Xian, quickly help me locate Zotz's location. Shang, what do you want to do, Mr. Chen? Chen Xian, since the antagonist went through so much trouble to send me back, I have to make a grand entrance. He must see how pitiful I am, the blood should not be spilled in vain. Shang, I see. Understood. As the capital of the Atlanta Empire, Celia was home to nearly 10 million residents. People here lived wealthy and contented lives, untouched by the intense warfare occurring elsewhere, which only became sensational news stories for them. In the middle of the downtown square, a military flyer was parked. Usually bustling with traffic from luxurious personal flyers, such military craft was rare to see here. With sleek lines and an entirely black exterior, it exuded a cold, formidable beauty. The mirror-like glass offered no glimpse of its interior, maintaining mystery and drawing attention. Passers-by stopped momentarily to glance at it. Inside sat a single person. Clad in a deep indigo military uniform with broad shoulders tapering down to a narrow waist, their gloved hands rested atop perfectly proportioned legs clad in pitch-black boots. Their golden hair gleamed like sunlight, with high cheekbones and striking features akin to a sun god emerging from ancient mythology. Even in the quiet confines of the military craft, they seemed regal as if seated on a throne in the city of the sky. Yet the frigid aura around them transformed the enclosed space into an abyss of suffocating stillness, typical of those who command battlefields. The aides sitting at the front tensed up as though under the pressure of an invisible blade to the neck, rigid and strained. Lost in thought, the person inside kept their eyes closed, contemplating silently. Soon, it would be Xing Fan's birthday, and Han Mu insisted on pulling Xing Yu out, wanting to choose an appropriate present. However, Xing Yu's status made public appearances inconvenient, so they stayed in the vehicle waiting. Suddenly, screams erupted nearby, briefly halting the crowd before a wave of terrified shouts rippled across the square. People in the center scattered in panic as if they had spotted something terrible. Xing Yu slowly opened their eyes, which held a depth like precious sapphires hidden beneath oceanic waves. Yet the ferocity lurking within made it impossible for anyone to meet their gaze directly, paradoxical, dangerous allure. An unidentified mech is approaching rapidly, Lieutenant, the aide's voice alerted from the front. A loud bang followed. A colossal crater formed in the square, dust clouds swirling to obscure what lay beneath. As the smoke cleared, the outline of a mysterious mech emerged, the nose reeking of heavy mechanical odors. Xing Yu stepped out calmly, icy gray eyes scanning the wreckage ahead as the dust finally dissipated. Frightened spectators fled the scene. Before Xing Yu stood a battered mech, its model rather outdated, adorned with the red and white flag emblem of the Resistance Army. Narrowing his eyes, Xing Yu's azure gaze hardened, brimming with menace. Then, due to collision damage, the cockpit door creaked open, revealing its occupant to Xing Yu's scrutiny. His chilling demeanor faltered for a fleeting moment, his body stiffening slightly. Chapter 34 ABO Line, Eternal Battle Song, 7. Inside the cockpit were destroyed electronic devices, some sparking faint silver currents. Its occupant appeared unconscious, eyes tightly shut, head tilted to one side. Small clumps of brown hair fell over the face, with a trail of crimson blood leading from the temple. His elegant but gaunt features were ashen as paper. He wore a white prisoner's uniform, battered and blood-stained, showing wounds everywhere, torn flesh and a gunshot wound on the shoulder. He looked like someone pulled straight out of hell. If it weren't for the faint breaths, Xing Yu would have suspected that this person was dead. A flash of surprise flickered in his deep azure gaze, followed by a moment of somberness. No one was more familiar with this face than he was. Why is it you? Shun Yan. His black military boots took a step forward. Does brother you know him? A clear voice sounded beside Xing Yu, halting his movement abruptly. He turned to see Han Mu standing behind him, holding a golden gift box and looking at him. Han Mu's tall figure was draped in a white trench coat, his face beaming with a warm smile as the gentle breeze brushed against him. He looked like a painting, embodying the soft glow of sunlight on one's heart. Yet now, a hint of confusion played on his elegant features. Xing Yu quickly concealed the flicker of astonishment in his eyes, resuming his usual apathetic demeanor. Just as he was about to say something, the aide's voice broke in from nearby. Sir, he's still breathing. The aide skillfully scaled the severely damaged mech, standing beside Xing Yan as he carefully extended his hand to check. Meanwhile, the frightened onlookers who had been scared by the earlier loud bang gradually returned, cautiously inching closer upon realizing there was no immediate danger. Within seconds, a crowd gathered around the massive machine. After all, weapons like combat mechs were explicitly regulated by the Empire Alliance and could not be privately owned. They only appeared in military units or military schools. For common people like them, encountering one in daily life was extremely rare, yet today it had suddenly materialized in the central square. The distinctive emblem marked it as belonging to the Resistance Army, indicating that this was a rebel faction mech. Such sightings were even rarer than those of the Empire Alliance Army. Naturally, they couldn't resist surrounding it to take a good look. One after another, hands instinctively pulled out their light brains, snapping pictures furiously of the scene. The man inside the cockpit, clad in a prisoner's uniform, naturally drew their attention. Endless speculations buzzed among the crowd, and whispers spread like wildfire. Upon witnessing this, Xing Yu frowned slightly, proceeding forward without even acknowledging Han Mu. His tall figure was accentuated by his impeccably tailored military uniform. As his immense mental power unfurled, an innate regality accompanied by the sharp aura honed from battlefields surrounded him. Like a gleaming blade, his overwhelming presence struck fear into everyone present, leaving them momentarily paralyzed, bodies stiff. They felt a sense of terror they'd never experienced before. A shadowy figure seemed to loom over them, observing them with cold bloodlust. This instinctive perilous sensation prompted alphas and betas alike to pocket their light brains and hastily leave the scene, not daring to glance back once. Xing Yu raised his eyes, piercingly gazing at Xing Yan inside the cockpit. Call the military department over immediately. Yes, sir. The aide replied promptly. Han Mu stood behind Xing Yu, the faint smile fading from his lips as his gaze became contemplative. Emergency room. As the Western Alliance Army's physician, Red had treated many soldiers wounded on the battlefield, but this was the first time he encountered such a case. The man's entire body was covered in wounds, there wasn't a single unharmed spot. His physical functions had temporarily shut down due to excessive blood loss, though none of his vital organs bore fatal injuries. After testing, it was discovered that his spirit realm had once suffered severe damage and had subsequently been repaired. From the traces left behind, the repair must have taken place a long time ago. Dressed in prisoner's clothing. Based on his decades of experience, this individual had clearly been captured, subjected to prolonged and repeated torture designed to maximize suffering while ensuring survival. Red could hardly imagine what kind of despair this body had endured. Or what kind of willpower allowed him to survive until now. The silence within the emergency room was complete except for the mechanical hum of medical instruments. It was deathly quiet, oppressive and heavy. The physicians regarded this person with deep respect, he was truly a warrior. At the same time, the photos from the central square had been uploaded to the LightNet, sparking a wave of excitement online. Social media feeds overflowed with speculations and theories. Xing Yu stood in a meeting room. Report, General. We examined the data on the mech and confirmed that its damage resulted from breaking through Celia's outer defense perimeter. The mech has sustained heavy damage and is completely unusable. The aide's voice dropped significantly towards the end. Celia's military defense line had been breached by a single mech, an unbelievable feat by anyone's standard. But if the subject was Xing Yan? He stole a glance at the general's expression and saw the dark look on his face, quickly lowering his head. Wasn't it said that he had perished while undercover? How could he have escaped back now? Xingyu took the light brain from him to check. As the white glove slid across twice, a red video message interrupted. It was from the military district headquarters. Then, General, I'll go out first. The adjutant, upon seeing this, bowed his head as usual and retreated. Xingyu opened the video conferencing system. The act of exchanging an undercover operative was known only to the high levels at the headquarters. They had agreed back then for Xingyu's and Hanmu's sakes. After all, choosing between the Grand Minister and the Prince's son on one side and a mere adjutant on the other had no room for doubt. But no one expected that this discarded pawn would still be alive to return. Abandoning soldiers like this couldn't leak out. If discovered by the lower-ranking armies, they too would face repercussions. Thus, Shen Yan's matter must remain confidential. Even though he returned alive, nothing could be given to him. He must immediately be dismissed from military service and removed from the Empire Alliance army. Xingyu left the meeting room and arrived outside the emergency room, just as the doctor was coming out. Their expressions were somewhat serious. Under Xingyu's sharp gaze, they hesitated for a moment before Red stepped forward and handed over all the physical data and conclusions to Xingyu. Hanmu remained quiet the entire time, saying not a word. All eyes turned towards Xingyu, including Hanmu's. But what they didn't expect was that Xingyu's icy countenance showed not a single ripple, no compassion, anger, or shock. His composed gaze simply lingered over the items in his hand, as if examining ordinary documents. If one didn't know their relationship, that would be fine, but those who did, found themselves completely bewildered. Understood, I'll go inside first. Chapter 35 ABO Line, Eternal Battle Song, Part 8. Sunlight streamed through the gauze curtains onto the floor, with the scent of disinfectant lingering at the tip of the nose. The electronic dripping sound echoed in the spacious white room, oddly adding a touch of vitality. A person lay on the single bed, eyes tightly shut, chest rising and falling slightly. At this moment, he had already shed the former state of being covered in blood, wounds neatly bandaged as he slept soundly. Even in sleep, he retained the same collected demeanor. Yet, his pale features seemed almost blended with the blanket covering his chest, imparting a fragile quality amidst the resilience reminiscent of a weapon. He had never seen Shen Yan in such a weak state. Because beside him, this individual had always been diligent, meticulous to the point of never making a mistake, one might even say a perfect adjutant. Xingyu's cool gaze sharpened, and he took a step forward. The sound of military boots resounded, effortlessly occupying every corner of the room with its overwhelming aura. Standing by the bedside, he tilted his head downward. His deep azure eyes looked down at the person on the bed, thorough and penetrating, yet unreadable. At this moment, Xingyu's heart surged with a complicated emotion. Today, when this person reappeared before him, there was an instant of confusion followed by sudden clarity, lifting a weight off his heart for these past 2 months. That sensation spread through his body along the nerve endings. Yet it wasn't joy. Rather, it was akin to the absolution of guilt. Xingyu knew very well that since he decided to trade this person for Hanmu, he was aware of the fate awaiting this individual, an excruciating torment worse than death. Death. In his eyes, this person's years of pursuit, admiration, even the 5-year companionship, were things he had long taken for granted, readily replaceable once lost. He didn't need to cling to something he believed he could have whenever needed. And guilt. That didn't belong to him, Xingyu. Feelings were never equal, so where was the guilt? Now that you've returned, it's good, I'll make up for it, but you'll leave, as you should. Just then, Xingyu's wrist vibrated as an urgent message came through. It was a video. This video was simultaneously playing at this moment in Atlanta's capital, Celia. The beginning of the video showed the explosion of the Resistance Army's M90 base, countless blasts creating a sea of fiery red. Then, an ordinary mech flew out. The next second, the footage cut to the internal monitoring system of the mech. The one operating the mech was Shen Yan, his whole body covered in wounds. His prisoner uniform was soaked with blood, but he seemed numb, his pale face bearing eyes that were fixed on the front with a resolute and determined look, ready to die and completely unafraid. The deafening sound of explosions continued, then a flash of blue light also shot out. Afterward, the video frame shifted once again, showing Gu Qi standing in a rusted iron room. The camera captured his entire upper body. He leaned against an interrogation room's iron board used to bind prisoners, now still stained with blood. He maintained his usual lazy posture, except his pitch-black gaze was deadly cold and fixed on the lens. A piercing killing intent seemed to want to reach through the screen toward everyone. Good morning, we're all familiar faces, so I'll skip the introduction. Today, I disturbed you to ask about your loyal soldier, the traitor who stole my mech and blew up one of my bases. Is he dead? But he probably shouldn't be, so, kindly give him my regards. His tone was light, yet his eyes brimmed with killing intent, his low voice like the murmuring of a demon. Perhaps remembering something enraging, he suddenly grabbed the camera and gave a bloodthirsty smile. I can't help but admire the way you trained him. For 2 whole months, no matter how much I tortured, humiliated, or destroyed every ounce of pride he had, he never caved, not even for a second, and he even managed to escape. But there's no rush. Starting today, I'll spare no effort in hunting him down until I capture him again. One day, Shen Yan, I will catch you, and that day will be your death day. The game has only just begun. As he spoke, Gu Qi let out a cold laugh, and a photo of Shen Yan in the interrogation room replaced the video. Xing Yu lowered his head, his deep azure eyes slightly closed. The originally quiet room fell into complete silence. If Shen Yan wasn't unconscious, he would surely feel this, a sign that Xing Yu was angry. He stood by the bed, his gaze fixed on Shen Yan's face. The strong glare lingered for several seconds, its coldness palpable even with eyes closed. But soon, Xing Yu left the room. Half an hour after he left, Chen Xian slowly opened his eyes. Chen Xian, wow, I really looked good in that video. I also want to torment someone. Rolling eyes, this game doesn't cater to narcissists. Chen Xian, TCH, so stingy. But I remember telling Gu Qi a lot of things, yet he deliberately set it up this way, scheming every move as if ensuring I have no choice but to follow. Unsurprisingly, almost everyone in the capital has seen it, making you famous now. Chen Xian, of course. I'm their hero now, a young man who refuses to bow to evil forces. I'll definitely get promoted and rewarded soon. Since that day, except for a few times when military investigators came to question him, Xing Yu didn't show up again. Chen Xian, typical scum. When Han Mu returned, she was tortured a little, and Xing Yu took care of her for 7 days without leaving her side. Yet me, after being severely tortured, after 5 years of being lovers with him, got only one glance from him. He lacks a heart entirely. If he had a heart, he wouldn't need you to torment him anymore. Chen Xian, that makes sense, I can't argue with that. On the other hand, at the headquarters office of the Alliance Army, Xing Yu sat before the holographic computer, dressed in strict military attire. His whole presence was one of coldness that discouraged any contact. His handsome, deeply chiseled face under white light appeared especially silent. Han Mu stood nearby, adorned with the rank insignia of a major. He was now Xing Yu's deputy officer, naturally able to stay alone with him in the office. The video released by the rebel leader a few days ago caused tremendous reactions, spreading Shen Yan's name like wildfire across every corner of Celia and even igniting the Atlanta aristocracy, constantly seeking information about this person. Given this situation, the Alliance Army headquarters was forced to hold an emergency meeting. In the height of interest from the nobles, the original plan to expel Shen Yan could only be withdrawn. At this moment, nobody wanted to dampen the excitement of the nobility. Moreover, the influence of the resistance force kept expanding. The Imperial Summit had issued orders to completely annihilate them. But because of intense civilian opposition and many obstacles, they hadn't been able to substantially eliminate the rebellion. Now, they needed such a figurehead who could deal a decisive blow to the resistance movement. Shen Yan's appearance fit perfectly. Furthermore, the investigation results showed that this person hadn't betrayed them at all throughout. Han Mu watched for a while before deciding to speak up. He was your previous deputy officer, wasn't he? Also the person who exchanged places with me, right? Xing Yu lifted his head and looked at him. Chapter 36 ABO Line, Eternal Battle Song, 9. He wasn't stupid. Even he knew how difficult it was for an exposed undercover agent to return. And yet now, he stood here unharmed. The reason behind it all became clear after he used his connections to inquire a little. It turned out Xing Yu had sacrificed a competent undercover deputy officer under his command. They grew up together since childhood, and Han Mu had always been fully aware of the other's feelings. But because of Xing Chen, he gave up on this person. Now that Xing Chen was dead, and Xing Yu still harbored affection for him, even going so far as to betray the trusted deputy officer just to save him, such deep bonds, how could he not be moved? Yet he never expected that the deputy officer would survive and come back. Xing Yu stopped what he was doing, his slightly cold gaze softening a bit upon seeing the person opposite, his tone becoming relatively gentle. Who told you these things? Han Mu smiled faintly, not that anyone told me, I found it out myself. I'm not dumb, of course I know the implications. Xing Yu turned his gaze away, looking at the holographic computer in his hands, his profound eyes revealing no emotion. His matters don't concern you, he's just a deputy officer. But isn't he also the deputy officer you like the most? Since he's back, why not give him something? It could serve as some form of compensation. Han Mu's voice was warm, though tinged with some guilt, as if feeling uneasy. After all, it was partly because of him that Shen Yan ended up this way. Xing Yu's deep azure eyes gazed at him, then he smiled faintly, all right. At this moment, on the desktop of the holographic computer, there was a notification file, Shen Yan Final Review Notification. Half a month had passed, Shen Yan's injuries were nearly healed, although some areas left behind ugly scars, but Shen Yan didn't mind. Being able to come back alive was good enough for him. Occasionally, his quiet eyes would fixate on the door. In fact, the doctor had informed Shen Yan days ago that he could be discharged from the hospital. However, Shen Yan didn't leave, instead, he stubbornly stayed a few more days. In those recent days, Shen Yan's story created quite a stir. Many people had heard about him, including the hospital staff. Some locals admired him greatly, showing more warmth and care toward him. Several nurses asked him, do you want to recuperate a few more days? He shook his head and said, I'm waiting for someone. The nurses were curious, who? A very important person. He already agreed to join the resistance force under Gu Qi's orders. The chip in his heart allowed no resistance. However, his love for Xingyu made him harbor a glimmer of hope. If Xingyu showed up in front of him, explained the unavoidable hardships, he'd be willing to abandon himself. But the longer he waited, the sadder and more disheartened he became. He waited for a long time, longing every day amidst the bustling crowd for that familiar figure to appear. But aside from the military department's review, not a single person came. Based on Xin Yan's understanding of him, this was the answer. He silently conveyed through action, "It was me who did it. I simply abandoned you." Today, the Allied army sent 3 people over, claiming they wanted to invite him to the military district headquarters for a chat. It would be the final review. If everything was fine, he would regain his freedom and rank. He glanced at the well-equipped 3 individuals, nodded, without any resistance, directly following them out of the hospital. After leaving the hospital, Xin Yan stood by the entrance, raised his head to look at the sky above, his tranquil gaze akin to a still lake. Though appearing to see light, it was dim without any hope. The crisscrossing flight tracks, the noisy hustle and bustle of people coming and going, everything seemed so familiar. In the end, he still returned. The soldiers ahead saw him not moving, paused. "Colonel." Xin Yan retracted his gaze and followed aboard the aircraft. "Chen Xian, hey, the big city is great. Sunny weather, flowing traffic, everything brimming with prosperity. It's a pity I'll meet the trashy protagonist soon." Online, how do you know? Chen Xian, as a lieutenant general of the Western Military District reviewing brave returning martyrs, how could he not be present? Chen Xian, reunion under such circumstances is too interesting. Let me get into character. Empire Allied Army Western Military District Headquarters. A spacious room. In the middle of the room stood a chair. Directly in front of the chair were 5 dark brown tables, and around were all-around cameras. Other than that, the entire room contained nothing else. Even though there wasn't a single person inside, one could still feel an oppressive solemnity. The 3 soldiers brought Xin Yan to the door and opened it with great courtesy. "Colonel, please wait inside for a moment. The superiors will be here shortly." Xin Yan nodded gently. "All right." Xin Yan hadn't been to the military headquarters in a long time. To better immerse himself in his undercover role and secure his fake identity, the original military uniform had been destroyed long ago. Today, he could only come dressed in a simple casual outfit, which made him appear less sharp than usual. Sitting there, Xin Yan's gaze became somewhat distracted. The next moment, the sound of the lock turning reached his ears, and he slowly turned his head to see a tall figure stepping into the room against the light. Gu Qi noticed the person sitting on the stool immediately. This was not the same figure as when he had left initially, nor did he carry the weakness Xin Yan had exhibited at the hospital. Now, in simple civilian clothes, with a slightly pale complexion, Xin Yan gave him just a faint, calm glance upon his entrance, then looked away as if they were strangers. A flicker of peculiarity crossed Xingyu's mind. Narrowing his eyes slightly, the darkness deepened in his gaze before resuming the rhythmic sound of military boots walking forward. After the 5 people sat down, one of the reviewing officers began speaking. "Colonel Xin Yan, considering you previously worked as an undercover agent within the resistance force for 2 years, in order to eliminate the risk of your defection, we will conduct the final review on you. If everything is fine, the Allied army will immediately restore your rank and authority. Throughout this entire process, you will wear a lie detector, so we hope you can understand." Xin Yan glanced at the middle-aged officer and nodded silently, his voice low and hoarse but calm. "I understand." Seeing his agreement, the waiting staff approached, placing the lie detector around Xin Yan's wrist, a silver bracelet-like device with a small red light flashing on it. "Then let's start." The surrounding cameras powered on. "What was your rank within the resistance force?" Xin Yan stared back, a member of the personal guard team. The interrogator paused along with the other recording officers, their expressions showing some surprise. After all, the personal guard team was rumored to be part of the leaders, Knights of the Round Table, where each individual was a terrifying genius in combat. Pausing for a second, looking at the green light on Xin Yan's wrist, the interrogator swallowed hard before continuing. "Since you managed to enter the personal guard team, why didn't you kill him directly? You should know that the personal guard team was the exclusive bodyguard unit for the leader of the resistance force, always present by his side. Killing him shouldn't have been too difficult, right?" Xin Yan did not answer immediately, pausing briefly instead. His piercing gaze locked onto the interrogator, and the coldness and intensity in his eyes caused the latter's body to freeze instinctively. "I couldn't move against him. He possessed dual S-level mental powers, superior physical fitness, and advanced combat skills, none of which I could match. Moreover, he stayed constantly vigilant toward everyone, leaving me no opportunity." The green light blinked again. Placing his hands together on his legs, Xin Yan continued, "There was only one time I saved him." "Saved him?" The tone of the interrogator grew heavier. Xin Yan gazed at him with dark, steady eyes. "We were both on the battlefield, and after careful deliberation, based on his abilities, even if he was hit, he wouldn't die immediately. At the same time, the other members of the personal guard team would sacrifice themselves to escort him to safety. But if I helped block a fatal blow for him, I could win his trust since such an injury would be fatal to me. The risks versus the benefits meant I could only gamble with my life to eliminate his doubts." Green light once more. The expressions of those present hardened significantly, their hearts sinking. Their looks toward Shen Yan changed drastically now, lacking the previous casualness and replacing it with deep respect. Not many could risk their lives for such a slim chance of success with someone who distrusts everyone as a rebel. Had he failed and died, his future, status, and everything else would have been lost. As for Xingyu, he simply sat quietly throughout the whole process, his shadowed eyes akin to the solemn depths of the sea, betraying no emotion. So what exactly did they do to you these past 2 months after your cover was blown? Why didn't they kill you? Shen Yan hesitated slightly, opening his mouth briefly. The interlaced hands started unconsciously rubbing each other. His voice softened further, because I betrayed Gu Qi's trust, and he wouldn't allow me to die easily. He locked me in the highest torture chamber, and at first, he gave me a choice, to completely defect from the Allied army and fully commit to the resistance force. The interrogator frowned slightly. Shen Yan hesitated for a moment, then continued slowly, but I refused. There are people I cannot betray. But the consequence was endless torture. He infiltrated my mental field with instruments for an entire month. All kinds of tortures were tried on me until I was near death, and I thought I was about to be free. But, perhaps because he didn't feel satisfied, he made me eat a cicada he had stolen. Thus, I recovered most of my strength, only to face the same chamber once again. Green light. In the quiet room, only his voice broke the silence, slightly hoarse yet still clear and steady. Though it seemed soft and simple, there was an unparalleled power that struck everyone. They could almost picture what this person endured: pain, despair. Even a tiny bit of mental infiltration can cause someone excruciating pain that takes days to recover from, for an entire month. And the feeling of being pulled back from liberation into hell. The brief flashback made him lose focus, and there was a subtle hint of fear in his tone. Xingyu's eyes darkened as he stared at Shen Yan with a profound look, his brows furrowed ever so slightly. The interrogator took a deep breath after holding it in for a long time before exhaling heavily. He no longer cared much about how Shen Yan escaped after such a terrifying 2 months of surviving in such dire straits. After going through all that just to make it out alive, asking too many questions felt unnecessary. There was only one thing he really wanted to know. With a gentle voice, the interrogator asked, "What reason supported you to hold on?" Shen Yan froze momentarily. Such a simple question caused his complexion to turn pale, his hands loosened and clenched tightly, his body becoming tense. For a long time, he remained silent. Chapter 37 ABO Line, Eternal War Song, 10. Shen Yan gradually lifted his head, his calm gaze unwaveringly focused on Xingyu ahead, their gazes locking. Opening his mouth, he spoke only a single sentence. "This is no longer important." Green light. Xingyu's expression grew darker. A moment later, interlacing his fingers under his chin, looking at Shen Yan, his low, resonant voice had a cello-like quality. "Then what do you expect to gain by coming back?" Xingyu's question immediately drew the attention of everyone present. Upon hearing this familiar voice, Shen Yan stirred slightly, pressing his lips together before lifting his head and staring at Xingyu for a while. "I am a soldier of the Empire, isn't returning the right thing to do? Would the Empire abandon me again after all my arduous efforts escaping back here?" Green light. A few seconds passed as Xingyu simply gazed at him, refraining from further questioning. The interrogators exchanged glances before speaking again. After several hours, not a single red light appeared throughout the process. Perhaps due to enduring 2 months of cruel torture, he maintained his calmness and stability the entire time, showing not even a hint of panic. The atmosphere in the review room shifted from initial caution to respect by the end. Though merely a man in casual clothes, they couldn't help but feel reverence toward him. Throughout their careers, none of them had ever encountered such a pure-hearted individual. Perhaps this person truly deserves the title of hero on the internet. Our interrogation has concluded, the results will be provided within 3 days, please wait Major Shen. As the interrogating officer turned off the recording system around them, stood up, and bowed to Shen Yan before saying. Shen Yan also rose, nodding gently, "I understand." The door outside was opened by the soldiers, all prepared to leave when Shen Yan called out to stop someone who stood there. "General, please wait a moment." Xingyu paused, turning back to look at him. Shen Yan gave a faint smile, although it did not reach his eyes. "I have a question to ask, would it inconvenience you for a few minutes?" The other interrogators knew Shen Yan had been Xingyu's adjutant, the pair had fought side by side through life and death scenarios. Therefore, their need to converse after such a long separation was understandable. So, tactfully, they saluted Xingyu, "Then General and Major may talk, we'll first submit our reports, headquarters awaits our reply." Xingyu nodded in agreement. Since there wasn't a single red light during Shen Yan's entire interrogation process, it indicated he hadn't lied. Hence, in their view, there wasn't a shred of issue regarding him, and restoring his rank was just a matter of time. Besides, they sincerely admired this individual, treating him entirely differently compared to ordinary subjects of investigation. The military department was bustling with activity. To avoid any trouble, Shen Yan directly headed to a meeting room at the top of the building. This place was relatively secluded, rarely visited, so no one would disturb them there. The reason he was willing to come to the military department today was twofold: 1, to resolve the final trial, and 2, to see this person. He did not want to hear it from someone else's mouth but preferred to ask for an answer himself. After 2 years, they once again stood in front of each other. Xingyu wore a crisp military uniform with broad shoulders and narrow waist, his legs long, exquisite medals on his shoulder and chest, wearing a military hat with golden hair strands peeking out from the side, his deep gaze fixing on Xinyan. That cold, profound feeling made Xinyan feel like he was staring into an abyss. He was still the same as before, someone you couldn't ignore, with a towering presence that surged towards him like a tide. Xinyan lowered his eyes slightly, eyelashes fluttering, not gazing at every part of the man like he used to do, unwillingly parting. It seemed he had composed himself, exhaling slowly, "I just want to make things clear, I won't waste your time too long." Even the title remained unchanged. Indeed, he was still the same as before. "Why, up until now, do you still have expectations for me?" Xingyu stepped toward him, the sound of his boots hitting the ground echoing in Xinyan's ears. Suddenly raising his head to look at the person approaching him, his gaze flickered, resisting the urge to step back. "I know what you want to ask." Xingyu approached him, reaching out his hand as he used to, lifting his face. Xinyan felt the fabric of the white gloves, yet could not feel his warmth. His eyes met the deep blue ones, falling instantly into an ocean of blue, drawn by its deep gravity. Xingyu was taller than him, slightly lowering his upper body, closing the distance while looking directly into his eyes. "You want to ask me why I abandoned you, right?" Xinyan's pupils widened, his thin lips pressed into a straight line. This intimate gesture brought him instant flashbacks, kisses, embraces. And the promises when he left. Why? Is it because I wasn't good enough? Or was my sacrifice insufficient? How could you so easily and resolutely abandon me? Xingyu gently stroked his pale, colorless lips with his fingertips, his tone soft. Why? Because to me, you were simply natural. I could accept your affection, and naturally give it up. Stunned, the light in his eyes dimmed instantly. He never expected such an answer. In front of the truth, he realized he truly couldn't bear it. Natural. So, you've never liked me. His gaze wavered, his hands clenched tightly beside him, his mind continuously flashing through every memory between them, all these images shattering instantly like mirrors. Memories peeled away their beautiful packaging, revealing harsh realities. Their 5 years together, this person had never told him once that he liked him. He was simply too stupid, immersed in delusions of hope and expectation. If he liked him, how could he let him be a mole? Just to protect a bee who replaced him. Why would he suggest trading him for the mole? Why didn't he rescue him during those entire 2 months? In the end, it was all his one-sided longing, mistaking himself for chasing after the bright sun, grasping dreams, only to fall heavily back down when false clouds dispersed. His clenched hands loosened helplessly. He tried hard to control his voice, but there was still a quiver. Then, over the years, what do my efforts mean to you? Xingyu gave a faint smile. Does it matter what they mean? I've never acknowledged any feelings between us. Before, I couldn't get Hanmu, and you were my adjutant, so I could play around with you. But now, it's different. Hanmu is my adjutant, and your existence becomes unnecessary. Why can't you realize how annoying your one-sided feelings are? The last bit of dignity shattered, Xinyan froze in place, his blood drained from his face, his body losing reaction, his breathing choked, and the air became thin. Xingyu retracted his hand, straightening up, even the hint of mockery on the corner of his mouth disappeared. Looking at the frail figure in front of him, comparing to how he used to always wear a stiff expression, there was now more tenderness evoking pity. A flicker of strange emotion crept into his resolute heart, but it vanished instantly. He remained that decisive Xingyu. Xinyan, don't lose so pitifully. The cold voice made the person ahead suddenly lift their head, their pupils constricting sharply as if they couldn't believe it, or perhaps felt at a loss. Maybe seeing his expression on his face, the person lowered their head again slowly. Such an embarrassing loss, his brain seemed to go blank for a moment. I understand. An almost inaudible sound was forced out from his throat, and his complexion turned even paler. I will no longer bother you. He clutched at the edge of his clothes, struggling to control his expression but still appeared disoriented. He no longer looked at the person standing opposite, directly walking past him. His hasty figure was full of disgrace. Such a proud person had lost all dignity. Xingyu suppressed the shadow in his eyes. This is good enough. I've never liked you anyway. This absurd feeling should have ended long ago. With Hanmu by my side, you mean nothing. Chapter 38 ABO Line, Eternal War Song, 11. Xinyan walked out dazedly, taking quick steps as if escaping from something, stumbling against someone passing by. The person he collided with instantly got angry, but upon seeing his face and his abnormal demeanor, their voice softened, remaining silent without a word, merely stepping aside to let him pass. Xinyan ignored everything around him. This was the answer he promised Gu Qi he would betray the Empire for, risking everything to come back and find out. All he did meant nothing to that person. In the end, he amounted to nothing. Xinyan clenched his teeth tightly, biting through the soft tissue in his mouth, and a rusty metallic taste spread over his tongue. He didn't want to appear too disheveled, so he forced himself to cut off those emotions that shouldn't linger, but the memories in his mind surfaced uncontrollably, spreading needle-like pain across his wound, which had already healed, leaving only scars. So why was it hurting so much now? He was right. He lost, completely and utterly. Even though he passed the review and restored his rank, as a deputy officer, he would still revolve around him like before. Thinking about this, his hurried steps slowed down gradually. He looked down at his hands, murmuring as if not quite hearing, "Didn't we agree that I wouldn't appear in front of him anymore? I can't break my promise." Chen Xian, not surprising, typical trashy male lead, trying to freeload on me for 5 years. Aeon, so what do you plan to do now? Chen Xian, no worries, am I that easy to freeload? Do you understand, playing hard to get? It's not that he has never liked me, just letting things happen naturally. Watch me sever ties quickly. Aeon. How are you going to sever ties? Chen Xian, temporary separation is for a better long-term future, yeah, need your sincere help. Aeon. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xingyu returned to the office. Han Mu sat there reading intently on a luminous pad, devoid of any expression. His focused gaze remained undisturbed when Xingyu entered. Xingyu walked straight towards him, the footsteps drawing him back to reality. He turned around to see Xingyu approaching. Against the light, the man's dark blue irises were pitch black, his austere military uniform plain yet sharp. Han Mu put the luminous pad down, stood up, and smiled faintly. "You're back, how did the review go?" Xingyu placed his military hat aside, golden hair falling loosely, accentuating his fair and sharp features more deeply. The pair of dark blue eyes glimmered with a hint of coldness. After regaining composure, he looked up at Han Mu. "It's done, no issues." Han Mu stepped closer, nodding beside him, comprehension evident in his expression, yet his eyes showed warmth. "I agree, I just looked at his resume, very outstanding, not for nothing he could become your adjutant." Xingyu glanced at the luminous pad Han Mu had laid aside. His voice was cold and harsh, "He is already a thing of the past, don't worry about him anymore." Han Mu's expression seemed somewhat surprised, but the surprise quickly vanished, with only a subtle curve forming at the corner of his lips. "Is that so, then I won't mention him anymore." Xingyu didn't reply, calmly sitting down and opening today's military report. His black gaze was thoughtful, staring at the hand that had just touched Shen Yan. The deep ink color concealed any emotion. 7 days later, the military headquarters released the review results. Lieutenant Colonel Shen Yan had no misconduct, and there were no acts of treason. As of today, his rank and authority were restored. The military department's news, which had never been paid attention to before, spread quickly this time. Within less than a day, the noble circle was boiling again, with one after another wanting to meet the person who had managed to escape alive from Gu Qi's hands. After all, their businesses were often affected by Gu Qi, and this time, seeing Gu Qi so angry indirectly helped them get revenge. Strangely, on the day Shen Yan was supposed to resume his post, he vanished without a trace. He did not report to the military department. According to the rank and department he held before being undercover, he should have returned to serve as an adjutant under General Xingyu. However, there was an awkward situation because now Major Han Mu was already serving as Xingyu's adjutant. Although having 1 or 2 adjutants under a general wasn't usually a problem, they felt it was inappropriate for these two to work together. Subsequently, the news of Shen Yan's disappearance reached Xingyu's ears, but his calm demeanor suggested that he was completely unconcerned. For a moment, no one could fathom what Xingyu was thinking. It wasn't until half a month later that Shen Yan reappeared before everyone. This time, however, his position and circumstances were different. His rank was promoted to colonel, and his area of duty was transferred from the Western Military Zone to the Capital Defense Army, responsible for the first line of defense in the capital. The Capital Defense Army, as its name suggests, mainly takes charge of the protection of Atlantia's capital, Cilia, and is directly managed by the royal family. Its power is divided among the royal nobles. So, while it might sound honorable as the Imperial Guard, in reality, it serves as personal bodyguards for the royalty. Why was Shen Yan suddenly transferred? It was said that the Empress had seen the video released by Gu Qi and believed that anyone capable of escaping from Gu Qi and severely damaging the rebel base was both capable and bold. Such individuals should defend the Atlantia Empire and contribute to its security. With him guarding the first line of defense in Cilia, she trusted the rebels would never dare to invade. With special approval from the crown, Shen Yan's appointment and transfer order was processed swiftly and sent to Xingyu's optical brain within a single day. Looking at the royal emblem of Atlantia on the optical brain, Shen Yan's name seemed slightly magnified. Xingyu stared at the transfer order with a cold, hard edge to his profile, his deep-set eyes shadowed by a somber tone. As Shen Yan's former superior, Xingyu had to sign off on the transfer, otherwise, the military department would not recognize the order. From the moment he saw the transfer order, Xingyu was surrounded by an icy aura. The air compressed around him, the pressure unbearably low. Not far ahead, Han Mu sat by a desk and frowned slightly upon noticing Xingyu's unpleasant expression. Xingyu hesitated to approve the order for a long time, his gaze locked onto it, the gloomy look in his eyes growing heavier. To him, this was not just a transfer order, it was also Shen Yan's answer. In his ears echoed again the low, dispirited voice. I will leave. Xingyu's eyes darkened. So this is how you choose to distance yourself, so thorough and decisive. In this regard, you haven't changed. In the next moment, Xingyu's signature appeared on the optical brain. Go, stay away from me, and never appear before my eyes again. Starting today, we will have no more connections. Chapter 39 ABO Line, Eternal War Song, 12. After Xing Yu signed the document, the transfer order was instantly transmitted to the other side, into the hands of Xing Qian, the Duke and head of the Capital Defense Army. As the royal representative, Xing Qian had managed the entire defense army for nearly 20 years. Therefore, he understood better than any member of the royal family the importance of the control over the capital's defenses. It not only safeguarded the whole city of Cilia but also served as the last line of defense for the entire royal regime. There could be no room for error anytime, and each individual entering the team had to undergo strict screening. Let alone the head of the defense line. Currently, the Capital Defense Army was divided into 3 lines. The first line specialized in long-range attack and defense, the second line focused on mid-range mech defense, and the third line, also the final defense for the capital, consisted of the Close Combat Special Operation Team. And now, Shen Yan was appointed as the head of the first defense line. Xing Qian carefully reviewed the personal data displayed on both optical brains and the transfer order, his imposing face serious, his aged eyes profound and solemn. This was not the gaze of a pleasure-seeking noble, it belonged to a true soldier. Xing Qian's style of work was strict, tolerating no imperfections. If he was dissatisfied, even an order issued by the Empress could be rejected outright by him. He meticulously examined the review videos provided by the Comprehensive Inspection Office, the widely circulated footage of the mech crash among the noble circles, and even went through the medical examination reports and physical data provided by the hospital. Indeed, there were no issues. What ultimately won his approval was Shen Yan's gaze in the review video. He could clearly sense the integrity and resilience of a soldier from it, and he was very satisfied because this was precisely what he had always valued and pursued. He wanted to meet this young man. If he truly excelled, he would not hesitate to recruit him under his command to serve the empire. And if not? A fleeting coldness of lethal intent flashed through his eyes. Meanwhile, in the bustling streets of the capital, holographic advertisements projected vivid three-dimensional visuals on every skyscraper, and the evening sky black as an abyss loomed heavily overhead. Despite the dim twilight, the streets remained alive with throngs of people, many adorned in extravagant attire expressing their yearning for the night. Occasionally, an expensive flying vehicle would land, disgorging nobles clad in resplendent garments. At a corner bar, a tall figure cloaked in a black overcoat pushed open the door and entered. The deafening clamor of music filled his ears as he traversed past the central dance floor, arriving at the area designated for drinks and companionship. On every plush sofa sat groups of revelers, their arms around stunningly attractive individuals, some seductive, others refreshingly cool, but all shared one common trait, a collar around their necks. It symbolized control over slaves. Slaves were a unique class within the Empire Alliance. Most of them were civilians. In Atlantia, high-ranking nobles had absolute dominion over the civilians in their respective territories. Others, those with peculiar hair or eye colors, were captives from the defeated zones brought here due to certain nobles' special tastes. No matter the case, they existed solely for entertainment, devoid of independent rights. His gaze flickered before deepening as he looked away, stepping into an inconspicuous private room in the corner. The moment he entered, all surrounding noise disappeared, leaving only quiet. Locking the door behind him, he walked into another room inside the private booth. The instant he stepped in, countless beams of light converged to form a hologram of a familiar figure. Long, tousled curls hung lazily over broad shoulders, paired with an untidy appearance that seemed unchanged. The hint of bruising on his lips appeared slightly darker, yet there lingered a playful grin on his handsome face. His deep eyes locked onto the newcomer with interest, then roamed appreciatively up and down. Why so covered up? It's safe here. No one can come in. It's been over a month, let me take a look at you. His low voice carried a teasing undertone, laced with familiar mockery. The standing man hesitated for a moment before finally removing his black coat and the low-brimmed hat on his head. His refined features revealed, Shen Yan stared back at him expressionlessly. Gu Qi raised a hand to stroke his chin, nodding approvingly with mock seriousness, not bad. You've recovered well, perhaps even better looking than before. Shen Yan frowned in displeasure. What do you want from me? He asked tonelessly. Gu Qi tilted his head, lowering his hand as his gaze deepened like an unfathomable abyss. I heard you've been specially recruited into the defense army. Shen Yan kept silent. The dispatch order to the defense army had not yet been officially issued. Aside from key figures, no one knew about it. Judging by Gu Qi's casual yet assured tone, it was clear that he had his own informants embedded within the military alliance. Unbothered by Shen Yan's silence, Gu Qi continued smoothly, the outcome of the mission was more successful than I anticipated, and the Empire's aristocrats are even more pleased with you, their hero. It wasn't wasted, setting up such a grand scheme and sacrificing a base just to help you. As he spoke, he casually took a few steps forward until he stood in front of Shen Yan, raising his hand to pat his shoulder. However, his hologram-like body passed right through Shen Yan without making contact, causing him to glance curiously down at his palm. For the next little while, I won't assign you any missions. I'll give you enough time to acquaint yourself with the defense army personnel and earn their trust. When the time is right, I'll tell you what needs to be done. The extended hand clenched suddenly, his voice turning colder. Yet Gu Qi's face remained smiling. Of course, out of caution, I must remind you, don't even think about betraying me. After all, I know your every move. If I accidentally get angry and press the detonator, well, let's hope that doesn't happen. Saying this, he lifted his hand and tapped the air over Shen Yan's heart position meaningfully. Shen Yan involuntarily furrowed his brows. This was a reminder to him, as well as a warning not to even think about betraying him in the same way he had betrayed the Empire. He would not be unprepared. Shen Yan did not react much. His gaze was indifferent, as if he didn't care, and he casually picked up the windbreaker lying nearby. I know. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Hold on. Gu Qi calmly spoke to stop him, his pitch-black eyes looking at him, with a larger smile curving his lips. Shen Yan paused mid-step. His figure moved forward, blocking the way. Why are you in such a rush to leave? I haven't finished speaking yet. Shen Yan looked up to meet an all-too-familiar gaze, dark, complex eyes stared fixedly at him. The holographic form might have been made of light, but it still couldn't hide Gu Qi's imposing presence. The low voice echoed by his ear. Old man Xing Qian and I have clashed several times, he's no easy opponent. He's suspicious and persistent, so anyone tied to the defense army will be thoroughly investigated by him, scrutinizing your records and investigation materials carefully right now somewhere. You need to use your tricks that fooled me when dealing with him. Otherwise, you might not even last a month. The nobility's torture methods for betrayers are far superior to mine. I doubt you want to try them out. Shen Yan stiffened slightly, his body trembling faintly as if memories of bone-deep pain came rushing back. He pursed his lips, I understand. The next day, Shen Yan directly went to the headquarters of the Imperial Defense Army, where he also welcomed a young beta auxiliary officer, Ming Yan. Very young, Ming Yan had only joined the team after graduating from military academy a year ago. From a high-ranking noble family, his background was excellent, marked by a head of striking red hair. His whole persona was youthful and energetic, bright eyes staring intently at Shen Yan from the moment they met, brimming with excitement and eagerness. Shen Yan could almost see the wagging tail behind him figuratively. Today Shen Yan wore his military uniform. With a lean waist, tall straight legs, he stood tall like a sturdy pine tree. However, his steady demeanor was somewhat pale, giving off a calm and aloof air, as though a sharp blade sheathed in its scabbard, concealing its sharp edge. Faced with this enthusiastic gaze, Shen Yan remained composed, merely lifting his hand. Hello, my name is Shen Yan. The red-haired boy lit up instantly, grasping Shen Yan's hand firmly with both hands, his voice ringing out loud, Officer. My name is Ming Yan. Starting today, I'll serve as your adjutant. Shen Yan felt the tight grip on his hand. In the quiet room, it seemed echoes multiplied the sound, and even the icy and composed Shen Yan could feel his excitement. He responded shortly and then tried to pull his hand back, but it was held too tightly for him to move it. Shen Yan glanced down briefly. Perhaps realizing his own rudeness, the other loosened his grip, scratching the red hair awkwardly and apologizing, Sorry, officer. I got too excited. When I heard I'd been assigned as your deputy, I was thrilled for a long time. You don't know how much I admire your achievements. Shen Yan discreetly pulled his hand back, is that so? Yes. Honestly, you're amazing. Not only did you escape from Gu Qi, that crazy rebel leader, but you also blew up his base. It was incredible. He's been too arrogant these years, and finally, you've helped us get some revenge. And the redhead exuded enthusiasm and vitality, full of the youthful energy and zest characteristic of new soldiers. Being around someone like this, the gloominess inside Shen Yan seemed to disperse a little, though his face remained expressionless, devoid of any sign of relaxation. He turned around and cut off the other's incessant speech, walking straight toward the exit. A meeting of frontline responsibility leaders is about to start. Prepare yourself. Ming Yan snapped to attention, saluting smartly, I got so excited I forgot this matter. Rest assured, officer, I'll prepare immediately. The weekly meetings of the Imperial Defense Army were usually held once a week, presided over by the chief responsible person, Xing Qian. The agenda varied, and today was the day the new captain of the 1st Defense Line would take office, making this meeting officially introduce him to the other captains. Shen Yan stood before the heavy, deep brown wooden door, lowering his eyes to look at the doorknob. After a while, he raised his hand and pushed the door open. Chapter 40 ABO Line, Eternal Ode to War, 13. As soon as Shen Yan stepped into the room, a strong sense of pressure enveloped him, like a terrible tsunami overwhelming everything. The temperature inside was slightly lower than outside. His steps paused for a moment as he looked up and saw in the middle of the room a rectangular long table. At the head of it sat Prince Xing Qian, his back resting against an elaborate high-backed chair that almost surpassed the height of his head. With both hands clasped together on the table, a smile graced his elderly face. On either side of him sat another person, their eyes also turned toward Shen Yan. There was Colonel Leah with her golden long hair and athletic outfit, and Colonel Li Meng with his black half-length hair. They were responsible for the 2nd and 3rd defense lines respectively and were among the top nobles of Atlanta. All three were alphas with S-level spirit energy. The heavy and serious atmosphere within the room was suffocating, such that even an average alpha or beta could likely struggle to remain standing. Shen Yan calmly glanced at the seat designated for him below, then stepped forward. As he walked, he quietly surveyed the surroundings out of the corner of his eye. The walls were entirely made of high-density special metal, with no windows. This design not only isolated all external sounds but also endowed the room with a high level of defensive capability. In one of the roof corners, there was a small flickering red dot which, if he had guessed correctly, was a signal jammer. The security in the entire room was extremely tight. Seeing him sit down, Xing Qian above began to speak, his deep and weathered gaze exuding an air of someone who had seen countless storms. Introduce yourselves. This is Shen Yan, from now on the captain of the first defense line. Colonel Li's appearance was refined, but unlike most mega females who possess coquettish gentleness, she seemed like the hard-to-reach snow atop a mountain ridge, beautiful yet unapproachable and unable to be melted. Her ash-gray eyes merely glanced at Shen Yan, calmly and indifferently nodding. Hello. Colonel Li Meng appeared much more amiable, his lips curled into a warm and harmless smile, giving off the vibe of a pleasant spring breeze with added charm reminiscent of a friendly older brother. However, his dark, intricate eyes carried an invisible chill when he subtly observed others. Looking at Shen Yan, he spoke, welcome aboard. I've heard about your exploits over these days. Welcome back. Shen Yan met his gaze without hesitation, nodding respectfully, thank you. By nature, Shen Yan was not a man of many words. Apart from maintaining normal emotions in front of Xingyu, he always tried to reduce his presence before others. Even so, no one could ignore him. After a brief silence, Li Meng scanned him from top to bottom before leaning on his chin and spoke, amusement gleaming in his eyes, you are the only one who single-handedly broke through 3 defense lines. It's a pity I wasn't there, otherwise, I would have killed you directly, and today wouldn't find you sitting here. That chilling sensation of being stared at returned, clinging to him like a venomous snake hiding in the dark, coiling around his body with undisguised malice, creating immense pressure. The other two didn't intervene, their expressions calm as though used to it. Li Meng, despite having an amicable appearance, revealed a heavy intent to kill. Such quiet combat couldn't let Shen Yan come out looking weak, especially on his first day. Being suppressed in this encounter would only complicate things later. Turning his head, Shen Yan faced Li Meng's gaze with calm eyes. To the bystanders, it looked like a bold challenge, a fight right now won't delay anything. Li Meng's expression faltered slightly, clearly surprised by this unexpected response. He scrutinized Shen Yan once again, narrowing his eyes with a deeper smile curling on his lips, interesting, aggressive enough, far more stimulating than the old man and the battle axe. Unfortunately, internal conflict isn't allowed in the defense army, otherwise, we'd definitely have some good sparring. Towards the end, his tone became slightly higher, seemingly anticipatory, and who he referred to as the old man and battle axe was self-evident. Prince Xing Qian gave him a sidelong glance, his dignified face solemn and majestic, evoking the air of royal nobility. Since you've been around Gu Qi, I want to hear your opinion on him. Xing Qian looked at Shen Yan and asked. After listening, Shen Yan didn't rush to respond. He carefully weighed his words and delivered them accurately and straightforwardly, bold and daring, with profound scheming, perpetually vigilant towards everyone, possessing powerful SS spirit forces. If left unchecked, he will be the greatest enemy of the Imperial Alliance. Even. His tone paused briefly, lifting his gaze, his calm and steady eyes staring straight into them, he might even overthrow the entire Imperial Alliance and replace it. There was no trace of exaggeration. All his statements stemmed from years of observation and personal experience. Before these 3 individuals, Shen Yan never intended to lie or conceal, as one could never predict where a lie detector might be hidden. Furthermore, having Xing Qian guard against and be wary of Gu Qi wasn't a bad thing for him. Gu Qi was indeed the driving force behind his important plot progression, but this impetus must never become an obstacle, otherwise it would cause more harm than good for his mission. The clear, cool voice lingered sharply in their ears, the 4 words, replace it, caused everyone's eyes to darken as icy undertones seeped through, and their presence became even more piercing. Xing Qian was no exception. So he's that strong now, Li Meng mused, rubbing his chin with thick interest sparkling in his eyes, I've heard you worked under General Xingyu before. Comparatively speaking, who's better between those two? A flicker of unease crossed Shen Yan's face. He hadn't expected this question to come up. Chen Xian quipped internally, this is hard for me, it's purely like asking which one to save when your protagonist and antagonist fall into the river. A Shang prompted, so who would you choose? Chen Xian smirked mischievously, is there any doubt? Of course, I'd go for the scoundrel. Without praising and admiring him, how would he realize the pure, spotless heart I have for him and eventually see my worth? A Shang sighed exasperatedly. Chen Xian reassured him confidently, don't worry, darling. Even if we employ reverse psychology, I'll still maintain my presence here. Trust me. Despite all sorts of banters happening inside Chen Xian's head with A Shang, on the surface, his expression remained calm and unchanged, aside from a brief pause, which showed nothing out of the ordinary. Memories of Xingyu came flooding back to him, every interaction, every communication, every moment they supported each other, trusted each other on the battlefield. Perhaps no one knew Xingyu better than Xin Yan. Unfortunately, his sincere heart had been fed to the dogs, and he sold himself short, yet still devotedly helped count the money for him. Thankfully, this was just a game, or he might have died of anger. The lieutenant general is decisive and unyielding, his spiritual strength matches his double S abilities. His practical experience in tactical planning is extensive, and his own decision-making and control skills are excellent. Naturally, the lieutenant general has a slight edge. His tone stayed flat, as though his relationship with Xing Yu was nothing special, just a basic superior-subordinate relationship. Li Meng chuckled, "That's well said, isn't it, old man?" Xing Qian ignored Li Meng altogether and kept his eyes fixed on Xin Yan. "Prepare an analysis report on Gu Qi for me." "Yes, sir." The subsequent meeting was filled with procedural handovers, critical mechanical deployments, and personnel status updates within the first defense line. Now that Xin Yan was captain, he couldn't waste any time getting familiarized. There were too many tasks at hand. When the soldiers of the defense army learned that Xin Yan was their new leader, they were incredibly elated. After all, every soldier dreams of being a hero, possessing unwavering loyalty and steadfast virtues. The embodiment of such qualities seemed suddenly brought to life before them in the figure of Xin Yan, their newly appointed captain. A towering silhouette bathed in divine brilliance stood before them. Thus, after Xin Yan assumed command, barely any effort was needed to consolidate the original first defense line. Whatever he instructed, the soldiers executed wholeheartedly. Each person looked at him with shining eyes, akin to fans fervently gazing upon their idol. Of course, Xin Yan did not let them down. He showcased all-round capabilities, presenting the qualities of an exceptional soldier whether carrying out missions assigned by Xing Qian or executing routine duties. He even captured many notorious rebel leaders causing headaches for the empire. Though these so-called leaders were provided by Gu Qi, their capture still added luster to Xin Yan's reputation. Such days continued uninterrupted for 2 full months, quietly slipping away with Xin Yan and Gu Qi manipulating events in the shadows. The already much discussed name of Xin Yan once again swept through the circles of nobility like a hurricane. Even Xing Yu, who paid little attention to rumors among the aristocracy, began to hear whispers of that familiar name. During one royal gathering at the dinner table, amidst glittering lights and clinking glasses, the luxurious yet solemn hall housed the direct royal lineage of Atlanta. Such scenes occurred only a few times a year. Everyone shed their usual military uniforms in favor of elegant white classical suits, while Prince Xing Qian and Queen Your Majesty calmly discussed the newly appointed commander of the first defense line. By chance, Xing Yu was seated beside Prince Xing Qian. "How is the work going in the first line?" The queen laid her cutlery down and smiled, asking Xing Qian. "Satisfactory. If things keep progressing this way, he may very well prove a talent." Though Xing Qian's tone was rather cold, satisfaction could be detected subtly. The queen nodded affirmatively. She knew her brother all too well, a serious and diligent man who brooked no imperfections. For him to be pleased meant Xin Yan was certainly capable. Her tone softened a little. "That's good. Although he is extremely renowned, I haven't witnessed it with my own eyes, so I couldn't give the most sincere evaluation. Now that he has earned your approval, he must be exceptionally talented. After all, you are too strict." Xing Qian didn't pay much attention to the comment about being strict. The defense army is the lifeline of the capital city, there can be no mistakes. This familiar phrase, repeated for decades, was both a promise and a reassurance. The queen smiled slightly but added more weight to her tone. "I understand your efforts, the defense army still needs your hard work." Though her soft voice wasn't loud, it was enough to reach Xing Qian's ears. Throughout the entire conversation, Xing Yu had been sitting aside, calmly using his knife and fork without interference, yet his deep gaze revealed no emotions. It wasn't until after the queen left following her chat with Xing Qian that Xing Qian slightly turned his body and directed a cold stare at Xing Yu, lowering his voice so only the two of them could hear. "There's one question I've wanted to ask you for a while now. Back then, when you were in charge of the Western Military District, personnel deployment wasn't within your jurisdiction, so why did you send Xin Yan to the resistance forces?" Xing Qian spoke casually, like an offhand inquiry, but also as if searching for the roots of Xin Yan's past. Xing Yu unconsciously paused his actions momentarily upon hearing the familiar name. A fleeting and indiscernible emotion flickered through his mind. Collecting himself, he raised his eyes, locking a sharp gaze forward, stopping his movements completely. The confrontation between higher powers is always silent. "Are you prying into his background, uncle, or seeking something?" Xing Qian looked back, lowering his gaze to the food on his white porcelain plate. "The Western Military District holds an important position, being the front line against the resistance. If it's merely due to some personal matters that a SS spiritual strength alpha was sent to protect an useless beta stand-in, such a reckless decision would require me to seriously reconsider whether you possess the judgment necessary as a responsible commander." Xing Yu's piercing gaze deepened further. This was questioning his capability. Prince Xing Qian had spent his life in military campaigns, having no offspring, devoting everything to Atlanta and the Empire Alliance. Hence, he held the most steadfast beliefs and a cold demeanor, viewing anything unfavorable to the Allied military as unacceptable. And so he spoke without reserve. But having his decisions questioned was also something Xing Yu could not tolerate. "Uncle, please rest assured. None of my decisions will impact Atlanta or the Allied military. I have the awareness of a responsible commander, and back then, I had my reasons." After a momentary silence, his low voice enunciated every word clearly. Upon receiving this assurance, Xing Qian picked up a towel from the tray of a nearby attendant, wiped his hands, and slowly stood up. That's good. As he said this, he turned his head and looked at Xing Yu. His experienced eyes exuded depth, and his presence carried an undeniable force. He's under my command now, so I need to inquire about past events as well, since I must take responsibility for his life. Since our relationship isn't close, it doesn't matter anyway. He then signaled towards others chatting merrily nearby before leaving. As the surrounding seats emptied, the fork continued its motion cutting against the plate, and suddenly, a crack appeared on the porcelain. Xing Yu's expression grew grim. My subordinate. How interesting, a mere dog changing masters. Suddenly, images flashed in his mind, the once fiery gazes directed at him, the calm and indifferent eyes during inspections, and that trace of something which had long been severed within those eyes. His grip tightened. Could the person he abandoned possibly have any aftermath? Over the years, he knew exactly what he desired. Shen Yan was nothing but an adjutant, a bed companion. For 5 years, he'd already given him what he deserved. Whether he lived and returned now was immaterial, he should simply face their facts sooner. After all, Xing Yu never believed that there had been even a shred of sentiment between them. Chapter 41 ABO Line, Eternal Battle Song, 14. This morning, Chen Xian woke up early and alone, stood in front of the mirror, and started fiddling with various tools on his face. Hey Shang, why are you putting on makeup so early in the morning? Chen Xian, didn't you know there's going to be a military drill of the Atlanta Allied Army today? Hey Shang, so what? Chen Xian, the bastard protagonist and the shining rival are coming, so I must clean myself up. Usually, I may appear lethargic, but when facing goals, I must be the most beautiful flower. No, now I should be the unattainable Tianshan snow lotus. Hey Shang, with so many people, they might not even see you. Chen Xian, you're wrong. Tomorrow, the bastard will only see me. Sinister smile. Hey Shang, what do you plan to do? Chen Xian, I'm thinking about what kind of battlefield would be more exciting. The Atlanta Allied Army's military drill occurs twice a year and is the most civilian-friendly drill in the empire. Officers with ranks above major must participate, regardless of military branch or division. Thus, these two people were bound to meet. With each passing year as resistance forces grew stronger, interception plans for this evil faction had always been a focus of the military drills. In the past, they lacked the key element that could increase public support. But things are different now. They have Shen Yan, and naturally, as the hero, Shen Yan would be mentioned by name and brought up in discussions. Without a doubt, Shen Yan was the most watched individual in this military drill. At 9 a.m., in the vast military conference hall, Xing Yu was already seated, his military cap placed aside. His golden hair was neatly combed, and his deep blue eyes stared at the heavy oak door, focusing on the carved patterns. In his right hand was a pen, which he casually flipped up and down. The cold metal surface gleamed with a chill. Han Mu, as his aide, sat behind him holding a recording device. The officers arrived one after another. As more people gathered, the entire meeting room remained exceptionally quiet, bearing solemn discipline due to the importance of the session. Everyone wore their formal uniforms without any hint of negligence. Just then, the silence was broken. A group of officers facing the door began whispering among themselves, and seconds later, a crowd walked in. At the forefront was the commander of the Imperial Capital Defense Force, Duke Xing Qian, followed by responsible officers from the third line of defense. However, undoubtedly, the newest appointee was the sole topic of conversation, their hero of Atlanta. Today, Shen Yan wore the white military uniform designated for the defense force. His jet-black hair just reached his ears, and under the cool lighting, his face resembled a finely carved jade artifact radiating a pale brilliance. His suit, sharply tailored without a single crease, highlighted broad shoulders and a slim waist. His legs were long and straight, giving him an overall sharp and severe demeanor. His clothing was tightly wrapped around him, exuding a restrained desire unknown to himself. Currently, there was an arm over his shoulder. It belonged to Li Meng, the head of the 3rd defensive line of Atlanta's Golden Defense Network. At the moment, Li Meng was smiling mischievously while whispering something into Shen Yan's ear, but the latter showed no reaction and quietly allowed it. Their aides trailed behind them. Li Meng's aide was a female alpha, her delicate features accentuated by silver-framed glasses. Her icy presence surpassed that of Ming Yan, Shen Yan's aide, by many degrees. Xing Yu squinted slightly, and his hand suddenly stopped twirling the pen. As they took their seats, Shen Yan instinctively scanned the surroundings, a habit he developed when close to Xing Yu. Xing Yu's hand clenched momentarily, but his calm gaze lightly swept past without lingering for a second before he sat down. A faint smirk curled at the corner of Xing Yu's lips, revealing an abyssal depth in his eyes. The surrounding air pressure dropped dramatically, accompanied by a chilling, undeniable coldness. Sitting behind him, Han Mu naturally witnessed this scene. The meeting lasted for 3 hours, and indeed, all the central points revolved around strategies against the rebel army, with Gu Qi being the top target, leading to several meticulously planned capture operations. Since that first glance at the beginning, even when Shen Yan stood up to speak, Xing Yu didn't spare him another look. Everything seemed genuinely severed, leaving no room for further entanglements. After the meeting came the joint military exercise, held at the border area of Celia, within Xinyan's jurisdiction of the 1st Defensive Line. For this event, Atlanta mobilized substantial resources. Numerous warships and mechas were stationed ready on site, and outside the field, several squads awaited dispatch. An important highlight of this joint exercise was the newly delivered B-24 type mecha, the latest scientific achievement. It showcased significant improvements in weight reduction and performance, making it ideal for close-range combat. This drill was an excellent opportunity to test its capacity with S-class psychic strength officers, who could suggest further enhancements based on their experiences. Li Meng, with a full fighting spirit, saw the debut of the new mecha and his eyes lit up like stars. He grabbed Xinyan standing nearby by the shoulder, lowering his voice excitedly, "How about we have a match with the new mecha?" After months of going on missions together, Li Meng and Xinyan had grown completely familiar with each other. Li Meng had fully grasped who Xinyan was, steady, rigorous, and meticulous to a fault. More importantly, his combat qualities were formidable. Even if Li Meng launched a sudden attack, Xinyan could respond with ease. In short, they were a perfect match. To Li Meng, it felt like he'd discovered an ancient treasure. Li Meng's methods were harsh, but his personality was straightforward. He never held back in admiring those with true talent. Xinyan glanced ahead at the blue and white mecha and shook his head, "No fight." Hearing this decisive reply, Li Meng's face instantly fell, looking rather disappointed and slightly resentful. "Why? This is the latest B-24 fighter model. After today, wanting another fight will mean requesting authorization from the R&D department again, which is too much hassle." Then he paused and, with a persuasive tone while looking at Xinyan's calm profile, said, "How about this, later, we'll both try out the mech, and I'll take care of your next operational duty. How does that sound?" Generally, each defensive line's operations consisted of two types. One was the extermination of resistance forces, and the second was the patrol of several key nearby planets. Both these tasks took place within areas that must remain safe under the imperial capital. Li Meng absolutely despised operational duties. Killing minor rebels wasn't satisfying enough, and patrols were simply monotonous and boring. Xinyan turned his head to look at him. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Li Meng frowned. "Is this not enough?" 3 times. Feeling the grip on his shoulder tighten, Li Meng narrowed his eyes for a moment, then the corner of his mouth split into a broad grin that didn't quite reach his eyes as he said sarcastically, "You really aren't holding back. Just wait till later when you beg for mercy on the ground." Xinyan collected his gaze, a faint arc unconsciously lifting at the corner of his lips. And this smile happened to catch the eye of a profound and icy pair. Xingyu, standing directly across from them, was expressionless at this moment. Chapter 42 ABO Line, Eternal Battle Song, 15. The drill field was quiet and orderly. The generals were chatting and laughing for a while before turning their heads to look at the 2 mechas ahead. Since the R&D department has brought out the B-24, someone must test the machine, right? Any general here interested in trying first? One elderly general with white hair asked brightly. In the military, new mechanical battle armors were usually tested by specially designated evaluators, whose data would then be handed over to the military district. However, for testing new mechs, the greater the psychic strength, the better the scalability and accuracy of the combat data obtained during trials. Generally, due to numerous responsibilities, generals with great psychic strength wouldn't participate in simple equipment trial evaluations. But during joint military drills like this one, out of politeness, the organizers would still ask formally once. There was a brief silence in the field, after which a general stationed further back chuckled, "We've fought plenty regularly, so there's no point exerting ourselves in another fight. Why don't we ask the younger generation?" General Landon makes a valid point, the other generals nodded, agreeing readily. They'd been engaged heavily with the resistance army recently, so it was fortunate to get some time off to return and attend the joint military exercise and rest. No one wished to delve back into more combat. Li Meng had been stealthily watching them, ears perked, waiting for this particular statement. With a rising corner of his lips, he was just about to raise his hand. But before he could, a deep, indifferent voice interrupted him. "I'll give it a try." It was Xingyu, standing in the center, who spoke. Prince Xing Qian and the group of generals looked at him somewhat surprised, only to see Xingyu's dark blue eyes fixed on the 2 mechas ahead, his tall figure exuding a subtle coldness. Thrown off by Xingyu's sudden interest, Li Meng glanced around, reluctantly pulling back his hand while muttering to Xinyan, "All right, I guess I won't need to help you with any duties." Xinyan gave a disinterested glance at Li Meng, then his eyes inadvertently swept over the person standing in the center, hiding the shadows flickering in his gaze as he stayed silent. "How about it, General Shen? Are you interested in climbing into a mecha like this today? It pales in comparison to your Bakuji armor, doesn't it?" The Bakuji armor was the highest-ranking fighting mecha of the Imperial Alliance, encompassing the top-tier performance and spiritual operating system of the Empire. As such, its requirements for psychic strength were very high, demanding a dual S-level user to operate. Due to the scarcity of production materials and many unique, irreplicable factors, there was only one unit available in the entire empire. The initial battle for the Pajun attracted the elites of the entire Imperial Alliance, all eyes were on it. Despite layer upon layer of fierce competition, it ultimately fell into Xingyu's hands. Thus, one could imagine Xingyu's skills in piloting mechs. Testing these two mechas would be as easy for him as playing around. There probably isn't anyone here who'd want to face you in a match, joked one of the generals with a smirk. Xing Yu didn't reply. Instead, he turned his head to look at Xin Yan on his left, a faint smile hanging on the corner of his lips, malice glinting in his eyes, and spoke in an unnervingly calm tone, "Why don't I, along with the Atlantida combat hero, have a little sparring session?" Instantly, the murmurs in the room ceased, leaving nothing but silence. Prince Xing Qian slightly furrowed his brows. Li Meng, upon hearing something interesting, cast an inquiring glance between the two before pulling back, appearing as if he understood everything. His eyes gleamed with excitement. Han Mu's gaze flashed with a hint of shadow as he tightened his grip on the luminous pad in his hand. For a moment, everyone looked at Xin Yan. Some even courteously made space for them. "Chen Xian, this is no trivial matter." Shen Yan turned to meet Xing Yu's eyes, his handsome face calm, almost indifferent, as though he wasn't particularly familiar with this former superior officer. But Xing Yu could see through it, his tense body and deliberately controlled breathing betrayed more than what was visible. Xing Yu seemed to forget something. Exactly to whom did Shen Yan owe his title as a hero? A triumphant return from battle meant becoming a celebrated hero. But what if he never returned? It would be a torture worse than death. Seeing Shen Yan stay silent, Xing Yu continued, "The latest developed mecha naturally requires testing by special individuals. As the Military Academy League champion, surely you wouldn't back down, right?" Xing Yu locked his gaze onto the other person, gazing at that familiar face while strange emotions churned inside him. He shouldn't be saying such things, forcing someone into a challenge was anything but graceful, but he simply couldn't bear to watch others brandish their weapons in front of him, too irksome for words. Han Mu stood steadfastly behind Xing Yu, staring intensely at his side profile with an unbecoming expression. In such occasions, he had no right to speak, even though he was the son of the Grand Minister. Here, he was merely a deputy officer. Speaking up would overstep his authority. During the months he'd been with this man, Han Mu had never seen such a persistent look in his eyes, as though the world around him ceased to exist. That wasn't the eye of a past subordinate. A terrible thought crossed his mind. When they heard Shen Yan was the Military Academy League champion, everyone present showed surprise. Even Li Meng appeared startled, nudging him with his elbow. "Impressive. You've been hiding quite well." General Landon stepped forward, chuckling heartily. "Since we've got two league champions here, why not settle this with a match? Give us something worth seeing." Once it had come to this, Shen Yan clearly couldn't refuse anymore. He gave the saluting generals a military salute. "Yes." Ming Yan, Shen Yan's deputy officer standing amongst the group of senior officials, sparkled with excitement. He had no idea he'd get to witness the duel between the Empire's youngest general and his idol's mech today. It was definitely worth the visit. Inside the desert training ground, the two blue and white mechas, each standing several meters tall, waited ready in the center. Sand whipped about with the strong winds, like mighty guardians of the land. Everyone retreated to the rear observation room to fully savor this intriguing duel. Seated in the cockpit, Shen Yan gazed at the opposing mech, absorbing the familiar metallic scent around him, touching all the control rods. The alpha instincts surged through every nerve of his body, with strength and impulse spreading from his heart to his limbs. From the very first sight of Xing Yu at the tournament grounds, Shen Yan had been captivated. That intense and ruthless passion in those deep azure eyes had mesmerized him, making him even fantasize, what if he himself stood across from him? As a deputy during those years, he could never have dared cross his boundaries, never had such opportunities. Now, with their paths diverging, his earliest dream was fulfilled. Shen Yan closed his eyes briefly, deeply exhaling, then abruptly opened them again, the cold resolution clear in his pitch-black irises. Without hesitation, Shen Yan initiated the attack. The mech darted forward like a storm, its mechanical right arm snapping outwards, instantly summoning a golden energy sword in hand. With both hands gripping the handle tightly, he swung a diagonal slash towards the opponent midair. Predictably, the opponent already anticipated this move. A blue longsword materialized at once, directly meeting the aggressive blade strike. A tremendous explosion erupted. Two powerful gusts clashed mid-air, the resistance between the longswords unleashing streaks of silver lightning, like tiny silver dragons coiling around the two swords. The massive psychic waves even struck the high-density glass where the spectators stood far away. Everyone's heart sank, these two weren't holding back one bit. Inside the cockpit, Xing Yu's eyes flashed with a dark light as the mecha tilted to the right, releasing its right hand. Its palm faced Shen Yan's cockpit, and the laser cannon began to gather energy, nearly ready to fire. Shen Yan was no pushover either. Lifting the light sword, he sidestepped to dodge, but the hilt collided with the mech's chest, instantly enveloping it with killing intent. "Your betrayal, I will repay you for it all one day." The psychic powers of both individuals fully encompassed their mechas, with a spirit matching rate as high as 98%, making the mechas as agile as their own bodies. The speed of the mecha battles and evasions was so fast that the observer's eyes could hardly keep up. Every angle and every move was without restraint, honed through countless battles and natural talent, an absolute perfection. Li Meng squinted his eyes, the fighting spirit inside him completely ignited. His eyes brimmed with restrained excitement and agitation, both of them were incredibly strong. He had witnessed Xing Yu's strength before, but never expected Shen Yan to be able to hold his ground against him. He was much stronger than imagined. Interesting. So interesting. In the following moments, the collision of the mecha's glows, the fiery beams from weapons firing, transformed the desert arena into a true battlefield. They fought fiercely. With a thunderous explosion, the mechas were momentarily pushed apart. Their surfaces, battered after the fierce battle, now appeared worn and damaged. Clearly, they couldn't endure such combat any longer. And within the cockpit, Xing Yu's deep blue eyes carried a tinge of crimson, as if a scarlet beam burst forth from the depths of the ocean. Blood, dormant for so long, seemed reignited at this moment, and the heartbeat reverberated in his ears, sending blood rushing wildly through his veins. It had been so long, so very long since he'd fought like this. Xing Yu's handsome face cracked into a smile. Shen Yan. On the other side, Shen Yan had focused all of his energy. His eyes blazed with barely restrained flames. He could feel the tremors deep in his soul. Indeed, the feeling of fulfilling a dream was mesmerizing. After pausing briefly, the two lunged forward once more. At this point, the gap in their spiritual powers would become fully evident. With the final attack, red lights flashed within the mechas as the mechanical female voice echoed, "Mecha damage exceeds 95%. Please exit immediately. Please exit immediately." Shen Yan clenched his teeth tightly. Yet on the other side, there remained strength for one last battle. Subtle manipulation of the spirit power caused slight angular deviations in the mecha, providing certain combat abilities and survivability under different circumstances. The victory or defeat had already been determined. Shen Yan didn't step out of the cabin right away. Instead, he closed his eyes and relaxed his body against the seat behind him, exhaling slowly after being so focused earlier that even his breathing was controlled. Humph. After a while, he suddenly let out a soft chuckle. When he opened his eyes again, the determination buried deep in his gaze had finally been set free. He exited, only to find the other person already waiting for him outside. They stood facing each other. Shen Yan's eyes were still full of shadows, his tall figure standing upright as always. When he looked at Xing Yu, his gaze remained clear and bright, but something was missing. Han Mu, Xing Yu's deputy officer, approached as soon as they stopped fighting, and when he drew near, this was the scene that met his eyes. The wind and sand swept between them. Behind them lay two battered mechas, covered in scars, yet they just stared at each other across the divide. Han Mu slowed his steps, stunned as he looked at Xing Yu, noticing the gleam in his eyes, the excitement, joy, and that deeply complex emotion, all so glaringly obvious. Tightly clenching his fists. "You have never known. The person who can stand by your side has always been only one." Chapter 43 ABO Line, Eternal Battle Song, 16. Han Mu pursed his lips tightly, his pitch-black eyes filled with icy malevolence and gloomy hues. He was nothing more than an abandoned noble of low birth. What difference did it make that he returned? How dare he have the audacity to compete with him? The fierce wind whipped up the sand and dirt. The warm scent of machinery lingered at his nose, and his golden hair, shining like sunlight, slightly fluttered upward. His strikingly handsome face remained coldly aloof as ever, showing no sign of exhaustion. The lingering rhythm of the rapid heartbeat still filled his body, the blood carrying a scorching heat. The surrounding air was saturated with the strong alpha pheromones of two individuals, giving even their breathing an edge. After years apart, his mech combat ability had become even more formidable and aggressive, like a sharp weapon that had undergone its final tempering process, its cold gleam radiating from within, dazzling and brilliant. Xing Yu's azure eyes swirled with complex and profound emotions as he locked his piercing gaze onto the person opposite him. With jet-black hair reaching his shoulders, and a solemn, calm face, it was just as familiar as when he first met him during his initial report, every memory of fighting side by side flashing through his mind, along with the trust and sincerity they once shared for each other's safety. Xing Yu observed every trace of indifference in his eyes with precision but felt a flicker of unfamiliar disturbance upon noticing the creases between his brows and his slightly pale complexion. This was a sign of overuse of psychic power. Ordinary psychics would never experience such conditions unless they'd gone through a mental breakdown before, leaving residual aftereffects. Suddenly, the results of the report came back to him. Xing Yu stared at him, his thin lips with exquisite curves slightly twitching as if wanting to speak. Shen Yan, however, sensing this, quickly averted his gaze. His pale face remained tranquil yet indifferent, cutting off Xing Yu's attempt with a straightforward military salute. "The test is complete. I'll take my leave now." Without even glancing back at Xing Yu, Shen Yan turned and left with a tall, lean posture showing no hesitation or attachment, decisive and straightforward. Ming Yan, who had been waiting nearby, immediately approached and gave a respectful military salute with a look of uncontrollable excitement. "Your battle just now was incredible. It was exhilarating beyond description. I've never..." The enthusiastic voice continued excitedly beside Shen Yan, but he simply smiled faintly without pausing his steps as he walked away. Xing Yu watched his retreating figure and subconsciously clenched his hand at his side. For some unknown reason, a bitter sensation arose in his heart, prompting an urge to reach out and stop him, yet pride restrained him. His deep blue eyes forcibly suppressed any revealing glimmer. "You won, congratulations," a voice interrupted his thoughts. Xing Yu retracted his gaze, ignoring the feelings in his heart, and looked toward Han Mu who stood smiling beside him. He replied indifferently, "HM. Han Mu's smile did not wane, despite the intense pressure from the pheromones around them. His gentle voice sounded like a breeze. It seems he still resents you. There wasn't an ounce of restraint during your fight. Xing Yu glanced at the two severely damaged mechas nearby. Resentment? He chuckled softly. No, it was abandonment. There was no affection or love in those eyes during their fight earlier. All the burning emotions of the past had vanished, replaced only by coldness. Today, Shen Yan used action to inform him, to prove to him. Shen Yan had let go. He wasn't Xing Yu's deputy officer anymore, he was the head of the first defense line. When the hesitation emerged at the beginning of the fight and Xing Yu wondered if Shen Yan's coldness was just an act, and whether he was still that Shen Yan always by his side, the truth revealed itself through the full-force combat that followed. But wasn't this exactly what he wanted? Shen Yan walked on his way back. On the A-net, you put on quite a show back there. I thought you'd pretend to be weak and just lose to him. Chen Xian, a real alpha doesn't need to fake it. Just pick up a gun and fight against him directly. In the end, show a little weakness naturally, and losing will feel justified. Isn't that better? On the A-net, that makes sense. No wonder I noticed a difference in the way he looked at you. Chen Xian, you're just a machine, you wouldn't understand. I was sparking memories with my actions. The most captivating moments are the sparks between true men. Besides, given his position, sometimes he needs to lose so he doesn't stay blindly self-deluded, thinking someone would always wait for him whenever he turns around. Little does he know, even yes men have their dignity. When Shen Yan reached the observation restroom, Li Meng grabbed him enthusiastically and inspected him thoroughly with glowing eyes, eager for another match. But upon seeing his pale complexion, Li Meng remembered his previous captivity and abandoned the idea. Instead, he confronted Shen Yan about why he hadn't mentioned how skilled his mech manipulation was, allowing him to fight Xing Yu Lieutenant General to a draw, the master of Pajun. The Prince Xing Qian also looked at him and said, well done, clearly satisfied with the sweat-drenched fight. Others were all admiration, offering praise left and right. The champion of the league at the Alliance Military Academy was certainly not a false title. This battle could be counted as one of the most exciting of the year. This Imperial Major General and national hero was indeed worthy of their fame. Throughout it all, Shen Yan quietly responded from the sidelines. Perhaps noticing his excessive mental fatigue, Shen Yan allowed him to rest in a room. Shen Yan accepted this suggestion and spent some time alone in a room until just before the military exercise ended, when someone sought him out. A few rhythmic knocks on the door resounded, and Shen Yan, who had been resting with eyes closed, abruptly opened them and looked toward the door, his pale lips parting to say, come in. The hinges creaked as a tall figure walked in. The familiar uniform of an officer, that gentle face, the person who entered was Han Mu. Shen Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, and the weariness on his face dissipated somewhat, though his expression became solemn. Yet there was no hint of surprise on his features. Han Mu strode in uninvited, his smile unchanged as his gentle gaze swept over the room. After a while, he hesitated, then rested his gaze on Shen Yan. I heard you were resting here, so I came by. Shen Yan watched him without speaking. Han Mu chuckled faintly, unperturbed by Shen Yan's silence, and continued softly, I've come today to apologize. If it weren't for my rashness back then, Xing Yu wouldn't have made such a decision, and you wouldn't have fallen into the hands of the resistance under such perilous circumstances, enduring so many terrible torments. His eyebrows furrowed, his beautiful face bearing expressions of unbearable pity and sorrow, the hand by his side tensed after an initial flinch, seemingly burdened by insurmountable self-reproach, struggling to articulate these words. Shen Yan's pitch-black gaze remained fixed upon him, sharp enough to pierce through his very being, reaching straight to his heart. A flicker of something almost imperceptible flashed in Han Mu's eyes. He pressed his lips together, I know, you hate me. Shen Yan emitted a quiet laugh, his voice cold and cutting straight through, today is the first time we've met, why would I hate you? Han Mu paused mid-expression, hesitated for a moment, then lifted his eyes to look at the alpha in front of him whose face was cold but composed, feeling icy inside, quickly adjusting his tone and emotions, squeezing the corner of his clothing. You've done so much for him, and I've messed everything up, forcing him to make a choice. His appearance was innocent, as if wanting to say more but unable. But did he really know about the relationship between Shen Yan and Xing Yu? Of course, he knew every detail, having sent people to inquire thoroughly. But he wouldn't state it outright. His purpose today was to make Shen Yan recognize a fact, in that crucial moment concerning life and death, Xing Yu had chosen to abandon him and save himself. Listening to this, Shen Yan stood up directly, walking toward him, it's simply a case of poor judgment. If this is all you want to say, please excuse me. Saying this, he moved past him. How could Han Mu let him leave so easily? He spoke hastily, he just had no choice. My father pressured him. I didn't want him to feel guilty, nor for you to misunderstand. After finishing, he bowed his head slightly, putting on a pained expression. Shen Yan's face showed not a shred of sympathy, rather, he slightly furrowed his brows. Han Mu was a soldier, an Omega substitute, not a real Omega. The past is past. Everyone has their youth. Now, whoever he is or whoever he's with, I don't care, and please don't come find me anymore. Having said that, he reached for the doorknob and opened the door. And the moment the door opened, Xing Yu was standing right outside. His towering figure loomed above Shen Yan, golden strands reflecting sunlight off white light, the handsome face cloaked in shadows except for his deep blue, abyssal eyes intently gazing at Shen Yan, the piercing gaze drilling into his soul. The atmosphere suddenly turned cold. Shen Yan experienced a fleeting moment of surprise, followed by calm. Like seeing a stranger, he turned away and left without any trace of reluctance. He was no longer the Shen Yan who had confronted Xing Yu with wounds covering his body long ago. He wouldn't display such a disheartened, desperate look ever again, nor would he fall apart at the sound of a single word from him. Xing Yu tilted his eyes, catching a glimpse of the retreating figure from his peripheral vision. The same person, leaving the same way. Yet this situation was entirely different. The current Shen Yan carried not a wisp of nostalgia. Simply a case of poor judgment. The past is the past, hasn't everyone been young? Now who he is and who he's with doesn't concern me anymore. His hand clenched suddenly. It seemed like he was the one being abandoned now. On his way back. Chen Xian, this Han Mu's pretty high level, lying without batting an eye, trying to design a scheme against me. Ayane, did you predict that he would come? Chen Xian, of course. This guy isn't some clean little thing. Given his situation now, finding an alpha lieutenant general is impressive enough for him to brag about. Without Prince 3, Xing Yu is his best choice. He wouldn't give up so easily. Chen Xian, I guessed he wouldn't show up alone this simply, and sure enough he left a backup plan, but what he wants Xing Yu to hear, I want too, so I went along with his story. Chen Xian, Xing Yu must have understood my resolve by now. With his pride and self-respect, loss is always the most beautiful. And Shen Yan has already lost him. People desire what they can't get even more. And if they once had it but lost it, memory becomes their final comfort. Chapter 44, ABO Line, Eternal War Song, 17. The joint military exercise lasted 3 days and ultimately passed in quiet obscurity. Besides the B-24 new mech unit provided by the research department, several new models of hovercrafts and battlefield resource supply devices also made their appearances. In the combat zones at the front lines, every resource became precious, and these new hovercrafts and supply units played a huge role in various areas, even helping reduce soldier casualties within the Alliance army to a certain extent. The most watched over and tightly guarded piece of equipment was the JX-6 quantum emitter stored in an underground deep pit at the military exercise venue. It was the highest level project from the Atlanta Research Laboratory, and on the day of inspection, apart from a few leaders of the defense force, only officers ranked general and above were allowed entry. It was perfectly placed inside a closed high-density room, with no one but the head researcher possessing the room's key. Shen Yan and others could only examine it through the transparent glass. A black rectangular column stood there, around 2 to 3 meters tall, with a silver ring floating in the middle of the pillar. At its core shone a deep red light. A bespectacled, middle-aged man with disheveled hair, pale face, and a slovenly appearance, clear signs of someone who had not rested well for a long time, stood beside it, passionately narrating its power. He was Fu Yen, a level 9 scientist from the Atlanta National Weapons Research Lab and one of the top-tier scientists, with fewer than 5 such experts across the 16 empires combined. A single JX-6 quantum emitter contains enough quantum force to destroy an entire planet, turning it into ashes within an hour. It would serve as a fatal weapon against the rebel forces. If the frontline command requires it, they can apply it directly to the royal family. I can build another one within 3 months. Fu Yen spoke with fervent enthusiasm. His excited eyes gleamed as he gazed upon it, seeing in it the blossoming of his ideal flower. It was the result of half his life's work, meant to be put to use, never to be wasted away in this single room. Shen Yan stood off in a corner, his dark eyes gazing intently at the column behind layers of high-density glass. His expression remained calm, as though watching a play. 7 days later. Shen Yan once again entered that strange and noisy alley. The bell rang as the doors on either side automatically opened. He stepped inside. The bar was dimly lit, multicolored rays flashing continuously, laughter and noise filling the air around him. Walking down the corridor to its end, he reached out to push the door open. Just then, a restraint grabbed his wrist and yanked him violently inside. The door slammed shut behind him, his hands pinned above his head. A figure pressed against him. It was that familiar scent of pheromones. Surprise flickered briefly in Shen Yan's eyes before his brows furrowed. Looking up at the person in front of him, his voice was cold and sharp. Let go. Have you missed me after all this time? I risked my life coming to see you. A low, slightly hoarse yet magnetic voice echoed near Shen Yan's ear, his warm breath deliberately brushing against his earlobe. The lazy tone suggested a smirk on the speaker's lips. Shen Yan cast a cold glance. Wouldn't death be better? Gu Qi let out a low chuckle, took a step back, and at that moment the light in the room was turned on. The cold white light spilled over him, illuminating his half-long hair and the stubble of a green beard. The shadow cast on his face by the backlight made his features sharper. He still looked as lazy as ever. He released Shen Yan's hand, lifting Shen Yan's jaw slightly with his fingertips to feel its warm, smooth texture. With an intense gaze, he scrutinized Shen Yan from head to toe as if carefully checking something, ensuring every detail, even down to the strands of hair, was visible. You're still so unfriendly. After all, we worked together for 3 years. You should be a bit gentler with your former colleague. A flicker of disgust passed through Shen Yan's eyes. The next second, he brushed the hand away. What do you want from me? Gu Qi raised an eyebrow slightly, glanced at the hand Shen Yan had pushed away, seemingly regretful, then turned around and sat down on the couch nearby, leaning comfortably against the soft cushions behind him and exhaling leisurely. I heard that the Alliance Army successfully developed the JX-6 quantum weapon. Shen Yan's movement to release his wrist paused for a moment. After a while, his voice deepened slightly. How did you know? This matter was highly confidential. Apart from the defense force personnel and the generals present at the time, no one else knew. For Gu Qi to show up so quickly could mean only two things: either someone in the crowd that day was a member of the resistance or someone leaked it to others. But whichever it was, it meant one person had betrayed Atlanta. It was surprising how deeply the resistance's influence had penetrated. No matter the defense force or the generals, they were essential elements to Atlanta. Perhaps noticing Shen Yan's complex expression, Gu Qi said with interest, "You wouldn't seriously think we'd do nothing, would you? Even among the nobility, there are some who have a bit of conscience, knowing their debts and wanting to atone. He is not like you. While you were coerced, he did it willingly." The mention of the JX-6 quantum weapon and potential internal traitors gave Shen Yan a bad premonition. He stepped forward. What do you plan to do? Gu Qi looked up at him, a hint of a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. I need you to get the launch control device of the JX-6 for me. Shen Yan's gaze tightened, looking at him as if he were insane. Are you crazy? Do you really think I, with my current position and status, can obtain the launcher? If you want the launcher, there are others far higher in rank than me who could accomplish this better. Moreover, if he obtained the launcher, it would simply become a weapon for the resistance to counterbalance the Alliance army, and what would happen next would be obvious. Gu Qi shook his head, running his hand through his tousled hair, looking quite innocent with a soothing tone. They cannot get it, only you can. Rest assured, I won't let you go straight for it. I'll create an opportunity for you, and then you just need to follow my instructions. I've convinced you at great difficulty, and I wouldn't let you sacrifice yourself pointlessly. Shen Yan approached him, his right hand clenching into a fist. If you wanted me to pass along internal messages, fine, I did. But you never promised me anything in return. A man must keep his word. Glancing at his tightly clenched hand, Gu Qi felt the sharp momentum and exhaled deeply. With a profound gaze, he looked straight into Shen Yan's eyes as if peering into his very soul, capturing his inner conflict and worries. It seems you still don't understand. The power gap between the nobility and commoners is like an abyss that can never be crossed. After all, you haven't seen enough yet. Saying this, he stood up and walked to a blank wall on the right side, pressing lightly on the edge of the wall. The blank surface became transparent, and two doors slid open on either side. He stepped inside, then turned his head slightly to look at Shen Yan with a smile, waving goodbye. Today, I just came to visit you. In 3 days, wait for me at the border. I'll take you somewhere, and after that, you can make your decision. After saying that, he walked into a pitch-black passage, his figure disappearing. In the spacious room, Shen Yan stood there silently, staring at the now normal wall, raising his hand to place it on his chest, feeling its rhythmic beats. Chen Xian, do you think if I don't help him, he might detonate the chip? A. Don't play with fire. If you die before completing the plot, the entire chapter will restart. Chen Xian, I'm just saying, don't worry. Reining in his expression, Chen Xian opened the door and walked out. Just halfway, a beep sounded in his mind. Please note, the target is 50 meters ahead to your left. Chen Xian froze momentarily and followed the direction to look over. Xing Yu was standing beside the entrance of the gateway passage, dressed in a low-key black overcoat. His golden, sun-like hair stood out unmistakably in the darkness. It seemed like he had just arrived. The noisy environment made him frown deeply. His whole body radiated an aura that clearly said, do not disturb, and his sharp gaze felt almost lethal. People nearby who were curious enough to glance at him did not dare approach. Chen Xian, how did he end up here? Could it be he received some intel? Ayane, I don't know. I think you'd better leave quickly. Taking advantage of his unawareness, Chen Xian hurriedly stepped back. Just moments ago, he saw Gu Qi enter through a secret passage, so maybe he could do the same. With this thought, he quickened his pace and returned to the previous room within seconds. He approached the blank wall and began feeling around the edges like Gu Qi had done. But after more than 10 seconds, nothing happened. Chen Xian, could it be fingerprint locked? Ayane, this is part of the game's environmental settings, which aren't entirely clear. Chen Xian, what if I hide inside and don't come out? Ayane. Chen Xian, wait. I've got an idea. He moved towards the nearby bar table, staring at the neatly arranged bottles of alcohol. A faint smirk curled on his lips, and the next moment, he grabbed one of the bottles, opened the cap, and drank heavily from the bottle non-stop. After gulping down half the bottle, he walked to the mirror, unbuttoned his tightly restrained collar, revealing the white curve of his collarbone, tousled his usually neat hair until it looked somewhat disheveled, and even brought a flush to his cheeks. Adjusting his eyes, he now appeared completely drunk. Chen Xian, I won't hide or run anymore, I'll face him head-on. Ayane, good luck. The loud music played in an endless loop in the background, while red and green lights flickered incessantly before his eyes. The icy atmosphere radiating from Xing Yu seemed palpable. Seeing no one at the door, he assumed it was just a simple resting place but was surprised by what awaited him inside. The contempt in his expression was obvious. Glancing around, he turned to leave. However, just as he turned, something froze him, causing him to look towards the end of a diagonal passage. He stared at it for a long time, then narrowed his eyes. The sapphire depths of his eyes darkened with menace as he decisively walked past everyone toward the direction ahead, projecting an air of cold severity and intimidation that forced people to give way. Some timid omegas even scurried aside to avoid him. At the end of the corridor, Shen Yan leaned against the wall, his head tilted to one side. His black strands fell messily onto his face, bright eyes warm and moist, fixated absent-mindedly on a light halo above. His pale cheeks flushed lightly like blossoming flowers under the morning dew, exposing his neck due to the slightly unbuttoned shirt collar. Gone was the usual sharpness, appearing instead docile like a child. A man stood beside him. Chapter 45 ABO Line, Eternal War Song, 18. That unfamiliar man also seemed to notice such an alluring figure close by. Glancing around and seeing no one else around, his eyes filled with wicked intent, and he reached out to grab Shen Yan's wrist without hesitation. Shen Yan, in a haze, lowered his head to examine the foreign touch on his wrist and frowned. The man didn't give up easily, such a rare alpha was simply too tempting. "Sir, are you feeling unwell? Would you like my help?" he asked softly, with exaggerated care. Though confused, Shen Yan could still feel how strange this situation was. Opening his eyes, the foggy beauty beneath his ebony lashes reflected annoyance. He attempted to push the man away, but another hand moved faster. With a resounding thud, the man next to Shen Yan was thrown aside, crashing violently into the wall. In the noisy environment, the sound was lost, and no one noticed their struggle. Thrown across the room, the man only felt intense chest pain. Clutching it, he lifted his head, ready to scream curses, but the words stuck in his throat when his gaze met the eyes of a predator, cold and merciless, piercing deep into his soul. An instant shiver ran through him, making him gulp audibly yet unable to utter a single word. With his golden hair, blue eyes, and handsome features, Xing Yu clearly belonged to the elite aristocracy. The overwhelming mental force emanating from him triggered alarm bells in every cell of the other man's body, paralyzing him in fear. Xing Yu glanced back at him, growling sharply, "Get out of my sight." The man endured the intense pain in his body and immediately scrambled away within seconds. Shen Yan, on the other hand, stood obediently to the side, slightly lowering his head. His black hair, somewhat tousled, fell onto his cheeks, concealing his usual strict and restrained demeanor, making him appear unusually quiet. Xing Yu's profound gaze was fixed on him, observing his peach blossom-like cheeks, his robust figure wrapped in a dashing uniform, his legs straight and long, his waist tightened to reveal perfect curves, his beautiful neck and collarbone exposed as if an oyster had accidentally revealed its pearl. A surge of anger arose in Xing Yu's eyes as he reached out and gently grasped Shen Yan's jaw. Shen Yan furrowed his eyebrows uncomfortably and struggled to free himself, but another hand swiftly trapped him. Xing Yu pinned him against the wall, leaned down close to his neck, taking a light sniff, the smell of alcohol lingering at his nose tip. With dark eyes, he stared intently at Shen Yan. "Have you now sunk so low that anyone will do?" Hearing his voice, Shen Yan, who had been acting obediently, suddenly stiffened, as if remembering something, his face turning pale for a moment. His voice was soft, slightly hoarse, "Let go of me." But these simple 3 words were like touching Xing Yu's forbidden area, "Let you go so you can find other men." At this moment, Shen Yan was surrounded by Xing Yu's scent, his muddled consciousness having cleared up considerably. He bit his tongue, the pain diluting the alcohol in his body. Stubborn and sarcastic, he said, "Yes, anyone can, just not you." This straightforward statement was undoubtedly a provocation to Xing Yu. The azure pupils became deep and the grip on Shen Yan suddenly tightened, as if trying to crush the bones. Shen Yan let out a muffled groan, his tightly pressed lips uttering no more sound, his bright and piercing eyes glaring fixedly at the person above him. Fury churned inside Xing Yu. Since the last military exercise, his mind had been full of this person, these eyes, the sounds of mech collisions still echoing in his ears, the boiling blood temperature seeming as if it could scorch even the heart. There was no denying that he enjoyed the stimulation and sense of conquest brought by Shen Yan. He suddenly recalled the instant of confusion and escape when he made his decision before. He always thought he liked Hanmu, and if it was anyone else, he should have abandoned them without hesitation. Anyone can, including Guqi. Xing Yu lowered his voice, icy and filled with malevolence. Shen Yan briefly paused, then smiled in sudden understanding, "Yes, I am his guard team, so naturally I can also be." In that instant, Xing Yu's sinister gaze was thoroughly provoked. Without further thought, he directly kissed those cold lips, cutting off the next words. The moment their lips and tongues entwined, a warm sensation with a faint taste of alcohol passed through. Xing Yu felt a shiver in his heart, as if his frozen body was enveloped by blazing fire. The restless heart calmed down instantly, as if he had found the reason. Shen Yan opened his eyes wide, holding his breath in surprise for a moment. The next second, he began struggling fiercely. Given that his physical strength wasn't much weaker than Xing Yu's, such violent struggles could easily create gaps. Immediately, he aimed a kick towards Xing Yu. At such a close distance, unless he loosened his grip, he would certainly be hit. Xing Yu squinted, released his hold, and sidestepped. Leaning back against the wall, Shen Yan panted heavily. Watching Xing Yu standing nearby, he lifted his hand and wiped the moisture from his lips forcefully. His originally pale lips turned crimson, his cheeks slightly flushed, giving him an appearance ready to be picked at will. "You crazy bastard." Shen Yan's heart burned with anger, much of the drunkenness gone, lowering his voice, teeth gritted together. Upon hearing the words, "crazy bastard," the person opposite didn't get angry but instead chuckled. Profound eyes fixated unyieldingly on the furious individual, this lively looked much better than the cold-hearted one that ignored everything. The taste of him still lingered on his tongue. "Crazy. You followed me for 5 years, and I thought you already knew. What a pity, you still don't know me well enough." Shen Yan looked disgusted, his tone harsh, his eyes revealing ridicule and murderous intent without any concealment. "Right, don't understand. So kindly keep your distance, I'm afraid I might lose control and kill you." He thought he could remain indifferent, not dwell on the betrayal, forget the day he spoke of letting things take their natural course, but when this person casually stood before him and touched him, the hatred in his heart could no longer dissipate. Despite the hateful words, Xing Yu was extremely pleased. He took a few steps forward, his hard boots clicking softly on the ground, standing in front of Shen Yan, his golden hair shining like the sun god's brilliance. "You can make your move now." Xing Yu spread his arms wide, the smile on his face as though inviting retribution. The alcohol seemed to lose its numbing effect on the nerves, suddenly turning into a catalyst for emotions, filling him with hatred and causing an instant loss of control over his rationality. Revenge, return the betrayal and deceit. Shen Yan grabbed a sharp metallic ornament nearby and lunged directly at his heart. At such close range, with that ferocious speed, even the toughest alpha would find it unbearable. Chapter 46, ABO Line, Eternal Battle Song, Part 19. The pointed tip refracted white cold light under countless lights. Xing Yu, however, suppressed the alpha's natural instinct to evade, merely gazing at the person rapidly approaching him. Suddenly, an uncontrollable feeling of palpitation surged within him, not the excitement of battle but an unexplainable yearning. Their eyes met straight on. A pair of deep blue eyes appeared calm on the surface, yet beneath lay profound emotions, and there was a hard-to-notice expectation and excitement. Another pair of pitch-black eyes were as profound as ice, revealing no trace of retreat or reluctance, even harboring murderous intent. An almost imperceptible silence in this moment of waiting and vengeance, the blue eyes flickered slightly. What followed was the sound of tearing fabric and the silent piercing of the sharp object into the body. Their bodies became extremely close at this very instant. The sensation of heat felt the sudden chill. A deeper shade of black gradually spread, the smell of blood slowly filling the space between them, intermingled with the faint scent of alcohol. Xing Yu's gaze shifted slightly as he lowered his eyes to focus intently on the figure before him. The hopefulness from moments ago had disappeared, replaced by a look of profound focus without ever glancing at the weapon embedded in his body once. "Why didn't you dodge?" Despite the pain coursing through his body, Xing Yu slightly tilted the corners of his lips upward, his eyes passing over the other's face as he softly said, "Didn't I already say for you to strike me?" The music noise played loudly in the background as Shen Yan carefully observed this face, recalling his coldness, his ruthlessness, and then thought about Han Mu. Suddenly, a soft laugh escaped his lips. After a brief pause, it seemed like a sigh of emotion as he adjusted himself closer, maintaining the pose meant for assassination. His deep, profound gaze leaned forward towards Xing Yu's ear, imitating the soft tone Xing Yu had just used. "Your promise to wait for me was false. The position of adjutant being forever mine was also false. Turns out, these words weren't wrong. I truly couldn't comprehend you." Xing Yu's expression darkened, his thin lips tightened, his towering figure standing firm like a majestic barrier. Having finished speaking, Shen Yan abruptly withdrew the sharp weapon from Xing Yu's body, sensing the latter's momentarily halted breathing. Indifferent, he dropped it to the ground, brushing off his hands disdainfully, as if having touched something dirty. Taking a step back, the fiery spirit from moments before still made him feel warm as he loosened his collar, his icy gaze focusing ahead where Xing Yu's gaze remained fixed upon him. Cold Night's appearance resembled the blossoming flowers of a dark night, stunningly alluring, but the words spoken were mercilessly cold, even more unrestrained. "Let me take another guess at what you're thinking. Do you think it's uncomfortable to see that the dog who left you is actually living so freely? Or are you regretful that I didn't die, wanting to trick me again and cast me into some other hell? Or have you suddenly developed a conscience, realizing I'm not a bad bedmate and might be too much of a waste?" Shen Yan's lips curved in an icy, reckless manner, continuously uttering sarcastic remarks, his eyes as cold as an ice field. "You betrayed and abandoned me without hesitation. Now, with your present attitude, whose feelings do you think you're hurting? You should know this wound's pain is nothing compared to the torment I endured. General." At the final moment, Shen Yan called out the title he was once accustomed to using, heavily emphasizing it. Xing Yu's eyes widened immediately, then swiftly moved forward, attempting to grab Shen Yan's hand. But Shen Yan wasn't the same person anymore, even with the anesthesia provided by alcohol, his body's instincts remained his lifeline during perilous military situations. Almost simultaneously, Shen Yan raised his foot and kicked toward the man's wound, prompting Xing Yu to block immediately. Shen Yan dodged, creating immediate distance between them. As Xing Yu looked at his own reflexive self-protection movement and empty grasp, his expression darkened instantly, a thin layer of frost settling on the face of this godlike handsome man. Come here. His low, deep voice reached Shen Yan's ears. Shen Yan caught a tinge of annoyance. However, due to the violent movement, the blood flowed faster, and the deep black mark on the windcoat spread, the smell of blood began to diffuse. Alpha's awareness is naturally high, with a keen sense of smell, and this scent quickly caught the attention of others. An increasing number of people stopped what they were doing, their inquisitive gazes shifting towards the pair. Combined with their remarkable appearances, especially Xing Yu's aristocratic blue eyes, it caused the other alphas to frown momentarily. In Atlanta, in the capital, no one could casually harm the high-ranking nobles. But when their gaze landed on Shen Yan, his attire wasn't overly dazzling, yet his elegant and dignified demeanor was undeniable, suggesting he wasn't an ordinary person. Moreover, since Xing Yu hadn't acted directly against him, those nearby only remained alert. Instantly, the air became tense. Shen Yan noticed the change in atmosphere from the surrounding gazes but didn't wish to be entangled further with this man. He glanced at Xing Yu across from him and lightly smiled, "Enjoy yourself then, I won't bother you further." With that, he turned around and walked away, completely ignoring the word, "Come here." From start to finish, there was only indifference in his eyes, not a hint of past affection, nor even the resentment he showed when he first confronted him upon returning to the capital. It was as if he were just an indifferent stranger. The tall figure gradually moved further away, awakening a memory in his mind at this moment. Two images overlapped. Yes, the scene was the same the day he left. Only this time, before leaving, there had been a smile on his face, his eyes filled with hope, emotions so evident even a passerby could discern them. His voice had been calm, just like how he always went out for missions, and he had simply opened his mouth and said, "I'm leaving now." There had been a brief pause on his part, giving the rare promise that he'd never offered before, even amidst countless battles, to ensure his safe execution of protecting Hanmu. "Alright, go ahead, I will wait for you to return." That simple sentence brought sunlight into his peaceful and steady eyes, flickering with anticipation and expectation. He knew how happy the other must have been. Moments later, the other gave a solemn nod, responding with a single word, "Good." Then putting on the military cap, he turned and headed toward the door. The door opened, but he hesitated, standing there before turning back. "Will you always keep the position of adjutant reserved for me?" Caught off guard by this unexpected question, he stared into those eyes for a while before answering with something beyond his expectations. "Yes, it will forever belong to you." The person who received the promise smiled, his features picturesque, as if making a firm resolution, taking a step forward without any hesitation, just like now. Without a trace of hesitation. Suddenly, a sharp pain flashed through his heart, like being pricked by a needle, a sensation he had never experienced before. Why did he feel this way when he was clearly not stabbed in the heart? What exactly was the purpose of his actions today? And what exactly was he yearning for? Xing Yu stood rooted in place, neither chasing after him nor stopping him. All he could do was firmly fixate on his retreating back, clenching his right hand into a tight fist after trying to stretch it. The light poured down on him from above, obscuring his expression, but his towering figure radiated an unusual chill. After coming home, Shen Yan, still shaken from the chance encounter, took a calming shower, then got into bed and started chatting on platform A. "Chen Xian, you saw the target's reaction just now, right? He absolutely discovered something." "Platform A, something? What does that mean?" "Chen Xian, it means he might have realized his feelings for Shen Yan are different. For someone like him, being different means more, even, liking." "Platform A. I thought he looked really angry earlier." "Chen Xian, he should be angry, I totally disrespected him and drained his blood. It's strange if he didn't look bad." Platform A _ "Chen Xian, don't worry, I dissed him thoroughly without giving him any face, yet he let me go. Humph, kid, wait till I hit him with something big next." Chen Xian was brimming with excitement, while Platform A was all stressed out with jumbled codes. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Whether intentional or not, Shen Yan hadn't crossed paths with Xing Yu during this period. Every day, he meticulously played the role of a disciplined and self-controlled leader, participating in team assignments and meeting with responsible personnel as required. Of course, he didn't forget his promise to Gu Qi. At the borderlands. The borderlands, by name, is a neglected territory within the entire Empire coalition. Due to its overly remote geographical location and lack of special material resources for trade and exchange, all food and daily necessities in these areas rely on external supply. This cumbersome fiefdom is unwanted by any nation, and the nobles assigned here feel as if they've been exiled. However, such natural conditions have provided a conducive environment for space pirates, wicked nobles, and dark transactions, making it the starting point of the Black Zone. Even so, the civilian population there still accounts for over 80%. Actually, this place was visited once by Shen Yan when he was with Xing Yu, though he only stayed for half an hour in its most bustling area. However, the personal guard unit of Gu Qi had never come here before. Therefore, Shen Yan didn't know much about the specifics and wondered why Gu Qi had chosen to meet here. On planet C-24 in the borderlands, when Shen Yan arrived, Gu Qi was already there. He stood next to a regular rebel mech suit, his wavy semi-long hair slightly disheveled from the wind, dressed in deep brown clothes and wearing dark glasses. His usual arrogance and sharpness were subdued, making him appear quite low-key. Hearing some noise behind him, he turned around, took off his glasses, waved at Shen Yan, and smiled. Shen Yan sat inside the mech, raising his hand to press the shutdown button. The mech landed on the other side, and the cockpit door opened. Shen Yan smoothly descended to the ground following the control rod. Gu Qi looked at him and said, "You've arrived." Chapter 47 ABO Line, Eternal Battle Song, Part 20. Shen Yan stared at him, remaining silent. Receiving this complicated and contemplative gaze, Gu Qi raised an eyebrow slightly. The other party stood straight, clad in a deep brown coat. There was a heavy pressure emanating from him, spreading a cold atmosphere around, giving the feeling that the temperature had dropped. Sharper than before. "It's been half a month since we last saw each other, and you're different again." Gu Qi approached him, looking him up and down as he spoke. Shen Yan maintained his normal expression. "He left in haste today, so the defense force people don't know he came out. To be safe, he couldn't waste too much time. What exactly do you want me to see?" Without being annoyed by his slightly sharp tone, Gu Qi stepped aside. "Let's go then." C-24 is one of the most ordinary planets in the borderlands, lacking towering skyscrapers, and spacecraft are scattered around. Beyond the central area are mountains surrounding the place. The mech was parked under a tree on a mountain peak, where dense foliage provided excellent cover. The two followed a narrow path towards the center. Shen Yan had visited the borderlands before, but only one of the planets and just via mech travel to the destination, without venturing elsewhere. Gu Qi didn't take him to the central area but headed northwest instead. If earlier the place had a couple of tall buildings, now there were only some dilapidated neighborhoods, haphazardly tangled wires, old houses on both sides, with yellow stains in many corners, adding a strong chemical odor to the air. But despite this, more people gathered. The crowded street bustled with people. Some elderly individuals sat by the roadside, dressed in tatters. Others sat by store entrances, close to wooden buckets, their expectant gazes often directed into the shop. Soon after, a somewhat portly middle-aged man came out casually tossing leftovers into the bucket. An old man hurriedly stretched out his hand, grabbing a half-eaten bread, and took large bites as if he'd been starving for a long time. There was also cheerful laughter nearby, with children running over, gathering around the elder. Their dirty little faces, yet bright eyes, also focused on the wooden bucket, imitating the elder and picking up scraps of food. Shen Yan stopped walking, standing in the middle of the street. His fierce gaze fixed on the children ahead, then scanned his surroundings, furrowing his brow. Though there were clearly many passers-by, the street wasn't noisy. Aside from the children's laughter, there was an eerie silence. Each face lacked expression, with vacant stares, devoid of any vitality, like a profound darkness that stifled hope, inducing feelings of despair. Shen Yan suddenly felt like he was standing on the streets of the underworld. Though dressed normally today, the two figures seemed conspicuously out of place, akin to two clean leaves amidst a filthy ditch, not fitting in at all. Additionally, being powerful alphas, their presence and authority radiated like wild beasts in the wilderness with a strong territorial sense, hardened by battlefield trials. Their intense aura discouraged anyone from approaching, instilling instinctual fear even while drawing everyone's attention. They drew cautious glances instead of direct stares. Naturally, they were given space in the center of the crowded street. The gazes that fell upon them carried surprise, reverence, and fear. And a subtle, almost imperceptible hatred. "Why aren't we moving?" Gu Qi's voice suddenly appeared in Shen Yan's ear, snapping him out of his daze. Perhaps because he was close, Shen Yan felt a rush of warm breath near his ear. Shen Yan stepped aside, turning his head to look at Gu Qi's face. He suddenly understood what Gu Qi was up to. "Do you actually think these people can change my mind?" He had witnessed far more terrifying battlefields, far bloodier massacres. No matter how pitiful these people were, they were at least still alive. Gu Qi chuckled, raising a hand to touch his slightly grown stubble. His tone was light. "Why would I? This is just a necessary path, they're doing fine if they have food to eat." Shen Yan furrowed his brows even deeper. A few minutes later, the two reached the end of the block, standing in front of a 200-story skyscraper that towered over all the surrounding buildings like an unattainable colossus. On its exterior wall, there was a holographic projection with no animations, just 3 words, Exchange Center. This is the civilian trade center of C-24 planet, and also an economic hub here. With C-24's scarcity of resources, survival means coming here to buy or sell. What you'll see soon is the true face of the borderlands. Gu Qi stood in front, his deep gaze fixed on the pitch-black glass door. After a moment, he turned back and tilted his head toward Shen Yan. Shen Yan's expression darkened, and he didn't linger any longer. The dark passageway was 10 meters wide, with a ceiling height of 4 meters. Every 5 meters, there was a white cold lamp whose dim light gave the entire corridor a gloomy cast. At the end, there was a rust-covered iron gate. Without hesitation, Shen Yan pushed it open forcefully. A cacophony of noise instantly filled his ears. Inside, a chaotic world unfolded before his eyes. Unlike the narrow space outside, this one was expansive but disordered. Scattered small stalls lined the area, with well-dressed sellers yelling from behind their counters. The crowd passing through wore tattered clothes, their hair limp and lifeless. Their faces bore varied expressions, yet beneath each lay suppressed ferocity, barely contained. As the sellers scanned the crowd, disdain flickered across their features. As Shen Yan's eyes shifted, he noticed another area where cleanliness seemed marginally better. Here, each stall had several iron cages. Inside, shrunken figures, mostly children, huddled together wearing ragged clothing with black metal collars around their necks. They trembled from the cold. Next to them stood a group of portly middle-aged men whose lewd, greedy eyes stared down at the children on the ground as they bargained with the stall owners. Shen Yan's expression turned grim. The nature of this vile trade was clear. Instantly, a deep sense of disgust rose within him. In Atlanta, human trafficking was strictly prohibited. "Give my sister back." A sharp cry suddenly echoed out, raspy and strained. Shen Yan looked toward the source. A skinny boy stumbled toward them, his flaxen hair covering his pale face. He wore a threadbare linen shirt and though clearly an alpha, looked frail and weak. He chased after 3 men ahead of him who stopped upon hearing his shout and turned around. Fear spread across the faces of those around them, quickly stepping aside and keeping a distance. The man they addressed was dressed in luxurious brocade, with a red badge on his chest and a particle gun tucked into his belt. 2 other individuals stood beside him, presumably servants or mercenaries, indicating his higher status. In his hand, he held a black iron chain tied to an 11 or 12-year-old girl. Her flaxen hair draped loosely over her shoulders, her beautiful eyes void of any vitality, resembling a soulless doll. Upon hearing the boy's shout, she snapped her head around, eyes blazing with hope as she lunged forward. "Brother!" The captor disdainfully pulled on the chain, glaring down at the child chasing after them with an air of supreme condescension, as though what stood before him was something utterly insignificant and repugnant. Chasing the boy paused, intimidated by the towering alphas, kneeling a safe distance away. Lowering his head, clutching tightly onto his shirt, he forced himself to calm down, beseeching, "Please. I will pay you back, please don't take her away." Leah was a B2A, still young and incapable of earning money. Her family had always looked down on her. Normally, he would do everything possible to keep her by his side, but today the boss had warned that things were dangerous and no one should come along. Having no choice, he could only leave her at home to wait. When he returned after finishing his task, he didn't see Leah's figure. The house was filling with cooking smoke, and his parents were busily working. He immediately knew the outcome. They must have done the same as their neighbors, taken her to the market and sold her to nobles. Never. Absolutely not. The 3 people exchanged glances and sneered mockingly. A pair of narrow eyes gleamed mischievously. "Return her to you." He roughly grabbed the iron chain, dragging the little girl in front of him, tilting her chin up. His icy gaze locked onto her terrified eyes, then turned her face toward the boy. "Let alone that this thing already belongs to me, even if you want to buy it back, why would I sell it to you for the same price? I spent 70 alliance coins on her. Now I'll sell her for 200. Do you have the money?" 200 alliance coins. The kneeling child abruptly widened his eyes, opening and closing his lips. How could he possibly have so much money? Even if he did the most dangerous work every day, it would take 10 days just to earn 1 alliance coin. 200 coins, he wouldn't be able to gather that much even if he died. But he clenched his fists tightly, his burning gaze fixed on the front. I don't have it, but I can earn it. One day I will make enough. So, please." Before he finished his sentence, the other person cut him off, as though finding something amusing. "If that's the case, come find me when you've earned the money. If she's still alive." With that, the trio turned to leave. Sensing the force pulling her along, the little girl was filled with fear and dread. She cried out loudly, stretching her hand toward the boy. Trust, reluctance, and more importantly, pleading filled her gaze, like holding onto the last strand of rope at the edge of a cliff. "Big brother." Her hoarse cry carried an adorable softness, breaking through the boy's fear and hesitation instantly. As if driven by instinct, he raised his head, rushing forward and stretching his hand toward the girl. "Leah." At the sight of the dirty youth rushing towards him, the noble revealed a look of disgust and without hesitation kicked him away harshly. "Get lost." The frail body tumbled like a worn-out leaf crushed ruthlessly by a gust of wind. After rolling several times, sliding across a distance, it crashed into a stall before collapsing abruptly into a fetal position. He clutched his stomach tightly, a streak of blood tracing from the corner of his mouth. His originally pale cheeks suddenly drained all color, cold sweat pouring down. From Shen Yan's angle, he could still see the emaciated spine under the thin clothing. Seeing this, his gaze darkened, a flicker of pity crossing his deep eyes. Just as he stepped forward, a hand pulled him back. Gu Qi stood behind him, his tall silhouette completely covering the person ahead. "I only said let you observe, I never said anything about interfering. In places like this, countless scenes like this happen every day. He's just one of many. You may save one, but you can't save everyone." Gu Qi's pitch-black, profound gaze focused on the familiar scene ahead. His voice remained steady without any fluctuation, sounding indifferent, but his icy tone carried a chilling undertone. Shen Yan frowned, unwilling to listen and trying to wave off the hand gripping his wrist, but its strength grew stronger. Did you notice the red emblem on his chest? That is the symbol of a manager from a noble planet within the Empire. And look around at the others. What do you think will happen if you go over and help him? Following the whisper in his ear, Shen Yan gazed at the crowd who had merely been observing from afar. A large space separated them from the noble, whose surroundings remained conspicuously empty. They lowered their heads, afraid to make eye contact, carefully reducing their presence. However, the faces of those around the boy brimmed with anger and disdainful, scornful gazes. The stall owner whose counter was smashed subtly delivered a kick. They weren't sympathetic to the boy, instead, they were full of blame. As if they were saying, "You annoying pest." Such starkly different attitudes seemed entirely natural. The oppression of the nobility had stripped them of their ability to resist and caused them to oppose anyone who dared rebel. Submission had corroded their spirits. Gu Qi shifted his gaze back to the person in front of him. Looking at his sharp-featured profile, under the dim light, his pitch-black clear eyes resembled black jade stones, stubborn yet resolute. His tall posture wrapped in an aura of sharp steel drew him in. Gu Qi's gaze deepened slightly, lowering his head to rest his chin on Shen Yan's shoulder. He continued softly, "I just want you to see the truth hidden beneath the Empire's facade, and for whom the former you was serving." The hand holding onto him paused slightly, Gu Qi's lips curved upward. The world now is like an imbalanced scale, one side towering high while the other grovels in the dirt. The difference in status prevents them from living peacefully. As commoners, they can only be oppressed. A life like rotting meat should be cut off. Then what's the meaning of their existence? And the rebel army is their only leverage to balance the scale. If the rebel army disappears, what do you think would be their punishment? The Empire Union will no longer give them any chance to breathe or resist. Massacres will be the sole method to control the number of commoners. Shen Yan listened to the voice beside his ear, feeling icy cold all over, yet his pitch-black gaze remained fixed on the two children ahead. The girl was dragged away, and the boy lay on the dirty ground, his cheeks smeared with dust and debris, his bloody eyes stubbornly staring ahead as he extended his trembling hand toward the front. Blood trickled more from his mouth, a frail alpha boy had no chance to resist adults. It was clear that the previous kick had injured his internal organs. If he persisted further, this child would die. Shen Yan suddenly clenched his fists, shaking off the grip on his wrist, and turned around to look firmly into Gu Qi's increasingly icy eyes. "With me here, such things will never happen." After saying that, he turned and rushed toward the direction of the boy. Gu Qi stood motionless, his dark eyes watching the receding back, like an abyss that could neither reflect nor illuminate. "Why are you always so naive? You have been abandoned once. Do you still want to try it a second time? In front of power and governance, they'll do anything. Sooner or later, you will understand." The two alphas next to the noble didn't even react, only feeling a wave of coldness before being kicked aside by a powerful force. Their bulky bodies fell like boulders rolling down, smashing several stalls, tumbling a few rounds before stopping. But they didn't get up, instead directly passing out. What kind of strength was that? This sudden move made everyone open their eyes wide in shock. The air seemed to become tranquil instantly, like it had solidified. Shen Yan stood on the vacant space in front of the child. All eyes were on this man dressed in a windbreaker, tall with a lean posture, half-long disheveled hair, and an icy face covered in frost. His overwhelming aura resembled the peak of a snow-covered mountain, sharp enough to pierce through bones. The immense alpha presence emitted from him froze everyone, making every nerve in their body scream with fear. Even the noble wasn't an exception. Shen Yan stared at the noble ahead and started walking towards him. The black boots emitted rhythmic thuds. The noble wanted to turn and run but was frozen by terror, only able to watch the person walk closer. The colossal presence overwhelmed him like a tsunami. Such a momentum hasn't been seen anywhere in C-24. His spirit power must be S-level. Being only B-level himself, he stood no chance against this opponent. What should he do? He's going to die. You know, who I am. If you dare touch me, you're dead." Shen Yan ignored his nonsense, walked straight past him, and stopped in front of the little girl, looking down at her pale little face, which still trembled with visible terror in her transparent eyes. When Shen Yan raised his hand, she sensed the power of this person standing in front of her, blanking out her originally terrified mind. She simply stiffened there. Shen Yan grasped the lock around her hand and broke it with a single force, the mixed metals shattering like crushed ice. She thought she was going to die. But the next moment, the weight on her hand vanished. Only then did the little girl realize the change, staring at the broken lock on the ground. The awe after despair and collapse left her unable to control her emotions. Tears flowed freely. She hurriedly wiped away her tears and deeply bowed toward Shen Yan, "Thank you." Then she quickly ran to the boy lying on the ground. "I spent money buying her. Who the hell are you? How dare you release her?" The noble regained his senses, moving back cautiously while cursing loudly at Shen Yan. Meanwhile, those around were stunned completely, dumbfoundedly staring at this man. His attire was simple, but his handsome appearance and commanding aura clearly marked him as a noble. In their memory, not a single noble had ever saved a commoner. Why? The retreating noble naturally realized that Shen Yan wasn't an ordinary person, but this was the border area of C-24, a no-man's land. Which influential noble would ever come here? Though his spirit power was strong, his status must be low. My uncle manages this planet, anyone who dares to offend him will die. Thinking of this, he regained some confidence. I'm telling you, if you dare to touch me today, my uncle will make everyone here pay the price. The onlookers seemed to recall something and a look of fear flashed across their faces. Shen Yan squinted his eyes slightly, still expressionless. He only asked quietly, pay the price. The noble raised his face, a proud and reckless smile hanging there, full of audacity in his eyes. That's right. If you dare to harm even one of my fingers, I'll chop off their fingers. Whatever you do to me, I'll return it all onto them. You want justice? I'll give you justice. Such outrageous words made Shen Yan frown. The air was filled with a cold and silent tension. In the blink of an eye, the person standing ahead suddenly appeared before the noble, grabbing his fragile neck. Before he could react, during his dazed moment, he felt excruciating pain shooting through both his arms. He couldn't help but scream. Ah! His arms were broken forcefully. There was a collective intake of breath from the crowd. Pain made him tremble all over, his angry and painful roars tinged with quivers. I'll kill you. A flicker of disgust crossed Shen Yan's eyes as he threw the man aside carelessly. Had they risked their lives just to protect someone like this? Beneath such a pretty facade lay truly grotesque motives. Shen Yan didn't bother wasting words with him, instead pulling out a badge from his pocket, his serious and dangerous gaze looking down at him like a useless piece of trash. 3rd Defense Force of Atlanta, ordered to conduct patrols. You have ignored the ban and engaged in human trafficking. If you seek revenge, feel free. Like a sudden thunderclap, everyone held their breath. The noble sprawled on the ground forgot to moan, staring fixedly at the badge in Shen Yan's hand with bloodshot eyes. Defense Force? Why would people from the Imperial Defense Force show up in this godforsaken place? But no matter how stupid or corrupt he was, he knew better than to tangle with such an existence. Even if he killed him now, not a single person would dare to cause trouble. What to do? Is he going to die? His body began trembling uncontrollably in fear, and just when he thought Shen Yan would come forward to end him while he was almost suffocating, the latter indifferently turned away. Shen Yan glanced around at the surrounding crowd and said coldly, starting from today, any trading activities are forbidden here. A new administrator will arrive in 3 days. The expressions of the people stiffened, lowering their heads just like they had done for the previous noble. They wouldn't raise any objections, it was simply a change of hands, nothing would change. In the end, the 2 children were saved. The noble escaped like a released bird. From beginning to end, Gu Qi had been standing in the shadows, watching them calmly without any emotion. You know the root cause isn't here. What's the point of what you've done? Leaning against the mech, Gu Qi tilted his head and asked. Shen Yan stood next to the mech, disabling its invisibility function, his hand touching the cold mechanical surface, his gaze slightly lost. At least we can't let them die right before our eyes. Gu Qi closed his eyes briefly, looking up at the dim sky. I thought you'd already gotten used to it. Being so harsh on yourself, yet unable to bear seeing the suffering of 2 children. Shen Yan withdrew his hand. Didn't you already know? Otherwise, you wouldn't have brought me here. Gu Qi's pitch-black eyes darkened abruptly, a faint smile curving his lips. Yes, he knew, he understood this person's soft-hearted core beneath their tough exterior better than anyone. So once the weapon goes into production and the rebellion army that restricts the Empire Union disappears, the balance completely tilts. Nobles turn into devils, the world becomes a hell, and all people become dust in that hell. Such a world, isn't it one you don't wish to see? A flicker of unsteady emotion passed through Shen Yan's gaze, and the determination showed a crack. I don't want much, I just need the controller. I can even promise you that I won't create any large-scale damage unless necessary. The resolve flickered visibly, cracks forming. I don't want much, all I need is the controller handed over to me. I can even promise you, I'll never create large-scale destruction except for self-defense. Shen Yan turned around, stepping straight into Gu Qi's line of sight. They stood a distance apart, staring directly at each other, calm and profound eyes seemingly lost in deep thoughts. After a long pause, Shen Yan spoke first. All right. I agree with you. Gu Qi smiled and put the remote control back into his sleeve. Threats never matched willing cooperation. Chapter 48 ABO Line, Eternal Battle Song, Part 21. Shen Yan drove the mech on the route back to the capital, his gloomy gaze looking ahead at the unobstructed cosmic starry sky. The silver light flickered, ignoring the sensation of speed. It was as if he was standing in a universe gap, with silence in his ears. He instinctively let go of the handlebar, entrusting the driving to the mech's autopilot system, and leaned against the backrest. When leaving, Gu Qi's words clearly echoed in Shen Yan's mind. I will release the news in secret. 1 month later we will suddenly attack the second city of Atlanta, Lian. At that time I will personally lead the team. After the Empire Union finds out, they will very likely use JX6, then it would be the best opportunity for me to approach it. Moreover, the chance to kill me is rare, they won't take it lightly and there must be someone they absolutely trust sent to do it. The controller also won't be handed over to you for control, so I changed my mind, you don't need to get the controller, I want you, to ensure they launch JX6. I want to witness its power with my own eyes. Gu Qi looked intently at him, his low voice calm and composed, full of anticipation. His cold gaze resembled a lion king that roamed leisurely on the wilderness, with an unnoticeable tinge of interest, eagerly waiting for the battles among other lions. After following him for 3 years, Shen Yan couldn't understand him at this moment, as if this was his true nature. Pulling himself back, Shen Yan closed his eyes and lifted his hand behind his head. Will you do what he said? Chen Xian, yes. Chen Xian, first, I'm under his control now and considered part of the rebel forces. Previously, due to Shen Yan's personality and his psychological burdens, I didn't agree to help Gu Qi. Even though he couldn't force me since Shen Yan has the type of character who prefers death over compromise, today showed us a way to convince Shen Yan while giving a valid reason to persuade oneself. Chen Xian, second, this is even more of an opportunity. What kind of opportunity? Chen Xian, naturally to provoke the target, last time I returned covered in wounds from the rebellion, but it didn't move him. This time, something bigger needs to happen. I had a sudden bad feeling, what are you going to do? Chen Xian, you'll know soon enough. 1 month later. In the morning, in the headquarters of the military district of the Empire Union, the optical brains of more than 10 key generals simultaneously popped up an urgent message. In the afternoon, a top-level important meeting for military high command would be held in the senior meeting room. The security level of the senior meeting room was extremely high, no information would remain from each session. The room was 4 times the size of regular meeting rooms. The huge room contained only tables and chairs, wrapped layer upon layer without any signal able to come in or out, like a world of nothingness left blank. In the Empire Union, military meetings were divided into 3 levels, level 1 being the highest. And among those who received the message were Xing Yu and Shen Yan. That day, sitting above was Prince Xing Qian, who was also the commander-in-chief of the defense army. He was the overall leader of this meeting. He supported his chin with both hands clasped together, his quiet gaze directly focusing ahead. On his aged and solemn face, there remained a stern expression which commanded respect, directly controlling the entire atmosphere with his presence. No one was relaxed. We have just received intelligence from undercover operatives. The rebels will conduct a surprise attack on Lian in 7 days, led by the rebellion's leader, Gu Qi. His tone grew heavy when mentioning Gu Qi, deliberately hinting and glancing at everyone seated on both sides. Everyone present was a seasoned general experienced in leading troops, with solid skills themselves. Upon hearing about the surprise attack, none of them displayed surprise or emotions. However, when the critical focus fell on Gu Qi, their eyebrows unconsciously furrowed. Gu Qi, the most troublesome figure of the rebellion. And Shen Yan maintained the same composure as before, sitting quietly without even frowning. Xing Yu happened to be sitting across from him and was now staring directly at Shen Yan without restraint, showing no fluctuations even as he listened to the conversation. Since the last incident at the bar, Xing Yu's emotions toward Shen Yan had changed. From the initial disregard when deciding to abandon him, to the unexpected shock when he barely escaped with just a breath of life, and the questioning glare Xing Yu directed at him. Even after joining the defense army after his departure and showcasing his immense strength, at some point he realized that this person was a powerful alpha, not a beta pretending to be an alpha, and certainly not omega. The breathtaking and exhilarating moments of fighting against him surpassed every war Shen Yan had fought in before. Every muscle in his body was taut, awakening every cell within him. It was as if he saw this person through the backlight, standing opposite him with equal stature. The last incident at the bar had let him realize one thing, Shen Yan was glad that this person had returned alive. The dark hair was soft and fine, the face like jade devoid of any emotion, and the cold eyes gazed upward. The pale hands were clasped together, resting lightly on the table, his back rigidly straight, looking quiet and handsome. A dangerous and sharp aura surrounded him, alerting to the surroundings instinctively, like a razor-sharp shield ready to cut anyone who came near. Despite being scrutinized this way, Shen Yan acted as though he felt nothing. At that moment, the discussion in the meeting room continued. A general seated to the right of Prince Xing Qian spoke fiercely, since the resistance wants to ambush us, we will give them a good plan, catch them off guard during this chance, and ensure they have no return trip, resolving the heartaches of many years. They were born into privilege and held important positions. They could have lived freely and comfortably in the capital if it weren't for those accursed rebels. Damn civilians. Where would he have been sent to run around daily among decaying corpses? If only the news was reliable, and if they could destroy the rebellion in one fell swoop, he would practically thank God. Prince Xing Qian glanced at him indifferently, killing them is natural, but I want it done with the smallest cost so as to compensate for what you've lost in past battles with the resistance. The generals first looked somewhat embarrassed, then coughed lightly, their brows furrowing even tighter. Their solemn expressions showed little ease, and one asked directly, with the smallest cost. You mean, no casualties? Prince Xing Qian said nothing. After all, they'd suffered countless losses under his leadership. In so many encounters, there hadn't been a single battle where they triumphed with fewer numbers over more. Even a duelist genius with intelligence from spies couldn't guarantee success, let alone achieving it with an extremely small cost. Unless the team leader was also duelist. In an instant, a thought sprang to mind for all of them, causing the atmosphere to drop heavily. Their gazes began to flicker nervously, falling intentionally or unintentionally onto Xingyu. Everyone wanted to fight, yet none wished it to be themselves. No one was willing to take up the mission. While success might bring glory, failure meant no turning back, not just punishment, but whether one could even survive the ordeal was uncertain. Prince Xingqian's deep-set eyes slightly narrowed, observing everyone intently ahead. A faint smile curved his lips, creating a chilling atmosphere that made others hold their breaths. Then, his next words rang out. This time, I allow the use of JX6, as for the personnel. He paused deliberately without finishing his sentence. Upon hearing JX6, Shen Yan instinctively turned his head because that was his main concern. When his gaze met Prince Xingqian's, the elder's eyes remained emotionlessly calm. As his superior, Shen Yan had met Prince Xingqian many times, but he always found him inscrutable. Xingqian moved his gaze from Shen Yan to the person across from him and spoke straightforwardly, seemingly fulfilling others' expectations or perhaps making plans from the very beginning. Starting today, Major Xing, you shall be promoted to Lieutenant General, responsible for the overall counterattack operation and granted control of JX6. He then fixed a steady look on Shen Yan. Captain Shen Yan, as assistants. Shen Yan's gaze focused intensely. Xingyu silently noted Shen Yan's brief change in demeanor and redirected his gaze to his superior. Others in the room were struck by a thunderous shock. Their eyes scanned between the two figures. If Xingyu was promoted from Major to Lieutenant General, he would become the youngest general in Atlanta. And the other person was a hero who had severely battered the resistance forces. Both individuals were immensely attention-grabbing, and putting them together certainly represented an alliance of two strong forces. But weren't they former superior and subordinate? And hadn't their relationship deteriorated to the point where Shen Yan chose to leave the military department? What did their current superior mean by grouping them like this? They didn't understand. Xingqian ignored the whispering voices around him. His lips maintained a light smile, and his dark gaze fixed firmly on Shen Yan, impenetrably deep. How about it, will you accept? He didn't ask Xingyu first but turned to Shen Yan seated to his left instead. But who was Xingqian? He was a top student in the drama department of a university, taught by top practitioners in the field. His senior students were all crazy about acting to the point of obsession, and he lived every day in a hellish mode of performing scenes, constantly influenced. Such an expression, others might not see through, but to him, it was crystal clear. This was a test. The old fox must have been keeping something back from the beginning, letting this be his chance, definitely calculating for him to personally take out Gu Qi. Only in this way could all doubts be truly eliminated. Truly cunning and sly. However, he owed thanks to Xingqian. He was absolutely the greatest catalyst for completing his mission. With the target here, he couldn't wait more. But his facial expression must not betray it. His face remained somber, with no trace of joy visible, and that well-hidden resistance reaction did not escape the eyes of Xingqian and Xingyu. After a moment's reflection, he responded indifferently, I will follow your arrangements. Xingqian's lips retained an amiable smile. What about you? Xingyu retrieved his gaze, a handsome face carved like marble showing a faint smile, yet his eyes remained inscrutable. Of course I agree. Wise men didn't care much about concealed emotions, at least both answers pleased Xingqian, then it settled. Shen Yan was the last to leave the meeting room. Stepping out of the door, he found someone waiting ahead for him. A tall figure stood against the light, legs long and tightly wrapped in military uniform. Broad shoulders and narrow waist hid his immense explosive power perfectly, golden hair shimmered like sunlight, brilliant and eye-catching. Perhaps sensing something, he turned around. Sharp eyes instantly locked onto Shen Yan, his cold, handsome face exactly as it was in memory. After deliberately ignoring someone for a month, Shen Yan now noticed subtle movements in the other person's gaze without appearing unnatural, and confidently walked forward. As he was about to pass by, Xingyu raised his hand to block his path. Shen Yan looked up at him. Xingyu stared directly into his eyes, I thought you'd refuse. Shen Yan chuckled lightly, casting a glance at the hand on his chest before pushing it away, speaking coldly, I have no reason to refuse. Xingyu lowered his hand. Facing Shen Yan's indifference, his usually stern voice softened slightly, isn't one stab from you enough to vent? Vent? Shen Yan's brow furrowed, as if hearing a sarcastic joke, glancing sideways at Xingyu, his mood changing with a shadow of darkness mixed with some disgust. You're still as self-assured as ever. Your high and mighty attitude should change. Finishing, he directly passed the person beside him, walking straight ahead without a single glance back. Walking a few steps further, he saw Hanmu standing near a corridor turn just a little distance ahead, holding the recorder pad of his deputy officer. His originally smiling face stiffened into a straight line, adding a layer of cold loneliness, remaining there for an unknown amount of time. Shen Yan paused only momentarily, then advanced directly toward the deputy officer behind Hanmu, always looking forward without sparing a glance for him. Hanmu watched the person pass by his side. The cold, sharp aura of the alpha still lingered. An instinctive urge pushed him unconsciously backward until he realized that person had already walked far. The next second, his bright eyes dimmed, and his grip tightened reflexively on the recording device. He had waited outside for a very long time. When the generals walked out, he heard their conversation. Xingyu will go out to battle with Gu Qi. Just a simple sentence hit him like thunder, causing a temporary loss of focus. Why were these two chosen? He wanted to know why, so he waited for Xingyu to come out. Yet when the man did appear, it was someone else who approached first. In these months, he had clearly felt Xingyu's attention and thoughts drift somewhere else. He often saw the other person flipping through Shenyan's initial diagnosis report, his restrained and controlled gaze resembling unyielding night fog, reminding him of the past beyond his control. He felt an impending sense of loss. Such a sensation made him feel panicked and afraid. If he lost Xingyu, he would have no choice. No top-tier noble would want a beta surrogate abandoned repeatedly, even with his father's powerful position. Thus, he couldn't fail. He had to ensure Xingyu's attention stayed solely on him, just like childhood days, so he alone would remain the unique existence in his eyes. Hanmu suppressed all his emotions, walking resolutely towards Xingyu under his gaze. Didn't you say you were always waiting for me? Why don't you feel my presence? Why don't you look back? In the end, all he could do was stand in front of Xingyu and laugh, saying, "Let's go back." So, Shenyan, why did you have to survive and come back? Wouldn't it be better if you had died at the hands of those rebels? This surprise operation mobilized 2 regiments of troops, deployed over 100 mechs covertly, and even JX-6 had been transferred under high secrecy to Lien. With such manpower and armaments, along with Xingyu and Shenyan leading the charge, they possessed the power to completely annihilate the rebel army. However, the rebel army was unpredictable, and their exact time of action was not relayed by undercover spies. Therefore, they could only arrive a few days ahead of the resistance army, making sure the relocation of some nobles and deployment of weapons were all arranged. The command center was set up on the Maria flagship, one of the 10 major flagships of the Empire Alliance. As the commander-in-chief, Xingyu stood beside Shenyan, the deputy commander. Sunlight shone through the glass into the command room. All operators were sitting stiffly and ready at their stations, creating an intense and oppressive atmosphere, yet they couldn't help but sneak glances at the 2 people commanding the situation. After all, this was General Xingyu, the god of war of the Empire, and Shenyan, the recent star of the Empire. They usually don't make appearances in public. If possible, everyone wanted to snap a photo with their optical computers. The 2 figures, standing side by side against the light, cast towering shadows that seemed immovable. The soldiers behind them felt inexplicably uplifted. He was one of the veterans who followed Xingyu from the beginning. Since Captain Shenyan's mishap, he thought he'd never see these 2 fight shoulder to shoulder again. He clenched his fists at his sides, his eyes slightly moist. Chapter 49 ABO Line, Eternal War Song, 22. It wasn't just the soldiers behind who were shedding tears, even Shenyan's adjutant Ming Yen couldn't help but feel moved. If this scene were sold to the military press, it would definitely grace the front cover of the issue. Plus, he heard that before his boss returned, he had served as Xingyu's adjutant for a long time, and they supposedly had a good relationship, but looking at the current atmosphere between the 2, it felt rather frosty. Executing the secret mission today made him very nervous, but when his eyes fell on the 2 men in front, the anxiety in his heart was instantly calmed, replaced with a solid sense of reassurance, as if as long as these 2 were present, he didn't fear even if the other side was the leader of the rebellion. Maybe because people like them existed, the Empire could always stand firm. Hanmu, as Xingyu's adjutant, was now standing nearby Ming Yen, calmly looking ahead with a distant gaze fixed on the 2 people. Xingyu and Shenyan weren't melancholic types, even though the 2 fought side by side now as in the past, their demeanor remained calm and self-disciplined. Xingyu's deep blue eyes stared intently at the panoramic display screen in front of him. His handsome face remained stoic, devoid of any emotion, his voice resolute. Activate the Skynet system for target acquisition. Yes. Upon hearing the order, the Alpha Lieutenant responsible for information operations immediately replied. His fingers flew across the keyboard, and streams of black and white characters continuously scrolled upward on the blue holographic computer screen. An enormous amount of data was rapidly being reprocessed. Just as he was fully focused, the screen suddenly interjected with something new. A map-like interface popped up, displaying a red dot blinking abruptly. Someone had entered their defensive surveillance network. The lieutenant paused mid-action, staring at the red dot followed by a trail of shadow. Tightening his gaze, he quickly turned around and reported to Xingyu, "General. A large-scale fleet has appeared 3 kilometers above Lien City." Another information officer beside him immediately projected the image onto the front screen. Shenyan raised his gaze, focusing on the gradually enlarging red dot. How much longer till arrival? Xingyu also directed his attention forward. The lieutenant turned back, accelerating his typing speed. At their current speed, 5 minutes at most. After finishing, he pressed the last key, switching the grid-like map to imagery mode. The first object that appeared on the screen was a blue mech, with fluid metal lines, alternating blue and white colors, and a pale blue engine flame, resembling a ghostly blue spirit gliding in the deep sea, mysterious and with a cold, metallic quality. Shenyan's pitch-black eyes darkened. Abyssal Blue, this was Lan Chi's mech. Behind the blue mech stretched an expanse of regular mechs and warships. On the foremost ship were 2 brown mechs, marked with a white emblem on the right chest plate, that was the insignia of the bodyguards. Apparently, Lan Chi wasn't the only one who came. Gu Qi actually deployed a quarter of the resistance army's forces, including 3 members of the Imperial Guard. It was well known that each member of the Imperial Guard had terrifying combat strength, and with the firepower configuration that followed, no one would consider this a trivial matter. If the people of the Empire Alliance army weren't here today, once the resistance army's cannons opened fire, Lien wouldn't last 10 minutes before being obliterated. Shen Yan furrowed his brow. Was Gu Qi attempting to test JX-6 by really using these resistance soldiers as expendable pawns? Even including the 3 Imperial Guards? It was impossible, Gu Qi wouldn't be so foolish. Then what exactly was he thinking? Shen Yan's gaze sharpened. To ensure that the plan continued without any mistakes, he had to take control of the situation and maintain the upper hand. The best method was only one. I'll go. Shen Yan suddenly spoke, looking ahead. His clear voice stood out amidst the mechanical typing and information alerts, yet it rang clearly in everyone's ears. For a moment, all eyes turned toward him, most filled with curiosity, their eyes gleaming. Xing Yu slowly turned his head, his deep azure gaze locking onto Shen Yan. As the commander-in-chief of this operation, Xing Yu's consent was required if Shen Yan, as deputy commander, wanted to fight. Otherwise, he'd be acting on his own accord, disobeying orders. So when someone looked at him, he met the gaze without hesitation. Shen Yan was a complete soldier, bearing the nature of a true military man. His firm eyes carried not a trace of jest but instead conveyed calm determination, as if telling the other person that, aside from him, no one could face off against the Imperial Guards. Suddenly, there was silence, and no one spoke. All were waiting for Xing Yu's response. Xing Yu gazed at him for a few seconds, his eyes unreadable with complex emotions. Yet, on the battlefield, he had only one identity. He couldn't stop Shen Yan. Go. Shen Yan nodded upon receiving the order and then immediately stepped past someone to head toward the ship's exterior. Just as he brushed shoulders with them, those cold lips slightly parted, as if about to say something. But the fleeting moment disappeared quickly, and with a slight hesitation, Shen Yan was already gone. In the end, they could only press their lips into a straight line, glaring fiercely forward, unable to utter those 2 words. Passing Han Mu, Shen Yan inexplicably glanced sideways. This glance met a face smiling faintly, its serene gaze devoid of ripples, though exuding a subtle chill. Shen Yan furrowed his brows again, then opened the door and left. For this mission, the Empire Alliance army specially equipped Shen Yan with a new type of mech, similar in size to Xing Yu's broken trooper mech. Interwoven gray and white gave the sleek design a lightness, avoiding any sense of heaviness. Not long after, everyone aboard the mothership saw a streak of white light flash instantly upward like a meteor speeding to the skies. The leader of the resistance was Lan Chi, and with Shen Yan heading straight up, they would surely meet directly. All members of the Empire Alliance army watched intently, their eyes focused like torches, anticipating an epic heroes clash unfolding before them. They hadn't witnessed it firsthand earlier, but now perhaps they could see history unfold. The blue mech seemed to feel something, abruptly glancing down at the azure cloud layer below. Pausing for a second, it next shot downward swiftly like a launched arrow. Inside the mech, Shen Yan's mental energy covered the entire mechanism. S-class perception was sharp like a predator's. He suddenly raised his head, focusing upwards before accelerating even faster, flying forward. This acceleration left the subsequent troops far behind. As the distance continuously closed, the blue mech and the gray-white mech came sharply into each other's sights, yet neither slowed down. The mechs approached each other at tremendous speed, causing flames to flicker across the surface. Like 2 planets set to collide. If they didn't stop, destruction was inevitable. Bang! A piercing thunderous roar resounded as both mechs simultaneously drew their energy swords, their violent clash halting their charge. The crossed energy blades momentarily brought the 2 very close together, their light illuminating the faces of the mechs. Blue Chi's dark gaze within the mech intensified, carrying a cold intent to kill. A voice echoed inside Shen Yan's mech. From the day you ran away, I knew, this day would come. Still the same detached tone as before. Shen Yan stared ahead, flashes of memory surfacing, a relentless figure who challenged him daily regardless of weather, eyes brimming with hatred for nobles. Despite all this, back then, he still chose to let him leave. Faced with such a child whose emotions were singular and one-sided, he could only become more of a rogue and continue to play the part of a recalcitrant traitor. There was a tinge of lament in Shen Yan's tone as he said, so, that day, you should have killed me. Lan Chi looked at the mech across from him, gripping tightly onto the mech controller, his sharp gaze seeming to pierce through everything. The once admiring and respectful look had turned icy cold. Even if I kill you today, it wouldn't be too late. The pause during which their light swords crossed was only a brief moment, and the next instant, they quickly engaged in combat. With rapid movement, the clashing beams of light, occasional explosions, the 2 resembled 2 eagles locked in mortal combat, each defending their own victory. Those observing from afar held their breaths, the instinctive fighting spirit of alpha males stirring restlessly. As the two were tangled in battle, the main forces of both armies also arrived behind them, the atmosphere becoming tensely charged. Chen Xian fought intently against Lan Qi while mentally communicating toward Ashang. Chen Xian, scan for any weaknesses in this mech. Ashang, what's wrong? Chen Xian, I feel like there's something off about Han Mu's smile. Several seconds later. Ashang, you guessed right. There's a loose connection at the right arm wrist. No problem during short-term combat, but if the battle drags on, the right arm will detach and lose control. Even if checked afterward, this kind of issue from prolonged battles would leave no traces. Chen Xian, quite interesting. Losing a right arm in such a battle, this isn't meant to let him survive. Apparently, he can no longer tolerate me. Ashang, shall I help reconnect it for you? Chen Xian, no need. Haven't you forgotten what I said before? I'm here to make this battle even more spectacular. Let Xing Yu clearly understand, the Shen Yan who can stand shoulder to shoulder with him can be defeated again. Especially after realizing how different this person was compared to his former self. Ashang, if that's the case, there's something else I want to tell you. Chen Xian, what? Ashang, just now, after scanning, aside from the Imperial Guard and that blue mech, we detected no signs of life in the rest of the fleet and mechs. If my guess is correct, then there shouldn't be anyone inside them. Chen Xian, that's why. Gu Qi really is a sly fox. If JX-6 were to launch later, the only people guaranteed safe retreat would be the Imperial Guard. The General Resistance Army wouldn't stand a chance, and deploying a quarter of their firepower now ensured no casualties, while still earning public favor. In the eyes of civilians, it would reinforce the image of a righteous leader, one who'd sacrifice equipment over lives, starkly contrasting with the aristocracy. This earned reverence, passion, and unwavering loyalty toward their newly risen god. And simultaneously, Gu Qi would have achieved his goal of seeing JX-6's true power. Best of both worlds. Shen Yan stared at the pitch-black fleet behind the blue mech, a slight smirk curving his lips. Indeed, an excellent villain. Since this was the case, he might as well cooperate mutually. From this moment onward, Shen Yan's attacks became increasingly fierce, as if deeply familiar with Lan Qi's combat style. Every strike left no room for maneuvering, gradually altering the previously evenly matched battle. The advantage began tilting toward his side. The mech's left hand discarded its shield, both hands tightly gripping the light sword, swinging fiercely forward. The blue mech dodged backward. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Yan immediately flashed to its back, transforming his light sword into a mid-length blade aimed straight at the core energy source of the blue mech. Just then, an unexpected situation arose. Several frigates from the resistance fleet fired particle cannons at Shen Yan's direction, but he paid no attention and continued his actions. At the same time, the Empire Alliance fleet also fired particle cannons. The two white rays met in the air, instantly exploding and canceling out. In the dazzling explosion's glow, the blue mech was about to meet its doom under Shen Yan's blade. But when the sword tip was just a fist away from the energy source, Shen Yan's mech suddenly twitched, albeit only for less than a second. Yet this second was enough to change the situation. Lan Qi's eyes opened wide, seizing this fleeting moment to dodge backward, the sharp edge slicing through the chest armor of the blue mech, leaving a deep scratch. He tightened his grip on the light sword, slashing toward Shen Yan's mech waist. In the vast, dark universe, fire from opposing sides never ceased, particle beams dense like fine rain. A harsh, ear-splitting blast resounded as Shen Yan's mech was instantly surrounded by smoke and flames. Lan Qi stood to the side, hearing Gu Qi's words in his ears. I want you to go all out, there can be no holding back. The crimson pupils reflected the firelight ahead. As the smoke cleared, a hole appeared at the waist of the previously pristine mech. The body was covered in the scorched yellow remnants of flames, its right light sword having been switched to its left hand. A nearby particle cannon was neutralized by a projectile fired from within the mech itself. The right arm that had just held the sword was now gone, its stump flickering with electronic currents. The core energy source in the chest began flashing red. From the angle he held the sword, it was evident the arm had been severed by himself. Han Mu, who had been closely watching the screen, suddenly turned cold-eyed. Frowning slightly and feeling somewhat puzzled, Lan Qi received no respite for thought as Shen Yan immediately dived down. The two entangled in combat once again. Despite losing an arm, the mech showed no sign of sluggishness. Shen Yan, relying on skilled techniques, efficiently countered each of Lan Qi's attacks with minimal movement. Every time their mechs came close, Shen Yan managed, through fine adjustments, to inflict damage on Lan Qi's mech, acting like an unshakable curse. A horizontal slash tore open the abdomen of the blue mech, minute electrical currents flashing continuously. The front of the Abyss Blue was a mess. Even with one arm missing, Lan Qi gained no advantage. Clenching his teeth, Lan Qi saw the person battling strenuously and a flicker of anger crossed his usually cool face. Why do you sell your life for these nobles? Knowing you were going into battle, they tampered with your mech. Clearly, they didn't want you to come back alive. That brief anomaly earlier hadn't escaped Lan Qi's notice. Spending his days in the mech hangar, he understood every aspect of their design. Such critical issues could not have occurred naturally but must have been deliberate sabotage. Someone among the nobility wanted him dead. Shen Yan paused briefly before speaking, "It doesn't matter how they treat me. Everyone has their mission, and so do I." Lan Qi laughed softly. "Mission? What is this mission of yours supposed to be? To kill off all the civilians? If that's the case, then dying here today might be better for you." Lan Qi failed to grasp Shen Yan's mission, or perhaps chose not to. He only knew that this man had once deceived him and was now the enemy, a stumbling block on his path to destroying the empire. The blue mech's left hand gripped the hilt of the light sword, splitting it in two. Even though Lan Qi's face couldn't be seen, Shen Yan could still picture the obstinate young man he used to know, his fierce eyes, unwavering resolve, rising again even after every defeat. Subsequently, both fought fiercely amidst the surrounding fires. Meanwhile, inside the Maria flagship, aside from mechanical updates on the battle status, everyone was silent as death. They witnessed the sudden counterattack from the resistance fleet, inexplicably restrained by unknown forces, and the dense particle beam streaking through space. In the center of it all was the battered mech fighting desperately for survival. Their latent instincts for battle awakened, suppressing the surge of blood in their veins. Xingyu remained at the command post, hands gripping tightly onto the railing, his grim expression barely holding something back. At this moment, two other members of the guard squadron, who had been observing the situation, seemed dissatisfied with the status quo. Activating their energy systems, they flew towards the duo. Chen Xian observed the approaching figures. "It's time. When they attack me later, remember to operate one of the resistance drones to shoot directly at the cockpit." He decided to take the risk, luring Xingyu into firing. "A Shang, it can be done, but I can't guarantee I won't hit you." "Chen Xian, getting hit isn't a problem. I'll do my best to avoid critical spots. As long as I stay alive, it's fine." "A Shang, alright, but your gamble is quite big. Let alone whether you can dodge fatal injuries, how can you ensure that the target will definitely activate JX6? "Chen Xian, to be honest, I can't guarantee it." "A Shang. Chen Xian, but I have to take this bet, betting that he feels differently about Shen Yan now. Besides, didn't I already say we need to show him something extraordinary? I don't have the time to keep dragging things out with him." "A Shang, alright." The mechs of the two new arrivals weren't Lan Qi's abyss, but their performance capability was top-notch. They seemed to give Lan Qi room to fight without directly joining the fray, instead restricting Shen Yan's ability to evade and maneuver, forcing him solely to parry Lan Qi's attacks. Shen Yan's reactive counters resulted in a forced reversal of fortunes. Inside the Maria warship, the information officer, visibly worried, said urgently to Xingyu behind him, "General, our forward major needs support." Xingyu stared at the screen, "Dispatch advance." His words were cut short by a rumbling explosion. The grey mech, already constrained and missing its right arm, could not withstand a close-range slash from the blue mech and inadvertently fell toward the resistance forces. Because of his proximity, an array of resistance drones identified the danger and fired a razor-thin beam of white light. Unable to evade due to others' interference, the laser instantly pierced through the cockpit. This unexpected turn stunned everyone, including the blue mech, who paused for a moment. Xingyu watched that white laser, all the visuals seemed to slow down in this crucial moment. He saw the shattered cockpit, broken shields, scattered fragments. His deep blue pupils contracted sharply, as if his heart stopped beating. Shen Yan's mech crashed directly into the resistance fleet, engulfed in flames instantaneously. The hand gripping the railing shook imperceptibly. No one noticed this small movement except Hanmu, who had been staring at him intently. Dark eyes fixed on what lay ahead, filled with wrath and violence. The seasoned war commander, accustomed to death and warfare, suddenly broke out in panic during this very instant. In the next moment, almost without hesitation, he turned around and rushed quickly towards the exit of the command room. "General! Where are you going?" Just as Xingyu turned, Hanmu shouted out. "You're the commanding officer. You cannot leave the flagship." But Xingyu did not listen. In the Empire's allied forces, the commander was absolutely forbidden to leave the command center. He carried the responsibility for the lives of everyone in the entire fleet. Regardless of casualties on the front line, he could not step away from his position. This was military law. He must lead others to survive. Xingyu had never made a mistake after so many years in the army. But today, as the chief commander, he left. Bang! The loud slamming of the cabin door reverberated in everyone's ears. Hanmu's eyes widened significantly. His chest heaved violently, fists clenched so tightly that they trembled. "Shen Yan, go die." A streak of dark gold emerged in the blackness of space, accelerating at full speed towards the place of the previous explosion, an entirely black high-density new metal body, golden lines adorning it, and two white energy wings jutting out from its back, like a fallen angel descending. This was Pejun, the highest-ranked mech in the Empire. Pejun's entrance immediately drew the attention of everyone, including 3 resistance mechs. They quickly flew towards Pejun, attempting to block his direction. But under Xingyu's raging state, no one could stand in his way. With dual S-level mental powers, it was as if he could predict their movements. With a few simple evasive maneuvers, he penetrated their defense lines, destroying their energy sources, akin to a grim reaper swinging his scythe to take their souls. Not a second was wasted in each of his actions. Everywhere he went, resistance drones would be captured and explode. Still, he relentlessly pushed forward towards that cluster of fiery glow. At that moment, only those eyes lingered in his mind, eyes filled with sorrow, anguish, coldness, and finally the piercing look they bore when they wounded him days ago. A determined gaze that held on to a sharp edge and an undercurrent of disdain which he had long avoided and refused to acknowledge. All those infatuations he once dismissed had disappeared. This was not the ending he desired. Shen Yan. Cutting through the remnants of fire, reaching a patch of ashes, Xingyu scanned everything around frantically until finally spotting behind a meteorite fragment the upper portion of a floating mech, wrecked beyond repair, a straight-through hole marked where the cockpit had been pierced by a laser. Suddenly gripped with an unfamiliar feeling, his heart constricted, and his breathing became compressed. For the first time, he understood fear and panic. Pajun halted before the now lifeless mech. Lifting his hand, he tore open the cockpit, and the sight inside bloodied his vision. The man who was standing beside him just a moment ago now lay motionlessly against the seat, eyes closed, face pale. A wound on his forehead bled profusely, staining half of his face red, while his chest had become completely soaked in blood, surrounded by floating debris and traces of it. The faint signs of life displayed on the screen kept him grounded with the last vestige of reason. Yet the eyes that had never landed on Shen Yan before finally came to rest upon him. With utmost care, he took him into his arms, protecting him closely. His golden hair cascaded down, deep blue eyes fixated intently on the person cradled within. Inside the Maria flagship. Convey my order, all hands evacuate. Prepare to launch JX-6. Chapter 50 ABO Line, Eternal War Song, Part 23. Xing Yu's deep voice remained the same as always, but they detected a trace of coldness in it. At this point, everyone came back to their senses and hurriedly began operating. In the quiet command room of the Maria flagship, only the mechanical reporting sounds could be heard. All the soldiers at the back were staring at the large screen, watching the black mech, holding their breaths. This moment seemed so familiar, they seemed to see the indomitable figure from the battlefields of yore, catching a whiff of the coppery tang of blood once again. He was still there, their pillar of spirit remained. At this moment, a beam of white light shot out from behind the Empire Allied forces. Directly in front of the beam was a round sphere of light that moved with astonishing speed, like streaks of brilliance cutting through the dark night, reaching the resistance camp in the blink of an eye. In an instant, the sphere transformed into countless rays of silver light radiating in all directions, their brilliant intensity piercing through every corner of the resistance forces. Following this, a grand cosmic fireworks show began before everyone's eyes. Explosion and rumbling sounds echoed incessantly, creating a dazzling sea of fire that stretched endlessly before them. The dense army was enveloped in flames within a short time span. The fire surged like a boiling ocean, forming towering waves over and over, engulfing everything. This was the fire of war, and also Xing Yu's wrath. Facing such overwhelming power, human lives, morality, and compassion were all extinguished alongside the flames. Members of the Empire Allied forces simply watched silently, not taking their eyes off the spectacle. They imagined the agonizing cries of those struggling in the resistance ranks. As for the few members of the Royal Guard who happened to be on the periphery, they narrowly escaped with their lives, scattering away in panic eventually. Amidst the darkness behind the explosion rested a covert spacecraft. Gu Qi leaned his chin on the palm of his right hand, exuding laziness yet concealing a cold aura. It was as though this planned event did not bring him any particular joy. His profound gaze never left the silhouette of the pitch-black mech illuminated by the fiery glow. The controller of the miniature chip in his left hand was still glowing faintly with green light. Commander, we have retrieved the data for JX-6. A nearby guard, noticing the quiet profile of Gu Qi, carefully interrupted his focused stare, speaking softly. Gu Qi didn't move his eyes, replying without shifting his gaze, "Have Lan Qi returned?" The guard nodded. "Ah, they've already arrived." After a pause, Gu Qi finally averted his gaze, glancing down at the controller in his hand with a thoughtful expression. Then he slowly clenched it and relaxed, leaning back in his chair, closing his eyes and spoke. Let's go then. Yes, Commander. The data for JX-6 had been secured, and the weapon of that research fanatic was indeed formidable, slightly more potent than he'd imagined. Today, having sacrificed so much material, no one would question the authenticity of this battle. The Empire Allied forces would undoubtedly believe the resistance to be greatly weakened, assuming no immediate action would follow from them in the near future. This relaxation of vigilance was precisely what he desired. This was merely the prelude. However, that streak of white light wasn't issued by his command. It seemed someone inside the Empire wanted him dead. Shen Yan. You are safest by my side. But if you ever saw how I saved you, wouldn't you be deeply moved? Looks like the lost doll has finally been picked up again. It was too late. Inside the emergency room aboard the Maria flagship. A man covered in blood lay in the emergency pod, his military uniform dyed various shades of crimson, scorched marks evident across its entirety. A 2-finger-wide black hole marred his chest, caused by the penetration of drones. The blood on his face had been wiped clean, leaving him pale as a corpse. To the side, the machine testing mental strength still registered a fluctuating pattern. Had this person not possessed S-level mental capabilities, he surely would have succumbed to excessive blood loss long ago. The attending doctor spared a glance toward the general standing nearby, wrapped in icy silence, his navy blue eyes weighed down with heavy bloodshed. Recalling the great explosion moments ago filled him with lingering apprehension. Swallowing hard, he wiped away some cold sweat with his hand, doing his best to speak with utmost gentleness. Fortunately, the angle of the drone strike deviated somewhat and missed his heart. Now, we can proceed with the repair using the emergency chamber. However, his lungs are severely damaged, bearing scorch marks. We must return to Syria as soon as possible, where the best equipment is available. Here aboard the ship, he still remains in danger. Xing Yu's face remained stoic and unresponsive. Beside him, the doctor dared not even breathe heavily. Before his arrival, he had heard that this commander and the people of the defense force had a grudge against each other, they didn't get along. But judging by the current situation, it didn't look like it. This man clearly cared deeply, as if ready to devour someone. The military doctor looked at Xing Yu's temple, where prominent blue veins stood out menacingly. The sinister aura around him made the doctor feel as if there was a knife pressed against his neck, cold and chilling. Deciding it best to leave this contentious ground, he spoke. The emergency chamber is already undergoing urgent repairs. The Maria flagship speed is fast, so there should be no problem. Please rest assured, General. After saying this, he saluted Xing Yu, saw that the person didn't acknowledge him, and thus slowly backed away on his own accord. At this moment, in the quiet emergency room cloaked in an enigmatic stillness, Xing Yu simply stood there, his complex gaze locked onto Shen Yan, brimming with emotions hidden deep beneath the surface. Meanwhile, two figures were stationed outside the door. One was Shen Yan's adjutant, anxiously pacing back and forth, glancing repeatedly at the tightly shut door with a desperate look in his eyes. Hadn't the military doctor just come out and said that Shen Yan was alive, with no great danger? He would have stormed inside even at the risk of being reprimanded by the general otherwise. He couldn't believe how cunning those resistance members were. To carry out such treachery during battle was beyond the pale. Han Mu, however, stood quietly in the corner, his expression calm but his eyes piercingly cold. His right hand gripped into a fist as if striving to suppress something within. Chen Xian ended up lying unconscious for 3 days. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in a different place. Just as his body began regaining sensation, he felt a burning pain in his chest cavity, as if someone had carved a wound into his lungs and sprinkled chili powder on it. Each nerve hesitated, and breathing was incredibly light, while his limbs remained powerless. Mr. Chen, please note, the target is still by your side. Chen Xian quickly adjusted his breathing, controlling his body, making sure not to move a muscle. What is he doing now? He's staring at you. For how long has he been doing that? It's almost been 3 days. Ah, pretty good. This shows that my seduction tactics are working fine. Considering his dedication, I've decided to send him 2 more gifts. What kind of gifts? Whenever the conversation involved expenses, A+'s tone would slightly rise. Let him have a dream, and I'll also buy a tattoo sticker, answered Chen Xian as he clicked on purchases from the mall while responding. What do you want him to dream about? I don't really care much, it's just that I want him to see what the real Shen Yan experienced after being abandoned by him, and under what circumstances Shen Yan ultimately died. Only when he realizes Shen Yan's significance and values Shen Yan as a person, perhaps even likes him, can Shen Yan's despair truly impact him and make him regret his actions. Mr. Chen, are you letting personal emotions affect your judgment? Given your background in the performing arts industry, it's easy for you to empathize. Perhaps. I just think Shen Yan doesn't deserve this fate. In those 10 years, if only he had given up on Xing Yu and disclosed what Gu Qi wanted or prioritized his survival selfishly, he wouldn't have ended up dead on a barren field, exposed to the elements. Sacrificing everything for a person who betrayed him, he was too foolish. Foolish to the point of losing everything. Despite being loyal and devoted in his feelings, he was sacrificed and exploited, only realizing the truth on the day of his death. So through this level of the game, he intended to make the target understand 2 words, loss. For a proud and empty soul, let him first learn compassion, discover the deep connection he shares with another heart, then experience emotional pull and longing, gradually carving an indelible shadow into his mind. Finally, use the sharpest blade to gouge out the person within his heart, causing him to lose that person, leaving behind the scorching pain of regret lingering eternally in his soul. While conversing mentally with A+, Chen Xian silently formulated his ultimate plan. Beside him sat Xing Yu, who unknowingly began to close his eyes. Xing Yu felt physically drained and heavy. Amidst the stillness and silence, he opened his eyes. What he saw was a dark and damp place, covered in bloodstains all over the walls, resembling a torture chamber. In the middle of the room hung a person, barefoot on the ground, their feet caked with filth. Tattered clothing barely concealed the paleness of the body underneath. Every rip in the clothing revealed a deep red wound, flesh torn open, oozing pus, some exposing bone, others showing red flesh patterns, yet others reopened scars. The air was filled with the stench of rotting flesh. The emaciated frame appeared skeletal, long hair hanging disheveled, head drooping listlessly. Scattered strands partly obscured the face, making it impossible to discern the features clearly. Xing Yu, however, felt an inexplicable familiarity. He approached, and the iron chains binding his hands and feet emitted streams of silver electric currents. Jolted by the shock, the person abruptly lifted their head, revealing a pale yet sharply pointed chin, as an ear-splitting cry of excruciating pain echoed in the air. Aya! Yet Xing halted in his steps. The sunken cheeks, the ghostly complexion, the parched and cracked lips, eyes wide open with agony, etched on the face was sheer terror and despair. Even though battered beyond recognition, Xing could identify him. Shen Yan. The raspy cries of suffering persisted, each one sending tremors through his heart. Without a second thought, Xing hastened forward, raising his hand to rip apart the conducting chains. But his hand passed straight through. It was unreachable. Xing stared at his empty hand. Leave me alone. I know nothing, nothing. Gradually, the current weakened, and so did the shouts, replaced by murmured pleas for mercy, almost inaudible. The lips, bitten raw, oozed blood, forming the sole color on that face. The once bright eyes were now dim and murky, resembling those of an elderly man afflicted by terminal illness. Release me. The last three words were whispered so softly that had Xing not been so close, he wouldn't have heard them. In the next moment, the figure had fainted. Apart from Gu Qi's rebel army, Shen Yan had never been captured by anyone else. The place where this was happening seemed self-evident. Suddenly, Xing felt an overwhelming surge of anguish pierce through his chest. He instinctively lowered his head, staring at his torso. There was no wound, no cut, no mark. Xing examined every inch of the person before him. The more he looked, the greater the pain became in his heart, as if each nerve was being torn apart. Every part of his body bore traces of torment. They had deliberately kept him alive, ensuring each wound landed in the most sensitive spots of sensation. As he gazed upon that face, ignoring all the pain in his heart, Xing slowly raised his hand. Just as his fingertips were about to touch, the figure vanished abruptly. The surroundings transformed. The dark, grim location gave way to a brightly sunlit expanse where gentle breezes brushed against his face. A slight tug on his arm, followed by a voice broke the spell. Why aren't you coming down? Father is waiting for us. Xing paused momentarily, lifting his gaze to see Han Mu's face. His eyes lingered there for a second before furrowing into a frown. The residual ache in his chest remained, leaving his breathing somewhat labored. Nevertheless, he disembarked from the aircraft. However, just as he stepped out, he felt a pair of eyes fixed firmly on him. Intense yet devoid of any murderous intent, it was a familiar feeling. Xing took quick steps to the side, scanning around anxiously. What are you doing? Hurry up, we'll be late. Han Mu urged from ahead. Still, Xing continued searching until his gaze met with a pair of cloudy, lifeless eyes concealed within the shadows of a hood in the left rear patch of bushes. Most of his shrunken frame was hidden by the grass. His serene yet piercing stare simply observed, black as midnight and filled with hopelessness. As though from the deepest trenches of hell, untouched by even a ray of light. He watched as those pale lips moved slightly, uttering something inaudible due either to the distance or perhaps because no sound was made. Yet Xing saw clearly. He said, "You deceived me." Instantly, Xing was thrown into a stupor, robbed of his voice, his mouth opening and closing uselessly until he managed to croak out two raspy syllables. Shen Yan. Never had Xing heard himself speak such a tone, hoarse like a traveler parched in the desert, laden with pain he hadn't realized was present. The searing pain that tore through his heart returned, spreading to every corner of his body. At this moment, the space contracted, and everything began to shift. He watched Shen Yan leave, the scene flickered again, finally showing a corpse floating lifelessly on the water surface. The fleeting images dissolved along with everything else, but the pain only intensified. His eyes suddenly shot open, constricted breaths finally freed, as his chest panted for air, although the throbbing pain refused to abate. The white surroundings revealed the hospital. He was still here. Ignoring everything else, he abruptly stood up and hurried to the edge of the chamber, his determined eyes intently focused on the person inside the emergency pod, faint respirations declaring the individual was still alive. Xing had a dream, an absurd one. He slowly raised his hand, and if one looked closely, they would notice that this invincible imperial general's fingers were actually trembling slightly at this moment, as if out of fear. His fingertips kept approaching the prone person but stopped abruptly just before making contact. After a few breaths, his fingertips gently touched Shen Yan's face, feeling the warm delicacy through his cold fingers. The void in his heart was soothed, and the spasmodic pain in his chest gradually eased. It was only a dream. Nothing will happen to you. After saying that, he slowly lowered his head, planting a soft kiss on Shen Yan's pale forehead. On the fourth day, Chen Xian finally couldn't bear the comatose state anymore and slowly woke up. He followed what his teacher had taught him, wiggling his fingers first, then opening his eyes slowly. The man beside him noticed almost immediately and stood up. It took several seconds for the dazed eyes to start focusing. His military instinct prompted him to size up his surroundings. After a while, he glanced at the person next to him but quickly turned away. Silently displaying distance and coldness. Xing Yu's heart felt as though it had been pierced by a needle. Finally breaking the silence, "How's your body?" Despite having not truly rested for 3 or 4 days, Xing Yu showed no sign of fatigue on his face. His azure eyes shone like high-quality sapphires. Shen Yan lowered his eyes to look at his own hands clenching together. His entire body was extremely tired, and his chest hurt continuously. His consciousness was somewhat vague. But he wouldn't tell Xingyu. Returning to the capital meant the mission was over. Now there was no relationship between them, not even one of superior and subordinate. Naturally, he had the right to decide how to respond to him. I'm fine. After speaking, he paused, lifting his head to look at Xingyu. The presence of the man pressured his sensitive nerves. General, you have a busy official schedule, don't waste time here. You can call my deputy for me. Simply put, he should do whatever he needed to do and stop standing in front of him. He had a deputy, and didn't need him. No need, Xingyu gazed at him, his tone low and deep. To Xingyu, this single word was a declaration, also telling the other side how much he cared. But in Shen Yan's ears, it sounded domineering. So Shen Yan furrowed his brow, with a flash of disgust in his eyes. Is that so? Shen Yan looked down at the clean blue-striped hospital gown on himself. He was no longer the enduring Shen Yan from before. The despair he had gone through had already made him icy, rejecting this person from the depths of his heart. So he added another sentence. Could you trouble yourself to step out? I want to take a shower. Just an excuse, but perhaps it would send the person away. But Xingyu did not move. Instead, his gaze seemed heavier, as if filled with some complicated emotions. He seemed different from the Xingyu of the past few days. Shen Yan's eyebrows slightly furrowed, and he slowly sat up. After all, he was still a top alpha. After 4 days of emergency treatment, his external injuries had mostly healed, and the hole in his chest was gone, though his internal organs still required care. Xingyu's stern face showed no expression, his thin lips tightly pressed together, his deep blue eyes fixed on Shen Yan's movements. The air was silent for a few seconds, but there was no indication of anyone leaving, which irked Shen Yan. He leaned on the adjacent armrest, slowly standing up, his body slightly unstable, yet he forced his steps toward the bathroom door and stopped. To ensure the authenticity of his previous words, without hesitation, his pale fingers deftly unbuttoned the hospital gown, revealing a bit of his white chest. That horrifying wound indeed had been repaired, leaving only a shallow mark behind. The gaze beside him remained unchanged, even becoming sharper. As if unaware of any propriety. Shen Yan's eyes turned cold, deciding to ignore him, preparing to open the door. At this moment, a light breeze blew in through the open window, lifting the curtains and inadvertently raising a corner of Shen Yan's clothing, exposing the area around his lower back. Shen Yan's hand was on the doorknob, partially opening the door when another hand reached over, stopping his action, even closing the open gap. A tall figure pressed against him from behind. Feeling the force of a chest against his back, Xing used one hand covering his right hand on the doorknob, and the other supporting the wall, completely enveloping Shen Yan as if hugging him. An intense sense of invasion surrounded him, triggering the same instinctive guard within Shen Yan as an alpha, while Xing Yu's restrained oppression continuously breached Shen Yan's psychological defenses. Shen Yan squinted his eyes, realizing he hadn't heard a sound at all. This was S. What is this? A chilling voice, filled with disdain, dropped low and gentle into Shen Yan's ears. A cool hand grazed a scar on his lower back, the strange sensation concentrating all his senses onto this single spot. Shen Yan did not reply, he pressed his lips together, wriggling his body slightly. But with his serious injuries not yet fully recovered, he was no match for Xingyu and lacked the strength to resist. Xingyu stared intently at the grotesque, Qi character, so out of place on Shen Yan's pale, elegant waist. Disgust and ferocity gathered in his deep eyes. Fingertips gently caressed the scar, imbuing the coldness with an eerie ambiguity. Was it him who did this, right? Xingyu's voice was low, as his rhetorical question brought a glacial chill like a blizzard down Shen Yan's spine. Gently lifting Shen Yan's hand from the doorknob and binding both hands above his head, Xingyu then carefully pulled up Shen Yan's shirt, turning his waist to reveal its handsome line. The scar stood exposed to Xingyu's unflinching gaze. This was once a fashionable practice among the nobility, marking their slaves with the most traditional and ancient method, burning the master's name into the slave's body to proclaim ownership. It would be repeated thrice after each healing to ensure the pain was deeply etched into the memory of the slaves. Some went further, forcing the slaves into compliance during this process, leaving memories that would last forever. Every person bearing this mark had likely endured unimaginable horrors, an implication clear even without words. Unable to fathom Shen Yan's ordeal obtaining such a scar, Xingyu exuded a fierce murderous intent, his originally azure eyes transformed into terrifying ocean depths harboring ominous potential. Such an act defiled Shen Yan's dignity, his pride. How dare you, Gu Qi? Shen Yan comprehended Xingyu's abnormality but showed no panic, rather remaining surprisingly composed, ceasing to struggle and allowing Xingyu's restriction upon him. His gaze flickered sideways, a touch of devilish charm added to his thin, indifferent smile curling with mockery. You needn't ask when you already know. Do you think anyone else could have branded this disgusting thing on me besides him? But actually, shouldn't you be happy? After all, it was you who handed me over to him. His humiliation should equally belong to you, right, General? These words, handing over and humiliation, caused Xingyu's pupils to constrict sharply, pain surfacing instantly. He suddenly recalled that nightmare, the scars covering Xinyan's body. Loosening his grip slightly, his fingers on Xinyan's waist trembled. After a while, he released the rough scar, ending his restraint and embracing Xinyan slowly and protectively. I'll kill him. I promise. I will ensure he disappears forever from this world. No one will ever know. In response, Xinyan did not struggle, merely lowering his gaze calmly, focusing on the encircling hands around his waist. A side, is this the tattoo sticker you bought? Chen Xian, yes, looks like the effect is pretty good. A side, do you consider this entrapment of the villain, given he hasn't done anything? Chen Xian, just leveraging a bit. I've been used by him countless times, so doing this once isn't excessive. Besides, they can't communicate coherently and won't uncover our scheme. Relax. A side. Just keep going. You'll ruin it eventually. Before General Xingyu returned with his troops, the news of the successful counter-ambush of the Empire Alliance army had already spread throughout the entire military department, including parts of the upper echelon of nobility. They mocked the rebel army's utter ineptitude, praised the valiant might of the Empire's allied forces, and scorned Gu Qi's incompetence. So many troops deployed, yet unable to take even one life of the Empire Alliance army, resulting even in their own elite guards fleeing chaotically. It seemed evident that the defeat of the rebel forces was just a matter of time. They wouldn't have to worry about these vermin-like civilians anymore. However, within the military camp, there were numerous discussions regarding this victory. Chapter 51, ABO Line, Eternal Battle Song, Part 24. Firstly, there was Xingyu. As the Vice-General of the Empire Alliance Army and the overall commander of action, he left the command center during the intense battle, a behavior disregarding the lives of all soldiers participating, neglecting responsibility and discipline. They had never encountered such blatant conduct. According to the military law of the Empire Alliance Army, commanders must face severe punishments. But since they managed to annihilate the resistance force without causing any significant losses, certain leniency might be applied. Another central topic was Xinyan. As a much sought-after hero of the Empire, he naturally carried a special aura. Almost everyone held great expectations for him. Soldiers who were there at the time said that the battle had originally been proceeding smoothly, favoring their side. However, halfway through, something inexplicable happened, the tide suddenly shifted, and they were countered by the opposing forces. Subsequently, in an attempt to counteract this reversal, he even severed his entire mechanical right arm. It was as if there had been some damage or issue with the arm, forcing him to cut it off. Despite this, he still managed to fight Blue Qi, the first-ranked pilot in the Royal Guard unit, to a draw, giving her no opportunity to gain the upper hand. What terrifying combat strength! The title, Empire Hero, was not exaggerated. Had his mechanical arm not been severed, he might have defeated her long ago, and the rebels wouldn't have successfully ambushed them either. Such sharp regret pierced the hearts of all Imperial soldiers. Mechanical failures on the battlefield couldn't be taken lightly, as even minor mistakes could have severe consequences. The discipline investigation team wanted to thoroughly examine the incident, but at the moment of severance, the arm exploded. A detailed investigation was conducted on the damaged mech pulled back to headquarters, yet nothing unusual was found. They were baffled by the mystery and had no idea where to start from. After that incident, Xingyu reported to Xinyan every day, behaving naturally as if they'd returned to the times when they used to be together. But this time around, Xinyan no longer possessed the former enthusiasm. His betrayal had worn away the love within Xinyan that once shone like sunlight. Every time Xinyan thought about it, he relived the pain endured during his time with the resistance force. Even now, with Xingyu's return offering everything Xinyan had once desired, his heart showed no ripple of excitement. He only stared at Xingyu coldly, scrutinizing carefully, perhaps reminiscing about something. Sometimes, feeling utterly annoyed, he would intentionally utter harsh words. Does General feel uncomfortable that the loyal dog once following you doesn't look up to you anymore? I wasted so many years chasing your favor, which you didn't reciprocate. But at least we can part amicably, isn't it better this way? You truly stooped low just like me back then. These icy and sarcastic words fell like sharp swords repeatedly onto Xingyu. Yet Xingyu, proud as a soaring eagle, only listened and observed silently, his deep blue eyes filled with an inscrutable darkness. Xinyan expected hatred, dissatisfaction, anger, but there was none, only quietness, like waiting for a child throwing a tantrum to finish. However, Xinyan was not that child. He wouldn't flash a smile just for a little kindness and immediately run back to Xingyu's side. In this strange atmosphere, the two passed several days. Xingyu devoted all his energy to Xinyan. Han Mu, who stayed close to Xingyu all the time, lost all patience completely, his distaste and hatred driving him to demand clarification from Xingyu. Han Mu stood before Xingyu, his fair and elegant face exuding cold severity. Dressed in military uniform, his posture was impeccable but somehow constrained, as if he wasn't meant for such attire. Looking at Xingyu, he saw calmness in his handsome features, meeting his gaze steadily without any hint of avoidance. It was as if he had already anticipated today. Han Mu smiled slightly, maintaining his composure. These past few days seem like you've been quite busy, not even going to the military department. I looked for you everywhere and finally learned that you've always been here. You care so deeply about him, isn't there anything you'd like to say to me? His tone remained usual but tinged faintly with careful expectation. Regardless of internal or external affairs, their relationship was still publicly recognized. And now, disregarding his advice, Xingyu disobeyed military law openly for someone discarded. During the period awaiting trial, Xingyu remained steadfastly by his side. Xingyu noticed his emotions. The window pane next to him, wiped clean enough to reflect his stern profile, highlighted the coolness creeping into his previously gentle eyes directed at Hanmu. After a long pause, Xingyu said one sentence. "Let's end it here." The deep tone caused the slight curve of Hanmu's lips to halt, his beautiful eyes flickering, widening slowly as he realized, disbelief filling them. He never imagined those would be the words. What do you mean?" Xingyu responded, "Your new deployment order will soon come down, after that, you don't need to find me again." This casual statement, cold and merciless, shattered all of Hanmu's mental fortifications. All the anticipation and pride he brought along disappeared instantly. Every bit of difference he used to see in those eyes was now gone. He stared at the alpha in front of him, his hands suddenly clenched tightly at his side, trembling slightly, his inner turmoil a mix of panic and even fear. He had wanted an answer, true, but never had he imagined it would mean the end with Xingyu. "Are you joking, right?" Hanmu asked dazedly. Xingyu's deep blue eyes gazed back at him without speaking, silently telling him that this was no joke. Hanmu tried to control himself but still stumbled back a step, overwhelmed by the oppressive intensity radiating from the other man. It prevented him from roaring as he desired, while the pride of being an aristocrat refused to let him admit defeat. "It's because of Xinyan, isn't it? Because of him, you're leaving me." At the mention of Xinyan's name, a flicker of movement crossed the otherwise cold gaze of the alpha before him, the icy aura around him softening somewhat. This unintentional gentleness, like shedding a cold outer shell, brought life back to him, almost making him seem transformed. And yet, this transformation was not for him. Taking a step forward, Hanmu looked at him with red eyes, pleading, "I don't understand. We were fine before. Since he came back, everything has changed. Didn't you say you didn't care about him? Didn't you say he was nothing important to you? Why now are you willing to abandon me for him?" The hatred and jealousy brewed within him, stirring the venomous snake buried deep inside, its crimson tongue hissing angrily. Seeing Hanmu so agitated, Xingyu lowered his gaze, concealing every emotion, returning to his usual composed self. Xingyu was someone who took things to extremes. When he liked something, he gave it all his focus and tolerance. When he lost interest, his demeanor became cold and indifferent. He wouldn't explain himself or give reasons, he only told you the outcome. Whether you accepted it or not wasn't his concern. This emotional detachment wasn't merely part of his nature, it also stemmed from the inherent apathy of the royal family. He once treated Xinyan this way, and now he could treat others similarly. So when Hanmu questioned him, Xingyu only reined in his emotions, glanced ahead, and walked past him, the sound of his hard military boots echoing through the corridor. Leaving Hanmu standing frozen in place. The long corridor was vast and silent, the faint chill breeze brushing past Hanmu's face, seeping into his heart. His crimson gaze locked onto the space ahead, his lips clamped tightly together. "I won't let him go, not this time. If he survives now, what about next time?" A few more days passed, and the military punishment for Xingyu leaving the command post during battle finally came down. Although at the time he had turned the situation around, successfully defending Lian and wiping out all rebel forces, it couldn't undo the fact that he violated military law. Thus, the Imperial Coalition Army Headquarters decided to demote his rank to Major General and assigned him 1 month of frontier patrol duty, essentially a form of exile. However, Xingyu's punishment wasn't made public but conducted secretly instead. Even though punishment is necessary, the Imperial Coalition Army still considered the risks. They worried the rebels might take advantage of this period to launch an ambush. Therefore, the knowledge of his departure was limited to just a few people within their circle. Before Xingyu left, he went to visit Xinyan. As usual, he sat quietly on the side, silently observing him, without saying a word, his azure eyes calm like starry rivers. By this time, Xinyan had recovered most of the way. According to an alpha's disposition and temperament, he could easily have fought Xingyu. However, this was a military hospital, and he didn't want to make too much trouble or waste his energy fighting against Xingyu here. In the end, he chose to ignore the presence of the person by simply closing his eyes. Perhaps due to the month-long separation, today Xingyu stayed longer than usual, only rising as twilight descended, walking over to Xinyan's bedside. Leaning down slightly, he placed his hands atop Xinyan's on the bed, aligning his gaze level with Xinyan's. With his hands restrained, Xinyan furrowed his brows, opening his eyes, only to find himself staring straight into a sea of blue. "Take good rest these days. The next time we meet, we'll have a proper talk." The low voice resonated like a melodious cello, soft and gentle, carrying an indulgence that anyone could pick up on. Yet Xinyan felt uncomfortable, even repulsed. Just as he was about to speak, a shadow fell over him, followed by a sudden warmth grazing his lips. Xinyan paused in shock, his heavy eyelids quickly lifting, but Xingyu had already stood up straight, towering beside the bed. The white light scattered softly over his golden hair, like rays of sunlight. His handsome features clearly showed tenderness toward Xinyan as he slowly raised a hand, lightly touching his lips, his gaze affectionate. The previously icy atmosphere now carried a hint of ambiguity. The lingering warmth from that touch still seemed to resonate. Shen Yan's expression darkened immediately, and he clenched his hands into fists. Just as he was about to react, the culprit had already turned around and left. All that was left was a tall, imposing figure. Xing Yu stood at the doorway, recalling the angry look in Shen Yan's eyes moments ago, bright yet piercing, causing a faint upward curve of his lips. His gaze carried more warmth now, hinting at something brewing inside him. They had been together for 5 years, nothing untried between them, yet none of it came close to matching the thrill he felt from that one kiss earlier. There is plenty of time ahead, there's no rush. Chen Xian looked at the tightly shut door and raised an eyebrow slightly. Chen Xian, I think this target is having a pretty good time. Alpha A, wouldn't he be when you're always around? Chen Xian, you know what? Humans are weird creatures. When we don't like someone, they could die right in front of us and our eyes wouldn't blink once. But when we do care, even a scratch hurts our hearts. How sentimental. Alpha A, yes, exactly. But doesn't that suit your purpose perfectly? Chen Xian, yeah, damn it. 2 weeks later, Shen Yan was fully recovered and left the military hospital, quickly returning to the defense army. On the first day back, Li Meng approached him, inspecting him from top to bottom several times, only releasing him after confirming he was fine. Then Li Meng started incessantly talking about him, questioning how he could have been so careless as to get outmaneuvered by a drone, with the same concerned chatter one would expect from a housewife. But Shen Yan could see the genuine concern in his eyes. Then Li Meng gossiped with him about Lan Yi's fighting skills, chattering away all morning before finally letting him go. Time then passed quietly for another week, everything proceeding in order as if all were smooth sailing. Only Shen Yan knew this was all just an illusion. Gu Qi had a deep mind, full of both overt and covert schemes. As long as Shen Yan lived, he wouldn't let up so easily. The empire would never achieve peace while this chip was embedded in his heart, keeping him under control. Judging from what Shen Yan knew of him, the waters were probably already stirring beneath the surface. Sure enough, on the 7th day, Shen Yan received news of Gu Qi's desire to meet. As long as Shen Yan stayed alive, the chip in his heart kept him bound to others. Gu Qi's invitation was one he couldn't refuse. This meeting took place in an old castle not far from the capital. This location had been abandoned for a long time, overrun with weeds. Yet from the remaining ruins, one could still glimpse its former glory and majesty. Still, such a place didn't fit what regular aristocrats might own. Shen Yan stood atop the main building, a 5-story high structure in the center of the castle. His black combat outfit outlined his tall and slender figure. Beside him stood a general-purpose mech. The sky above was heavy and dark, light unable to penetrate down. The gray ambience made the desolate ruins seem somewhat eerie. A soft breeze brushed past Shen Yan's ears, raising some stray strands of hair. He stared calmly forward, as faint footsteps sounded behind him. Judging from your condition, you've healed nicely. A familiar voice came from behind Shen Yan. He turned around to find a familiar face staring back at him. His half-long wavy hair fell loosely over his forehead. There was a slight shadow on his upper lip and chin, paired with a smile curving his lips. His jet-black eyes locked onto Shen Yan, squinting slightly. Arms crossed against his chest, leaning casually against a broken pillar, wearing his usual set of workwear, looking thoroughly relaxed. The man himself hadn't changed much, but the aura around him seemed sharper than ever. Shen Yan cut straight to the chase. What do you want with me? Gu Qi chuckled lightly. Why, after a relationship spanning 2 or 3 years, isn't it normal to show some concern? You're making me feel sad with that cold attitude. Chapter 52 ABO Line, Eternal Battle Song, Part 25. Shen Yan eyed him, raising his eyebrows with a derisive laugh, but that flicker of humor quickly faded. Concern? Should I thank your team for going easy on me last time? His light brown eyes appeared somewhat cold under the gray sky, adding to the unapologetic sarcasm displayed through his emotionless expression. Gu Qi sighed helplessly, lowering his head slightly. The mercy he referred to was naturally the ambush orchestrated by the rebel drones. A second later, he looked up at Shen Yan, taking slow steps forward, his tone lowered slightly. Do you actually think I was responsible for it? Shen Yan remained silent, looking at him steadily. No, I certainly know it wasn't you. It was something I did myself. But he definitely couldn't reveal that. He just pretended to complain a bit. Shen Yan calmly retracted his gaze and continued to look resolutely at the desolate ruins ahead. His distant and profound eyes complemented the cold hardness of his side profile, with his deep brown hair neatly falling over his handsome face, giving him an indescribable aura of ambiguity. At times like this, silence was always the best response. The meaning behind it all depended on how the other party interpreted it. Gu Qi's tranquil gaze remained fixed on the person in front. The distance between them wasn't far. In 2 or 3 more steps, he could stand beside the other just like before, looking at the same scenery together. But the silence from the other person now undoubtedly equaled acceptance. He ran a hand through his messy hair, smiling faintly. You really are ungrateful. Since I brought you back and have your controller in my hands, how could I possibly harm you? If he had truly wanted to act. Gu Qi's eyes darkened momentarily. It wouldn't have been that day. What did you bring me here for? This place may be abandoned, but it still belongs to the nobility. Aren't you usually repulsed by these kinds of places? Shen Yan finished his statement and glanced sideways at him, probing with a gaze that was highly meaningful. Gu Qi looked straight into his eyes, measuring the distance between them. Perhaps it was to indulge his own thoughts, he took those 2 or 3 steps and stood beside Shen Yan. As expected, they looked at the same scenery together, even though he didn't like it. Hating it is one thing, but there are always exceptions. If he detested the nobility so much, yet could keep Shen Yan close to him, wasn't this itself an exception? After saying this, his eyes swept appraisingly down Shen Yan's figure, unpolished as it was, adding quite a bit of challenge to the mix. Shen Yan frowned immediately under his scrutinizing gaze. If you called me here just to say these things, then count me in. After saying that, he stopped looking at Gu Qi and turned to leave. But Gu Qi grabbed his arm tightly enough to stop Shen Yan from moving without any excessive force while exerting considerable mental pressure. Hey, can't your impatience give way a little to show some patience toward me? After all, your life right now is still in my control. Shen Yan cast a glance downward at the hand holding his arm and brushed it off nonchalantly. Had it been otherwise, I wouldn't be standing here today. Gu Qi hesitated a moment. Yes, you're absolutely right. Though his hand had been shaken off, the smile on his face hadn't faded, though colder emotions had seeped in. Those pitch-black eyes were akin to a starless night sky. Still, I'm glad you're standing here today. The crease between Shen Yan's eyebrows deepened. Today's Gu Qi gave him an odd feeling, as if filled with more emotions, calm and relaxed yet careful and sensitive, all of which made him confused, unable to fathom. But before he could think further, the other already gazed steadily at him with those pitch-black eyes, his serious demeanor like someone standing on the front line facing reality and cruelty head-on. It was at this moment he finally revealed the purpose of his visit today. Shen Yan, you know that people in their lifetime can have many choices, but cannot foresee the end point of every choice. Only by moving forward without hesitation can we see the rights and wrongs of our lives. I once gave you a choice. A choice? That's correct, not just once. Whatever you wanted, I've done it already. Anticipating his thought, Shen Yan directly responded. Whether it was choosing to soften and return to the Empire or helping solve JX6, he had accomplished both. Yes, you've done well. Gu Qi said contentedly, but the tone of his words shifted abruptly. However, it's still not enough. Today, I want to offer you 2 final choices. Lifting his hand, he spread out his palm to reveal a tiny remote control. His sharp gaze was like a sharp blade, piercing right through Shen Yan. Right at this moment, he was more rational and restrained than ever before, while his true emotions were hidden deeply within. He resembled a bird of prey patiently locking onto its prey. 1. Leave with me and return to the resistance army. 2. Take this back to the Empire. This scene felt familiar. In Shen Yan's ears was Gu Qi's low voice, but his gaze was fixated on the object in his palm. At this moment, his heartbeats became particularly sensitive, yet caution urged him to make no irregular moves. Gu Qi was an extremely meticulous person who never wasted words, often a single sentence or action carried intentions he never revealed. What game was he playing now? Shen Yan didn't move, only furrowing his brows as he looked at him. Seeing through his caution, Gu Qi opened his mouth. Rest assured, whichever choice you make, I won't cause you any trouble afterward, and I'll definitely give you your freedom. There wasn't a flicker of doubt in those eyes, unwavering and beyond reproach, silently telling Shen Yan that this was the truth. But could a hunter really let their prey slip away at the very last moment after having caught it with such difficulty? Chen Xian, is he up to something devious again? A Shang, not sure, I can't fathom the mental processes of NPCs. Chen Xian, he won't just say he'll give me freedom 1 second and then send someone to kill me the next, right? A Shang, probably not, from what I can estimate. Chen Xian, but even though he's asking me to choose, I don't have any real options, since my goal is still within the Empire. Time passed amidst the sound of howling wind around them. The dark clouds above gradually parted, allowing silver moonlight to pour down, enveloping them in serene silence for a while. Shen Yan's gaze remained fixed intently on the controller, his tall stature unmoving, yet a hint of fatigue flashed briefly across his eyes. In the end, he took a step forward, raised his hand, and spoke softly. I won't go back with you. Gu Qi simply watched as that pale, bony hand took the item from him. As his palm lightened, his heart seemed heavier as if some soft, hidden part of himself had been pierced by a knife. Without a single ounce of hesitation, Gu Qi looked at him, and his gaze grew abruptly deep and heavy. Is that so? So this was your choice? He smiled faintly, with a familiar curve to his lips. The moment Shen Yan brushed past him, Gu Qi said a sentence, tinged with a sigh. Seems like you still can't let go of him. Shen Yan heard these words and hesitated slightly but did not stop walking. His slow voice carried a faint, almost imperceptible sorrow through the air. No one replied. Gu Qi suddenly clenched his hand, whitening due to excessive force. Closing his eyes momentarily, he reopened them, revealing an icy depth devoid of warmth, cold like a frosty pool. Turning around, there was already no trace of the other person behind him, only shadowy outlines swaying faintly with the breeze in the vast emptiness. Hopefully, you won't regret this. What good does freedom do you if you're given it when you've chosen the wrong path? Either way, the ending remains unchanged. This last opportunity, it's not just for you, it's also for myself. There's no room left to retreat, Shen. This meeting seemed to be nothing more than a minor interlude. Now the entire empire still basked in the joy of victory, and with their significant loss of manpower, the resistance army no longer posed a threat. Time continued to flow forward, and about a month later, at noon during the peak pedestrian traffic time in the central square of the Atlantean capital city of Cilia, an unusual incident occurred. After several hiccups and white flashes interrupted the 3D holographic projection ads, a strange figure appeared on screen in place of the advertisement. Wearing a white smiling mask, his background was pitch black. The sudden bizarre change startled the citizens who were enjoying themselves in the center square. They stopped and began whispering among themselves, observing cautiously. A mechanical chuckle reverberated in the air. Bowing before the camera with his hand placed on his chest, paying homage like a nobleman, he stared intently under the mask with two dark eyes. "Hello there, friends of Atlantis. It's been too long." His mechanical voice rang out, low and unhurried, casual as though greeting old friends after a long separation, but carrying an undeniable chill that made everyone shiver despite themselves. "The last battle at Lien truly astonished me. Who would have thought you had something like that concealed all along?" As he spoke, a small window appeared in the top right corner of the black screen showing the explosive instant of JX-6, countless warships instantly reduced to ashes. The sheer scale of its destructive power widened all spectators' eyes as they collectively gasped in awe. "That battle cost me quite a lot, and I imagine you must be thrilled about it, celebrating somewhere happily, no doubt. For years, the nobles and commoners have waged endless battles, sacrificing countless lives, without once reflecting or ceasing exploitation. Those hideous grins of superiority disgust me thoroughly. So now, I'm contemplating how best to inflict equal pain on you. The optimal way. Make you feel exactly what we've gone through." And with that, he spread his arms wide dramatically. "One failure doesn't matter. This time, I will use all my might to destroy the capital in 3 days. Let's wait and see the cries of anguish and despair from you all." With these final words, the entire 3D hologram screen went black, and the previous advertisement resumed playing as though nothing had happened. However, everyone present seemed to be still in a daze, their eyes glued to the spot. It took them a while to realize that the man they had just seen was none other than Gu Qi, the leader of the resistance army, and he had just declared war. The battle was going to begin in 3 days in the capital. The images of warfare replayed in their minds, that sinister voice still echoed in their ears. Fear and terror filled each person's eyes. They must escape. They needed to flee at once. What had been a leisurely central square erupted into chaos and panic as all faces were etched with dread because everyone understood clearly that if it was true, then they would become the sacrifices of this war. The Imperial Alliance army wouldn't have time to save them. Gu Qi's announcement almost simultaneously reached the military district of the Alliance forces, prompting an emergency meeting among all the high-ranking officers. Shen Yan was among them. Even the usually emotionless Viscount Xing Qian looked serious. Everyone knew that Gu Qi was an unadulterated madman. No one could afford to gamble on whether his words were true or false. Meanwhile, Xing Yu was still stationed at the border as punishment. Inside the facility known as Pajun, Xing Yu glared intensely at the pitch-black screen. His gaze was colder than ever before. In his mind, the scar from that character haunted him like a parasite. Even through the mask, he could vividly picture the repulsive face beneath it. At this moment, a bloodthirsty killing intent saturated the entire space. Just in time for a proper conclusion. The news that the capital was about to be surrounded by the resistance force spread like wildfire, plunging the entire capital into chaos. All residents thought of nothing but leaving, causing widespread traffic gridlock as every mode of transportation available flashed red. The Imperial Alliance army also urgently called reinforcements from other cities, filling the streets with thunderous roars. They all knew that if Gu Qi was sincere, this would be a battle of the century. The capital would become nothing more than a pile of rubble. How could anyone survive? Due to this sudden change, Xing Yu was urgently summoned back for the second emergency meeting regarding this operation. During the meeting, the Alliance forces decided, appointing Viscount Xing Qian as Commander-in-Chief, putting those responsible for the second and third defense lines in charge of guarding the aerial zones, while delegating frontline combat command to Xing Yu and Shen Yan, who led the first defense line. Everyone else would await further instructions. This time, the Imperial Alliance was determined to take down Gu Qi. To exterminate the resistance force. After the meeting ended, Xing Yu didn't leave right away. Instead, he intercepted Shen Yan, who was walking last, taking off his military cap and holding it in his hand. His golden hair was neatly combed back, his handsome face like a masterpiece of a god, with deep blue eyes locked onto Shen Yan. His expression carried an intensity and tension he hadn't realized himself, overflowing with human emotions. If we kill him this time, can we go back to how things used to be? Shen Yan, upon hearing this, raised his eyes to meet his gaze. He was referring to Gu Qi. Looking at this face he once worshipped as a deity, loved, and admired, Shen Yan should have felt excited and happy before, yet now there was only emptiness, no anticipation, no fluctuation, as if he didn't care. He simply didn't understand that the problem between them had never been Gu Qi. Gu Qi was merely the enemy on the opposing side. He had not destroyed the trust and feelings between them. Killing or not killing him was meaningless. What he said was nothing more than a release of repressed authoritarian frustration. Shen Yan didn't want to say anything further to him. Calmly putting the military hat back on his head, he gave a formal salute, which felt alien. We'll see after it's all over. Rejecting now would yield no benefits. After saying that, Shen Yan turned and left. Xing Yu stood in place, watching the corridor illuminated by sunlight, the crisp sound of military boots fading in his ears as his towering figure gradually disappeared at the end. Once everything is over, we can truly go back to the way things were, can't we, Shen Yan? Chapter 53 ABO Line, Eternal Battle Song, Part 26. Darlings, make sure you flip back to the previous chapter before continuing since I often revise my work and add content. Everything had been planned from the start. In just 3 days, half of the capital's population had already evacuated, the remaining chose to stay behind, choosing to believe in the Imperial Alliance army and trusting that they would protect the city and keep them safe. On the eve of the battle, all of Cilia was already in a wartime state. The occasional whizzing sounds of engines outside their homes kept them on edge. Not a single person dared to sleep as usual, for they feared that the war might erupt prematurely, or worse, that once they closed their eyes, they'd never wake up again. The torment continued into the next day. In the pitch-black cosmos, an imposing fleet was rapidly advancing towards Atlanta. As far as the eye could see, it was a vast expanse of blackness, seemingly endless and suffused with darkness like that of hell. Gu Qi stood within the mothership, clad in an austere black overcoat. His unruly curls were neatly bound by a black headband, and the stubble on his chin had been carefully shaved clean, as if preparing for an important occasion, solemn and dignified. His deep gaze was fixed on the luminous planet ahead, his figure exuding the air of a king of the night, commanding an untouchable presence imbued with natural aristocracy. All those behind him were intently watching him, unable to contain their excitement and fervor. In every era, there would be a legendary hero, and today, they would fight for freedom, for fairness, for life. A new chapter of history would be written by their own hands, shaping the destiny of generations to come. For victory, they were prepared to die. Commander, everything is ready. The aide stood by Gu Qi's side and spoke softly. He replied, looking forward, let's begin. Atlanta had mobilized nearly 80% of its surrounding forces and equipment. The JX-6 had also arrived. They had thrown in all their combat strength without seeking assistance from other countries, confident in their own prowess and pride. They believed that victory would be theirs, they would crush the resistance force and ascend to the peak of the Imperial Alliance. The 3 layers of defense around the capital city were positioned at 3 golden cut points on the vertical line above the city. The innermost 3rd and 2nd defense lines had allocated 30% of the troops and were fully on high alert. Li Meng and his team had already entered their mechs to prepare for battle. The royal family and top-tier nobles had been transferred to the underground safe defense room, guarded by Prince Xing Qian personally, with 10% of the troops allocated to this task. The entire combat command center was also located inside this facility. The remaining 60% of the troops were under the command of Xing Yu and Xin Yan, both now standing at the forefront of the first defensive line, tasked with holding off Gu Qi as the first barrier. As he stared into the silent darkness ahead, Xing Yu spoke inside the command ship, "Initiate energy fluctuation scan ahead." "Yes, activating energy detection scan," replied the mechanical female voice. Everyone waited seriously as the central top of the mothership extended a mechanical probe. A red dot appeared on the tip of the probe, gradually converging and growing larger before dispersing into a circular area. After several seconds, the electronic voice answered, "Huge energy fluctuations detected 700 kilometers ahead. Estimated arrival in 1 minute." Shen Yan's expression darkened upon hearing this. It seemed Gu Qi was indeed serious this time. Xing Yu glanced at the data transmission officers in various positions below, his frosty face emanating a murderous aura. "Notify everyone to enter standby mode." "Yes. Attention, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd combat fleets. The enemy will enter our territory in 1 minute. Prepare for battle. Repeat, 1st. This voice echoed through the mechs and warships of every Imperial Alliance soldier at the front line. All eyes were locked forward, gripping their control sticks and weapons tightly, holding their breaths, even refusing to blink. An atmosphere of intense tension filled the space, but the battle had just begun. 1 minute later, the massive fleet emerged from the darkness like the body of a devil, appearing before everyone. Mechas and warships were mixed together across the entire formation, with no clear divisions. The resistance army moved slowly toward them in a curved formation, ready to envelop anyone who attempted to move forward. Meanwhile, the mechas of Gu Qi's personal guard were evenly distributed across each key node, making it impossible to identify which ship he was on. In this situation, the Imperial Alliance couldn't make a move. Gu Qi watched the deeply blue fleet ahead, prepared for battle, a dangerous smirk curling the corners of his mouth as his calm eyes turned cold. "No rush, let's wait." An eerie silence spread between the two armies, neither side moved. In this moment of tense standoff, soldiers ignored the sound of their mechanical energy systems, feeling only their own heartbeats. Shen Yan and Xing Yu also gazed intently ahead, waiting for Gu Qi to strike first. This tight, oppressive tension was akin to two lions and tigers guarding their territorial boundaries, their sharp claws extended silently roaring toward the enemy, the anxious atmosphere ready to erupt into chaos at any slight movement. For the first 10 minutes, Shen Yan did not find anything strange. The party that made the first move in a battlefield often easily fell into the trap set by the enemy earlier, which was common knowledge in aerial combat. But as time passed, he increasingly felt that something was missing. Something was slightly off. After all, in the last battle, he had not received any death certificates of the bodyguards. This meant Lan Qi and others had escaped then, they were still alive. But if they hadn't died, why weren't they present at the place where the resistance force and the Imperial Alliance's armies were engaged in a life-and-death struggle? It shouldn't be so, he clearly detested the Empire the most. Moreover, Gu Qi today was too abnormal, like patiently enduring it, not anxious at all. In the past, when he went to war with the resistance army, he always fought quickly, without dragging or hesitating. Suddenly, an urgent telegraph sound interrupted his deep thought. He swiftly turned his head, looking at the communication officer pressing the communicator. In 2 or 3 seconds, this communication officer directly widened his eyes, expression full of fear, trembling lips replying with just 2 words, received, and then suddenly turning around to look at him in Xingyu. Report to General. Urgent military bulletin. Lian is under a sudden attack by the resistance fleet. The city defense line has already been breached. What did you say? Instantly, a layer of frost appeared on Xingyu's face, his sharp gaze locked on the one reporting. Shen Yan's heart simultaneously sank as well. Abruptly, he raised his head resolutely looking at Gu Qi's fleet displayed on the screen, realizing something. Who is leading the assault? Shen Yan turned and sharply asked. It's a blue mech, should be someone from the bodyguard squad. Lan Qi. As expected. Shen Yan placed both hands on the table, his eyes vacant as he stared, realizing that this wasn't just a simple standoff between two armies. It seemed that from the very beginning, he had prepared for a dual-front battle. But what was the point of doing this? Not only would it split firepower but also distract the energy of command. Thinking about it, Shen Yan needed to think, what exactly was Gu Qi up to? Shen Yan's thin lips tightly pursed as he repeatedly recalled everything that had happened during this period, even since he escaped from the resistance force, ever since Gu Qi took him to the border area out of curiosity about JX6. After the betrayal of his undercover operation, with his cautious personality, he must have thoroughly purged the internal forces. He wanted to see the power of JX6, so he deliberately leaked the information that he would attack Lian, and further, he even arranged for the fight to end in defeat. If this battle was destined to fail from the start, he would surely act with minimal cost. No wonder there were no signs of life inside the mech back then, and the victorious Imperial Alliance army would certainly lower their guard. When he announced the Second War Declaration, the Atlanta Alliance army would definitely use all their strength and mobilize the armed forces from other areas. Taking advantage of the fact that the resistance army did not have enough troops, they would annihilate them outright, while the defenses of other cities' military fortifications would become as fragile as paper. At this moment, he only had to send out 1/3 of his military force to sufficiently destroy any place he wished to obliterate. But, why Lian? There must be a reason for his urgent focus on destroying Lian. Shen Yan suddenly turned around, immediately walking fast to the side of the liaison officer, gripping his shoulder tightly and speaking, "Contact the commander immediately, ask him whether any important events occurred in Lian. Hurry." "Yes." Xingyu watched his series of actions and instantly understood, frowning, "You mean his initial target was Lian all along?" Shen Yan stared at him, nodding solemnly. "He doesn't attack us right now, maintaining this standoff with us, is merely to hold back the main force." As Shen Yan continued, he earnestly looked at Xingyu, "If so, we've all been deceived by him. Given the current situation, we simply don't have the ability to allocate much military power for support. The best method is to start the battle and drag him in reverse direction. One of us can take a small part of the people to go support." Speaking, Shen Yan emphasized, time is crucial. Because of Gu Qi's battle announcement, a large portion of the capital's population had gone to Lian. A place already densely populated gained yet another quarter more population. Every second they spent deliberating might lead to countless casualties. No one could afford to waste time. "Report officer," the commander-in-chief replied. The liaison officer turned around, the astonishment in his eyes even greater than before, his complexion pale and grave, his lips continuously trembling. "Lian will, today host the highest-level Imperial Alliance meeting, with more than half of the kings from 16 countries attending, they all arrived yesterday." A deathly silence fell over the command ship, as if the atmosphere had been frozen. Held once every 4 years, the Imperial Alliance Conference was the world's highest-level meeting, allowing only the heads of the Empire to attend. No information could leak outside the direct royal family, and no one knew the venue. Thus, until its conclusion, no one would ever know where it took place. So, this was Gu Qi's real objective. The destruction of the capital was a ruse, their deaths were the truth. He must have known in advance that the conference would be held in Lian, deliberately staging a failed attack to dull their vigilance and create an illusion of false security so that the venue wasn't changed. With the current global situation, the death of these imperial leaders would only shatter the balance that had lasted for 1,000 years. Once the scales tipped, all the anger, hatred, and resentment accumulated in the world would burst like a cancerous tumor. What would the world become? Hell probably. But such a high level of secrecy, fewer than 10 people in each country knew about it. How did he manage to uncover it? Moreover, the time he'd received the information must have been long enough for him to orchestrate such a grand plan. At this moment, Shen Yan suddenly remembered a phrase Gu Qi had once said, "Do you think there are no nobles who support me? Some still disdain the actions of the Imperial Alliance." He'd never fought alone, the Imperial Alliance had his men too, and this individual held a position of great influence. Influential enough to sway the opinions of the Imperial leaders and maintain the illusion that allowed them to stay rooted in Lian. Shen Yan looked up, glancing at Xing Yu beside him, unable to believe they had fallen into Gu Qi's trap so easily, everyone being part of his plan. The choice given to him that day must have been the last chance to keep him out of this conflict. With the present forces, only you can stay behind, while I go for support. Shen Yan stated resolutely to Xing Yu. Xing Yu understood that what Shen Yan proposed was already the best option, yet he didn't reply immediately. Those piercing blue eyes remained fixed on Shen Yan for several seconds, accompanied by an intense pressure that bore down upon everyone around. All eyes were waiting for his answer, but his face betrayed no emotion. He just stared into Shen Yan's determined and calm gaze, then after a long while turned his gaze to the blackened fleet ahead. "I'll come looking for you if you aren't back in an hour." This was his compromise, the only concession he was willing to make. Shen Yan bowed his head slightly, grabbed the military cap lying nearby, and put it on before saluting. "Yes." After replying, he swiftly turned around and left. Yet he couldn't see the tightly clenched left hand at Xing Yu's side, reflecting the restraint and suppression within. Shen Yan intended to take only 10% of the forces. If more left, they wouldn't pose a sufficient threat to Gu Qi. Gu Qi glanced at the partial withdrawal of forces from the rear of the Alliance ships, narrowing his eyes, seemingly having expected this. "After waiting for so long, let me start this century's battle him." As he finished speaking, he raised his hand and lightly waved it. "Prepare the ion beams, target the departing fleet ahead." "Yes." All ion cannons on the Resistance Army warships closest to Shen Yan's fleet began accumulating white light. Within seconds, hundreds of beams were fired simultaneously, forming a terrifying web of light. Almost instantly, the Alliance ships were covered by a golden protective shield. The white beams striking the shields generated scattered circles of light. The large battleship to the left front slowly approached Shen Yan, shielding him as he withdrew. Chapter 54 ABO Line, Eternal Battle Hymn, 27. Watching the fleet blocking attacks for him, Shen Yan gritted his teeth and activated the mech voice control. "You, stick close to me. The situation is urgent now, do not engage in combat. Our goal is Lian." "Yes," came a unified response through the communicator. Shen Yan glanced at the vast expanse of the Black Army line, his heart sinking. Without further hesitation, he turned directly, unfurling the light wings behind his mech, and resolutely flew toward Lian. From the moment Gu Qi launched his attack, the war horns of the Imperial City sounded. Right now, Lian was raining heavily. The dark sky brought no joy or relief. Man's plans can't match heaven's calculations. Those who had just fled from the capital to Lian for refuge might never have imagined in their dreams that the rebel army would suddenly attack here. Just a moment ago, they were consoling each other over having narrowly escaped, and the next moment they were confronted by a fleet of ships cloaked under dark clouds, and a terrifying war erupted right before their eyes. The sounds of explosions and screams filled the air incessantly. In an instant, they found themselves strangled by the grip of death, the fear creeping into every nerve of theirs. To stay alive, they could only flee for their lives. They lost all their noble dignity and pride in their miserable escape. When Shen Yan arrived, the rebel army had been attacking for half an hour. In such critical moments, half an hour could make many things happen. For instance, the defense lines of Lian were broken through, the military bases of the Imperial Alliance forces destroyed, along with several main roads and key buildings damaged. Shen Yan's mech hovered motionlessly in midair. Raindrops, like tiny ice pellets, constantly battered against the surface of the mech and ships, making a crackling noise that was both loud and unpleasant. The support forces of the Imperial Alliance behind him stared blankly at everything around them. At this moment, the once proud azure sky of Lian was now covered with black clouds and shrouded in gunpowder smoke, grey and dreary without a trace of sunlight breaking through the rain curtains. The scenery revealed only ruins, flashes of fire, glints of electric sparks, and thick plumes of black smoke everywhere. Corpses lay scattered about grotesquely, their expensive formal wear soaked by the rain, mixing startling red streaks with the water pooling beneath their bodies. Blood streamed out uncontrollably, seeping away in streams. Their originally clean bodies were now covered with dirty mud and bloodstains, their white faces twisted into hideous expressions, perhaps one of shock, fear, or unwillingness. It seemed as if the soldiers could hear their hoarse cries before death. This wasn't Lian, it was hell. Shen Yan's expression turned grave as he tightened his grip on the control lever. Where is the rebel force? Their positions are spread out, energy fluctuations have been detected in the four main directions. The main force is located 30 degrees south of southeast, 50 kilometers away, the reconnaissance soldier responded in a subdued voice. Leave a squad responsible for covert rescue missions. The rest will follow me. With that, he immediately flew toward the southeast direction. The incredible speed caused fragments of rocks after an explosion mixed with the rain to form a formidable wind wall, appearing a hazy gray. With the speed of a mech, it would take less than a minute to cover the distance of 50 kilometers, but just as they entered the area, a streak of blue light flashed by abruptly, moving so fast that despite Shen Yan's quick reaction, avoiding the crucial areas, he was still struck by its powerful force and crashed into a nearby skyscraper. The mech sank partly into the building. Shen Yan looked up, gazing at the blue mech directly ahead. He saw it descending slowly from above, its figure bathed in a pale blue glow behind it, agile amidst the rain curtain like a mechanical angel emitting a holy light. It stopped in front of Shen Yan, the cold eye of the mech fixing its gaze on him. Behind it, the rebel army and the alliance forces had already engaged in battle. The clash of machines emitted deep, sharp noises, everyone mercilessly trying to kill the other. "You've come anyway." Lan Chi's voice did not transmit through the mech but echoed directly, as though unconcerned whether anyone could hear. Shen Yan's eyes hardened. Seeing Shen Yan ignoring him, the blue mech tilted its head slightly, revealing the demolished buildings behind him, speaking casually with a hint of boastful joy, "But you're too late. They're all dead. I've turned them into ashes." Shen Yan, looking at the devastated scene ahead, his eyes widening in despair. Had he really failed to arrive in time? He opened his mouth, but for a moment, his mind went completely blank. He wasn't mourning the deaths of the emperors, nor feeling sorry for them, but fearing and worrying about what came next. Once the balance was shattered, this world would lose its constraints and revert to survival of the fittest, bringing endless wars. How many people and how many powers would die for the division of territories in the new world? Would life be better for ordinary people then? Would lives become more precious? No. As long as they lived in this world, there was no way to remain uninvolved. They would live a more painful and hopeless existence. A chilling tremor ran through Shen Yan, complex emotions surging like collapsing mountains and seas, causing him to hold his breath and lift his head sharply as he punched the blue mech. "Do you even know what you're doing?" Shen Yan shouted. His potent mental power made the falling raindrops freeze momentarily. The force of the blow slammed the mech directly onto the ground, causing it to slide for a distance, leaving deep grooves on the surface. "I know that very well. Killing them all is my mission today." He glanced downward at the hit spot. There were only slight dents and scratches on the composite metal surface. He then slowly straightened up and said, "Not only will I kill the aristocratic emperor, but I'll also exterminate everyone here. No one will be spared." The young man's icy voice carried the texture of machinery, his frigid killing intent resembling a devil from hell, jesting and rejoicing without any emotion. Shen Yan was stunned, disbelief filling his eyes. It was as if he were looking at a terrifying stranger, the silent, determined child in his memory who would always get back up no matter how many times he fell, standing before him saying, "I'm fine," was gone. That familiar smile had vanished. It seemed like everything had changed except for the slaughter. Shen Yan choked slightly, his voice unbearably heavy, "You've gone mad. They are just ordinary people, you shouldn't." Before he could finish, Lan Chi abruptly interrupted him. "Shouldn't what? In my eyes, they all deserve death. Don't they claim superiority over others? Didn't you see their pitiful faces when begging for mercy? How absurd. How delightful. All I'm doing now is repaying them for what they gave me. Is there anything wrong with that?" Shen Yan felt as if he could see the young face and those bloodshot eyes within the abyss mech. He suddenly drew out his energy sword, gripping it tightly. "What you're doing makes no difference from what those people once did. All of it marks one cruel oppressor. Difference, don't lump me in with them. What does a noble know? Have you ever seen your loved ones beaten to death? Have you ever seen them using a piece of bread to make us fight each other to death? The hells we rebel forces have gone through, you haven't experienced any of it. Not even the commander." He trailed off, then softened his tone. "You simply wouldn't understand our hatred." Shen Yan's gaze flickered, the cold rainwater seemed to pierce sharply through the mech, reaching his body, leaving his heart silent yet mournful. "I understand." As he spoke, Shen Yan took a step forward with his mech, lifting his eyes toward the opposite side, "But, I will still stop you." Lan Chi's expression faltered for a moment, then burst out laughing wildly, extravagantly defiant. It sounded bizarre amidst the sounds of combat and the rain, but it abruptly cut off a few seconds later. Calmly, he said, "When did you become such a righteous person? It's so fake it makes me sick, teacher." The word teacher caused Shen Yan's mind to momentarily wander. Back in the Royal Guard team, his combat skills were exceptional, while Lan Chi, being the youngest, despite having great mech talent, lacked combat experience and couldn't participate in battles. To rectify this, he sought out Shen Yan, who possessed the best combat techniques, to spar with him. Shen Yan usually disliked fighting against his teammates and thus repeatedly refused. However, Lan Chi's obstinacy exceeded his expectations. From that day on, wherever Shen Yan went, he would see Lan Chi standing quietly nearby without speaking or bothering him. This went on for 2 whole months until Shen Yan finally lost patience and agreed to a duel. But after one, came another, then countless more. Eventually, it became habitual for Lan Chi to seek him out, although each session ended in failure. Yet, Lan Chi's combat skills improved rapidly before everyone's eyes to the point where other members of the royal guard jokingly suggested that Lan Chi should call Shen Yan teacher. And truly, at that time, Lan Chi actually turned to Shen Yan, his calm eyes full of earnestness. Then, in complete seriousness, he called him teacher. Everyone froze upon hearing it, including Shen Yan, unsure of how to react. Today marked the second time Lan Chi called him by that title. But Lan Chi inside the mech didn't seem aware of what Shen Yan was thinking. Instead, he simply clasped both hands behind him, gripping an energy sword in one hand. Instead of wasting your breath talking nonsense with me here, you should have killed me sooner. This place only houses part of my troops, others are still slaughtering to vent their anger. During this time you're chatting with me, I imagine how many people must have already died, 100? 1,000? Or 10,000? Ha! Just as he laughed loudly, Shen Yan, who had been quietly standing opposite, acted like a wounded beast striking at its weakness and charged forward. Raising the energy sword in his right hand, he gripped it firmly with both hands and swung down forcefully. But Lan Chi reacted quickly too, instinctively raising his twin swords in an X shape to intercept this powerful strike. Don't forget, I learned these moves from you. I'm far too familiar with your every move. Shen Yan's light brown eyes grew dark, and the mech's movements did not stop, splitting, slashing, cutting, drawing back, leaving no room for error. The two mechs became entwined in combat, occasionally interspersed with ion cannons. Clearly, both were fighting seriously. You should lighten up. If it's a massacre, they should thank me for giving them a quick death, because what comes next is the crucial part. After saying this, Lan Chi pressed something in his hand. Instantly, beams of light rose from all directions, forming a giant net that enveloped the entire Lian city. Like the black cloak of death. Shen Yan paused momentarily, his tightly gripped sword handle suddenly losing strength. He had seen this kind of light before. During the JX-6 experiment. Why do you have? Did you really think the leader was just simply collecting its data? He wanted to upgrade, to create something far more terrifying. Chapter 55 ABO Line, Eternal Battle Song, Part 28. A piercing white light shot upward, this sudden occurrence causing the originally fighting rebel forces and alliance soldiers to abruptly stop their actions, surprised at their surroundings. By now, both sides had noticeable damage, the ground was worse than at the beginning. However, these strange white lights illuminated the dark sky and the surroundings, like fallen meteors scattering around them, with a terrible unknown beneath the calm surface. Lieutenant, I detected strong energy fluctuations, and each point has very high energy purity. If they all explode, Lian City and a 200-kilometer radius will instantly disappear. Furthermore, there will be a tendency to spread outward. The soldier responsible for detection was carefully hiding beside some building rubble, leaning against the wall, panic-stricken. He had served in the Empire Alliance's weapons arsenal and had been on many battlefields, seeing various types of energy weapons, but he had never encountered anything like this. Not mentioning the strange formation, just the energy purity stored in the warhead was enough to make one's skin crawl at 98%. After all, their top energy weapon was only at 70%. Every single percentage point increase in such weaponry was incredibly difficult, yet this thing exceeded by a whole 28%. If they exploded, these highly pure energy sources could sustain explosive waves continuously, expanding infinitely until the energy purity decreased and dispersed entirely, like an infinite extension of death, a pure killing weapon. This explosion would be too catastrophic for them to bear. The person who developed it must have been a complete madman. The detection soldier clenched his teeth, breathing tense as if his heart had risen into his throat. So Lieutenant, we'd better evacuate quickly or we'll all die here. He didn't want to die. He hadn't even held an Omega's hand yet. Inside the mech, Shen Yan's expression was as dark as still water, with all the turmoil hidden beneath the surface. He looked at Lan Chi ahead, amidst the rain curtain, a pale blue glow surrounded the abyss blue, cold like a blade. With such dense distribution, there must be an energy hub nearby. You look for it, Shen Yan said through voice communication to the detection soldier. The detection soldier hesitated, then suddenly realized the importance. Yes. He had been scared out of his wits and forgot about this critical detail. Something so massive definitely had a central hub. With that thought, he quickly began his operation. Meanwhile, Lan Chi, silent on the side, also noticed Shen Yan's silence and something off. Tilting the head of his mech, he scanned the surroundings, eventually locking onto a building ruined several hundred meters away. In the next moment, he flew straight over there, moving so swiftly that it left no time for anyone to react. Except for Shen Yan, who had remained vigilant. Almost simultaneously, Shen Yan's tightly gripped energy sword performed a swift horizontal slash. The agile speed forced the blue mech to evade. As it dodged, Shen Yan surged forward, targeting the chest of the mech at close range and pressing the particle cannon. The mech collided directly with a nearby flying vehicle, the explosive shockwave dispersing the rain curtain. Shen Yan stood between the building and Lan Chi, completely blocking the line of sight. The mechanical eyes stared at the temporarily dazed blue mech, saying to the detection soldier, "Hurry." The detection soldier kept his gaze fixed on the ever-changing plane line diagram inside the detection mech without blinking, his fingers moving swiftly. Despite being in the presence of a vast energy center, he felt a cold sweat breaking out on his back, his voice involuntarily lowering, almost. Just wait. Very soon. Very soon. Lan Chi slowly stood up, glancing down at the dent on his chest where the outer layer of metal had been torn open with a crack, tiny currents of electricity flashing inside. You can't stop it. You still have time to escape. Shen Yan cast a downward gaze, observing the surrounding alliance troops, and an idea formed in his mind. Chen Xian, given today's situation, it seems nearly impossible for me to escape. Since that's the case, I will create a magnificent farewell. A Shang, but the target is still in the imperial capital. Your actions might easily affect the final assessment of the game. If we don't reach 60%, the game will be judged as a failure, and you'll have to restart from scratch. Chen Xian, I know, but there's no choice but to take a gamble. Maybe this bike ride will turn into something much greater. Besides, didn't he say I only have 1 hour? With just 10 minutes left now, he surely must come over soon. Just let me set the final stage properly. Chen Yan is an absolutely willed person, his world is very simple. This kind of ending suits him well. A Shang, if you think so, I hope you succeed. Shen Yan silently retracted his gaze, rotating the mechanical wrist of his mech. The lightsaber adjusted its angle, and despite the tense atmosphere, he remained composed while looking at Lan Chi. His external communication voice was calm and steady. Escape. You didn't leave. Why should I? This sudden calmness of Shen Yan surprised Lan Chi slightly. A moment ago, he had been furious, yet now, this familiar feeling reminded him of when they first went into battle with the guard unit. He was silent without words, but that solitary figure was unbearably strong. He once loved that comforting sensation. Lan Chi gripped the control stick tightly in his hand, staring at the Imperial mech ahead, suppressing the strange emotion beneath his eyes. From the start, I never intended to return alive. I want Lien to perish along with me. The betrayer will always remain a traitor. Repugnant memories kept flashing through his mind as if reminding him, revenge, slaughter were the directions he pursued, death being his ultimate destiny. Such a deep self-exile of his soul made it impossible to regain even a bit of hope, leaving uncontrollable emotions rushing forth. Anyone who tried to stop him would simply die with him. Just then, the detection soldier looked intently at the screen, excitement evident in his voice which reached Shen Yan's ears. Commander, I found it. The central core is located exactly to the south of the light array, at the point with the highest energy wavelength. He seemed so happy that he couldn't catch his breath, taking a deep inhale. Now, all we need to do is enter that point, find and destroy the core within. It'll stop everything. The rain continued to pour, becoming heavier, echoing incessantly against the mechs. Streams of water flowed downwards following the curvature of the machines, bringing about a sense of cold desolation that permeated every inch of space around them. Shen Yan suddenly activated the voice reception systems for everyone. Opening his lips slightly, his deep and melodious voice resonated through every Imperial Alliance mech. His stable tone carried an awe-inspiring strength to calm the soldiers' hearts. Everything I'm about to say are military orders. Everyone listen carefully. Out of instinct as trained soldiers, they directed their sights towards the mech standing below. Their sharp gazes seemed to pierce through the iron shells of the mech straight into the operators inside. Their nerves tightened as if their breathing had slowed, trust flowing through their veins like blood. You are to leave here immediately and carry any remaining survivors to safety using all available means. Do not stop under any circumstances. Any violation will result in disciplinary action according to Alliance military law. The soldiers widened their eyes, incredulously staring at that mech, questioning what they had just heard. Leaving, the departure of soldiers from the battlefield symbolized cowardice and betrayal, a disgrace to their proud lives. They would rather die here than become deserters. Shen Yan seemed to read their genuine thoughts and feelings. This isn't fleeing, but saving others. Isn't our purpose here to ensure they survive? Then the method doesn't matter. And I command that you live to leave as well. That is your order. As he spoke the last part, Shen Yan's voice softened slightly, adding an extra layer of warmth. Pairs of red-rimmed eyes gazed passionately and deeply, swirling with intense emotions. Military orders were the shackles binding soldiers, understood from the first day they enlisted, to obey unconditionally. Even though they didn't wish to comply, there was no way to resist. But, Commander, what about you? The detection soldier murmured, voicing the question on everyone's mind. Shen Yan didn't respond immediately but instead spread the energy light wings on his back and gripped the lightsaber tightly. The silhouette of the mech in the rain appeared like a warrior standing against the backdrop of darkness and despair. Then he said, I will be responsible for destroying the core. With these words, every Alliance soldier felt a sudden tension. Staying behind to destroy the core sounded simple but was essentially a death sentence under these conditions. They urgently exclaimed, you can't. But before they could finish their plea, Lan Chi let out a derisive chuckle. Are you so openly talking about this kind of thing as if I'm dead? After saying this, he narrowed his dangerous eyes and began an attack, leaping toward the nearby soldiers. However, Shen Yan wouldn't give him the chance, intercepting him at a speed that defied comprehension and blocking all his movements. The lightsaber sparked against the mech. Shen Yan shouted furiously at the soldiers, didn't you hear what I said? Do I have to teach you again what obedience means? Obedience. Everyone's face paled instantly, clenching their teeth with resentment buried deep within, their expressions filled with sorrow and endurance. Yes. The response was in unison, and subsequently, everyone saluted Shen Yan together. If anyone had doubted Shen Yan's title as a hero before, those doubts were now completely gone, replaced by admiration and respect. He deserved it. A few seconds later, the first mech took off, followed quickly by the second and third, until only the detection soldier closest to Shen Yan remained. Watching Shen Yan constantly fight the rebels, his bloodshot eyes became moist. I hope you come back alive. Ashan, I didn't expect you to care so much for your subordinates this time. Chen Xian, is that so? I just need them to spread my heroic story, naturally, the more people, the better. Ashan, smiling.jpg, sorry, I was wrong. Please continue. When everyone had left, amidst the dark and dreary ruins battered by the rain, there were only two mechs battling to the death. In their collision, strength surged and dissipated, scattering the rain curtain. If it were a one-on-one fight between Shen Yan and Lan Qi, Shen Yan wouldn't fall short. At this moment, Shen Yan had no reservations, his only thought was to destroy the core. Despite Lan Qi's superb piloting skills, compared to Shen Yan, an alpha combining both technical prowess and mental power, the gap still showed clearly. Bang! A massive sound of collision echoed as the Abyss Blue was directly slammed into a charging station, silver electric currents wrapping around the mech like countless threads, emitting a sharp crackling sound, rendering it unable to break free for a while. Through the mech, Shen Yan's dark gaze swept over the scene, not lingering too long. In the next moment, he soared directly toward the central location in due south. Lan Qi fired the ion cannon from his right hand at the wall behind him, using the thrust to propel himself forward and break free from the electrical restraint. However, there was a red mark at the corner of his mouth. During their previous battle, Shen Yan covered his mech with spirit energy. Every encounter increased the damage caused by their disparity in spirit energy, not enough to kill Lan Qi but sufficient to injure him. Shen Yan knew his weakness and intentionally exploited it. Lan Qi released the control stick, concealing the dark emotions in his eyes, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and chased after Shen Yan immediately. Meanwhile, elsewhere. War had erupted when Shen Yan left. Nearly an hour passed, transforming the battlefield entirely. Wrecked mechs and fleet remnants floated everywhere, the black cosmos were full of white flashes of weaponry, slicing through the darkness like sharp blades. At a glance, it resembled the mess of hell. Pajun stood ahead of the Alliance forces, his dark gold metallic surface akin to a deity, emanating a chilling aura that struck terror into any rebel daring to challenge him. Those who came near would explode and die within a few moves, instilling countless hesitant rebels with nearly suffocating fear. The war god of the Imperial Alliance wasn't a mere exaggeration. Chapter 56 ABO Line, Eternal Battle Song, Part 29. By now, only 5 minutes remained of the hour he gave Shen Yan, yet there was no sign from Lian's direction, not even a single message. Xing Yu's mood could be described as furious, and Pajun was surrounded by an ominous presence, freezing coldness almost tangible. Ahead, however, there was still a group of fearless resistance mech warriors approaching. Xing Yu cast a casual glance and released a portion of his mental energy. Instantly turning into a fleeting shadow, he shot through them like a meteor. In the blink of an eye, he returned to his original position. Those mechs belonging to the resistance quickly transformed into dazzling bursts of fire. Against this brilliant backdrop, the Pajun mech held a black longsword in its mechanical hand. A dark knight deity of death. His powerful presence radiated with overwhelming mental energy, combined with a piercing battle awareness that declared his superiority. This top-down disdain shocked their survival instincts, making them feel as minuscule as grains being played with by the depths of an abyss. The two armies were still engaged in fierce combat, but when it came to Xing Yu, they were hesitant now, struck by a sudden impulse to flee. 1 hour. I said, if you didn't come back within 1 hour, I would go find you, and now you have broken your word. Right when Xing Yu's emotions were pushed to their limit, a video call came through. Li Meng's face looked grave, no longer displaying the usual playful demeanor. His voice was solemn. Junior General Xing Yu, we just received Shen Yan's information, and the situation doesn't seem good. Now there are large-scale high-purity energy weapons appearing in Lian, he has dismissed all soldiers and is fighting against the royal guards alone, and he needs to head towards the energy core. Li Meng's voice was weighty but couldn't conceal the urgent emotion behind it. Now, the Resistance's plan was fully exposed, even the entire Imperial Command Center knew about it, but it was already too late. They had lost the chance to rescue anyone. The Resistance's objective was to assassinate those present at the meeting of the Empire Union, and they succeeded. Those people had already lost their life signals. The truth would inevitably be uncovered sooner or later by other countries within the Imperial Union. They estimated that within 6 hours, all member states would receive the news. At that point, everything would spiral out of control, internal chaos would erupt, and the world's power balance would change dramatically, the rules would need rewriting. Xing Yu turned his head sharply to look at him, his cobalt blue eyes filled with coldness. Suppressing his rage, he spoke in a deep, heavy tone, alone. Li Meng's expression paused slightly, as if seeing such an expression on Xing Yu's face for the first time. After a moment of hesitation, he nodded, yes, surrounded by high-purity energy weapons. You and Pajun are the only ones who have a chance to bring him back. With the dual S-class mental energies of Xing Yu and the high-performance abilities of Pajun, they became their last hope. They had lost so much today, but Shen Yan, no matter what, it was crucial that they save him. I've discussed the specifics with Prince Wang. I will arrive in 1 minute to immediately take your place. And Prince Wang has one message for you: he's an outstanding soldier, the Empire can't afford to lose him. Bring him back no matter what. Pausing slightly in his speech, Li Meng's gaze grew serious. Although I don't know what happened between you two, I do not want him dying like this. Despite the chilling intensity running deep within him, Xing Yu maintained his composure, but his expression darkened significantly. No one could see what emotions churned inside him. After shutting off communication, Xing Yu gazed at the dark universe, his knuckles tightening on the control lever. Shadows clouded his eyes, thick killing intent making his entire figure reek of blood. Without any pause, Pajun surged directly toward Lien. In his mind, Shen Yan's calm yet persistent eyes emerged once more. That vivid dreamlike vision tightened his heart in the present moment. He could not lose Shen Yan. That person belonged to him, for life. But just as he had flown away from the battlefield, a deep crimson-colored mech suddenly appeared within his line of sight, clearly having been waiting for quite some time. Xing Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. Pajun did not slow down even a fraction, speeding forward like a comet, leaving a trail of immense speed behind it. Covered by a layer of glowing golden light from concentrated mental energy, such brilliance required very high standards, not even achievable by S-grade mental energy levels. Even at such terrifying speed, the red mech didn't dodge, it instead reacted sharply and rushed straight toward Pajun, just like two meteors crashing head-on. Bang! An enormous sound rang out as a circular wave of energy scattered outward. Yet, both mechs in the center remained unscathed, their swords locked tightly, a perfect opposition of opposing forces. Xing Yu squinted his eyes, boiling fury concentrating the mental energy on Pajun's surface to emit an even more dazzling glow. Being able to counter this attack without any damage suggested the opponent had mental energy equal to his own. Dual S-class mental energy. There was only one person in the resistance. Gu Qi. General, where are you heading? Gu Qi's voice transmitted through the mech with a casual tone, as if waiting for guests to arrive. The bloodlust that had been hardened through countless battles remained steadfast even though time merely buried it deeper. Yet when water fills up, it overflows. The rage unleashed during its eruption was not something an ordinary person could withstand. You're asking for death. His low voice carried a taste of bloodthirst. On the other side, Shen Yan stood before the southern energy node, which was just a regular entrance, a square wall with a door embedded within. The door emitted white light, and all around was emptiness. Despite its pristine and holy appearance, one could sense an eerie and chilling horror in the silence. He could feel the energy core inside. The scattered raindrops sounded like they were urging him forward, calling out to him. I strongly advise you not to enter. Lan Qi's voice came from behind. Shen Yan slightly turned his head, noticing he had emerged from the abyssal blue mech. Leaning against its cold surface while rainwater dripped right in front of him, the face that looked both familiar yet distant held no trace of kindness, his expression was grave. If you go in, it'll be certain death. Shen Yan turned back to face forward, his deep gaze fixed on the white light ahead, silent for several seconds, then finally spoke in a soft tone that seemed easily drowned out by the rain. I know, he said. Lan Qi furrowed his brows, a thin scar across his delicate face reflecting a cold gaze devoid of emotion. Even knowing where the root cause lies and understanding that our hatred can't be resolved, what's the point of your sacrifice? Shen Yan smiled faintly. You're right. From the beginning, I've known I'm too weak to protect myself, let alone have the strength to change the entire world structure or eliminate the accumulated resentment between commoners and nobles. But I'm a soldier, rescuing them and letting them live is my purpose. They don't deserve to die this way. Their future should be chosen by themselves. That's all there is to it. After finishing, as if making a final decision, he took a few steps forward and was about to step into the light when suddenly the mech paused, casting an indistinct voice toward the man behind. Thank you. Then, he disappeared into the shimmering curtain of light. Lan Qi's eyes flickered for a moment, his thin lips tightly pressed together. At that moment, his shadow seemed to overlap with some long-ago images from memory. They had fought alongside each other in numerous battles. Every single time, this man would always recklessly dash ahead, standing at the forefront for everyone, blocking every storm by himself. The flames reflected red on his body, resembling a deity descended amidst chaos, bringing hope to them. Gradually, Lan Qi's focus naturally shifted to him. He even noticed how this person secretly saved useless wounded soldiers and civilians when no one was watching, sometimes even saving a noble or two. At that time, he often wondered, what good did those foolish actions do? They were all going to die anyway. If it were him, he wouldn't hesitate to abandon them, firmly believing that a powerful person shouldn't possess such compassion, it would only corrode the soul, leaving it brittle. But even so, he chose to help cover for him and observe quietly. After many such instances, an unusual emotion crept over him. If only this person could stand before him now, as he does now, rescuing him, then perhaps what he has today would be more meaningful. His hands clenched tightly, veins protruding. In a hoarse, murmuring voice, he whispered. Why must it be you? Why didn't you appear sooner? A little earlier. And none of them would have died. With his pitch-black eyes, Lan Chi stared silently at the entrance ahead, emotions darkening like nightfall. A moment later, he lifted his head and glanced at the endlessly falling rain, retracted his gaze, stepped down from his mech, instantly soaking his clothes. Rainwater dripped from his hair down his cheeks. He pulled something from his chest pocket, glanced at it briefly, then tossed it onto the ground and walked away towards another direction. Before dying, there was still somewhere he wanted to visit. To return to one's roots under the leaves. As the rain washed over, lying on the ground was a silver medal, the badge of the Imperial Guard team. Muddy earth stained its back, blackening the Yen character engraved upon it. Time drifted far away, and the abyssal blue mech remained silently stationary, lifeless. Above the Imperial capital within the dark zone, two beams of light could be seen colliding fiercely, moving swiftly with each clash resonating loudly. It was as though a room filled with fine grains of sand was set ablaze, causing instant explosions that threatened to shatter the universe's dark curtain. Their matched sharpness radiated awe-inspiring strength, intimidating the darkness around them. Gu Qi's tone rose slightly. "What's wrong, General? You seem quite anxious. But now that you've arrived, it's a little late. He has already gone in. And the place I have prepared is for an unprecedented grand spectacle." His rebellious eyes focused on the Empire mech ahead, icy at the bottom, with a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth, as if waiting for something interesting to happen. The black gold mech's offense suddenly became sharp, as though its scales had been touched, and the dark blue eyes gained a layer of blood red. The overwhelming killing intent seemed about to crush the person opposite. But Gu Qi appeared nonchalant, dodging while continuing his mockery. "He's too kind-hearted, trying to save everything, sparing everything, only to end up being the dumbest one himself. When he was betrayed initially, I thought he would give in quickly to save his life, like other Imperial undercover agents. But he didn't. No matter how I tortured him, he never revealed anything I wanted. His eyes were so beautiful they made me want to gouge them out. I even wonder what exactly it is about you that makes him so devoted. Is it power, money, or fame? All of these things I could provide, but none of those matter to him. Sometimes he's just so stubborn it's infuriating." As he spoke, his tone paused briefly. "So today, do you think he'll die to save these people?" Gu Qi laughed once. "I hope he won't. If he can abandon his misplaced compassion, only then will he truly stand by my side." At this point, Pijuan emitted strong energy fluctuations, mental force infecting the surrounding space. The tall mech flashed in front of Gu Qi like a ghost, with light wings bursting forth brilliantly. In that second, everything within this domain came to a halt. Gu Qi also paused momentarily before the black blade from Pijuan slashed across his chest. "You shall not." Gu Qi glanced down at the deep sword wound on his chest unconcernedly. This was his decision. "You have no right to interfere now." However, if it were him, there might be a slim chance of survival. But he cannot hesitate for even a second, or linger at all. A slight misstep, even a 1-second error, would mean everything is over. Emphasizing the word end, his tone grew heavy. Looking up, his pitch-black, cold gaze seemed to pierce through the mech, detecting hidden emotions. "So, can you make sure he survives?" Xing Yu's pupils shrank sharply, a sudden tightness gripped his heart, as if struck by something, creating an anxious sensation. The oppressive surroundings descended upon him suddenly, his chest felt suffocated, halting the intense hatred toward Gu Qi. Survival acted like the sharpest knife, cutting through the fears beneath reality. He needed to rush there. Xing Yu stared at the mech opposite, filled with pure disdain and coldness. "He will survive, and you will eventually die." Having finished speaking, he transformed into a streak of black light and disappeared from Gu Qi's sight. Gradually, the curve on Gu Qi's lips faded, revealing a completely expressionless face. With quiet eyes, he simply watched without any intention to chase. After a while, he switched off the energy supply, loosened the control lever, relaxed against the backrest, allowing the mech to float aimlessly in the darkness, small and powerless, almost devoid of existence. Perhaps death awaits, who knows? "Shen Yan, we're making a gamble here, whoever among you will survive." On the other side of the light gate was an extraordinarily long tunnel. Every 50 meters, there was a fork, winding in every direction, resembling a giant web. Without assistance from the AI navigation system, it would take some time to reach the deepest area. Once reaching the interior, the space was larger than Shen Yan imagined. The vast space resembled 4 soccer fields combined. The entire 3-dimensional walls were covered with electronic screens, each glowing screen resembling cells in a honeycomb, dense and cramped. Below each screen was a power cord, all of which gathered in the center, forming a cocoon-like structure surrounded by countless writhing serpents. In the center of the cocoon-like formation was a luminous object. Shen Yan could feel the high-purity energy it carried, a chilling intimidation. AI said, "That's the energy core you're looking for, but the strength of the attached energy is extremely high, much more powerful than the Empire's JX-6. It's hard to dismantle directly. Any minor mistake would result in instantaneous annihilation." Chen Xian asked, "Does that mean I'm really caught between a rock and a hard place?" AI replied, "Exactly, you should have listened to Lan Qi earlier." Chen Xian insisted, "Tell me what to do." I said, "There are 3 layers of protection above. The main line for destroying the protection is at the 3 nodes where the power lines are tangled. Each time a layer is removed, concentrated energy will be released, like a light source shock wave, and the intensity gradually increases. Maybe Gucci also thought that no mech could withstand 3 attacks, so there's no restriction around here. While listening to A's words in his mind, Chen Xian walked to the first node, right below the cocoon-like formation. Among a group of black wires, there was a fist-sized round meter. He extended the mech's right hand, clenched his fist, his gaze hardened, and he directly smashed it down. Almost at the same instant, a powerful shock wave erupted amidst the sound of the machine breaking, with tremendous energy surging through the entire space like a tsunami. Chen Xian was thrown back and crashed against a wall at the farthest boundary with a huge bang. The display screen's fragments showered down continuously. Chen Xian groaned faintly, feeling intense pain in his back as if his entire chest cavity had been flipped over. His mech slowly slid down the wall, its surface peeled off halfway with thin electric currents flickering sporadically. His right mechanical arm was gone. Chen Xian squinted his eyes, staring deeply at the cocoon ahead. His hands on the control lever convulsed visibly, making him appear completely disheveled. I said. This is just the first layer. Chen Xian, continue. I exclaimed, you. Indeed, what he told Lan Qi before wasn't entirely an act. Even in the gaming world, he didn't want to sacrifice so many people, since he would leave anyway. He decided to give it his all, but this strength, he would barely last through the second layer. After several minutes, when the force of the impact subsided, he supported himself on the fallen wall to stand up slowly and then continued operating his mech toward the center. The air still buzzed with scorching heat, and each step made a metallic grinding sound. Chen Xian stood before the cocoon platform, looking down at the central node. Taking a deep breath, he clenched his left arm, which was still somewhat intact, and once again struck it forcefully. Xingyu followed Shenyan's mech signal to find the entrance. The rain continued outside but strangely quiet. The Abyss Blue was parked on the side, its dark blue color resembling a stunning flower in the dim night sky. Just then, the ground violently shook, and the surrounding damaged walls began to crumble. Intense energy fluctuations surged underground. Xingyu's heart tightened, and without hesitation, he rushed into the light curtain. Chapter 57 ABO Line, Eternal Battle Song, complete. Because of the earlier vibrations, the tunnel started collapsing, with constant stones falling and blocking the way ahead. Pejuan could only smash through them while rushing forward rapidly. The unknown was terrifying. All Xingyu could think about now was one word, fast. The pitch-black mech moved swiftly, smashing through obstacles, like a hunting black leopard, agile and cold with an unrelenting determination and clear purpose. At this speed, Xingyu quickly arrived at the central chamber. Having seen war ruins before, he should have been indifferent to the chaos before him, but scattered fragments of the display screens, intertwined firelight and electricity, tightened his breathing. The whole space radiated a strong sense of energy fluctuation that even he could feel the oppressive presence. When he saw the figure standing in the middle, his azure eyes suddenly constricted, his body tensed up instantly out of fear. There, Shenyan's mech stood alone before a podium, smoke curling around a heavily damaged body. The composite metal surface had entirely peeled off. Both mechanical arms were shattered, showing only half their original forms. Sparks and sand reacted in bursts, emitting crackling sounds as if ready to explode at any moment, revealing a robust yet severely wounded chest, tragic yet sacred. The battle damage rate exceeded 75%. Panic overwhelmed Xingyu. Without much thought, he pulled Shen Yan away to hide on the side, pressing his mech against the corner wall and shielding him with Pejuan, keeping all danger behind him. He held his breath for several seconds. Shen Yan. He called out. His mechanical arms trembled along with his unstable voice, as if suppressing something fiercely. At this moment, Xingyu displayed an unprecedented panic, his azure eyes overflowing with human emotion. He stared intently at the mech's cockpit, fearing the silence without response, fearing that he might need to forcibly open the cockpit. In a long silence stretching for several seconds, that familiar voice finally sounded. How did you come here? The voice that came through carried a faint moan, hoarse as if enduring pain. Xingyu's gaze darkened slightly, his sharp certainty cutting through, you're injured. As he spoke, he reached out to open the mech's cockpit to check Shen Yan's condition, but at that moment, Shen Yan struggled a little, pulling away with his highly damaged mech, refusing the action. They were both inside their mechs and couldn't see each other's faces, nor could they sense the subtle emotions as in normal conversations. So Shen Yan couldn't witness Xingyu's tension, fear, or the deep emotion beneath his eyes he tried so hard to suppress. And Xingyu couldn't see how bad Shen Yan's current condition was. Just before, to ensure everything went perfectly, Shen Yan had activated his mental power. The second impact shattered the spiritual barrier he'd built, destroying all external defenses of his mech, obliterating his left arm, and directly struck him, causing inevitable damage to his internal organs. A gash on his forehead made his mouth fill with the metallic taste of blood, highlighting the paleness of his face. The mental shockwave also triggered the psychological trauma inflicted during the interrogation by the rebels, those excruciating cuts resonated through his limbs, wave after wave, pushing him into pain. His lips tightened, stifling the groans, making his current state truly pitiful. Shen Yan paused for a few seconds, pretending his tone was casual. I'm fine, I can hold on. There's more important work to be done now. That thing in the middle is the energy core. Stopping it requires breaking 3 layers of protection. But with every layer destroyed, the next one grows exponentially stronger. I've already dismantled the first 2, only leaving the last. There's no time left. As he trailed off, his tone turned urgent, but Xing Yu's gaze hardened and he gripped Shen Yan's mechanical arms even tighter. If I hadn't shown up just now, were you planning to sacrifice yourself? His low and deep voice cut through the smoke clearly, familiar to those who knew him well. It carried anger. Shen Yan suppressed the pain in his chest and frowned. Isn't that what I should do? It's my responsibility to protect them. I don't feel I've done anything wrong. That light remark entirely disregarded his own safety, piercing like a blade into the dragon's scales. I said, you need to come back alive, not keep recklessly throwing your life away in meaningless sacrifices. Meaningless sacrifice? Humph. Such an arrogant, superior attitude felt so familiar, it made Shen Yan smirk inwardly. So tell me, what exactly is worth it in your eyes? As he said this, Shen Yan furrowed his brows and shoved Pu Jun aside using his broken chest armor, freeing himself from his protective circle. Is it the royal family? Or the world aristocracy? Or maybe Han Mu? Or perhaps no one can ever meet your standards, you don't care about anyone, and anyone can be abandoned, just like how easily you abandoned me back then. Valuable? Then exchange it away. Useless? Throw it away without even a glance. Because I know the pain of being abandoned, I don't want to disappoint anyone who places their hopes in me anymore. No matter who. I don't want to let anyone down. Shen Yan stared coldly at the cocoon-like structure in the center, his mind turning to ice. In this moment, he realized so deeply that the gap between them was as vast as an unbridgeable chasm. No matter how hard he tried, he would never understand the other person's thoughts and pursuits. The beautiful expectations they once shared were eroded and dried up by reality, peaceful yet cruelly leaving nothing behind. Xing Yu's expression faltered momentarily, suddenly flashing back to the hollow eyes during their confrontation in the meeting room. All accusations, betrayal, and helplessness seemed intertwined, eventually transforming into a single look, one that silently watched him. At this moment, he seemed to sense that same gaze through the mech again, pressing on him, forcing him to confront something he couldn't bear to acknowledge. Suddenly, his heart felt pierced by a sharp weapon. But the situation around them wouldn't allow even a moment for thought. After a violent tremor, glass-like particles floated down again like falling snowflakes, high-density energy fluctuations beginning to surge. With an ever-growing intensity. If this continued, all of Lian's energy hubs would explode. Shen Yan glanced around, there was no time left. He firmly grasped the control lever in his hand without hesitation, casting a deep, final look at Pu Jun with his dark eyes. Heaving a sigh, he steeled himself, resolved without further doubt. Our mistakes have long been irreversible. If destiny has already written our story without resolution, let's make full use of what we have. He directly crashed through Pu Jun's defenses with his battered mech, disregarding everything as he flew toward the central cocoon at lightning speed. Shen Yan. Xing Yu's breath caught momentarily. Almost instinctively, he turned around and flashed in front of Shen Yan at an even swifter pace. However, that split-second delay had allowed something to occur, something terrifying. Shen Yan had broken through the final layer. At this point, Xing Yu could have chosen to retreat, to yield to the survival instinct ingrained within him. But countless scenarios raced through his mind, each imaginable except for one. Shen Yan, no, not him. A sudden tightening gripped his heart, the blood draining from his body, leaving him overwhelmed with panic. He was afraid. Then Xing Yu executed a move unprecedented to anyone who knew him. In a swift action, he stepped forward, raising his hand to push Shen Yan aside while hurling his own sword in front of him. As soon as the sword hit the ground, it transformed into a shield, a faint golden barrier encircling Shen Yan's severely damaged mech. Meanwhile, Xing Yu stepped up, replacing Shen Yan's position right before the cocoon. A blinding white light erupted suddenly, breaking the serene gloominess of the surrounding area. Darkness enveloped by the white glow, compressing space and bringing a wave of death-like shock cascading towards them. Xing Yu stood in the light facing Shen Yan, his figure becoming blurred under the brilliant light. 1 second. The pale golden spiritual power barrier shattered. 5 seconds. Pu Jun's external armor began to disintegrate. In the face of high-density energy, the strongest technology of the Imperial Alliance seemed so fragile. Shen Yan slowly widened his eyes, disbelief spreading across his features. His heart thudded powerfully, illuminating a ray of hope in the darkness of his eyes. After a few more seconds passed, the light faded away, leaving behind a dead silence. The space around had doubled in size at least, the barrier fragments dissipating. A crack appeared on the black shield, spiderwebbing until finally shattering like rocks. The strongest defense system of the Imperial Alliance was gone. And what remained of Pu Jun, known as the Dark Knight God and the strongest mech in the Imperial Alliance, was now only a pile of scorched wreckage. Lightning still danced around its battered remnants. Bang! The mech fell heavily onto its knees. Its automatic safety mechanism activated, and the cockpit opened automatically. The next moment, Xing Yu stepped out slowly. His immaculate military uniform remained neatly pressed, showing not a scratch, but his handsome face was deathly pale, veins bulging at his temples. The corners of his lips tinged slightly red with blood, strands of perfectly combed golden hair now loose and messy, partially falling over his forehead. Beneath all the calm, there was a level of disarray never seen on him before. He turned back, his deep gaze glancing at the silent Pajun for just a moment. Shadows crept into his darkened eyes. At this moment, the 3 layers of protection had been breached, and the surrounding energy fluctuations had gone eerily quiet, plunging the environment once again into a void-like sea of silence, devoid of anything but serenity. It seemed that danger had been averted. The attachment to Pajun seemed to last only a short while as Xingyu walked toward Shenyan's direction. Inside his mech, Shenyan still looked dazed, unable to respond for half a minute upon seeing the person walking toward him. He had been abandoned, betrayed. Each time life or death choices were made, he was used to shouldering the results alone. To survive was a stroke of luck, to die was destiny. Yet today, the man who had once cast him off had chosen to save him without hesitation. Xingyu stopped in front of Shenyan's mech, tilting his head up in admiration. Golden locks fluttered softly in the air, revealing a pair of azure eyes glowing with starlight. Through the mech's window, he gazed steadily at Shenyan, his icy and commanding face softening almost instantly as a subtle smile played on his lips. Shenyan. He called out his name. These 2 simple syllables carried such intense emotions, awakening the hidden embers buried deep within Xingyu's heart and setting them ablaze once again. Shenyan unconsciously released his grip on the control stick. Let's go home. I can change, into the shape you want me to be. If that way, can we return to the beginning? He wasn't someone who clung to the past, but more than once, he thought about returning to the day he left, missing the days when they were together. Let's go home. These 5 seemingly straightforward words resounded endlessly in Shenyan's ears, cutting sharply through his icy exterior, piercing directly into the tenderest part of his heart. Ever since the day he left the Imperial Alliance, until the very last moment when he finally let go, he had waited for this sentence. The person he waited for to call him back, no matter how much he expected or persisted, was always answered by endless darkness. He had waited too long, until his heart turned cold. His eyes became warm, and his vision blurred slightly. A thin layer of mist obscured what lay ahead. Shenyan leaned back, raising his hand to cover his eyes, revealing only the faintest trace of a smile that shone like the brilliance of a flower-filled sea. Time passed silently, until the sound of the cockpit opening snapped him back to reality. Shenyan emerged from the mech, standing directly in front of Xingyu. The surrounding air was heavy with the acrid smell of smoke and electricity, but Xingyu's gaze remained fixed on Shenyan. Upon seeing the injuries on Shenyan's body, a wave of concern tightened his chest. Neither of them were in good condition. A gentle breeze stirred strands of Shenyan's hair, softening the usually sharp and icy atmosphere around him. He simply looked at Xingyu. Internally, he conversed with someone. Chen Xian, do you know what is the cruelest thing about living? What? Chen Xian, hope. Hope that is almost within reach. It seemed as if it could be touched just by reaching out. After a long pause, Shenyan's face lit up with a hint of relief. The shadows in his frozen heart dissipated, replaced by rays of sunlight. The heaviness in his eyes lifted, and he reconciled with his past in that moment. Xingyu's expression trembled. Amidst the rubble-like surroundings, Shenyan's faint smile felt like an illusion, fragile and unreal yet dispersing the lonely vibes around them. He said softly, I've finally waited for it. His voice was light, almost like a murmur. His frustration and obsession were freed through these words. All he ever wanted was such a simple phrase, which he had now heard. That smile was vividly imprinted in Xingyu's mind, overwhelming him with regret and immense heartache. Pain surged through his chest, as though repeatedly pierced by a blade. Still, there were many more chances and time ahead for them to go back to the way they once were. But then, cracks appeared in his mental barriers, causing excruciating pain in his chest, which made blood trickle down the corner of his mouth. Yet, he couldn't stop moving closer to Shenyan, narrowing the distance bit by bit, raising his hand, attempting to hold on to him. At this moment, the originally silent core suddenly burst into intense energy waves. The horrifying pressure swept like an invisible tsunami, hot gusts engulfing everything. Xingyu and Shenyan immediately turned around, their expressions filled with shock as they witnessed the cocoon entirely enveloped in white light. The energy kept surging, it didn't stop, it was self-destructing. And Shenyan was too close. In this moment, the stones and glass shards on the ground rose several centimeters off the surface, blanketing the area with a gray haze. Xingyu's hopeful face transformed instantly into one filled with terror. His deep blue pupils contracted, and the hand he raised earlier reached out desperately toward Shenyan. Shenyan. Fear had rendered his voice hoarse. Shenyan was too close, there was no way to escape. His back felt scalded as if doused in boiling oil, lips tightly pressed together while his dark eyes locked firmly onto the figure straining toward him. He endured in silence. Xingyu's expressions, panic, confusion, fear, flickered across his face. Disheveled golden locks framed his face, creating an illusionary effect. This was an appearance Shenyan had never seen before. The gentle smile gradually faded from Xing Yan's lips as he also raised his hand, using the energy fluctuations to forcefully push Xing Yu away, who was almost touching him. Xing Yu froze momentarily. Before his very eyes, Xing Yan was pulled towards the center of the core, getting further and further away. The energy waves hit him, forcing a mouthful of blood to gush out. Blood smeared over Xing Yan's figure, and his body crashed heavily onto the ground, staining his military uniform with dirt. They were separated once again. Propping himself up on the shattered ground, a drop of crimson blood dripped onto the dust-laden floor, mixing with the earth. Xing Yu suppressed his breathing, pale-faced with disheveled golden hair sticking to his cheeks, a far cry from any dignified imperial prince. Dumbfounded, he stared at the ground. Why? After some time, he slowly raised his head to look forward. A white glowing barrier had formed, trapping Xing Yan and the core together. Xing Yan stood leaning against the central stone platform, his military uniform dirtier than before. He slightly tilted his head, his light brown hair falling onto his pale cheeks. Go, leave the rest to me. His steady tone sounded strained, as if it were a phrase he'd said countless times. Yeah, every time there was danger on the battlefield, this was exactly what he'd always said. Then, time and time again, he turned away, leaving him behind without hesitation. You go, leave the rest to me. Xing Yu's thin lips trembled, the ache in his chest seeming to escalate further, but a chilling numbness began to crawl into his heart. Slowly rising to his feet, disheveled, he yanked Xing Yan down from some unreachable pedestal where their status had been so disparate. But the self-destruction was proceeding rapidly. A second white energy wave erupted from the core, once again passing through Xing Yan's body with not even a sound. Suddenly his eyes snapped wide open, eyebrows furrowing, causing him to collapse halfway to one knee. A mouthful of blood spewed out, staining Xing Yan completely, its vivid red contrasting sharply against the paleness of his figure. The sharp coppery smell filled the air. The light surrounding them dimmed significantly and dissipated through the barrier before seeping into the surrounding rock walls via Xing Yu. A cold iciness coursed through Xing Yu's body, leaving behind a bone-chilling sensation. Xing Yan's gaze became somewhat scattered as he raised his trembling hand to wipe away the blood at the corner of his lips. It stained his grayish-white knuckles prominently. Though unable to rise to his feet, Xing Yan still managed to turn his eyes toward Xing Yu, his voice weak and barely above a whisper. Go, it's waking up the other sources of energy. There's no time left. If they didn't leave now, both of them would die here. Xing Yu tightened his resolve, his thin lips pressed firmly shut while his dark blue eyes took on a reddish hue, yet he strode forward resolutely. Where would he go? I said, we'll return together. No deceit, this time it would truly be together. The stream of blood creeping across Xing Yan's forehead and into his eye blurred his vision, yet he continued to stare intently without blinking, his lips tinged a pale purple parted ever so slightly, ready to say something, before another circle of light emitted by the core pierced through him once more. Ah! Ah! Xing Yan could no longer endure the pain, he arched his head back, his face contorted in unimaginable anguish. His forehead damp with sweat mixed with strands of wet hair clinging to his temples. Despite being covered in blood, his skin appeared ghostly white, each pained cry hoarse and drawn out, akin to an endless torture, expressing a hopelessness worse than death. This suffering reverberated deeply within Xing Yu. With Xing Yan's cries of agony echoing in his ears and the image of him struggling burned into his eyes, his mind raced, drenched in the fear that if things continued this way, Xing Yan would surely perish. Xing Yu gathered all his spiritual force around his wounds, then lunged forward violently. He had to take him away. But as soon as he touched the barrier, he was instantly repelled and slammed hard against the wall next to Polaris, the heavy impact accompanied by a stifled groan. By this point, Xing Yan's vision had become completely clouded by crimson blood, his eyes growing increasingly heavy, focusing harder only seemed to blur everything more. Pain radiated through every inch of his body, broken and battered beyond repair. Unable to pinpoint the exact source of the most excruciating agony, each breath or movement taxed his limits. His spiritual realm was teetering precariously, this physical frame couldn't hold on any longer. His heavy eyelids gradually slid shut. Xing Yu slowly lifted his head, immediately locking eyes with Xing Yan, who sat amidst a pool of blood, slumped against the stone pillar looking lifeless, like a corpse void of vitality. An excruciating torment spread from Xing Yu's heart, coursing through his bloodstream and infiltrating each nerve ending. Panic enveloped him like darkness. His voice quaked with trepidation. Xing Yan, don't fall asleep. I'm getting you out, don't sleep. Biting his lip tightly, Xing Yu mustered his strength, his chest heaving heavily as he shakily rose to his feet and moved forward unsteadily. Focusing all his spirit power into his hands, he glared at the barrier trapping Xing Yan. Just destroy it. Just destroy it. His hands emanated a soft golden glow, covering the barrier. The resistance from the barrier made his hands shake uncontrollably, the veins on his temples pulsing noticeably. Dark sapphire eyes locked on the bloodied form ahead, muttering incessantly under his breath, I'll get you out. The clash between the barrier and his concentrated spiritual force created invisible shards that refracted in multiple directions, slicing many sharp gashes onto Xing Yu's hands, deepening some in the same spots over and over again. From his hand to his wrist, up to the entire forearm, fresh blood replaced its original color. Both his spiritual power and body were subjected to an unfamiliar, extreme pain that directly numbed his senses. If this continued, no matter how strong his spirit might be, his hand would be rendered useless and could even result in irreversible damage to his spiritual realm. Yet, those eyes showed not a hint of giving up. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence, Xingyu oppressed by sheer panic. He couldn't afford to miss a single faint breath from Xinyan. Xinyan, open your eyes. You said you'd tell me the answer when we returned, I'm still waiting. Xinyan, can you hear me? Perhaps he had heard Xingyu's voice, as Xinyan's heavy eyelids flickered slightly before slowly opening after a long pause. His light brown eyes appeared scattered, devoid of their usual brilliance. Xingyu felt as if a constricted breath had finally been released, the sunlight drenching his face as he exhaled a deep sigh filled with joy. His tone was soft, just hold on for a little longer, I'll get you out. At this moment, Xingyu seemed strangely like a stubborn child, making naive yet unrealistic promises in a clumsy attempt at reassurance. Xinyan glanced at his battered hands and the unwavering barrier. His gaze dimmed ever so slightly. It was useless. There was no way to break through it. He was going to die. Dying, he wasn't afraid, it was just that there were things he was unwilling to leave behind. Humans are strange creatures. When life and death are inevitable, the body and willpower often unleash an immense strength, almost declaring one final protest before giving in, akin to a last flash of vitality. Xinyan was too close to the core, he could feel the next wave coming, which would activate all the equipment prepared outside. There was no way for him to escape, not just him. Lian Yi would vanish. Everyone would die. Leaning against the stone platform, Xinyan struggled to stand, his frail body unable to support itself, leaving him only able to lean heavily. All the while, Xingyu kept his eyes locked on him. He saw Xinyan give him a faint smile, a pale golden glow emanating around him, faint and shallow, easily overlooked unless scrutinized closely. But their distance was close enough for Xingyu to see it crystal clear. Trembling severely, his pupils contracting sharply, his bloodshot eyes began to water, and his trembling voice quaked. What are you doing? Do you know what you're doing? Xinyan raised his hand, the crimson red blending with the soft golden aura forming in his palm, dazzling like flowers from a surreal dream. His light brown eyes looked distant, his voice light and slow. My spiritual domain is shattered beyond repair, even if I survived, I would become nothing more than a waste. If that's the case, let me do one last thing. After finishing his words, he lifted his gaze and met Xingyu's eyes. That extremely calm stare froze Xingyu momentarily. I won't let you die, everyone will be safe. The pale golden light converged behind him, gently encasing the entire core in its embrace. He aimed to create a spiritual shield, blocking the final transmission from the core. Only then could others survive. But as for him, he would surely die, perhaps not leaving behind even ashes. Realizing something ominous, Xingyu's mind went blank, his throat dry. Stop. I don't need you to save me, I just want you to live, have you heard me? Xinyan. Though already numb, his hands relentlessly attempted to dismantle the glowing barrier, pulling Xinyan out. The harder he tried, the more wounds opened, streams of blood cascading down the light screen, resembling a terrifying blood curtain. But Xinyan seemed not to have heard him, simply gazing at him in compliance. His look was filled with yearning, much like the time he left the Empire. Last time he left, he came back. But this time, they might never meet again. I will forever cherish the first sight of you, vivid, powerful, and so dazzling, that was something I admired from afar but could never attain. I chased for too long, and now I'm tired. It's time to rest. The deteriorating spiritual domain strained its utmost effort, like a skeletal elder with a tube tied to him, draining every last drop of his blood, his complexion visibly turning ash-gray. Stop. I'm sorry, if you hate me, you can take my life, but I beg you, don't give up, all right. Xingyu's breaking voice was raspy and harsh, yet warm tears flowed uncontrollably, as if a misbehaving child allowing cowardly tears to invade his thoughts. He wanted him to live. Because he loved him. This emotion seemed to have drained all his restraint, pride, and even rationality, yet his heart and emotions were torn open with a bleeding wound, throbbing painfully. Though they were so close, he could do nothing to stop it. If only he could take him back, everything could return to the way it was before. But why, no matter what, could he not reach out and touch? At this moment, there seemed to be a mournful hymn in his ears, chanting something distant that pierced through everyone's soul, guiding them toward resonance, carrying beautiful hopes far away. White light gradually emerged, ceaselessly devouring Xinyan's body. He smiled faintly, lips parting as if trying to say something. On the other side of the light barrier, choked cries laced with blood seeped from his hoarse throat. Beneath the white light, only pitch-black despair remained. Until the white light completely engulfed Xinyan. The aftermath sent him reeling. Crawling on the ground, he watched helplessly as that person slowly disappeared, losing control and shouting his name. Stripped of all hope, mercilessly crushed by despair in an abyss, he could do nothing but watch. Watching him die right before his eyes. A pillar of white light erupted from the underground, piercing through the rain curtain, dispersing the dark clouds, and shooting straight into the sky. The oppressive atmosphere around finally let up, as though heralding a long-awaited dawn. The panicked people fleeing for their lives in Lian Yi, those who fought and retaliated, now stood motionless where they were, staring blankly at the brilliant light ahead. The destruction they expected never came, they seemed to understand something. In the curtain of rain, a bolt of lightning split the night sky. The sound of rain, thunder, and every explosion from the drones played like a symphony, continually performing this eternal song of war. The grandiose sounds branded themselves indelibly into the hearts of everyone who witnessed this battle. They had survived. In a shadowy corner untouched by the white light, a man leaned against a wall, head bowed low, half-long hair covering his eyes, leaving behind a deep patch of darkness. His fair and handsome right hand tightly clutched a white controller, and as if in his ear rang those heart-wrenching screams. A low, derisive chuckle echoed, "I told you, I wouldn't let you walk out alive. Die. You all deserve to die. Ha." Meanwhile, in a corner of the universe near Lien Yi, staring expressionlessly at the streak of white light amidst endless darkness, Gu Qi raised his hand, his quiet eyes cold like a winter night, having lost the last bit of warmth. His fingers curled forward as though trying to touch something, but apart from the biting chill of the wind, there was nothing. His hand dropped to his side. "In the end, the one standing here watching this scenery, is just me alone. Shen Yan, you're dead, but this world will remain unchanged." Chapter 58, Strategic Line, Flourishing Prosperity, Part 1. The Golden Palace was deathly silent. Zhao Heng sat on the throne, his heavy black robe embroidered with golden dragon patterns insulating him from the icy chill. His calm and indifferent gaze focused forward. The grand doors were wide open, blinding light streaming in, painting the floor in white. Petals floated lazily in the air, while the grand hall remained solemn and tranquil. Outside, however, echoes of cries and the clash of weapons could be faintly heard, occasionally mingling with trumpet blasts. After a long while, the clamor outside abruptly ceased. A figure then emerged, silhouetted against the bright light. The visitor carried a sword in his right hand, its sharp edge gleaming menacingly, clad in silver armor stained with blood, clearly evidence of a fierce battle. Each step was slow, accompanied by the dull thud of his armor. His face obscured by the backlight, but Zhao Heng, hidden in the shadows, saw it crystal clear. A lean face, with a hint of pink on his thin lips, straight nose bridge, delicately drawn eyebrows arching gracefully into his temples, dark and fathomless eyes seeming frozen like ice, shutting out all emotions, cold and ruthless aura accompanying each step, akin to a bloody sword returning from the battlefield, seemingly ready to bestow life or death at any second. Stopping below the steps, he looked up at the person seated above, resplendent in yellow robes, crown adorned with gold, sitting composed and majestic, with an expression as calm as always, devoid of fear or anxiety, exuding nobility and untouchable grace. Blood red dripped steadily down the sword's blade, creating the image of a red plum blossom on the pristine marble surface. His cool lips curved slightly. "Why didn't you run?" Smelling the blood on his body, Zhao Heng furrowed his brow slightly, speaking calmly, "Didn't you block all my ways out? There's only a bit of peace left in this grand hall, so where else could I go?" He tilted his head slightly, looking around at the empty surroundings and said coldly, "Yes, you don't need to go anywhere, just stay here in this golden hall and watch how your Zhao family's rule collapses and falls into my hands." Zhao Heng felt a chill in his heart. Collapse. Wasn't it already over from the moment I decided to trust you? Once, he had trusted this person so much, but now, he hated him just as deeply. The memories of their past mocked Zhao Heng, making him seem absurdly pitiful and tragic. With a derisive laugh, he said, "Being born into a royal clan like the Zhao family, yet you are so naive. Did Zhao Qing not teach you that people's hearts can be like ghost worlds? Take one wrong step, and it all crumbles. Naive, crumbling to ruin." Just these few words pierced through Zhao Heng's most vulnerable heart like the sharpest blade, causing an intense, dull pain for an instant. But his expression seemed calm as if he were hearing some amusing story, trying hard to maintain his final ounce of dignity and grace. He was the emperor of Wu dynasty, how could he show any trace of disgrace? In a clear voice, he chuckled softly, then took a deep breath and slowly stood up. His eyes fixed on the person below him as he said deliberately, "So, my affection for you turned out to be nothing but naivety. Father was right, I am truly the last dagger that will slay the Wu dynasty." What an irony, what great irony. Even though he was smiling, the desolation and stillness in his expression were chilling, suffocating anyone who looked at him. Spreading his arms indifferently, the sleeves of his black robe embroidered with gold threads fell down. "Now, will you do it yourself?" The long sword beside the armor was raised, pointing directly at the young emperor atop the steps. His gaze was shadowed as he said, "Zhao Heng, blame your father, not me, for bringing you to this day." Zhao Heng stared at the sharp tip of the sword for a while, then suddenly shifted his gaze towards the white light shining from behind the person. It seemed to connect to another world. He saw countless bodies spread across the fields, a broken nation, a shattered land. Everything was lost. And himself? Just the final move in the grand chessboard, utterly destroying 500 years of heritage. He lowered his hand and began walking down the steps. His long robe dragged along the ground, and his body felt as if burdened by heavy chains. In his ears echoed the sound of iron shackles clinking together. Every trace of ruddy color vanished from his face, leaving only an icy paleness. Pain racked his insides as if being cut by knives. His hands tightened inside his long sleeves, nails digging deep into his palms. He stopped when he was merely 3 or 4 steps away from the sword. Looking straight into those eyes, his expression remained aloof. Due to the poison coursing through him, his voice was hoarse. Unfortunately, only I have the privilege to take my life. Pei Min, you have no such right. As soon as he finished speaking, a gush of blood erupted from his mouth, and he fell backward onto the ground heavily. His innards felt shredded, yet oddly the sensation began to fade as he lay there on his back. Living, he had betrayed the expectations of his father. At least in death, he could preserve the honor of the royal family and what little remained of his own dignity. A while later, footsteps sounded. The man approached him, face devoid of emotion, leaning over and gazing down at him with cold, disdainful eyes. You truly are a pathetic loser, Zhao Heng. His heart trembled. Frustration, humiliation, hatred, fondness, all emotions tangled together inside his chest, compressing and intensifying his bitterness. But his body had no strength left, his eyelids growing heavier and heavier until even the face before him blurred beyond recognition. From far away, a girl's voice drifted faintly into his ear. Brother Pei, why did you stay in there for so long? The emperor is dead, what should we do? His consciousness grew hazier and hazier. In the very last moments before everything went blank, he heard someone say. Behead him and display the head to the masses. White light flashed, Chen Xian's consciousness returned to within the space. Chen Xian, what exactly did I just see? A Shang, your next world target for the mission. The footage you just witnessed was the original story's ending. Chen Xian, wow, feeling generous today, huh? Letting me get a sneak preview. Afraid I won't pass the test. A Shang, more or less. After all, last world, you only achieved 64% completion rate. Chen Xian, you didn't get it last time. When hope springs forth from despair, it feels as if tomorrow is within reach. Yet when hope shatters in the next second, it breaks through the very last defense line. Regret and suffering entwined, this was precisely what he intended to give to Xingyu. And judging by the result, it worked well. I succeeded. A Shang, you almost failed. Moreover, the target in this world has some differences compared to before. First, he doesn't like men. Second, his relationship with Zhao Heng was just pretense from start to finish, with no emotional basis whatsoever. Hence, this challenge is tougher than the previous two worlds. Chen Xian, hold on, if the goal doesn't like men, then how does this count as a scum male protagonist? A Shang, well, it's true that he doesn't like men, but for the sake of overthrowing the Wu dynasty, he took advantage of Zhao Heng's feelings and exploited them step by step. Chen Xian, are you kidding me? That's such a scumbag move, pretending to return affection when there's none. A Shang, that's why this one is at a higher level, it's a tough challenge. And you've also seen this, the Emperor Zhao Heng was merely a pawn to him. Even after the country falls and Zhao Heng dies, he won't let go. Chen Xian, in that case, I'll have to think about how to play my cards differently here. If being upfront doesn't work, I'll make it seem like we're close without crossing into full-on romance. When he craves it, I'll back off instead. What do you think? A Shang, not great. This target is ruthless and crazy. Given your current rank, making him genuinely fall for you would be extremely hard. Chen Xian, what's the problem? You don't trust me? A Shang, yeah. Chen Xian. Do you really think I can't pull off the highest score on this one? A Shang, ha, fat chance. Chen Xian, shit, just watch. Send me the storyline. A Shang, the complete plotline is transmitting, please receive. Chapter 59, The Plotline of Power, The Prosperity of an Age, Part 2. The reign of the Wu dynasty had already lasted over 600 years. However, in this world, prosperity always leads to decline. The late Emperor Wu Shan, Zhao Su, sired 6 princes, all remarkable in both martial and scholarly talents, yet Emperor Wu Shan never showed any inclination toward naming a crown prince. Instead, he indulged daily in luxury and the company of beautiful women, leaving state affairs mostly to the prime minister and grand tutor. On the surface, the 6 princes were brotherly and respectful, but behind closed doors, they fought fiercely against each other. The vacancy of the crown prince position ignited their competitive spirits. Prince Zhao Qing, the 6th son, born to a low-ranking concubine, came from a humble family background, which gave him little standing in court. Throughout his youth, he endured scorn and disdain, finding it increasingly unbearable. Over time, his ambition grew darker and more calculating, aspiring secretly to ascend like a dragon. Although he yearned for the throne, he concealed his desires perfectly, feigning kindness toward his brothers while plotting deceitfully in secret. When others noticed, only 3 sons remained, Prince Zhao Qing, Prince Zhao Qing supported by powerful maternal clans with military strength, and Prince Zhao Feng aligned with the Grand Tutor faction. As tensions escalated between the 2nd and 3rd princes, Emperor Wu Shan, under pressure from his ministers, reluctantly named the 3rd prince as heir due to his noble birth. But fate refused to favor tranquility, for the 2nd prince, unyielding to destiny, declared rebellion shortly after the coronation. In the rivalry between these two factions, Zhao Qing saw his chance. He outwardly appeared passive but secretly persuaded Pei Qing, who commanded half the army under the 2nd prince, to switch sides. Pei Qing and the 2nd prince had once been close allies, but during the succession struggle, the latter had become ruthless, killing many loyal generals opposing him. Recognizing the danger of placing such a person on the throne, Pei Qing realized the downfall of the dynasty loomed if they continued this way. Pei Qing's clan had faithfully served the Wu dynasty for generations, unwilling to witness its collapse. Seeing the sincerity and moderate nature of Zhao Qing, he finally agreed to join forces. But what no one anticipated was Zhao Qing's own cruelty and resolve. On the day of the uprising, Emperor Wu Shun was detained, the third prince slain by the second prince. In the second prince's moment of triumph, Pei Qing betrayed him, capturing and subduing him, then inviting Zhao Qing and his troops inside the palace gates. With the situation turned completely in his favor, Zhao Qing immediately plotted treachery in his heart. He couldn't allow someone knowing all his secrets to survive, so he devised a plan to murder Pei Qing along with all the surviving soldiers still loyal to him. Following the massacre, Zhao Qing pretended to rescue Emperor Wu Shun from captivity, declaring openly that General Pei had died heroically defending the nation. At that time, Pei Qing's son, Pei Min, was too young and remained at home, not accompanying his father in battle. Having proclaimed Pei Qing a national hero, Zhao Qing refrained from further targeting his family, thus sparing Pei Min and his household servants from harm. However, the entire Pei clan, save for Pei Min, perished in the war. Afterwards, a weary Emperor Wu Shun abdicated in favor of Zhao Qing, who falsely bestowed the title of Lord Linen upon Pei Qing's son, Pei Min. Zhao Qing thought he had planned everything perfectly, unaware that Pei Qing had revealed his betrayal of the second prince to his concubine Lady Lu. If anything happened on that fateful day, Pei Qing made sure she was cautious of Zhao Qing. Lady Lu, loyal to the Pei family, shared all the truths she knew with 6-year-old Pei Min. From then on, Pei Min resolved to overthrow the Wu dynasty. Perhaps having learned from earlier mistakes, Zhao Qing strictly controlled the succession of his heirs. Under him were only 2 princes. The eldest, Zhao Heng, was quickly appointed crown prince and personally guided in music, chess, calligraphy, equestrianism, and imperial decorum, showered with endless favor. As for Pei Min, Zhao Qing was initially rather wary. Though outwardly granting him a high position and gifts, he never allowed Pei Min to come into contact with the crown prince. Seeing through Zhao Qing's calculations, Pei Min played along perfectly despite his deep intellect and guile. He presented himself as a reckless young nobleman who appeared timid and indecisive before Zhao Qing, giving the impression that he was incapable of achieving great things. More than 10 years passed this way. After Pei Min turned 20, Zhao Qing finally let down his guard and allowed him to associate with the princes. Despite pretending to be inconsequential, Pei Min's appearance was extraordinary, tall, elegant, with a face like peach blossoms and plum flowers, refined and handsome. As a result, the capital circulated a saying, though lacking 3 measures of talent, he is unparalleled in beauty across the 6 directions. This referred to Lord Linen, Master Pei. It was also on Pei Min's coming-of-age day when Zhao Heng met him for the first time. At the celebration, Pei Min was surrounded by people, holding a white porcelain wine jug, dressed joyfully in red silk, smiling radiantly. From afar, he looked like an exquisite peony flower standing out against its surroundings. From that moment on, Zhao Heng could not forget him. Since then, in Zhao Heng's world, there were now 2 things, the state and Pei Min. Zhao Heng's mother was Zhao Qing's main wife, not from one of the top clans but still an exemplary lady of middle nobility. She instilled good virtues in Zhao Heng from a young age, making him the model of a crown prince in conduct and ethics. Unfortunately, she passed away when Zhao Heng was 16 due to poor health. Even so, Zhao Qing harbored warm memories of her and treated Zhao Heng with more affection because of it. Under the guidance of capable ministers and prime ministers, the royal-born Zhao Heng cared deeply for the welfare of the people and learned the art of political balancing, earning universal praise. Without Pei Min, he would have been a just ruler, ensuring the continuity of the Wu dynasty. But recognizing Zhao Heng's gradual affections and friendliness, Pei Min saw an opportunity. He began to scheme, using Zhao Heng as a tool to make Zhao Qing suffer the consequences of his own wrongdoings. First, he incited the greed of the second prince, Zhao Qi, for the throne, leading to Zhao Qi constantly attempting to harm Zhao Heng. Meanwhile, Pei Min positioned himself alongside Zhao Heng, ostensibly aiding him, waiting until the second prince was stripped of his title due to false accusations before initiating his final plan. While secretly rallying forces, he worked hard to drive a wedge between Zhao Heng and Zhao Qing. This was the hardest part, even resorting to risking his own life to create suspicion and distance between father and son. Pei Min spent nearly a decade working on Zhao Heng, culminating in a crucial night at Angua Temple that sealed Zhao Heng's fate. When Zhao Heng discovered Pei Min's betrayal, he immediately spat blood, trying to stop something too late. The love he had for Pei Min turned into his deepest hatred. In the end, he wouldn't allow himself to die by Pei Min's hands. Instead, he vowed to protect the last dignity of the royal family. Before the troops stormed into the Golden Palace, he took poison, sitting on the emperor's throne, waiting for his end. In the end, his body was decapitated. Throughout, Zhao Heng never knew that Pei Min didn't actually prefer men. The female attendant often seen near him was his true object of affection. To Zhao Heng, he was merely a pawn, an unimportant piece unworthy of regret. Chen Xian slowly opened his eyes, looking at the elaborately carved ceiling above his bed. A faint aroma of sleeping sandalwood filled his nostrils. For a while, he said nothing, while Ashan became restless. Ashan, the storyline has been fully transmitted, Mr. Chen. Your bold claims earlier. I've recorded them. Chen Xian. Humph, little one, I keep my promises. Chen Xian, but what time is it? A Shang, 19th year of Tianjing era, Zhao Heng is 25 years old, Pei Min is 24. There are 5 years left until Zhao Heng's death. Chen Xian, 5 years, so Pei Min has already been scheming around me for 4 years, probably planting numerous agents by now. A Shang, correct. And the secret struggle between Zhao Heng and Zhao Qi has already begun. Chen Xian, humph, the target of this operation is indeed not to be underestimated. He spent 4 years ingratiating himself into Zhao Heng's trust, patient, cunning, and cold-hearted. Zhao Heng never earned a shred of his true loyalty in 10 years, which proves the Zhao family lost fairly. Chen Xian, I only have 5 years, so I must proceed cautiously. But since he seeks revenge, I will lead him step by step to the position he desires, while Zhao Heng's heart will never belong to him again. Chapter 60, The Line of Intrigue, The Splendor of a Golden Age, Part 3. Chen Xian pushed aside the brocade quilt and got out of bed, looking around. The grand room seemed somewhat empty, with only essential items and some porcelain decorations visible. For the Crown Prince's chamber, it was surprisingly simple. With his hair loose and barefoot on the marble floor, a chill ran through him, but his deep pupils carefully scanned every corner of the room. Report, Your Highness, Lord Linen's invitation has arrived. A voice came from outside the door. Chen Xian glanced briefly and casually replied, Come in. Having received permission, the waiting lady official cautiously opened the door. Upon seeing the man standing in the middle of the room with his hair disheveled, she hesitated for a moment. Just as Chen Xian turned back, she immediately lowered her head, raising the scroll above her head and walking carefully to his side before handing it over. The fair hand took the scroll, and not even a glance was spared toward the lady official. After a quick scan, Chen Xian smirked faintly. It turned out today was Pei Min's birthday. To start off like this in such an intense scene wasn't easy. Arrange for the royal carriage to be prepared. Yes, Your Highness. The lady official slowly retreated. Not long after, more than a dozen lady officials entered, each carrying various items for dressing. Every piece of clothing was prepared, and the process looked rather intricate. Chen Xian merely glanced at them once before finding a stool to sit down. It was rare to find himself in a world where status was high, and he naturally enjoyed this treatment. Once the lady officials finished serving, Chen Xian walked up to a life-sized copper mirror to examine Zhao Heng's appearance. However, when he looked, he paused slightly. In the mirror, a man stood wearing a bright yellow brocade robe embroidered with gold dragons, adorned with a red jade belt, crowned with golden hairpins, his figure upright and solemn, his brows broad and elegant, a paragon of virtue and grace. What struck the heart most was the incomparable aura of nobility and effortless dignity emanating from him, making people feel as if they couldn't meet his gaze, as though anyone of royal blood should look exactly like this. Chen Xian, is Pei Min blind? Who wouldn't like someone like this? A Shang. You forgot, he doesn't prefer men. Chen Xian, TSK, what a waste of talent. This world has countless beautiful faces, but such grace and bearing is truly one in a million. Chen Xian, beauty lies in bones, not skin, it's really a pity, I almost. A Shang, cough, Master Chen, aren't you missing the point? Chen Xian, sorry, the love for beauty transcends everything. Please understand. After teasing a Shang, Chen Xian no longer stared at the mirror. He closed his eyes and exhaled deeply. When he opened them, the lazy ease in his dark eyes vanished completely, leaving behind a proud solitude that betrayed no emotions. Let's go. In the current court, the distribution of power could mainly be divided into 3 factions. The first was the old faction led by Emperor Zhaoqing, which did not participate in any party struggles. Whoever became emperor, they would obey, mainly consisting of the Chancellery Department, the House of Review, the Ministry of Rights, and the Ministry of War. The second faction was the new faction centered around the Crown Prince, mainly supporters of the Crown Prince hoping that once the prince ascended the throne, he could implement a new political system to reform the government, headed by the Crown Prince's tutor, Chancellor Du Qilong, the Secretariat Department, the Ministry of Justice, and the Ministry of Personnel. The third faction secretly harbored ambitions to support the second Prince Zhao Qi to become Crown Prince, led by the Grand Tutor and the Ministry of Revenue. Of course, these were the outward appearances. However, Zhao Qing seemingly didn't mind the alliance between the Crown Prince and powerful ministers, giving the Crown Prince ample room to play. Most of the time, he simply turned a blind eye. One reason was because Zhao Qing had a different opinion about Zhao Heng. Another was because as long as Zhao Heng didn't commit any offenses, he would never depose the Crown Prince. Whether earlier or later, it made no difference to Zhao Heng. After all, Zhao Heng was personally tutored by Zhao Qing, and father-son affection remained. Peaceful coexistence and letting things take their natural course was what both wanted. Though given free rein, Zhao Heng understood his father emperor's temper and always controlled the bottom line of the new faction, crossing none of its boundaries. But in secret, who among these was part of Pei Min's forces remained unclear. Since the day Pei Min and Zhao Heng met, under Pei Min's deliberate or unintentional inducement, Zhao Heng would meet him outside the palace to appreciate flowers, sip tea, and enjoy the scenery in the garden. It was all very leisurely, and Pei Min, playing the part of a beautifully embroidered pillow filled with hay, never mentioned anyone or anything about the court in 4 years, which had put Zhao Heng's concerns at ease. Though Zhao Heng felt a sense of familiarity with Pei Min from the first meeting, he still understood the limits as the crown prince. While there were no overstepped actions, towards someone he liked in his heart, Zhao Heng couldn't help but show differences. For instance, whenever Pei Min was around, there would always be a faint smile on Zhao Heng's face, the aloof air that kept people at a distance dissipated quite a bit, leaving him very gentle instead. Thus, everyone knew this crown prince held a different sentiment toward Linen King. Pei Min, being an external clan king, enjoyed the crown prince's favor and lived carefree and easy in Fengqing City. Each year for Pei Min's birthday, Zhao Heng would personally prepare a gift tailored to Pei Min's preferences. They were always unique. This time was exceptional. Zhao Heng himself painted a Chinese ink painting. Today, Linen Mansion was full of guests, laughter rising everywhere, creating a lively scene. Zhou Linqing, the Minister of Personnel, sitting in a VIP seat, glanced at the dancing singing girls on the stage up front, then looked around. All he heard was the noisy chatter of conversations. He picked up the teacup beside him, blew off the white mist of water vapor, and sipped some tea. After swallowing it, which brought warmth to his throat, he placed the cup down and fixed his eyes on the red-clad birthday celebrant weaving through the crowd. Who knows what the crown prince sees in him? Aside from a pretty face, he does nothing but eat, drink, and play every day. He's completely useless. Chu Jin, the Minister of Justice sitting next to him, followed Zhou Linqing's gaze, sighed after a moment, and nodded in agreement. That's true. I've seen Pei Qin, he is a man of substance, but who would have thought his son would turn out so incapable, neither scholarly nor martial. Wasting his days idling around like this truly disgraces his heritage. Humph, if he were my son, I'd definitely discipline him properly. Zhou Linqing said fiercely. Realizing his words were inappropriate soon afterward, he toned down his voice. If it weren't for the crown prince's face today, this birthday celebration might have been deserted. As he spoke, he deliberately glanced at the second prince seated on the right side above them and then at the neighboring Minister of Revenue chatting nearby, hinting at something else. The Minister of Justice looked in the same direction, stroked his goatee, and said, this Linen King isn't of royal blood, just an honorary reward for an outsider. The second prince and he aren't close either. Whether he comes or not could easily pass. But since the crown prince arrived, the second prince has come along each year. If it wasn't for the crown prince, who'd believe? Zhou Linqing frowned, shook his head, and muttered, there's a huge disparity in strength. The second prince still doesn't give up. The Minister of Justice cast furtive glances around, lowering his voice, as the supreme throne, how could any prince easily abandon it? Although the second prince compares with Linen King as far as talent goes, though his physique is weaker, he stands out. Yet compared to the crown prince, there's no comparison. Zhou Linqing rolled his eyes at hearing this and teased, you know we're comparing to the crown prince. Since childhood, he has been taught by that person personally, added with Chancellor Du as the teacher to the crown prince, instructing in great detail about governance and kingship. It's flawless. A gem should shine bright even without effort, let alone with such training. That's right, the crown prince is a rare piece of jade. Once he ascends the throne, our dreams of reform will have a chance to be realized. Otherwise, these fragmented old customs of the Wu dynasty will only get worse over time, festering deeper like a growing abscess. Speaking, Minister Chu Jing of the Ministry of Justice revealed a gleam of anticipation and yearning in his eyes, yet also a complex tinge of worry. Day and night, officials pondered serving their country and its people. Despite their high positions, there were still many things beyond reach. At times like these, hopes were pinned on the emperor. You don't need to worry, the crown prince won't betray our expectations. With that, Zhou Linqing gave a faint smile, showing absolute trust. Before the two could continue chatting, a sharp voice of an inner official came from outside the door. The crown prince has arrived. Their eyes lit up. Standing up quickly, they smoothed their casual clothing and went forward to welcome at the entrance. That cheerful man amidst the crowd froze slightly at the corner of his smiling lips, turned around, and looked toward the doorway. Chen Xian stood at the entrance, looking up at the 4 golden-painted large characters spelling, Linen Mansion. His dark and severe eyes pressed hard. After a while he shifted his gaze and saw the respectful people standing on both sides. Lifting his foot, he climbed the stairs and walked inside. Although the mansion servants saw this noble figure once a year, they couldn't help trembling with awe inside, heads bowed low, fearful of catching the eye of the higher-ups. As soon as he walked in, there came a respectful chorus of, golden peace to the crown prince. Before he could take in his surroundings, a clear voice rang out, and a figure in red approached. Finally you've arrived, your highness. If you were any later, you might have missed the noon feast. The elegant hand held a white porcelain wine pot. With heavy brows framing his complexion, pale like frost-covered snow, his eyes shone with laughter as if filled with starlight, gazing steadily at the person ahead. His charm was captivating. Despite everyone present holding high positions and exuding great demeanor, all attention focused solely on him. Every year during his birthday celebration, Pei Min preferred wearing vibrant red silk, ostentatious yet effortlessly embodying freedom and grace. Listening to such direct and familiar exchanges between him and the crown prince, others couldn't help but cast a glance with disdain. How disrespectful. Zhao Heng raised a hand signaling those around him to stand down. He looked at Heir Taizi Zhao Qi, dressed lavishly standing beside Pei Min, along with several ministers, his tone light. Since the banquet hasn't begun yet, how can we say we've already missed it? Nevertheless, today is indeed lively. A low laugh followed, smoothly continuing the conversation. How could we, your humble servants, not be here when we heard you would come? We've come early precisely for that reason, said the second Prince Zhao Qi with a smile on his face, subtly mocking Zhao Heng's words. Zhao Heng's gaze swept over the speaker before him, his splendid robes fitting loosely around a lean frame, pale-faced just as in memory. This was Heir Taizi Zhao Qi. Next to him stood the stout old man, who was the Minister of Revenue. Is that so? Then my second brother has indeed worked hard. Zhao Heng's voice remained bland, void of emotion. His sharp gaze felt like an icy blade, chilling one to their core and stifling any impulse to respond, making the impression that this crown prince carried more authority than ever. Even the impetuous second prince had a somewhat uneasy look, tersely responding, I cannot match up to you. Pei Min alone maintained his composure, still smiling faintly, seemingly unfazed by the undercurrents, treating the exchange as playful banter between brothers. His bright eyes watched Zhao Heng as if nothing had transpired. Zhao Heng signaled behind him, and one of the eunuchs brought forward a long-shaped embroidered box. This is my birthday gift prepared for King Linen. Zhao Qi observed this with an upward tilt to his lips, the box finely crafted but concealing its contents, yet from what he could tell, the East Palace hadn't made anything overly grand for this occasion. Given the numerous officials observing, wouldn't it make them mock the crown prince? Certainly, Zhao Qi found it amusing. With renewed confidence, intending to regain the upper hand, he strode to Pei Min's side, placing a hand on his shoulder and teased, every year, the elder brother goes through great lengths for King Linen's birthday, but why has it been so simple this year? Is it perhaps time that Linen loses favor? Hearing this, the surrounding officials instinctively bowed their heads lower, thinking that this second prince truly spoke without filters, questioning something everyone knew, the crown prince and King Linen shared deep friendship. They had long considered both part of the same faction, yet due to Linen's extraordinary looks, some gossip arose. But no one dared speak ill openly. The tone used earlier clearly implied belittling both individuals, an unpleasant comment to hear from anyone. Such brazen behavior was akin to pulling fur off a tiger's back. Pei Min, however, wasn't offended. Instead, he smiled and patted the second prince's hand, pushing him away lightly before entrusting the wine pot to the female attendant nearby and took the brocade box in hand, his tone filled with anticipation. Perhaps this year's gift will surpass all the previous ones in value, right, Your Highness? Zhao Heng found the remark intriguing. Meeting those attractive eyes head-on, Zhao Heng's gaze, deep and mysterious like the night, contrasted starkly with Pei Min's radiant brightness resembling the sunrise. After holding each other's gazes for a moment, Zhao Heng finally shifted his eyes. It depends on what Linen thinks. You consider it important, it's precious, you deem it trivial, it's worthless. Smiling slightly afterward, Zhao Heng moved toward the host seat, but paused suddenly while passing by the female attendant, turning his body slightly. He then lifted her chin gently, looking into her pretty face framed with a clear countenance full of nervous confusion, yet revealing traces of hidden sharpness and hatred. Do you have a new female attendant? Zhao Heng asked Pei Min behind him. Given Zhao Heng's familiarity with those serving Pei Min, spotting a new face was easy. Pei Min's tone was light and casual, as if he were talking about everyday matters. That's right. You know me, I don't care about anything except not wanting ugly people around me. I thought she looked decent, so I kept her by my side. As he spoke, he walked over to Zhao Heng holding the brocade box and added with an air of indifference, if you take a fancy to her, Your Highness, I'll just gift her to you. This statement, though offhand, cleanly distanced him from any connection to the woman, making her seem replaceable. It conveyed the message subtly, if you want her, she's yours. And Pei Min knew full well that Zhao Heng had never been particularly interested in women. So, while posing the question, he already anticipated the answer. A curve formed at the corner of Zhao Heng's lips, his eyes glinting with malice. His brows tilted teasingly as he gave the woman a condescending glance, inspecting her as if sizing up an object for acquisition. A gentleman doesn't take what belongs to others, but since King Linen has spoken, I shall accept her. It happens my entourage could use another attractive female official. Upon finishing, the servant girl visibly flinched, while those around them stared in surprise, their faces registering disbelief at how the crown prince seemed so eager. Reluctantly bowing their heads, they chose not to meddle in this game played among the elites. The second prince arched an eyebrow, seemingly comprehending the underlying motives behind the exchange. Withdrawing his hand, Zhao Heng turned to look at Pei Min beside him, his expression as gentle as ever, a warmth reserved only for close acquaintances, and remarked humorously, would Master Min be heartbroken over losing her? Minji was Pei Min's childhood name, one only called when the two were truly alone. Now, however, it had been spoken openly. But Pei Min wasn't fazed in the slightest. With no change in demeanor, he shot him a glance, chuckling slightly, just a mere female official. Would I care? Zhao Heng nodded approvingly. Naturally, you wouldn't. Satisfied with that, Zhao Heng ascended to his seat. Mr. Chen, why did you bring the female lead into this? Chen Xian, should I have left her near the target, letting her wander around instead? Don't you fear her colluding inside and out with the target, keeping tabs on you? Chen Xian, to tell you the truth, I actually want Mr. Pei Min to know all my moves. The female official in question was none other than Lin Wanqing, Pei Min's sweetheart from his original ending. Lin Wanqing was originally the daughter of the former Undersecretary of Personnel, Lin Gong. She got caught up in a rebellion years ago. After Zhao Qing ascended the throne, Lin Gong lost his title and was executed, with his family exiled to the northwest. Her clan, aiming to protect the Lin lineage, substituted a young girl for Lin Wanqing, allowing her to escape. For several years, Lin Wanqing eluded capture. By chance, she was taken in by a wandering mystic who admired her potential and took her as a disciple. Over time, the mystic taught her everything he knew. Yet, revenge for her family's extermination never left her thoughts, and over the years, it grew into a fierce desire to make the reigning emperor Zhao Qing pay for his actions. Despite efforts to dissuade her, the mystic eventually let her go on her own path. She arrived in Fengqing City and, through happenstance, encountered Pei Min causing trouble on the streets. Impressed by her abilities, Pei Min brought her back to the Linen Mansion. Their relationship developed over a series of escapes, tests, and battles, during which Lin Wanqing realized Pei Min wasn't the superficial and useless man he appeared to be, but rather someone deceptively cunning. More importantly, both harbored the same ambition, to see Emperor Zhao Qing die and destroy the Wu dynasty. Alone, Lin Wanqing saw no hope for overturning such a vast empire. After all, she was merely a commoner with a father marked as a traitor. However, Pei Min was different, he was King Linen. Moreover, she learned that Pei Min shared a private bond with Crown Prince Zhao Heng. A bridge already existed between them, an opportunity too perfect to pass up. So, Lin Wanqing decided to remain by Pei Min's side and bide her time until the right moment to exact her vengeance. Now, with Pei Min keeping her nearby, it signaled that some kind of agreement had been reached, or that their mutual understanding was taking root. If action wasn't taken soon, it might be too late. Chapter 61, Power Intrigue Line, The Flourishing Splendor, Part 4. Strongly recommended to read the updated chapters on the second day, because 8 or 9 times out of 10, I will revise. Omega. The last chapter has been edited. Don't let appearances fool you. Though Pei Min may act like a naive and simpleton, he's accumulated no small amount of power secretly, even to the extent that he isn't fully aware of who in the court is loyal to him. He worked covertly while Zhao Heng acted overtly. Today, with Zhao Heng now having acquired Lin Wanqing, Pei Min could very well be planning something. In the expansive courtyard filled with music and merrymaking, officials exchanged private words with smiles on their faces, while others sat stiffly upright, solemn and unyielding. The second prince lounged back in his chair with one foot raised, lazily holding a goblet of wine as he watched the dancers twirl in the center. Zhou Linseng was one among those sitting solemnly. While casually eating, Pei Min used his peripheral vision to observe the crown prince seated at the upper table. Prince Linen sat beside him, both smiling as they had been chatting for nearly half an hour. The surrounding noise was too loud for Pei Min to hear a single word. However, the crown prince's focused gaze on Lin and Wang was unmistakable. Pei Min sipped from his wine cup, the spiciness tingling his throat. He originally thought he might exchange some idle talk with the crown prince today, but it seemed there would be no such opportunity. At that moment, several eunuchs dressed in imperial livery walked toward the crown prince's area. Leading them was an elderly man in his 50s with neatly tied silver-streaked hair, wearing a deep blue uniform without a wrinkle, his face cheerful and approachable. The man respectfully leaned close to whisper something to the crown prince, then stepped aside. His Highness glanced at him, turned to say something to Pei Min, and stood up, walking away with the group of eunuchs following behind. Zhou Linseng, serving as the Undersecretary of Personnel, often received summonses and naturally recognized this man. He was none other than Chen Nifu, the most trusted chief eunuch of the emperor. Since the emperor was still a prince, Chen Nifu had served faithfully by his side for nearly 30 years, no exaggeration to call him a worm inside the emperor's stomach. His personal presence must mean that their majesty needed something important. Seeing Zhao Heng leave, the second prince also straightened his posture, brushing off the fruit offered by the nearby female official, his dark eyes fixed intently on the retreating figures. By the time Zhao Heng reached the door of Tianlu Pavilion, twilight had already fallen. The palace attendants were lighting lamps all around, the sudden illumination brightening the surroundings like daylight. The two guards pushed the doors open soundlessly. "Your Highness, please enter. His Majesty has waited for you for some time," Chen Nifu said in a low, respectful voice, bowing. Zhao Heng glanced back briefly, nodding toward the elder figure standing near the door. "Thank you, Chief Eunuch Chen." Chen Nifu smiled faintly, speaking with deference, "Your Highness is too polite." Zhao Heng stepped inside, and the palace attendants within had already lit the candle stands along the way. A subtle aroma of sandalwood filled the air, red carpet underfoot, dark brown wangwali tables and chairs, white and red glazed porcelain ornaments everywhere displaying the lavish richness of the chamber. At the center of the room, sitting before the dragon desk, was the master of the house. Behind him stood a massive ancient bookshelf filled with volumes. His head lowered, the dim yellow light of the lamp cast shadows on his face, creating a profound and awe-inspiring presence. Not a single strand of his jet black hair showed signs of graying, the golden dragon-embroidered imperial robe draped over him created an impenetrable barrier between him and the world, embodying power and authority forged through years of life and death struggles. It was impossible not to feel intimidated, unable to even look directly at him without holding one's breath. This complex, even terrifying aura overshadowed everything else in the room, focusing one's attention entirely on his overwhelming presence, a sensation only those long at the pinnacle of power could emanate. Zhao Heng's observation lasted merely a moment, and he then lowered his head, standing a short distance from the desk. But Qin Xian felt greatly shaken. For the first time, he truly understood what intimidation meant. His palms grew slightly warm, his blood roaring with excitement and fear, akin to the primal thrill of beastly combat. The expression on Zhao Heng's face was almost breaking apart under the intensity of this experience. This was the true ruler of the Wu dynasty. This feeling, so palpable and real, couldn't be compared with any performance or simulation by tutors, it was leagues beyond them. He suddenly wondered, how could such a person lose? Did you visit Lin and Wang's residence again? Without allowing Zhao Heng the courtesy of greeting, Zhao Qing directly spoke. His eyes stayed downcast, gazing at the folded memorial in his hands, his voice low and calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, yet the atmosphere became heavier immediately. Zhao Heng steadied himself, with no intention to conceal. Yes. The single syllable fell into the quiet room, and the man above glanced at him sharply, his gaze cold like winter snow. Zhao Qing remained silent, but the prolonged pause made the entire pavilion feel stifling. The only sounds came from pages being flipped in succession. He finished one folded petition and picked up another. This went on for nearly the duration of a full teacup cycle. Recently, there has been famine in northwest Sangzhou and floods in South Yingzhou. People's resentment in various regions has grown deeply. Your Highness seems to have much free time. With these words, Zhao Heng understood that his participation in Lin and Wang's birthday banquet was considered unacceptable, an accusatory rebuke disguised as a question, with just enough sarcasm mixed in. As Crown Prince, he had no responsibility to oversee the state affairs. These confidential petitions wouldn't pass through his hands, nor could he know them immediately upon submission. If he got involved, it would appear he interfered with governance improperly. If he remained indifferent, he would neglect his duty as the heir. It left him trapped regardless of his actions. Previously, Zhao Qing had always allowed him a step out of trouble whenever similar incidents arose. It was always best to answer his inquiries during the day's court sessions, as this approach ensured the most stability and benefit. However, this time, the direct confrontation signaled dissatisfaction outright. Since childhood, Zhao Heng had been tutored by Zhao Qing, but their interactions were mostly focused on the ways of being a ruler, maintaining an undeniable hierarchy between monarch and subject, almost never touching on father-son emotions. Hence, there remained a gap between them. Despite this, Zhao Heng harbored yearning and admiration for Zhao Qing, ready to concede regardless of right or wrong. Thus, he calmly knelt down, lifting his hands before his forehead, softly saying, "Beg your pardon, your majesty." Zhao Qing raised his eyes, his gaze landing on the kneeling crown prince below. In the flickering candlelight, under intense pressure, the figure remained upright, with no ripples in expression, no longer the emotional youth he once was. A fleeting emotion flashed deep in those eyes. The fledgling eagle's wings have grown full. But it wasn't enough yet, it must take its first taste of blood food. His brows furrowed slightly, a cold gleam flashing from his eyes as Zhao Qing threw a folded book towards Zhao Heng. His tone subdued yet voice heightened slightly, "Pardon? What crime does my crown prince commit when even Chancellor Fan Hong is utterly preoccupied with your welfare? To win the hearts of the people and establish political achievements, he strongly recommends you handle the famine in northwest Sangzhou. Should I agree?" Zhao Heng's expression shifted, his brow faintly knitting. He picked up the folder before him and opened it. Northwest Sangzhou was situated remotely, its grain supply already scarce. This year's famine has made life impossible for the local populace, starvation widespread. But the nearby South Zhong province, geographically closer to northwest, boasts fertile land and favorable climate, consistently filling its granaries. In past years, Sangzhou relied on supplies from South Zhong. While this year's famine was terrifying, it was within what South Zhong could manage. If they offered all-out assistance, temporary relief would be assured. Such a task wasn't challenging for anyone assigned, yet the renown that came with it was immense. Knowing it was advantageous, no one wished to involve themselves, not even he and the second prince. Why? Because capturing the hearts of the common people isn't something everyone dared touch. Why was the usually steady chancellor suddenly so? Zhao Heng's eyes lowered, his tone respectful. "With due respect, your majesty, Sangzhou urgently needs help, but South Zhong's prosperity allows opening the granary for aid. If necessary, let the Ministry of Households allocate disaster relief funds to purchase surplus grain from the peasants. This can relieve the current crisis. Whether I participate or not will make little difference." Even if forced onto him, he didn't want to accept. Zhao Qing stared at him steadily. "Is the crown prince uninterested? If I approve, it's free benefits." Remaining composed, Zhao Heng replied, "I just believe that what should be done and why it's done are fundamentally different things." The candlelight flickered slightly, Zhao Qing gazed down at the young man beneath, revealing a momentary softness in his gaze, then it vanished. The oppressive aura in the air receded like ebbing tides. "You do understand clearly. Zhao Heng kept his head low, making no response. Zhao Qin picked up another new petition, speaking, "You may leave." "Yes." Zhao Heng responded, slowly standing up, adjusting his clothes, placing the petition on the table, then leaving the room. As he stepped out and closed the door, Chen Nifu stood before him with a smile, waiting as though for his arrival. "Has your highness eaten yet? His Majesty has specially arranged a meal in the side hall for you. Eat before you go." This caught Zhao Heng a bit off guard, thinking he'd only been summoned for scolding. Prompted by curiosity, he asked, "Shall father join me?" Chen Nifu shook his head. "His Majesty instructed that you eat first, as he still has matters to attend to." Zhao Heng understood. "All right. Your Highness, please." Chen Nifu served several decades in the palace, beginning with careful steps for advancement, later constantly by the emperor's side, observing words and moods, an everyday practice, especially here within these walls where royal relations were more complex than those in the court. Seeing how Prince Zhao exited the Tianlu pavilion looking somewhat somber, with darkened eyes glinting coldly, Chen knew their conversation hadn't gone well. Mentioning dinner eased some tension in the prince's demeanor. Hence, walking ahead, his tone gentle, seemingly casual, Chen Nifu said, "His Majesty mentioned, inside the Tianlu pavilion you two are sovereign and minister, outside the pavilion, your father and son. You needn't worry overly about it, but regular meals shouldn't be neglected." Zhao Heng paused momentarily, looking at the elders back moving forward, remaining silent for a while. "Thank you, Chief Eunuch Chen." On the other side. After the banquet at Linen dispersed, only servants bustled about within the mansion. Pei Min stood in his study with a lamp placed beside the desk. He stared coldly down at a brocade box on the table and opened it. Inside was a scroll painting. Upon touching it, its smooth, refined texture revealed it to be an imperial item. He carefully unrolled it, and his pupils dilated slightly as he gazed upon it. The painting depicted a person dressed in a green robe, smiling faintly. The eyebrows and eyes carried an air of gentle springtime, filled with joy, lips resembling peach hues, adorned with a golden crown, each strand of hair clearly defined. The brushwork was bold yet detailed, vividly portraying the subject. Its resemblance to the real person was flawless, showcasing the remarkable skill of its creator. Pei Min suddenly recalled his inquiries during the banquet and the others' responses, the face flashing inconveniently through his mind once more. A trace of disdain flickered in his sharp, indifferent eyes, and he tossed the painting onto the table carelessly. The scroll emitted a dull thud. He spoke abruptly, "Were those booklets delivered?" "Yes." From the shadows stepped forth a figure, clad in black leather armor, holding a long sword sheathed in black. His appearance radiated hardness and lethalness, standing respectfully behind Pei Min to answer. Pei Min glanced at the flickering lamp beside the desk. "So, I presume Zhao Qin asked him to leave because of this today." "It should be so." After the crown prince returned to the palace, he immediately went to Tianlu pavilion. Pei Min leisurely tapped his index finger against the desk. At the thought of how Zhao Qin's painstakingly cultivated crown prince and cautiously maintained court would gradually crumble, step by step eroded by his own hands, all of Zhao Qin's plans for prolonging the Wu dynasty turning to naught, ultimately shattering, disbelief flooding over him, his heart swelled with delight. A smirk curved his lips. He couldn't wait a moment longer. The game has begun, every move we must take cautiously, not a single misstep allowed. Tomorrow will bring another grand performance. Should we do something about Lady Lin being taken away by the crown prince? The shadow lowered his head to ask. Pei Min hesitated briefly then hardened his expression, casting a cold side glance at the person beside him. "No action is needed. Even if he considers my face, he won't dare harm her. Since he's requested her service, it's fitting that she monitors Crown Prince Zhao Heng's every move." "Understood." Mentioning someone again, Pei Min turned, his gaze falling once more on the artwork on the table. Beneath the cold stare lay an inscrutable depth. After Lin Wanqing was assigned to the Eastern Palace by Zhao Heng, she became one of the attendants serving the Crown Prince. When Zhao Heng was summoned by the Emperor, she merely changed into different clothes and stood outside the doors of his sleeping chambers in the Eastern Palace. Previously, she learned that this Crown Prince intended to attend Pei Min's birthday feast and begged him for days to join the banquet, for her true wish was to see what Zhao Qin's son looked like after so many years. She simply couldn't continue like this without even knowing the faces of the family responsible for her father's death. But who would have expected that after seeing him, the damn fool directly took her away to serve him? She was initially furious but soon reconsidered and decided to suppress her aversion. Being close to the enemy made it easier to exact revenge, right? Maybe she could even kill Zhao Qin himself. Her joy didn't last long. While dressing in servant's attire and receiving admonitions from the official lady in charge, she realized that doing so might endanger everyone associated with her, since she was nominally still part of Lin and Wang Fu. If she transformed into an assassin, the entire mansion would be dragged down with her, putting everyone's lives in jeopardy. Pei Min may be crafty, but he had been somewhat of a benefactor. She owed him some loyalty and couldn't betray his trust. All she could do now was monitor Zhao Heng's actions closely and secretly maintain contact with Pei Min, seeking any opportunity to cooperate. As these thoughts ran through her mind, a shrill voice announced from the main door. "Crown Prince has arrived." Chapter 62, Strategic Line, Flourishing Splendor, Part 5. Lin Qingwan quickly lowered her head the moment Zhao Heng entered, minimizing her presence as much as possible. She was no longer in Wangfu but inside Gong Palace where every action had to be handled with utmost caution. However, just as Zhao Heng was about to pass her and enter the room, his black boots suddenly halted by her side, and a voice above her spoke. "You come in to serve." With that, Zhao Heng walked into the chamber. Lin Wanqing bit her lip and raised her eyes. The middle-aged lady-in-waiting responsible for Zhao Heng's daily life glared emotionlessly at her, making her intention clear. She had no choice but to follow suit. Although Lin Wanqing was born into a wealthy family, she had fallen on hard times as a child. Whatever grace and sophistication she once possessed had long been worn away by the passing years, replaced by an air of ordinariness. To her, linen had seemed grand and extravagant, blindingly luxurious. But stepping into this eastern palace of the crown prince made her realize how mundane all that appeared in hindsight. Her gaze swept around, momentarily leaving her breathless, before regaining composure after a few deep breaths. Zhao Heng took a seat, adjusting the decorative cloth covering his knees and sitting upright with dignity, resembling a bright moon atop lofty peaks, noble and untouchable. He slightly raised an eyebrow, casting his gaze upon Lin Wanqing standing straight ahead, his lips curved with a faint trace of a smile, maintaining a cold demeanor. "How long have you served beside him?" Lin Wanqing kept her head bowed, avoiding meeting his eyes. At his question, a well-prepared response came to her mind and almost spilled out without hesitation. "Take your time, think carefully before answering," Zhao Heng interrupted before she could say more than a few words. Then he picked up his teacup and sipped it slowly. His sharp eyes stared at her from above the rim of the cup, but one glance was enough to pierce through every layer of deceit. A moment later, his pale, elegant hand set the cup back on the table, and his voice remained flat and steady. "He appears carefree and unbound by restrictions, yet his thoughts are subtle, cautious about getting close to strangers. Anyone he dislikes, he wouldn't even spare them a second look. In just a few days' time, how could a random girl like you possibly see anything of him, not to mention becoming an inner attendant who would share such intimacy?" The instant Zhao Heng finished, Lin Wanqing felt her heart jolt with a sense that someone had their hands wrapped tightly around her neck. How could he understand Pei Min so well? Back in Fengqing City, Pei Min was nothing more than a showy fool, completely useless, and yet this crown prince seemed oddly knowledgeable about a dandy's preferences. Could they truly be friends? Lin Wanqing forced down her startled expression under Zhao Heng's heavy gaze. She couldn't use her pre-prepared answers now, and instead chose to weave half-truths. She feigned panic, dropping to her knees dramatically, her beautiful face appearing pitiful. Her eyes held a quivering timidity. To His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, this servant fled here from Zhangzhou due to famine, only seeking survival in the capital. However, I was deceived and lost all my money. Fortunately, His Grace Linen found me pitiable and kindly brought me back to the mansion as a servant, thus preventing my wandering homelessness. Every word is true, not daring to conceal a thing. By the end, her emotions got the better of her, her clear, bright eyes became glossy and red-rimmed, her gentle voice trembling, making her small and exquisite features seem all the more sympathetic. With the last word, she knocked her head forcefully against the ground, emitting a dull sound. Kneeling before Zhao Heng, her slender body hid nervous fingers gripping the floor beneath him. The room froze silent for a time, until a quiet tapping on the desk broke the stillness, echoing as time stood motionless. In a place hidden from view, a flicker of caution flashed in Lin Wanqing's eyes. After a while, a soft chuckle sounded above her, followed by a pleasing tone, "Stand up." Who would have thought, that man also interferes with other people's affairs? Lin Wanqing, hearing Zhao Heng ease his stance, felt some relief wash over her. "Thank you, Your Majesty." But just as she lifted her gaze, it collided sharply with a pair of piercing, hawk-like eyes dark with scrutinizing amusement, tinged nonetheless with coldness. "Perhaps, you've met someone you fancy." Lin Wanqing didn't know why alarm bells rang wildly in her head. Instinctively blurting out, "Your Highness, please forgive this lowly servant. I fear not." "Being likable, what crime is there?" he said lightly, standing up, and moving toward her. As the fragrance of light elegance followed his movement, gently wafting into her nostrils, Lin Wanqing's spirit tensed, resisting glancing sidelong at his rose-colored lips curving slightly. "You shall stay here and serve me properly then." Back inside the study of Linen Mansion, Pei Min extinguished the lamp, walking slowly towards the window. He looked out at the night sky cloaked in darkness, its lone streak of moonlight gleaming softly. Closing his eyes, he quietly absorbed all sounds surrounding him, his heart calm. The storm approaches. Can this empire of Wu endure it? The next morning's court assembly brought forth significant news. Minister Fan Hong formally accused Minister Gao Han of the Ministry of Rights for using his power to accept bribes and allocate the vacant office position to Lu Qiren, the newly appointed assistant director of the Ministry of Rights. To tell the truth, Lu Qiren was originally a local official stationed in Zhangzhou for over 10 years. Recently, with rotation season approaching, due to his rather stable governance, they planned to transfer him to a richer region when suddenly Minister Gao Han of the Ministry of Rights proposed putting the official under his own control for a trial run. And just a few short days after taking the post, everything changed. The accusation detailed in Fan Hong's report explained how after the drought struck Zhangzhou, Lu Qiren suppressed field prices and hoarded grain in the name of the court. When major merchants ran out of supplies, he would then sell privately at a profit, exploiting the people of Zhangzhou to the utmost. To maximize profits, he deliberately concealed the disaster, leading to widespread famine and displaced victims. Only after making his fortune did he allow the news to leak, using most of the money obtained for his own career advancement, bribing Gao Han in exchange for an official position. Fan Hong, as one of the 3 provinces' chief ministers, wielded great power, but so too did the accused from one of the 6 ministries. If this were not backed by solid evidence, the consequence could range from dismissal to family ruin. This was far too serious to be false. Fan Hong ostensibly belonged to the new faction supporting the crown prince, whereas the minister of rights, Gao Han, represented the old guard. Thus, this single accusation felt like a sudden slap on everyone's back, startling all involved. With today's events unfolding abruptly, Chancellor Zhao Qilang, Grand Tutor Wei Ming, aside from Chief Minister Fan Hong and Minister of Rights Gao Han, all officials of the 3 provinces and 6 ministries maintained grim faces, silent as they awaited their ruler's judgment. Zhao Heng remained composed, only glancing momentarily at the nearby chief minister. Originally from humble origins, though delicate in build, his features bore elegance, his eyes, however, held unshakable determination. After a brief moment, Zhao Heng retracted his gaze. By now, Gao Han knelt upon the ground, his face pallid as he cried out his innocence. Upon the elevated platform sat the emperor, eyes narrowed, concealing neither fury nor ferocity, exuding palpable wrath throughout his being. Does the chief minister possess definitive proof? To investigate the Ministry of Rights is no mere trifling matter. Fan Hong appeared solemn, bowing deeply as he responded, Your Majesty, I am well aware of the gravity of these charges. Without undeniable evidence, I dare not make rash statements. As he spoke, he produced an aged ledger hidden within his long sleeves, holding it level before him. A subordinate under Lu Qi-ren responsible for bookkeeping feared assassination and thus kept duplicate records for self-preservation. However, what he hadn't anticipated was that Lu intended not only to silence him but also annihilate his entire family. Out of desperation, he betrayed their operation and came directly to me. Zhao Qin cast a glance at Chen Mifu waiting beside him. The latter immediately understood, stepping down from the dais, approaching Fan Hong to retrieve the ledger, then returning to hand it to Zhao Qin. As the pages turned with each deliberate flip, an unsettling tension filled the room. With each passing second, the emperor's expression grew darker, until finally, with a piercing glare, he leapt up, hurling the ledger onto the floor with a thunderous crash. Enraged, he bellowed, reckless. Kneeling upon the ground, Gao Han flinched visibly, his complexion pale and strained as he fixated on the discarded ledger, trembling uncontrollably while internally seething. That bastard had promised there'd be no problems. Hadn't he assured that the bookkeeper had already been eliminated? And yet, the person wasn't dead, it was his turn to die now. It was over, utterly hopeless. Intersected emotions of rage and cruelty flickered across Zhao Qin's face. Chief Minister Gao Han, do you have anything else to say? Incoherently, Gao Han prostrated himself on the ground, his voice laced with anguish and tremor, Sire, it must be Lu Qi-ren framing me. Over years of service, I've never harbored such malicious intentions. Zhao Qin emitted a cold laugh, now with clear evidence, you still dare to deny it. I wouldn't dare, Your Majesty. At this moment, Premier Du Qilang stepped forth, bearing an unwavering countenance. Your Majesty, I feel the origins and consequences of this matter warrant thorough investigation. Though the ledger serves as proof, all implicated individuals deserve punishment. Furthermore, considering Lu Qi-ren's decade-long tenure in Zhangzhou, countless other evils may remain undisclosed. This demands accountability to the citizens of Zhangzhou. Gao Han's ears burned as he stared at Du Qilang with venom-filled eyes. Du was pushing him into an irreversible corner. Should investigations proceed, exposing Lu Qi-ren's vile actions would surely seal his own fate. Eyes fixed on Du Qilang, the fire in Zhao Qin's eyes slightly diminished. Premier Du implies assigning someone for an extensive probe. Du Qilang bowed courteously, a wise decision, Your Majesty. If so, does any esteemed minister recommend a candidate? Having watched everything silently from the sidelines, Zhao Qi's lips curved faintly upwards. Stepping half a pace forward, though frail, he declared, I believe this case should be entrusted to His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince. A subtle lift appeared on Zhao Heng's eyebrows, his composure unshaken. Zhao Qin directed his gaze downward, why? He continued, Your Majesty, this matter involves the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Rights, as well as the disaster in Zhangzhou. It covers a wide range of areas, and the investigation must not be the slightest bit careless or negligent. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is both meticulous in thought and heir to the throne. He can demonstrate the royal family's seriousness about this matter to the people of Zhangzhou while also in the court. In such circumstances, those involved in the investigation will surely not dare to conceal anything, ensuring the truthfulness of the results, correct? The Grand Tutor Wei Ming, who had been silent up until now, also chimed in, Your Majesty, the second prince is absolutely right. This matter must not be handled carelessly. Zhao Qin glanced at both of them before turning his gaze onto Zhao Heng. After contemplating for a moment, he asked, What does the Crown Prince think? At once, all eyes in the court were on him, some observing with interest, some cautious, others worried. Fan Hong looked apologetic, they all knew that the second prince had not given up hope for the throne. By bringing this up, the crown prince was being pulled into this murky situation. After all, Minister of the Secretariat Fan Hong was an ally of the crown prince. But judging from the crown prince's expression, it seemed he knew no more than they did. Staying out of this would have been beneficial, but now, with the emperor's additional inquiry, what appeared to be seeking the crown prince's opinion was actually awaiting his stance. If the crown prince accepted, perhaps it could make the emperor believe that he had nothing to do with the matter. Otherwise, suspicion might arise. And their emperor was inherently suspicious. As they speculated within their minds, Zhao Heng stepped forward, his demeanor calm and collected as if untroubled by the storm brewing around him. His voice was deep and carried no discernible emotion. I accept the order. Zhao Qin nodded slightly upon hearing this. Since it is so, this matter is entrusted to the crown prince. In 7 days' time, I want a result. With that said, he swung his wide sleeves and turned away, leaving. Chen Nifu, seeing this, shouted loudly, court dismissed, and hurriedly followed. As the emperor's retreating figure disappeared, Zhao Heng withdrew his steady gaze and turned to find the second prince staring at him with an amiable smile, clearly relishing the show. But Zhao Heng merely gave him a sidelong glance and walked off, his cold face displaying a growing indifference. You didn't say a word throughout this and it still ended up landing on you. That's bad luck. Chen Xian, bad luck. No matter how things twist and turn, it would have landed on me eventually. The second prince just likes to stir up trouble while the emperor, he does this deliberately. Deliberately. Chen Xian, that's right. He's sending me a message to keep my people in check. Impeaching a senior official like the Minister of Rights is a big deal, yet Fan Hong never hinted at it or informed me. Clearly, even though I'm the crown prince, I cannot fully control my own people. How can I bear the responsibilities of the future monarch? Chen Xian, also, though the waters are deep, there are many fish in them. He wants me to gain more visibility among the common folk and earn some goodwill. To him, the benefits far outweigh any unnecessary snide remarks. I see. Your Highness, please wait. A sudden voice called out, stopping Zhao Heng in his tracks. Fan Hong hurried over, fearing Zhao Heng would leave too soon, breaking into a brief jog despite his cumbersome official robes. When he finally stood before Zhao Heng, his breathing was somewhat labored. Zhao Heng crossed his hands inside his sleeves and addressed him calmly, Minister Fan, what is it? Fan Hong bowed deeply, looking somewhat uneasy, not out of fear but rather out of apology. The incident earlier in the Grand Hall, please don't hold it against you, Your Highness. This matter is extremely serious and concerns the people of Cangzhou. The Emperor is astute, even the slightest mishandling could bring disaster to Your Highness. I didn't wish to cause you trouble, which is why fewer people knowing beforehand was better. Thus, I did not inform you. He paused briefly, glancing at the young man in front of him before sighing regretfully. Yet I did not expect the Emperor to entrust the thorough investigation to you after all. Zhao Heng stared steadily at him, his deep, ocean-like eyes revealing neither approval nor disapproval, sharpness entirely absent. Minister Fan, rest assured. As the Crown Prince, dealing with matters concerning the common people is my responsibility without question, and there can be no talk of trouble. If I can help the people of Cangzhou root out these evils completely, I will have done my duty as the Crown Prince. Moreover, Father Emperor's willingness to entrust this task to me demonstrates his trust. There is every reason I should proceed. His clear, melodious voice flowed smoothly like a gentle breeze, easing the tension and bringing a sense of relief. Watching the young Crown Prince before him, reminiscent of a graceful cypress tree, Minister Fan revealed an approving look and smiled contentedly. Your Highness speaks truly, it's my narrow-mindedness. Time was short, only 7 days, and Zhao Heng had no time to waste. First, he sent a group of palace guards to Cangzhou to thoroughly investigate the financial conditions, family backgrounds, and popularity of local officials there. They questioned everyone who had any connection to Lu Qiren, mapping out every trace of his 10 years in Cangzhou. Though Lu Qiren came from a humble background, people of such origins could either be noble or greedily corrupt due to fear of poverty. During these past 10 years in Cangzhou, Lu Qiren had acted without conscience, pushing the locals to their limits. He revised taxes, forcefully seized land, monopolized the trade of tea and salt, and had countless lives on his hands. He had committed every atrocity possible. Additionally, as Cangzhou was distant and isolated with its flow of information blocked, Lu managed to control the number of residents leaving the city. He maintained good relations with both higher and lower-ranking officials, ensuring any complaints would be silenced swiftly. Over time, the people of Cangzhou gave up hope until this drought that claimed too many lives. Having lost their loved ones and options, they decided to resist. Desperate, they fled the oppression, leading to increasingly tumultuous situations. The bookkeeper knew Lu Qiren would flee, but no matter what, Lu wouldn't spare him. Either way, he faced death. So, he chose to defect, possibly securing a chance for his family's survival. Thus, carrying the ledgers, he headed north, setting off a chain of events. Next, Zhao Heng went to the Board of Punishments to see Lu Qiren. Ordinarily dim and damp prison cells were now brightly lit by lanterns, the ground covered with dry straw. The air still carried an unpleasant odor but was markedly better than usual, clearly prepared for an important visitor. Lu Qiren's cell door stood wide open with 2 rows of black armored guards outside. Several figures loomed inside as well, among whom stood a figure in bright yellow robes. Tall and dignified, dragon patterns woven with gold thread glistened faintly. His dark hair adorned with a golden crown glowed under the flickering candlelight. The young man's distant gaze, framed by elegant eyebrows, held shadows of detachment. His eyes, black as the night, stared down low with intensity, giving an aura as unattainable as fine jade. Lu Qiren's gaze froze, he'd never seen such a person in all his life. For a while, he even swallowed nervously. A malicious thought crossed his mind. Had this been in Sangzhou? Zhao Heng picked up the indictment from a nearby attendant and tossed it in front of Lu Qiren, his calm eyes void of emotions. Do you admit to the crimes listed? Startled back to reality, Lu glanced down at the paper, each detailed accusation sending chills through his heart, until his core was left icy cold. Every crime he had committed was laid out there, not a single one missed. Panic overwhelmed him. How did they acquire this information? Every step had been carefully handled, no evidence left behind or destroyed cleanly. How did it get here, so precisely detailed? His eyes widened, fear overtaking him as he stared at the towering presence before him. How could this happen? Perhaps, this time, he really was doomed. Beside them, an attendant saw Lu frozen in silence and shouted, "Bold criminal, His Highness is questioning you." Lu abruptly snapped out of it, trembling uncontrollably with terror. His face paled immediately, bloodless. The sinner, the sinner. The words of confession lingered on his lips, yet he couldn't bring himself to utter them. Once said, his fate was sealed, reversing his fortune would be impossible. Zhao Heng took a step forward, leaning slightly closer, piercing eyes staring deeply into his soul, exerting immense pressure. You refuse? Lu's form stiffened, meeting those emotionless, weapon-like eyes akin to a blade pressed against his neck. Death felt imminent. All arrogance from years of evil deeds had vanished. I confess, I do. Zhao Heng smirked slightly. Good. In that case, are there any omissions in the ledger regarding the officials you bribed? Lu shook his head, surprisingly honest. No, they're all here. Zhao Heng straightened up, seemingly satisfied with his answer, then switched topics. Given you knew someone had sent the ledger away, why didn't you dispatch men to stop them along the way? In Sangzhou, Lu Qiren's power reigned supreme, and despite how careful this ledger bearer might be, it was nearly impossible for it to escape unnoticed. Caught off guard by the question, Lu hesitated briefly before answering in resignation. I sent men after him continuously, but somehow, every time, he managed to evade. After all, it was merely a simple ledger, how could it have possessed such skill to escape repeatedly? Someone must be targeting him, assisting secretly behind the scenes. It had to be true. Zhao Heng's right hand rested on the jade belt at his waist, his index finger tapping lightly to create a rhythmic sound, while his deep-set eyes slightly narrowed. It was indeed as he had suspected, there was someone else pulling strings from further behind. This was because before coming here, Zhao Heng had secretly uncovered another fact. There was someone who, right when the drought began and Lu Qiren started exploiting the commoners, wanted to reveal the true conditions of Sangzhou. However, this person was assassinated halfway along their journey. The bloody knife responsible for that assassination wasn't wielded by Lu Qiren or Gao Han. Then who could it be? Carefully reflecting, Zhao Heng recalled how initially, this individual who intended to spread the news was killed. Afterward, the ledger was quietly protected and made its way all the way to Fengjing. Not for personal gain but rather as though someone deliberately held back the revelation of Lu Qiren's dark deeds, delaying them until now. Zhao Heng suddenly thought of something, his index finger stiffening momentarily as his gaze became sharp in an instant. This individual was controlling the timing. They were orchestrating the perfect moment for the truth to come out. And through this delay, their purpose had already been revealed through the unfolding events. Gao Han, Minister of Rights. Their aim was to use the calamity, using the lives of those cornered into despair, to topple Gao Han, a first-rank official. Zhao Heng's demeanor abruptly changed, his entire body grew cold, and his pitch-black eyes turned dark with foreboding. By so deliberately concealing things and prolonging the time, the consequence would inevitably be the death of tens of thousands of commoners in Sangzhou. Deaths that could have been avoided, but only to bring down one Minister of Rights. They disregarded human life, causing separation among families, destruction of homes, and countless refugees scattered across the borders of Wuchao. Such ruthlessness. It was the act of a madman. Chapter 63, The Game of Power, The Prosperity of a Flourishing Era, Part 6. After leaving the royal prison, Zhao Heng sat inside the sedan chair returning to the Eastern Palace. Chen Xian, a person so cunning, do you think who it might be? A Shang, who? Chen Xian, idiot, it has to be Pei Min. A Shang, are you so certain? Chen Xian, of course. Just think about the original plot. How did Zhao Heng and Zhao Qing lose? What seemed like minor matters concerning power shifts gradually weakened them without them even realizing it. Not a single event was directly tied to Pei Min, yet the person standing before them at the end was precisely this ignored figure. Chen Xian, how can you say he wasn't involved behind the scenes? A Shang, that reminds me of a sentence in the story introduction. Before his death, Pei Qing commanded a 100-man army that never participated in any battles. After Pei Qing died, this unit vanished without a trace. Zhao Qing sent people to search for them, but no evidence was found. Chen Xian, judging by what we know now, it's very likely that it's always been under Pei Min's control, its identity hidden and dispersed throughout the whole empire. This incident may well also be their doing, they've controlled the escalation of events and safely delivered the ledger to the Chancellor. Chen Xian, I never expected that for the sake of achieving his goal, he could stand idly by watching tens of thousands of people starve to death without showing a shred of compassion. He's utterly insane and merciless. Speaking of tactics, Zhao Heng truly can't match him. A Shang, but there is still one point. On the surface, Minister of Rights Gao Han is the Emperor's man, yet it is our supportive Chancellor who exposed him. Clearly, it was intentional. Chen Xian, exactly. A Shang, so what are your plans? Are you going to find his traces and expose him? Chen Xian, never. I'll not only stop investigating but will also graciously give him this favor. Rest assured, I've everything under control. For now, we need to keep playing other acts upon returning. Inside the Eastern Palace. Lin Qingwan had been staying here since being summoned by the Crown Prince. It had been some time now. As a chamberlain for the Crown Prince, she was responsible for Zhao Heng's daily needs, his clothing, food, and living arrangements. As long as Zhao Heng was within the Eastern Palace, she rarely left his side, observing his every move closely. Yet, the more she observed Zhao Heng, the more confused and conflicted she felt. A few days ago, the matter involving the Minister of Rights and the Chancellor caused a great stir. The loss of tens of thousands of lives in Sangzhou came to light. Naturally, the Emperor had to give both his ministers and the nation an explanation, so he ordered Crown Prince Zhao Heng to conduct a thorough investigation, giving him 7 days to uncover the origins, results, and persons implicated. Though Lin Qingwan wasn't part of the court, she deeply understood how difficult this matter was. Gao Han, Minister of Rights, was the Emperor's man. Even if guilty, once responsibility fell onto the shoulders of the Crown Prince and the Chancellor, if they pursued it rigorously, it would make the Emperor unhappy. If they didn't investigate well, they wouldn't be able to justify themselves to the ministers, which would damage their authority. Given such predicaments, Lin Qingwan believed Zhao Heng wouldn't bother seriously investigating or providing Sangzhou's citizens the justice they deserved. First, to the rulers, commoners were always as numerous as ants. How could they care about the lives and deaths of these ants? Second, now as the Crown Prince, he would never be foolish enough to offend the Emperor. However, what she witnessed next proved that she was wrong. These days, Zhao Heng had been leaving early in the morning and returning late at night, going straight into his study upon his return. The candlelight in his room had been lit continuously for 3 or 4 days, such dedication definitely did not look like mere perfunctory effort. Lin Qingwan lowered her gaze to the tea for clearing the mind that she was holding, hesitating for a while, finally knocking on the door and softly saying, "Your Highness, the tea has arrived." There was silence for a moment, with no one responding. Lin Qingwan knocked again, "Your Highness, the tea has arrived." This time there was a response from inside, slightly muffled through the door, "Come in." She pushed the door open and was immediately greeted by a heavy fragrance of incense, tinged with the bitter taste of medicine. Having studied medicine since childhood, she naturally recognized this to be specially stimulating medicinal incense. She glanced unintentionally at the copper brazier by the door and walked over. The lighting in the room was rather dim, with only 2 lamps placed on and beside the table, their yellowish glow illuminating the person nearby. Half of his brows and eyes were hidden in shadow, the usually noble face, resembling jade, appearing profound. The sound of flipping pages echoed faintly in his ears, his frown deepened, showing signs of pallor after several days without rest, even under the dim light. Perhaps hearing the sound of someone entering, his voice, unused for a long time, was low and hoarse, yet he did not raise his head, place it on the table. "Yes." Lin Qingwan slowly walked over, carefully placing the tea on the table, resisting the urge to glance towards him during the process. His features were handsome and refined, his pitch-black eyes earnest and focused, writing something on the paper with a pen held in his hand. She didn't examine the content carefully but caught a glimpse anyway. The handwriting was neat and forceful, carrying strength in the strokes, clearly well written. When she was young, her father once taught her, seeing the handwriting is akin to understanding a person. A man with good handwriting surely possessed fine virtues and morality. She reined in her gaze, gripping tightly the wooden tray in her hand, turning around to walk out, her expression unclear. But what if this person was the son of her mortal enemy? Wait. Just as she reached the door, she was stopped by the person inside. She instantly switched to an innocent and pure demeanor, her eyes shyly meeting those sitting behind the desk. He pinched the bridge of his nose, smiling wearily but warmly, called the people guarding outside also to retreat. "I still have some time, you don't need to wait." Lin Qingwan paused for a moment, quickly reacting, "But what if His Highness needs someone?" Zhao Heng shook his head gently, "No problem. They've been on guard for several days already. They can go and rest. We'll be done by the dawn of the day after tomorrow." Yes, the 7th day given by that dog emperor would come the day after tomorrow. Understanding his command, she nodded. "Yes, your slave will give the order." After issuing the order, she retreated and closed the door. Standing by the door, Lin Qingwan looked back at the closed door once more. The yellowish candlelight was still lit, seemingly tireless. The person, the son of her sworn enemy, was indeed a responsible crown prince. The next day, Zhao Heng remained busy but still managed to visit Prince Linen's residence in the afternoon. He needed to leave enough time for Lin Qingyuan and Pei Min to make contact. To calculate, Pei Min was barely 1 year younger than him, with Zhao Heng being older. Currently residing in Dong Palace, Pei Min, however, was just a leisurely king, because Zhao Qin hadn't granted him any power in deliberations and governance. Under the pretense of safeguarding General Pei's orphan, letting him cultivate self-improvement, in reality, they were full of vigilance. It was as if all glories and riches were bestowed, but actual authority was non-existent, merely occupying a position of apparent brilliance. On the last day, Zhao Heng lightly dressed and came to Prince Linen's residence, accompanied by a few attendants. Seeing them, the mansion steward hurriedly came forward, a flattering smile plastered across his face, enthusiastically leading him inside, muttering all the while, "Your Highness hasn't visited our master for quite some time." Zhao Heng responded briefly, walking straight toward the inner courtyard. Since their first meeting at the Wheat Crown banquet, the joyful and radiant appearance of Pei Min had been deeply etched in Zhao Heng's mind, every move vividly sketched as if painted by a brushstroke. After pondering for 10 or so days, he couldn't hold himself back any longer, climbing up the steps of Prince Linen's residence. Since his childhood, he learned propriety, typically very disciplined. However, thinking it rare to meet someone appealing to him, taking the initiative wasn't wrong, so he would visit the mansion once or twice every month. Knowing that Pei Min didn't favor literary works, he would bring along some curious trinkets. To put it plainly, it was simply to win his affection. Because he enjoyed watching Pei Min laugh, his charm brightening his every glance, which was very captivating. And no matter when or how he went, no one dared to stop him, because he was the crown prince, the master of the Eastern Palace. Eventually, after frequent visits, he became familiar with Prince Linen's residence, able to walk inside by himself without needing a servant's guidance, directly heading to Pei Min's living quarters. Today he arrived rather late, the sun had already set halfway. The red evening glow spread like wet pigments on a canvas, painting half the sky in crimson hues. At this time, Pei Min should have been in his so-called study. Though called a study, it was actually where he kept all sorts of rare curiosities. Even before entering the courtyard, Zhao Heng heard strains of a zither playing. The music alternated between flowing streams, cascading waterfalls, crisp drops of beads hitting jade plates, and soft murmurs, rising and falling, obviously from an expert hand. The steward glanced furtively at the nobleman beside him, then rushed ahead to knock gently on the door, calling out in a voice that could be heard inside, "Master, Crown Prince is here for a visit." At this announcement, the zither music abruptly stopped. After a moment, there was a sound of motion, and the door opened to reveal a tall figure standing in the doorway bathed in light. "What is all the shouting for? Here I come." Pei Min's clear voice rang lightly as the fading afterglow cast a gentle halo around him. The sunlight highlighted his smile, making his eyes sparkle. To Zhao Heng, he looked like a gentle breeze brushing past, sending delicate peach blossoms trembling from branches, scattering across the ground, a scene full of springtime charm. Zhao Heng's gaze softened, dispelling several days' worth of cold demeanor. "Did I disturb your mood?" Zhao Heng tilted his head slightly, looking over toward the qin table inside with implied meaning. Pei Min followed his gaze, glanced once, and then nodded solemnly. "Indeed, you did cut off my flow just as I was immersed in my piece. Such a shame." Though his tone carried mockery, as he spoke, he stepped aside, loosened his grip on the door, and allowed passage. Zhao Heng chuckled and stepped inside. Seeing this, the ever-alert steward promptly closed the door behind them and withdrew respectfully, leaving only the crown prince's personal guards by the door. Standing within, Zhao Heng surveyed the room around him. Golden lacquered sandalwood woodwork, elaborate carvings adorned with calligraphy and paintings, while scattered about were various wooden and jade trinkets. Beside the right-hand window stood a little rest bench where one could lie down alone, and near it, a square table fit for sitting. On the left, a qin table rested, while a copper incense burner occupied a corner. A wisp of white smoke drifted from it, reflecting the Wu dynasty nobility's penchant for refined tastes. "Your room remains as extravagant as ever, surely, people must gossip," Zhao Heng said, walking over to the square table, adjusting his robe before sitting down comfortably. He stretched leisurely, pounding his back lightly while saying casually, "You do seem carefree." Pei Min nonchalantly returned to his seat at the qin table, hands resting on the strings. "I've always lived freely, regardless of others' opinions. Besides, they talk enough about me already, it doesn't matter how much more there is." Recalling the rumors of irresponsibility surrounding him in daily life, Zhao Heng smiled faintly. "You're quite enlightened." Pei Min plucked a note, responding, "Naturally." As Zhao Heng gazed at the suspended hands poised to play, their distinct fingers appearing as white as jade, the cherished jade finger rings typically worn were placed neatly aside. His deep, tranquil eyes appeared thoughtful, probably contemplating what tune to begin with. Before any momentum started, Zhao Heng interjected again. "Do you like the birthday gift I gave you?" His hands paused, fingertips not touching the strings yet. The next moment, Pei Min raised his head, fixing a piercing stare on him, his face wearing a half-smile, his low magnetic voice somewhat subdued. "Your Highness' painting is, naturally, exquisite." Hearing this, Zhao Heng immediately knew it was a polite response and replied lightly, "I want honesty." A slight raise of an eyebrow brought forth an enigmatic light into his eyes. Leaning forward slightly, his gaze became sharper. Then, it's acceptable. Acceptable? That meant ordinary, but given the recipient's known passion for calligraphy and painting, the personally painted artwork would far surpass those expensive trinkets. Never mind, as long as he didn't hate it, that sufficed. With that, Zhao Heng stopped asking, instead propping up his head with his right hand, closing his eyes leisurely and uttering softly, "Keep playing. I'm just exhausted these days, seeking respite here with you. Pretend I'm not even here." This confident, calm demeanor, devoid of any suspicion, clearly reflected complete trust, not just in the person, but in the place too. It seemed such scenarios had occurred many times before. Pei Min looked at the man who'd closed his eyes. Everyone in Fengqing knew why he was tired. There was no need to ask. Smiling, he responded teasingly, "Your Highness is truly casual. Do you think I am any different from the musicians at Shui Bamboo Tower?" Despite his words, his hands started moving anyway. Gradually, the zither music arose, pleasant and soothing. A faint upward curve at the corner of Zhao Heng's mouth persisted, though his eyes remained closed. Isn't that true? In reality, Pei Min was highly skilled in playing the zither. When he roamed through flower gardens and alleys filled with willows, if he felt a high spirit, he would play a tune for himself to enjoy. He rarely played during his leisure time, so it wasn't easy to encounter him playing today. Hence, Zhao Heng wanted him to play more. And indeed, Zhao Heng had been extremely exhausted over these past few days. However, just a single piece from the zither made his consciousness grow somewhat hazy, and by the time several pieces were played, sleepiness started creeping over him, prompting him to simply lie down. As soon as he lay down, the man bending over the zither slowly raised his head but kept playing without any interruption on his faceless expression, only a cold gaze remained present. No one knew how long the zither music continued. When Zhao Heng woke up, the room was already pitch dark. Silent and still, only a lamp flickered in the corner of the wall, lighting up a small area because something blocked its light. Zhao Heng slowly sat up, his body feeling weary and dull due to the after effects of staying up late for several days. With a deep sigh, he reached out to pinch the bridge of his nose. His head throbbed dully, the pain even reaching his temples in waves. Turning his head to glance at the window, he momentarily lost his spirit, feeling somewhat regretful. The night was heavy, it must be midnight already. It was unbelievable that he'd slept for so long. The next day would be the final deadline, he needed to explain the result clearly in court. He couldn't afford to delay. Just as he was about to rise, a low and slightly hoarse voice rang out, "Your Highness has finally woken up." Startled, Zhao Heng noticed a shadow right in front of the zither table. Upon focusing his gaze, none other than Pei Min's handsome face came into view. His heart stirred unexpectedly. Speaking, his voice carried a trace of hoarseness too, "It's getting late. What are you doing here sitting?" Pei Min stood up, his figure towering tall in the darkness as he approached Zhao Heng, inadvertently creating an air of pressure. Zhao Heng looked at him steadily. "Am I supposed to leave your Highness here alone? Such impolite behavior certainly doesn't belong to me. I intended to arrange for your Highness to rest elsewhere, but I, a weak scholar, couldn't possibly carry you. If someone else were called, you would surely disapprove. So, I decided to bear some loss and accompany you for a while." He stood by the desk and lit the candle, suddenly brightening the space between them. Their appearances became crystal clear without any ambiguity. Looking up, Zhao Heng studied him from bottom to top. His pale neck and face exuded an enchanting glow. Perhaps because of resting against something and sleeping, he wasn't fully awake yet, his eyebrows slightly cold and reproachful. Normally luminous like daylight, his eyes now appeared dim, as if shrouded by fog, which intensified the sharp aura around him. Coupled with the cold wind outside the window, it immediately roused him. However, Zhao Heng found Pei Min to exhibit a childlike quality unseen before. Thus, he chuckled lightly, teasing along with him. "What you're saying isn't correct, companionship is mutual. You accompany me, and naturally, I also accompany you." Pei Min raised an eyebrow, casting a side glance at him. The heavy atmosphere dissipated somewhat, and his casual demeanor returned. His voice stretched, "Oh, there's such a theory." Taking advantage of the situation, Zhao Heng stood up, straightened his clothes, and walked to his side. Seeing the ink-black hair falling onto both shoulders, his interest peaked as he picked up a strand from Pei Min's shoulder. Ignoring the height difference between them, he bent closer, smiling while imitating Pei Min's usual debonair manner, whispering, "Of course, sharing time until late night can also be a pleasant event." At this moment, their distance narrowed significantly. Zhao Heng raised his eyes, and Pei Min lowered his gaze, examining each other's faces clearly under the candlelight. Zhao Heng's eyes sparkled with pure brightness. Pei Min's eyes flickered slightly. With dimmer light and limited duration, Zhao Heng let go of the lock of hair after a few seconds without paying much attention to Pei Min's expression, only thinking he should hurry back lest he miss the morning court session. "I'll take my leave first, tomorrow, I need to meet Father Emperor. When I have time next time, I'll visit you again." Just as he pushed the door open, Pei Min's calm voice came from behind. "So, what was the result of your investigation, Your Highness?" Zhao Heng hesitated in his steps. Surprisingly, throughout their acquaintance, Pei Min had never asked about court matters in front of him. Even when he brought it up himself, Pei Min always avoided the topic. Over time, Zhao Heng assumed he genuinely didn't like discussing such things, so they hardly touched on court-related topics when together. This inquiry was Pei Min's very first verbal engagement with such issues. Though it wouldn't take long before the results were announced to the whole world, he saw no harm in revealing them early. Facing away from Pei Min, Zhao Heng said, "Everything matches exactly what Minister Fan said, Lu Qi and Gao Han are not guilty." After uttering these words, he crossed the threshold and walked outward. Farewell. Watching Zhao Heng's figure gradually disappear in the distance, Pei Min slowly walked out of the door. With his tall and elegant figure, his beautiful face showed no ripple, but naturally carried an awe-inspiring momentum that was quiet yet present. Chapter 64, The Strategy Line, Prosperity of a Golden Age, 7. The morning court session. Zhao Heng stood below, his bright yellow official robe fitting his upright posture, hands held parallel to his chest. His head slightly lowered, his jade-like face calm and composed, he methodically explained the people and physical evidence investigated over the past 7 days. His clear and steady voice resonated like chimes and stone bells. Even though the matters discussed were dull and uninteresting, they drew the listeners in without their realizing it. That is all I have discovered in the past 7 days. Your Majesty, please decide accordingly. After a lengthy presentation, as his final sentence faded away, he slightly bowed his head, waiting for the emperor to speak. His silent figure radiated a natural sense of composure and self-assurance, making it impossible for anyone to overlook him, even if he just stood there. Crown Prince's master Du Qilang, around 40 years old, taller than 7 feet, had an unremarkable appearance but possessed an air of refined elegance. He stood behind the Crown Prince on a diagonal, eyes levelly fixed on the court board in his hands, attentively listening to the Crown Prince's report without the slightest relaxation. Once the last word was spoken, the breath he had been holding in his heart was finally released. He then felt satisfied, finding no flaws in the report, which was indeed proper. As for the Minister of Civil Affairs, Zhou Linsheng, and the Minister of Justice, Chu Jin, who were standing farther back, their hearts' heavy burdens were also lifted. The witnesses, physical evidence, and the clarity of events were so indisputable that even they couldn't find a single flaw, let alone others less involved. Such meticulousness was indeed worthy of the Crown Prince. At this point, corners of their mouths couldn't help but curl into a slight smile of satisfaction. The emperor set down the booklet, lifting his eyes to sweep over the silent officials below, seemingly asking with indifference, "So, my esteemed ministers, what do you think should be done about Gao Han?" Zhou Linsheng slightly narrowed his eyes. By only asking about Gao Han and not mentioning Lu Qi, the chief clerk of the Ministry of Rights, the emperor seemed to default to the latter's death sentence. By bringing up Gao Han, did it imply sparing Gao Han a chance for survival, or was it merely a probe into the Crown Prince and the Second Prince? Zhou Linsheng momentarily could not determine the emperor's intentions. In that case, silence would be the best choice. He would rather keep his mouth shut than be chosen as a spokesperson, which might not end well for him. Just as he slightly lowered his head pondering, that deep and intimidating voice became abnormally clear. "Minister Zhou, your opinion please." "I wish to hear it." Zhou Linsheng suddenly stirred in his heart. In an instant, he raised his head quickly, somewhat flustered by the casual remark from above. This. He stuttered twice, and other officials also turned their heads toward him unanimously, some even looking smug. The Crown Prince did not glance at him, while Premier Du calmly nodded at him with a steady expression. Zhou Linsheng looked upward leisurely. He only saw dark eyes gazing intently at him, filled with a cold sharpness that pierced right through one's soul. He exhaled imperceptibly, resignedly swallowing the sudden dryness in his throat, and decided to state his thoughts despite everything. "Your Majesty, I feel that Mr. Gao has 3 wrongdoings. First, he should not have taken bribes and neglected his own responsibilities. Second, he should not have ignored the lives of tens of thousands of Zhangzhou citizens due to personal greed. Third, he should not have betrayed the trust of his Majesty and the citizens. Therefore." He paused briefly here. The emperor naturally sensed his hesitation and encouraged him, "Speak freely." With permission granted, Zhou Linsheng didn't hesitate any longer. He immediately raised his voice so everyone could clearly hear him. "Therefore, I believe that the criminal Gao Han deserves execution, and his family properties should all be confiscated for public use. Furthermore, his relatives should be demoted to commoners." An eerie silence enveloped the grand hall. Actually, this punishment was already considered light. According to past precedents, the families of corrupt officials would be exiled to the frontier or sold into slavery. Simply being demoted to commoners practically counted as a great pardon. The emperor's deep and penetrating gaze swept over everyone and rested finally on Zhao Heng, lightly questioning again, "What does the Crown Prince think?" Zhao Heng slowly lifted his eyes, his gaze passing over the court boards to see the familiar figure above, pausing for a moment before calmly replying, "I agree with Minister Zhou's suggestion." The emperor looked at him for quite some time, staying silent. The strongly felt gaze made the atmosphere abruptly become suffocating, yet no one dared to utter a sound, anticipating the outcome of their negotiation. Subsequently, a faint arc formed at the corner of the emperor's lips, almost indiscernible. But his eyes remained unreadable regarding emotions. "Since that's settled, we shall proceed as Minister Zhou said." Additionally, Fan Hong will be responsible for follow-up matters in Tsangzhou. Dismissed. He left amidst a loud call of dismissal. As for the second prince, he stood still in place from beginning to end, never uttering a single word. First, he simply did not care about Gao Han's life or death. Since Gao Han was not one of his people, rescuing him would gain no benefit. If Gao Han died, the position of Minister of Rights would be vacant, providing an opportunity for him to install one of his own people. Secondly, the matter was already done and dusted. Losing someone of the emperor's camp might leave a resentment in the emperor's heart, anyone involved might also be marked negatively. Hence, he would absolutely not involve himself in such a thankless task. Let them argue all they want about the Tsangzhou incident, better yet if Gao Han were dead. Lingyan Prince's Mansion. A drizzle fell steadily, its drops gently striking the grasses and trees. Pei Min sat in a pavilion dressed in black robes, eyes slightly closed, leaning back on a soft divan. His waist-length hair cascaded down in a loose but neat arrangement over his temples, exuding infinite charm at a single glance. The uneven sound of rain reached his ears while the post-rain freshness wafted at his nose tip. His index finger tapped lightly against the armrest in leisure and comfort. A message came from Tsangzhou. The Crown Prince should have already discovered third-party intervention behind everything, but he hasn't made any public announcements as if keeping it hidden, said a scholar-like middle-aged man respectfully standing by Pei Min's side. Pei Min slowly opened his eyes, glancing sideways at the person next to him. He has no evidence, nor does he know who is involved. How can he make an announcement? The emperor wouldn't believe his unsubstantiated claims. The man nodded beside him, understanding. Your Highness' insight is truly remarkable. As the rain grew heavier, Pei Min seemed more interested. He stopped tapping his fingers and raised his right hand, stretching it out beyond the pavilion, letting the raindrops fall onto his palm. A chill, damp sensation fell from his hands to his senses, prickling faintly. Staring outside the pavilion, his pitch-black gaze pierced through the rain curtain into the distance, calm and serene as though recalling something distant. His lips curled slightly upward with mockery in his eyes, but in just 7 days, he could clear everything up and even detect our presence. It does surprise me a little. But then again, if the mighty Crown Prince of Wuchao were merely a mouthpiece for moral teachings, an utterly mediocre individual, there would be no fun left in the world challenging me. Finishing, his right hand suddenly clenched, his demeanor becoming dangerous. Rainwater slid along his pale arm into his sleeve. His smile gradually faded, and a ruthless shadow flickered in his eyes that chilled others to their spines. Unfortunately, he is Zhao Qin's son. But since you're the most important chess piece in this game, I'll kindly do you a favor and clear out those useless pawns. After a moment, he relaxed his grip, pulling his hand back inside. Water droplets dripped from his white, jade-like fingertips. He retrieved a white handkerchief and began wiping his hand delicately, recovering his gentle smirk. Arrange it. Let the wind start blowing, people in Wuchao mustn't stay overly peaceful. Yes. The Crown Prince had thoroughly investigated the incident involving the Minister of Rights from Tsangzhou. All the offenders had been severely punished accordingly. On the day when the Gao residence was sealed off, citizens surrounded the house tightly, creating quite the spectacle. After all, Gao family members hadn't ceased bullying and abusing them in the past. When crates after crates of embezzled money were carried out, anger boiled among the spectators who started cursing without restraint, shouting insults louder and louder. Some couldn't help themselves and threw vegetables from their baskets toward the Gao family. The Gaos dared not dodge the attacks but instead endured silently. While the commoners vented their hatred, things weren't looking well on the Crown Prince's side. Since then, during several consecutive mornings of paying respects, the emperor never saw the Crown Prince. Each time, he merely ordered him to stand outside the door and sent him away without uttering a word. Ever since Zhao Heng became Crown Prince, this was the first time the emperor had shown such coldness towards him. Second Prince's Palace. Seated in a high position, Zhao Qi looked frail, loose noble robes hanging on his slender frame. Reclining with a golden cup in hand, his pale face bore sharp, sinister eyes as he stared at the few men below. You've been staying in my palace for some days now, pampered in luxury. Considering the current situation, what should your humble prince do? With the uproar concerning the Minister of Rights and the events in Tsangzhou widely known, naturally, they too had heard about it. An elder with white hair stepped forward with a bow. These last few days, the Crown Prince has enjoyed great renown. Praised by both the people of Tsangzhou and the officials at court, if nothing drastic occurs, his reputation will grow daily and secure his position as heir unshakably. Zhao Qi shifted his gaze, sneering, do you think I don't know that? At that point, another man added, what Mr. Wu meant was that your highness needs to suppress the Crown Prince's authority and cut off his momentum. Zhao Qi frowned deeply. How should we proceed? He's careful in all he does, and it's difficult to find any fault in his actions. But the counselor laughed and said, isn't this easy? Although the Crown Prince is currently gaining much popularity, His Majesty has not seen him for several days. This shows that regarding the loss of the Minister of Rights, His Majesty still harbors dissatisfaction. You should fan the flames to make it burn more fiercely. When things reach their extremes, they will revert. The more praise the common folk heap upon the Crown Prince, the more it will irritate His Majesty's ears. Eventually, the Crown Prince will be trapped by the flames. As he spoke, the middle-aged retainer stroked his goatee, revealing a despicable smile. At that time, although he won't perish completely, his limbs will inevitably suffer. To Zhao Qi, anything that could hurt Zhao Heng was good enough, so he slightly smiled. In the next moment, he deliberately let go of the jade cup in his hand, which fell to the ground with a crisp sound as the jade shard shattered. Standing up, he looked down at the people below, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. No, I want this fire to burn on his body. If he could, he wished the other would be incinerated into ashes without any trace left. Then he burst out laughing, a chilling and sinister laughter that made others shiver uncontrollably. He would never give up until the very end. How could he not seize even a chance to snatch the supreme throne? Chapter 65, Political Intrigue Line, The Flourishing Prosperity of a Golden Age, 8. In the capital Fengjing, the storms in the court and royal family secrets always transform into the talk of the town, carefully discussed yet filled with excitement. The crown prince oversaw everything and had Lu Qi from Cangzhou and Minister Gao Han, who colluded like rats and snakes, taken down. Their properties were confiscated, and they were sentenced to death. The public was delighted inside. Due to the famine in Cangzhou, there were many refugees in Fengjing, ragged and emaciated. Although every household gave them some food, they still looked pitiful. Now that the investigation uncovered the corruption behind all this, they naturally became furious. On the day these two were beheaded, the prisoner carts passed through the streets surrounded by an infuriated populace. Inside and outside, people gathered densely. All eyes waited for their retribution. Only when their heads hit the ground did the resentment in their hearts abate somewhat. Perhaps because of the stark contrast between good and evil, the people praised the crown prince's fairness, being curious and admiring his knowledge, character, appearance, etc. For a while, no one surpassed him in the public eye. Some even murmured that if the person in charge of the court were the crown prince, they wouldn't endure countless hardships. Whispered rumors carried a sense of hope for the crown prince to ascend early. 1 month later. It was right on the annual Autumn Origin Festival. This festival, which had been celebrated for 100 years in Wuchao, was a day for the emperor and officials to celebrate the autumn harvest and envision the next year together. Simply put, it was a day for the emperor and officials to gather away from the palace and bond. Regarding the venue, it could be in the residence of an official or a prince's palace. Last year, it took place in the home of the Assistant Minister of Military Affairs, but this year the second prince voluntarily asked for the rights to host the event. The Autumn Origin Festival was not a matter of state, so Prince Ling and Pei Min was also invited. That night, under a sky full of stars, the streets of Fengjing were cold and empty. A lone voice called out the hours, and the buildings on both sides occasionally had windows flickering with weak candlelight. However, the prince's mansion was brightly lit, with music and revelry echoing through the air, making it lively and bustling. Emperor Zhao Qing sat atop, dressed in resplendent yellow. He exuded steadiness, sharpness, and commanding presence, becoming the focal point of attention for everyone. Crown Prince Zhao Heng sat to the right side. He lowered his gaze, warm and respectful. Normally, the crown prince resembled a radiant moon, unattainably noble. But sitting beside the emperor, he appeared consistently obedient. As for second prince Zhao Qi, he was seated among the officials below, smiling at the dance and music before him. Pei Min, a prince of another surname neglected by the emperor, was seated far back. He was the favorite of the crown prince, something known to young officials. Among the sidelong glances, some were mocking or schadenfreude-filled, thinking how pleasing such a sycophantic figure might be to the crown prince, but not being noticed by the emperor placed them in the same boat, quietly cornered where no one bothered them. Yet the main party seemed unaware. Pei Min picked up his chopsticks and ate a peach pastry by himself. Its sweetness lingered in his mouth. Subsequently, his eyes glanced across the courtyard, passing over Zhao Qin almost unconsciously, finally resting on Zhao Heng's face. Clad in bright yellow silk, with his hair tied neatly by a golden crown, his face pale as jade, he sat now listening attentively to the nearby emperor. A faint smile lingered on his lips, his eyes glowing faintly, resembling the usual him. It seemed his mood must be quite pleasant. Pei Min's gaze today was not swift, some might think he was too lost in thought. But who present wasn't here for those two individuals? In this crowd, his look didn't draw particular attention. Pei Min calmly withdrew his gaze, a flicker of mockery flashing in his eyes. What a harmonious scene it was. Amidst the ambience of music appreciation, Grand Tutor Wei Ming suddenly set down his wine cup, stroked his white beard, and with an amiable smile on his face, he raised his hands respectfully and loudly addressed the emperor seated above. His voice rang out like that of an ancient bell. So speaking of late, Crown Prince Zhao Heng's name has been widely praised, deeply loved by the people. This is indeed a good thing. Just a moment ago, the conversation had been about the virtues of scholars in Wuchao, but now unexpectedly turned to the Crown Prince. Such a sudden shift made the air grow still, and everyone else appeared quite astonished. Chancellery Minister Zhou Linsheng and Justice Minister Chu Jin were even more surprised. One paused mid-motion while drinking, and the other stopped as food hovered midway. After exchanging glances, they swallowed their food and quickly put their items down, looking over urgently. With the Autumn Origin Festival upon them, why did the Grand Tutor want to provoke trouble? Who didn't know that openly praising the heir before the emperor wasn't merely seizing prominence? If the crown prince excelled, where would that leave today's ruler, who might seem surpassed by his own son, thus losing face? And if the crown prince faltered, how could the future of Wuchao not be worrying, incapable of winning respect? Yet these words came from the mouth of the current grand tutor. Zhao Heng's faint smile disappeared from the corner of his lips. The emperor slightly tilted his body toward the grand tutor, his dignified yet oppressive face devoid of expression, making it impossible to discern his emotions. Yet his eyes resembled the dark depths of night. Judging by that, you've heard plenty, grand tutor. The emperor maintained a level tone, speaking calmly. For a brief moment, the expressions of the 100 officials froze, but then resumed normalcy. Everyone continued eating and drinking, yet their eyes instinctively glanced over, staying alert to any developments. Wei Ming continued to wear an amiable smile. Your Majesty misinterprets. I have merely listened to others during leisure time, coincidentally overhearing a few scholars' conversations only. Zhao Qing perked up. What did those scholars say? Your king finds this intriguing too. He lifted his hand, indicating Wei Ming should proceed. Wei Ming bowed. Not much. They merely recounted the history of Wuchao, expressing great anticipation for the crown prince, full of ambition for Wuchao's future. Chen Nifu, standing beside Zhao Qing, experienced a momentary jolt of alarm. Glancing at the composed-looking Grand Tutor Wei Ming, then casually looking at Second Prince Zhao Qi, who seemed genuinely watching, he furrowed his brows slightly. With the emperor still on the throne, thinking of the heir ascending and showing hope for posterity meant harboring no expectations for the current ruler. This move by the Grand Tutor hurt both sides equally. Openly discussing matters between the commoners, emperor, and heir in front of the officials at the Autumn Origin Festival, was nothing short of courting disaster. However, one fact remained certain: how could the ruler of all allow anyone, even his own son, to surpass him? The earlier remarks would undoubtedly become thorns in his heart, straining the father-son ruler-minister relationship. Zhao Heng lowered his gaze to examine the wine in the white porcelain cup in his hand, then lifted it, sipping gently. The fiery sensation trickled down his throat into his stomach, warming him slightly. After a pause, he looked up at Zhao Qi across from him. Upon seeing him look, Zhao Qi responded with a smile, portraying humility. So, after such a peaceful period, this was where he was waiting. It seemed Zhao Qi wouldn't give up. Once Zhao Heng averted his gaze, Zhao Qi's eyes darkened momentarily, filled with incomprehensible coldness. Having been patient for some time, today he had come to settle old accounts. As for Pei Min, Zhao Heng never conversed excessively with him in front of Zhao Qing, and this day was no different. Thus, from start to finish, neither exchanged any glance. Accustomed to being carefree, Pei Min quietly indulged himself, meticulously listening and watching enthusiastically in this obscure corner since no one took notice. The emperor intently stared at Grand Tutor Wei Ming, his eyes profound. Is that so? He glanced at Zhao Heng, straightened his posture, gazed ahead at the stage, and lifted his hand, signaling the surrounding musical ensemble to cease. I shall personally ask. Once the music stopped, the dancers initially froze. Noticing all the nobles watching, they obediently stepped aside, heads bowed, daring not to overstep. Without the dance and music, the vast area grew deathly silent, the atmosphere tightening in an instant. The emperor's gaze swept across the stage, the silence pressing heavily on the audience. An icy blade seemed to cut through them, cold and weighty, making them uncertain what went wrong. Each one anxiously reviewed whether they'd made a mistake, becoming increasingly panicked until their bodies began trembling involuntarily. Zhao Qing pointed at two random dancers and musicians among the crowd. You two, tell me, what do the people you interact with say about the crown prince? Zhao Qi hadn't anticipated such a twist and momentarily froze. The two individuals pointed out immediately knelt down, prostrating themselves with their foreheads pressed to the ground. They were merely dancers and musicians in elegant venues of the imperial capital. While they occasionally saw high-ranking officials and nobles, this was the first time they entered a prince's mansion. Before coming, they had heard that the emperor and the crown prince would attend, so they were understandably excited yet extremely cautious, fearing any misstep might lead to their immediate punishment by some noble. Now being singled out by the emperor to answer questions had their hearts pounding nervously. Accustomed to observing expressions and nuances, they knew what should and shouldn't be said. Speaking about the crown prince before the emperor was delicate territory, every word mattered and none could be spoken recklessly. For a moment, the dancer gripped the silk tightly. Yet, her mama had reminded them that the higher up one dealt with, the more one must hide their true intentions. Lying meant certain death while telling the truth left a slim chance for survival. Thus, anything overheard during performances for scholars must be repeated precisely without a single word amiss. Reply. Reply to His Majesty, the common people all say the prince is benevolent without worry, wise without confusion, brave without fear, a gentleman. His virtues are excellent, and he follows the way of humanity and righteousness, truly, a qualified heir to the throne. She finished with her head bowed even lower, holding her breath, not daring to make a sound. The emperor's eyebrows slightly lifted as he glanced towards the other side, and you? Startled, the musician also lowered his head deeply, just like the woman. With the first response laid out, he understood exactly how to reply and sincerely recounted everything he had heard and seen. All officials present strained their ears to listen carefully, then sneakily glanced at the emperor above. After a brief silence, the emperor let out a light chuckle. The previous pleasant demeanor vanished, replaced by an expressionless face. Taking the opportunity, Zhao Qi embellished further, "This Liu Tower is always brimming with news. What has been said must surely be true. Such prestige, it's no wonder for our elder brother." Chapter 66, The Plotline of Prosperity, 9. Any astute person could tell Zhao Qi's praise was intentionally directed towards someone above. Those aligned with the crown prince, although discontented, restrained themselves due to the emperor still presiding above. Saying too much would only give the impression they supported the heir too strongly, suggesting improper alliances within the court. Therefore, everyone lowered their heads, looking somewhat uneasy. Seeing this clearly, a subtle smile crept across Zhao Qi's lips. After the event involving the Minister of Rights, though Zhao Heng gained much attention, being high places carries great risks, the higher one is lifted, the harder one falls. It could very well end in complete ruin. He raised his right hand to lift a wine cup while lifting his left hand to partially cover the lower half of his face, but his cold eyes gazed directly ahead to where the dancer lay prostrate. Though on the ground, her peripheral vision remained attentive to Zhao Qi's movements, and upon meeting his chilling glance, her face paled instantly. She realized the critical moment had arrived. With parents and younger siblings still in their clutches, she understood her insignificant role in the grand scheme of imperial power. Born into lowly circumstances, she couldn't fight back nor had a choice. If securing her family's safety and perhaps future wealth were enough. She clenched her teeth, her frail body resembling a precarious branch in the wind. Gaining control of her trembling self, after pausing briefly, she continued, they also say. All eyes focused on her again, a weight pressing down heavily, making it hard for her to breathe. The authoritative brow furrowed, stern as a towering mountain. What else did they say? The dancer bit her tongue, drawing blood to bolster her courage, abandoning all restraint. Closing her eyes firmly, she shouted loudly, they say, why not let the crown prince ascend early to ensure Wu Chao's peace? A momentary silence followed. Ridiculous. An explosive anger resonated, breaking through the sky with thunderous noise. Suddenly standing from his lofty seat, the emperor thrust aside the adjacent desk, scattering tea utensils and dishes all over the floor, breaking everything to pieces. An orange rolled all the way to Zhao Heng's feet. Witnessing this, everyone's faces drastically changed as they thunderously knelt down, shouting. Your Majesty, please calm your fury. Zhao Heng also rose and knelt beside, remaining silent. The emperor's chest heaved violently. In his profound gaze burned boiling rage. Squinting, he surveyed everyone around him, all heads bowed beneath him, their expressions unseen along with their hidden machinations. Excellent. For more than 20 years, the court remains the same court. Everyone is harboring ulterior motives, seeking to manipulate events and place a piece on the Zhao family's chessboard, challenging for supremacy, causing internal strife, and using power for personal gain. Do you really think it's so easy to deceive me? This blood-soaked path was painstakingly walked by me step by step until today. The emperor raised his eyes and looked at the trembling dancer with an icy gaze, saying coldly, someone. Yes. Taking 2 steps forward, towering above her without any expression on his face, the emperor commanded, daring to make baseless comments about the heir apparent, drag her out and beat her to death with sticks. Yes. The dancer suddenly lifted her head, shaking like leaves in a storm, her voice hoarse, Your Majesty, spare my life. I only repeated what I've heard. Your Majesty. 2 guards moved forward, grabbing her from either side to force her down. She struggled desperately, disrupting her elegant hairstyle, but the guards were unfazed, dragging her away regardless. In the background came her pleading cries. All officials couldn't help but look at the emperor seated high above. His dignified face showed ambiguous emotions, and the coldness in his eyes chilled everyone to their bones, striking fear into their hearts so no one dared to speak. Although civilian opinions had provoked imperial anger, the emperor personally defended them. Yet despite this defense, he never once glanced at the crown prince beside him. The mind of a ruler is as deep as the ocean, impossible to easily guess. Zhou Linchen glanced sideways at the kneeling figure clad in bright yellow robes. His back was straight as a pine tree, maintaining the grace and dignity of a crown prince. But looking at that handsome face revealed newfound loneliness and innocence, stirring pity. A strange silence lingered for a while, so quiet that even the drop of a pin could be heard. But the awe-inspiring authority of the emperor silenced all dissent. Zhao Heng remained silent, not because he didn't want to say anything, but because he understood his father well. When someone directly involved speaks in front of the emperor, it is already wrong, regardless of what words they utter. In the emperor's ears, every word will sound like deception, which would only deepen hatred and suspicion. As for that dancer's comment just now, it was 7 parts false and 3 parts true. He wasn't naive enough to believe he could win universal approval. Zhao Qi kept his head low, a smirk playing on the corner of his mouth as he waited silently. He doubted such inciting remarks would pass without punishment from his beloved father, knowing well how jealously the royal family guarded its hierarchy. For a long time, Chen Nifu observed the situation around him, considering whether offering a graceful exit might ease the tense atmosphere. Just as he stepped forward to support the emperor, another loud voice interrupted fearlessly. Please calm your fury, Your Majesty. Crown Prince has always been kind-hearted, his benevolence is clear as the sun and moon. Moreover, prior to the incident, loyal subjects of Minister Gao often visited the residence of His Royal Highness, the Second Prince. Now that Gao Han is punished, the Second Prince feeling sorrowful is natural. We cannot, therefore, drag the Crown Prince into this matter. The official stood up and bowed respectfully. Zhao Qi immediately raised his head. Zhao Heng also felt surprised, slightly turning to glance at the person speaking. Though the man's features were ordinary, his eyebrows gave off an air of justice. Dressed in red robes, indicating a fifth-rank position, Zhao Heng searched his memory thoroughly and confirmed he had no prior dealings with this individual. Why would he suddenly appear now? His gaze shifted forward, where Pei Min happened to sit right in front of him, bowing his head and kneeling without showing any hint of expression. Zhao Heng's expression darkened. Simultaneously, all the officials showed astonished looks. None of them had heard about any connection between Gao Han and the Second Prince before. Their social interactions hadn't appeared noticeable, so was it something happening under the table? Therefore, it made sense why the Second Prince acted so recklessly today, fanning the flames of conflict further. However, without witnessing anything firsthand, nobody could definitively conclude, since everyone was busy minding their own affairs anyway. Perhaps, if there were concealed actions by the Second Prince or Gao Han, it wouldn't be abnormal. Seeing that none dared to object, Zhao Qi's complexion immediately changed as he lost his patience and countered instantly, "Who exactly are you? How dare you spread false rumors about me in front of Father Emperor? When have I ever met the confidants of criminal Gao Han?" As he spoke, he turned toward the Emperor. "Father Emperor, please understand, I have absolutely no ties with Gao Han. Today, Gao Han was not the prestigious Minister of Rights anymore, but a mere criminal. Any association with him was risky." Zhao Qi had meticulously planned today, aiming to suppress the Crown Prince's faction's prestige, creating a rift between Zhao Heng and their father. Once the seeds of discord were planted, he'd seize the chance to challenge the status of the heir. Seeing how his father erupted earlier, he believed he succeeded half of his plan, but who knew now that another unpredictable factor emerged. However, the official retorted promptly, saying, "I have seen it myself, my lord. If His Highness considers my claim false, we may search the premises, only the pure can remain unblemished." Search? Search for what? The official gave a faint smile. "Naturally, we search for evidence. That day, though I was far away, I could still see the corner of an envelope poking out from that person's robe. Confidential letters being sent back and forth. Perhaps Second Prince also participated in the Zhangzhou embezzlement case. Confidential correspondence, with Gao Han's trusted associate no less." Rage surged inside him, his face turning ugly as he realized he had never even met such a person. Although infuriated, he clearly understood that such a low-ranking official wouldn't dare fabricate such a serious accusation without someone pulling the strings behind the scenes. And it wasn't hard to guess who was orchestrating this. Zhao Qi turned sharply, fixing an intense gaze on Zhao Heng. It seemed like today's Autumn Yuan festival would not end well. Zhao Heng remained composed, unwilling to pretend calmness, and shouted loudly, "You insolent fool. Say it again, I, a prince, how could possibly collude with a thief like Gao Han? If you keep making these false accusations, I'll tear your mouth apart." The official spared him only a brief glance and wasn't at all intimidated by Zhao Qi's arrogant demeanor. "Who can say for sure? Originally, I intended to file a petition tomorrow asking His Majesty for a thorough investigation. But given today's circumstances, speaking out directly might save unnecessary complications." Grand Tutor Wei Ming now raised his head, closely scrutinizing the fifth-ranked official, his eyes fierce and intimidating. He knew all too well whether the Second Prince and Gao Han were connected or not. Today's plans had already been thwarted halfway through, and no one should interfere further. Wei Ming stroked his white beard, suppressing his expressions to maintain the demeanor of an elderly scholar, smiling mildly. "Do you know the consequences of defaming a prince?" The official bowed respectfully to Wei Ming, neither humble nor arrogant. "Of course I do, but I never make baseless claims." As soon as these words fell silent, another voice joined in. "Since he knows, why doesn't Grand Tutor give the Second Prince a chance to prove himself?" Suddenly, Chancellor Du Qi stepped in, his tone mild and conciliatory like a peacekeeper. "If this adult made a mistake in observation or truly defamed the Second Prince, then there is always national law to address it. Grand Tutor need not worry." Wei Ming looked straight at Du Qi, his smile fading, their gazes locking in mid-air as if they were fire meeting water, mutually incompatible. "Chancellor Du, be careful in your speech. If merely the word of a fifth-rank official is enough to search a prince's residence, where will the royal family's dignity remain?" Within the courtyard, voices interchanged freely, lively discussion ensued. The emperor maintained a frosty countenance, frowning unhappily. He waved his hand dismissing the attendant Chen from his side and turned to look at Zhao Heng kneeling obediently before him. His gaze was inscrutable. What does the crown prince think? This simple question unveiled the tumult beneath the tranquil lake surface, instantly stirring thousands of ripples, bringing about an eerie calmness. Even Pei Min, who had silently knelt nearby, lifted his head and locked his dark gaze on Zhao Heng. Bathed in the bright lamplight under the night sky, flickering shadows danced over Zhao Heng's elegant features, his downcast eyes revealing neither sorrow nor joy. He seemed detached like a noble moon high in the sky, distant yet pure. Seemingly after mulling it over for some time, he spoke to the emperor. In my humble opinion, when officials present their petitions, proper investigations must be conducted. If my younger brother is wrongfully accused, the truth must be clarified. Whether true or false, a thorough investigation will reveal the truth to everyone. Should anyone have erred, punishment according to national law shall suffice. This is fairness. He stated this lightly, appearing nonchalant and detached, but in fact, it placed him outside of the matter. The reason he wanted an investigation was not to harm Zhao Qi or remove him from contention as heir. It was simply to follow someone else's wishes. Today's game needed to reach a verdict, and perhaps the figure seated comfortably on the shore waiting leisurely was growing impatient. Zhao Qi obviously didn't understand all of this. All he knew was that Zhao Heng sought to frame him, so he clenched his fists tightly. Good. You good-for-nothing Zhao Heng. Your few sentences may have cleared yourself off cleanly, but framing this prince won't be so easy. Casually, he cast his eyes toward the waiting attendant standing not far away and nodded subtly. After years of loyal service, the attendant instantly grasped his meaning and returned an understanding nod before leaving. You want to frame me? Well, I'll burn every single letter in this house clean. Even if you cleverly laid out a plan in advance, you'll find nothing. Seeing the servant disappear into the distance, Zhao Qi sneered inwardly but feigned controlled anger on his face. Since His Royal Highness Crown Prince has spoken, I have nothing more to add. Let someone go ahead and search under the witness of all officials and Father Emperor. If it turns out to be false. He paused, casting a ruthless glare at the red-robed official. I will surely take your life in exchange. The official momentarily froze. In the time that followed, all unrelated people were dismissed, and the officials accompanied the emperor to the grand hall. The crown prince sat in the secondary position, while Pei Min quietly stood among the crowd. Normally, with his striking looks and favored status by the crown prince, others would often notice him, but today, amidst the conflict between the crown prince and the second prince, no one had the spare attention for him. After about half an hour, Chen Nifu, who led the search team, finally rushed back. As soon as Chen Nifu stepped into the room, everyone turned their eyes toward him. He wore a serious expression, carrying a wooden box in his hands. Zhao Qi was initially relaxed. After all, he hadn't done anything wrong, but when he saw the wooden box Chen Nifu was holding, he froze, eyes wide open. How could this thing be here? He'd carefully hidden it. Why? Your Majesty, I found this item on the shelf in the second prince's study. Zhao Qi stared at the box, his complexion pale like paper. On the shelf. He clearly hid it in a secret compartment. Who could it be? Bring it forth. Yes. Chen Nifu opened the box and handed it to the emperor. With a sidelong glance, he observed the disoriented second prince, sighing inwardly. From today onward, factional struggles might quiet down. The emperor reached in, pulling out a pile of paper with writing, including a letter inside. First frowning, he then opened the papers and scanned the contents quickly. Zhao Qi held his breath, watching the man's face darken more and more over just a few seconds, becoming as somber as night. Then suddenly, the hand with the jade ring tightly clutched those papers, lifting icy eyes, glaring as if at an enemy on the battlefield, filled with killing intent. He tossed the box to the ground with a loud crash, snapping the nerves of everyone present taut. An angry shout, foolish child. Zhao Qi jumped violently at the sound, kneeling with a thud on the ground, trembling and crying out, Father Emperor, please forgive me. The emperor could no longer suppress his rage. Who would have thought you'd have such audacity? A mere position as the crown prince seems insufficient for you, does it? Perhaps I should simply hand over the throne to you directly. Once these words escaped, there was no going back. The officials gulped involuntarily, Dus and Weis momentarily dared not utter a word. Zhao Qi's forehead collided heavily with the ground, turning red immediately. Zhao Qi pleaded desperately, Father Emperor, please listen to your son. It's not as you think. Taking a step forward, breathing already unstable, the emperor waved the object in his hand. Explain what? That you've been investigating me, planning to seize power in the future by threats and blackmail? Or eliminating so-called factions supporting the crown prince? Or deliberately delaying the Zhangzhou case to falsely accuse the crown prince? The emperor threw the documents forcefully onto Zhao Qi's face. Zhao Qi blinked in shock for a moment, then frantically grabbed the items, disregarding the now red-faced bruising. Pulling out the letter, he read through it carefully, unable to believe its contents. Kneeling, he hurriedly crawled forward several steps, grabbing onto the edge of the emperor's robe and pleading anxiously, No, Father Emperor, this letter is not mine. I did conduct investigations and wrote other letters, but this letter is definitely not mine. Please believe me. Grand Tutor Wei Ming watched Zhao Qi state, hearing his words, completely shocked. He painstakingly planned for Zhao Qi to become the crown prince, serving tirelessly and faithfully, yet he never knew that Zhao Qi was secretly investigating the emperor behind the scenes. One must ask, which emperor ascended the throne without dirt under their fingers or blood on their hands? How can the Supreme One tolerate being scrutinized? It's one thing for Zhao Qi to compete against the crown prince. At most, as a father, the emperor would turn a blind eye, because supreme positions are always occupied by the capable ones. But why dig into the emperor's secrets? Why unearth unknown truths, akin to cutting someone open to draw out pus? That is courting death. Your father emperor is far crueler than you imagine. And now, caught red-handed with witnesses present, the emperor before them, Zhao Qi's own admission still fresh, even if Grand Tutor Wei Ming had earth-shattering abilities, there was no saving grace left. The tide had turned. Years of scheming, years of effort, all wasted. Wei Ming lowered his head, seeming instantly to lose all vitality. Disappointed, he closed his eyes briefly, reopening them only to find his once clear gaze gone, truly resembling an old and worn-out tree. He took a few steps backward, distancing himself from the center stage. The emperor glanced at the hand clutching his robe, coldly kicking him away with his foot. Not you. Do you really expect me to believe that? Would any official present believe that? All officials exchanged glances, their expressions revealing unmasked disbelief. They wouldn't believe it anyway. They themselves had just seen the cover of the letter, the right corner even bore Gao Han's secret seal. Evidence irrefutable, impossible to fabricate. This harsh kick was merciless. How could Zhao Qi's frail and emaciated body endure such force? Instantly, excruciating pain surged through him, yet in this moment, he had no time to dwell on it, the pain was shoved aside. It must be a frame-up. It absolutely has to be. Suddenly, he raised his head with burning intensity, his venomous glare immediately locking onto Zhao. It must be you who framed me. It has to be you. Zhao looked at him with complex emotions, just as he was about to speak, the emperor interrupted. You go down first. Hearing the emperor's words, Zhao hesitated because of the gravity of the situation today. He still wanted to say something. However, upon glancing at Zhao Qing, whose face showed cold disdain, he made up his mind not to make matters worse or bring trouble upon himself. Thus, he replied, your subject obeys your majesty. Zhao Qing watched his retreating back and then said a sentence to the court officials, all of you also step down. Yes. Zhao and Pei Min stepped out one after another. In no time, the grand room that had been bustling only moments before now contained merely Emperor and Zhao Qi. Zhao Qi felt as if deathly silence surrounded him from all sides. A formidable and terrifying aura pressed down upon him from above, so much that he barely dared to breathe. His trembling body became even more pronounced. After some rustling sounds, a pair of bright yellow boots came into view right before his eyes. The next instant, a whistling sound erupted, followed by a slap across his face. The force sent him crashing to the ground, searing heat spreading across his cheek accompanied by the coppery taste of blood in his mouth. Ringing filled his ears. Zhao Qi stared blankly with wide eyes, stunned. At this moment, Zhao Qing's gaze was icy cold, his stern face expressionless and forbidding. All traces of the anger evident when dismissing the officials were gone. Now, his real self emerged, godlike in detachment, surreal as an illusion. With a quiet voice, he spoke, I am your father and also your sovereign. Investigating me shows disrespect and disloyalty. In the past, I have turned a blind eye to your trivial disputes with him, but you cannot forget your place or the hierarchy between us. When fear takes hold, senses become exceptionally sharp, especially hearing. Hence, every word spoken just now resounded deeply in his brain, echoing endlessly. Dazed, Zhao Qi lifted his head, gazing upward at the person he revered, feeling dazed. Respect, hierarchy. He, being the prince of the realm, towering above 10,000 others, was beneath someone. Zhao Qing bent over, aligning his gaze level with Zhao Qi. He lightly patted his cheek, his eyes as vast and frigid as boundless glaciers, chilling Zhao Qi's very soul. He is the queen's offspring, my one and only legitimate eldest son, and the crown prince personally cultivated by myself. Even if he commits unforgivable sins, I alone can protect him completely, shielding him from anyone else daring to shake his position as the heir. I allowed you to contest and battle with him, not to crown the winner king, but for him to understand that even familial bonds are disposable if necessary. Being kind-hearted does not make one a qualified crown prince. To tower above all others, one must be empty of all distractions and emotions. Only by caring for nothing can one avoid being manipulated and maintain their throne steadfastly. Do you understand? Zhao Qi slowly widened his eyes, pale and stupefied. The gaze locked onto him radiated authority but felt hollow, seeming to look straight through him. There was no shred of warmth or compassion, like looking at a corpse devoid of humanity. An overwhelming chill gripped his heart, nausea bubbling within him. Meaning, no matter what he does wrong, you've never thought of deposing him. Straightening up, the emperor said firmly, that's correct. So it was. As both a ruler and a father, you have not reserved even the slightest space for me. With this realization, what grounds do I have to compete? What am I competing for? The truth revealed over more than 20 years crushed his last defenses like a colossal boulder descending and exploding in his consciousness. The despair-induced palpitations left Zhao Qi deathly pale. Though wide-eyed, his gaze appeared detached. Spinal strength drained away, leaving him too weak to stand, slumping onto the cold stone floor which, despite its frigid touch, couldn't match the freezing desolation inside him. The once admired severe face of the emperor now seemed nightmarishly horrifying, a fallen deity ready to devour his soul. Desperate nausea rose in his throat, forcing him to clench his teeth until they cut the insides of his cheeks, mingling bitterness with blood. The emperor glanced down at him with indifference, lacking any trace of the filial intimacy expected between father and son. He was less warm than a total stranger, but rest assured, since you share my bloodline, I will not kill you. Be careful how you proceed. Saying nothing further, he turned around and left. Fighting for so long, longing for so much, his cherished aspirations turned out to be sheer fantasy. How absurdly laughable. That proud and solitary head eventually lowered, his eyes gazed at the ground as they turned bloodshot with vision. He felt a warmth against his cheeks and closed his eyes, laughing bitterly to himself. The echoing laughter in the empty hall was chilling to the bone. The next day, the emperor issued an edict. The second prince Zhao Qi had lost his moral bearing. His title of prince would be revoked, and he would be demoted to Viscount of Ezhou. Without an imperial decree, he could not return to the capital. Chapter 67, The Prosperity of a Golden Age, 10. The last chapter underwent great hardship, taking 2 days for review. Many additions were made, so you must read them. Inside the Eastern Palace. Zhao Qi was clearly framed this time. Chen Xian, certainly. In my opinion, those dancers and musicians were arranged by him to suppress me, but the official who spoke up clearly wasn't expected by him, and then the box that appeared later, even if he were foolish, he should know such illicit items should be hidden well. How could it be so easy for Chen Nifu to find? Perhaps someone had already retrieved it earlier and placed it on that bookshelf, intending for it to be discovered. Chen Xian, but the person behind all this is evidently not ordinary. Every high-ranking official in our empire knows there's discord between me and the second prince. Along with the dancers' public discussion regarding me earlier, the majority now believes that official belongs to me, that I deliberately concealed something and used an opportune moment to outwit Zhao Qi. Chen Xian, alas, unknown to everyone, I am merely another piece on his chessboard, locked in combat. I've been good to him, what a waste of my sincerity. Are you sure it's I'm in? Chen Xian, if not him, then who? The emperor merely observes the battle from afar, looking at who wins or loses. There's no motive to let his two sons kill each other. But Min is different. He hates the Zhao family, he hates the whole Wu dynasty. He desires nothing more than us turning against each other, destroying ourselves step by step according to his arrangements, overseeing the entire chessboard as its master. Chen Xian, however, there's one thing he probably didn't anticipate, that Zhao Qing would be so ruthless. Just because of Zhao Qi's one mistake, Zhao Qing has grown so repulsed that he's abolished any possibility of Zhao Qi being heir to the throne. Even I am surprised. Chen Xian, yet, if he cared so much about it, why allow Zhao Qi and I to fight? The emperor's heart, deep and unfathomable like the ocean. Chen Xian, nevertheless, since Zhao Qi has been removed, it saves me the effort to deal with another adversary. Let's enjoy playing with Min then, performing a drama where I am the virtuous crown prince. Mr. Chen, you haven't seen your romantic interest for quite some time. Chen Xian, have I? Then tomorrow, when I go, I'll take another person along. Who? Chen Xian, the heroine. The next day. Lan Wanqing wore her palace attire, her hair styled into a maid official bun as usual, arriving early at the crown prince's residence. She raised her eyes slightly toward the vermilion doors, grand and ancient, resembling red stone walls that exuded heavy oppression. She lowered her gaze, gripping the wooden tray tightly in her hand. She had been here in the Eastern Palace for some time now, instinctively starting to get used to the rules of the palace and adapting to the coldness among people. Her former free-spirited life back in the common folk seemed unattainably distant, like yesterday. Now thinking about it, even her days at the Linen Manor have become precious memories. Although Min was usually somber, he never restricted her movements or purchases, allowing her complete freedom. She indulged in pleasures for quite some time. Since coming to this revered Eastern Palace, daily under the strict supervision of the governesses, she feels 10 years older. Amidst many hardships, the sole sweet spot is. Just then, the vermilion door slowly opened. An eunuch emerged, casting a disdainful glance down at them before speaking in a pinched voice, "The crown prince has risen. Go in carefully and attend to him." They replied in soft unison, "Yes." Stepping over the tall threshold, they followed the eunuch inside. As they drew closer, a tall figure stood not far from the bed. Jet black hair cascaded down like fine silk, framing a handsome face marked with slight fatigue. He lazily resembled an expensive black cat, his dim yellow inner robe partially unfastened, revealing exquisite collarbones and a smooth, firm chest, not frail but robust. Even though she sees him every day, as an unmarried young woman, Lan Wanqing couldn't help but feel her cheeks heat up, suppressing her racing heartbeat as she calmly approached him as per usual, assisting with his careful grooming. The palace lanterns hung high, and Crown Prince Zhao sat solemnly in front of the bronze mirror, allowing the person behind him to tie his hair. Lan Wanqing gently and carefully combed his hair with a jade comb, as the short white jade handle moved continuously through his dark shiny strands. Zhao looked at Lan Wanqing through the bronze mirror. "You've been in the Eastern Palace for quite some time now. Do you miss your prince?" The jade comb in Ellen Wanqing's hand paused slightly as she glanced up, only to see someone staring intently at her through the mirror. She quickly dropped her gaze, her black eyelashes trembling slightly. Your Highness jests. I am already one of the people here in the Eastern Palace. How could I miss the Linen Prince? What to say and what not to say, this was something the governesses had taught her many times, out of fear that she might accidentally offend the master. Zhao Heng laughed softly, dispelling the air of superiority. You don't have to overthink it. I'm going to Linen Mansion today. If you want, I can take you along. If not, stay in the Eastern Palace and wait for my return. Ellen Wanqing hesitated, unable to resist glancing up again, seeing a smile on his face like ripples in clear spring water, radiating warmth without any intimidating presence. Her heart softened unconsciously. Yet, she remained restrained and rigid. Since your Highness mentioned it, then I will follow and attend to you. She had been confined for several months, missing the free and unrestrained days outside the palace more than ever. But just now, for that fleeting moment, she couldn't help but feel confused. Was it the desire to go out that made her want to leave, or was it because of that person's smile? At the 9th hour of the morning, Zhao Heng wore an indigo blue formal robe embroidered with the imperial emblem of Hongjing peonies, standing beneath the eaves of Linen Manor's inner courtyard. Directly in front was an ancient tree, its branches requiring 3 people to encircle them, the leaves rustling gently in the breeze. Beneath it stood a 3-step-high lacquered red wide wooden platform about 3 to 4 persons width, covered with fine silk fabric. A small table was set with 2 recliners, and a pot of clear wine sat nearby. Pei Min, dressed in deep blue attire, lounged sideways with ink-black hair half tied with a wooden pin, and the other half cascading down his back in loose waves. With one leg propped up, he held a porcelain cup casually placed on his thigh, turning his head toward the sound, his striking and handsome features resembling the most beautiful sight within the emerald greenery. Truly, his beauty surpasses all others. Both Zhao Heng and Ellen Wanqing were momentarily stunned. He quickly discarded his lazy posture, straightening up and looking directly at Zhao Heng while glancing briefly at Ellen Wanqing behind him. Leisurely and composed, he said, one does not visit without reason. What brings you to my door today, your highness? Regaining his composure, Zhao Heng leisurely stepped onto the 3-step with steps, found another recliner, looked at Pei Min, deeply sighed, straightened his clothing and slowly lay down. Then, gazing upward at the mottled shadows of green leaves under the light, his expression revealed evident weariness. Seeing his manner, Pei Min took advantage of the opportunity to ask, is there something troubling you? Zhao Heng lightly affirmed with a sound, his eyes strangely avoiding the person beside him, his tone exhausted, surely you are aware of Father Emperor's edict concerning second brother. The white porcelain cup rotated a bit in Pei Min's hands, raising it slightly to sip. The spicy taste lingered, invigorating the senses. Naturally, collaborating with Gao Han to suppress Zhangzhou news was a grave mistake, let alone trying to slander you during the Autumn Source Festival. Such sinister intentions indeed deserved punishment, this treatment is already rather lenient. Zhao Heng closed his eyes. Amidst the darkness, flashes of white light danced. Correct, from outsider's perspective, it appears so. Father did not punish him severely, only banishing him to Ezhou seems compassionate enough. But you do not understand second brother. For him, attaining the position of crown prince has been his lifelong pursuit. Father Emperor crushed his hope entirely, leaving him no choice but to live as an ordinary person, which is indeed the cruelest aspect. Pei Min paused, turning his gaze, finding that the other person's eyes were already shut. He tilted his head and finished drinking the remaining wine in one go. The empty wine cup rolled between his fingertips, playing idly, the subtle smile that always adorned his lips now gone. His dark eyes revealed complex and bizarre emotions, cold and profound. Simply removing his power and taking away his qualifications to compete for the crown prince position, was that considered cruel? Humph, if so, your cruelty seemed far too easy. His tone carried no change from earlier, devoid of emotional fluctuation, even a child knows that mistakes come with consequences. I fail to see where your father went wrong. Did he go wrong? How could his father be mistaken? Zhao Heng recalled his father's obstinate and stubborn nature, suffering many hardships due to it himself. It reminded him of the time when he was 10, entering his quarters to submit his homework. He wasn't there, so I began playing on my own. By accident, I shattered his cherished red-glazed porcelain vase, and with the shards scattered all over the floor, I didn't know what to do. Just then, he returned. Upon seeing the broken items on the ground, his expression did not change at all. He merely asked coldly, who broke it? Afraid of being scolded, I didn't admit it right away but just stood there silently. He repeated, who broke it? This time his tone was dark and terrifying, the atmosphere surrounding us chilling. The little eunuch beside me couldn't bear it and knelt down trembling, saying, It's His Highness the Crown Prince. The weak voice had barely faded when a large hand gripped my neck and threw me out. There was a loud crash as I hit the ground hard. Terrified, I thought this was punishment and quickly said, I did it. He only glanced at me indifferently, it's him. What? I said it's him, and thus it's him. You are the Crown Prince, and only I can judge you're right or wrong. Do you understand? I swallowed hard, intimidated by his formidable aura. I understand. From that day on, I understood that in my father emperor's eyes, there is no distinction between right and wrong, only what he deems appropriate. Once he decides something, even 8 horses could not drag him back. Because he is the emperor, standing above all. From my father emperor's position, he hasn't done anything wrong. I'm just feeling some sentiments. Sentiments because my father emperor could so simply sever the intimate bond of bloodline, leaving no room for negotiation, and immediately announce the decree without any chance to plead. Even if I wanted to beg for leniency, there would be no chance. Because, an emperor never jests. Hearing this, the person next to him laughed, their smile like a mask, yet the eyes remained cold. How can we possibly understand matters within the royal family? But I, Min, lost my father at a young age and naturally don't comprehend such emotions. I just believe that living freely is being happy. As Zhao Heng listened, he opened his eyes and, against the light, saw Min's smiling face. The deep shadows gave this bright smile a strange air, making it seem somewhat cold. The same sensation he felt from the moment Zhao Qi emerged from the house. At the time, my father emperor told me to leave, but I hadn't truly gone. Instead, I waited outside the door for them. After quite some time, Zhao Qi came out looking disoriented. Seeing me, he stopped, turning his body aside. The flickering lights by the door were exceptionally clear, revealing deep brown eyes that were shadowy and lifeless. Their expression was suffocatingly dark, as though all the spirit had been suddenly drained from the once rebellious second prince, leaving him deflated. He stared at Zhao Heng for a long time but said nothing. In the end, he let out a self-deprecating laugh and walked forward slowly. His lean silhouette was lonely and desolate. That look was too deep, too heavy, and even now, Zhao Heng can still recall it. Thinking about this, he straightened slightly and looked ahead, living freely, how could you understand the dangers involved? Min shrugged, what dangers? Once you ascend to the throne, you can gradually amend them. It's early now, worrying excessively won't do you any good. Zhao Heng suddenly smiled faintly, that's true, but unlike you, I'm not so carefree. Not only does he worry more, but he also cares more. Min picked up the wine pot and poured into the white porcelain cup slowly, the sound of water reaching both ears. Then perhaps you should learn from me more. Eventually, you will come to understand what carefreeness truly means. Suddenly, he turned his head, looking at Min's profile. Impulsively, he leaned closer, fixing his eyes intently on Min who was less than an arm's distance away. His deep gaze seemed almost magnetic, filled with curiosity and sincerity rarely found within the imperial family. Then why not ask you now, what does carefreeness mean, and why must brothers vie for life or death? Min halted, meeting his gaze squarely. Leaning slightly closer, a slight smile lingered on his lips while his eyes remained dark like night. Throughout history in the royal families, isn't this always the case? Progressing through darkness, how do you know whether he's good or evil? With every response, the distance shortened, mere inches apart. Amidst this close proximity lay the scent of sandalwood from the palace and the fragrance of aged fine liquor. A sudden movement stirred within Zhao Heng. His gaze swept across Min's reddened lips due to the wine, hurriedly averting his eyes, but I've never thought of harming him in the slightest. Min shook his head, put down the wine pot, and looked at Zhao Heng's face that wanted to escape. He lifted his hand to pinch Zhao Heng's jaw, that is just your one-sided wishful thinking. In his eyes, you are a bloodthirsty beast. If he loses, you will surely tear him apart and swallow him, leaving no way out. Zhao Heng was startled and ignored the cold sensation on his jaw. I will naturally explain it clearly to him, I have no intention of harming him. Someone with dark clouds in their heart, the more you explain, the more they will feel a storm is coming. It's better for both parties to be at peace instead, preserving some grace. Min disregarded the softness under his fingertips, released his hand, stood up and tidied his clothes casually as he said. Upon hearing this, Zhao Heng grabbed someone's hand. One was slightly cool, the other warm. Upon contact, both trembled momentarily. After a while, Min reacted first, turning his body, lowering his head to look at the person. He asked curiously, what is it? Zhao Heng glanced at the hand holding onto another, looked up, and locked eyes with that beautiful face, asking softly, then what about you, would you harm me? Even brothers who share the same blood can develop harmful intentions due to greed, let alone others. What about you? This direct question drew not even a moment of silence from Min, but rather an amused smile. Why should I harm you? I still rely on you to wield power and influence. After saying that, he lightly brushed his hand away, muttering inconsequential words. I'll leave you for a moment. There's a new cook in the kitchen who makes excellent pastries. I'll fetch some for you to taste. Zhao Heng watched his empty hand, his gaze dimmed slightly. Then, he slowly withdrew it, nodding, all right. Min turned around, but the curve at the corner of his mouth disappeared all of a sudden, his pitch-black eyes cold like a demon, showing no trace of affection. Throughout all this, Lan Wanqing had been standing nearby, observing every move between the two until Min left. She meticulously stared at Zhao Heng who was still sipping wine. Somehow, she felt that he was very different toward Pei Min, unable to clarify the strange emotions in her heart. She also turned around and followed Pei Min. Now, they had other crucial matters to attend to. Chapter 68, The Line of Power Politics, The Flourishing of a Prosperous Age, Part 11. Zhao Heng looked at the direction where Pei Min left for quite some time. Seeing the tranquil surroundings with no sound, he hid his lost gaze and raised his expressionless face toward the bright blue sky, listening to the subtle wind by his ears. Once again, he lay back, propping his hands behind his head. He exhaled comfortably. Recently, the court had been in turmoil. First, Minister of Rights Gao Han, then Second Prince Zhao Qi, anyone with intentions could easily see there must be a mastermind behind. Carefully examining the current situation, only Zhao Heng, the master of the Eastern Palace, could draw suspicion among officials. But political forces within the court always valued balance and restraint. Without the Second Prince, the political power in the court now divided merely into old and new factions. The new faction, representing fresh blood and innovative thoughts within the court, carried the hope of the new generation of officials for the future of the Wu dynasty. The old faction, on the other hand, was stubbornly clinging to the old system, clutching tightly onto the emperor's robe unwilling to let go, thus naturally leading with the emperor at the helm. The conflict between the new and old factions was, in fact, the contention between the emperor and the crown prince. Pei Min wished for an earlier encounter between him and Zhao Qi. However, morning light and evening glow both originate from the sun, one being the current emperor, the other the future emperor. Members of both factions certainly wouldn't dare to cross lines, and those restless schemers in the middle plotting personal gain must rein in their tails. Moreover, with Zhao Heng's respect for Zhao Qi, the new and old powers were bound to reach a stalemate. And if Pei Min wanted to break this deadlock, there would undoubtedly be new movements. As for what it would be, Zhao Heng smiled faintly, closed his eyes, and murmured quietly, "There's plenty of time ahead, no rush, no rush. Let them discuss thoroughly first. Once their plans are made, all sorts of intrigues and plots can be directed at him, making it more impactful when crying victim afterward." Lingyan Wangfu was many years ago Zhao Qing's nominal reward to Pei Qing, coupled with Pei Min's painstaking indulgence over these years. Both inside and outside, its decoration was exceedingly luxurious. Pavilions, carved balustrades, and jade terraces abounded, countless rare and valuable flowers visible everywhere. Lian Wanqing followed Pei Min through several winding corridors and reached a courtyard. The tall, upright figure paused beside an ancient locust tree. Shadows interplayed, his ink-black hair shimmered like black silk under brilliant light. He turned around, his handsome face radiant yet icy, deep-set eyes gazing at her with a frosty demeanor, an oppressive aura as if submerged deep in the lake bottom, gasping for breath. Completely different from the previous smile-filled man. "Well," he said, "tell me, after being by his side for so long, what have you discovered?" Lian Wanqing, dressed as a female official, had naturally gained more restraint and dignity after being influenced by the Eastern Palace for some time. She was less free-spirited than she had been months ago. Even under Pei Min's piercing gaze, she didn't seem as fragile as she once was. She then began recounting all her observations and experiences in recent days to Pei Min in an orderly fashion. After quite a while, Pei Min slightly narrowed his eyes, a flash of severity crossing them, saying with faint disdain, "So, you're trying to tell me that although the emperor seldom visits the Eastern Palace, he still shows great care for the crown prince. And that His Highness the Crown Prince is not a wasteful good-for-nothing, but rather a person like clear wind and bright moonlight, as pure and virtuous as fragrant orchids growing on a riverbank, is that correct?" The tone grew lighter as Pei Min continued, with a mocking smile appearing on his expressionless face, his dark, heavy gaze chilling to the bone. Lian Wanqing felt somewhat intimidated. Despite her hesitation, everything she shared was genuinely based on her own observations, so she persisted boldly, "That's exactly right, this is what I have seen." Pei Min bent down slightly, making eye level with her. Though smiling, his deep brown eyes showed no trace of emotion, akin to staring into the eyes of a wild beast. He said, "I believe you misunderstand something here. My purpose in letting you serve is not for you to care who the emperor favors or who is good and bad. It is for you to sow discord, harm others, spy, do you understand? Or are you so kind-hearted that you've forgotten your clan's blood feud because of his virtue?" Lian Wanqing was startled. Her mind flashed back to the blurred yet deeply engraved image of her home, her parents, and the endless desolation, hunger, and pain she experienced during their exile. She felt a stir in her spirit and instinctively took a step back. I don't mean it that way. How could she forget? I just feel our grudge is with Zhao Qing, and Zhao Heng has nothing to do with it since he hasn't done anything. Pei Min watched her, seeing every flicker of emotion in her face, straightening up and letting out a light laugh. In a low, calm voice, he asked, "Then consider this, what mistake did you make? What about your innocently implicated clansmen? Why were they condemned to death unjustly? This world isn't one where goodness alone guarantees a long life." The facade peeled away, exposing a brutally honest reality. Lian Wanqing pressed her lips together tightly, gripping her fists at her sides. Pei Min's gaze deepened, and his tone became casual again. But if you're unwilling, I won't make you do anything terrifying. Starting today, all you need to do is stay close to him and monitor his every move. She raised her head, seemingly having some foreboding. What do you plan to do? He turned around, gazing ahead at the red peony embraced by green leaves before him, his expression serene. You take care of your duties, my plans are none of your business. Rejected outright, Lian Wanqing shifted her gaze and nodded silently, understood. Before leaving Ling'an Wangfu, she had thought this man, though unsteady, carried himself like a dissolute nobleman but secretly discerned right from wrong. He didn't hold himself with any princely airs. Although they weren't confidants or friends, they managed decent conversation. Yet today, she suddenly realized that in all their time together, she hadn't truly understood this person. His depth, his means, even the relentless hatred in his eyes. It seemed as if in this world, there was nothing but overthrowing the Zhao family and killing Zhao Qing that could sway his emotions. Though they stood near each other, the distance between them seemed vast, almost unbridgeable. Still, for now, they had the same goal, to bring down Zhao Qing and seek revenge. Lian Wanqing exhaled, turning to leave. Yet her mind kept conjuring Zhao Heng's face, that gentle and focused look causing a peculiar feeling within her heart, a mixture of reluctance and hesitation. He would soon discover perhaps that individual wasn't entirely unlikable. Since that day when Zhao Heng and Pei Min had spoken openly with each other, their interaction seemed warmer superficially. They met frequently, and Zhao Heng often summoned Pei Min to the Eastern Palace. With no opposition from Second Prince Zhao Qi on the court, matters ran smoothly across all fronts. At the same time, with one fewer person drawing attention, all officials inevitably directed their thoughts toward the sole figure in the Eastern Palace. When word spread that the Prince of Ling'an and the Crown Prince met regularly, they couldn't help but devise their own schemes, hoping to use Pei Min as a stepping stone to get closer to His Highness and lay a solid foundation for their future careers. As time passed, Ling'an Wangfu also became increasingly lively. On the surface, Pei Min still appeared as the wasteful Prince of Ling'an. Many times, he unhesitatingly accepted bribes and made promises before casually informing Zhao Heng. Zhao Heng believed he understood Pei Min's character, someone who wouldn't get involved in politics but simply owed people favors, so he didn't delve further, letting Pei Min do as he pleased. However, those who wished to curry favor with the Crown Prince through Pei Min did not include the new faction led by Zhou Yulinsheng. They upheld their own literary integrity and the dignity of clean officials. Their hopes for the Crown Prince reflected their anticipation for the future of the Wu dynasty. If their enthusiasm touched on wealth and honor, it would appear vulgar, sullying their pure reputation. One day, before the early morning court session, inside the Tianlu Pavilion. Dawn had already broken outside the window, yet lanterns still lit up every corner of the hall, the bright light resembling daylight. Zhao Qing stood in front of a full-length copper mirror. The figure in the mirror was tall, his black hair neatly bound with a golden crown, exuding an aura of solemnity and authority, his eyes sharp and commanding even without anger. He held out his arms naturally, allowing Chen Nifu to carefully adjust the intricate dragon robes. I've heard the Crown Prince has grown quite close recently to that young man from the Pei family. Zhao Qing looked at Chen Nifu in the mirror, suddenly asking. Chen Nifu's hands paused briefly as he bent over to adjust the clothes but remained unperturbed as he replied, this servant hasn't noticed, but the servants from the Eastern Palace say they have indeed become closer than before. He hesitated slightly, then added quietly, the Crown Prince doesn't have a study companion, having someone around his age to talk to is not such a bad thing. But Zhao Qing's frown deepened, pulling his wide sleeves away from Chen Nifu's hands, coldly glancing at him and saying faintly, you know I've always disliked Heng being associated with that boy. Moreover, the recent political instability concerning Jiao Han and the Second Prince may all be staged for my benefit. Chen Nifu had been by his side for many years, understanding his temperament well. Once these words were spoken, he instantly grasped the emperor's meaning. Does your majesty suspect Prince Ling'an? Zhao Qing stared at him expressionlessly. But Chen Nifu didn't believe it. Prince Ling'an indulges in pleasures all day long, neither possessing any power in the court nor the support of his clan. A single person like him could hardly harm others. Zhao Qing chuckled lightly. His deep-set eyes showed no ripples but hinted at a ruthless edge, whether it's him or not, we will find out. What do you mean? Zhao Qing turned his head, looking at him with fierce determination, revealing undisguised hostility in his gaze. I remember today is the memorial day for Pei Qing, and every year around this time, that boy goes to Angua Temple for offerings. Soon, go give the order, send a group of royal guards disguised in ambush along his way. As he spoke, he stood by the door, lifting his hand to push open the vermilion door. The first rays of dawn gradually revealed themselves, the radiant yellow dragon robes shimmering with gold threads as if the embroidered dragons were about to take flight. He said, if anyone secretly protects him, show no mercy, if there's no one guarding him and he survives, credit him with skill. The next day, I'll let him participate in state affairs discussions. If he dies, then this clears my suspicions altogether. In any case, it's better to assume danger exists rather than trust otherwise. We cannot tolerate wolves around Ichanji. Chen Nifu hid his surprise, nodding, understood. After everyone left, shortly after, a bright yellow figure emerged from around the corner. Zhao Heng watched the retreating figures of the emperor and his entourage with a serious expression. Chen Xian, this emperor is ruthless and direct. At the drop of a hat, he wants to kill people. Up, if I don't go rescue the target, will they definitely die? Up, it's uncertain, there's a 50% chance of death. If the target dies, the game will automatically reset. Chen Xian, I figured as much. But if I just rush in to save him, wouldn't I be obviously opposing the emperor? Dad wants to kill someone, son wants to rescue them, how embarrassing. Up, well, if the target dies, we can always restart. Chen Xian, oh, I owe you big time. Chen Xian, alright, we need to save the guy. First, we can play the classic hero saves the damsel trope. Second, it's rare for Zhao Heng to defy the emperor, and opposing once in a while highlights his integrity as crown prince. Let him also see how different Zhao Heng feels about Pei Min. Chen Xian, let's go, back to gather reinforcements. The emperor dispatched the palace guard troops this time, elite soldiers chosen from among hundreds, even a single squad couldn't be underestimated. And the only force Heng could mobilize quickly without alarming the emperor's men were his Eastern Palace Crown Prince Guard forces, which, though not a formal army, consisted of highly selected skilled warriors. To deal with those imperial guards, Zhao Heng needed at least twice the number of men. They also needed to control the timing of their rescue. It couldn't be too early. If the Yulin army hadn't intercepted Pei Min and he wiped them out instead, it would be a wasted effort for nothing. But if they were too late and the person was already dead, then Chen Xian would also be finished. An hour later, on one of the necessary paths leading to Ngua Temple, a beautifully carved carriage adorned with silk ribbons was slowly moving forward. On either side followed over a dozen guards, all dressed splendidly, clearly hailing from a rich and noble household. Suddenly, a shadow darted by. The black-clad figure lifted the curtain respectfully, kneeling on one knee beside the carriage. The lighting inside the carriage was dim, revealing only one occupant, his flowing ink-like hair cascading like a cloud, his white inner shirt interwoven with a black outer robe, the dark hair mingling gracefully with his garments. The black-clad man bowed his head. Report to the young general, we have received intelligence that a group is lying in ambush not far ahead, appearing to be regular troops, and their target seems to be us. Pei Min, who had been resting his eyes, opened them, his deep as ink gaze showing no sign of panic, calm as if detached from the situation. Regular army. He murmured softly, then let out a light chuckle. It seems His Majesty up there has grown quite dissatisfied with me, wanting to cut grass at the roots. Pei Min massaged his somewhat weary shoulders coldly, saying, can you handle it? We can, but, the black-clad man hesitated briefly. Pei Min frowned disapprovingly, speak. The crown prince is also heading this way. Hearing this, Pei Min paused his shoulder massage for a moment before breaking into a bright smile, as if hearing something amusing. Interesting, father wants to kill me, son wants to save me. His low and pleased voice seemed to carry an indescribable meaning. In that case, I might as well cooperate with them, we cannot waste their good intentions. Chapter 69 Strategy Line, The Splendor of Prosperous Times, Part 12. Pei Min looked at the person kneeling respectfully before him. Fusheng, take your men and leave, none of you are allowed to stay. The black-clad man paused, hesitating, then looking at the serene person sitting composedly inside, finally spoke up, but the people sent by the emperor are not ordinary. If only the accompanying guards remain, there might be danger. The seated person smiled faintly, adjusting his sleeves casually, leaning back against the soft couch. His handsome face carried a slight smile, calm and collected without a trace of tension, yet his gaze remained sharp. What danger? Don't I need to ensure that the crown prince doesn't return empty-handed? Rest assured, before we achieve our shared aspirations, your master will not die so easily. He planned to gradually dismantle the Zhao family's realm until it crumbled completely. At this point, the black-clad man had no more words to say, bowing deeply. Yes. In the next second, the figure lifted the curtain and leaped out. Pei Min then closed his eyes lazily, his head resting against the carriage. It appears that Gao Han and Zhao Qi's loss of power did catch your attention, humph, old fox, truly cautious beyond measure, unwilling to let even two unrelated disturbances go unchecked. However, you should still be in doubt right now. If you had evidence in hand, I'd probably be bound to the interrogation rack in the heavenly prison, being torn apart piece by you. But are you more suspicious, or just guilty of doing wrong? Back then, you assumed I knew nothing, so even though you knew I was still alive, you didn't act immediately. Now, with changes stirring in the court and my closeness to your beloved crown prince, you've become restless, haven't you? No problem, the more anxious you are, the better chance I have to take advantage. After about half an incense stick's time, the carriage suddenly stopped. At the same moment, the guards outside cried out on alert, protect His Royal Highness. Pei Min, who had been resting, abruptly opened his eyes, his pupils as deep and dark as a bottomless abyss. Looking ahead, he saw over 10 black-clad figures blocking the path of the convoy. All were masked, with only their eyes exposed, each figure tall and robust, standing with feet apart in a stable stance. They exuded a lethal and decisive aura, cold enough to make others tremble. Clearly, these were not ordinary bandits, but more likely elite soldiers or assassins. Their arrival certainly did not portend goodwill. The accompanying guards clenched their weapons tightly, swallowing hard as they glanced around uneasily, looking extremely uncomfortable. What bad luck. Today they were merely accompanying His Royal Highness to mourn General Pei, yet they had run into this group of robbers. Moreover, this place was halfway up a mountain, still some distance from Angkor Temple. There was no settlement ahead, nor any backup nearby, surrounded only by wild woods and wilderness where no one could possibly pass. Even if they fought these men to death today, no one would ever know. The leading black-clad figure had a pair of eyes that were cold and emotionless. He glanced at the elaborately decorated carriage ahead, then raised his hand with a slow and deliberate wave. Attack. As soon as the words left his lips, more than a dozen black-clothed assassins surged forward like birds darting through a forest. Meanwhile, on the other side, the sound of galloping hooves stirred up clouds of dust. Zhao Heng, clad in a dark red informal robe, rode at the forefront. A black cloak fluttered behind him as he sped along like rolling dark clouds. Your Highness, we'll reach the halfway point in less than half a tea kettle's time, one of the royal guards, dressed in military attire, shouted to keep pace with Zhao Heng. Zhao Heng's expression remained stern. Faster. Yes, Your Highness. The clash of weapons filled the air. The dozen-plus guards by now had been sacrificed nearly in their entirety. Broken branches and shattered leaves littered the ground, and wherever the eye could see was stained bright red. Though the deaths of the guards weren't grotesque, they were undeniably swift, each victim struck down with lethal precision, their faces frozen in expressions of shock at the moment of death. Black-clad figures blocked their path both ahead and behind, their blades glinting coldly in the sunlight, resembling merciless reapers from the underworld sent to collect souls. One slash of those blades would drag you straight to the gates of hell. Even the few surviving guards dared not breathe too loudly. Were they afraid? Of course. Yet they also understood, protecting their lord was their sole duty. If they fled now, not only would they be branded cowards, but their families might suffer as well. But if they fell while fulfilling their duty, there would at least be a generous stipend for their dependents, enough to live comfortably. At this moment, Pei Min had already disembarked from the carriage, surrounded by 3 loyal guards while the others still resisted doggedly. Pei Min looked calm and composed, his deep black outer robe clean and unblemished as though he were far from danger. Beside the leader, a tall and lean black-clad assassin briefly glanced at the man standing ahead, puzzled. My lord, leave first. We'll handle it here, called out a large, dark-skinned guard as he fended off an assailant while shouting toward Pei Min behind him. But instead of showing any fear, Pei Min gave the guard who addressed him a slight glance, raising his eyebrows before stepping forward. He retrieved a long blade embedded in a tree, running his fingers lightly over its edge to gauge its sharpness. What is your name? The guard, startled by the inquiry in such a critical moment, hesitated briefly before responding promptly. I am Yan Zhong, my lord. Pei Min gave a faint smile. You've truly lived up to your name. Rest assured, all of you will receive adequate compensation. Upon hearing these words, Yan Zhong and the remaining guards felt a heavy weight lifted from their hearts. Free of worry, their resolve grew firmer. Thank you, my lord. Then Pei Min looked directly at the approaching black-clad killers, gripping the hilt of his blade tightly, the edge falling steadily by his side. I can't afford to die so easily before our crown prince arrives. The leader, who had been observing silently nearby, noticed this shift. His eyes widened slightly in surprise, then recalled that Pei Min was Pei Qing's son. Even if he were a wastrel, he must know a trick or two. Thus, he understood. In the moment the assassin relaxed his vigilance, Pei Min lunged forward. A flash of white light appeared, and in an instant, a streak of dazzling knife work cut through the air with astonishing speed, leaving one black-clad figure collapsing right in front of them. The lead assassin narrowed his eyes. I underestimated him. A resonant whistling rang out as the assassin unsheathed a gleaming longsword from his side. This time, rather than just watching, the lead assassin charged directly. However, despite Pei Min's surprising skill, the remaining guards accompanying him eventually fell as well on their way to Angkor Temple. Traces of blood and crossed blades stretched all the way to a dilapidated temple nestled midway up the mountain. Originally a subsidiary shrine of Angkor Temple, it had become neglected due to its remoteness. Although monks occasionally visited to maintain it, they only came every half-month, and thus, it gradually fell into disrepair. Inside, the room was dusty and cavernous. The once majestic Buddha statue stood chipped and eroded, covered in layers of grime, while the offering table beside it bore thick accumulations of dirt. A chilling breeze passed through, spreading a damp and oppressive odor throughout the space. It was a scene of utter gloom and dread. Pei Min stood in the middle of the chamber, the sharp blade in his hand dripping crimson drops that pooled below the tip. He looked at the remaining 3 black-clad figures, then down at his own pristine robes, furrowing his brows. Am I being too clean? However, the other 3 didn't understand his look. They assumed he was afraid, having seen him hesitate against 3 foes. After exchanging a glance, they simultaneously swung their knives at him, aiming at vital spots without mercy. This time, Pei Min did not counterattack but merely defended himself, dodging under their combined assault. The 3 assassins were filled with murderous intent, and Pei Min deliberately delayed his defense for a few moves. As the sound of clashing blades echoed, Pei Min retreated 3 steps and stood firm. At this moment, Pei Min appeared far more disheveled than before. His dark outer robe had been slashed open, revealing the white garments beneath. Perhaps due to the overwhelming force of the blade's edge, which hadn't been controlled properly, traces of blood seeped through the torn white shirt. Marks covered his arm, chest, and back. His jet black hair fell onto his chest, his right hand gripping a long blade, and his black eyes remained icy as ever. A fresh streak of red marred his once flawless jade-like cheeks. From a glance, this elegant figure seemed to have gained an extra layer of crimson allure, a fierce yet desolate beauty. The slightly leaner assassin on the far right was momentarily stunned, sensing a boiling flame in his chest. He swallowed dryly, captivated by the sight. Indeed, Lord Lnan's beauty lived up to its reputation, truly making one want to undress him completely and take even more. Seeing that he had fallen into a disadvantageous position, the man boldly stepped aside, eagerly saying, "Big brother, this kid is already at the end of his strength. Why not let me take care of it? I've never seen someone so handsome." That was true, this man cared little for anything, women, wealth, or status, all could be discarded easily, but there was one specific preference he cherished above all. Especially for individuals who exuded both beauty and spice, just thinking about them would leave him burning with an insatiable heat. After all, those bound to die should serve their purpose well before death. The leading assassin glanced briefly at the speaker beside him, then looked at the disheveled Pei Min ahead. Recalling the earlier clean and ruthless killing techniques, this famed Lord Lnan's martial arts weren't bad at all. The slightest mistake might result in retaliation. Our master wants his life without any mistakes. The person beside him guessed his concerns. Rest assured, it won't delay us. Pei Min listened to their conversation and narrowed his eyes slightly. Since the start, these people had acted strangely, lacking the alertness they showed before entering the room, and even dared to be disrespectful in front of him. Was this merely because he avoided a few strikes? Pei Min tilted his head, casting a cold gaze at the 3 figures ahead. Isn't it somewhat inappropriate to discuss such disgusting matters in my presence? To his surprise, instead of fear, the black-clad assassin broke into laughter and took a step forward, his eyes filled with filth. What's inappropriate? They all know I have a particular preference. For convenience, my blades are always coated with poison. Even the tiniest cut can lead to infiltration within the body, leaving no escape. If I don't fancy them under urgent tasks, they die quickly and thus feel nothing. However, if I come across someone I like, it becomes enjoyable to spare their lives for a bit of fun. Wanya, your skills are commendable. My brothers have been diminished, yet haven't managed to harm you. But now, you're mine for the taking, said the man, his eyes greedier than before. Without expression, Pei Min raised his hand and glanced at the wound. It was bright red, showing no signs of poisoning. Yet, a sudden wave of heat rose in his lower abdomen, his breathing becoming heavier all at once. His long, phoenix-like eyes lifted, a faint blackish hue appearing. The opposite black-clad man, seeing this, became ecstatic, looks like it has taken effect. Stepping closer, the exposed pair of eyes opened wide, glaring directly at the person in front. His eyes were full of nauseating malevolence. I forgot to inform your excellency, my poison is called Red Night, specifically designed to deal with beauties like you. The dilapidated old temple reeked of decaying mildew, mixed with the special incense of Buddhist temples, creating a nauseating sensation indescribable. Humph. A soft laugh sounded. The black-clad man frowned sharply. What are you laughing about? Indeed, the dogs around Zhao Qing were all repugnant creatures. Pei Min lifted his long blade, staring at the immaculate reflection in the smooth surface. His cold gaze revealed pure intentions of killing. How should he torture this person? Should he break each finger one by one before chopping off limbs? Or perhaps gouging out his eyes? Maybe even turning him into a living pig to be torn apart by wild beasts? While muttering these thoughts to himself, Pei Min looked up and cast a disdainful glare at the 3 figures ahead. Suddenly, his killer intent surged, and he spoke icily, "Shall I kill you within 3 moves then?" No trouble. The leading black-clad assassin's gaze darkened. You talk big. As the last words fell, almost simultaneously, they unsheathed their knives and swords. The trembling sounds of colliding blades sent shivers down the spine. An enraged Pei Min stopped playing around, suppressing the spreading toxicity fiercely, unleashing an aggressive attack. Blade light, dense and unyielding, poured forth towards them like heavy storms following torrential rains, leaving no room for resistance. The 3 assassins didn't expect Pei Min to have concealed such a trick, and they immediately became more deadly with their attacks. Suddenly, hurried footsteps rang out. Pei Min glanced at the entrance of the room, his gaze darkening as he suppressed the rising killing intent. Focusing on the cold blades advancing toward him from the 3 directions, he shifted his body gracefully. With a twist of his wrist, the blade sliced across one of their necks, leaving a bloody red scar. The severed artery gushed blood as the man fell, his eyes wide open. At the same time, the leading assassin's sword inflicted a deep cut on his arm. When Zhao Qing entered, the first thing he saw was Pei Min injured, blood dripping from his fingertips. His pupils contracted instantly as anger surged within him. Without hesitation, he drew his sword and lunged at the black-clad man who had harmed Pei Min. In the splash of blood, Zhao Qing's cruel expression and icy gaze were clearly visible. It seemed the elegant prince had transformed completely. The lead assassin crashed to the ground, his face pressed against the cold floor as he fixed his shocked gaze on Zhao Qing. Why, Prince of the Eastern Palace? At that moment, the Eastern Palace guard rushed in and restrained the last remaining tall and lean black-clad assassin. Zhao Qing, gripping his sword, slowly approached this man. Seeing the chilling glint in Zhao Qing's eyes, the captured assassin grew terrified but was interrupted by a sudden flash of the blade. Whether it be the emperor or anyone else, these people couldn't be left alive. Pei Min watched silently. Zhao Qing then coldly ordered the guards, drag him out. Yes. Turning around, Zhao Qing noticed that Pei Min had discarded his long blade to the side. One hand was clutching his wounded arm, his brows furrowed, and his paper-white face carried an unusual tinge of red. Walking over quickly, Zhao Qing supported him with concern. Are you alright? Are you hurt anywhere else? Looking at the worried expression on Zhao Qing's face, the cold and resolute man from before seemed like just an illusion. Pei Min closed his eyes briefly, hiding the complex emotions in them. But a wave of burning heat surged through his body, forcing him to grip his injured arm tightly. The pain resisted the instinct triggered by the drug coursing through him. The light in the room was dim, the majestic and holy Buddha statues casting a compassionate gaze upon the two men below. Pei Min looked at the hand supporting him, smooth, white, and noble beyond comparison, but bizarrely, a malevolent thought stirred in his mind. Zhao Qing, if you want me dead, I won't comply. Not only will I live well, I'll also use your beloved crown prince to cure this poison. Chapter 70, The Line of Political Intrigue, Splendor of a Prosperous Era, Part 13. How did you come here? His low voice was hoarse and constrained, almost too faint to hear. Blood seeped through his pale fingers, contrasting sharply against the white of his skin. Even without seeing the wound, its severity could be felt. Zhao Qing's expression tightened as his eyes fixated on the arm, not reacting to answer the question right away. Instead, he stepped forward, ripping a strip of cloth from his waist and hastily tying it above the wound to stop the bleeding. Still, he couldn't help but remind Pei Min. You're quite injured, we need to bandage it up. Yet Pei Min was not someone easily pacified, continuing to press for answers despite the growing effect of the drugs. You still haven't answered me. Zhao Qing took a breath to steady himself. Of course, he wouldn't tell him that while paying respects earlier, he had inadvertently heard about the plan. His father, the emperor, was an extremely suspicious man. The slightest doubt would result in eliminating any potential threats, even wrongly. Zhao Qing preferred to bear the title of a ruthless emperor than let anyone threaten him. The relationship between father and son was already delicate. If his father wanted to kill him and Zhao Qing rushed to save him, it would sound like a ridiculous farce. If Pei Min found out it was his father's men, he would undoubtedly despise and hate Zhao Qing. He didn't want that, so he had no choice but to fabricate a lie. Pausing briefly, Zhao Qing looked at Pei Min before him. His long hair hung loosely over his shoulders, his pale, refined face somehow resembling having been touched by rouge, carrying a faint blush. His jet-black eyes lacked their usual brightness, instead revealing a dreamy haze, much like the misty mountains during a moonlit night, fleeting and captivating. His thin lips, though white from clenching tightly, added an extra edge of cold beauty to the ethereal allure, both strong and fragile, urging one to draw nearer for a clearer look. For a moment, Zhao couldn't help but pause slightly, his eyes flashing with a fleeting trace of admiration. Over the years he had known Pei Min, he had seen him proud, cold, gentle, and even cruel, but this side of Pei Min was something he had never witnessed before, which caused him to momentarily lose focus. Quickly regaining his composure, he tried to speak in the calmest and most normal tone possible. There isn't much to tell. I knew you always come to Ngwa Temple around this time of year to commemorate General Pei. It's been a while since I last came here too, so I thought I'd pay my respects and then head back with you. But on the way, I discovered the bodies of the Linen Prince's guards and realized something must have happened to you. So I followed the trail of blood until I found you. As he finished speaking, he let out a slow breath as if immensely relieved, and tightened his grip on the hand that supported Pei Min. Fortunately, I arrived in time. Pei Min gazed at him for a long moment, ultimately unable to discern even a hint of deceit from this face. Did he believe it? Absolutely not. Zhao, being the crown prince, rarely ventured beyond his own Linen Prince's mansion. While this Ngwa temple enjoyed immense popularity due to its status as the national temple, Zhao seldom visited. First, he didn't believe in deities or Buddha. Second, if he were truly here to pray and offer incense, ordinary guards would suffice. Why bring such a large contingent of Eastern Palace soldiers? The temple was also a place where the scent of death and violence was strictly forbidden. It could only mean he had foreseen that a fierce battle awaited him. Coincidences may happen in the world, but there was absolutely no room for one like this between him and Zhao. Since Zhao was deliberately obscuring the truth, it was unnecessary to press any further. Yet, as the moments dragged on, his breathing became heavier and his senses unusually sharp. Seeing he wasn't asking more questions, Zhao Heng felt relieved. He subtly increased his grip on Pei Min, originally intending to provide more support because he was injured, thinking this might ease his burden. But unexpectedly, when Zhao Heng tightened his grip slightly, Pei Min leaned into the force and slumped against him, bringing their bodies tightly together. In that moment, they embraced fully. Zhao Heng's gaze flickered. Even a saint couldn't remain unaffected holding someone he admired so deeply. As a regular man, his heartbeat quickened almost uncontrollably. Pei Min's head rested against his shoulder, revealing a glimpse of Zhao Heng's delicate, pale neck. The soft glow illuminated his skin like fine jade, captivating the mind. His nose was enveloped by the unique, soothing aroma that clung to Zhao Heng's body. The drug coursing through his veins seemed amplified by the heat rising within him, wave after wave of warmth overwhelming him. He reacted visibly. Even though he was aware that the person in his arms was a man. Squinting his eyes, he masked the sharp edge within, his darkened eyes swirling with emotions thick and heavy, as black as the void consuming everything around them. Feeling the pressure against him and the warm breath brushing his neck, tickling and irritating him, Zhao Heng swallowed hard. Suppressing his lustful thoughts, his concern shifted once again toward Pei Min's injury. "Shall I take you away first, right now?" Cool and gentle words flowed into Pei Min's ears, but he didn't listen carefully to what was said. His gaze, shadowed and intense, remained locked on the whiteness in front of him. A wicked urge began to crawl up from the depths of his soul, inching toward his consciousness. Does he care about me? Not necessary. At the moment, all he wanted was to desecrate this sincere beauty. He considered himself a person who clearly distinguished love from hatred. Whether it was the life or death of the weak or the strong, both lay under his control. As long as he wished, he could ruthlessly exploit or abandon others without hesitation. Yet, despite hating Zhao Qing and the entire Wu dynasty, a peculiar contradiction emerged. The more he hated Zhao Qing, the closer he wanted to get to Zhao Heng. It seemed every time this man looked solely at him, the raging animosity in his heart eased temporarily, allowing his bloodthirsty resentment a moment's respite. Every bit of torment inflicted on him transmitted an equivalent insult to Zhao Qing, conjuring images of Zhao Qing's distressed face. After all, he is the crown prince, the most cherished crown prince of Zhao Qing. Thinking of this, even the reactions in his body intensified. Whether driven by the eruption of his hatred or an intention to humiliate Zhao Qing, Pei Min made a decision. A choice he despised, yet willingly submitted to. He decided to defile Zhao Heng. Taking advantage of their current posture, he looked around and, sure enough, spotted a somewhat broken wooden door at the far end of the room to the right. If he guessed correctly, it led to an inner chamber previously used for resting by the monks. Pei Min cast a grave look, drawing his body even closer to Zhao Heng. He whispered, "I want to go inside and rest." Rest? Zhao Heng glanced around and indeed saw a rickety door tucked in one corner. The abnormal high temperature from Pei Min's body was also transmitted through his clothing to Zhao Heng. In an instant, Zhao Heng noticed that something was off, his expression tightening with worry as he shouted loudly toward the guards outside, just in case. "Guard this place carefully. Ensure no one comes near. If you find anyone suspicious, kill them without mercy." "Yes." Pei Min turned around and took the opportunity to support Zhao Heng into the inner chamber, carefully placing him on the bed. The dark outer robe lay folded on the bed, the collar slightly undone, revealing a glimpse of a white and elegant collarbone. His alluring appearance resembled the most beautiful bloom among countless flowers. His heavy breathing was uncontrollable now, even affecting his consciousness, which started to become hazy. Pei Min stared at Zhao Heng, noticing an additional glow and phantom-like illusion surrounding him. If Zhao Heng couldn't realize something was wrong by now, his eyes would have been completely useless. "What's wrong with you?" Pei Min intentionally released the medicine's effects coursing wildly through his body, fully presenting its symptoms. A rosy hue tinged his snow-white skin, his hands tightly gripping his clothes until they turned pale. The usually deep black eyes looked at Zhao Heng with a slight haze, while his lips murmured unconsciously, as if trying to explain. "I am fine, it's just that I was outsmarted." Upon seeing Pei Min's bewitchingly aroused state, Zhao Heng immediately understood what kind of ambush he was referring to. His father, the emperor, always acted decisively, never stooping to such despicable means. It must have been orchestrated by someone among the dead group earlier. With all of them thoroughly exterminated, there was no way to identify the exact poison or its antidote. Judging by Pei Min's current state, the effects of the drug were clearly beyond control. If left unchecked, it could lead to serious consequences. Therefore, Zhao Heng had to find someone to help alleviate the toxicity. Zhao Heng's expression turned somber, the irritation and dissatisfaction welling up within him reaching its peak. Without a doubt, the person before him only liked women. In everyday life, he frequently lingered in pleasure houses, surrounded by numerous courtesans. But Zhao Heng knew that Pei Min had never touched any of them. Initially, Zhao Heng didn't understand and wanted to eliminate those women since, as crown prince, whoever he desired mustn't be touched by others. However, after thoroughly interrogating them, he learned that although Pei Min often went for leisurely drinking and entertainment, he had never actually engaged with any of them. Thus, Zhao Heng dismissed the idea of killing them, allowing Pei Min to live freely. But now, he had to personally bring someone close to him. And when he thought about what was about to happen, a flash of crimson killing intent shot through Zhao Heng's eyes. His voice low and emotionless, as if merely making a statement. I'll find you a woman. Upon hearing this, Pei Min raised his gaze, their eyes locking. A trace of disdain flickered in his suddenly restless eyes. He replied directly and coldly, no, she'd be dirty. Without hesitation, his refusal was like dousing a flourishing fire with a bowl of cold water, calming the displeasure in Zhao Heng's heart. Although the rejection eased his discomfort, the poison still needed an antidote. Then I will order someone to find a pure woman. This was already the biggest compromise he could offer. Pei Min did not reply but slightly lowered his head as if unable to fully suppress the effects of the medicine. His breathing became extremely erratic. Unseen by the person in front of him, his expression grew colder, his night-black eyes filled with icy streams akin to flowing glaciers. He bit into the soft flesh inside his mouth, and due to the immense force, the metallic taste instantly filled his mouth, some trickling down the corner of his lips. Clutching his chest, he lifted his head, his face contorted in apparent pain as if enduring unspeakable torture. His lips turned pale, starkly contrasting with the pink on his cheeks. As expected, Zhao Heng caught sight of the redness at the corner of his mouth. His pupils contracted sharply as he reflexively sat beside Pei Min, grabbing his hand. The scorching heat immediately transferred to his body, as if about to burn him. Has the toxicity spread this far? If so, it would be impossible to wait for anyone to come and save him. Just then, Pei Min seemed unable to control himself anymore, his head drooping onto Zhao Heng's shoulder. Reversing his grip, he fiercely grabbed the wrist holding his hand. Though tightly held, the trembling indicated the struggle to restrain. The weight on his shoulder made Zhao Heng instinctively glance sideways. Although they were usually intimate, they always maintained a certain boundary between them, never crossing it. Moments like these kinds of proximity were exceedingly rare. Suddenly, a warm sensation landed on his neck. Before he could react, the next second, he was pulled forcefully and pushed down onto the bed. Zhao Heng locked eyes with Pei Min, who had clear black and white pupils that were now slightly red, the whites full of red veins. A sharp and unmistakable desire radiated from them, as if a weapon leaving its scabbard, aggressive and unyielding. The usually slim and tall man exerted an alarming force, his broad chest completely covering Zhao Heng, creating an oppressive feeling of being tightly restrained. A magnetic voice reverberated from deep within his chest. There's no time. Pei Min raised a hand to cover Zhao Heng's eyes. A gentle yet fiery kiss landed on his lips, causing both bodies to shiver. Afterward, like a thirsty traveler in the desert, Pei Min desperately intertwined with him. In the darkness, Zhao Heng's eyes widened, seeing only blackness while his senses became sharper. His eyelashes trembled lightly against his palms, an almost ticklish sensation. Pei Min's hurried breathing paused momentarily. For Pei Min, this minor change was akin to pouring oil over a roaring fire, setting it ablaze once more, like a phoenix spreading its wings, letting out a call signifying no longer could anything bind it. Afterward, Zhao Heng felt his hairpin being removed, strands cascading down as Pei Min's disquieting kiss grazed his jawline before moving tenderly to suckle on his neck, even lightly biting his Adam's apple. Zhao Heng jumped, regaining awareness. He pushed at the other person's chest with force, trying to free himself from this predicament. He was Zhao Heng, the master of the Eastern Palace, heir to the crown, personally trained by his father the emperor, tutored by the prime minister. How could anyone ever say he had lowered himself? Even though he liked Pei Min, there was no way he would compromise the dignity and pride of the royal family for this. Seemingly sensing his resistance, the person above embraced him even tighter, their bodies closely pressing together. Help me. That voice had become hoarse, but it carried an unprecedented tenderness and softness, like a cute hunting dog wagging its tail, leaning against you, gazing at you with wet eyes, rubbing its head against your robes to show friendliness. Zhao Heng hesitated for a moment. Zhao Heng, help me. Pei Min rubbed his face against Zhao Heng's, making him lose himself momentarily. When he spoke these words, his tone lacked the usual nonchalance, instead revealing a more genuine and raw self. The smell of rust mixed with Zhao Heng's sandalwood fragrance created a peculiar and intimate atmosphere. Perhaps noticing a decrease in the resistance of the person beneath him, Pei Min slowly moved his hand down, removing the bright yellow sash. Chapter 71, Power Intrigue Line, Splendor of a Flourishing Age, Part 14. Actually, in the original story, there was also a plot point involving Ingwa Temple, but under different circumstances, one where Pei Min intentionally set up the situation, and one where the emperor attempted assassination. Nevertheless, both instances changed the relationship between Zhao Heng and Pei Min. In the original story, Pei Min carefully orchestrated events against Zhao Heng, treating him merely as a key pawn to counter Zhao Qing, exploiting him without any sincerity. Even though Pei Min fundamentally disliked men, he was willing to go through with those actions to break Zhao Heng's last line of defense. This time around, Zhao Qing orchestrated the assassination attempt, and Zhao Heng came to the rescue. This sequence of events illuminated Zhao Heng's true feelings towards Pei Min. Although what followed was simply taking advantage of the poisoning incident, some things, once they happen, can never return to the way they started. This desolate Buddhist temple hadn't been maintained for a long time, with weeds growing everywhere. The sound of the wind was mournful, carrying a mix of blood and damp grass scent, a very unpleasant smell. The Eastern Palace's guards waited outside the courtyard as commanded, each tightly gripping the long swords at their waists, never letting go, their sharp eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Although the assailant had been executed on the spot, they were skilled fighters, so precautions were still necessary. Thus, any movement or unusual sound required immediate action to ensure the safety of the prince. But despite waiting a long time, the guards outside didn't see the crown prince coming out. Only when the sky began to darken did the door finally open. A dark red casual robe emerged, as precious as the bright yellow ceremonial attire of the crown prince, yet the figure of the linen king wasn't present. The leading soldier quickly approached Zhao Heng, bowing low with respect. "Your Highness." Zhao Heng glanced at him briefly and said quietly, "Linen king has been injured. Send 2 skilled people to guard him until the people from his mansion arrive. Others follow me back to the palace." Upon hearing this, the guard nodded, not daring to ask questions. "Yes." After speaking, Zhao Heng gave a last look at the house and then turned away. "Aeon, are you just leaving like that?" "Chen Xian, what else? Should I wait for him to wake up and exchange pleasantries?" "Aeon. Not exactly, it's just that it seems too abrupt, after all what just happened." Chen Xian smiled and said, "Think about it, Zhao Heng is the crown prince and heir to the throne. Lowering himself to such a position already feels like throwing his dignity into the sea. Let alone being a man, he might feel an inner disparity even if he likes the other person. After all that just happened, shouldn't they both have some space? You can't rush things like boiling tofu." "Aeon, what you're saying does make sense. But what are you going back to the palace for now? What if you get caught after helping Pei Min kill Zhao Qing's people?" "Chen Xian, it's precisely because I helped Pei Min kill those people that I need to go back right away. Chen Xian, don't forget, we're in the capital of Wuchao, Fengjing, under the nose of the emperor. If Zhao Qing's men attempted to assassinate Pei Min and were killed on the way, do you think he would let it slide? Moreover, in Fengjing, who do you think has the ability to rescue Pei Min so openly from him?" "Aeon, only you could manage that." Chen Xian chuckled, "Coincidentally, not only do you think this way, but Zhao Qing does too. So, instead of letting him suspect, creating a rift between father and son, I'd rather go myself and explain. At times like these, open communication is the only way out." Chen Xian, in his eyes, anything hidden or withheld is suspicious and ill-intentioned. Inside the room. Not long after Zhao Heng left, everything outside returned to silence. Only then did the person lying on the bed slowly open their eyes. Their pitch-black pupils were sharp and clear. Their hand, however, tightened around the black cape Zhao Heng had left behind. When Zhao Heng arrived at Fulu Pavilion, it was already completely dark. The house was lit with many candles, shining brightly under which Zhao Qing stood before the imperial desk, his head bowed as he gazed at a painting on the table, his expression unreadable. His shadow was elongated, and his imposing demeanor from being high-ranking made him look exceptionally stern. Zhao Heng merely glanced at him once and knelt down immediately. "Your humble servant pays respect to the august emperor." Zhao Heng's clear voice echoed like the sound of shattered jade, yet in response came complete silence, an unnervingly unresponsive quiet. Zhao Qing only looked at the painting, his face under the candlelight sharply carved, not giving a single glance to the person kneeling below. Time passed silently like this for quite a while. Even the dragon's salivary incense by the corner wall felt increasingly oppressive in this suffocating atmosphere. In this breathtaking environment, Zhao Heng could only maintain his posture and kneel obediently. Because he knew the person above was in a very bad mood. After quite a while, Zhao Qing took a long open seal box nearby, picked up a jade seal, dipped it into red clay, and stamped it at the bottom corner of the painting. He examined it in his hand for a long time before placing it aside. Only then did he lift his gaze and look at Zhao Heng. "Coming so late, is there something you wish to discuss?" He didn't expose the truth nor ask in question form, sounding more like he knew intentionally. With Zhao Heng's understanding of him, he also realized the other was deliberately opening the conversation, waiting for him to respond. Naturally, Zhao Heng took the cue. "Your humble servant has come to confess sins." Zhao Qing shifted his gaze, adjusted his sleeves, sat down, and asked indifferently, "Oh, what sin have you committed?" Zhao Heng didn't hide, answering directly, "Your humble servant saved a person and, as a result, killed some others." Both of them clearly understood who was saved and who was killed. Zhao Qing lifted his gaze, his eyes flashing with coldness. He didn't speak but only stared down at the figure below dressed in imperial yellow, his mind involuntarily blending with the memory of that little figure in his past. Simultaneously, the strange stillness and aura of pressure became intense enough to pierce through. Zhao Heng felt the piercing glare on his body, pursed his lips slightly, took a deep breath, and continued, "Your humble servant doesn't understand why your majesty sent someone to assassinate King Linen." "King Linen?" Zhao Qing let out a cold laugh. He said deeply, "When has my doing required any explanation to the crown prince?" Zhao Heng naturally sensed his displeasure. He paused, raised his head, and his pair of bright, black eyes focused on the seated person above, expressing confusion and bewilderment. It seemed like there was animosity towards Pei Min. "Father, please forgive me, your humble servant has no ulterior motive, but King Linen has never been to the palace nor met you personally. There shouldn't be anything wrong he has done. Besides, he is my friend. How could I possibly stand idly by when his life was in danger?" After pausing for emphasis. "Rare are the true friends in this world, hence should be cherished and valued, as you and the teacher always say." His tone was earnest, conveying a sincere heart solely devoted to friendship. Outside rumors claimed the crown prince was kind, respectful, and modest. Anyone hearing this would certainly agree. However, Zhao Qing saw this and furrowed his brows, maintaining a cold appearance but somewhat dispelling the anger from recently learning a team he dispatched had been killed. Seems his crown prince is still too young and naive. At this, his expression darkened as if shrouded in an ominous haze. The pitch-black and heavy gaze pinned the person standing there motionless, fully revealing the majesty of an emperor, like a towering mountain inspiring awe. "Has Diu Qi not taught you that judging whether someone is good or evil doesn't lie in whether they smile or hold a weapon but rather seeing the heart under their mask? The wicked, no matter how many people they kill, may laugh and talk cheerfully, yet those who wield sharp tools can also protect home and country with pure intentions." Not a dull-witted man, Zhao Heng immediately grasped that these words implied something deeper. His tone hesitated slightly. "Does father imply King Linen is not a benevolent man? You've had so much interaction with him. What do you think?" "Of course I agree with your thoughts just like you suspect him," Chen Xian thought privately. "Besides, neither of you could be called good-hearted men, squeezing distrust and human hearts to the extreme that even the slightest misstep means death without burial." But he must continue putting on an earnest show regardless. So he feigned looking somewhat dispirited as though his mind were deeply struck by these revelations, his gaze wavering several times before calming down, though he still persisted obstinately. "But he is General Pei's son. Back then, the Pei family sacrificed almost everyone to quell rebellion. Being born into such loyal bloodlines, how could he turn out to be evil? Although Pei Min may act without restraint at times." "Enough." Silence. Before he could finish, the person above slammed the table, suddenly rising up with a roar full of rage that froze Zhao Heng where he stood. His chest rose and fell slightly as if his breathing wasn't stable, momentarily losing the composure expected of a ruler of a nation. Narrowing his eyes, he stared unwaveringly at Zhao Heng. In Fulu Pavilion reigned a stifling coldness that took one's breath away. After a while, Zhao Qing forcibly suppressed the terrifying murderous intent in his eyes. "I do not wish to discuss further with you, but remember this, today it is you who spares him. If something goes awry in the future, only the crown prince will answer for it." The word crown prince echoed heavily, its threat unspoken but unmistakable. With the pressure of his imperial might bearing down upon him, Zhao Heng raised his head after a pause, bowed formally after some time passed. "Your humble servant remembers. You may leave now. Do not go anywhere else for the next few days." Zhao Heng shifted his eyes subtly. "Yes." Chen, slowly stepping into the room, watched the young man's retreating figure, sighing lightly imperceptibly. Turning around, he asked humbly, "Sire, would you have someone keep watch on his highness?" Zhao Qing closed his eyes, exhaled deeply as though exhausted, then sat down and rubbed his temple. "You may arrange it. Choose some clever ones and place a few more at Pei Min's residence." "Yes, sire." At the same moment, on the other side, at Elanan Palace. The window was slightly open, and amidst the night filled with soothing insect chirps, firelight flickered faintly in the cool wind, accompanied by the black-clad guard's report. Word for word, Pei Min sat on the wooden chair, his gaze wandering beyond the window, focusing on the dark curtain of night outside. Recalling Zhao Heng's face, a strange sense of alienation and frustration surged within him. Why could he stoop to such extremes? Is it really because of that ridiculous affection? He should secretly rejoice, mock him, or even disdain him behind closed doors. He should criticize his incompetence and naivety, as a man holding the position just beneath the emperor himself and admired by all others, the crown prince, who willingly subjects himself, manipulated by another. The sense of satisfaction even made him want to tell Zhao Qing how his cherished crown prince had been humiliated, trampled underfoot, and degraded. He wanted to see what kind of expression would emerge from beneath the polished facade. But, why? There was no such joy. Even knowing clearly he is a man, he didn't feel any disgust or repulsion towards him. Why? It had been quite some time since Fu Xing finished reporting, and no reaction followed. Looking up, he found a certain individual leaning against the window gazing off into the distance, his expression calm yet introspective, deep in thought. Hesitating briefly, Fu Xing seemed to detect something and frowned slightly. "Are you becoming lenient?" An uncanny silence filled the room instantly. After a long pause, Pei Min turned his head slowly, casting an enigmatic glance towards Fu Sheng, a cold stream flowing in his dark eyes. What did you say? Fu Sheng bowed his head, avoiding eye contact but spoke firmly as if reminding. A subordinate speaks irresponsibly, but you should know this truth, there are things everyone can forget, except you. The Pei family was absolutely loyal to Wuchao dynasty, safeguarding national peace with countless lives, only to suffer betrayal, abandonment, and even genocide. Such hatred should not fade over time. Pei Min's eyes flickered. His memory drifted back to that night when flames were blazing everywhere. That pair of reluctant, hateful eyes had glared at him with fierce determination, and the slender hand gripping his arm was like a vice digging into his bones. Lady Lu, despite her frail appearance, seemed to have exhausted every ounce of strength she possessed. Min, I need you to swear, kill Zhao Qing for your father, take revenge for the Pei family. He was being pulled as if he were the last hope, the final reliance. Even though he was just a child then, knowing nothing, the destruction of the Pei family and the death of his father taught him what hatred truly was. So with a hoarse, childish voice, he answered firmly, Aunt Lu, please rest assured. I, Pei Min, swear, until the day the Zhao family perishes and the Wuchao dynasty falls, I will not cease my quest for vengeance. I will make sure Zhao Qing suffers the torment of 1,000 cuts. Listening to this, Lady Lu smiled after some time, her fading breath lifting a trembling hand to cup his face. Her broken tears slid down her pale, delicate cheeks, filled with affection and reluctance. Good, Min, Aunt Lu trusts you, you must never forget. Pei Min clenched the armrest of the chair tightly in his hands. He snapped back to reality, staring coldly at the kneeling figure before him and declared frigidly, I haven't forgotten. If Zhao Qing could build his throne using ugly and despicable methods, why couldn't he do the same? Zhao Heng was merely someone he intended to exploit. Besides, he owed him nothing. Why should there be hesitation? Pei Min turned his head, his tone icy. Tell them to act now. Chapter 72, The Intrigue Line, Splendor of Prosperity, 15. Zhao Heng was placed under house arrest in the Eastern Palace by imperial decree and forbidden from leaving for an entire month. News about the Eastern Palace always spread fast, and within half a day, all the court officials knew that the Crown Prince had angered His Majesty and was sentenced to reflect on his wrongdoings through confinement in the Eastern Palace. The Emperor, who doted on the Crown Prince excessively, rarely even mentioned punishment in his entire life, let alone placing him under house arrest. As such, ministers were now discussing what transgression the Crown Prince might have committed to provoke such wrath. 2 weeks after the Crown Prince's confinement, the Emperor issued another decree permitting Lord Elanan to participate in the court affairs. This Lord Elanan was an unrelated royal of 24 years old. Though already at the age where political involvement was expected, he had never once participated in any deliberations. There were no official rules forbidding non-related royals from participating in politics in Wuchao, so everything was ultimately decided by the Emperor himself. Previously, they thought perhaps it was due to Elanan's frivolous behavior that displeased the Emperor, but now they felt that although somewhat surprised, it made sense. After all, Elanan Pei Min was the heir of General Pei, and the Emperor relaxing his stance seemed justified. Half a month later. The warm sunlight poured onto the flower garden, and the gentle breeze carried the scent of blooming flowers, providing a momentary reprieve from tense nerves. Zhao Heng slowly opened his eyes, temporarily blinded by the bright light transitioning from darkness. He closed them again, waiting some time before reopening, sitting up gradually. His jet black hair cascaded down his shoulder and rested over his chest. Today he wore a plain white robe, without intricate patterns or embellishments. The usual heavy brocade clothing obscured his slim frame, thin shoulders, narrow waist, delicate bone structure, but now revealed how fine and elegant his figure was. His usual meticulous golden crown was nowhere to be seen, replaced only by a single jade pin holding up half of his hair. His handsome features looked especially striking under the sunlight, emanating an extraordinary air of vigor. A touch of pure white amidst the vibrant blooms appeared distant yet mesmerizing. Observed from afar, there was none of the stern self-discipline one might expect from royalty. Instead, he resembled a kind and wealthy young scholar from the south, ethereal and dreamy. Elan Wanqing entered the courtyard, holding a teapot, and immediately saw the scene before her. She was momentarily entranced by the man standing against the light, her emotions bubbling within. She'd never seen him dressed like this. He had been confined for half a month, having nothing better to do than take short naps in this courtyard. She was the only one allowed close enough to attend to him, making their shared moments frequent during these days. After a while, she snapped out of it, her fair cheeks tinged pink like rouge, adding to the charm typical of young women. Stepping carefully toward the radiant figure ahead of her. At that very moment, Zhao Heng was deep in thought, gazing intently at a jade pendant in his hand, an exquisitely carved white jade, smooth and lustrous. Could it be possible that Father Emperor has granted Pei Min permission to deliberate politics right now? In the past, worried about rumors, he had suggested several times that Pei Min enter court affairs, but the other party always evaded it with brief excuses and showed no intention of approving it. Yet precisely at the moment when his communication with the outside world was almost entirely cut off due to his confinement, an edict had still been issued. A shadow passed across Zhao Heng's contemplative gaze. Your Highness has been seated here for a long time, would you care for some tea? A soft, gentle voice cautiously interrupted his thoughts. Zhao Heng lifted his gaze. Lan Wanqing was looking up slightly, her shimmering eyes softly focused on him, carrying a pot of tea water prepared specifically for him. Seeing Zhao Heng looking at her, she gracefully set down the teapot and poured a cup of tea onto the square table beside Zhao Heng. Zhao Heng lowered his eyes to look at the tea water with some wisps of white smoke, raised his hand to touch the rim of the teacup, like a gentle caress. His dark eyes gazed at it for a while, then suddenly flashed with a gleam. He said, "Shall I send you back to linen?" The words came out impulsively from Zhao Heng. Lan Wanqing paused for a moment, even her smile at the corner of her mouth faltered. She quickly adjusted her emotions, keeping her face soft. "But am I not serving you well? Is there something you don't like?" Zhao Heng shook his head with a smile. "No, you're doing very well, but..." He paused for a moment, and then looked straight into her eyes. "You were his favorite maid after all, and I've taken you away from him for too long, now it's time to return you to him. Besides, he was injured, he needs a reliable person to take care of him, having you by his side makes me feel reassured." His calm gaze watched her quietly, his voice gentle and sincere, his pitch-black eyes brimming with trust, and his words carried no false concern. Lan Wanqing pressed her lips together tightly, her hands clenched tightly on the edges of her clothes under her wide sleeves. "But I don't want to leave. It had been so hard to get more alone time with him, why did she have to go back? If it were before, she would be glad that this person cared so much about that crazy Pei Min, because the more he cared, the easier he was to manipulate, and even to harm Zhao Qing fatally. But now, she didn't want his focus to be solely on Pei Min. At this moment, she envied that crazy Pi. Perhaps Lan Wanqing had remained silent for too long, or perhaps Zhao Heng caught a glimpse of her feelings. He smiled gently, extraordinarily warm. "Would you help me?" he asked softly. Lan Wanqing moved slightly, slowly raising her eyes to meet that gentle and watery gaze. The gentle breeze flowed as if wrapping her in the warmth of an autumn sun. She simply couldn't bring herself to refuse. Finally, she complied with his wishes. "All right." Zhao Heng's smile grew wider. "Thank you." Watching Lan Wanqing leave with disappointment, a thought came up. She seems to have some affection for you. Chen Xian, girls' hearts are easy to guess. Chen Xian, but my plan has changed. Her being around me might only hinder me, moreover, it's undeniable fact that Zhao Qing once slaughtered her family. Having her fondness towards me is not good for her. Letting her go back to Pei Min may prove useful later. Mr. Chen, I find your acting skills have improved qualitatively." Chen Xian's tone rose. "Is that so?" Yeah, charm works both ways." Chen Xian. However, just the day before Zhao Heng was to be released from house arrest, a piece of news reached his ears, allowing him to realize how much had happened during the short month when he was isolated from the emperor's attention. Not long ago, near the south of Cangzhou, Lianzhou was struck by a group of bandits. They were numerous, and they had repeatedly attacked passing merchant caravans and official grain carts, preventing disaster relief supplies from reaching Cangzhou on time. Although local officials and station troops had sent forces to suppress them, these desperate villains fought tooth and nail, actually defeating the soldiers multiple times. The emperor was displeased, and sent Huayan, the Grand General of Wu Yi, to lead the army to suppress them, yet 7 days later, bad news of defeated troops was reported. Enraged, the emperor ordered Chancellor Du Qilang to launch a second expedition, and thoroughly investigate the defeat. 10 days later, the chancellor returned victorious, and also prepared to present the investigation report to the emperor the next day to determine further actions. The following day also marked the end of Zhao Heng's 1-month confinement. Tomorrow's court session was bound to be tumultuous. That day, Zhao Heng and his teacher Chancellor Du Qilang stood respectively on the left and right sides, followed by the 3 provinces and 6 ministries standing orderly behind them. Due to earlier incidents involving Minister Gao Han of the Ministry of Rights, there was a vacancy, while Pei Min stood at the back. He unconsciously glanced over, only to see that man wearing a golden crown, dressed in a dark red robe embroidered with dragons, devoid of his usual carefree demeanor. The refined face complemented the attire perfectly, exuding a noble elegance and distinguished style. However, curiosity was unmistakably etched on his face as he looked around. Inside the court hall, silence reigned, solemn and weighty, but many eyes were cast towards Pei Min. Firstly, it had been years since the Prince of Linen attended imperial court deliberations, and secondly, his handsome appearance was indeed remarkable. No wonder young ladies from high-ranking families found it hard to look away. Minister Zhou Linqing of the Ministry of Personnel and Minister Chu Jin of the Ministry of Justice exchanged glances after looking at the Crown Prince, the Prince of Linen, and the Chancellor, feeling the odd atmosphere among the top ranks, silently communicating their understanding. "Minister Du, have you found out the matter I asked you to investigate?" On the royal throne, Zhao Qing frowned deeply and inquired in a low voice. Du Qilang was clad in a vermilion court robe, seemingly prepared beforehand. Upon hearing the emperor's question, he took a folded document from within his wide sleeves, stepped forward, and held it up before him. "Your Majesty, there are now results." A nearby attendant then moved to take the document and handed it over to Zhao Qing. All eyes followed the document as well. This was likely the main focus of today. Actually, Zhao Heng also had doubts about this matter. In recent years, the Wu dynasty had not engaged in any external warfare, they had maintained numerous trained soldiers who were strong and well supplied with provisions. It was implausible that their army could suffer repeated defeats against a group of local bandits, especially when led by none other than Huayan, the illustrious Grand General known for his military prowess in his early years during Pei Qing's reign. This simply didn't make sense. Zhao Heng slightly bowed his head, waiting for the continuation. Zhao Qing accepted the document and opened it. Diu Qilong began to slowly explain what he had uncovered through his investigation. By your Majesty's command, I thoroughly investigated the matter and suppressed the bandits. When I first arrived, I refrained from alarming them prematurely so as to understand why our troops suffered consecutive defeats. Upon arrival, I found that these bandit camps were all situated in mountainous areas, easily defended but difficult to attack. Nonetheless, overpowering them would not be impossible, considering the young and robust forces at our disposal, devoid of aged or feeble soldiers. After further scrutiny, I discovered the cause. At this point, Diu Qilong turned slightly to gesture towards outside the hall where several soldiers who had been waiting patiently for a long time carried in something wrapped in hemp cloth. The heavy footsteps resounded distinctly throughout the great hall. Simultaneously, the expression on Zhao Qing's face while looking at the document grew increasingly grave, eventually becoming dark, indicative of towering fury. The soldiers bowed and knelt down on the floor before slowly unfolding the contents, revealing various broken weapons for everyone to see. A restrained gasp emanated from behind Zhao Heng, who furrowed his brow and cast a sidelong glance. It was Minister Kui Ling, the tall Secretary of War, whose demeanor seemed unusually troubled. Diu Qilong's expression remained serious as he continued, Your Majesty must be aware that our dynasty's weaponry has always been manufactured using iron ore from the Han Mountains, producing blades as sharp as snow, superior quality suitable for military equipment production. Moreover, the mines of Han Mountain have become state property, so apart from the government, no one else should be able to obtain it legally. However, Your Majesty might not know that in black markets filled with merchants, weapons made from Han Mountain's iron sell for 10 taels of silver each, equivalent to half a year's food ration for an ordinary household. As he spoke, other soldiers passed around these weapons handle by handle to the assembled civil and military officials inside the court. Diu Qilong also held up one weapon and pointed to its broken end. All of these items came from the hands of soldiers tasked with fighting the bandits. Though appearing identical to standard weapons on the surface, upon close examination, the fractured edges reveal significant amounts of black impurities. Clearly, these are not products from the Han Mountain mines. Not only swords but even armor and spears provided by the military department are entirely substandard. As soon as these words left his mouth, murmurs broke out across the great hall. Weeks Linqing and Chu Jin, among others, wore extremely grim expressions, their minds unable to engage in any further discussion. The fundamental basis of national defense had been compromised. Looking at the blade in his hand, Zhao Heng lightly grazed the jagged edge with his fingertips, a distinct indication of poor quality indeed. This couldn't possibly come from the Han Mountain mines. Zhao Heng slightly furrowed his brows. As Crown Prince, he naturally knew that the annual extraction from the Han Mountain mine hadn't decreased, yet the weapons reaching soldiers had become so crudely crafted. Where had the real Han Mountain iron gone? The answer was almost obvious. Bang! Zhao Qing abruptly stood up, violently tossing the broken blade onto the ground, creating a thunderous sound that jolted every official present. Kui Ling, get up here now. The man behind Zhao Heng jumped up, falling to his knees with a thud. Imperial. Emperor. The tall figure, prostrating himself before the throne, appeared visibly panicked, pale-faced, sweat pouring from both temples and soaking his hair. Responsibility for everything from mining extraction to refining metal was squarely placed on the shoulders of the Ministry of War. Now, soldiers' Han Mountain iron weapons had been replaced with inferior iron containing impurities, and the original supply of Han Mountain iron had vanished. Surely, only the Secretary of War could explain what had transpired. Zhao Qing's eyes blazed like fire, his fists clenched tightly against the table, exuding cold cruelty. No wonder my officers cannot overcome even insignificant bandits. You've meddled secretly and betrayed the trust of your emperor with such audacity. Zhao Qing slapped his palm loudly against the armrest of the dragon throne. Kui Ling instantly seemed utterly terrified, his head thumping heavily on the ground with a dull sound. Your Majesty, forgive me. Your Majesty, forgive me. I will certainly make every effort to thoroughly investigate this matter and give you a full account. At that moment, Diu Qilong standing nearby chuckled coldly. Account? Minister Kui must be joking. From mining to weapon forging, which of these isn't under your Ministry of War's jurisdiction? Even each large-scale Han Mountain iron extraction must be personally approved by you. If you are unaware of this matter, then no one else in the world could possibly know. The irony in these words was strong, and everyone present knew what they implied. Diu Qilong's expression then briefly showed a flash of pity as he took a deep breath and continued, Previously, I was somewhat in haste and forgot to report something else. The plundering bandits who came from Tsangzhou were originally famine-stricken peasants, forced to become outlaws due to inadequate clothing and starvation. A moment of silence fell within the grand hall. Apart from Pei Min who stood at the end of the line, the rest of the officials had grim faces, particularly Zhou Linsheng and Chu Jin, whose looks of disdain and icy anger toward Kui Ling were palpable. If not for this natural disaster, how long would these embezzlers continue to remain hidden? How many people have they harmed? Zhao Heng's face also became grim. Zhao Qing closed his eyes, how much loss on both sides? Diu Qilang bowed deeply, over 10,000. The grand hall instantly fell into an instant of silence. The hearts of those present turned cold, there had been such great casualties, they were all subjects of the Wu dynasty. At this moment, Emperor Zhao Qing sitting on the throne looked sinister and fearsome, as if another slight provocation would unleash his fury. Minister Diu, I hereby command you to immediately conduct a thorough search of Minister Kui's residence. Search it inside out carefully for me. Diu Qilang's eyes lit up, yes. Kneeling on the ground, Kui Ling stiffened his body, others couldn't see the expression beneath his lowered head, but at that moment, his face was already deathly pale, sweat pouring down like a stream. How could he have anticipated such an incident before coming here? Chapter 73, Strategy Line, Prosperity in its Prime, Part 16. Time waited as if a massive blade hung over Kui Ling's neck, as though just one breath would cause it to fall high and take his life. His palms were already drenched in cold sweat, and each second felt like being roasted on hot coals. No one understood better than him what exactly was hidden in his mansion. It was the accumulation of his entire lifetime. If Diu Qilang were to find it all, he would truly be finished. He swallowed hard, continuously praying in his heart for a sliver of hope. If he survived this time unscathed, he vowed to daily copy scriptures and praise Buddha, never to indulge in greed again. Time passed slowly, each second feeling as clear as drops of water in a cave falling sharply onto Kui Ling's heart. Repeatedly counting, until a footstep sounded in the grand hall, and a servant outside the door shouted loudly. The Prime Minister has arrived. Kui Ling suddenly snapped to attention. Zhao Qing let go of his hand that supported his head, dark and profound eyes watching the person entering from outside the palace gate, squinting slightly, with no small amount of gravity in his waiting expression. He did not ask any questions outright, only awaiting Diu Qilang's answer with a penetrating gaze. Diu Qilang noticed the emperor's eyes, performed a formal bow, and modulated his tone. I have not shirked my duty, master. The concealed location is in the hidden compartment beneath the study floor. Zhao Qing closed his eyes and exhaled deeply. Upon hearing the very familiar place, Kui Ling was momentarily stunned, his face turning stark white as he collapsed helplessly on the ground. After some time, he seemed to recover, and in the lost look, there flashed a brief glimmer of light, that last lifeline amidst despair. In a moment of panic, disregarding everything, he explained loudly. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. I admit to being greedy, but think of my unwavering loyalty to the Wu dynasty. Forgive me my crime. He was the Secretary of War. And remained unfailingly loyal to the Emperor. Hadn't it been for his persuasion leading the royal guards to surround and suppress Pei Qing, how could the Emperor so easily have overturned the second prince, winning victory in one swift stroke? He had chosen the right side, later becoming Secretary of War, beginning earnestly to strive upward for his country and its people, but the longer he held the position, the greater his power became, until life and death decisions seemed as simple as that. He was finally blinded by his own ambition. Although his insatiable greed had not shaken his loyalty from start to finish, whether it was for the second prince or the crown prince, his stance remained unchanged. Earlier, Gao Han had already been executed, and should the emperor lose control of the war ministry, then there would be no force left to hinder the crown prince's growing influence. The emperor wouldn't be so foolish. He would definitely protect himself. Now that the country is peaceful and there's no external enemy, it's only a matter of greed regarding the Cold Mountain mine, it won't be an issue. Kui Ling still harbored a glimmer of hope. Diu Qilang, who had been observing him from the side all along, upon hearing this lowered his hand and laughed lightly as though he had heard some joke. With icy eyes looking down at Kui Ling from above, he remarked coldly, what a fine example of unwavering loyalty. As Minister of War, you should focus on enhancing the military's arsenal and fortifying our territory, not indulging in your lust for the Han Mountain mines, thus compromising their weaponry. How are they supposed to fight with such poor arms? This time it was just bandits from the mountains. If we face enemies at the border instead, what then will you do? Are you willing to send them off to die? The sharp rebuke cut through the tranquil grand hall like a sword, causing everyone to hold their breath. Diu Qilang, whether during ordinary days or within the court, was always known for his scholarly elegance and gentle demeanor, rarely boiling over like today with eyes ablaze like flames. Zhao Heng lowered his gaze, tightening and then loosening the hand by his side. Pei Min stood quietly in the back among the ministers, watching like a leisurely spectator in the theater, except his dark and deep-set eyes were as cold and still as a moonless night. From start to finish, the one seated on the imperial throne maintained a cold and severe expression. The dark clouds on his face masked any emotion in his deep gaze, impossible to read. When Kui Ling saw the familiar chill in his eyes, memories flooded his mind, taking him back to the day when he commanded betrayal against Pei Qing. Panic instantly surged within him. The confidence he had just professed started to crack. Would the emperor discard him just as he had abandoned Pei Qing? No. He wasn't ready to die. He had to grasp onto the last strand of salvation left in his hands. Without hesitation, he shouted out loud, "Your Majesty, save me. Please remember my past service for you." Silence. Zhao Qing threw the folded book he held directly at him, roaring angrily, his burning eyes dark and terrifying, while behind his back, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging. All the officials were startled. Some were even paralyzed by the chilling malevolence in the air, the weight of the emperor's pressure unmatched. They had served in the court for years but never witnessed the emperor so uncontrollably enraged. Even Zhao Heng looked somewhat surprised at his father's reaction. Kui Ling panted, terrified as he gazed up. A shred of reason returned, he knew he had said the wrong thing. Pausing for a moment, his frantic eyes shifted several times, throat constricting as he swallowed nervously, cautiously pleading and trying to flatter. "Your Majesty, forgive me, it was my rashness that made me say something wrong, but you cannot ignore me." As he spoke, feeling that it might not suffice, he crawled forward a few steps while still kneeling. His official robes were crumpled and disheveled, no longer as neat and clean as when he entered the palace. Carefully yet pitifully, he begged once more. "Though I am greedy, I have never betrayed you." Zhao Heng furrowed his brow slightly, refusing to glance at his father's expression, merely listening to Kui Ling's voice, turning his head slightly, studying him intently. His tall figure bent slightly as if he were a broken man. His rough face displayed an overt fear of losing wealth, fear of death and ruin, even hinting at a desperate yearning for life. Yet not even a trace of guilt for those who perished could be detected. Hearing his words of supplication and seeing his repugnant face, an intense revulsion welled up inside Zhao Heng, making his stomach churn with disgust. Refugees displaced due to famine fought desperately against soldiers because they had no other choice. Soldiers following orders found themselves compelled to wield weapons against civilians, yet due to the damaged blades, they met their end. This brutal clash resulted in deaths on both sides, a grave failure on the part of all government officials and monarchs alike. After a long pause, Zhao Qing raised his eyes and stared towards Diu Qilang, narrowing his eyes sharply. In a cold tone laced with disdain, he declared. "Since the evidence is clear, take him away. Whatever punishment is deserved, administer it." Said simply, his words carried an unmistakable coldness. With such undeniable proof present in front of so many witnesses, how could anyone protect another? Kui Ling froze, his body stiffening where it stood. Diu Qilang responded affirmatively, calling forth the guards outside who dragged the protesting and screaming man without mercy. During the struggle, Kui Ling's official hat fell to the ground, lying forsaken. Chen of the imperial household loudly announced the conclusion of court proceedings. However, Zhao Heng remained fixated on the fallen black official cap on the ground, lost in thought for a considerable amount of time. After the dismissal, the Eastern Palace unusually ordered the delivery of much alcohol. It was a well-known fact that the Crown Prince adhered to high standards of purity, never once allowing dance, music, or liquor within the Eastern Palace. But on this day, servants could be seen carrying bottle after bottle of wine inside. Leaning against the stone pillar in the pavilion, Zhao Heng still wore his court attire from the morning session. The golden thread-embroidered robe depicted four-clawed pythons, and his handsome, pale face looked as rosy as peach blossoms. However, his quiet gaze was distant, staring at the swaying green bamboo ahead, both intensely focused yet slightly lost. In his right hand, he held a white porcelain wine jug, in his left, a green jade cup. He tilted his head back and drank it all in one gulp. At his feet lay 2 or 3 similar white porcelain wine jugs, askew and empty. In this silent stillness, a series of footsteps broke the tranquility. Not long after, someone stood beside him. "Why drink so much when there's nothing wrong?" A clear and refined voice spoke low and deeply, familiar beyond measure. The hand Zhao Heng had ready to lift for another drink paused slightly as he slowly raised his eyes to look at the person standing next to him. Pei Min was looking down at him. This was the first time they'd met since in Guo Temple. Zhao Heng involuntarily caressed the wine glass in his hand, not greeting with the usual warmth. A moment later, he averted his gaze and continued to look forward calmly, only asking, "Why have you come here?" His drunken voice sounded hoarse, muffled as if lacking strength. The person beside him replied, "Now that His Majesty has approved my participation in discussions, today I thought I'd drop by to see you." With that, he smiled again. "We've known each other for so many years, but today is the first time I've stepped into the Eastern Palace." "Humph." Zhao Heng gave a faint laugh, leaning back against the pillar and tilting his head to the side. His expression showed no sign of joy but remained eerily calm. He murmured wistfully, "The Eastern Palace." A bitter smile curled the corner of his lips. "What's good about it? One by one, they all want to get in." Pei Min's gaze swept over the wine jug in his hand, watching him closely, sharp like an eagle's vision piercing straight into the depths of his eyes filled with disappointment and loneliness. His expression darkened, and stepping forward, he gently took the wine jug and cup from his hand. Though firm, his tone softened, laced with soothing care. "Even if your heart aches, there's no need to drink this much." Zhao Heng glanced at his now empty hand, as if only just realizing it, blinked a few times, then let his arm hang loosely, his wide sleeves trailing on the ground. Tilting his head, he stared at the person before him, his face flushed from alcohol, his gaze somewhat dazed and unfocused. Word by word, he said. My teacher Diu Qilang taught me how to be a man, a son, and a ruler, but he never told me about the cruelty of human nature or insatiable greed. They already hold high positions and enjoy endless honor, yet they're still not satisfied. Aren't those famine-stricken civilians and soldiers also our subjects of the Wu dynasty? Are people really that insignificant in their eyes? The second prince is like this, Gao Han, Kui Ling, they're all the same. Pei Min looked into his sincere eyes, feeling a stir within. It was as if someone had peeled away his tough icy shell, revealing for the first time his tender, vivid inner self. He stepped closer, lifting his hand to rest it atop the drunken man's head, silent for a few seconds, then sighed, speaking softly and quietly. The mighty ones only see the clouds in the sky, how can they ever see the ants on the ground? Chapter 74, Power Lines, The Splendor of a Prosperous Era, Part 17. Zhao Heng froze momentarily, suddenly understanding clearly as if awoken from a dream with just a single sentence. Ants, they are indeed ants. He suddenly bowed his head and sneered. He laughed for quite a while before stopping. After some time, he lifted his head again, continuing to look at Pei Min intoxicated, his gaze was intent yet tinged with loss and sadness. He spoke lightly. But this isn't what I desire. Such a nation consumed by power and riddled with intrigue and betrayal wasn't what he hoped for. Pei Min probed further, then what do you want? Zhao Heng smiled faintly, his eyes brimming with hope and longing. He unfolded his hidden aspirations and visions of a prosperous era, laying them bare without reservation before this person, speaking clearly and deliberately. What I want, is for commoners to live in peace, elders to find support, children to receive care, officials to be kind and modest, free from tyrants, violence, and exploitation, bringing harmony and happiness across the Wu dynasty, this is my aspiration. Amidst the courtyard, under a bright moonlit breeze, his words flowed rhythmically with his breathing. Pei Min, gazing intently into his pupils, found himself tightening his focus. As Zhao Heng spoke, a faint smile lingered on his lips. Though already in a drunken haze, the steady gaze fixed on Pei Min was clear and radiant, its emotion akin to the morning sun. In that instant, every word he spoke reverberated through Pei Min's mind, stirring his spirit, causing even his penetrating gaze to burn with sudden heat, as if capable of scorching him. For this was precisely his hope and yearning, only after seeing the filth does one long for a pure and unsullied world. He had never imagined that the person before him could share the same ideals, the same dreams. Pei Min closed his eyes briefly, hiding the stirred gaze, burying at the same time that unusual emotion. Only an intricate black look remained as he met Zhao Heng's gaze. Yet those at the top have no concept of good or evil in their hearts, nor do their actions possess notions of right or wrong, there is only gain and loss. For them, the worth of an individual is too slight. Pausing briefly, Pei Min cut straight to the heart of it, your position now isn't high enough. Your ideals are incompatible with reality, they won't give you the opportunity to realize them. Who they referred to was already understood by both. Zhao Heng somewhat understood, withdrawing his steady gaze uncomfortably. He couldn't help but recall the events that had occurred recently, whether it be his second elder brother, Gao Han, or even Kui Ling this time, they were all people whom his father deeply trusted and cherished. They should have been serving the country and its people, yet they always pursued selfish desires, inflicting harm on so many lives, their originally empty palms stained with innocent blood, a sight unbearable to see. This wasn't the conduct of loyal ministers it should be. Closing his eyes, memories flashed through his mind, the stern yet deep voice, the patient guidance each time, the soul-stripping discussions, it was all clear and vivid. He had once said, a nation stands for the country and its people. For the populace, it represents home, homeland, and more importantly, tomorrow. It cannot be destroyed. But, after these consecutive incidents, it was the first time doubts about his revered father arose within Zhao Heng's heart. Could he truly forsake his people? Lost in deep thought, Zhao Heng's mind numbed by alcohol left him unable to respond immediately. Before he could answer, the person before him continued questioning. Do you think the world you just spoke of can be realized? The hand on Zhao Heng's head gently stroked in comfort. The large hand moved rhythmically, and such gentle pressure allowed Zhao Heng to feel unprecedented ease, loosening the tight nerves clouded by intoxication. Lowering his head, his heavy eyelids slowly closed, leaning against Pei Min's abdomen. The hazy drowsiness overtook his eyes. It definitely can. It sounded like a whisper. Pei Min, feeling the weight of the man before him, paused his comforting touch momentarily. A subtle wine fragrance wafted from his body, not overwhelming in the four-sided ventilated pavilion, instead resembling incense that subtly captivated the senses. Looking down, Pei Min observed the tightly shut eyes. Pale skin flushed with pink. His gaze remained calm on the surface, but beneath it coursed an entrancing gleam, obscure and difficult to fathom, as if possessing a force capable of stirring the soul. Time seemed suspended for an extended moment, until Pei Min finally spoke. And even if you reach the pinnacle, what difference does it make? What has happened will not be erased by time. Every hate, every resentment, should find its own place. Had there not been betrayals and murders, he might have chosen an official career, gradually constructing their ideal world from the court, crafting a grand historical blueprint. They would become the most brilliant characters in history books. Such aspirations let his heart lose control for a brief moment, yet such thoughts to him were devilish whispers far too tempting. The deeper he pondered, the heavier the hatred on his back weighed, tying him down tightly. Zhao Heng's consciousness had already grown dim. Though the sound in his ears was low and pleasant, trying to focus revealed it was incomprehensible. Mumbling, he asked. What do you mean? I don't understand. Pei Min exhaled softly, lowering the hand caressing him. Not understanding is fine. It's almost here. The conclusion of his carefully planned strategy was almost upon them. Considering he shouldn't stay longer, the Eastern Palace was still under someone else's watchful eye. Staying too long would raise suspicions. He tenderly supported the shoulders of the person leaning on him, pushing him gently to lean against a nearby pillar. This gesture was a gentleness he had seldom displayed. This belated sense of emptiness caused Zhao Heng to furrow his brows in displeasure, as though unwilling to lose the warmth. Instinctively, without thinking, he raised his hand and pulled at the belt of the person who had just turned around. The drunk man's strength yanked the person directly toward him. Pei Min, overwhelmed by this brute force, lost balance backward, dragging the offender along with him in the process. In an instant, the two fell to the ground with a muffled sound. Zhao Heng successfully returned to his desired position, pinning the person beneath him who emitted a stifled groan of pain. Pain rippled through his back, causing Pei Min to furrow his brows slightly. However, at his neck was someone else's heavy, warm breath, calm and soothing, landing on his skin like delicate silk, strand by strand. The faint scent of ambergris from his body tightened his breath and nerves through his nose, making even his blood grow warm. Lowering his gaze, the pitch-black, deep eyes locked onto the pale thin lips. In this moment he strangely felt disoriented and lost in emotion. He wanted to kiss those lips. And in fact, that was exactly what he did. It was an intensely tender, meticulously savoring process, soft lips gently caressed while hot breath intertwined between their noses. The moist, consuming sensation unraveled the restrained desires, igniting a yearning for more. One of his distinct hands rested on the back of the person in his arms, pressing them down gently, hugging them tighter, while another hand cradled behind the head, imprisoning them as he deepened the kiss further. The fine sounds of water droplets and swallowing echoed softly in their ears, lying flat together, appearing empty from outside, just an unoccupied pavilion, showing nothing. The kiss grew deeper, the hand on Zhao Heng's back unconsciously slid downwards, greedily seeking more. The person held within whimpered, squeezed too tightly to breathe, producing a fragmented cry akin to a helpless pup, their body trembling slightly. Pei Min's indulgent expression jolted, snapping back to reality instantly. His behavior spiraling out of control caused a crease between his brows. He released the lips he'd ravaged into a brilliant red, the prior sensation still lingering at the edge of his mouth, delicate and moist. His dark eyes filled with aggression, domination, and greed. He suppressed his breath momentarily, forcibly tamping down emotions that should not have surfaced. After some time, the surging fervor subsided somewhat. He stood up holding the person, placing them against a pillar at the edge of the pavilion, taking one last look at the sleeping figure before leaving abruptly. Yet, his hurried retreat bore hints of clumsiness. Long after Pei Min had left, the originally closed eyes slowly opened, revealing clear-minded eyes. The more powerful and noble a person is, the more they reveal vulnerability, stirring ripples in people's hearts. He wouldn't. Chen Xian, proudly puffing up his chest, aren't you bowled over by my acting skills? Chapter 75, Line of Power, Prosperity of a Golden Age, 18. Inside Fulu Pavilion. On a square table lay various tea-making utensils. Dressed in a rich brown robe, Zhao Qing was examining a pestle moving back and forth in his hands. Greenish liquid stirred, frothing slightly white foam. A fragrance of tea permeated the room. Chen Nifu stood nearby, slightly bent over, whispering softly. Prince Linen went to the Eastern Palace. The movement of grinding halted briefly, glancing upwards lightly, with profound eyes devoid of any sentiment but causing a chill nonetheless. Bold indeed to go directly to Crown Prince's Eastern Palace on the first day of meetings without fearing public discourse. Setting aside the wooden rod, he washed his hands in the golden basin beside him and continued, "Did you hear what they discussed?" Chen Nifu shook his head. "The Crown Prince dismissed all serving staff beforehand, so we don't know what they said." "Don't know?" Zhao Qing's tone grew cold. Sensing the displeasure in the tone, Chen Nifu bowed lower, speaking more cautiously, "Yes, though it's rumored that before Lord Linen arrived, the Crown Prince sent in several bottles of alcohol and appeared quite troubled, perhaps dissatisfied." Troubled, Zhao Qing's eyes flickered in surprise, recalling the prince's dejected appearance at the end of court sessions earlier and a hint of concealed repugnance, now realizing why he wasn't pleased. As thoughts processed, he felt an unexpected weariness. Opposing ministers were much like well-trained dogs. When starved, they barked loudly, demanding sustenance. If denied nourishment, they might turn aggressive and bite. Yet if fed excessively, they grow complacent, losing their ability to guard. He had nurtured his crown prince himself, understanding him deeply, yet overlooked extracting his excessive innocence and benevolence. What he needed was a ruthless, capable heir, not someone still burdened with compassion. Alas, he regretted entrusting him to do Qi Lang. Scholars are often inclined towards kindness. However, he hadn't expected the sycophants only willing to wag tails for him had become so bloated, they could neither protect his domain nor safeguard his subjects. Zhao Qing's eyes shifted in dark hues as he picked up a white dry cloth placed nearby to wipe his hands, asking, regarding the matter I asked you to investigate before, has there been any progress? Chen Nifu knew it would come up. He had already questioned informants early that day. According to reports, some time ago Lan and did have unusual personnel movements going to Cangzhou, but after arriving there, they disappeared without a trace, so we can't fully know what they were sent to do. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qing threw the white towel used for wiping his hands on the table with a sound, his expression turning cold, the dark light in his eyes becoming icy and frigid, akin to a mighty tiger perched atop a mountain peak suddenly baring its sharp claws. Since someone was dispatched at Cangzhou, no matter what they're doing, should harbor suspicion. Chen Nifu understood his tone, having been familiar with him for many years. So, Your Majesty, what are your plans? Zhao Qing lifted his gaze, glanced at Chen Nifu, then turned towards the upper seating area and sat down. His hand rested on the desk as his index finger tapped repeatedly against the tabletop, producing slow rhythmic sounds. In his condescending look, a sudden aura filled the silent room, much like a giant dragon beneath an abyss opening its eyes, increasing the pressure wherever its vertical pupils reached. After a while, he spoke. Summon him into the palace. Yes. That night, deep into the night, Chen Nifu personally led people to Linen, delivering the emperor's verbal decree summoning Lin and Wang into the palace for consultation. Though everyone at the mansion saw Chen Nifu smile, none of them were fools. With such grandeur in the middle of the night and Chen Nifu himself here, it certainly signified trouble. Subsequently, Prince Lin and Pei Min emerged from the rear courtyard. Despite seeing this imposing display, instead of fear, he calmly gave instructions to his underlings with a grin and followed Chen Nifu's entourage cheerfully. That night, nobody knew what Lin and Wang and the emperor discussed in Fulu Pavilion, but by the next morning court session, Lin and Wang still hadn't appeared. Though drunk, Zhao Heng was puzzled upon not seeing Pei Min during the next day's morning court session. After the court session ended, he ordered the eunuchs to inquire, learning that Pei Min had been summoned by the emperor late the previous night and hadn't left since. But as it was the emperor who issued the personal decree, Zhao Heng could not rashly ask about it. He could only wait for the emperor to release him. This waiting lasted a full 4 days, leaving Zhao Heng worried alongside others, restless like ants on a hot griddle. In a certain building inside Fengcheng. In the vast room, only a single candle on the ground illuminated it. The faint glow wasn't sufficient to illuminate the entire house. From the door straight forward, lines extended into the darkness where either side was lined with latticed windows. Curtains of wood hung, completely obscuring whoever sat behind them. Though invisible, one could feel the intimidating aura emanating from within. Fusheng stood before the candle, the flickering light creating profound features on his face, clad entirely in black attire, his shadow stretching long. A somewhat low-pitched voice broke the silence. The prince has been summoned into the palace for more than 4 days. Shouldn't we think of a way to rescue him? Rescue is definitely necessary, but we need to carefully deliberate how best to go about it. Replied another slightly aged voice. That's correct. We must avoid alarming anyone prematurely, lest it cause repercussions across all levels. Still, why did the emperor suddenly summon him this time? It is unknown, though it's rumored that before returning home, the prince visited Dong Palace. So does this mean it's related to the crown prince? If truly related to the crown prince, perhaps his involvement might be the safest solution. Considering their relationship, he surely wouldn't stand idly by. Voices exchanged within the room. Between the measured words, it was clear these were people in high positions. Standing silently aside listening, Fusheng suddenly interjected. His calm, low voice matching his composed nature. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. The prince mentioned if he hasn't returned within 7 days, then we must consider the worst-case scenario. Also, the prince instructed us not to attempt rescuing him, to focus on the plan primarily. At this point, we've already achieved half our goals, let's not abandon it prematurely. If we hastily submit a memorial now asking the emperor to release him, it will undoubtedly expose our painstaking efforts of many years, not only ruining everything done thus far, but the emperor will assuredly devise methods to systematically eliminate us one by one. And the efforts of Zhao Qi, Gao Han, and Gue Ling before will have been wasted. Pausing momentarily, pondering deeply, he slowly raised his head, his tranquil face hidden in the darkness indistinct. Only his eyes gleamed sharp like hawks, his tone cool. Should the prince genuinely encounter peril, perhaps someone might help us. He recalled the figure of carnage on the road of Angua Temple, the long sword slashing, blood splashing in the air, sunlight refracting through it as if it were a shower of red plum blossoms. He hid from afar, watching the person's cold eyes which seemed to have turned red, completely different from the usual appearance before their master. As if he were a bloodthirsty killing god. And since this person had already saved his master once, he would naturally save him again. He wouldn't let anything happen to his master. The 6th day. Inside Dong Palace. The person lying on the sleeping couch was eating grapes with one hand while muttering to A. Chen Xian, if the emperor dared send people in the middle of the night to bring Pei Min into the palace, it shows he has evidence to blackmail Pei Min. But how could such a cautious person be so easily caught off guard by the emperor? A. Do you suspect it was intentional? Chen Xian, it's just a guess, but since Zhao Qing dared to make a move, it shows that his intentions remain hostile. Yet, at moments like this, I should intervene and act well along with them. A. What do you plan to do? Chen Xian, naturally, I need to deepen my relationship with the target. I'll go beg Zhao Qing for mercy, asking him to spare Pei Min. A. Are you crazy? Last time didn't end well, and you still want to go. Don't forget your character, Zhao Heng is the crown prince, he would never. Chen Xian interrupted, precisely because he is the crown prince, intelligent, steady, respectful of etiquette and law, he will never do anything inappropriate. That's why I need to find the emperor. Chen Xian, I want everyone to know that Zhao Heng sees Pei Min differently. I can keep challenging the emperor's limits, even willing to break the old me for him. A. What if Zhao Qing detests it? Chen Xian, I should thank Pei Min. Right now, no one is competing for the position of heir, no matter how angry, it's impossible for him to kill me. And finally, on the afternoon of the 6th day, Zhao Heng could wait no longer, so he approached Zhao Qing who was in the study. A piece of white xian paper lay on the desk, and beside him Chen Nifu was grinding ink. Upon hearing someone enter, he didn't even look up, as if having foreseen the visitor. Just like always, Zhao Heng kneeled to pay his respects after entering, waiting for the response from above. Unlike before, Zhao Qing didn't linger long this time before speaking. He put down the brush, glanced at the word he had just written, his tone level. Alright, since you're here, speak your mind. Zhao Heng did not rise. His pitch-black eyes glanced at the revered man in front of him who answered briefly before resuming the task of writing with the brush, rotating his wrist smoothly as he continued. In every gesture, there was still an undertone of coldness left over from their last confrontation. And today, he was about to irritate him once more. Zhao Heng pressed down on his emotions slightly, bowed his head, and spoke respectfully. I wish to plead for a person. The room fell silent. Chen Nifu's hand paused momentarily while grinding the ink, then quickly resumed normalcy as if merely skipping a beat. He subtly used his peripheral vision to observe the youth below. Back straight as a rod, yet tightly wound. Zhao Qing finished writing the second character, leaned back, and stared at the black ink on the white xian paper with a dark and ominous gaze. His voice cut through the silence like a blade drawn from its scabbard, cold and menacing. Some things shouldn't be said. Leave them unsaid. Zhao Heng's expression darkened. I beseech your majesty to show mercy and forgive Lin and Wang. Smash. The brush was thrown onto the table, its tip heavy with thick black ink splattering onto the pristine white paper, forming a large ink blot at its center. A perfect piece of calligraphy ruined in an instant. Chapter 76, Power Politics Line, The Splendor of Prosperity, Part 19. What sort of thing is he that you dare to plead for him? The angry roar had lost all semblance of composure, sharp eyes glaring down like knives, releasing waves of oppressive energy like mountains overturning and seas surging, sending a bone-chilling cold even to those who kept their heads low. Chen Nifu froze for a moment, then regained his senses, putting down what he held and carefully stepping out of the room. No matter what was going to be said next, it wasn't something he should hear anymore. But as he passed by Zhao Heng, he couldn't help but glance at his pale face before withdrawing. This time, the crown prince had truly acted rashly. Whether or not Lin and Wang had any involvement in these matters, he had always been a thorn in the eyes and flesh of his majesty. The reason his majesty allowed him to live until now was twofold. Firstly, Lin and Wang was Pei Qing's son. Since his majesty had already given Pei Qing his reputation, it would be impossible for him to take action without proper justification, otherwise, the civil and military officials would certainly find fault with it. Secondly, since he never attended court deliberations, he lacked influence in politics and did not belong to any factions allied with a potential heir. Combined with years of dissolute behavior that had tarnished his name, keeping him around was essentially inconsequential. Such a person could not possibly create significant trouble under the watchful eye of his majesty. But letting the thorn remain did not mean it didn't hurt or cause problems. The closer you get to him, the more restless his majesty becomes, as if constantly reminded of an event buried 20 years ago. As time passes, the thorn pierces deeper until eventually, it has to be removed. And now, his majesty might already have this intention. Silence enveloped the room, leaving only the emperor and crown prince. Even under immense pressure, Zhao Heng remained Zhao Heng. As the chosen heir, whether as minister or loyal friend, he had his own resolve and principles. He could not retreat because of fear. Thus, shortly after Chen Nifu left, Zhao Heng finally spoke, voicing his doubts. With lowered brows and eyes still fixed on the ground, he said quietly, I don't understand why you want him dead. He asked bluntly. Zhuang Qing's chest still rose slightly from suppressed anger, his deeply carved features resembling ice fields of 10,000 feet. His eyes were dark like ink, and a frosty chill seemed to cover him entirely. The crown prince needn't understand my reasons. If I want him dead, there is no reason necessary. Fierce killing intent poured out openly, causing Zhao Heng's heart to jolt. He gritted his teeth, clenching and unclenching his fists by his side. In the end, he looked up boldly, meeting the gaze above with unwavering determination. Without hesitation, he proclaimed each word, regardless of its consequences, but I want him alive. To let him live. Their eyes locked, like two unsheathed swords colliding, sharp blades flashing with cold light, sparks flying as neither retreated. Seeing his determined and steadfast expression, Zhuangqing narrowed his eyes, his fury reaching its peak. For the first time. This was the first time someone had defied him, showing such unrestrained enmity. A red glimmer flashed through his deep, shadowy eyes as he grabbed the teacup off the table and hurled it towards Xiaohang. The fierce wind momentarily flickered the candlelight. Bang! Thud! First came the dull sound of the cup striking bone, followed by the crash of the cup shattering on the floor. Both sounds were accompanied by water splashing. Xiaohang didn't dodge the incoming object, merely instinctively closing his eyes. A moment later, he felt an intense sting on his temple. Cold water splashed onto his face, mixing with a warm sensation sliding down from his forehead. Instantly chilled to the core, he slowly opened his eyes. The gaze above was icy as ever. At this moment, Xiaohang looked quite disheveled, his pale face streaked with water, dampened temples, blood mingling with clear water running down from his wounded forehead, giving his resilient face a hint of fragile frailty. Zhuangqing's gaze darkened. Now, are you clear? You, as the crown prince, dare to stand against your sovereign father over one man. Do you think I should kill him, or show mercy and let him live? Zhao Heng's complexion turned even whiter. Zhuangqing sneered once, stood up, and walked slowly towards him. His smile gradually disappeared, replaced by unfathomable eyes watching Zhao Heng. His voice became frigid. Do you know where the coldest, most terrifying place in this world is? It's not the prison, nor the battlefield, it's this highest imperial throne. It's built upon a mountain of corpses and rivers of blood, icy and piercing, manipulating hearts. To sit upon it, one must conquer this very throne, becoming even more horrifying than it. As Zhuangqing described it, his savage appearance resembled a demon risen from hell, brimming with malevolent energy that made people shiver. The familiar image of him suddenly seemed foreign and distant. Observing Zhao Heng's startled state, he laughed lightly again. And here you are questioning me? Saying this, he stood before Zhao Heng, extending a hand to lift his chin, observing the agitated and bewildered expression. Smirking faintly, his fingertips gently brushed over the bloody trail, their soft touch carrying a cold sensation. Apparently, I've sheltered you too well. So much so, that you dared to defy me. Zhuangqing held his face with both hands, gazing at him intently. His deep, abyss-like eyes tightly bound Zhao Heng's gaze, frighteningly ferocious yet utterly genuine in a way Zhao Heng had never seen before. He merely spoke in a gentle tone filled with lament. Heng, do you really think you understand him? Can you decipher the hearts of those people? Their ambition, their intentions, are terrifying beyond your imagination. The struggle for power is like demons fighting over food, either you die or I live, coexistence is impossible. His deep amber eyes suddenly contracted. His thin lips were tightly pursed. There was no doubt he respected this person and even looked up to him. But in all these years, he had never seen such coldness in telling him about the world as seen through his eyes. Now every word from his mouth cut like the sharpest spear, relentlessly shattering the beliefs he had built over many years, slowly collapsing. Behind the crumbling walls seemed to be the true reality of this world, while his calm and icy tone revealed the conflict between reality and ideal. Zhao Heng's eyes flickered momentarily with confusion, momentarily with clarity, plunging the whole person into an emotional struggle. And all this, Zhao Qin watched closely. After a long pause, Zhao Qin took a deep breath, released his hand, and turned around, step by step ascending towards that position, muttering softly as he raised his foot. I have sat on this throne for 20 years, ultimately to leave it to you. If you truly wish for him to live, then fine. Zhao Heng came back to his senses, suddenly looking at the towering figure ahead. Standing by the desk, he turned, expressionless, looking down at the disheveled person kneeling below. But in return, starting tomorrow, I want you to reflect on your misdeeds for 3 years at Ganengguo Temple and not see him again. After all, he was the child he had raised, heart still cold but unwilling to hurt him, more so not letting a single person disrupt their father-son bond. Now the court was already brewing with hidden turmoil, someone had already succeeded in undermining the two of them under his very nose. If they weren't careful in the future, disaster could follow quickly, but 3 years' time would be enough to change many things and give him sufficient opportunity to eliminate this potential hazard. Zhao Heng's body froze momentarily, his gaze also clouding briefly. Involuntarily murmuring. 3 years. Zhao Qin glanced coldly, that's right. If the crown prince disagrees, tomorrow I will issue an edict to kill him. Anyway, in everyone's eyes, he's just a useless waste who can be dispensed with any time, and I could easily make up any excuse. What do you think? At that moment, a chilling wind seemed to blow through the window, creating a sense of coolness over his body. The once unbreakable resolve he brought here now felt utterly powerless. Even though he had reached a high-ranking position, there were still so many things he had no authority to decide. Even protecting the one he cherished required nothing short of all his efforts, yet only resulted in buying 3 years of life. And what could he accomplish in these 3 years? Time remained silent for a long while. Zhao Heng's straight back gradually bent slightly. That night, Lin Wang, who had been locked in prison for 6 days, was finally released. His magnificent clothing bore bloodstains everywhere, his entire figure disheveled, appearing to have undergone cruel torture. No one knew why the sovereign would target a seemingly unimportant king. Though full of doubts, they were relieved that at least he was alive. Later, the household staff received news and hurriedly returned with him. After exiting the palace gates, a pale hand lifted the curtain of the carriage. Those dark, unmoving eyes cast a deep glance at the increasingly distant high walls before dropping again. Killing intent has risen, there was no more time. The next day. In the courtyard of the Linen Prince's residence, beneath a huge maple tree, intense sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting mottled shadows on the reclining bed, as if weaving intricate patterns. Pei Min supported his head with one hand. His jet-black hair cascaded like a waterfall, partially covering his face and falling onto his chest. He stared absent-mindedly ahead. After being tidied up last night, his external injuries had been cleaned and securely hidden beneath layers of clothing. Only his right wrist remained wrapped, exposed to view. However, there was no joy of survival evident on his pale face. Who had saved him, he was fully aware. Actually, last night's event somewhat surprised him. He wasn't surprised that Zhao Heng would save him, but he hadn't expected Zhao Qin to let him go so easily. When they met the day he entered the palace, they had confronted each other. That pair of cold, sharp eyes indeed left a chilling impression, the condescending gaze of a victor who had just come out of a massacre. He suppressed all his killing intent and feigned perfectly. He acted as if he was a completely useless young nobleman, feeling awkward and uneasy when meeting the emperor, timid and weak, even every word he spoke was meticulously cautious. Even knowing that his plan had been flawless. Yet, he still had a 50% chance of dying, because the victor's eyes had never tolerated even a speck of dust, better to kill by mistake than to let go. But now, he was still alive. This meant he had placed his bet correctly, everything unfolded just as he anticipated. Zhao Heng was indeed his weak point, the one and only spot where a blade could penetrate fatally. Thinking about this, Pei Min's mind suddenly flashed with that familiar face, a scene after another replaying in his head. Every time, this person chose without hesitation to save him. He should feel it was only natural, he shouldn't harbor any guilt. But why did he feel so restless now? Why couldn't his mind stop conjuring up the image of that person? At this moment, a clear and graceful voice sounded. You're already injured, yet you don't stay indoors and come out for what? Lin Wanqing emerged from behind, carrying a bowl of blackish medicine, her delicate little face tinged with a touch of dissatisfaction, as if annoyed at having to chase after this troublemaker who kept wandering around. She walked to the tree, picked up the still warm bowl, and presented it to Pei Min. You should drink it quickly. He explicitly instructed me to take good care of you, and I certainly don't want to disappoint him. Pei Min gazed at her silhouette against the light. In that instant, she seemed to merge with the image of that person in his mind. The strange emotions in his heart grew stronger, like an overwhelming urge to see that person, or perhaps unwilling to clearly face his appearance. He wanted to understand, why was there such an unsettling sensation in his chest? Lifting his hand, he took the bowl but set it aside. Lowering his gaze, he masked the dark, unfathomable feelings in his eyes. Lin Wanqing saw him take the bowl and thought to turn and leave. In her heart, she grumbled about when that someone would finally retrieve her. However, just at that moment, her wrist was caught by a forceful grip, and before she knew it, she was pulled down. Someone pressed against her, leaving an icy sensation on her lips, freezing her solid. Her almond-shaped eyes instantly contracted. Even her breathing was momentarily cut off in that moment. It took her several seconds to realize that Pei Min was kissing her. But the cold touch lingered lightly, without further movement. Lin Wanqing forcefully pushed him away, almost too violently causing her to let out a muffled sound. Retreating aside, she vigorously wiped her mouth and glared angrily at the culprit. Are you crazy, Pei Min? She was furious. She already had someone she liked, how could he? Because of her anger, her cheeks were flushed red, and her bright eyes became extraordinarily beautiful and captivating under the flames of fury. Her angry voice carried traces of girlish shyness in others' ears. The medicine spilled, leaving a bitter taste. Due to the pressure, the wound reopened slightly, sending waves of stinging pain. Pei Min merely frowned slightly, lifting his hand to caress his lips. His dark eyes were as immeasurably deep as an icy plain, and an icy void enveloped his heart. Why is there no feeling? Why? Lin Wanqing stared at the figure pushed aside. Dark hair obscured his expression. Pei Min was the type of person she understood all too well. Over the years they'd known each other, the hatred in that face, those eyes, ran deeper and more terrifying than hers. He only saw the bones beneath the abyss and ignored everything alive around him. So she had never once thought this person might fancy her. His behavior today, regardless of the cause, made her feel utterly repulsed. Originally, she intended to scold him some more, but seeing his current state, she didn't want to say anything anymore. She glanced once more, intending to turn and leave. But when she turned around, she froze completely, her eyes widening slowly, her face turning pale immediately. The annoyance on her face transformed into nervous tension, even fear and unease. She opened her mouth, calling out. Your Highness. Pei Min's dark, lost gaze paused, then slowly lifted. The bright yellow figure stood at the entrance of the courtyard. Chapter 77, Line of Power Struggle, Splendor of the Prosperous Age, Part 20. Zhao Heng stood far away, his initially joyful eyes flickered with shock, and his expression revealed a touch of bewilderment at this unexpected scene. Perhaps before coming here, he had never imagined he would see such a scenario. Like a vigorous fire dancing in jubilation, doused abruptly by a bucket of cold water, extinguishing every last bit of the flame. The emotions in his chest were tightly throttled. T2. Crown Prince, It's not like what you see. Lin Wanqing looked at his now eerily silent eyes, panic gripping her. She didn't want him to misunderstand, but her words stumbled and faltered. Realizing the futility and hollowness of explaining something based purely on a fact that occurred just moments ago, she tightly bit her lip and clutched at her clothing, overwhelmed by anxiety and confusion. Zhao Heng's gaze merely skimmed over Lin Wanqing in a perfunctory manner, then landed on another person beyond her. Despite his dimmed expression, he managed to offer a polite smile. It seems I've come at an inconvenient time. At this moment, Pei Min had already returned to his usual self. His eyes, appearing light brown under the sunlight, flickered momentarily and then reverted to their tranquil state. His emotions were reined in too quickly, leaving no trace of vulnerability. Perhaps none of them had anticipated that the other would witness such a scene. Pei Min stood up, tidied his disheveled clothes, and his scattered hair gave him a rugged charm, accentuating his handsome features. Yet, his presence commanded attention, impossible to ignore. With a fervent gaze, he looked ahead but spoke to Lin Wanqing behind him. You should leave. Lin Wanqing abruptly raised her head, looking at Pei Min's back, pursed her lips, and concealed the turmoil in her eyes. Her former radiance turned dim. Being seen in such a situation by the person she admired was embarrassing, especially by Pei Min. As his nominal personal maid, she belonged to a class inherently prone to misunderstanding. Perhaps in Zhao Heng's mind, she was now irrevocably associated with Linen, Prince's mansion. Although she hadn't been around Zhao Heng for long, she understood well enough that royalty, regardless of anything else, did not tolerate grains of sand within their perfect pearls. At that moment, she was pushed away from this person by Pei Min, restored to her original position, and she even felt it was deliberate. Yet, she lacked the power to change it and even lacked the opportunity to explain. Yes. Lin Wanqing reluctantly left. Zhao Heng briefly glanced at her departing figure. It was fleeting, just a second. What do you want with me? Pei Min fixed his eyes on him. Now, only the two of them remained in the quiet courtyard, one dressed in yellow, the other in red, like two vibrant birds amid a dense forest, vying in beauty, a splendid sight indeed. Zhao Heng turned his body to look at him. Pei Min stood a few meters away, their gazes intersecting in mid-air, silently regarding each other from afar. Zhao Heng's eyes seemed deeper than usual. He didn't immediately respond to Pei Min's question, instead scrutinizing this individual carefully, without any sharpness in his focused gaze, yet thoroughly assessing him from head to toe. The pain spreading to his fingertips incessantly reminded him how deeply sorrowful he truly felt, far beyond the apparent calm on his face. That time at a national temple, he was poisoned, forced and unwilling, and how could he have possibly been genuinely interested in men? Ultimately, he preferred women. He was still that promiscuous prince of linen, and everything he'd done meant nothing more than dust or a faint glimmer in the eyes of the person standing before him, so insignificant, so imperceptible, as if they could be swallowed by darkness at any moment, creating no ripple. Deep down, he yearned to tell him. If the one by your side were a man, I wouldn't fear him. I, Zhao Heng, have all, yet only by your side, a woman exists, one who can provide what I cannot, leaving me not even a chance to compete. He also wanted to say. I've come to see you, perhaps we won't meet again for a long time. The Emperor has doubts about you and won't give up easily. I've arranged some guards for your protection. 3 years, perhaps not long, could you wait for me? He originally had many things to say to him. But now, he couldn't utter any of them. He understood better than anyone else that liking someone was his own business, and he shouldn't involve or blame the person he liked. It was irrelevant whether others reciprocated his feelings or not. He shouldn't feel entitled. Nevertheless, he was human, his heart made of flesh, and though he didn't demand, he would inevitably feel disappointed. He would be disheartened by unrequited affection, saddened, and jealous and filled with hatred when he witnessed intimacy between this person and others. He wasn't the purely benevolent prince others thought him to be. In fact, when he saw the two together, malicious thoughts surged within his chest. He wanted to kill Lin Wanqing. This feeling was both strange and fierce, an innate, brutal possessiveness, as if a hidden wild animal had suddenly leaped out, snarling viciously to protect its own territory. Though he outwardly smiled slightly as always, his normally bright eyes flashed with a brief shadow of gloom, both restrained and suppressed. In the end, he was just an ordinary person. No reason. The young man stared straight at him, his deep brown-black eyes dark and lifeless. Despite his smile, there was no joy in it, no discernible emotion. The strands of hair framing his pale cheeks stuck closely to his skin, his lips slightly tightened, projecting an eerie calm. Pei Min noticed something was off with him and assumed it was because he had witnessed the earlier scene, which made him unhappy. Upon thinking of this possibility, a sudden warmth surged in his heart, a joy he hadn't realized until now. His tone softened involuntarily as he spoke, grabbing Zhao Heng's hand playfully as he usually did, brushing away the troubling confusion with the soothing touch. Since you came for no reason, I... At the mention of earlier, Zhao Heng's expression suddenly turned grim, and he forcefully let go of Pei Min's hand, interrupting him abruptly with a raised voice. I said there's nothing wrong. Pei Min froze. Seeing the other man's startled reaction, Zhao Heng realized his momentary loss of composure. A complicated mix of emotions flashed in his eyes but quickly disappeared. It was already too late. After knowing each other for so long, he'd never been this upset before. He took a deep breath to calm his irritation. Indeed, these days he seemed to be at odds with fate itself, unsuitable for meeting anyone. Everything had gone from bad to worse. After some time, he composed himself, lifting his head to look at Pei Min, who was staring back at him intently, his gaze slightly more serious. His lips moved, wanting to say many things, but after a few seconds, only one sentence came out. Take care of yourself. The low, soft tone carried a sense of advice. The political world was dangerous by nature, and saying this wasn't inappropriate at all. He couldn't outright tell him that his father, the emperor, hadn't abandoned his plans yet and could calculate both openly or secretly against him anytime. If he didn't watch out, he wouldn't even know how he died. Sighing, he wondered why he bothered to say so much and then looked away, turning to leave. Had he known it would end like this, he should have left earlier, sparing himself the distress. Pei Min stared at his empty hand, red and stinging, left hanging lifelessly in midair. His dark gaze quietly observed the situation, his brows slightly furrowed, an icy chill enveloping his entire being. Then he lifted his head, watching the departing figure until it vanished completely into the distance. The light that had illuminated in his eyes earlier had dimmed, his deep brown pupils cold and empty. As he watched silently, he was utterly unaware of just how unpleasant his expression appeared, dark enough to seem about to pour water. For the first time in years, they parted on bad terms. Take good care. Pei Min muttered softly, the sound carried away by the wind, almost inaudible. Did you know something? Chapter 78, Power Struggle Line, Prosperity of a Great Age, Part 21. After their unpleasant parting that day, Zhao Heng didn't appear for over 10 days. Not only did he not visit, but he also missed the early morning court sessions entirely. He knew Zhao Heng well, the man clearly differentiated between what was important and trivial, never neglecting his responsibilities as crown prince due to personal matters or emotions. Therefore, he didn't think the other person would skip the morning court because of what happened that day. Initially, he planned to send someone to inquire at the Eastern Palace, but since his release, every move was closely monitored by the Emperor, so it wasn't prudent to make any extra moves. He could only wait and see. But as time passed, news related to Zhao Heng became increasingly sealed off. Meanwhile, the Eastern Palace began fortifying its defenses, reducing the entry and exit of people while the royal guards tightly surrounded the palace area, leaving no room to pass through. It was as if an enormous wall had suddenly risen up between them, forcibly severing their connection, creating a tense situation. Actually, when the decree was announced at Linen Mansion that day, he wasn't surprised. He intended to test Zhao Qing, to see just how cautious he could remain by this point and how many contingencies were hidden around him. If they found out about his ties to Zhangzhou, how would Zhao Qing handle the situation? Furthermore, if the beloved Crown Prince Zhao Heng interceded and pleaded on his behalf, how would Zhao Qing make his decision? Indeed, from the moment Chen Nifu entered Linen Mansion, from the second he was arrested, everything had been dragged into this grand plan, imprisonment, torture, release, all unfolding step by step according to what he envisioned. Of course, there was one uncertainty, whether Zhao Heng held enough importance in Zhao Qing's heart to tolerate him, a speck of sand, and include him in this game. He didn't worry about Zhao Qing executing him directly. At this stage, the Ministry of Rights, the Ministry of War, and the Second Prince, he'd already broken 3 of Zhao Qing's talons. A tiger without sharp claws might snarl and bare its teeth fiercely, but it was no longer fatal. Moreover, since he dared to test, naturally he ensured none of his arrangements depended solely on his life or death. Every move was prepared with a backup plan. It turned out that fortune was still on his side. 3 days later, at Linen Mansion. Pei Min stared at the secret report in his hand, his face shrouded in dark clouds as though an eruption was imminent. His deep brown eyes were slightly narrowed, the corners extending into sharp points, compressing the cold fury boiling within. Rip, rip. The harsh sound of paper tearing echoed through the quiet study. The piece of paper that had been calmly held moments ago now lay shredded on the sandalwood desk and scattered on the floor. Pei Min's chest rose and fell slightly, but the rage inside showed no sign of diminishing after his destructive outburst. Then, with a sudden violent motion, he swept everything off the table, causing a cacophony of sounds. Almost instantly, voices came from outside the door. Prince! Get lost! The inquiry from outside was immediately silenced by Pei Min's roar. The guard outside jumped, suppressing any further noise. Inside, a frigid wrath gripped his heart as if his blood had slowed to a halt. Clenching his fists until they turned white, his erratic breathing betrayed his fury, yet his eyes glinted red with malice. The Crown Prince requests resignation to remain in Angua Temple for 3 years without returning, leaving the general's remains unaccounted for. Ha! Zhao Qing, Zhao Qing. After 20 years, you still dig up graves, do you feel guilty about your crimes? Or are you afraid the spirits of those tens of thousands will seek retribution at night? Now that you've made your intentions clear, I no longer need to beat around the bush. It's time to settle the blood debts buried in the past. Let's fight to the death and see who wins or loses. Those who survive will be the winners. As he thought this, his handsome face contorted with ferocious killing intent, exposing all the pent-up emotions accumulated over the years. His eyes gleamed red, his chilling aura filled with a fierce determination, a desire to fight to the death. But the next moment, the slight squint of his eyes loosened. The unrelenting hatred coursing through his body paused briefly, and images of an extremely familiar face surfaced in his mind, staring back at him with complete coldness before turning away. That ever-present gaze once so focused on him slowly disappeared, showing no regret whatsoever. And you, Zhao Heng. Since you refuse to return after 3 years. Then stay well within Angua Temple, enjoy your last peace and tranquility. Don't see, don't hear, and obediently wait until the day you step out after 3 years when all your world, your honor, everything given to you, will cease to exist. I'll let you witness how cruel and merciless the real world truly is, grudges never fade with time. All those far-off dreams you long for, they'll never happen. 3 years later. Today was the annual Buddhist gathering at Angua Temple. From afar, one could already see the incense swirling upwards, accompanied faintly by murmurs resembling pilgrims' chatter. A gentle breeze blew, bringing glimpses of spring through half-open windows, perfumed with ancient and serene sandalwood incense that instilled calm in everyone's hearts. Seated by the window was a person. He wore a light brown robe, his raven black hair meticulously tied up with a jade crown. His elegant features resembled a peaceful autumn lake, devoid of ripples. His amber eyes, like transparent crystal, emitted a soft warmth, exuding refinement even more composed and tranquil than 3 years prior. Gone was the youthful impulsiveness, replaced instead with refined maturity. Zhao Heng put down the sutra in his hands and looked toward the window. Unbeknownst to him, he had been here for exactly 3 whole years. Once, he thought 3 years was an eternity, but it passed faster than expected. The only thing he hadn't anticipated was just how tall the temple's red walls stood, cutting off every bit of news from the outside world. During the first year, he occasionally heard reports from servants. For instance, the month after he left, Prince Linen was attacked by bandits on his way home from the pleasure house. Blood stained half of his azure shirt, rendering him unconscious. Upon hearing the news, the emperor was deeply concerned and urgently sent imperial physicians. However, Prince Linen's injuries were severe, resulting in 7 days of coma. Even the doctors warned he would not be able to move for at least half a year. Upon learning this, the emperor became enraged and commanded the provincial government office to apprehend the bandits within a month and provide justice for Prince Linen. The provincial office, spurred on by the emperor's direct orders and involving such a prominent figure, spared no effort, determined to catch the culprits early and report progress upward. Yet somehow, the perpetrator vanished as if swallowed by the earth. Despite combing through the entire Fengqing city upside down, there wasn't a trace to be found, just as if they had dissolved into thin air. When the deadline arrived, not a single suspect had been caught. Pressured from multiple sides, the official resigned, considering it a suitable resolution. Since Linen Wang was injured, he had been bedridden for half a year. Being immobile, he could not participate in the affairs of the court. The imperial grace that had just arrived was lost too quickly, and secretly there were no shortage of people who laughed at him, saying that he was ultimately someone without fortune, incapable of benefiting from the emperor's favor. Moreover, the new appointees for the roles of Minister of Rights and Minister of War were selected 3 months after Zhao Heng's retreat, both in their 30s, seasoned officials in their respective ministries who preferred working silently. They had neither political factions nor friends within the court, making them 2 isolated tree trunks easily maneuvered. However, it was said that these 2 men were unbendingly upright, lovers of poetry and literature. They had once argued with Linen Wang, developing mutual disdain, each ignoring the other. In this court, the originally clear-cut 3 factions were suddenly stirred up in just a few short months. The second prince was demoted, the crown prince resigned and remained absent for 3 years, while corruption was alleged in the ministries of rights and war. For a time, everyone in the court treaded carefully, realizing it was better to keep one's mouth shut and simply do one's job than risk entanglement and unknowingly meet one's end. And then, in the following year, the news trickled to almost nothing. Aside from major civil matters, little was heard about the court itself. This crown prince claimed to be reflecting on his sins, but in reality, it seemed as if he had been effectively deposed, left in total darkness, so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. A long time ago, he had considered whether it was necessary to build a secret team loyal only to him. This group would protect him and carry out tasks behind the scenes, acting as claws hidden in the shadows, an unavoidable issue for those holding power. But he hesitated. He didn't want to create a rift between himself and his father or add fuel to the fire of suspicion by hiding such matters from him. Thus, at that time, he chose to step back. Looking back now, he realized how naive he truly was, as his father had once suggested. The 3rd year afterward was the most silent year for him, no news came through at all. Even though he was being neglected due to his errors, perhaps even punished by reflecting, he should not have been so completely devoid of movement around him. Having floated among powers for so long, he knew that this was deliberate interference, blocking every bit of information around him. It confined him inside Angua Temple. And the only person he could think of, and the only one with a motive, was his father, the emperor. Since he had come here for punishment, he did not wish to defy the emperor's meaning and thus quietly stayed, waiting for time to pass. In this period of leisure and solitude, accompanied by ancient Buddhas under dim oil lamps, looking daily at those stern divine statues, he had more time for meditation, reflection, and reminiscing about the past. But Zhao Heng, locked away inside, did not know that this year would turn out to be the most turbulent one outside. Today, the 3-year deadline had passed. He should leave now. But the noon hour had already passed, and still, no one had come to pick him up. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks on the door interrupted Zhao Heng's contemplation. He turned his head to look, seeing faintly a human figure beyond the wooden barrier, then rose to approach. Opening the door, what he saw were neither the guards meant to escort him nor Chen Nifu, the eunuch close to his father, but rather a monk clad in white monastic robes, whose expression was fraught with panic. Zhao Heng was very familiar with this monk. His name was Liang Fan, a man who usually accompanied him in discussions of Buddhist scriptures. He was normally composed, calm, and gentle. Now, however, sweat streamed down his face, revealing extreme anxiety, trembling like a man possessed with fear. Seeing Zhao Heng intact inside, the monk let out a relieved sigh, but soon furrowed his brows again, speaking in a hurried tone. Lin and Wang has allied with General Zhao Quan. They've risen in rebellion and are now advancing toward the city. Glancing cautiously left and right, the monk continued breathlessly, the usual guards around here have disappeared. Your Highness must take advantage of this moment and escape immediately. Or else it will be too late. He spoke hastily, flustered, trying to get all the words out in one rush. For a moment, Zhao Heng froze. His pupils contracted slightly, as if still processing. What did you say? Understanding Zhao Heng's shock, the monk also knew they had no time for detailed explanations, so he pressed further. I'm not lying. We can discuss specifics later, but right now, we must leave immediately. At the same time, a familiar voice resounded in his mind. A system, no. According to my data, the revolt wasn't supposed to happen until next year. How could it happen a full year earlier? Chen Xian, damn it. I was going to ask you the same thing. A system, I run daily checks on the system to ensure there are no viruses. Chen Xian, I don't care. These past 3 years, I haven't been idle. I meticulously planned every single step ahead. Now all my plans have shortened by a year. How am I supposed to deal with this? Chen Xian, furthermore, let's not even talk about my plans. You should know that I haven't seen my target in 3 years. If he just slashes me down immediately, who am I supposed to complain to for restarting this chapter? Chen Xian, listen, if I fail, I will definitely file a complaint. A system, technically, it hasn't been exactly 3 years. Chen Xian, raising an eyebrow, what? A system. In fact, he has always been monitoring your every move. There have even been people specifically assigned to report everything you do back to him daily. Chen Xian, scornful face image, damn it. A system, there's nothing we can do now. You'll just have to act on the spot. Think of him as someone who changed the script and lines at the last minute. With all you've learned in school, it's time for you to take the test. Chen Xian, hee. Since this was the case, all he could do for now was follow the monk away and discuss details later once he was safe. Thus, his expression changed several times, and finally, with a deep gaze, he seemed to have come to some understanding. Staring fixedly at the person in front of him, he nodded. All right. Upon hearing this, the monk's face lit up with joy, and they both turned around to quickly leave. However, just at that moment, the originally closed gate was pushed open, accompanied by a cacophony of footsteps. Dozens of men dressed in soldier uniforms flooded in, cutting off their path. The soldiers held sharp blades and surrounded them from both sides. A tall man in black clothing entered next. His face was chiseled like stone, his expression cold and stern, and his eyes were as icy as a wild beast's. From beginning to end, his gaze remained locked on Zhao Heng, his tone utterly indifferent and devoid of any respect. Prince Crown, Lord Wang is waiting for you. Zhao Heng stared at the long sword by his side, its silver blade still dripped with fresh blood, which formed bright red splashes on the grayish stone ground, releasing a pungent stench while instilling a chilling sense of death. Meeting Zhao Heng's eyes, the other's frigid demeanor told him the invitation given earlier wasn't a negotiation, it was an order. He had no right to refuse. Chapter 79, The Line of Power, The Splendor of a Flourishing Age, Part 22. I will go with you. As he said this, Zhao Heng gazed ahead with a tranquil and composed expression. Your Highness. But Lian Fan beside him suddenly looked at him with great shock, seemingly confused. After all, the situation had changed, Sealing Capital City was under the control of the rebel forces, and as the crown prince of the Wu dynasty, following one of the rebels clearly carried profound implications. Hearing the anxious and worried voice ringing in his ears, Zhao Heng raised a hand to silence it. Turning his head to look at the monk, he smiled faintly with a soothing tone. There's nothing to worry about. Subsequently, he erased the smile from his lips and redirected his gaze to the leader standing in front. Within the courtyard, he stood upright in a light brown long robe, standing centrally. The breeze lifted the hem of his robes. Perhaps due to the influence of temple incense, there was an air of transcendence around him, calm yet sacred. Yet simultaneously, he bore the pride and dignity inherent in the imperial family, a feeling that was paradoxical yet harmonious. In full view of everyone present, those unusually clean and bright eyes gave rise to an inexplicable sensation among all present, making them feel scrutinized from above. Despite their overwhelming numbers and weapons in hand, they felt hesitated upon being examined. Having served in the military for many years, accustomed to death and slaughter, their hands unknowingly stained with countless lives, they found themselves strangely diminished before this individual. Their hesitant steps faltered, almost fearing they might taint such a noble and pure soul. Even within their hearts, they couldn't help but marvel. So this is the Crown Prince. Fusheng, staring at the figure in front of him, dangerously narrowed his eyes, gripping the handle of his sword tightly. A flash of red appeared in his eyes. Perhaps, he should kill this person first. For revenge, and more importantly, for his master. With prolonged contact with Buddhism, his sensitivity to killing intent only grew stronger. Zhao Heng caught that fleeting glint, fixing his stare on Fusheng with a derisive laugh. Not going. Amidst an extended silence and meticulous inspection, Fusheng's face remained cold but his emotions shifted repeatedly, indicating inner conflict. Even the previously heard indifferent voice echoed in his mind again. Bring him back. Damn. Cursing inwardly, Fusheng eventually released the grip on his sword hilt, stepping aside to clear the way. Taking a step forward, Zhao Heng continued onward. Liang Fan watched the figure depart, and although the previous moment was under bright sunshine, in this instant, the sky darkened significantly. For the first time, he keenly realized his own impotence, able to do nothing but watch as the other stepped into the abyss with no way to help. He staggered back a few steps, helplessly leaned against the wall, and his body slid down slowly. His hands tightly covered his face, revealing bloodshot eyes through the gaps of his fingers, pupils filled with suppressed emotions. In his mind were images of the other listening quietly to his sermons during ordinary days. A low, trembling voice whispered. Please, survive. Inside the imperial city, within the Golden Hall. At that moment, the magnificent and grand Wu dynasty's Golden Hall was empty. The golden hue spread across the entire view appeared rather desolate under the dim sunlight. The marble floor still bore scattered stains of crimson blood here and there, as if its tranquility had already gone through horrifying slaughters. And atop the royal throne sat a person. Dressed entirely in silver-black interwoven armor, every scale reflected icy cold light. At the waist hung a long sword, an outfit originally designed for regal authority now replaced by cold metal armor. To the eyes of court historians, it was both crude and disrespectful. That originally unmatched, exquisite face showed traces of weathering time had brought, seeming to have subdued its sharpness. However, those pitch-black eyes were as dark as ever, yet a closer look revealed something missing, only leaving behind indifference and gloom, his expressionless face nearly blank. What Zhao Heng saw upon entering was just such a scene. Moreover, the instant he met those eyes, the freezing atmosphere surrounding him abruptly made Zhao Heng acutely aware, this person had changed. This was not the person in his memory anymore. Above, Pei Min looked at the one who entered. That blank face instantly lit up with former charm, the corners of his mouth slightly curling upward, still exuding familiar warmth. You've come. In Pei Min's view, these simple 3 words might be the best greeting after a long separation. Zhao Heng really saw the shadow of the person from 3 years ago. Why? Even though his voice was already restrained, it carried faint hoarseness. Before this person, it seemed hard for him to hide all his emotions. In fact, when he learned about the situation today, his brain went blank. As if falling to the bottom of water in the biting cold winter instantaneously, his ears resonated with roaring sounds, his body encircled by pitch darkness and suffocating chills. Countless questions, countless thoughts invaded his mind, shouting and clamoring, like trying to tear him apart. He had too many questions longing for answers. Yet standing there, he couldn't wildly confront and ask, instead, he silently stared at the person above, striving to maintain his usual self. But the tender gazes once solely reserved for that individual now contained a tinge of sorrow. Pei Min smiled lightly under his stare. Supporting his face with his right hand, he tilted his head slightly, raising an eyebrow nonchalantly. Are you asking why I stand here? Or why I let you out? Or maybe why I did all this? Zhao Heng tightly pressed his lips together, looking at him without speaking. Pei Min took it as consent. The curve on his lips grew wider, the interested expression on his face increasingly gentle, but the words that followed carved the deepest and most painful marks in the softest tone possible. He said, because of hate. Zhao Heng widened his eyes slightly in astonishment. The other party continued. Because I hate Zhao Qing, hate your Zhao family, and even hate the whole Wu dynasty. That's why I can stand here. I'm going to return everything they gave me, bit by bit. Do you know how long I've waited for this day? Every day, I devised schemes hoping for its arrival. Finally, I've succeeded, isn't that wonderful? Now, he could finally face those faces haunting his dreams. Finally allow them to leave peacefully, those nightmares that never dissipated will disappear starting from today. All his painstaking efforts, each deception became worth it. That person's eyes held deep hatred while their face bore a happy smile, simultaneously resembling boasting behavior, accentuating the dazzling beauty of that countenance, making everything around seem vivid. Zhao Heng witnessed such a joyful state of that person for the first time. He could almost see the yearning and dreams filling those eyes. But, why? Why did he only feel an uncanny cold spreading from his heart to his limbs, accompanied by tearing, excruciating pain, throwing his internal organs completely out of whack? His mind continuously replayed. Turns out this person has always hated him. It's because of hatred. So he had never given him any response. It was all his own foolish yearning. In this instant, all his efforts and flattery crumbled to pieces. In the other's eyes, was his flattery laughable? As for that intimate time inside Ngwa temple with his enemy, didn't he find it disgusting? A wave of dizziness came over Zhao Heng as he clenched his teeth tightly, barely managing to stay on his feet. He was like a bird painstakingly building its nest day by day, finally being able to display everything about himself in front of the other party only to have the branches scattered by a slap, swallowing the sharp pain alive. Zhao Heng's face was pale, his lightly trembling eyelashes revealing his emotions, the hands beneath his wide sleeves were tightly clenched, nails embedded into the flesh. What exactly happened before? What could possibly make you go so far, plan with such deep intent? The person above, upon hearing these words, lowered the curve of his lips, his cold face full of mockery as he slowly stood up from the royal throne and descended step by step accompanied by the heavy sound of armor. But those dark eyes never left him. How is it? Didn't your dear emperor father tell you? That's right, with all the ugly deeds he's done, how could he bring them up to his beloved crown prince? Wouldn't that destroy the perfect image he has in your heart? Pei Min stopped a few meters away from him, a sarcastic arc curling at the corner of his lips as he coldly said. Unfortunately, he is just a despicable, faithless scoundrel. Zhao Heng suddenly raised his head, glaring furiously. Be silent. Regardless of what had happened before, regardless of whether what he said was true or false, for him, that person was a competent monarch and father. At least in his presence, he should not tolerate any slander. At the flash of cold light in Pei Min's eyes, the expression on his face could be described as unsightly. Should I be silent? If he dared to do it, why fear people talking? Originally, to ascend the throne, he plotted against his own siblings, betrayed loyal ministers, causing tens of thousands of soldiers to die cruelly under his silencing blade. Don't these souls deserve revenge? Or are their lives too cheap, too light, less important than his single Zhao Qin? Zhao Heng widened his eyes, filled with disbelief. But Pei Min felt it was still not enough. He took a few more steps forward. And furthermore, Prince, you haven't yet grasped the current situation. The victor becomes king, that's the iron law of your Zhao family. Today, standing here, I am the winner. From now on, the fate of the Zhao family and history will be decided by me. If my resentment does not dissipate, I shall inscribe all Zhao Qin's deeds into history, making him stink forever. Pointed fingers will forever keep his head down. His tone then oddly lightened, softly saying, only this can relieve the hatred in my heart. Henger, did you really think you understood him? Can you read the hearts of those people? Their ambitions, their schemes, are unimaginably terrifying. Struggles for power are like demons fighting for food, it's either you die or I live. Coexistence is impossible. The truth always seems so cruel. Every time it is revealed, it requires cutting open the skin with a knife to expose the bloody reality underneath, forcing one to breathe painfully until they recognize, what they once trusted and believed in is false, and this unbearable sight in their hands is real. Though just in Fengqing city's Ngwa temple, so near, and the situation thus critical, but I alone knew nothing. For 3 years, each year growing colder and quieter, I waited every day, yet no one came. I even thought, why does my father emperor not see me anymore? Is he still angry with me? As he spoke, he lifted his head, a panicked gaze fixed on him. His face, pale without a trace of blood, quivered faintly, hiding all his disheveledness as he narrated. So you've been using me from start to finish, correct? Pei Min merely looked at him, needing almost no thought before answering with the calmest and coldest voice. Naturally. Zhao Heng lowered his head. Is that so? He hated his father emperor, hence his feelings towards him were also hate. From the beginning, he planned to use him to control the court, to control his father emperor. He didn't enjoy being with him because seeing his face reminded him of the person he hated. Perhaps each time they touched, he had to suppress his nausea, after all, he was always the existence he detested and wanted to eradicate. Standing here today was the purpose of pretending to treat him well all along. He pulled the corners of his mouth slightly, an exhausted self-deprecating smile bloomed. The sharp stabbing pain in his heart had already left him unable to breathe, his body curling up. It was as if he saw the golden Buddha statues in Ngwa temple, benevolently staring at him, watching the disheveled and shameful parts of himself he tried to hide. In the vast room, a dull sound of the wooden fish began to echo. He no longer possessed the courage that he usually took pride in, because of the debts from the past, because this person hated and despised him, he wanted to flee like a coward, as if only then could he ease the pain in his chest. Since you have achieved your goals, can you give my father emperor back to me? I will take him away, far far away, and you won't. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by a deep, quiet chuckle. Zhao Heng froze as if a pause button had been pressed. His opponent stared at him as if watching a joke, sharp eyes making him feel utterly exposed. To give him to you. Haven't I already said I hate him? How could I possibly let him go? He slightly bent over, pretending to whisper, therefore, he is dead. Zhao Heng's face revealed an expression of incomprehension, struggling to digest these words. The hand that had been tightly clenched by his side seemed to suddenly lose its strength, abruptly relaxing and falling lifelessly by his side. The sound of the wooden fish came to an abrupt stop, the golden Buddha statues shattered with a thunderous crash, his vision darkened for a moment. Dead. Dead. It took him quite a while to recover, to process these two words. His face instantly turned pale, consciousness struggling to emerge from the still lake of death. Finally, he couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief, seeing that solemn face as if in a vision, hearing his soft voice calling out to him. How could he be dead? My father emperor would never die. You're lying to me. Pei Min stood before him, every flicker of emotion on his face registered in his eyes, his vulnerability, his sorrow, all tools designed to please him, yet the laughter on his face did not reach his eyes. At a time like this, do I need to deceive you? Zhao Heng blankly stared, stunned. That's right, he'd already won, standing here with the victor's posture, what reason would he have to lie to him? Finally, after so many years, the spine that had never submitted seemed at this moment unable to bear the weight of those few words, bending, becoming hunched, his chest rising and falling violently. Those bright eyes lost their luster, dimmed and lonely, his heart within his chest as if torn out by the person before him, bloodied and clutched in hand, drops of blood trickling down between fingers, drip drip. The dull ache in his chest made him want to go mad. Suddenly, his heart and chest could no longer bear the load. His breathing became more and more rapid, the dull pain spreading to his throat. He tasted blood in his mouth, accompanied by increasing pain until finally he could no longer endure it and spat out a mouthful. Darkness followed endlessly. On the verge of losing consciousness, he even felt that if death were this straightforward, it would be a good thing. And when his final gaze swept across Pei Min, he saw for a fleeting moment the blankness in his face. But, he could no longer make sense of it. In the instant Zhao Heng fell, Pei Min wrapped his arm around him, tenderly wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his fingertips, his pitch-black eyes concealing tumultuous emotions that tightly enveloped the man. Chapter 80, Line of Power, The Splendor of a Prosperous Age, 23. Lin Wanqing carefully twisted the handkerchief she held, squeezing out warm water drop by drop, while her peripheral vision attentively monitored the half-reclined figure on the bed. Long hair draped over her shoulder, her face pale, the originally bright eyes somewhat scattered, more like the ash of a candle extinguished after burning all night, lips crinkled white like the weak scholar suffering from failure she had once encountered in her medical practice. A difference of 3 years had transformed her into someone completely different. Lin Wanqing pressed her lips together, gazing at the hot towel she had just wrung out, then walked over. My lady, please clean your face. But the person on the bed appeared as if they hadn't heard, without a trace of fluctuation in expression, even refusing to move her gaze an inch. Not long after. The towel which had been steaming moments ago cooled down, Lin Wanqing looked down in disappointment and could only reluctantly withdraw her hand, but her face clearly bore concern. This person had been like this ever since she arrived, silently rejecting everything around her, silent, unresponsive, lifeless like a stone statue. She wanted revenge, true, Zhao Qing's death brought her joy. But, she had never intended to harm this person, nor did she wish to see them come to such a state. Actually, during her stay in the Eastern Palace, she had already realized it. Zhao Qing treated the Crown Prince differently. He might be ruthless and scheming toward others, but toward the Crown Prince, there was genuine care. Whether as a father or a ruler, human empathy was natural. Over time, the Crown Prince naturally felt it too. Even though there were constant disputes between the old and new factions in the court on a regular day, the Crown Prince's heart had never changed. From beginning to end, he harbored profound respect and admiration for his father emperor deep down. So when the rebel army succeeded, she thought about what would happen if he learned that Zhao Qing was dead, whether or not he could bear such a blow. She understood all too well the pain of losing family. To prevent this from happening, she had once tried to persuade Pei Min to spare the Crown Prince, suggesting letting him stay peacefully at Ngua Temple. That way, he would at least have a place of quiet where he could live properly. But the other party paid no attention to her words and coldly replied with just one sentence. It's none of your business how I deal with him. You've already had your revenge, it's time for you to leave. This is not where you belong. Leave. Yes, she had achieved her goal, and it was indeed time for her to go. But still, she worried about him. She wanted him to live well. Now in Pei Min's hands, given the other's deep hatred toward the Zhao family, she couldn't imagine what horrors might befall him. How could she stand by idly? If she had to leave, she wanted to take him along, at least bring him back to the man he used to be, the gentle, water-like soul he had once embodied. This was Lin Wanqing's plan, so regardless of what Pei Min said, she refused to leave. In fact, his current situation was quite delicate. As the Crown Prince of Wu dynasty, still residing in the Eastern Palace, it naturally invited much gossip. However, Pei Min seemed to have no immediate plans to move against him yet. Although guards were stationed throughout the Eastern Palace, he was allowed to remain safely inside without being subjected to any private torture. Do you know where my father Emperor is? A hoarse voice suddenly broke the silence, resounding clearly in the still room like a Zen hall. Lin Wanqing immediately brightened up, turning to face him, but then she realized what he'd asked, hesitating whether or not to tell him the truth. No matter how she concealed it, the facts remained unchangeable. It would do him no good to live in denial. Perhaps it was better to be straightforward. She softly responded, he is already dead. The seated figure showed no change in gaze or expression, even his eyes remained dull. But his thick black eyelashes involuntarily trembled slightly. His voice grew even hoarser than before. How did he die? How did he die? She wasn't entirely clear herself. After Pei Min led his men into the main hall, she hadn't seen Zhao Qin come out. Later, when she inquired, Pei Min merely told her Zhao Qin was dead, poisoned cleanly with a single cup of wine. And so she said, a cup of poison wine. He probably didn't suffer much. Zhao Heng's eyes dimmed a little more. Is that so? At that moment, he suddenly turned his head and looked at her, his weak body shifting slightly as a mournful light flickered in his eyes. Can you take me to see him? Lin Wanqing met his gaze, finding herself startled by the faint pleading in those eyes. Never had she imagined that someone who once stood proudly under the sun, radiating endless brilliance, would ever look at her this way. If she could, she'd gladly oblige, not for anything else but simply because she wanted to help him, even now. But she lowered her head, unable to meet his eyes anymore. I don't know where his body is. On the day Pei Min stormed in with his men, she waited outside because going in herself, defenseless as she was, would only cause trouble or worse. She listened from outside, but as the sounds of bloodshed intensified and the shouting eventually subsided, Zhao Qin never emerged. But she was certain, with the level of hatred Pei Min bore toward Zhao Qin, it was absolutely impossible for him to let Zhao Qin live. Hearing her response, the person sitting there withdrew their gaze, as if the last spark of warmth had gone out in an icy winter. Left in infinite chill, they could only hug themselves tighter. I understand. Once again, the suffocating silence enveloped the room. Lin Wanqing, watching his utterly hopeless and spiritless state, couldn't help but add another word. Though Pei Min's rebellion has been successful, the situation within the court is far from stable. He doesn't yet have enough time to deal with you fully. So please endure for now. When the dust settles a bit, I will help you escape. Her tone quickened slightly, but the concern and care in her voice were unmistakable. He was no longer the illustrious crown prince of Wu dynasty, capable of offering her any power or favor. Moreover, considering their opposing sides, she ought to consider him a complete adversary. Yet despite all this, she risked her own safety to help him. Zhao Heng raised his head, caught off guard by the unexpected question. Don't you hate me? She had always been a member of the Linen. Being able to survive the battles between two armies and gaining Pei Min's trust meant that she must be in cahoots with Pei Min, perhaps even considered one of his people. Since Pei Min hated him, it naturally followed that she should also hate him. Caught off guard by this unexpected question, Lin Wanqing paused momentarily, then looked at the person opposite her. With a serene yet serious expression on her beautiful face, she answered frankly without any reservation. Perhaps I once hated you, but now I don't. After a brief pause, she added thoughtfully as if recalling something before continuing, from the day my family died, I resolved to make that incompetent emperor pay the price, to let him feel the pain of losing loved ones. But as I grew up and learned more about him, I came to understand he is an extremely cold-hearted person, someone who cares for no one except himself. Even for you, he probably wouldn't truly be affected. I spent quite some time in the Eastern Palace, you're different from them. You haven't done anything wrong, and the grievances of the previous generation shouldn't be placed on your shoulders. Her clear eyes were as transparent as water, like sunlight reflecting on a calm surface, completely free of darkness. The sincere determination in her gaze was conveyed unmistakably to Zhao Heng, silently assuring him that every word she spoke was the truth. Thank you, Zhao Heng said softly. Lin Wanqing offered a faint smile, intending to say more, when suddenly she heard footsteps. Immediately, her face tightened with alarm as she turned her gaze sharply toward the tightly closed door. She had almost forgotten, it was around this time each day that Pei Min would come to check things over, perhaps to confirm something. She couldn't let him discover she'd been here just yet, so she needed to leave quickly. Thus, she hastily bid farewell to Zhao Heng, telling him she would figure out a way to help him escape next time, before slipping away from behind. At the same moment, Pei Min stood outside the door. He did not immediately enter, instead remaining still, his imposing silhouette casting a shadow across the door. From where Zhao Heng sat, all he could see was an indistinct black silhouette. The Pei family served faithfully under the Zhao dynasty generation after generation but was betrayed due to involvement in the crown prince dispute. Now that the former emperor has passed away, the Wu dynasty has fallen, justice for our general's grievance has finally been served. However, changes in the ruling dynasty are inevitable. We urge you to make necessary arrangements soon, for everyone awaits your decision. And regarding the former crown prince, please ensure his matter is dealt with promptly. Unlike Zhao Qin, many officials hold high hopes for him. If he remains alive, those clinging to illusions will surely retain hope of restoring their regime. For tomorrow's sake, you cannot afford to be soft-hearted. Pei Min narrowed his eyes slightly, raising his hand forcefully to push the door open and walk inside. This room originally served as Zhao Heng's sleeping chamber. Simply decorated, its only noteworthy feature was some antique racks, nothing too elaborate otherwise. From the entrance to the bed, everything could be seen clearly at a glance. So as soon as Pei Min opened the door, the first thing he noticed was the person sitting on the bed, pale, weary-faced, his gaze cold and distant. It wasn't clear whether it was because this kind of look appeared on Zhao Heng's face for the first time or because this person was looking at him in such a manner for the first time, but Pei Min's steps involuntarily hesitated ever so slightly as he approached. The delay was fleeting, barely noticeable beneath the concealing flow of his robes. The door shut quietly again behind him. Instead of heading directly towards Zhao Heng, Pei Min walked to the table nearby, picked up the teapot, and poured himself a cup of water. Due to daily care, the tea water was still warm, creating a wispy thread of white vapor rising gently from the rim. As he felt the warmth against his fingertips, he carried the cup over to the bedside, offering it to Zhao Heng whose lips were already pale. Take a sip of water. Zhao Heng glanced down at the proffered cup, then at the elegant fingers wrapped around it, long, white, and delicate, rivaling even a fine porcelain cup in purity and grace. Yet to Zhao Heng, they appeared disgustingly intrusive. With a quick motion, he slapped the cup aside, not hard enough to cause much damage, yet it fell to the ground and shattered, spilling water onto the quilt below, leaving dark splotches on the fabric. That hand froze midair. Zhao Heng stared at him coldly, speaking lightly but cuttingly, "You've already achieved your purpose. Why continue this charade? Has playing pretend become second nature to you?" Pei Min stared fixedly at him, unblinking. Zhao Heng anticipated an angry outburst or orders for his subordinates to drag him out, berating him for insolence. But after waiting a while, Pei Min simply retracted his hand, turned around slowly, and placed the broken pieces back gently on the table. "You're right, I have grown accustomed to acting this way." Pei Min turned around and continued to look at him, a familiar faint smile on the corner of his lips. His pitch-black gaze resembled a deep cavern, constantly enticing those who peered into it, drawing them into its abyss. With every such stare, Zhao Heng would have an illusion that he was the only person in Pei Min's eyes. This naive illusion had cost him everything, but now he wouldn't succumb to it again. It wouldn't stir any ripples in his heart. Thus, Zhao Heng shifted his gaze away, refusing to meet Pei Min's eyes. He hung his head slightly, with strands of hair falling over his brow hiding part of his expression, yet his eyes remained calm in the face of death, and the words spoken through his pale lips were as cold as ever. "Then, for old time's sake, give me a swift end." Pei Min let out a soft chuckle, then strolled to the side of the bed and sat down. Feeling the bed sink slightly beneath his weight, Zhao Heng saw him lean forward slightly, narrowing the distance between them. That extraordinarily handsome face came closer, appearing so vivid and refined that it would captivate anyone. But Zhao Heng wouldn't even spare a glance. In the past, such an action might have secretly pleased him, but now, it felt like having another lion invade his territory. His entire body was on high alert. "When did I say I intended to kill you?" The deep voice resonated close by. Zhao Heng clenched the quilt tightly, showing no sign of relief in response to those words. He braced himself like a hedgehog protecting itself. "Not killing me? Or perhaps simply killing me wouldn't be enough to quench your hatred. Go ahead, do your worst, I can take it." Though his tone was light-hearted, the sarcasm was obvious to all. From the mutiny until now, surviving under this man's wrath had been considered giving him face. Having nothing to rely on or desire, Zhao Heng didn't care if they peeled his skin or extracted his tendons. The only irony was that after raising a tiger for 1,000 days, it had finally bitten back. Suddenly, a cold hand clasped his jaw, forcing it upward against his will, aligning their faces. Pei Min's eyebrows knitted slightly, casting a shadow of menace. He pressed forward with more intensity than ever before. "In your current state, you can only enjoy a brief moment of verbal defiance." Due to this forceful gesture, the face Zhao Heng had previously avoided was forcibly brought into view. In the past, he yearned for such proximity, longing to examine each feature carefully. But today was different from the past, his feelings had changed, turning what once seemed beautiful and cherished into something he found distant and repugnant. Zhao Heng glanced away indifferently. From beginning to end, Pei Min's gaze never left him. Such blatant rejection filled with disdain ignited a flame within him, causing his emotions, despite being under control earlier, to suddenly flare up. He tightened his grip, leaving red marks on the pale jawline. Unavoidably in pain, Zhao Heng had to look at him. The malevolent glare made him seem like an entirely different person, earlier composed and collected, but now gloomy and stormy, as though something forbidden had been touched, sensitive and sharp. "You used to adore this face, didn't you? Why are you afraid to look at it now?" At such a critical moment, bringing up past wounds was cruel, a task only Pei Min could perform so calmly. Biting his teeth, Zhao Heng responded, "Everyone has moments of blindness, and I am no exception." Bright eyes blazed with anger. The composure of indifference dissipated due to Pei Min's childish and self-centered comment. Zhao Heng revealed edges of sharpness he had never shown before. "You deceived me, betrayed me, and even used me to murder my father. You treated me like a pawn. How dare I still believe I held any importance in your heart? Even if he was now a failure, he would wield his last weapon to defend his hatred, whether or not it truly hurt the other person. At least it would ease his pain. But Pei Min wouldn't allow so much freedom nor forgive him. In his eyes, it was the person before him who provoked him, who dragged him into an unfamiliar vortex, making him forget things often. And now, the other party wanted to turn away casually. So he continued coldly, when you pleaded with your beloved father, begging him to show mercy on me, did you anticipate this day? Zhao Heng froze momentarily. His expression went blank for a second. You know. Pei Min feigned pride, of course, I know. I saw everything. Chapter 81 Strategy Line, The Splendor of Prosperity, 24. Saw everything. Was this statement now a mockery of him? Zhao Heng thought back to his own stubbornness before and how he had clashed with that person, his face becoming even paler than before, like those theatrical performers who applied white makeup, cold tremors running through his body, so much so that it caused him to shiver involuntarily. He seemed to see the figure behind mocking and ridiculing him. TCH, truly. He had poured out his heart only to feed it to a dog. No, a dog would at least wag its tail twice and show a joyful expression after eating. But he took the dagger hidden behind his back and plunged it into his chest, blood spilling everywhere. Then he looked down on him in triumph, cold eyes watching as Zhao Heng suffered and struggled painfully. Seeing his pale complexion, Pei Min's complex, dark gaze flickered slightly with an almost imperceptible emotion. It felt as though a piece of black cloth was tightly binding his heart, the more he looked at Zhao Heng, the tighter it bound. He raised his hand, wanting to touch Zhao Heng's pale and fragile face to alleviate the suffocation in his heart, but Zhao Heng turned his head away, coldly staring at him. After being continuously rejected, Pei Min lost his patience and forcefully pinned him down on the bed. With both hands trapping his shoulders, Zhao Heng couldn't move. Zhao Heng's pitch-black hair spread out behind him, resembling ink-colored silk, accentuating the whiteness of his delicate face, making it appear like jade. The distance between them was barely the size of a fist. At that moment of collapse, a familiar cold fragrance swept over Pei Min's breath, filling his lungs entirely. He was instantly brought back to that night at Angwa Temple. It was his design, and the other party willingly followed along. From start to finish, those clear and bright eyes remained vivid in his mind. Pei Min's rising anger subsided temporarily as he gazed into Zhao Heng's resolute eyes, his chest slightly heaving with emotions, a tumultuous mix spreading within. Lost in thought, the grip on his hands unconsciously loosened. Taking advantage of this brief relaxation, Zhao Heng struggled hard and said coldly, "Take your dirty hands off me." Pei Min narrowed his eyes. The previously calmed anger was easily reignited by just one word, dirty, cutting like ice blades, dark eyes brewing a storm. Dirty hands? Pei Min repeated disdainfully with a sneer. Back then at Angwa Temple, you didn't think I was dirty, and we did everything already. Isn't it too late for you to forbid me from touching you now? You must realize, if it weren't for your dear father Emperor, would I need to kill so many people? Would I have to carry around a mask every day? He left me no choice but to rebel. In your eyes, is that filthiness and disgust? Or do you think I owe you something, when you've done nothing, staying clean while I use and betray you? You might not know, but your father also deceived my father back then with his kind facade. Now, I'm merely repeating what he did. Debts of fathers must be repaid by their sons, it's only natural. You are already mired in this pool of mud, don't try to keep yourself clean. Aren't we all equally dirty? Do you think it's wrong for me to console the dead with blood-stained hands? You could choose to live cleanly, but I didn't have that option. They are watching me every day. And now you detest my filthiness. Each word was a harsh accusation, Zhao Heng's eyes widening slowly as he listened, his restrained body trembling slightly, crimson eyes gazing at Pei Min as if seeing a complete stranger. Pei Min realized he had been too straightforward, pushing too hard, yet he couldn't tolerate Zhao Heng looking at him like that, cold, indifferent. Although he had gradually invaded his world, slowly occupying his thoughts, leading himself into such a chaotic situation, why could Zhao Heng just walk away so easily? He wouldn't allow it. Pei Min cast a shadowy glance, lowering his head. A feather-light kiss landed on the pale lips, then he released the right hand pinning Zhao Heng, covering the eyes he dared not look straight into. He nestled his head against Zhao Heng's neck. In the silence, only their breathing sounds could be heard. After a long while. I assure you, I won't hurt you, but I won't let you go either. His deep voice was suppressed, decisive and unshakable, yet he spoke with a fragile and sensitive tone. Zhao Heng didn't say anything. That night, Pei Min stayed in Zhao Heng's quarters. Until noon the next day, Pei Min finally left the East Palace. Afterward, Pei Min and Lin Wanqing didn't appear for 2 or 3 days. The vast East Palace was occupied solely by Zhao Heng and the guarding servants. Watching the night fall once again, Chen Xian had idly sat until midnight without waiting for the target. Chen Xian, you said, I've been locked up here for so many days, I don't even know what's going on outside. A_Shang, it should be pretty chaotic. The Wu dynasty was just overthrown not long ago. It probably won't stabilize in a few months. Chen Xian, that makes sense, no wonder the target hasn't come to bother me these days. A_Shang, are you sure that's called bothering? I see you kind of enjoying it halfway willingly. Chen Xian, how could it not be? I have to lower my head due to circumstances, okay? And with the emotional build-up at that critical point, I couldn't let things down, right? A_Shang, humph. Chen Xian, do you think I should take advantage of the target's absence and go out for a look? A_Shang, outside are all the people of the target. Why would you go out there? Chen Xian, I am now being imprisoned by him. Running away would be reasonable. Moreover, I haven't found Zhao Qing's body yet. If I want to see someone alive or confirm their death, it wouldn't be right for me to behave obediently like this. A_Shang, that's true, it's quite logical. Should I cover for you? Chen Xian, okay, thanks. A_Shang seemed to picture his waving little hand. A_Shang, why do I feel like I'm being dragged along? Assistance in games usually comes at a fee. Chen Xian, no, that's your illusion. Quickly keep an eye on things for me, I'm opening the window. Under the system's caution, Chen Xian listened to the sounds outside the window, timing their patrol schedule, and quietly climbed out. He liked flowers and plants so much that there were always many green plants within the Eastern Palace. Especially around the sleeping quarters, there was a circle of grass about half a person tall. Taking advantage of the dark night, he wore a black cloak, making no sound. Chen Xian thus moved bit by bit under the system's direction. Since leaving Angua Temple until now, he had been under others' control and knew nothing about the situation outside. If he could escape this time, it would be best to go to his master Du Qilang's place. If he could gather the forces of the Reform Party, it would also put considerable pressure on Pei Min. At the same time, check if he can find out any news related to his father Emperor. Anyway, he simply couldn't believe that man had died so easily. And his current departure might as well allow Pei Min to calm down. Escaping would add some interesting context too. After leaving the range of the sleeping quarters, for concealment purposes, he decided to walk towards the garden and take a detour from the back. Though the journey was farther, fewer people patrolled there. Being cautious, he should be able to escape. At this moment, Chen Xian was fully focused, carefully moving step by step, nerves tightly strung, fearing any mistake might alert the surrounding soldiers. So, when he turned a corner and saw a cluster of bright firelight, he almost instantly held his breath and froze in place for a second before crouching down and hiding in the grass. Had they been discovered? Once hidden, he cautiously looked over and upon close inspection, noticed the shadow in front of the flames seemed hunched, not looking like a young person but rather an elderly one. Amidst the scattered cricket chirps, the other party appeared to be muttering something indistinctly, unclear because of the distance. Chen Xian furrowed his brows, deciding to move closer. After moving forward, not only did Chen Xian clearly hear what he was saying, but he also saw his actions. The flame wasn't from a torch or fallen lantern, but a pile of paper money and white paper-made figurines. The old man kept throwing them into the flame. Smoke swirled, creating an eerie and sinister atmosphere. Master of the Inner Court, you once showed me great kindness. If it weren't for your rescue back then, I wouldn't have survived until today. Now in my aging years with no way to repay you, please rest assured, I will not live idly. Chen Xian first felt surprised to learn the master of the Inner Court had passed away, but upon deeper thought, he realized Pei Min wouldn't leave Zhao Qing's most trusted eunuch alive. Then, as those words continued intermittently and disordered between the present and the past, Chen Xian got the gist of it. This elder was originally a servant in the Imperial Kitchen Department. In his youth, because of incorrectly pairing the Emperor's meals, he was punished by the supervisor. They were going to cane him 50 times. Caning in the palace could cost someone their life. 50 strokes would probably send him to meet Yama that evening. Coincidentally, the master of the Inner Court came to pick up the food just then and seeing the scene, ordered the supervisor to stop. The dishes hadn't reached the Emperor's hands yet, everything was still fixable. Back then, it might have been a thoughtless act by the master of the Inner Court, but this old servant had remembered it for decades, always thinking of ways to repay him. But how could the master of the Inner Court need repayment from an unknown person like him? Just when Chen Xian thought this was merely the remembrance of the deceased Inner Court official, intending to turn and leave, he heard several more sobs, plaintive cries filled with sorrow. With the death of the Inner Court official, and his majesty, it seems the Wu dynasty is truly over. Alas, the crown prince was captured by that fiendish person, still in the dark about how his majesty was cruelly tortured to death by him, his flesh torn from his body. For an emperor of such esteemed status to suffer such pain, this was unheard of. If I had descendants, I would sacrifice my life for revenge for you and his majesty. But alas, as an old man alone, I fear I wouldn't even reach the dog before. Chen Xian stood rooted to the spot. Chen Xian, what the heck am I hearing? A_Shang, don't ask me, things have gone beyond the original storyline and are out of my control. Chen Xian, so Zhao Qing really is dead, and he suffered horribly. A_Shang, seems to be the case. Chen Xian, no way. Who's Zhao Qing? We've crossed swords multiple times, he's a ruthless big villain. Could someone like that really go so easily? When I asked Pei Min and Lin Wanqing earlier, I always held on to a shred of hope. Chen Xian, but now. A_Shang, even if dead, shouldn't it have just been a cup of poison wine? How could it be? Chen Xian, face crying, then wasn't I tricked by Pei Min again? Damn it, standing by water all the time, my shoes got wet anyway. I fell into his hands. And in 3 years, he took down the last generation's villain. I suddenly feel ice cold inside. Compared to him, the previous 2 targets were just cute little kids. A_Shang, I warned you before not to let your guard down. Now, I'll give you that advice one more time, for free. Chen Xian, now I'm questioning my eyes, was what he showed me true or just what he wanted me to see? Chen Xian, I think I've met my match. He's simply a gold star for acting. If he joined our school, wouldn't my mentor adore him and treasure him like that Huasu guy? A_Shang, who's Huasu? Chen Xian, a top student in our department, my mentor's most accomplished disciple. A_Shang, hearing you say this, don't you like him? Chen Xian, joke. Why would I like someone who's all arrogant? He won't even talk to me, and I have a stiff backbone and dislike bending over backwards like a lick spine. A_Shang tried to say something but was cut off. Chen Xian, let's not talk about Huasu now. Look at the situation here, I need to find out clearly. As he said this, he brewed emotions, displaying a face filled with utmost shock and disbelief, appearing especially pale under the moonlight. The fists hidden under his wide sleeves were tightly clenched. If one looked closely, the whole person appeared in a state of great peril. He slowly moved toward the firelight step by step, each one excruciatingly slow. The elder heard sounds behind him, stared at the flickering firelight, and his usually cloudy elderly eyes were lit up by the light. From the moment he decided to burn these items here, he never intended to leave alive. Therefore, he didn't care about making noise either. Now, with the ownership of the Eastern Palace transferred, the soldiers on patrol seeing him would naturally come to arrest him. But, his only regret was that he couldn't exact vengeance for his master this lifetime and now must stop right here. How disheartened. If he reached the underworld, how could he face his master? Turning back, the elder's gaze revealed sorrow. It wasn't a soldier. When he squinted and clearly saw the face beneath the black cloak, he immediately widened his eyes glowing with surprise. Your Highness. The elder quickly prostrated himself on the ground. Unexpectedly, he actually met His Highness. Could this be the grace of His Majesty's spirit manifesting itself? You, what exactly did you just say? How did my father, the Emperor, die? Upon hearing this question, the elder knew His Highness must have overheard his words just now. So he suppressed the excitement within, respectfully bowing down, his aged, wrinkled hands almost buried into the dirt, though invisible, showing indignant expression. With hatred laced in his tone, he answered. The Emperor was killed by the rebels' own hands. Zhao Heng stood there as the elder recounted every single detail in a hushed, ancient silence. Like glimpsing the deep-seated secrets of darkness, vicious spirits seemed to seize his limbs, leaving his mind blank, only echoing hollowly with the elder's voice and those dreaded words, limbs, organs, torso, eyes. Fear gripped his heart until it turned icy cold. Not until the surrounding soldiers, noticing the fire, surrounded them, did he look towards the shimmering tips of their blades. The old palace attendant was also escorted away by the soldiers. However, as he was being led out, he burst into laughter. Instead of showing fear, his expression conveyed an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. By the time he was taken back and returned to that room again, Pei Min was already seated on a stool waiting for him. Pei Min wore a dark red long robe. He had a lean and tall figure, with deep-set eyes and a clear outline. His demeanor was pure, like a red maple in the snow, captivating all who beheld him. Yet just from looking at his face, one would have no clue about the kind of person he truly was. In the silent room, not even a breath could be heard. Pei Min's sharp gaze meticulously examined him, his black robes, the night outside the window, it was all too evident what this man was preparing to do. However, strangely, there was no sign of anger in Pei Min. On the contrary, he gave a rather gentle smile. If you feel like taking a stroll in the middle of the night, just ask the palace attendants. It's dangerous alone. Zhao Heng listened to his voice but remained silent, only staring intently at him with his pitch-black eyes. Against the bleakness of his face, those eyes were particularly noticeable. Due to his intense focus and silence, the longer the time passed, the more unsettling it became. They were sharp, as if attempting to peel away the layers of the person before him and see through to his very core. Pei Min let him scrutinize freely. No one knew how much time had passed before Zhao Heng finally opened his mouth, his voice dry like a traveler parched in the desert. Why did you do it? Pei Min lowered his gaze and looked at the white porcelain teacup in his hand, rubbing the jade ring on his thumb with his right hand. Calmly lifting his phoenix-like eyes, he asked. I don't understand what you mean. Zhao Heng suddenly tightened his grip and continued, why did you torture him? Pei Min set down the teacup and arched an eyebrow, seemingly understanding the gist of his words, but his facial expression remained carefree and tranquil. I see, you figured it out. You know it. He didn't deny it, it was true. Upon hearing the direct confession from the perpetrator, all the pent-up emotions surged forth like a torrential rainstorm breaking the dam, overflowing wildly. His eyes stung as if pricked by needles, blurring his vision, the crimson gaze brimming with hatred and overwhelming emotion, as if intending to crush this person entirely and grind him to dust underfoot. All royal dignity and pride were lost now, and he moved forward furiously, grabbing the villain by his clothes. How can you be so cruel? You've already dismantled the Wuzhou's dynasty, stolen everything from him. Even if it was vengeance, wouldn't killing him suffice? Wasn't that enough? Not enough. Pei Min raised his hands and tightly clasped Zhao Heng's hand, his exquisite and beautiful features adorned with a near-perfect smile, yet the curve of his lips seemed tinged with blood, his malevolent gaze glaring at him like a devil incarnate, his tone laced with comforting allure. Then, seemingly dissatisfied with the disparity in height between them, he stood up following Zhao Heng's grip. Being slightly taller than Zhao Heng, he bent his head slightly to meet his gaze. With an extremely slow speech and his eyes shadowed with stormy hues, he spoke. I, Pei Min, the last surviving member of the Pei clan, live solely on the hatred I harbor for your Zhao family, the hatred for the Wu dynasty. Every night, as I drift off to sleep, I strategize my every move to make sure he suffers worse than death. Day after day, I look forward to today's arrival. With all my carefully plotted schemes, how could I possibly pass up the chance to torment him? As he laughed softly, as if reminiscing, he leaned closer to whisper into his ear. You cannot imagine the pitiful sight when I cut piece by piece from his body, how he screamed in pain, kneeling prostrate at my feet, utterly devoid of any imperial grandeur, reduced to nothing more than a dog. And as he laughed more wickedly, his pitch-black eyes filled with evil intent. Indeed, I had the entire room covered with white cloths because I wanted not to miss a single drop of his blood. Every word he said vividly painted the horrific scene before him, erasing any remaining trace of rationality and restraint. Zhao Heng couldn't bear such a brutal reality. Drained of all color, his trembling hands loosened their grip on Pei Min's robes. The man before him resembled a devil fully exposed, drenched in blood. Just touching his robes would stain one's hands with its scent. He continuously wiped his hands. Stumbling backward several steps, he hit the table corner, which at that moment bore the full weight of his support. Yet, his entire body still shook uncontrollably. Monster, you are a monster. Pei Min tilted his head slightly, revealing a look of confusion mixed with innocence. That's right, I am a ghost. Ever since Zhao Qing betrayed my father and slaughtered all my clansmen, I have been nothing more than a wandering soul. And I swore to haunt your Zhao family for all eternity, driving you to ruin. If you wanted the world so badly, then I would change its dynasty. As he spoke, he burst into laughter, fully unrestrained. It was a sigh of fulfillment after achieving his desire, he had finally crowned himself with the glory that belonged solely to him. When he finished laughing and looked up again, his gaze had turned somber, showing the weariness and languor after his recent satisfaction. He stared tightly at Zhao Heng, advancing step by step. But I've treated you well, haven't I? I've never touched you. As the person moved closer and closer, Zhao Heng could no longer escape. Clutching the table behind him, his voice trembled. It's my fault, it's my foolishness that led you to him. It's me who ruined them. Pei Min still stepped in front of him, leaning both hands on the edge of the table. Without touching or embracing, he merely trapped Zhao Heng before him. You are an important piece in my game, but don't overestimate yourself. Even without you, I could still kill him. The ending I seek will not change. But you should be glad, don't you like me? Now I like you too, and there's nothing that can stop us from being together. Isn't that good? Zhao Heng watched as those thin lips casually spoke the word like, feeling cold blood flow from his heart through his body, leaving his limbs numb. He couldn't distinguish whether this person's words were true or false because he'd been deceiving him from the very beginning. All these years, he'd been carefully harboring his affection, his heartbeat stirring with joy being the most treasured beauty in his dull life. Though he hadn't shouted out his love, he gave his utmost dedication. Yet what had his sincere effort gained? Family destruction, utter loss, sheer falseness. He was fed up, truly fed up. Zhao Heng slowly raised his head, looking at the person before him with eyes full of utter disdain, meeting his self-assured gaze. I don't like you anymore. If liking led to such an end, then he no longer wished to feel such affection. Chapter 82, Stratagem Line, The Prosperity of a Flourishing Age, 25. Pei Min's expression paused. For a moment, it seemed like he was caught off guard, his face blank before processing her statement. His mind suddenly felt empty. He was accustomed to being held in high regard, yet now Zhao Heng severed the tether abruptly and fell, bringing a sudden sense of displacement and weightlessness. The instant panic. What did you say? Pei Min gripped onto him fiercely, meticulously trying to detect any traces of deceit in his eyes. Because standing before him was Zhao Heng, the person who always followed beside him, no matter when he turned around, would forever stand behind him. How could this person possibly utter the words, I don't like you? The man tightly scrutinized found his lips pressed firmly shut, his dark eyes streaming with tears yet resolute and stubborn. Beneath his unwavering purity and non-surrender lay fierce hatred. Then, in an extraordinarily calm and icy tone, he repeated the words once more. I said, I do not like you anymore. Suddenly, Pei Min grabbed him by the neck with his long fingers tightening like an iron hoop, strangling his breath. Say it again. His chest rose and fell heavily with hot exhalations, his slender phoenix-like eyes glowing red with blood as if mixed with near limitless, freezing rage, becoming someone Zhao Heng barely recognized, strange and terrifying. But Zhao Heng could feel Pei Min's restrained control, as though granting him one final chance, warning him not to say anything inappropriate, not to cross that red line. In the past, Zhao Heng might have caved under the pressure, but by now, having lost everything he cared about, nothing mattered to him anymore. If possible, letting death take him would even be a blessing. Due to the obstruction of his breathing, his face turned from pale to slightly flushed, like pink powder brushed on white jade. His eyes stared into those of a wild beast, catching sight of murderous intent. Red-rimmed, they carried a certain emotion of reckless abandonment, discarding even his usual dignity. With a raspy voice, he yelled. No matter how many times I say it, it remains the same. Starting today, I Zhao Heng despise you, hate you, detest you, and will never like you again. That thing you crave? I'd sooner feed it to the dogs than give it to you. His heart would rather be torn apart by wild beasts than ever to be trampled on by this person again. His determination served as the finest testimony. As soon as the words were spoken, an intense cold swept through the entire room, piercing through clothing and skin, striking the bones with a dense ache. An unprecedented savagery overwhelmed Pei Min, recklessly and cruelly from inside out, leaving everything in its path disheveled. Too many emotions surged at once before this person, impossible to suppress or conceal, thus exposed so genuinely right before him. His normally handsome eyes suddenly turned red. Like a bloodthirsty beast finally tearing off its false facade, due to uncontrollable rage, for the first time, he revealed his usually hidden white fangs, his growl resonating with intimidation. Yet his mind was still inundated with that phrase just now. He will never like me again. That thing he would rather feed to dogs than give me. Why? It was clearly you who enticed me, deliberately pushed it onto me, and now you want to take it back. Do you think everything will go according to your wishes? Zhao Heng, how easy do you think this is? He forced his voice to remain sharp. If not me, then who do you plan to give it to? As soon as those words left his mouth, flashes of the past suddenly raced through his mind, moments seemingly stretched endlessly, forcing him to revisit every instance from long ago. From the day he discovered the truth about his clansmen's tragic deaths, his heart had already changed, stripped of all unnecessary elements, leaving only hatred and loneliness. That deep-seated resentment was like a filleting knife, its razor-sharp edge scraping against his bones day and night, emitting a grinding sound. So he sought to free himself from the tormenting pain, he sought revenge. He sacrificed himself and began his scheming. Quietly laying down plans, while seeking one ally after another. To allay any suspicion from that person, he even deliberately disguised himself as someone the most distasteful kind, a dissolute, useless aristocratic young lord who indulged in revelry. This continued for years, and then during one birthday celebration, he met this person for the first time. Dressed in radiant yellow brocade robes, adorned with a jade belt and golden crown, his stature tall and lean, his face graced with a faint smile, his presence elegant and refined, the sun's fragments scattering over him, encircled by followers as if he were the moon among stars, his every word and action radiated the noble gentleness of royalty. Even from afar, he seemed like the embodiment of all beautiful adjectives. His gaze, as if out of his control, instinctively followed him, as if staring at him would finally reveal the true form of the esteemed crown prince. Simultaneously, a chilling voice in his head whispered, "This is Zhao Qing's son." With no disguise, his gaze lingered unrelentingly on him until the other noticed and looked his way. Realizing how shameless his own gaze had been, he feigned a casual smile to cover up. Startled slightly, Zhao Heng hesitated for a moment before smiling and reciprocating politely. That smile was like a calm sunrise, his eyes crystal clear. In that instant, his pupils contracted sharply, gripping tightly onto the cup in his hand. It was as if he saw a moon that didn't belong to this filthy world, pure and beautiful. Suddenly, two extreme thoughts arose in his mind. On one side, he wanted to approach this person, perhaps getting close to something clean might make the hatred, bloodshed, and filth on him less overwhelming. On the other side, he considered taking vengeance. He knew Zhao Qing cherished his crown prince deeply, doing everything personally. The existence of this prince was solely for enjoying the glory of the world. If he destroyed this person, how would Zhao Qing react? Wouldn't Zhao Qing feel the same kind of sorrow I once did? At the thought of this possibility, the balance in his mind tilted. Evil triumphed over the remaining void. He became a thoroughly wicked person. He started deliberately showing up in front of him, meticulously planning each encounter, but it seemed proximity wasn't too hard. The other showed no resistance to his approach and appeared happy instead. Then came memories indelibly etched in his mind. Whenever praised by their teacher, this person would eagerly pull him along, sharing their joy with bright expressions. When feeling down, he would secretly sneak out to vent his troubles word by word. And whenever there was a new curiosity, he'd bring it to him first, intricately displaying it. No matter what happened, this person always thought of him first. Gradually, from initial discomfort and awkwardness, he persuaded himself. This was an important pawn, so he must learn to accept and adapt to this person entering his life. The process of accepting and convincing himself turned out to be easier than he had imagined, and before he knew it, many years had passed. Gradually, he noticed a change in the person's gaze. Wherever he appeared, that person's eyes seemed forever fixed on him, so focused and persistent that just meeting those eyes conveyed the burning emotions within. He wasn't stupid, how could he not know what this burning heat represented? What he hadn't expected was for things to go so smoothly, and yet be so ironic. The crown prince of Zhao Qing had fallen in love with a man, moreover, with someone who hated their family with every fiber of their being. How laughable. But even as he mocked and ridiculed, he understood, it was a perfect opportunity to exploit. Without hesitation, he chose to use it. Using his connection to approach those whom he wanted to recruit or manipulate, he began to gradually devour the power of the Zhao clan, step by step. Yet as time passed, he seemed to grow accustomed to the look this person gave him, unwavering, pure, as if the entire world revolved around him alone. A single acknowledgement, a single promise from him would light up those clear eyes with contentment, as if his joy were that simple. It even made him feel as though only in front of this person could he be genuinely himself, without any pretense, purely needed and accepted by this person's innocent affection. But now, this person had told him they no longer liked him. So abruptly, so resolute. He was merely a pawn used for revenge. He didn't need to care about this person's feelings, nor their emotions. His goal was simple, use them cleanly, and he had been prepared for this from the start. But why did his heart, once so cold, feel so hollow now? Just because this person had withdrawn their affection, it was as if someone had torn his heart out. No, he couldn't allow it. He was the victor. What belonged to him should remain at his side. Why should he let this person go? This overwhelming possessiveness crashed against his calm, and thus he pinned the person down onto the table, one hand holding back the other's struggling arms, while the other roughly untied their jade belt. Pressing his body down, he became like a brute, cold words cutting through like an icy blade. You should take a good look at yourself right now. Do you still think you're the high and mighty crown prince? No, you're just a pitiful stray dog, a burden wherever you go. Even if I took advantage of you now, what could you possibly do? Who else but me would willingly be liked by you? The person beneath him trembled at the gaze. Pei Min, however, remained unaware of his own appearance at this moment, bloodshot eyes, a ferocious face resembling a wild beast whose territory had been invaded, wounded but refusing to show weakness before its enemy, lest they latch on relentlessly. So he continued his cruel threat, you can do nothing but endure. With that, he leaned forward, soft lips landing on the pale neck below. At first, he licked, then nibbled lightly, leaving marks that seemed necessary to declare possession over what belonged to him. When he was satisfied, Zhao Heng's collar had already loosened considerably, revealing elegant clavicles and some chest, lying powerless beneath Pei Min. But Zhao Heng, having experienced the depths of despair, was no longer afraid of his threats or physical indignities. Even now, he looked at him with a calm expression of disdain, almost mocking him. His defiance and mockery exacerbated the wound further. As he locked eyes with Zhao Heng, Pei Min tightened his grip, malice spiraling out of control. In order to punish this person, words he'd rather not utter, secrets he'd meant to keep hidden, surfaced anyway. Burning breath accompanied icy words, falling upon Zhao Heng's ear. Do you know how your father, Zhao Qing, breathed his last? I told him, when he tried to kill me, how desperately his precious crown prince rushed to save me, how I helped slay the people sent by him. When I was poisoned, how your crown prince offered his own body to detoxify me. Every word, I relayed clearly to him. And with those blood-drenched eyes, bereft of skin, he stared at me pitifully. He called your name even until his final breath. Pei Min always seemed to know exactly how to shatter the person before him, using the lightest knife to stab the deepest, most vulnerable spots. Zhao Heng's wide eyes shattered his calm facade. After a while, unable to bear it, he screamed. Get away. Get away from me. I will kill you. Kill you. That image tortured him, bringing endless pain and anguish. His tears were like blood, his expression contorted, as he struggled with all his might to get away from this devil, but the evildoer held him tightly, preventing any movement. Yet the pain was unbearable. No matter how loudly he screamed, it stayed the same, his body feeling like it was dying, suffocated by unrelenting hatred that made him want to go mad, as if bitten by thousands of snakes and insects. In the end, he lost himself in a daze, biting down on something fiercely. The pain allowed the uncontrollable emotions inside to ease slightly, his mind constantly repeating 3 words, I'm sorry. It was all his fault, entirely his mistake. And the one who deserved to die, it shouldn't have been his father, the emperor. Yes, it should have been him. Seeing the blood at the corner of his lips, Pei Min panicked for a moment. Without hesitation, he loosened his grip, releasing Zhao Heng's jaw. The white teeth were smeared with spreading red, and the wound on his tongue bled profusely. It was a horrifying sight. He had truly gone too far. Chapter 83, Strategic Line, The Splendor of a Prosperous Age, Part 26. After Zhao Heng's resolute and nearly self-destructive behavior, Pei Min was genuinely frightened. For several days, he didn't appear before Zhao Heng. Firstly, he knew that standing before this person would easily shatter whatever self-control or calm emotion he prided himself on, sparking overwhelming waves within him. Someone like him, once his real emotions surfaced, was exposing his weaknesses to the other. He neither wanted to be manipulated nor show weakness. Or perhaps, he simply didn't want to appear weak in front of Zhao Heng. Secondly, hunting a lamb required patience. He needed to give Zhao Heng time to adjust and accept reality, making him surrender to fate so that he'd obediently stay where Pei Min wanted. That was Pei Min's ultimate goal. So while Pei Min's disappearance wasn't an indication that he'd let Zhao Heng go, Zhao Heng was the fruit of victory that Pei Min had meticulously planned for, an exclusive trophy that belonged solely to him. How could he ever let go? On that day, when Pei Min recognized Zhao Heng's resistance, he became even more vigilant afterward, assigning people to monitor his every move continuously. Due to the wound on his tongue, Zhao Heng couldn't speak. Over the days, he mostly stayed alone in the house, not going anywhere, quietly squatting in a corner hugging his knees, burying his face. His expressions were unclear, but the lonely shadow that embraced him silently was visible. He endured the pain of having his backbone broken and relived the scenes in his memory that cut like knives. It was a process of self-torture without any escape. Later, whether Pei Min thought the avoidance period had lasted long enough, or because Zhao Heng had secluded himself for too long, eventually, he reached out first. Even facing his father's murderer, the person he once trusted and cared about yet betrayed him, Zhao Heng showed no reaction, like a blank, senseless individual, staring lifelessly at his own little space. Perhaps after experiencing such deep anguish and self-harm, silence was both normal and justified. Pei Min couldn't truly force Zhao Heng to speak, nor could he compel him to direct any gaze toward him. But over time, this icy indifference pushed Pei Min to his limits. Because the more one cares, the greedier one becomes, craving that particular glance to return. Therefore, Pei Min began seeking opportunities to quietly sit beside him, patiently speaking and reminiscing about small past events. Most of those memories revolved around Zhao Heng taking initiative because back then, he was always unilateral, bringing things he loved, small trinkets like jade stones or grand items like calligraphy and antiques, to Linyang Manor, sharing them with Pei Min in an attempt to win his favor. Pei Min just played along, sometimes chatting and laughing with him when he was in a good mood, creating a harmonious atmosphere. If not, he'd simply take the items, set them aside, and continue talking about other things. Gradually, Zhao Heng understood his preferences, and everything he brought afterward earned Pei Min's attention each time. Zhao Heng loved the way Pei Min focused on him, even during casual chats about trivial matters, which brought him immense joy. Though, it only brought joy to Zhao Heng alone. Now that he realized everything had been part of Pei Min's plan, those cherished smiles turned into hatred, like grotesque creatures stripped of their human facades revealing monstrous insides. Every time Pei Min brought these up, it was nothing but mockery, adding salt to the already open wound. So no matter what Pei Min said, he never looked up at him even once. Later, Pei Min disappeared for several days for reasons unknown. Before he came back, a person Zhao Heng had never anticipated appeared in front of him without warning. With a creaking sound, the door opened. Slow footsteps approached into the room and stopped not far from Zhao Heng. The red hem of a garment slightly rose in an arc. "Your Highness." The deep voice carried an ancient quality, the softly spoken title laced with heavy emotions. Even just hearing those two words, the figure of Zhao Heng sitting silently in the corner suddenly paused for an instant. This voice had accompanied him through too many years. Zhao Heng slowly raised his head. The person who entered was tall and slender, with a straight spine, wearing a red official robe, a black official hat on his head, and a golden belt around his waist. He exuded a refined air unique to literati, appearing to be in his early 40s, his handsome face seemingly untouched by the passage of time. Zhao Heng unconsciously loosened the hands that were hugging himself, staring dazedly at the figure standing against the light. Due to either being silent for too long or the wound on his tongue not fully healed, his hoarse voice broke like snapped strings. "Teacher." Du Qilang followed the sound and turned his gaze toward the young man hiding in the corner. When Zhao Heng lifted his head, Du Qilang's expression slightly changed. His dark eyes fixated intensely on the youth before him, a complex mix of emotions creasing his brow into a frown. He wore a thin, light-colored outer garment. His jet-black hair was secured by a jade pin, and strands of hair fell carelessly across his forehead. His face, pale due to prolonged confinement, appeared translucent like melting snow, his tightly pursed lips lacking any trace of color. He looked disheveled and wretched, like a piece of fine jade covered in dust. Even the bright, clear eyes lacked their usual brilliance, the former sharpness and radiance now faded away. This was his most beloved student. His hand clenched and then relaxed by his side, a momentary surge of indescribable emotion rising in his chest. His deep-set eyes narrowed, focusing intently on the person before him. He stepped forward slowly, crouching down and gripping Zhao Heng's arm with both hands, his voice trembling unintentionally. "Your Highness has suffered." Zhao Heng felt the force on his arm, firm yet warm in the palm of the hand. First, he glanced down, then refocused his gaze on the face of his teacher. It had been over 3 years since they last met, but the familiar concern remained unchanged, even tinged with a hint of cautious pity. After 3 years of cold imprisonment, facing the earth-shattering changes upon his release, the fall of the dynasty, the deaths of loved ones, and the betrayal and manipulation by the one he cherished, it had left him severely wounded all over. If there was still one ray of light in this world that made him reluctant to let go, it was his teacher, the one who taught him since childhood and treated him like a father as much as a mentor. Long-suppressed emotions burst forth as if a crack had been forced open, the accumulated sorrow surging to his heart. A flicker of emotion finally crossed his face, a mixture of pain and joy at this reunion. "How did you come here, teacher?" As soon as these words left his mouth, he suddenly became aware, immediately tightening his right hand onto Du Qilang's arm with anxiety. "Were you implicated? Did Pei Min bring you here? Has he done anything to you?" His anxious voice rose sharply. Du Qilang fixed his gaze on him for a moment before soothingly patting his icy hand. No, I just worried about you and came to see you. Hearing this reassurance, Zhao Heng carefully observed his teacher's complexion again. After confirming there was no abnormality, he slowly loosened the grip on the other's hand, and the tense expression on his face eased. Then, however, his dark gaze shifted away, avoiding direct eye contact as if afraid. He also cautiously moved back a little. I've troubled you, teacher. Gripping his clothing tightly, he thought how terrible his current state was. His teacher always valued proper appearance, and in the past, every time they met, he would have meticulously groomed himself to avoid making any mistakes. Today, he was completely disheveled. Du Qilang noticed his discomfort and awkwardness, raising his hand to gently tidy the unruly hair. His tone softened. You are my student, how could I possibly be troubled? It is only natural that I care for you. Speaking this, his eyes dimmed somewhat, revealing a weighty demeanor. He helped Zhao Heng to his feet and words that had lingered in his heart for a long time began to form. Teacher knows that the last few years haven't been easy for you, but given the circumstances, you must first think about surviving. Only by living do you have the possibility of doing anything else. Understand? Zhao Heng looked at his teacher for a long while, and finally a pale, powerless smile crept onto the corner of his lips, painfully forcing out a single sentence. I know. Even such a simple truth, how could he fail to understand it? He was able to overthrow the entire court in just 3 short years. This is something that no one man can achieve alone. I don't know how many officials in the 3 departments and 6 ministries are under his hidden control. Even if I were to compromise with him now and manage to leave unscathed, what then? Who among them could I ever trust? Having been locked away for 3 years, I possess no power whatsoever. Even though I still bear the title of Crown Prince, it's like using my bare hands to try and stop a cart, it's futile. Moreover, what haunted Zhao Heng the most wasn't the fall of the Wu dynasty or even the death of his father, the emperor, but the betrayal of Pei Min. These pains felt like countless needles piercing deep into his heart, sharp blades hanging over his neck, tormenting him moment by moment. As he spoke, his eyes met Du Qilang's profound gaze. Now that I think about it carefully, all those incidents involving Gao Han from the Ministry of Rights, the second Prince Zhao Qi, Commander Kue Ling from the Ministry of War, and so on, they all seemed too perfectly orchestrated. First, the long-held balance of the court was broken, then loyal supporters of Father Emperor were gradually eliminated one after another. The chaos in the government, all of these intricate threads lead back to him. Pei Min hides his intentions too deeply, I admit openly, I am no match for him. At this moment, a cold wind blew through the window, lifting the strands of hair by his temple. Despite the bright, warm sun outside, it did nothing to warm Zhao Heng's stiffened body. He looked at his teacher, his sincere gaze as if directed toward the only person in the world he trusted. After being brought here directly from Ngua Temple, I have no idea about the current situation outside. So may I trouble you, teacher, to inform me what exactly is going on? He had lost. At least, he deserved to know who had acted as Pei Min's pawns and executioners behind the scenes. Du Qilang regarded him silently for a half a moment, his expression complex before slowly beginning. Chapter 84, The Line of Intrigue, Splendor of Prosperity, Part 27. You guessed correctly. Gao Han and Commander Kue Ling, these were matters secretly orchestrated by him. The people later appointed to positions in the Ministry of Rights and Ministry of War were also his men. The rumors about discord among those ministers. All false, staged entirely by him, a performance he scripted himself. When the secret was suddenly revealed, Zhao Heng showed no surprise, only understanding, lowering his head and laughing faintly. Of course. At the time, he had already suspected that events were unfolding far too conveniently and coincidentally, not giving anyone enough time to think deeply, as if someone were guiding and pulling them forward step by step. After finishing his explanation, Du Qilang cast a deep glance at Zhao Heng. Seeing the faint, mocking smile on his calm face, he withdrew his gaze, turning around and standing facing the empty courtyard, his expression heavy as he gazed toward the yard outside the window. The soldiers who normally guarded the place had left at some unknown time. The verdant courtyard now bore hints of autumn yellow, quietly imparting a sense of desolation and loneliness upon the tranquil atmosphere. For 20 years, he had visited this eastern palace many times, from spring to summer, autumn to winter, every step carrying countless traces of memory. He had watched the obedient child grow into an adult before his very eyes. No one understood Zhao Heng better than him. So gentle and inclusive as if he could accept any opinion, yet more steadfast in his own ideas than anyone. Once resolved, no matter how grim the consequences, he would proceed without hesitation, resolute and fearless. Thus, this was his favorite student and also the best prince of the Zhao family. If things had proceeded smoothly, there was no doubt that he would become a good emperor, reforming the decaying and outdated court, cleansing the darkness and corruption within the Zhao clan, breathing new life and strength into it, fulfilling the hopes and expectations of every official. But truly fate had played its cruel hand, full of variables too unpredictable for anyone to foresee. Sometimes, accepting the natural flow of events was the best outcome. Du Qilang gazed into the courtyard, his eyes distant as if sighing, continuing, regarding others in the court, Grand Tutor Wei Ming has retired to his hometown. Fan Hong from the Department of State Affairs and the Office of Supervising Secretaries chose to submit. As for the Ministry of Justice and Ministry of Personnel, they opposed the new authority due to their loyalty to the crown prince and were thus ordered to be dismissed from their posts. Zhao Heng's gaze paused for a second. Suddenly raising his eyes to look at the figure ahead, the shadowed depths of his ink-like eyes seemed touched by something. Clearly, this answer took him by surprise. It was normal for the Grand Tutor to retire. After the second prince lost influence, the tutor had already given up vying for power. With the change of the regime now, the capital city could no longer provide a place for him to reside. Being allowed to leave alive was already fortunate. The Department of State Affairs and the Office of Supervising Secretaries were originally neutral factions. Flowing with the tide was inherent to their nature. But the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Personnel, Chu Jing and Zhou Linsheng, how could they? Even in such dire straits, they still held hope for him, didn't they? Zhao Heng pressed his pale lips. There was no denying that a flicker of emotion crossed his mind. It turned out that not everyone was on his opposing side, but given his current situation, he was destined to betray such expectations. Are those two all right? Du Qilong looked straight ahead and said, they are just two scholars, unable to stir up any trouble, so they haven't been mistreated. However, every official has aspirations in their heart. If one can achieve their ambitions, they could benefit the country and its people. Pei Min also saw this point in them and wanted to persuade them to stay. To stay. Zhou and Chu were by nature open-minded and straightforward, neither tainted by power and wealth nor tempted by fame and profit. They were a rare new breed of clean officials in the Wu dynasty. He still remembered under the lantern lights, how they once drank and chatted freely, meticulously sketching out the future of the Wu dynasty. Even now, he could recall the determined glow in their eyes, which could illuminate the path forward even in pitch-black nights. They possessed the purity that Zhao Heng envied. He wanted them to survive, whether they stood beside him or against him. As long as they could realize their dreams, he could accept any outcome. And Pei Min should be clear that, to draw a perfect map of the nation's governance, people like Zhou Linsheng and Chu Jing were the most vibrant brushes in the hands of rulers and emperors. For the sake of revenge, Pei Min could act falsely close to him for so many years. For his ambition, he would have enough patience to persuade the two. At this thought, Zhao Heng found it ironic. Although the other party had deceived him from beginning to end, he oddly felt that the words spoken under the tree to him were not fake. There was concern for the state and its people. He deeply sensed an indescribable emotion. Zhao Heng stood there for a while, briefly silent before speaking. I think they will agree. With Pei Min's methods, they wouldn't hold out for long, let alone for the vision in their hearts, if not for themselves. Hearing this, Du Qilong turned around to look at him, his dark gaze deepening. And what about you? Would you compromise for anything? Me? Zhao Heng smiled again, leaning on the edge of the table and sitting down beside the stool. His smile carried more despair, as calm as a lake that hadn't rippled. He merely said, I am different from them. The victor is king, the loser is a bandit. There's no road ahead for me. Being imprisoned now, being a cripple wasn't much different. Du Qilong stared at him deeply. Whether there is a way or not, one must walk to find out. Zhao Heng slightly furrowed his eyebrows, looking strangely as if trying to find a hint of jest in his teacher's serious expression, but after a long pause, the other kept gazing fixedly at him without yielding. Finally, Zhao Heng could only say awkwardly, I feel like the teacher isn't here to see me, but to persuade me. Hearing his jest, Du Qilong remained silent, his gaze deep and black as night. The sudden silence in the room made his guest seem even more real. At this moment, Zhao Heng keenly caught something, hiding the smile on his lips, slowly raising his head and looking forward at the familiar figure. Could it be? The teasing look on his face cracked slightly, and Zhao Heng opened his mouth, Teacher. Have you already made your choice? Did you abandon the Wu dynasty and abandon me, choosing Pei Min instead? This question Zhao Heng did not ask aloud. Such a simple sentence, yet others could hear the delicacy within it. In an instant, the originally calm atmosphere disappeared completely, the tension growing like a string slowly tightening. Du Qilong's expression became somewhat solemn. The red official robes shone with dark light under the sun, and his expression became complex and hard to read. He did not directly answer Zhao Heng's question. It doesn't matter whether I've made a choice. But you are not limited to one path. Sometimes, knowing how to lower your head is not a shameful thing. A clearly stunned look appeared on Zhao Heng's face. His brain was repeatedly thinking about the meaning of these words, as though they seemed simple and easy to understand, yet he had the illusion that maybe he heard wrong or misunderstood. But soon he negated this idea. A flood of chaotic thoughts emerged in his mind. Why would the teacher tell him to lower his head? Is it because of something Pei Min did? Why does the teacher say this? But once suspicions arise in a person, it is like a broken crack that keeps expanding and never returns to its original form. But Zhao Heng still did not believe that his teacher had come to persuade him to admit defeat and give up, so he slightly tilted his head upward, looking at the familiar face with tightly clenched fists until his fingertips turned pale. But you once said that a nobleman values resilience above all. The times have changed. Your teacher hopes you can live on. Du Qilong's voice deepened as he cut Zhao Heng off, his demeanor strict from years of being a mentor, exuding a commanding authority. The next words he spoke left Zhao Heng stunned in place. A great achiever must not be restricted by minor decorums. If you yield, Pei Min will not cause you difficulties. In fact, if you two join forces, I deeply believe that together you could create an age that belongs to both of you, a glorious era worthy of being remembered in history. Isn't that what a person seeking office or even ruling ultimately expects? The pitch-black eyes seemed ignited by the fire of the future, momentarily glowing with ardent heat and brilliance. Each word resonated like the lofty rhetoric of a scholar. This was a look Zhao Heng never encountered in his memories, unfamiliar and unrecognizable. Du Qilong stared at his ashen, bloodless face, seemingly oblivious to the cruelty of his own words. Zhao Heng's hands clenched so hard his fingers pierced his palm, but the sharp pain failed to stir any reaction within him. The once admired figure suddenly felt distantly out of reach in memory. Zhao Heng looked away, lowering his gaze to his dry, sore throat, swallowing weakly. His voice dropped low, powerless. Why do you think Pei Min would accept me? Why do you assume I can let go of the deaths of my father and others? These are the only backbone, the sole dignity I have as a human. If I just casually gave them up, how could I call myself a person anymore? Suddenly, a wave of sharp stings surged through his eyes, a warm sensation uncontrollably flooding into them, blurring his vision. He blinked harshly, forcing himself to discard this vulnerability. He suddenly realized, this was what his teacher truly wanted to convey today. At the same time, it also revealed another truth that could no longer be concealed. Zhao Heng raised his head, those beautiful eyes cracking with countless thin red veins, standing up and meeting Du Qilong's gaze with a cold and scrutinizing stare. The atmosphere abruptly shifted. Since the teacher says this, I am quite curious about something. Zhao Heng fixed his gaze on the man he once respected and admired, each word carrying immense weight. Knowing full well that you are my teacher, why does Pei Min send you here? You have a pivotal position in court, does he not worry about your possible collusion with me? Or has he already been certain that you would help persuade me for him? As he spoke, his tone paused briefly. When exactly did he start trusting you this much? Du Qilong's expression flickered, realizing something he overlooked. Right now, Zhao Heng understood everything. Why did Pei Min, who didn't participate in state affairs, always manage to know everything he wished to? Why could he appear powerless in the court but manipulate the princes and ministers as if they were toys in his palms? Why, in just 3 short years, could he overturn the regime and achieve what no crown prince in history ever managed? And even why, did his father lose? Even if Pei Min was clever, with numerous strategies to reach this level step by step, one man alone couldn't have accomplished this. He needed someone to assist him, a person whose role appeared inconsequential but was actually crucial, yet seemed entirely disconnected from the power struggle. This person Zhao Heng could not foresee, even his father might not have guessed. Perhaps from the very beginning of his encounters with Pei Min, Zhao Heng had already become part of the plan. What he believed were his calculated moves, a balancing act amidst complexities, was in fact led by an invisible hand. Everyone was merely pawns on the chessboard of their duel. And Zhao Heng was merely one of those pawns. Years of earnest teaching evaporated into nothingness when the veil of lies was lifted, vivid images growing fainter, voices and faces becoming blurred. It was true, there was no hope left. Zhao Heng suddenly felt his strength fading, as if unable to support his body anymore. He leaned on the table and collapsed onto the stool, his disoriented eyes aimlessly fixated on a spot on its surface. A piercing pain originating from the heart began spreading through his body along with his blood, making him tremble uncontrollably. The overwhelming agony stopped his breath. He struggled to endure, gripping his chest garment with his right hand, pressing down fiercely as if assuming that such force could alleviate his pain. Even the teacher wasn't real. It was too ridiculous, too tragic. So what in his entire life had been real? It seemed like he wasn't even as much as an actor on the stage. They at least knew their scripts and understood they were acting, feigning emotions like joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. But what about him? He had been played around mercilessly. Du Qilong watched his former student's familiarity retreat. Zhao Heng's pale complexion was once again enveloped in frost, as if the spark of vitality that had just ignited within him was instantly extinguished. The sharpness once present in those eyes now faded into dimness. As a teacher, Du Qilong couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. He wanted to say more, but before he could utter a word, Zhao Heng suddenly hunched over and violently grabbed at his hair, his usually pale hand revealing a tinge of bluish veins beneath the skin. His expression hidden, a voice of suffering escaped from behind gritted teeth, followed by muttering words like a possessed man. Why are one after another deceiving me? Why do you have to force me? Why must you force me? Looking at him in this state, Du Qilong frowned deeply. Pei Qin was his close friend, yet was betrayed and plotted against by Zhao Qing and met his demise. How could he not help avenge him? Then there were those soldiers who died unjustly, the innocent people slaughtered under the tyrannical rule of the Wu dynasty. These souls needed solace. Even though Du Qilong considered himself powerless and capable of little, if he could reduce some senseless sacrifices, why would he hesitate to act? Still, when all was said and done, it was this child whom he failed most. When Du Qilong first met him, those completely trusting eyes were now eroded by ice and cold. How could he not feel heartbroken, not distressed? Yet, in front of reality and deception, his explanations felt particularly frail and insufficient. He regretted it now. He shouldn't have agreed to come here for Pei Min. Knowing well that Zhao Heng was a meticulous person, he had spoken too much out of urgency. The young man's slightly curled, hunched figure overlapped in his mind with the image of a child crying in a corner after being scolded. Unable to resist, Du Qilang raised his hand, intending to gently pat the boy's head as he used to, comfort him, even embrace him, patting his back and telling him that everything would be all right, that the teacher was still here. But today, he too was the one wielding the blade against him. Lowering his hand in resignation, his voice heavy and tinged with melancholy. Your teacher only wishes you to look forward. Things have passed, think more about those who need you. And for 3 years your father tried to send people to inform you of things outside, but Pei Min stopped them every time. Even when you left, he brought you out, wishing you wouldn't get too entangled, hoping you could free yourself from the Zhao family and live cleanly. Because, his feelings towards you and towards the Zhao family were different, he never truly intended to harm you. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Heng's grip suddenly loosened. Slowly raising his head, his bloodshot eyes stared through his disheveled bangs at the person in front. His hoarse voice carried a mocking tone. Clean. Then what is dirty? Is it the Zhao family or my father? Then, leaning slightly forward, although in a posture of looking up, his gaze was menacing, driving the person closer with sharp eyes that resembled abysses, a place where no sunlight could reach, concealing a dark blade ready to tear open his flesh. Then, teacher, are you clean? At this question, Du Qilang's face turned blank. The hand concealed within his wide sleeve clenched until it turned white. Ever since the day he agreed with Pei Min, lies had enveloped him like a cocoon. A deceitful man such as him, how dare he answer such a question? A moment of collapse didn't leave a trace on his face. Closing his eyes briefly in avoidance, he slowly turned his body, exhaling deeply as if exhausting his entire being. After a while, a faint voice sounded behind him. Please bother telling him that I surrender. Du Qilang paused in his departure, gazing at the brilliant sunlit doorway, its light contrasting with the threshold that seemed to separate two completely different worlds. He could always feel the gaze piercing from behind. Finally, with heavy steps, he walked out. Zhao Heng watched the departing silhouette gradually fade into the distance, staring calmly without a flicker of emotion. From the initial joy upon seeing him to the eventual cold indifference when leaving, it turned out to be so simple. But Zhao Heng, who now knew the truth, lacked even the strength to go berserk. Lowering his head, he spread out his palm, staring at the empty space marked by a vicious trail of bloody nail scratches. With a vacant expression, he scrutinized it meticulously for quite a while, then let out a faint laugh. You want me to survive, but how could I fulfill your wish? On the other side, after Du Qilang walked out of the courtyard, he found a figure standing on the right side of the door. The sunlight poured over him, casting a warm glow over his refined profile, creating a peaceful and beautiful scene. Unfortunately, beneath this beautiful facade lay an icy heart as venomous as a scorpion. How is it going? Du Qilang withdrew his gaze and coldly fixed his eyes ahead, hiding his disheveled emotions with an indifferent expression. He said that he concedes. Finally hearing the 3 words he wanted to hear, Pei Min smiled, his slightly upturned corners like a stroke of ink treasure, immediately filling the moment with vividness and fleeting beauty. That's good. Chapter 85, Power Intrigue Line, The Splendor of Prosperity, Part 28. The same evening Du Qilang left, Lin Wanqing appeared once again in front of Zhao Heng, dressed as a palace maid. It seemed as if she had come to keep her promise and take him away under the cover of night. Her face was lit with a faint smile, her cheeks tinged with peach-colored hues, making her alluring. Her bright eyes stared intently at Zhao Heng without moving, appearing very earnest. Had Zhao Heng not met Du Qilang that day and not seen through the facade of lies to the reality beneath, perhaps he would have chosen without hesitation to leave with Lin Wanqing. Because only the previous day, he still harbored a faint hope for the future, which though small, retained the possibility of reigniting. But when Du Qilang candidly confessed, the last flicker of hope supporting his world extinguished, leaving him surrounded by pitch-black despair. Tired, he even gave up striving for his final meaning. So, he refused Lin Wanqing. He told her he wasn't ready to leave yet. After hearing his refusal, Lin Wanqing hesitated for a moment, clearly taken aback since this was not the result she had anticipated. The hidden anticipation and joy in her chest shattered instantly. She couldn't understand why, when they had agreed to leave together, he suddenly changed his mind. Seeing his evidently pale complexion, his dark eyes dim like stagnant lake waters, she couldn't help but anxiously ask whether Pei Min had done anything. Did he coerce him again? However, Zhao Heng just shook his head, remaining composed, his voice calm and steady, as if having reached enlightenment. He said he had nothing left to be threatened with. She was overthinking it. He simply grew tired of running because he understood who Pei Min was. No matter where he fled to, even if it were the ends of the earth, Pei Min would never let him go. Rather than drag others into hiding and dodging around endlessly, it might be better to stay right under his nose. Lin Wanqing was still unwilling to give up. She stepped forward, grabbed his hand, and said anxiously that there would be no problem, they could avoid being noticed by Pei Min. There would be no way for them to be found. They could live the life they dreamed of. So, please don't refuse, it had been so hard for her to get this chance, please don't abandon it so easily. Zhao Heng looked into her eyes, seeing her seriousness, understanding what she wanted to say, his expression softened, even managing a faint smile. He said, thank you. If it had been in the past, Lin Wanqing's feelings might have been drowned in the vast sea of people, just like gazing at the starry sky every night, where countless stars twinkle and one wouldn't particularly notice any individual star. But now, the starry sky was gone, leaving behind only boundless darkness. Therefore, the solitary star became extraordinarily precious. She allowed him to feel, amidst this difficult time, that someone genuinely cared about him. Hence, his face momentarily displayed a faint smile, as if reverting back to the exclusive gentleness reserved for the crown prince of Wu dynasty during their first encounter, and this time he bestowed that unique gentleness onto her. But, he still couldn't leave. So Lin Wanqing saw beyond the gentle smile and unshakable firmness. For a moment, memories from the Eastern Palace flooded her mind. She lowered her head, pressed her lips together, and then slowly released Zhao Heng's hand, letting them hang at her sides while tightly gripping her fists. You know full well that as long as you stay here another day, Pei Min will not easily let you be. He'll only make you suffer more. Why won't you leave with me? As long as you leave this place, you can do whatever you want. You will live much freer than you've ever been before. If you're uncomfortable with me being around, I can step aside. But as long as you leave and explore the outside world more, you'll definitely like it. At this point, she could honestly confess her admiration for him, so no matter what, she hoped he would leave. Now that the Wu dynasty no longer existed, the shackles that once bound him were gone, giving him no reason to remain trapped here. He had the opportunity to explore this world anew. As Zhao Heng looked at Lin Wanqing's bowed head, his calm gaze seemed to ripple. He stood up and walked to her, reaching out his hand to embrace her in an extremely gentle but colorless hug, as if encompassing all of her. It was akin to someone in the freezing winter clinging to their last source of heat. Lin Wanqing blinked her eyes open. For a moment, her heart trembled lightly. Because of the force of his embrace, her face gently leaned against his chest, careful and cherishing. His warm body temperature transmitted through the blue-green silk garment clearly onto her. In that instant, she stiffened while the familiar aroma surrounded her entirely. A profoundly comforting and thrilling sensation wrapped around her heart. Zhao Heng lowered his gaze, his pitch-black eyes glowing coldly, quietly gazing at the top of the young girl's head as his low, clear voice with a breathy quality whispered into her ear, I know, everything you said, I know them too. But there are still some things I must do. Since the very first day he had been locked away here by Pei Min, he kept wondering why things had developed to this point, why everyone seemed mired in quicksand. As time passed, reality grew clearer, telling him exactly why. It wasn't long after Master left when he finally figured it out. He even understood Pei Min's actions. Hatred is something that every stroke, every line, is outlined by the blood of loved ones. For others, it's painless, at most, they sympathize and lament, casting those pity-filled glances. But for himself, it erodes him like being carved alive. How could anyone truly feel what another goes through? Before, he didn't understand. So at first, he felt resentment and hatred toward Pei Min. He naively thought, couldn't years of heartfelt care make Pei Min abandon his hatred? But now, he let go of those feelings. In fact, he even thought how ignorant and presumptuous it was to once want the other to give up his hatred. Some people, some events, aren't simply given up. They deserve an ending suited to them. All Pei Min wanted was revenge. Only after exacting it could he unload his heavy burden, cleanse the bloodstains of his loved ones, and only after cleaning could he live like a normal human. And now, it was his turn. Every time Pei Min forced him, it was as though they were breaking each bone in his limbs one by one, the cracking sounds reverberating in his ears. Since their family, the Zhao clan, has already allowed Pei Min his vengeance, then the old grudges are paid in full. He doesn't have to hate Pei Min for using him or betraying him, these consequences arose from his own misdeeds, but he has to account for the blood debt on his shoulders. That was his personal hatred. Now he also needed to take revenge, unburden himself, and wipe off the blood stains. But how should he accomplish this? It seems he didn't have much leverage. Without hesitation, Lin Wanqing suddenly raised her head and spoke anxiously, what's wrong? If I can, I'll definitely help. His slightly cool fingertips pressed against her forehead, cutting off her words abruptly as though hitting pause. All she could do was feel the warmth across her forehead, looking at the person before her. Yet, Zhao Heng unusually joked, if you really want to help me, fetch my favorite suit of clothes from before. Being confined here for so long, these clothes feel uncomfortable. Pausing his tone, he spread his hand, revealing a small white bottle lying flat on his palm, and lend me this thing for a bit, I'll return it to you after I'm done. Lin Wanqing looked at the bottle and suddenly realized, quickly touching the waist pouch beside her hip. The item that was originally inside had disappeared indeed. This was the item she always carried with her for self-defense, not enough to kill someone instantly, but it could immobilize a person immediately. For safety and convenience, she almost always carried it on her. But how did he know? Yet Lin Wanqing never bothered to think deeply about how Zhao Heng knew, nor doubted anything. She didn't even ask what he planned to use it for. Since it wasn't lethal, even if used, the results wouldn't be disastrous. So, she followed up with a more pressing question. How will you return it? Zhao Heng smiled faintly, a month, come back for me in a month and I'll return it to you. Then we'll leave together. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanqing's eyes lit up immediately. You've changed your mind and agreed to leave with me. Zhao Heng nodded. Instantly, Lin Wanqing's gloom and disappointment from earlier vanished, as if those sad emotions had nothing to do with her at all. From the side, Zhao Heng watched, lowering his hand, the white porcelain bottle concealed under his wide white sleeves. Under the night sky, a bright mirror hung high, dotted with stars shimmering like ripples in water, and the entire compound was covered by a misty coldness. The cool moonlight fell like a thin layer of frost, casting an ethereal and spacious aura on the house. When Pei Min arrived that evening, Zhao Heng was sitting before a single oil lamp. His hair, which usually sprawled untidily, had been carefully bound with a jade crown. His bright yellow silk robe shimmered faintly under the lamplight, encircling him in a gentle halo. With his gaze fixed on the flame, half his face lay in shadow, making his features appear sharper in the interplay of light and dark. But his absent-minded look was less cold and sharp than usual, instead revealing a blurred confusion, arousing one's curiosity as to what he might be contemplating at this moment. Truly, this was the most fitting color for Zhao Heng. For it seemed the whole room brightened with his presence. Standing at the doorway, Pei Min didn't expect Zhao Heng to dress so impeccably, stirring some unfamiliar sensation within him. But then he suddenly remembered Du Qilang's earlier comment, "He's conceited," and his lips curved up slightly. In the end, it was still he who triumphed, everything he wanted still firmly in his grasp. "What is it you want?" Pei Min stepped inside. Zhao Heng turned his head upon hearing the sound. Bathed in the other's calm eyes, Pei Min remained unfazed, drawing closer without any sign of reservation. Zhao Heng gazed ahead, speaking directly, "The court has just experienced unrest, it needs its talents now more than ever. Those stubborn, Zhou Linsheng and Chu Jin have their merits. There will surely be places where they can still be useful, so no need to pressure them excessively." Though the content of his words recalled their past exchanges, his demeanor had become subdued, losing something vital. Unconcerned, Pei Min sat down next to him, turning his body slightly towards him. "What's this about? Did your teacher tell you?" Without answering, Zhao Heng gave silent consent. Chuckling, Pei Min remarked, "You're such a good man. Even amidst your own misfortune, you don't forget others' concerns. If only Zhou and Chu knew how much you cared for them, they'd likely burst into tears out of gratitude, worthy indeed of all those times they praised you non-stop." After pausing momentarily, his gaze unconsciously flickered over Zhao Heng's pale and parched lips. He casually picked up the teapot on the table, tipping 2 emerald green porcelain cups, and while pouring water said, "Rest assured, they are still valuable to me. As long as they do not offend me too grievously, I'll turn a blind eye." Then he slid one cup toward Zhao Heng, lifting the other to sip. "But if they continue opposing me, my patience does have limits." After drinking, he set the cup down and let his fingertips graze lightly against the surface. All the while, his piercing gaze locked onto Zhao Heng's tea, black and weighty, imposing. Perhaps even himself unaware of his penetrating stare, Zhao Heng sensed it keenly. Years of focusing on this person had enabled him to notice even subtlest changes, like a pause in breath, how much more such glaring intent. Therefore, Zhao Heng obliged, taking the cup and drinking it all in one gulp. Satisfied, Pei Min smiled. He leaned forward, a hint of mischief creeping into his expression, saying playfully, "If you were willing to make sacrifices, I wouldn't mind reinstating their positions right away." Puzzled, Zhao Heng looked up. The other's grin widened, radiating brightness throughout the room. Admittedly, Zhao Heng had to concede, Pei Min's face was remarkably handsome, far surpassing the allure of any enchanting spirit. One smile from him and the sunlight seemed inferior, compelling attention to linger. Detecting Zhao Heng's fleeting distraction, Pei Min edged nearer, reaching out a hand and gently pinching his chin. "Kiss me." Chapter 86 Political Line, Flourishing Prosperity, Conclusion. The light-hearted smile seemed to overlook something, or rather, that was human nature. Remembering one's own affairs vividly, every detail imprinted in memory, but when it comes to others, it's as if memories vanish instantaneously. Thus, Zhao Heng smiled. Once again shortening the distance between them, he extended a hand to rest on Pei Min's cheek, their 2 refined faces perilously close. Zhao Heng could almost see the reflection of candlelight in Pei Min's pitch-black pupils. Due to the angle, Pei Min slightly tilted his head upward, revealing a slight parting of his lips. Zhao Heng glanced down briefly before lowering his head decisively to meet in a kiss. Instantly, Pei Min's eyes widened dramatically. He observed Zhao Heng's lowered eyelashes trembling delicately. A scorching, fervent kiss was exchanged between their lips, with hot breaths intertwining between them. Pausing for a few seconds, Pei Min then swiftly pulled the person closer. With his right hand pressing against Zhao Heng's back, he continuously applied force to bring him closer while denying him any chance to escape, taking control of the situation. The silent room reverberated with subtle sounds of water and swallowing, a sweetness laced with a barely noticeable hint of bitterness. The initially steady breathing became increasingly rapid and heavy. Pei Min had never been one indulged in desires. Back in the days when he spent hours at the art pavilion daily facing men and women who tried to flatter him, he showed not even a flicker of interest. Yet now, he gradually found himself lost in this moment, almost feeling out of control. This sensation was hard to describe, like a sudden spark born amidst a harsh winter, the fire grew bigger with the wind, warmth spreading through until it wrapped around his heart, filling every void. This sense of fulfillment compelled him to hold the person in his arms even tighter. He wanted to confine him there. Since the incident at Angwa Temple, this was Zhao Heng's first initiative. At this thought, Pei Min couldn't help but become more excited. Men's desires are easily stirred up, and his hand that was once resting on Zhao Heng's back slowly slid down to the jade belt around his waist. As he was about to pull it off, the person suddenly pushed him away. Pei Min looked up to see Zhao Heng standing in front of him, eyebrows slightly knitted. It's frustrating to be interrupted at such moments. Zhao Heng gazed from above at the seated figure, expressionless as always, coldly as if the one who just shared a kiss wasn't him at all. His breathing hadn't changed one bit, but his crimson lips revealed the intensity of what had transpired just moments before. He silently stared back. You said earlier, just a kiss. Pei Min's gaze darkened, the shimmer in his eyes swirling as if relishing something. He licked his red lips as if reminiscing, leaving behind a faint glow, though upset by the abrupt stop, he admitted to himself he'd found satisfaction. Don't worry, I'll have them returned tomorrow. But... Then he seemed to want to do more and slightly rose, yet in the next moment froze mid-action. His pleasant demeanor stiffened. He lowered his head to look at his own hands, puzzled momentarily before his smile faded, the bright gleam in his eyes vanishing too, his formerly calm face replaced by an eerie chill, snuffing out all the previous fervor like being doused with cold water. What did you do? At this moment, Pei Min realized neither his hands nor feet could move, though he retained awareness, they were entirely uncontrollable, unable even to perform basic actions, rendering him collapsed and sitting there helplessly. Pei Min narrowed his eyes slightly, his emotions completely drained, leaving only icy eyes. When exactly? Then he looked at the teacup on the table, his expression changing. Could it be the tea? And as Zhao Heng stood under Pei Min's penetrating gaze, turning to walk backward toward a cabinet, staring silently at a lacquered wooden box on top of it, exposing his unprotected back entirely to Pei Min's view as if unworried that the other might stand or attempt anything. After some time, Zhao Heng still opened the box and took something inside. Only when Zhao Heng turned back did Pei Min finally see clearly what he held in his hands. A silver dagger. Pei Min's heart skipped a beat. Subsequently, his black eyes carried no fear, brewing instead an unstoppable storm, cruel as if ready to destroy everything. Controlling his breath, his voice was low, deeper, and tinged with a barely noticeable hoarseness. So, this was your plan for today? Remarkable skills indeed. Just now, I suspected you might have added poison to the tea, but upon careful consideration, since you also drank some, nothing should have happened, so it must have been just now, right? No wonder why. The slow and mocking tone continued as Zhao Heng remained composed, showing no sign of denial either. In Pei Min's mind, this equaled admission. With the dagger in hand, Zhao Heng approached step by step, his emotionless face with deep-set eyes seemingly examining intently. While Pei Min maintained his focus without shifting his gaze one bit. Watching the person coming closer, anger made Pei Min clench his teeth tightly, veins pulsating noticeably. His guards were sent outside the courtyard, and even if he shouted for help, they wouldn't make it in time. Contrary to his surface-level gravity and calm, his inner world was already in turmoil, as if it wanted to engulf everything. It wasn't the fear of death but anger and disappointment that outed from knowing Zhao Heng wanted to kill him, and there was even sadness. Even though he knew the other did nothing wrong, he still loathed this feeling. This feeling of being powerless like a loser. So, even if it meant dying, at this final moment, he wanted the person to be just as sad, or even display an expression of sorrow. Even if this sorrow wasn't due to his imminent death, he could comfort himself by thinking that this person cared about him as much as before. This bizarre emotion made him act like a child, extremely sarcastic. This drug is colorless and odorless, you have 1,000 ways to do it, yet you chose such a despicable method. How come? Is it because you've been too long without a man, so lustful, hence came up with this drama? If you had directly stabbed me, I might have looked at you higher. Unfortunately, you're too weak and incompetent. How could Zhao Qin give birth to someone like you, a coward? As the last 3 words fell, Zhao Heng was right in front of Pei Min, his thick eyelashes slightly trembling, his hands stiffly hanging at his side inside the wide sleeves. His whole face seemed pale except for his lips, which appeared reddish. Pei Min's mind was clouded by betrayal at this moment, otherwise, he would notice that Zhao Heng didn't have any killing intent now. Although those penetrating eyes were filled with pain, they remained pure and clear. Zhao Heng dragged a chair next to him and placed it in front of Pei Min, sitting down slowly. The two once again faced each other evenly. You are right, with this colorless and odorless drug, I have 1,000 ways to make you take it, but why did I choose this particular one? Zhao Heng smiled faintly. Because I originally wanted to kiss you. Pei Min's gaze froze for a second. The blazing fire was suddenly doused by water. Evidently, this answer was not what he expected. What are you talking about? Zhao Heng lifted his hand and affectionately caressed Pei Min's face like a lover, then repeated. I said, I originally wanted to kiss you, not because of the drug, nor because of Zhou Chu's request, simply because I like it, so I want to get close to you, want to kiss you, that's simple. The icy demeanor on Pei Min's face seemed to crack. Surprise mixed with the lingering coldness, creating a complex and odd look. Just as he opened his mouth to say something, Zhao Heng continued. Didn't you know long ago that I liked you, thus using me without hesitation? Why does my straightforward confession make you appear so astonished? He smiled lightly while looking at the changing colors on Pei Min's face and sneered, or do you think after all you've done, it's impossible for me to like you anymore? Pei Min pressed his thin lips tightly together, silent for quite a while. Undeniably, ever since he brought the person out of Angwa Temple and trapped them in this room, he has known every action he took afterward would become the weapon that destroyed their relationship, gradually eroding the affection and favor between them. Moreover, after he killed Zhao Qing, he felt the other person must hate him, just like how he once hated Zhao Qing. Therefore, when the other questioned Zhao Qing's death, whatever remained between them disappeared. It also shattered the last mask he hoped to keep before this person. Thinking of this person showing a look of disgust caused a peculiar sense of suffocation in him, so he decided that rather than letting the other feel disgusted, he would let them simply hate him. I've already said, it's your Zhao family who owes me. Ha! Hearing this, Zhao Heng laughed outright, exhaling deeply as if he was a bit exhausted, but the tightly gripped hands beside him tightened even more. Everyone owes you, right? But what about me? Have I ever wronged you? Just because I am a member of the Zhao family, the son of your enemy, does that mean you can tread on my feelings, shatter my trust, so easily, huh? Zhao Heng stared at him intensely, the disappointment in his eyes unreserved, like cold blades piercing the air. This unfamiliar estrangement was something Zhao Heng had never shown him before. The chilly fingertips touched Pei Min's heart position, muttering. You really are a jerk. Pei Min's gaze shook. When I knelt before Father Emperor, agreeing to stay in Angwa Temple for 3 years, do you know what I was thinking? I wasn't thinking about how disappointed Father Emperor was, nor about whether my actions were worthy of the title Crown Prince. I thought that after I come out, I must change into another appearance. I want to be bolder and tell you my feelings. But who would have known that as soon as I came out, everything changed? At the time, your majesty wanted to kill you, and I always thought it was because he suspected your connection to the Tsangzhou case, so he decided to make a move, but later realized how right he was all along. And my interference became like a knife pushing him towards his death, little by little. The disappointment in those eyes suddenly turned into heavy self-reproach. So, it's me who gradually pushed you to face him, you were the one wielding the knife, and I was the one handing it to you beside you, thus also becoming the murderer of him. By this moment, his low voice was already trembling, even his breathing had become very light. Those eyes still stared straight at Pei Min without any dodging. The sorrow within them seemed like an overwhelming tide that trapped a person, unable to breathe. Today, he finally said the words that had been pressing on his heart. He resented Pei Min for taking advantage of him and betraying him, and there was nothing wrong with that, but he hated himself more for being so useless and cowardly. Wasn't he also a sinner of the Wu dynasty and the Zhao family? Through these eyes, Pei Min vaguely realized that what he had taken away from this person was not the deep hatred he anticipated, but extremely heavy regret and self-denial. He was putting all the faults on himself. Zhao Heng closed his eyes for a bit, breaking eye contact first, pulling out the dagger, then horizontally placing it before his chest. One hand lightly touched the blade edge with fingertips. The cold blade resembled white moonlight, reflecting his figure. He looked at the eyes reflected on the blade edge, muttering faintly, "You've completed your revenge, now it's my turn to avenge him." While saying this, he slowly raised the dagger in his hand, and the other hand gripped the handle too. Subsequently, lifting his gaze again, he met Pei Min's eyes, looking at the stagnant indifferent emotions inside, there was no fear or dread for death, as if he had already determined that Pei Min would kill him with his own hands. Zhao Heng couldn't help murmuring, "These days I've thought about a lot, but no matter how much I think, apart from my life, I don't have anything else to offer. How can such a cheap thing threaten you? More pitiful is that even now, I'm still unable to take your life." He even laughed at himself bitterly. It's really unfortunate for the Wu dynasty and his majesty to have someone like me. Pei Min kept watching him. From those eyes, he seemed to see that tormented soul, struggling and constrained. His pride and dignity were crushed by himself, turning into chains locking him up, confining him. But after he spoke of his sorrow, a sense of relief suddenly appeared in his eyes. This liberating satisfaction caused a fleeting pang of panic in Pei Min's heart. The next second, only seeing him smiling as if recalling something for a brief moment. "My teacher said, you actually didn't want to kill me, rather you wanted me to live, right?" Pei Min watched him silently. "But things have reached this point, how can I do what pleases you anymore?" Then, unexpectedly, without a hint of hesitation, he redirected the tip of the dagger toward his left chest and plunged it fiercely downward. A violent and merciless force, not a single ounce spared. Pei Min's pupils contracted sharply, and his face suddenly turned blank. His chest was pierced by a sharp stabbing pain. The cold object brutally penetrated his body, causing a dull ache in his chest. His hands continued to control the force, continuously driving the dagger further in, while the fingers gripping the handle trembled uncontrollably. As if the blood had found an outlet, it began to recklessly flow outward. The bright yellow robe instantly became dark, and the pungent smell of blood seeped through his breath, drilling into his lungs. The crimson, thick blood, like a dying vine, wound its way toward the edges of his clothes. The pain made him involuntarily want to curl up, but this halfway state where neither advancing nor retreating was possible, only allowed him to hunch slightly forward, his body visibly shaking. Seeing the red bloodstains, Pei Min finally snapped out of his daze. He opened his mouth several times, but his rolling throat failed to produce any sound. After great effort, he managed to squeeze out a broken sentence. "What are you doing? Stop it immediately." A streak of blood trickled down from his pale lips. Zhao Heng, staring at the expression that would never appear on his face, could not help but feel a momentary bewilderment, and still heard his trembling voice. Suddenly, like a child who fell down but got a candy, forgetting the pain, the corners of his mouth lifted upward, smiling contentedly. In his trembling hands covered in blood, he once again tightened his grip with all his might, mercilessly dragging it downwards without any restraint. They both heard the sound of silk being torn, mixed with the dull sound cutting through flesh. The dark robe tore open with a slit. Having witnessed countless schemes and ruthlessness, Pei Min suddenly realized what the other person was about to do. His eyes widened in horror, the veins on his pale neck bulging as he screamed like a madman. "Zhao Heng, stop it." But the other party paid no heed. Under Pei Min's crimson gaze, Zhao Heng cruelly adjusted the angle of the dagger with extreme force. The blood surged, flowing down the sleeves and pooling beneath Zhao Heng, forming a dark puddle on the ground. Pei Min's mind exploded with a violent roar, but all he heard was silence. All he could see was the dagger plunging deeper, the wound widening, and the red blood spreading endlessly along the hilt. A large cut was torn across that person's chest. If you looked closely, you could even see the exposed red flesh. He wanted to reach out to stop it, but his body wouldn't move an inch. He was useless, just like a lifeless corpse, able only to watch helplessly without being able to do anything. What should he do? What could he possibly do? He seemed to see the death scenes from his memories again. He fell into a pool full of blood, everything around him red, something tightening around his neck, making him unable to breathe. He had become one of those people who were tortured in a dark chamber, screaming desperately, begging for mercy. "Stop it, I beg you. Please don't." His hoarse voice lacked any trace of composure. Pain swept through every corner of his body. Under extreme willpower, humans often can endure many things unbearable for ordinary people. Zhao Heng's pale lips twitched from the excruciating pain, his heavy breathing sustaining the last breaths of his life. His voice fluctuated unevenly, brokenly saying, "You have always wanted revenge, all members of the Zhao family are your enemies, so, how could I be spared? Now, I give it to you." Then Zhao Heng discarded the bloody dagger in his hand. Beneath the crimson blood, his smile was both pallid and vivid, mercilessly consuming his last bit of vitality. In the next instant, his eyes suddenly widened because his hand directly plunged into the wound he had made, slowly yet roughly scooping out something. He clenched his teeth, enduring unimaginable agony with sheer willpower. A slippery, water-like sound continued to emerge. After a while, the terrifying sound stopped, and he smiled contentedly, pulling his bloody hand out. And there was something in his hand. Eh! When Pei Min saw the thing in his hand, he let out an unhinged roar. But all the nearby soldiers had been dismissed by him, and not a single person remained. By this point, Zhao Heng's face had lost all its color, covered with the ashen hue of death. In his trembling hands was a dripping heart, and his palms soaked with thick blood. He obediently tilted his head slightly, as if using up his last strength, bending over and shakily placing the heart into Pei Min's hands. The heart that had just been beating now left behind only faint traces of its final rhythm, beyond control. Pei Min could only hold it, the scorching heat feeling like it would melt his hand. At the same time, a torrent of blood flowed from Zhao Heng's mouth, relentlessly signaling the end of his remaining vitality. He spoke with a nearly inaudible voice. "Like this. Shouldn't it be enough already? Only like this could you truly achieve your revenge. And only like this could I meet them without any regrets, this heart belonging to you, and I can leave cleanly." In the next moment, Zhao Heng collapsed onto the ground. Blood spread from his body ceaselessly, wrapping him like the most beautiful of totems. "Zhao Heng! Zhao Heng!" Pei Min's eyes opened wide, red and bloody as if they had been stained with blood, his raspy voice breaking like a trapped beast. He shouted Zhao Heng's name as if trying to awaken him. But Zhao Heng's eyes grew heavier, his consciousness blurrier, his voice drifting further away. Amidst the gaps of darkness, a streak of white light appeared. In his distant gaze, it seemed as though he saw a young man dressed in red walking towards him, holding a white porcelain wine cup, waving at him, his unrestrained smile reappearing multiple times in his memory. Zhao Heng couldn't resist raising his hand, wanting to get closer to him. That person had come to take him away. He should go now. In Pei Min's eyes, that person closed his eyes with a look of liberation. Pei Min stood there in a daze, as if stunned. He mumbled a few words, too low to hear. After a few seconds, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The object he cradled in his hands grew colder and colder. Chapter 87, The Prosperity of a Great Era, Pei Min's Side Story I. Did you hear? The former crown prince is dead. Hey, I've known for a while. A servant cleaning up said he was apparently gutted, the room covered in blood. What a gruesome death. Tsk tisk, that's truly a pity. He used to have quite the reputation and was never harsh on those of us who served him. Now he's met such an end. It's truly tragic. And I even heard that Chancellor Du collapsed when he found out. He's still bedridden. Though Chancellor Du has since aligned with another side, he was still the teacher of the former prince. Overwhelming sorrow is understandable, but it only shows how unpredictable life can be. These lofty people fall so easily, living shorter lives than us servants. Isn't that strange? Exactly. Back when this man was still a prince, he was extremely close to the current emperor. Now look at him, not only wiping out his entire family but also personally killing him. That's truly heartless. I've seen him once from afar. He had rosy lips, white teeth, kind brows, yet something cold lurked in his eyes. He must be someone who lacks emotions. Ah, it might just be his fate. He couldn't help but have a short life. On the way to Fulu Pavilion, at a corner, two middle-aged female servants were chatting softly as they swept the ground nearby. Not far behind them, a tall man wearing a black Chilan robe stood with broad shoulders and carried a Shou Chun sword at his waist. His sharp face bore no expression, yet his gaze held undeniable ferocity. He was Fu Sheng, formerly a guard at Linen Manor and now the commander of the Imperial Army. After staring at them for a moment, a flash of gloom passed through his cold eyes before he turned around and continued walking toward Fulu Pavilion. He didn't shout at them, because he'd encountered similar scenes countless times recently. Due to that person's death, everything seemed to have gone completely off track, deviating from his expectations. After avenging his great grudge, the opposing side was nothing more than a powerless remnant of the previous dynasty, and he happened to be the son of the person Pei Min despised and hated the most. There was absolutely no need to take him seriously, no matter how glorious his past may have been. In the end, wasn't he reduced to being nothing more than a beggar? Even so, the scenario from that day was permanently etched into his mind, impossible to forget. At the time, he was waiting outside the courtyard, following orders, staying there all night. By dawn, it was time for the morning meeting, but still, no one came out. He didn't think much of it, continuing his routine, knocking on the door and calling out as usual. There was no response after a long while, which began to make him feel uneasy. His master wasn't the type to lose track of time, so he knocked again, only to be greeted with eerie silence. In an instant, doubt transformed into certainty. With force, he pushed open the door. Just as he stepped inside, mouth slightly agape and about to utter a sound, he froze solidly in place, his voice caught in his throat. His eyes slowly widened. A revolting stench of blood hit him hard, making his stomach churn violently. What lay before him was a scene drenched in red, a pool of blood spread across the floor, its center dominated by a figure lying on the ground with their back facing him. The bright yellow silk robes were stained halfway, appearing dark brown. As for the person he had come to find, they sat upright on a chair, their clothes and hair perfectly neat as if untouched, just as when he had entered earlier. The only thing out of place were their hands, for in them, they cradled a blood-soaked heart. Too much time had passed, turning the heart black and purple. The congealed blood formed a grotesque streak that connected with the larger pool of blood on the ground. Their once clean, pale hands now appeared indistinguishable from the crimson stains, like they'd emerged straight from a pool of blood. His expression seemed frozen in confusion or perhaps emptiness, as though the soul had left his body. He simply held the heart in his hands, motionless, fragile like a statue ready to collapse at any moment. The morning light gradually rose beside the window, casting dim silver onto the room, enveloping everything in pale whiteness. The sight before him exuded a chilling aura, spreading through the very core of his being. For a moment, he doubted whether the person sitting there was still alive. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine entering to find such a scene. He felt trapped, as if sinking into a swamp with mud pulling at his feet, unable to move forward a single step. Pei Min sat unharmed. Thus, the heart could only belong to the figure on the ground. So Zhao Hun was dead. Just like that, he was simply gone. He had thought that this person would tenaciously live on for the sake of the Wu dynasty, for the Zhao family, just like the young master had once done. But was it his mistake to overestimate this person's resilience, or to underestimate the harm they had inflicted? It took him quite a while to recover from the shock and move forward. As he stepped over the alarming bloodstains, he saw Zhao Hun lying on the ground facing away from him. Having been dead for some time and having lost much blood, his face exhibited a sickly pale darkness. Part of his cheek rested in the coagulated pool of blood. Yet at the corners of his blood-streaked mouth lingered a smile of relief, out of place and unsettling within the grisly scene. With just one glance, Fu Xing averted his gaze as if in avoidance. Then, he moved to stand beside Pei Min. "Master." He called softly. There was no response. Fu Xing furrowed his brow slightly, unable to shake off the feeling of discomfort. Ever since pushing open the door, the other side had not responded in any way, hadn't even cast him a glance, as if entirely oblivious to his existence, shutting him out of all senses and perceptions. This disoriented state was something he had never seen before, not even when the Pei family was destroyed. Fu Xing's eyes filled with complexity. There was nothing left but to employ the most direct method, rendering the man unconscious. Later, he carried the man out of the room and also ordered the preparations for Zhao Heng's body. He assumed everything would conclude with Zhao Heng's death. What he hadn't expected was that this marked the beginning of something else. 2 days later, Pei Min regained consciousness, appearing calm, handling the affairs of the court as usual without mentioning Zhao Heng even once. Although Fu Xing found this odd, he concluded that Pei Min must have already come to terms with Zhao Heng's death. Still uneasy, he remained vigilant outside the door that night. Around the same time when dawn was about to break, as it did on that fateful day, a sudden crash shattered the stillness. Hurrying inside upon hearing the sound, Fusheng saw Pei Min sitting up in bed, drenched in sweat, looking deathly pale as he stared at his own hands in disbelief. By the bedside lay shattered pieces of a bottle. Before Fusheng could speak, Pei Min blurted out first. "Where is Zhao Heng? Why hasn't he come to see me these past few days?" Taken aback, Fusheng paused, his hand halfway extended toward Pei Min but faltering midair. His silence merely irked Pei Min further, who frowned in dissatisfaction. "Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on him? Why has there been no news? That guy has acted ever since learning of Zhao Qing's death as if I owe him something. I want to see how long he can endure this." Annoyed, Pei Min threw off the blanket and made an effort to leave. Realizing what was happening, Fusheng quickly came back to his senses, knowing very well that under no circumstances should Pei Min be allowed to go there. The situation would become even more complicated if he were to discover the truth. So, he hastily said, perhaps he needs some time to accept it. After all, the one who died was his father. Chapter 88, The Prosperity of a Great Era, Pei Min's Side Story 2. In the quiet room, though spoken quickly, this sentence rang clear in Pei Min's ears. The man, who had just thrown on an outer robe, froze. Black hair cascaded down by his cheeks, his eyes gleaming brightly, reflecting realization after a moment's thought. Yes, Zhao Qing, as difficult and filially strict as he was, wouldn't easily get over such a loss. He needed some time, yes, time. Everything would be fine after waiting a bit longer, he would surely come around and visit. Hadn't it always been like this through the years? Lost in this thought, the anger faded from his face. He dropped the clothes in his hands, nodded gently to himself with a faint smile, murmuring repeatedly, "You're right, give him some time, he will come back, he will come back." Dazed, he returned to sit by the bedside, passing by the shards of porcelain without hesitation. His damp black hair clung tightly to his face, revealing a ghastly pallor that mirrored his lips. Unconsciously, he began rubbing his hands together, the subconscious action betraying an undercurrent of anxiety as though deeply worried. Fusheng glanced at him briefly. Dark eyes filled with mixed emotions, he stepped aside to pick up the garment that fell on the floor. "You should rest now. He may not be able to respond to you anytime soon." Pausing a moment, he added, "I'll watch him closely for you." Slowly raising his head, Pei Min's face framed by ink-black hair appeared chalk-white. Yet his eyes bore deep emotion as they stared intently at Fusheng. "Then make sure you watch him carefully. Notify me immediately if anything happens." Lowering his gaze, Fusheng replied firmly, "Yes." Since that day, Pei Min had been in a state of alternating lucidity and confusion. Almost every night, he would wake up startled in the middle of the night, looking at his hands with terror on his face, constantly wiping them as if they were stained with something terrible. It was also from that time that he truly realized that what happened had never passed, it had merely been buried in this person's subconscious, evaded, too terrifying to think about or look at. Even worse, there was no acceptance of Zhao Heng's death. But strangely, during each court discussion afterward, Pei Min's thoughts and consciousness remained exceptionally clear. He made no mistakes in handling big or small matters, though it felt like he was meticulously controlling himself, terrified of making any errors. He couldn't understand why national affairs made him so cautious, so different. What did all this mean? Yet precisely because of this, despite the military unrest, the entire court recovered to normal within the shortest time possible. The system and economy operated in an orderly manner, as if everything, except for him, was progressing in the right direction. Even the entire Fengqing city was gradually regaining its former vitality. One evening, long after the officials who had attended the discussions left, Pei Min hadn't emerged from the room. To be safe, Fusheng had to check on the situation every hour. Upon entering, he discovered under the bright glow of several lamps that a box lay on the desk, while he carefully wiped a deep blue jade in his hand. The blue stone shone under the light, encased in a halo of deep blue brilliance, emitting a faint luminescence. Held in his palm, it sparkled like a star. This was Nanxia Ice Emerald, one of the rarest stones in the world. There were no more than 10 such pieces in all of Nanxia. Fusheng's brows furrowed slightly, his expression heavy. This was a gift from Zhao Heng. He thought it had already been sold for military rations, but instead, it had remained by his side all along. As Fusheng watched him meticulously clean it, memories rushed back, pulling him into the past. At the time, it was an afternoon, and he cautiously hid in the shadows, keeping close watch over their leisurely conversation in the courtyard. They happened to mention this kind of stone casually while sipping tea. Leaning back on his rocking chair dressed in blue robes with a folding fan in hand, he gazed at the graceful willows swaying in front and suddenly spoke. "A few days ago, I overheard some dancers at the art pavilion discussing how precious the Nanxia Ice Emerald is. If you could get one, you'd never have to worry about food or clothing again. If one day I bankrupt Linen Manor, having this will allow me to continue living lavishly." Next to him, someone wearing a light yellow robe with a golden crown smirked and teased with a laugh. "Who on earth would be foolish enough to give you something so valuable?" The man in blue waved his folding fan lazily. "That's where you're wrong. I am handsome beyond measure, and naturally, someone will take a fancy to me. If one day someone gives me this gem, I will promise my entire life to them." The other person stared at him momentarily, seemingly caught off guard by this remark, then became more serious. Are your words absolutely true? Before that person could finish, he quickly stretched out his hand, twirling his folding fan teasingly as he touched the other's shoulder, completing the sentence preemptively. Regardless of whether the other had intended to say, absolutely true, or perhaps a warning like, don't say that, the individual just chuckled and didn't argue with him. More than half a month later, the visiting guest arrived again as usual, clearly in a good mood. No sooner had he entered the door than he pulled a flamboyantly dressed figure into the rear study. Then he smilingly took out a box, handed it over, and the other looked down curiously at the object before slowly opening it. There, inside, lay an azure crystalline stone. The person who opened the box froze momentarily, then burst into laughter, clapping the person on the shoulder. Impressive, Crown Prince. You really managed to get hold of this treasure stone so effortlessly. The recipient of the pat just smiled back. Seeming somewhat anticipatory, he took the object out, carefully examining and fondling it in his hand. The stone was cool and solid, its surface icy. Holding it up beside his eyes to peer through toward the sun, although there were some tiny impurities inside, it still shimmered with transparency and brilliance. His hands had held many treasures before. Some items revealed their authenticity at a glance when held and examined. After a while, he shook his head, appearing somewhat regretful as he returned the stone to its original box and sighed. Pity. The single word, pity, made the other frown immediately. What's wrong? He shook his head, sitting next to the other person as he placed the box on the little square table. Didn't I say it clearly? Whoever gives me this stone, I will dedicate my whole life to them. But the giver is you, and we are both men, how can I commit to you? Thus, I am unworthy of this gem. After he finished saying that he was unworthy, a fleeting emotion crossed the face of the listener, who nonetheless maintained his smile as if in jest. I merely sought it for you because I saw how much you like it, I didn't take your joke seriously. At this statement, the person on the side grew more serious instead. You're mistaken. If someone, like a princess, were to offer it to me, given my fondness for vanity, wouldn't I immediately accept? His manner perfectly portrayed a dissolute playboy, irreverent and lacking in propriety. The other person shook their head upon seeing this. If you want a princess, then forget about it for this lifetime. What's there to fear? Can't your father simply produce another? The other looked at him with a grave expression, raising an eyebrow as they scrutinized the individual up and down. Even if my father did give me a princess, by the time she comes of age, you would already be a decrepit old man, nowhere near matching her. The folding fan pressed against his chin, seemingly deep in thought, but don't I remember hearing that nowadays young girls actually favor old men? The listener completely ignored this and stood up, adjusting his robes as he stared intently. If it's my younger sister, she absolutely wouldn't fancy old men. After speaking, he glanced at the jade box on the table. All right, I won't waste time bantering with you anymore. This item was originally prepared for you. If you like it, take it, otherwise, I'll take it back. Upon hearing he might take it back, the person quickly hugged the thing close to their chest. No, I like it, I like it. And what gift has ever been returned after being given? A prince of such high stature cannot be so petty. The person gave a sidelong glance at the object clutched in the other's arms and chuckled. If I were petty, I wouldn't have come here with this present. With that, the person turned and left. As for how exactly the other managed to obtain the stone, he wasn't too clear. He only knew that at the time, the third prince of Nanxia happened to possess 2 pieces, and during that period, this individual had also visited Wuchao. Fuxing snapped back from his reverie, gazing for a while before lowering his gaze. In the end, he chose not to disturb him and silently walked away. Just as he was about to push the door open to leave, someone suddenly collided with him, tumbling clumsily into the room. A familiar medicinal aroma wafted past. He immediately turned around to grab her, but before his hand could touch the edge of her sleeve, an angry roar pierced through. Hey Min, you murderer! Her clear voice surged with overwhelming anger, resonating like a heavy object hitting the ground in the quiet room, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Hey Min paused mid-wipe, lifting his head to look at her. Lin Wanqing had rushed all the way here upon hearing the news, still out of breath from running. Her delicate face flushed pink, her bright eyes red and swollen, as though she had just cried. Yet despite this, her narrow eyes were filled with unrelenting hatred. Supporting herself on the table, she glared fiercely at the man sitting across from her. He has lost everything, why won't you let him rest in peace? She questioned in a lowered tone. Initially, she had already prepared to take him away, but today, upon arriving, she discovered that the entire house was empty, its desolation unsettling her deeply. After questioning the servants, she learned that the person had actually passed away. Without her knowledge, he had died in sorrow. She was still waiting. Why had it suddenly changed? He had promised to leave with her, and they only needed a few more days, just a few more days. She resented Pei Min's cold-blooded nature for robbing her of her happiness, leaving her without even a last glimpse of him. Why? Why be so cruel to him? Confronted with her resentful stare, Pei Min merely diverted his gaze in indifference, continuing to clean the item in his hand as though utterly ignoring her words, showing no desire to respond. This indifferent expression, this apathetic demeanor, felt like a fuse lit by fire. Her emotions exploded instantaneously, rationality cast aside. Like the women in folk tales controlled by their feelings, she abruptly raised her hand and struck toward the jade in Pei Min's grasp. This unexpected move startled everyone. Since Pei Min had been meticulously cleaning it, he hadn't firmly enclosed it in his fist, merely gripping part of it. As a result, the sudden force caused the jade to inevitably fall. For a moment, Pei Min's expression went blank, and the next second, he hurriedly extended his hand to catch it. However, the jade fell too fast, and despite his best efforts, there came a shattering sound. With a sharp snap, the object that had just been in his possession broke into several pieces. Seeing his shocked and instantly pale face, she mocked with a laugh, utterly lacking decorum, like a madwoman. With the coldest tone, she said, "The person is dead, what use do you have looking at these things? Who are you trying to put on a show for?" This short sentence surpassed all the venom and cold arrows of the world. Like a venomous snake, it first slowly entangled him, then gradually tightened its grip, causing suffocation, making him experience the process of death before finally tearing away his flesh piece by piece, swallowing it down. After a moment of blankness, a sense of panic akin to losing something precious appeared on his face. Waves of pain shot through his stomach, making him involuntarily bend over. The hand that had originally reached out to catch it became weak and gradually curled up. A pity. What's wrong? I've already said, haven't I? Whoever gives me this stone, I will dedicate my life to them. But the giver is you, and we're both men, how can I commit myself to you? Therefore, this stone. The item was initially prepared for you. If you like it, take it, if not, I'll take it back. I don't dislike it. Please don't take it away, all right? Fushin quickly stepped forward, staring at the scattered fragments on the ground. For a moment, he froze, then abruptly turned toward Lin Wanqing because more than anyone else, he knew how carefully his master had been wiping this object these days. He even treated it as if it were the last spark of vitality of someone special, handling it tenderly. And now, it was broken. Indeed, after a brief moment of distraction, Pei Min suddenly narrowed his pupils, sharply turning around. He violently grabbed Lin Wanqing's neck. The intensity of the force made her pale complexion immediately flush red. Just one effort from the hand around her neck could snatch away her life. It's all your fault. Pei Min's icy gaze locked onto her as he softly spoke. However, upon seeing his expression as if ready to devour her alive, Lin Wanqing wasn't afraid in the slightest. Instead, she was determined to provoke him further. Still smiling at the corner of her mouth, she glared ferociously, "If you have the guts, kill me. Aren't you just the kind who likes killing people? One more won't matter, but you, full of sins, only deserve 18 levels of hell where there's a crowd of demons waiting for you. And that person has already drunk Menpa's soup and crossed the bridge of helplessness, forgetting about you completely." It was like a blade piercing straight through the heart. Pei Min's eyes seemed ready to crack, his hands gripping her neck so tightly that veins bulged, his mind continuously echoing with the words, "Kill her, kill her." Boiling murderous intent coalesced into substance, transforming into chilling winds that left people shivering without respite. Standing beside him, Fushin swiftly grabbed Pei Min's arm, his eyes tightly fixed on the delirious Pei Min. He absolutely couldn't let him kill anyone again. She was the female officer of that person. If you kill her, things will only get worse. Pei Min's boiling murderous intent came to an abrupt halt. That broad and bony hand slowly released its grip, his expression no longer displaying the earlier terrifying ruthlessness, instead exhibiting a momentary blankness. This was followed by confusion, sadness, like a child who had made a mistake, muttering to himself timidly. Yes, I shouldn't make him angry anymore. Shouldn't anger him anymore. He spoke while looking at the floor and then crouched down awkwardly, extending his hand in a daze. Slowly, he picked up the broken pieces of jade, murmuring softly. He will hide from me when he gets angry, and he hasn't visited me for several days now. As Pei Min released her, Lin Wanqing felt like a fish returned to water just in time to avoid death, instinctively gasping for breaths, but a distinct red mark remained on her neck. Seeing him like this, Fushin hurriedly pulled Lin Wanqing aside, ignoring her struggles, dragging her out. Once they stepped out of the suffocating room, Fushin flung her to the side, his tone heavy, "Did you really have to provoke him?" Lin Wanqing was still catching her breath heavily, yet her lips curved into a smile. Her hoarse voice revealed no sign of submission. Provoking? The person was killed by him, and here he is pretending to be pitiful. His hypocritical look makes me sick. Don't you feel the same way? Fushin closed his eyes briefly, deeply exhaling. The person wasn't killed by him. It was done by the person themselves. Because later, he had examined the corpse's wounds. The angle and strength of the stab weren't from a frontal attack, but rather carried an inward tilt, indicating that it was the person who had gripped the knife handle and plunged it down themselves. However, upon hearing this, Lin Wanqing didn't feel any relief. On the contrary, she gave a scornful laugh, her eye sockets growing increasingly red against her will, and even a sharp, stinging pain could be felt. As she walked slowly toward the figure ahead, she questioned angrily. Not him. Without his coercion, do you think a person who has been staying in Angwa Temple for 3 years, copying scriptures and reciting Buddha's name without any dispute, would commit suicide just a few months after leaving? As she said this, her hands grabbed Fushin's shirt, her force making her knuckles white, trembling lips speaking. Just before he died, he had already agreed to leave with me, only a few more days, and I could have taken him away from this accursed place. And now? The deep emotions in her eyes, the quiet accusation, the care and concern between her words made Fusheng suddenly understand something. Slightly startled, he stuttered, "Could it be that you?" He didn't finish the sentence. Lin Wan gave a candid smile, bright eyes filled with bold love and hate. "Yes, I like him, but what good does that do? He never had a place for me in his heart. Not even a trace, so his final thought was death, leaving alone instead of leaving with me, asking me to help him. In this world, some people, some things are destined to end without results, flowers blooming don't always bear fruit, yet their brilliance is still a way of existing. She doesn't regret liking that person because he is worth it, she only regrets not helping him more." Chapter 89, Strategist Line, The Splendor of a Prosperous Age, Pei Min's Side Story 3. After everyone else had left, the room once again returned to silence, even quieter than before. The ear could even pick up faint buzzing sounds which only emerged under complete stillness, one wave after another. Pei Min slowly squatted down, extending his hand bit by bit picking up the fragments of stone on the floor. The residual warmth that once lingered on the stones had dissipated, icy cold now seeping through. His pale, long fingers fidgeting with the stone, eagerly yet carefully trying to piece it together. No matter how cautious, no matter how much effort he exerted, what was momentarily pieced together would crack apart in the next moment. Those fragmented cracks seemed to mock his helplessness. Before long, a flash of madness flickered across Pei Min's face. "Why can't it be repaired? Why even you can't be fixed? Why must you also go against me?" Suddenly, his dark gaze changed drastically. In a fury, he clutched the broken pieces tightly in his palm as if seeking vengeance, the sharp edges piercing into the flesh instantly spreading pain from his palm to his heart. Yet his expression remained unaltered, his cold demeanor indicating either insensitivity to the pain or an even deeper hurt, dulling the body's sensations. The grip persisted unreleased, blood flowing along the tightly clenched creases slowly oozing out forming red trails. The feeling of bloody wetness reminded him as if he were crushing something full of blood. The striking red. The warm moisture. This familiar sensation made Pei Min lower his head, silent for a long time. Suddenly, a fleeting image flashed before his mind. His dark pupils dilated, his hands trembling violently as though shocked, his complexion rapidly growing paler, enduring what seemed like excruciating pain, thin veins enveloping his eyes. In his vision, the jade in his hand transformed into a bloodied heart, replacing the originally blue-green gemstone. That red heart, still carrying lifelike heat, pulsated intensely. Amidst pools of blood, a person lay right before him. Looking downwards, he recognized the face. At once, his hands trembled violently. Buried within the depths of darkness came an intrusive memory, fragmented images rushing into his mind, colliding chaotically, disordered enough to make him forget to breathe. In the next instant, the heart reverted back to shattered stones. Cold. This time he fearfully discarded the fragments from his hand. The stones fell on the ground producing crisp cracking sounds, breaking even more severely. Panic-stricken, he abruptly lifted his head. His figure momentarily froze. Ahead was a familiar face. Black hair adorned with a jade crown, slightly slanted eyebrows radiating kindness, a delicately handsome face frighteningly white, resembling an unpolished jade, gloomy and lifeless, exuding unique aristocracy. Up close, greenish veins could almost be seen clearly. With concerned eyes, he gazed intently at Pei Min. There was a black hole in his chest, as if something had been excavated. Flowing and coagulated blood mixed together. After a while, he tilted his head, opening his mouth with an incomprehensible voice, brimming with childlike confusion. "What I owe you, I've paid back. I'm dead already, why are you still unhappy?" Pei Min swallowed hard with difficulty. He became lost in those dull grey eyes, his gaze slightly dazed as his pale, parched lips trembled violently and his breathing grew rapid. Yet, at the sight of this figure, his body, which had momentarily halted, surged with vitality. His raspy throat emitted a hoarse sound, deep and strained like a snapped string. "You've come." His body instinctively leaned forward slightly, unable to control itself. With an earnest expression, he began explaining carefully. I didn't want you to die. I just wanted you to concede. Once you admitted defeat, I could tell them you were different from those others. And we had already agreed, hadn't we? To create an era that would belong solely to us, how could you choose death? You cannot die." Reaching out hesitantly, his trembling fingertips aimed to touch that pale face. The person before him didn't move, merely allowing him to reach forward. Yet when his fingertips touched the face, they passed right through it, hanging suspended in midair. Just as joy seemed to be within grasp, it vanished completely. Pei Min stared at his own fingers in bewilderment, his look filled with questions, as if silently asking why he couldn't make contact. At the same time, hearing Pei Min's words, the man before him smiled faintly, his tone suppressing its usual softness while still managing to break through feebly. "Our era? Ha! What time is it now, and you still mention this? Wasn't that your clever trap to deceive me?" The grey eyes remained calm as they gazed at him steadily. "I saw everything clearly. How can you still believe all of this nonsense? I've always been dissatisfied with the corruption of the court, despising those who regard human lives as mere ants. Day and night, I have wanted to cleanse these blemishes, but as the crown prince, anything I wish to do inevitably involves court officials and systems. If I took action, it would mean openly opposing my father, the emperor. He's my father, despite his many faults, I still respect him, love him, and don't wish to become his adversary. Thus, even though I knew countless people lived in misery, I was never truly able to act. You're so skilled at observing and manipulating hearts, naturally you understood my inner conflict, how I loathed being this weak and powerless. And toward him, you felt no such hesitation, you hated him. You wanted to peel away his false facade, exposing to everyone the ugly truth behind his rule over the Wu dynasty. So you used the people of Zhangzhou, whether commoners or officials, even Gao Han, all lured step by step into your plan through promises of fame or profit, deliberately suppressing reports on disasters to accumulate public resentment. Later, the Ministry of War also fell under your influence. All this wasn't just to push me, but also those ambitious, still conscientious individuals, you were telling them a clean government couldn't wait any longer. Your grand vision, painted so vividly, was waiting for my trap. And in a way, you succeeded, the fall of the Wu dynasty, the changing of dynasties. I don't hate you. You only did what I wanted to do but could not. No. Pei Min's tone suddenly rose sharply, as though pierced by something sharp at his weakest point. It quickly softened again, leaving his throat brimming with bitterness, teary-eyed. Not a trap, it wasn't a trap. He reached desperately toward the figure before him, tense and trying to explain. However, his hand kept passing through the other's body, grabbing nothing. This emptiness and helplessness made his complexion paler, his words devolving into endlessly repeated phrases. Believe me. I didn't deceive you. Truly, I never deceived you. When one has grown accustomed to lying, 9 out of 10 statements might be lies, making it impossible for anyone to believe the rare truthful word. Pei Min's anxious stare resembled that of a child caught in error yet still hoping for forgiveness. However, the person next to him simply laughed upon hearing this, cold eyes piercing through him. His laughter reverberated wildly throughout the room, mocking and unrestrained. He was laughing at him. Why? Won't you believe me? Breathing faster, Pei Min's expression transformed from sorrow to anger and then obsession. Unconsciously, he clutched his head tightly, his fingertips pressing hard until they turned white. His face turned greenish red, his bloodshot eyes fixed firmly on the person ahead. The next moment, wild laughter in his ears dimmed and brightened intermittently. Memories churned chaotically inside his mind, mixing layer upon layer without order. The face bathed in blood grew increasingly clear. A few moments later, Pei Min's face suddenly contorted viciously. He looked like a fierce demon ready to devour its prey, yet his eyes betrayed evident fear and terror. Suddenly standing up, he swayed, overturning the table with a loud bang, roaring furiously at the blurred figure in front of him. That's right, it was all a lie. You actually thought that your death would make me lose. Never. It will never happen. I will establish a magnificent era like no other, my name Pei Min will be eternally inscribed in history for millennia. And you're nothing but a coward. A useless man. What qualifications do you have to mock me? At the sound, the guards stationed not far outside the door rushed in, drawing their gleaming silver knives from their waists. In the stark silver light, they took in the sight inside the room. The table had been overturned, official documents and objects were scattered everywhere. Broken porcelain pieces and dark blue shards littered the floor. And amidst this chaos stood a solitary figure, his formal headdress having fallen somewhere along the way. His jet black hair lay disheveled over his shoulders. He kept his head low, his face partially hidden as though muttering under his breath. Through glimpses between his murmurs, his pallid yet finely chiseled features seemed ghostly under the moonlight, almost like an avenging spirit come alive. The leading guard couldn't help but take a few steps forward. Fragmentary whispers echoed faintly. You came back. I didn't deceive you. Zhao Heng. The guard's hand gripping the blade hesitated for a moment. Chapter 90, The Indigo of the Deep Sea, Part 1. It's normal to get carried away when playing games, but he didn't expect himself to directly reach the 4th level so soon, with the 3rd one being completed at a completion rate exceeding 90%. To be honest, Chen Xian hadn't anticipated this outcome, he thought it would only be slightly better than the 1st level. Who could have guessed? According to the platform, if the guide exceeds 90%, the corresponding next level unlocks special bonus gameplay, which is an exclusive reward for advanced players. Then the game system will stop limiting players' strategies. They'll discard any fixed scripts and give players absolute freedom in strategizing. As long as the final result succeeds, no matter what the player does, there won't be any interference. After hearing the explanation from Chen Xian was simply ecstatic, meaning, as long as the mission succeeds, he doesn't even need to follow the original character settings or plotlines, allowing him to unleash his creativity fully. Of course, as a qualified gaming strategy enthusiast, ensuring success is always the basic principle, so he wouldn't really act recklessly without consideration. Speaking of which, this world's objective was set in a modern urban environment, technologically backward compared to his own world, yet its storyline turned out to be much more cliched and melodramatic than the previous worlds. The target for this run was Lu Qiang. He possessed every tragic element typical of a protagonist's backstory, a gambling addict for a father and a prostitute for a mother. Their meeting was purely a result of instinctual release, he was just an accident. When the woman realized she was pregnant, her initial plan was to terminate it at the hospital. However, the doctor informed her that due to numerous abortions, another one might put her at significant risk. He suggested it would be better to give birth. So, in order to save herself, the woman decided to keep the child. After learning about this, the man did not oppose, because in his eyes, one more child simply meant one more mouth to feed, nothing major. As expected, a month after the birth of Lu Qiang, the woman abandoned the infant to the father before disappearing completely without a trace. She felt no remorse, she was just a woman accustomed to freedom who couldn't bear the thought of being shackled to a gambler and his baggage for the rest of her life. And the man, being an idle gambler, naturally could not burden himself with such a hindrance. Within a week after the woman left, the infant still wrapped in swaddling clothes was handed over to his aged grandmother in the countryside by the father, who then also left without leaving a single penny or piece of clothing behind. Although devoid of humanity, the old grandmother, despite her son's actions, was kind-hearted and simple. Having lost her husband early and living in poverty, she'd received little education and barely recognized a few characters. Her livelihood depended entirely on a few fields allocated by the state. Initially, when she lived alone, eating poorly was tolerable, and life managed to scrape by. But now with a newborn in the house, somehow, she had to find a way to keep him alive. Living in extreme poverty, the elders sold their stored grain to buy a female goat, relying on its milk to sustain young Lu Qiang. This decision, however, signaled immense difficulty ahead for the elder. Oftentimes, she went without food, forcing her to smile awkwardly and borrow rice from neighbors using a worn-out wooden basin. Perhaps favored by fate, time passed, and Lu Qiang managed to survive. But due to chronic malnutrition, his frame grew weaker and thinner compared to children of the same age. However, Lu Qiang rarely fell sick, he must have understood deep down that this fragile family couldn't withstand even a minor illness. So, enduring every small ache and ailment quietly became second nature to him. The old woman was getting on in years, and caring for a child with all her might still left her looking far older than she should within just a few years. Though life in the countryside was hard, Lu Qiang had the grandmother's companionship as emotional support, allowing him to live peacefully. But fate always seemed to choose the hardest path for him. When he was 6 years old, the grandmother, weakened by age and overwork, fell ill. Confined to her bed, she could only lie there. To care for her, Lu Qiang would rise before dawn each day, first preparing her meals and serving them to her bedside. Then, he'd head to the mountain forests behind their house to forage for mushrooms to sell for money. At noon, he'd return home with medicine. Every responsibility of the household fell on his small shoulders, the mental trials he endured were harsher than the forging of steel. But even after giving it his all, fate continued to torment him unrelentingly. A month later, the old woman passed away. As her final moments approached, her calloused, wrinkled hand gripped Lu Qiang's dry, cracked hand tightly. Her cloudy eyes gazed at him fixedly, murmuring one phrase incessantly. "Good boy, you must live well." Her warmth transferred through her clasped hands to him. He could feel the coarse texture of her palms from years of labor, a feeling of care and love that made Lu Qiang cry for the first time ever. He knew the last person in the world who truly cared about him was leaving. After the grandmother's death, the villagers, pitying the orphaned 6-year-old boy, helped arrange the funeral rites and contacted Lu Qiang's gambling addict father who had long wandered away, urging him to come back to fetch the child. After all, no matter how poor, a child shouldn't be homeless when he has a father. In truth, the villagers didn't expect much from Lu Qiang's father, Lu Jintang. Not only had the son never seen him before, but during more than a decade since the grandmother's marriage to him, the gambler hadn't returned even once to see his own mother, a cold-blooded disregard that boded poorly for his feelings toward his son. So the villagers thought if Lu Jintang failed to return, they would send Lu Qiang to an orphanage. At least he'd have food to eat and schooling to attend, a better alternative than becoming a wandering orphan. Unexpectedly, however, 3 days later, Lu Jintang did return. This marked Lu Qiang's very first encounter with his biological father. Lu Jintang was not particularly ugly, indeed, he looked somewhat decent, but his entire demeanor radiated a lazy, disheveled air characteristic of a lifelong gambler. His beard was untrimmed, his clothes worn and patched. His shoulder-length hair was oily and unkempt, and his black eyes cast a shadowy gloom over anyone who met him, inspiring no ounce of goodwill. From a distance under the eaves, Lu Qiang observed this man for some time. His cold gaze betrayed no reverence or longing, only an icy silence, more like the look of a disinterested passerby than a 6-year-old seeing his father for the first time. That day, Lu Jintang took Lu Qiang out of the village and headed 500 kilometers away to City A key southwestern town. It was from that day forward that Lu Qiang's world became cloaked in fog, descending into darkness, with his life plunging into hardship. There are 3 poisons in society. Some destroy a person's spirit through physical torture, while others do so purely by controlling behavior from the mind. Gambling falls into the latter category. These individuals are perpetually consumed by greed, dreaming only of tomorrow's gamble, unable to break free at any moment. Being with Lu Jintang, Lu Qiang wasn't so much human as he was a dog. When Lu Jintang won money and was in a good mood, he might throw him a scrap of meat to eat. When he lost, the only thing waiting for Lu Qiang was a vicious beating, used as a release for his frustrations. As time went on, Lu Qiang's body bore daily new scars, enduring the constant brutality of Lu Jintang. His frame developed a bizarre resilience, shaped by countless accumulated desperations in his living environment. This accelerated his maturity far beyond that of normal children. Without true friends or meaningful conversations, his character grew withdrawn and steady. However, the longer time passed, the greater the disparity grew between Lu Qiang and his peers. His gaze was steady and calm, filled with a yearning for knowledge whenever he looked at books. He desired to change his current situation, break free from Lu Jintang, and refuse to become part of the muck. That was his last bit of greed toward the world. And all this could only be achieved through education. He started picking up plastic bottles and cardboard, taking on odd jobs and saving whatever money he could gather. It took him 2 whole years to save enough for schooling. Moreover, Lu Jintang was rarely ever home. He often traveled with other gamblers, sometimes being absent for several days at a stretch. Even when he was home, he slept all day and only woke up in the afternoon or evening, dressing up again and heading to another game. Consequently, no matter what Lu Qiang did, it was unlikely that Lu Jintang would ever discover it. Several more years passed in this way. Once, some people at the gambling den mentioned that they had seen Lu Qiang near the gates of XX school, and jokingly teased Lu Jintang that although he gambled all the time, at least he knew to send his son to school. It was only then that Lu Jintang realized something, and upon returning home that day, started rummaging through things chaotically. He eventually found Lu Qiang's school bag amidst a pile of discarded wine bottles. Lu Jintang stared at the school bag for quite a while, sneered coldly, then flung it toward Lu Qiang. "You have the nerve to study, huh? If you're capable enough to pay for your own schooling, then go ahead and continue, but I won't give you a single cent. When I don't have any money, that's when you'll stop." Lu Qiang hung his head low, clutched the school bag tightly, and said nothing. Later on, after 2 more years had passed, Lu Jintang once lost so heavily that he couldn't repay his debts. Greed taking over, he directly handed over Lu Qiang to the creditor to work as an illegal laborer for over a month in a factory, settling his debts for him. When the creditor came to take him away, Lu Qiang did not resist. Instead, he looked at Lu Jintang with dark, emotionless eyes, as if waiting for something. Seeing this look, Lu Jintang felt irritated, said nothing else, and impatiently shoved Lu Qiang toward the man, muttering, "Take him. Take him." Lu Qiang was indeed taken away, but just as he turned around, there appeared a faint smile on his calm face, both eerie and chilling. His eyes glowed with joy. During the following month, Lu Qiang was beaten and missed his college entrance examination. Later still, Lu Qiang reached the age of 18 amidst constant struggles. On a tranquil day, he moved out from Lu Jintang's single room and began working odd jobs, living in a cheap rental apartment alone. But this did not mean he could get rid of Lu Jintang. Gamblers like him are hard to shake off, being as persistent as leeches. Moreover, Lu Jintang had been particularly unlucky lately, losing every single bet he placed. Obsessed, he wouldn't give up easily, thinking that next time, surely he would win. However, having run dry of money, he thought of his stepson who clearly had money for books, so why not for food too? He thus often asked Lu Qiang for money, who would hide in school, sometimes for several days. The longer this went on, the angrier Lu Jintang grew, threatening that without the money, he wouldn't let Lu Qiang take the college entrance exam. Upon hearing about the entrance exam, Lu Qiang's pitch-black eyes flickered with a shadowy, ambiguous gleam. "I'm not yet of legal age, you're asking me for money?" Lu Jintang dismissed his concern casually. "It's only natural for a son to support his father. Without me, where would you even be?" However, 1 week after saying these words, exactly 1 month before the college entrance exam, Lu Jintang's corpse was found in the suburbs of City A. That evening, the police visited Lu Qiang and informed him that Lu Jintang had been beaten to death by someone. They asked if he knew who might bear a grudge against him. Lu Qiang, dressed in a white t-shirt, lowered his head as his hair fell across his face. He stared at the photos of Lu Jintang's dead body in his hands, without lifting his eyes, gazing intently into their black abyss. The corner of his mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. "I don't know who killed him, but I do know those who played cards with him all hated him." This wasn't fabricated, it was the truth. A long time ago, while collecting cardboard, Lu Qiang had overheard 2 drunk card-playing friends of Lu Jintang say, "We wish we could beat him to death." Hearing Lu Qiang recount this calmly, the questioning officer furrowed his brows slightly in confusion. His tone was far too dispassionate for someone speaking about their father. Yet, glancing down at the detailed information in his hand, and knowing everything the young man had gone through, it seemed somehow fitting. Afterward, the policeman questioned Lu Qiang further, posing numerous cunning and harsh questions. Regardless of what was asked, Lu Qiang remained extraordinarily composed until the policeman left, unable to elicit any more answers. Before leaving, they reminded him, should anything come to mind, to contact them immediately. Lu Qiang nodded. As the policeman walked away, Lu Qiang stood in the room, his clear-cut, pale face half concealed behind a chipped door, his pitch-black eyes fixated on the direction they had departed. That almost undetectable smile slowly expanded, radiating sinister resolve, commanding respect. From this moment forward, Lu Qiang became thoroughly an individual. A perfect individual. At school, however, he seemed like a different person. He cut his hair, wore glasses perched on his straight nose since an unknown period, and exuded warmth and approachability. The boy who never smiled now wore an especially gentle expression. In the same year, Lu Qiang excelled and was admitted to be university, the best school in City A. In college, he met another person, Chen Xia. Chapter 91, The Cerulean Depth of the Rich Line, Part 2. Chen Xia was the son of Chen Group, and also the most crucial catalyst in Lu Qiang's life. The moment Lu Qiang laid eyes on Chen Xia, he stopped in his tracks. A sensation unlike anything he had ever felt surged through him like lightning spreading from his limbs to his heart, making it impossible for him to tear his gaze away. He couldn't define what that feeling was. It was akin to the irresistible attraction one feels toward fire amidst a cold wilderness, or the yearning for sudden illumination in darkness. It was an almost instinctive pursuit. This unfamiliar emotion led Lu Qiang to ascribe two words to it, liking. Yes, a man who had been cold to the core since birth, was now experiencing the concept of liking for the first time, something even he found hard to believe. But if this strange sensation wasn't liking, then what was it? Chen Xia came from a prestigious family, with a refined and elegant appearance. His every gesture radiated the brilliance of a full moon. When others stood near him, it was as if they were all eclipsed by the brightest star in the night sky, drawing everyone's attention. Lu Qiang had followed Lu Jintang for years, witnessing too much filth and ugliness hidden in the alleys of life. People and human nature had gradually lost their worth in his eyes, yet the stench of sewer water seemed to linger around his nose, nauseating him endlessly. When he saw Chen Xia, a breeze passed by, and that repulsive smell suddenly disappeared. Thus, he stopped and fixed his gaze on Chen Xia without blinking. A noble young master possesses a natural keenness for the gaze of others. Not long after Lu Qiang paused, Chen Xia felt his gaze and, out of curiosity, casually glanced in its direction, scanning briefly. The person he saw was slim and tall, with slightly long hair falling onto his cheeks, wearing silver-rimmed glasses. He looked pale, and his face was decent but expressionless, while his dark and heavy gaze gave off an icy chill. Of course, none of these mattered. What really mattered was the look of poverty that reeked from him. Chen Xia furrowed his brows immediately, harboring an instant distaste in his heart. He had no interest whatsoever in people from the lower class. The people accompanying him kept chatting non-stop, but Chen Xia could still feel that prying gaze pressing into his back, sharp and impossible to ignore. Despite the public setting, he suppressed his urge to shout at the person, reminding himself to endure. Perhaps the other person would move on soon. That's what he thought, but the other individual appeared more persistent than expected. After quite some time, that person's gaze didn't waver. Chen Xia had spent too long in high society, encountering countless pairs of eyes. Even a brief glance allowed him to discern the emotions behind those eyes, and the ones belonging to this individual. They were filled with greed and longing. He'd seen far too much of that among the people around him. Lately, however, the Chen family seemed to have encountered problems. His father always returned home upset, venting his anger on him, which left Chen Xia boiling with resentment. Now, this boy had crossed paths with him, a perfect outlet for his frustrations. It was just the right opportunity to play with him and unleash some pent-up frustration. His eyes flickered with cunning intent as he stopped, turned around, smiled at the person behind him, and slowly approached. What kind of person was Chen Xia? Those who knew him well would tell you, a hyena wrapped in sheep's clothing. Beneath his polished, handsome exterior lay a calculating mind, experienced at reading situations, acting convincingly, feigning sympathy whenever necessary, embodying the essence of a dramatic manipulator. If someone angered him, he would exercise unmatched patience, strategizing meticulously until his prey met their end, completely devoured. However, Lu Qiang knew nothing of this. Though he had endured hardships alongside Lu Jintang, they were merely struggles at the bottom rung of the food chain. Compared to the heartless hunters preying on human weakness, they seemed utterly uninteresting, much like observing ants fight among themselves. The next day, Lu Qiang's information was delivered to Chen Xia. Upon seeing the details about his parents, Chen Xia laughed loudly, a haughty laugh brimming with disdain and mockery. Such a smile seemed strangely misplaced on his face, but his eyes sparkled with amusement, as though he'd finally found a toy to pass the time. That same day, Chen Xia devised a plan. A carefully orchestrated scheme, meticulously designed without any loopholes, or better said, a trap, for his new toy. Using Lu Jintang's gambling addiction, Chen Xia fabricated a few large, non-existent gambling debts. He then arranged for the debt collectors to surround Lu Qiang's cheap rental apartment door, creating chaos. Meanwhile, he spread rumors claiming that Lu Qiang couldn't bear the torment of his gambling father and killed him personally. As for himself, he would step out when Lu Qiang was at the end of his rope, presenting himself as a savior who would smile and stretch out both hands to him, not only helping him repay gambling debts but also assisting in clearing his suspicions. What a wonderfully benevolent person. And Lu Qiang would become his dog. Did Lu Qiang fall into the trap? Of course he did. And it happened with such ease that step by step, Chen Xia lured him right into the trap. All those years of coldness, ruthlessness, and awareness cultivated through hardships were corroded away under that special emotion until there was nothing left. In the following 3 months, Xia spent much time accompanying Lu Qiang, like a child fascinated with his new toy. He went all out to maintain the perfect facade, causing Lu Qiang's gaze toward him to become even more fervent. It was even tinged with an almost obsessive quality. But to someone like Xia, after a few months passed, came the inevitable process of becoming bored, finding the whole affair insipid. The only thing still holding his interest was the look of shock and astonishment on Lu Qiang's face when the truth was revealed. Just imagining it seemed amusing. This was like the process from planting to harvest, yet Xia didn't want to consume the fruit so soon. It was akin to how you shouldn't eat all your candy at once, it would get dull. So you had to wait, until you were bored again, then bring it out, making the flavor better. At school, they would always bump into each other, and too many excuses would eventually lead to slip-ups, something Xia could not tolerate. Thus, when there was an exchange student activity at school, Xia saw it as a reason to go, plus he also wanted to stroll around outside for a bit. This departure lasted 2 years. During these 2 years, no matter how Lu Qiang tried to contact him, he didn't reply a single message. After 2 years, he thought the timing was about right, and he was also bored, so he considered going back to reap the fruits, but at this moment, Family was exposed to have financial issues and was about to be acquired by Group. This news was undeniably like a bolt of lightning striking down on Xia. Who was Group? The largest family enterprise in Z country, its business range covered communications, retail, the internet, traditional industries, etc., providing hundreds of thousands of jobs every year. If it decided to acquire Family, then Family was utterly defenseless against it. Could a well-pampered, competitive rich boy accept such a situation? No, at least Xia couldn't. His pride wouldn't allow it to happen. And Group was vast, trying to find weaknesses in its business operations to prevent the acquisition was fundamentally impossible. So he could only break through by targeting someone within Group. That's when the player character officially entered the scene. Bai Chaoyan, heir to Group and grandson of Bai Shu, the powerful elder who controlled Group. Bai Chaoyan's parents had died in a car accident when he was very young, leaving Bai Shu to shower him with all his affection. Xia had once met him at a banquet, although they hadn't spoken. From afar, he observed him, tall posture, deeply carved features, impeccable manners, undoubtedly the absolute protagonist in top-tier circles, truly dazzling. At the time, he was curious and inquired further, wondering if he could uncover any dirt on him. After all, in their circle, it was hard to find someone entirely clean without any peculiarities. But upon asking around, indeed, Bai Chaoyan seemed pristine. Now that Group was impregnable, he could only save Family by halting the acquisition through the Bai Chaoyan connection. And coincidentally, during his earlier inquiry about Bai Chaoyan, a small rumor had reached him via a familiar source. That was, he liked men. Liking men wasn't uncommon in their circle. Even if one didn't, who wouldn't want to try it out, right? Only as Group's successor, Bai Chaoyan naturally couldn't flaunt it openly. But for Xia, this was an opportunity. He decided to use an extremely cliched scheme, make Bai Chaoyan fall in love with a person of his choosing, and collaborate inside and out to stop the acquisition. And this chosen person, after careful deliberation, could only be Lu Qiang. Although he looked down on Lu Qiang, he had to admit that Lu Qiang possessed a kind of temperament, a simple yet complex contradictory sense, faint like smoke, seemingly transparent, yet discovering that things might not be as they appeared initially. Mysterious and yet drawing people closer for exploration. Artists favored such types of people. And as long as he spoke to Lu Qiang, the latter would surely not refuse, and judging from those eyes, he could confidently say that the other side would definitely not betray him. Indeed, the facts were exactly as he predicted. Not long after he returned to his home country, Lu Qiang showed up at his door. Xia acted pitifully, saying that these years he had been avoiding him because he realized he actually liked him, but due to family reasons, they were destined not to have a future together. For Lu Qiang's good, he could only choose to leave and cut off all connections. But 2 years had passed, and time hadn't erased that simple affection. And this time he came back just to tell Lu Qiang, he liked him. However, it was at this moment when issues arose within his family. These lines, like a cliched script, made Xia nauseated with disgust. But Lu Qiang believed them. Even after he asked for something in return, Lu Qiang still agreed. That pair of tranquil, dark eyes calmly watched him, their gray pupils detached and cold. Though they betrayed no fluctuation of emotion, an overwhelming sense of conviction resonated. Xia feigned being moved, though inwardly he was nearly laughing until he threw up. This Lu Qiang must be a fool. And what Lu Qiang didn't know was that he exhibited a typical will-driven personality, he possessed extreme emotions and individualistic self-expression. If the feelings of ordinary people were varied, then every single emotion of his was monochromatic, formed by one solid color, a shadowy black lurking deep inside, representing his cold indifference to anything beyond his subjective consciousness, a white reflecting calm detachment toward external distractions, and red symbolizing the liberation of his inner self after identifying strongly with someone or something. In Xia's plan, it wasn't hard to get close to Bai Chaoyan. From Bai family servants, he learned that Bai Chaoyan liked many things, but the thing he liked most was lapis lazuli. Lapis lazuli produces the most ancient and vivid blue pigment, also known as ultramarine. The ultramarine ground from lapis lazuli has the most beautiful, unique shade of bright blue, a hint of red within, resembling faint flashes of red light. It was Bai Chaoyan's mother's favorite color. His mother passed away early, so this was now his only remembrance. Nowadays, lapis lazuli is extremely scarce, as the mines were closed long ago. Bai Chaoyan sent people to look for new deposits, but after much searching, they found none. Thus, he often went to the seaside near an old lapis lazuli mine site to paint landscapes using finely ground ultramarine. For the busy air, painting such scenes was a relaxation time exclusively belonging to himself. Sun Xia thought about adding a person to Bai Chaoyan's current ultramarine seascape. Lu Qiang and Bai Chaoyan met for the first time from a great distance. On that day, Bai Chaoyan drove to the beach as usual, took out his ultramarine, preparing to start painting, when a new silhouette appeared in the familiar scenery where the blue sea met the yellow sandy beach. A lone figure in white stood there. Standing on the dark black rocks, facing the sea, his tall frame's half-long hair was blown wildly by the wind. His white shirt billowed in the gusts, revealing a rather thin figure that resembled a crane spreading its wings. Bai Chaoyan stared at him for a long while, his pen tip dipped in ultramarine never touching the canvas. He was a man who cherished tradition and didn't like breaking routine. After painting this scenery so many times, he hoped for no unfamiliar intrusions, including people. He hoped the other party would leave, considering beaches like these weren't developed and generally unappealing to anyone. Most visitors usually got bored within 10 minutes. But waiting for some time more, the stranger did not move. Interrupted in his creative mood, Bai Chaoyan gave up, decisively putting away his brush and leaving. After half a month had passed, Bai Chaoyan remembered that unfinished painting last time and decided to try again, thinking it would allow him to peacefully paint without disturbance this time. Arriving at the spot and finding it empty, he felt much relieved. Pen in hand, he began to draw. Ultramarine mixed with black on the white cloth when, halfway through his focused work, the same familiar figure interrupted his art once more. Bai Chaoyan furrowed his brow slightly. But as he couldn't abandon his unfinished piece, he set down the brush, raising his gaze to watch the distant silhouette. This time, he wouldn't go anywhere, he'd wait patiently until the other party left before continuing. But Bai Chaoyan waited until the sun set behind the western mountains. For the first time, he spent over 2 hours watching a stranger's back, his initial displeasure gradually giving way to a quiet peace. Unknowingly, he saw a silent oppression hidden beneath tranquility, akin to a mysterious story narrated through waves of rising tides. Just then, that person suddenly turned around. Bai Chaoyan blinked his eyes. Thinking of hiding momentarily, he noticed the man remained looking down the entire time, completely unaware that another person existed on the cliff above. After a while, Bai Chaoyan glanced at the incomplete artwork before him, sighing deeply. The next day, Bai Chaoyan appeared at the seaside again with his half-finished painting. This time, he didn't immediately take out his painting tools. Upon arriving, he first looked down at the beach below the cliff, searching for something. When he saw that familiar figure, he slowly took out his materials. Since avoidance was impossible, he decided to let things take their natural course and include the back of that person in his painting. But before he could finish much of it, Bai Chaoyan noticed the man, who had been standing there in deep thought, suddenly move forward, walking straight into the noisy waves. The seawater soaked his trouser cuffs, yet he did not stop but kept walking until the water reached his waist within seconds. Bai Chaoyan furrowed his brows tightly. The man showed no sign of danger awareness and continued his march without hesitation as the water rose above his shoulders. Something felt off. Could it be that this person wasn't here just to enjoy the scenery, but to choose this spot for suicide? In a blink, the man vanished from sight. Without time to think more, Bai Chaoyan dropped his pen and hurried toward the sea, saving someone was now his priority. Arriving at the shoreline, panting heavily, he looked around but found no trace of movement. Clenching his teeth, he threw his coat aside and stepped quickly into the ocean, diving under. The salty water stung his eyes painfully, forcing him to endure the pain while opening them wide to search for the figure. Minutes passed, and not even half a shadow could be found. He guessed that the person might have been carried further by the waves, so he swam deeper into the waters. As he went deeper, his lungs began to feel increasingly compressed by the pressure, depleting the last of his oxygen. He was forced to ascend to breathe, but just as he made the move, an unexpected tide struck him hard, hitting his back with tremendous force. The breath in his mouth escaped. Seawater gushed into his mouth and nose, burning his throat as searing pain engulfed his respiratory system. His vision blurred with black spots, his strength fading as his body started to sink involuntarily. Bai Chaoyan was shocked. Had he risked his own life in vain while trying to save someone else? Just as he regretted his impulsive kindness, a hand grabbed his waist and pulled him upward with force. After a while, Bai Chaoyan collapsed onto the sand gasping for air, drenched from head to toe, his shirt clinging tightly to his skin as he violently coughed, resembling someone suffering from tuberculosis. It took him several minutes to catch his breath before turning his head and locking eyes with a pair of dark ones. He froze for a second. Then came the scolding, so young and already feeling hopeless. You have the courage to die, but none to live. Though delivered with anger, Bai Chaoyan's accusatory tone carried traces of complaint due to his soaked clothes and reddened eyes after being washed by seawater. Despite his usual composed demeanor, annoyance now surfaced in his voice. The other person stared at him, then frowned a second later. I wasn't planning on dying. I simply lost something, the man said before showing his hand. In his pale, elegant fingers lay a vivid blue stone, small enough to fit under a fingernail, yet exceptionally beautiful. Bai Chaoyan widened his eyes. Was it lapis lazuli? Bending closer, he attempted to touch it, but the man tightened his grip instead, resting cool fingertips on Bai Chaoyan's hand. Where did you get this stone? Perhaps in appreciation for my jumping in to save you, would you consider selling it? Although rare, lapis lazuli wasn't prohibitively expensive because apart from being ground into ultramarine pigments, it held little value for collectors. Few people were particularly interested in it. Still, acquiring one piece required considerable effort on Bai Chaoyan's part to stock up his collection. Yet, though the stone was small, its beauty and purity meant it would grind perfectly into the finest ultramarine. How much do you want? We can discuss a price, Bai Chaoyan proposed. The man stood up, dusting off the sand from his damp semi-long hair, looking down at Bai Chaoyan with serene eyes devoid of emotion. Not for sale, he said simply. Following suit, Bai Chaoyan also stood up and patted himself dry but couldn't help pressing further. Suddenly, an object flew towards him, and he caught it reflexively. Upon inspecting it, he realized it was the very same stone. If you like it, I'll give it to you as a gift. Before Bai Chaoyan could respond, the man turned and left. Looking at his retreating back and the lapis lazuli in his hand, Bai Chaoyan couldn't help but think what a peculiar person he had encountered. Thus, the beginning of their karmic connection unfolded like a lit fuse, with sparks gradually igniting between Bai Chaoyan and Lu Qiang, leading to repeated, accidental, meetings. With Lu Qiang's deliberate attempts to get closer, they progressed from strangers to acquaintances. Unbeknownst to Lu Qiang, Bai Chaoyan was drawn in exactly as Xin Xia had calculated. As for Lu Qiang's background, Xin Xia did not add any embellishments because it was too risky, and he knew that such a story would only make Bai Chaoyan even more curious. However, Xin Xia deliberately downplayed his own involvement. This made Lu Qiang's world appear profound yet simple and clean. Things were proceeding steadily according to Xin Xia's plan, but unexpectedly, Mr. Bai suddenly ordered the advance of the acquisition of Xin's company, swiftly and accurately leaving no room for reaction. In the end, Xin Corporation couldn't escape being acquired, and everything he had done turned into bubbles. That night, Xin Xia smashed everything in the house. Looking at the wreckage all over the floor, he was filled with anger and frustration. No one could take Xin Corporation away from him. Since the Bai family had stolen it, he wouldn't let them off easily, he would take it back one day. So not only did he not stop, but he also allowed Lu Qiang's deception to continue. But who could have imagined that this single lie would be woven for a full 10 years? During these 10 years, many things happened. Mr. Bai passed away, the Bai family members fought for profit, struggles between other clans took place, and more, all of which Lu Qiang witnessed by Bai Chaoyan's side. Over those 10 years, he carved away bit by bit at Bai Chaoyan's closed-off heart, eroding his defenses with simple yet pure companionship, earning Bai Chaoyan's complete trust and affection. Until, on Bai Chaoyan's 32nd birthday 10 years later, Lu Qiang threw a stack of documents on his desk and brought Xin Xia back to the Bai family mansion. And he told him that the Bai Corporation had been stripped of power, it now belonged to the Lu family, not the Bai family. He instructed Bai Chaoyan to leave immediately. Staring at the things on the table, Bai Chaoyan couldn't believe it, even thinking Lu Qiang was joking with him. After 10 years of living together, how could this person deceive him? He refused to believe it. But then Xin Xia walked over, picked up the documents from the table, squatted down in front of Bai Chaoyan, and placed the documents in his hand. Take a look, and you'll know everything, Xin Xia said. Bai Chaoyan froze, hesitating to look at the documents right away. Instead, he raised his eyes to look at Lu Qiang. But through his glasses, the calm gaze of Lu Qiang didn't land on him, it was focused on Xin Xia. Isn't there a popular saying? Some people need just one glance, and that's enough, they can't accommodate anyone else after that. Bai Chaoyan used to scoff at such words and didn't believe them. But now, Lu Qiang looked at Xin Xia exactly that way. Meanwhile, Bai Chaoyan heard Xin Xia slowly explaining the deception. He sat there, shifting his gaze between them several times, from initial confusion and helplessness to eventual resignation and sorrow. At this moment, Bai Chaoyan's mind felt like it had been swept by a violent storm, thoughts becoming increasingly chaotic and jumbled. The harder he tried to piece together the events, the blanker his mind became. Finally, Bai Chaoyan stood frozen for quite some time, his gaze deepening as the light in his eyes dimmed gradually, turning pitch black as if he'd fallen into a dark abyss, confused and despairingly suffocated. His voice softly muttered. So, you never liked me. It was all for Xin Xia. These two sentences weren't directed at either of the two people beside him but seemed like mutterings to himself. But everyone in the room heard them. Bai Chaoyan had lost, even though he had never provoked anyone, he was utterly defeated. His pride and dignity couldn't tolerate such an insult. On the same night he left the Bai family estate, Bai Chaoyan committed suicide by drowning himself in the sea. As for the two villains, Lu Qiang and Xin Xia, they lived quite comfortably thanks to their acquisition of the Bai Corporation. After summarizing the general plot, Chen Xian opened his eyes. Truly, it was a standard ending where the good die young, and the wicked thrive. Feeling around his surroundings, the yellow glow of a lamp shone from above behind him, casting sharp shadows onto the gravel path ahead. On both sides of the path were knee-high grasses, the smell of fresh vegetation wafting into his nose, mingling with a slight chill breeze that caused a twinge of discomfort. In the distance came the undulating calls of insects. Looking further ahead, however, everything disappeared into the darkness of the night. By his side was a large suitcase, which he hefted up. It was heavy, likely fully packed. Chen Xian turned around. Behind him was a massive European-style ornamental iron gate, about 3 meters tall. On either side of the gate were 2 street lamps, and further back stood a 5-story old Western-style building. Although its full appearance couldn't be seen clearly, parts of it were visible, its carvings and style exuded an air steeped in history and time. The 3rd and 4th floors were illuminated by lights, but for some reason, the yellowish glow resembled old-time lanterns, emanating an eerie stillness. This dimly lit, ominous scene immediately evoked chilling stories in one's mind. Chen Xian, who was particularly sensitive to horror tales, frowned unusually. What's going on? Why am I standing by the roadside in the middle of the night? A voice from upstairs replied, you're at the end of the script, you've just been driven out by your target. Chen Xian, so my next plot is suicide. A voice, that's not wrong, but the rules of this level are different, you just have to charm Lu Qiang. Whether you die or not depends on you. Chen Xian, definitely won't die. If I do, how will I follow him around as a ghost? A voice, no, there are no ghosts in this world, it's normal. Chen Xian, well then, if there are no real ghosts, there can be fake ones. A voice, what do you mean? Chen Xian, I'll fake my death. We'll still go to the beach according to the story and jump into the sea to simulate my suicide. A voice, you're going to. Chen Xian, I'm going to take a vacation before continuing with the mission. A voice. Chapter 92, The Blue of the Deep Sea, Part 3. At night, the sound of waves by the sea surged like the horns of a military march from all sides, thundering in the ears, vast and magnificent, sharply warning those obstructing the path ahead. Bai Chaoyan stood at the edge of the cliff, gripping her suitcase tightly as the cold sea breeze disheveled her hair, cutting sharply against her face with pain. Her body was pushed backward by the strong wind, while the dark abyss in front faintly revealed the white glint of seawater. Chen Xian, is there anyone following me from Lu Qiang's side? A voice, no. Chen Xian, good. He doesn't care, so it's convenient for me to act. Thinking, Chen Xian glanced down at the suitcase in his hand, placed it on the ground, crouched down, and opened it. Inside were neatly stacked clothes and daily necessities. He crossed his arms over his chest, stroked his chin thoughtfully, and his pitch-black eyes swept over the contents methodically. First, he took out a necklace and wore it around his neck, then fixed his gaze on a blue wool scarf. He picked it up, closed the case, and thrust it forward with a hard push. Bang! The suitcase tumbled off the cliff and plunged into the sea. Chen Xian raised an eyebrow as he stared at the blue scarf in his hand, his eyes under the moonlight carrying a clear and icy brilliance, cold and indifferent. Underneath the cliffs, the ocean surged wildly and ominously black. He forcefully hooked the scarf onto a sharp rock protruding from the cliff, pulling it until a tear appeared from the rough edges of the stone. The woolen scarf fluttered wildly in the strong wind, looking in the darkness like someone had fallen and inadvertently been caught by the cliff, a convincing visual to any outsider. The tear seemed unable to bear the supposed weight that caused it. After finishing, Chen Xian patted his hands, stood up, and prepared to leave. A voice, is this enough? Chen Xian, yeah, more or less. Leaving something behind to indicate Bai Chaoyan is dead should suffice. This place has strong tidal currents and big waves. If someone falls here, they won't survive, and the body will disappear with the undercurrent. I know this place well, and Lu Qiang knows it better. Even though he may not care for Bai Chaoyan, he's cautious enough to send people to search below. The suitcase will serve as the best evidence. He deliberately chose this scarf because it was personally given by Lu Qiang. Even though Lu Qiang approached Bai Chaoyan with intent, he remained remarkably restrained, seemingly very aware of Bai Chaoyan's preferences. He rarely initiated contact, but every time Bai Chaoyan reached out, he subtly built on their conversations and laid groundwork for the next one. It was like a unique fragrance, where the initial scent was strikingly intense, followed by a continuous light aroma that lingered and captivated continuously. It was winter when the old man passed away, snowflakes falling, and the cold wind piercing through Bai Chaoyan's body, making it unbearably frigid. That month, he felt as though he went through the darkest, coldest period of his life, even feeling disconnected from the world, abandoned amidst the freezing tide. It was then that Lu Qiang appeared behind him, tying this scarf around his neck, shielding him from the cold. Bai Chaoyan touched the scarf and turned around, looking at him. Their gazes met in the air, his dark profound eyes remained silently firm, as if an immovable reef that even the tumultuous waves couldn't shake, steadfastly guarding. Bai Chaoyan slowly tightened her grip on the fabric in her hand and smiled. From then on, as long as it was winter, this blue scarf always hung around his neck without exception. But now, there it hung lonely on the cliff's edge, like a death horn blaring or a white sail raised high during a funeral procession. He had never thrown away anything given to her by him, let alone this favorite scarf. And with Lu Qiang's understanding of Bai Chaoyan, when he saw this scene at the place where they first met, the cold piercing wind, the blue scarf on the cliffside, the suitcase fallen into the sea, he would definitely be able to piece it together in his mind. Bai Chaoyan, lost and heartbroken, dragging her suitcase with no place to go, returned only to their first meeting place and, in despair, chose to jump into the sea to die. And accidentally, retaining, the blue scarf on the cliffside, proclaiming the final trace of that person in this world. Chen Xian stopped, looked back at his masterpiece once more, and grinned brightly. Chen Xian, let's go enjoy life. 3 days later. On the perilous seaside cliff, as Chen Xian had foreseen, stood a person, tall and slim, his black overcoat fluttering in the sea breeze with a swishing sound. He slightly lowered his head, his neatly combed hair getting disheveled by the wind, adding a touch of raggedness to his neatness. Underneath the silver-rimmed glasses, those light gray eyes gazed downward, tranquil as a forest, fixed on the blue scarf being pulled by the sea breeze. Not far away, there was also a suitcase lying flat. This suitcase was the same one Bai Chaoyan took with her when she left just a few days ago. For a very long time, Lu Qiang just stared. No emotions could be read from his expressionless face, as if he were simply performing the most basic of actions, looking at a painting, a scene, a person. It must be admitted that Lu Qiang, shaped by time and wealth, truly had grounds for arrogance. In a fine suit under a black overcoat, his legs long and straight, his high nose bridged by glasses whose silver frame matched his pallid skin perfectly. The sharp but restrained features made him look like a poisoned sword, unparalleled. The boyish innocence of years past had long since faded from him, his brows and facial structure now cold and hard. Even just standing there radiated an imposing aura like Mount Tai overlooking all. A classic case of elegant yet unscrupulous attire. But since the moment he arrived at this place, or perhaps since the moment he saw the scarf, he hadn't spoken a single word, making the atmosphere eerily oppressive. It felt as if something heavy was pressing down on everyone. Just as his entourage was about to suffocate, someone came running up. This person slowed down as they approached Lu Qiang, swallowed nervously, frowned, clearly feeling uneasy. Mr. Lu, we've already searched carefully here. Apart from the box we found earlier, there's no sign of Mr. Bai's body. As he spoke, he hesitated, his gaze flickering. A brief flash of fear crossed his face at the mistake he'd made, looking somewhat annoyed. Do you think, should we continue searching? Though he asked, he had already figured in his heart that since Mr. Lu had driven Bai out, there wasn't much affection for him, and now that Bai had committed suicide by jumping into the sea, it was certainly helping solve a problem for him. As for the body, it was probably swept off somewhere by the undercurrent. Searching would be like trying to find a needle in a haystack. Better to have fed the fish. Lu Qiang shifted his gaze to look down at the surging waves below the cliff, his sharp eyes growing even deeper, as if seeing the hidden reefs and currents beneath the surface. After a few seconds, the surrounding people felt the sea wind blow even harder, and then that deep, heavy voice spoke. No need. The man who had been looking down couldn't help but glance up at Lu Qiang, his eyes flashing with a look of knowing agreement. Speaking of which, he had been part of the Bai family household for many years. Since the first time Mr. Bai brought this person back home, so many years had passed. From the very beginning to now managing the Bai family, this person's eyes always carried a veil of incomprehensibility, unable to be fathomed, with unreadable emotions. But anyone who had seen those eyes would only feel bone-chilling cold. Those were not the eyes one would expect from someone of that age group. Such a gaze could only be found in old Master Bai, cruel, vicious, and utterly cold-hearted. He had witnessed how the owner of these eyes had climbed step by step to his current position, and in the end, he devoured the Bai family empire, even forcing young Master Bai to commit suicide by jumping into the sea. Thinking about it, an image of young Master Bai's face flashed through his mind. Truly, a pity. Such a talented prodigy, meeting such a disaster was truly a calamity. Chapter 93, High Society Plotline, Deep Blue of the Sea, Part 4. The transfer of Bai Group's ownership, from back in the days, was notorious not only across City A but also among many top-tier corporations in Huagua. It eventually became a laughing matter for many. People laughed at none other than young Master Bai Chaoyan. How could a perfectly good heir fall under the spell of a man and be deceived out of all his assets? Who was old Master Bai Shu? He was the mastermind behind the entire Bai Group empire, controlling the lifelines of numerous industries in Huagua. Everyone mentioned him with admiration and respectfully addressed him as grandfather. Yet, his grandson raised by his own hands turned out so foolish that he disgraced the Bai family entirely. Perhaps Bai Chaoyan felt deeply ashamed toward the Bai family and grandfather Bai because on the night after losing everything, he jumped into the sea and committed suicide, with no body ever found. In such treacherous waters, his remains were likely devoured completely by the fish. Leaving no traces behind, it was certainly karma. A massive family enterprise fell into someone else's hands. On the surface, people mocked and sighed, but secretly, they all rejoiced and eagerly prepared to seize their share of the spoils. Even grabbing a fraction of one industry controlled by Bai Group would be like devouring a piece of rich meat. They secretly investigated Lu Qiang. He had no notable background, not even from a decent family, a son of a wasteful gambler, powerless and without resources. Someone like him, from the lower rungs, ran around day and night just for sustenance. Even today, regardless of how far he ascended, in front of these pure-blooded elites, he couldn't possibly hold any standing. They despised him to the point where even mentioning his name seemed beneath them. In the past, relying on young Master Bai's influence, no one dared openly oppose him. After all, the Bai family was of genuine high lineage. But now things are different, everyone in the Bai family is dead. Although Lu Qiang now held power, someone of lower status would always remain a lower person. The roots of one's upbringing don't change. Lu Qiang spent 10 years beside Bai Chaoyan, leaning on nothing more than honeyed words and flattery. Those low-class tricks aren't worth taking seriously. They looked down on him altogether. Thus, without much planning, exactly 1 month after Bai Chaoyan's death, every major corporation in City A united in attacking Bai Group. Alone or even in small numbers, they might not have stood against Bai Group. However, with everyone collectively rising up, they surely held some force. Just as a pack of hyenas surrounds a lion, the greedy, evil gleam in their eyes reflected sinister intentions. They emitted low growls and carefully probed forward, baring their sharp fangs, aiming to tear into the lion's flesh for a satisfying feast. When one hyena got repelled, another pounced immediately. Eventually, blood spread and stained both sides' eyes red. Spectators who lacked the capital to join in sat idly by, discussing animatedly who would emerge victorious in this war. By the final year, they even discovered Lu Qiang's relationship with Xia, using it as leverage to pressure him into making concessions. How soon after Bai Chaoyan's death did he take a new lover, and worse, she was his classmate, an interesting twist indeed. Speculation inevitably transformed into rumors and gossip. No one likes losing face, they assumed Lu Qiang wouldn't want such a scandalous reputation, right? Unexpectedly, he didn't play along. Instead, he made their relationship public. It slapped them hard in the face. With clenched teeth and gnashing jaws yet utterly helpless, their rage boiled over. Countless treacherous pitfalls and prying eyes watched. After 3 long years, this battle reached its climax. What a shocking outcome. Bai Group, now headless, was revived under Lu Qiang's leadership. Each clash, whether overt or covert, ended mysteriously with Lu Qiang emerging victorious. It seemed as if God favored him, allowing him time and again to break free from encirclement and thwart those who lunged at him with gaping maws. He managed to drag Bai Group back step by step from the edge of the cliff. After cleaning house, Lu Qiang finally rose to prominence as Bai Group's true leader. Those who initially attacked him paid a heavy price. Not only did they lose their original market share but also suffered the loss of countless business partners. Some even landed in jail due to tax issues. Others were ruined completely. The Lu Qiang they saw now bore no resemblance to the cunning schemer they had originally anticipated. He was cruel, cold-blooded, decisive, and left no room for compromise. He was even more ruthless than the old Mr. Bai of those years. They were being brutally trampled by that lower-class person. After Lu Qiang completely took control of the Bai family business, as the usurper, he naturally discarded the Bai name and gradually erased all traces of the Bai family in this commercial empire, turning the Bai family enterprise into something solely owned by Lu Qiang. Only then could he officially claim it as his own. In the following year, he stripped out Thexia Enterprises branch originally acquired by Bai Group and handed it over to Xia. Only after this did the Bai family truly get swallowed up completely. 5 years later, City A. Below a grade AAA office building on Square Street, a man stood at the entrance, wearing a white t-shirt with black long pants, donning a black low-brimmed hat. His wine-red long hair reached his shoulders, and in his right hand, he held a packed beverage. Standing at nearly 180 centimeters tall with a lean figure, he gave off a strong sense of presence, drawing glances from passers-by. He glanced at the message on his phone and walked into the office building. It was summer, and it was the peak time for lunch breaks. The 3 operational elevators were already overcrowded. He looked at the tightly packed elevators, wrinkled his brows, and a flicker of disgust crossed his eyes. After a while, he turned his gaze toward the safety staircase. The safety staircase was quiet except for the occasional corner where 1 or 2 people squatted or stood smoking. It was also cooler inside compared to outside. The order form was on the 6th floor, not too high. A rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed through the stairwell. However, as he passed the 5th floor, the door that had been tightly shut suddenly swung open. Smack! He hastily retreated several steps, unable to avoid it in time. The drink in his hand hit the door with inertia. The impact caused the bag to fall to the ground, spilling the milk tea everywhere. I'm sorry. Are you okay? A man emerged from behind the door. Earlier, when opening the door, his haste had created a loud smack sound. Realizing instantly that something might have been hit, upon opening the door, he saw the mess of spilled milk tea on the floor along with its ingredients. His face immediately changed as he quickly pulled out tissues to apologize. At the same time, he looked up at the person whom he had unintentionally hurt. The lowered brim of the black hat concealed the forehead and eyebrows, revealing only a pair of sharp black eyes like obsidian. Even in dim light, his pink lips and finely sculpted jawline were clearly visible. Currently, there was a large tea-stained blotch on the hem of his white work shirt, still dripping at the edges. The dark eyes were slightly narrowed and fixed on him, a stormy abyss swirling within them, exuding an ominous aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Given the other's height of nearly 180 centimeters, standing a full head taller than himself, and despite his slim build, he still exerted immense pressure. "Let me wipe it off for yo." Under the icy and awkward atmosphere, White Chow Yen raised his hand, pinching the tissue in an attempt to clean the stain, but the other person instinctively took a step back. The words caught in his throat, leaving White Chow Yen's hand frozen mid-air. The already grim face grew darker, as if he'd touched the other's sore spot, or seen something filthy, his frown deepening. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward, and his hand slightly curled back, reluctantly pulling it away. "Sorry, I didn't mean to. Didn't expect anyone to be here. I was just a bit in a hurry." Saying this, he raised another hand holding a stack of files, and then glanced at the ruined floor and clothes, looking apologetic. "If you allow it, I can compensate for the loss. Let me know how much it is." As White Chow Yen spoke with evident remorse, the other person appraised him. His half-long, pitch-black hair lightly brushed against his ears, appearing soft and fluffy under the yellowish lighting, gleaming with a brownish hue. His pale face carried an expression filled with apology and embarrassment, exuding a gentle yet steady demeanor with an almost pristine noble quality. However, his white shirt, navy blue suit pants, and hanging ID badge indicated that he was just an ordinary office worker. Upon scanning the badge, it revealed 3 characters. White Chow Yen. That pair of eyes scanned him from above for a few seconds. 200. A distinct hand appeared in front of White Chow Yen, adorned with a silver ring on the index finger, glistening faintly under the orange-yellow light. The deep voice contrasting with his refined appearance resonated clearly in the empty stairwell, akin to a valuable cello in a concert, each note striking the heart. Without beating around the bush, direct and concise. White Chow Yen turned around quickly, fishing out his wallet and taking out $200 bills to hand over to the other person. In situations like this, White Chow Yen knew he had made the mistake first, spilling not only drinks but also staining someone else's clothes. And from the appearance of the other person, he seemed quite young, likely working a part-time job delivering food during this period. Any delay in deliveries could also be blamed on White Chow Yen, so paying 200 yuan wasn't too much. The other party put the money into their trouser pocket. White Chow Yen expected them to leave immediately, but instead, they raised their hand and took off their hat, placing it casually on the railing next to the stairs. A cascade of wine-red hair revealed itself, curling slightly at the ends, wild and unrestrained, accentuating eyes that were as cold and piercing as ice. The chilling aura radiating from him was palpable. And now, for the first time, White Chow Yen got a full look at his face. It was beautiful, a kind of striking beauty that could momentarily steal one's breath away. Then he saw the man raise his hand and effortlessly peel off his white work shirt. White Chow Yen couldn't help but follow the movement with his gaze. Beneath the white shirt was a plain vest, its V-neckline revealing toned arms that weren't overly muscular but sculpted just enough, almost as if they were works of art crafted by a master sculptor. A necklace hung around his neck, its delicate craftsmanship evident even under the dim lighting, resting lightly on his collarbone. With his pale skin contrasting with his wine-red semi-long, wavy locks and a distant expression in his eyes, there was an irresistible yet paradoxical charm about him. Even in the poorly lit staircase, his presence was impossible to ignore. But the other person appeared entirely oblivious to White Chow Yen's lingering stare. After placing the discarded shirt back in hand and grabbing the nearby hat once more, he put it on without another glance toward White Chow Yen, then walked away directly. The sound of his steps gradually faded. Chen Xian stepped forward a few paces and leaned against the railing, his gaze deep as he looked downward through the stairwell. Chen Xian, is this Lu Qiang's younger brother, Lu Jinglin? A Shang, that's right. Originally, he didn't have any role in the script, no one even knew of his existence, not even Lu Jintang. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have checked either. Chen Xian, it makes sense that Lu Jintang wouldn't know. But a guy as trashy as him? There's no way he only had one woman, you get what I mean. A Shang, so are you planning to use him to reach your goal? Chen Xian, yeah. The person who originally deeply loved Lu Qiang, someone who even died for him, is not only alive but has fallen for someone else, someone who happens to be Lu Qiang's half-brother. Doesn't that sound exciting? A Shang, but you saw, Lu Jinglin isn't someone easily approached, nor is he a fool. He won't let himself be easily manipulated by you. Chen Xian, what's there to fear? Seduction is something I've done before. A Shang, alright, good luck, I believe in you. At that thought, he chuckled, glancing at the document in his hand that was blank except for the first few pages, then opened the door and called for the cleaning ant. If Lu Qiang was a lotus covered in mud, then Lu Jinglin was a thorny rose thriving in the darkness of the night. One clearly dirted and blackened but draped in a cloak of pure white, false to the core. The other seeming dangerous and prickly, yet careful and simple. Take the incident just now, for example. Even a polite, easy-tempered person would have cursed or displayed irritation, blaming the other side harshly. But Lu Jinglin did none of that, he accepted the money and left immediately. Coldly shutting everyone out, enclosing himself within his own circle. How obediently cute. This game layer will surely be fun. As for Chen Xian, he'd actually been back for not long, masquerading overseas with a pseudonym while freely utilizing the system for 5 years, it was definitely not lacking in comfort. During his vacation, however, he never forgot his real mission. After finding the right direction, he landed a job close to Lu Jinglin's vicinity about a month ago. The character's education background and professional experience were excellent, making it perfectly viable for survival, regardless of being kicked out of the Bai family. As for why he didn't change his name from White Chaoyan despite faking his death, it was simply because there was no need. With such a large country, having people with the same name and surname is quite common. Moreover, those top-tier family circles are so far removed from everyday lives that regular folks wouldn't even notice, let alone be curious about their affairs. People knowledgeable about the Bai family would consider bending down to speak with someone of lesser standing beneath contempt, so he didn't need to pretend. The reason he sought out Lu Jinglin naturally stemmed from Lu Qiang needing such an adversary. An unruly individual might feel invisible when kept close at hand, but throwing them away might lead to others picking them up, causing constant discomfort. White Chaoyan must demonstrate this point through action. See here, anything given to you that you don't value will undoubtedly find someone else willing to cherish it carefully. This must be shown. After leaving the building, Lu Jinglin's thin vest significantly increased the rate at which people turned their heads to look at him, but his delicate face still retained its icy expression, completely unconcerned with the gazes that landed upon him. He took out his phone and made a call. The drinks were spilled, call and ask if they need another order. If not, just refund it. Alright, I'll be back soon. After hanging up, he glanced at the 200 yuan in his bag and then rode off on his electric scooter. Chapter 94, High Society Line, The Cobalt of the Deep Sea, Part 5. Since his workplace was near Lu Jinglin's area, his residents naturally needed to follow suit. He had the system investigate, and found that Lu Jinglin was currently single and lived in an apartment building about 5 kilometers away from Sifang Street. The place combined commercial and residential uses, with many people coming and going, so moving in wouldn't attract any attention. Most of the residents in the building were single young adults. The house types mainly fell into 2 categories, with each floor's 01 unit being larger than the other rooms, thus more expensive. Lu Jinglin currently lived on the 9th floor, room 901, and Chen Xian chose an apartment directly below him at 801. The very next day after meeting Lu Jinglin, Chen Xian quickly signed a contract and moved in. Although he had moved, he didn't directly confront Lu Jinglin, preferring instead to choose an appropriate setting for their second encounter. Chen Xian decided to focus his plan on Lu Jinglin's beverage shop. This shop wasn't far from the office building where he worked, it would take only around 10 minutes to get there. Thus, by noon on the 3rd day, Chen Xian carefully prepared himself and stood outside a beverage shop named Hage like any ordinary white-collar worker, holding his laptop. A bell rang lightly. Welcome. The server habitually looked up toward the entrance and saw a man walking in. His slightly long black hair brushed past his ears, slightly messy with lazy curls. In one hand, he carried a computer bag, while in the other, he held a file folder. He wore black dress pants, a beige shirt, and a blue work badge hung around his neck. While looking at the drink menu behind him and heading toward the counter, he kept glancing upward. His handsome, fair face featured deep-set eyes that resembled ink art from ancient texts, dark and clear, refined and pure. It was a kind of elegance unique to Chinese men, regardless of gender, everyone liked it. She slightly widened her eyes. The next moment, she straightened up, adjusted her uniform, and smiled as she waited for the person to approach. One's attitude is certainly different when faced with a handsome guy. Hello, 1 coffee, please, and 1 dessert. His voice was clear and slightly low-pitched and magnetic. Sure. To go. Her lips curved slightly upward. No, I'll eat here. Alright. Her hands clicked rapidly on the screen, her gaze involuntarily sneaking peeks at the man in front every once in a while, furtive and evasive. Up close, he looked even better, worthy enough to match their boss's good looks. Of course, they each had their own unique beauty, and her eyes couldn't help but stay fixed on him. Total comes to 60. Okay. He took out his phone and paid, choosing a conspicuous seat by the window, and took out his documents and computer. It was a weekday, but the store was nearly full, mostly occupied by white-collar workers from nearby offices. So, when Chen Xian sat down and opened his computer, this behavior wasn't odd at all. Moreover, during his passing through a few tables earlier, he drew quite a bit of attention from girls. His dark gaze scanned over the entire store casually, and for a moment, no familiar figure appeared. Business was this booming, yet the owner wasn't present. To pass the time without an audience, Chen Xian nonchalantly took out his headphones, selected a popular melodramatic TV series recently trending in this world, and watched it carefully with a learning and appreciative mindset. At the most engaging parts, he nodded seriously. An hour later, after finishing 2 episodes, a tall silhouette finally caught his peripheral vision. Without wearing a hat, a simple white t-shirt paired with his wine-red semi-long hair remained strikingly flamboyant. Even with just a glance from the corner of his eye, his presence effortlessly controlled the rhythm of one's breathing. He could hear whispers from the surrounding girls. With such great business, this person was likely half the reason why. Chen Xian raised his eyebrows faintly, then naturally turned off the TV, removed his headphones, and opened a document he had already prepared, beginning to type swiftly with his pale, slender fingers. His expression grew even more solemn. To the server who had been secretly observing him all along, he was simply transitioning from a state of deep thought to work mode, an act so normal it couldn't be more usual. Unfortunately, after Lu Jinglin entered and exchanged a few words with the front desk staff, he headed straight to the kitchen without even glancing at the hall. Chen Xian was no ordinary person. He took his profession seriously and meticulously. Once his audience entered the performance area, whether they watched him or not, he would immerse himself fully in his role, allowing no slip-ups. Hence, even though Lu Jinglin wasn't in the hall, Chen Xian could remain completely focused. It was as if he were Bai Chaoyan, and Bai Chaoyan was another version of him. What he needed to do was work and support himself. This total immersion continued for over 2 hours. People came and went. Lu Jinglin also appeared a few times. As the time approached 4 o'clock, fewer people remained in the store, with only 3 or 4 tables occupied. Yet the furrowed brows of a certain someone did not ease at all. The young woman at the front desk cupped her face in her hands, gazing dreamily at Bai Chaoyan sitting by the window. Hearing footsteps approaching from behind, she turned around and waved. Boss, come here. What's the matter? Have you noticed anything different about the store today? The girl winked smugly. Different? She beamed even more brightly, for instance, the bright sunshine and pleasant scenery. As soon as these words left her lips, Lu Jinglin instantly knew what she was hinting at. He looked up and directed his gaze towards the remaining customers in the hall. After sweeping his eyes across, they landed on the figure sitting by the window. Sunlight filtered through the glass, casting shadows. His head was tilted downward, half his face in shadow, revealing a fine side profile. Lu Jinglin stared for several seconds. His gaze was tranquil and profound, slowly flickering as if some emotion passed through. How about it, isn't he handsome? I've worked here for a year, and this is the first time I've seen such a good-looking white-collar worker. I haven't seen him here before either. Perhaps he's newly employed. Then maybe I can stick around your store longer, the girl chattered on, noisy yet infused with youthful cheerfulness and delight. Though you are handsome too, boss, alas, you're not into my type, so I've already given up. But if there are other handsome men, I'd consider staying a few more years in your shop. What do you say, am I reasonable? Lu Jinglin slightly lifted his chin, giving her a lazy glance. A faint curve played on his lips. He then turned around and walked towards the window. The girl blinked in surprise. Then shouted quietly, Boss, what are you doing? Boss. Even if he liked the guy too, there was no need to be so direct. Alas, Lu Jinglin paid no heed to her silent plea and moved directly toward that person. The one focused on work was entirely absorbed, as if shielding everything around him, merely frowning while staring intently at the computer screen. His hands swiftly tapped away, completely unaware of the keys lying on the ground. The sound of athletic shoes stepping across the entire hall barely made any noise. Before long, Lu Jinglin stood a meter in front of Bai Chaoyan's table and bent down to pick up the item. Unavoidably, he saw the access card, a small circle, attached to the keychain, which bore the name of an apartment complex. The string on the card had a label-like sticker reading 801, as if among many similar cards, it was important to distinguish which room it belonged to. It looked like the keys were just collected from a real estate agent or landlord. In an instant, Lu Jinglin's gaze darkened, and no trace of oddity showed on his strikingly handsome face. You dropped your keys. Standing up, he chose not to silently place the keys gently on the table but instead held them in his palm, extending them towards the person beside him. At such a close distance, even someone deeply engrossed would be disturbed, so Bai Chaoyan instinctively frowned. Thank you. Without lifting his head, his hands kept rapidly typing, and his gaze remained fixed on the screen. His jaw slightly inclined toward Lu Jinglin as he nodded, uttering a thank you absent-mindedly. No matter how one looked at it, this expression of gratitude seemed indifferent. If it were a regular person, hearing this thank you or seeing such an attitude, they would have placed the keys on the table and left. However, Lu Jinglin didn't do that. He persisted with his previous action, as if stubbornly waiting for the other person to personally take them. After a moment, the swift tapping of fingers ceased. Bai Chaoyan glanced sideways at the keys in front of him and extended his hand to take them. A light touch of fingertips inadvertently grazed the center of someone's palm, akin to a warm breeze lightly caressing one's face amidst the chill of autumn rain, rippling through the still surface of a lake, quietly echoing. From beginning to end, Lu Jinglin stood there, looking down at him from a height, his dark profound gaze focused on those fair and slender hands, each finger distinct with round pink nails, as beautiful as a piece of jade. And his persistence earned a response from the seated person. He saw him place the keys on the table and lift his head to look at the person standing beside him. Perhaps because of the upward angle, in the sunlight, a pair of beautiful eyes seemed like amber beads, also firmly staring at him, withdrawing from their previous focus. Lu Jinglin could even see the process of the eyes focusing. Bai Chaoyan looked at the person in front of him. Wearing a black apron, the waistline was tightened, revealing a slim waist and long legs, with white skin that appeared dazzlingly colorful, drawing attention. What an enchanting creature. Thanks. Different from the exclamation in his heart, Bai Chaoyan on the surface just responded, then continued working, not cold but still a rather polite thank you, with emotions so faint they seemed like those of a passerby. As if the whole process of looking at him had never existed, it was described lightly. Lu Jinglin paused his gaze for a moment. For the first time, he felt a sense of confusion and emotion that he had never experienced before. Did he forget? The blank lasted for about 2 or 3 seconds. Suddenly, he smiled. To people meeting for the first time, he usually didn't have much to say, they were mere strangers without any interaction. If they met a second time, then it would be a different story. His exquisite and handsome eyebrows bloomed like a night blooming cereus, dazzling the young woman who had been secretly observing nearby at the front desk. Yet the person who elicited his smile kept his head low, looking at the computer without glancing at him once, as if the cunning moonlight had lured out the beauty of the night blooming cereus but did not bother to glance back. Cold and arrogant. Their exchange ended there, and Lu Jinglin also abandoned the idea of continuing further. No one else in the store noticed this little interlude aside from them. Thus, after giving the seated person a final glance, Lu Jinglin walked over to the next vacated table to tidy up the tea utensils. Subsequently, he carried the items toward the kitchen, where the girl who had been waiting eagerly rushed forward excitedly talking non-stop. When they completely entered the kitchen, Bai Chaoyan stopped typing, lazily lifting his brows and propping his chin with his right hand, his eyes gleaming mischievously, and watched the direction of the kitchen with a slight smile. How did the keys fall? Of course, he intentionally made them drop by touching them with some documents. Why wasn't the label from the real estate agent removed? Naturally, to let the finder know he lived at 801. As for why, seeing Lu Jinglin's uniquely unmatched face brought no recollections, it was naturally because he didn't want admirers to achieve their satisfaction. Sometimes curbing their arrogance wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Chapter 95, The Blue Line of Wealthy Families, 6. When Lu Jinglin finished tidying up the kitchen and stepped out again, he raised his eyes to see the figure by the window under the sunset glow already gone, leaving only the teacup and dessert plate with faint traces on the table. Even the chair was neatly pushed back, showing a strict sense of self-discipline. More people had left the store, making it quieter, as if every day went back and forth in such rhythm, allowing even the originally busy people some free time. Lu Jinglin's tall, straight figure leaned against the doorframe, slightly lowering his head with his long hair sliding down covering half his face, his expression unclear. His slender forefinger and middle finger, knuckles clearly defined, clutched a golden fine cigarette, gently rolling and rubbing it between the gaps of his fingers. After quite a while, he suddenly lifted his head, his narrow gaze still fixed on the empty seat, but now bearing a heavier tone. The image of that face flashed across his mind, the brief moment when their eyes met creating a silent collision. Especially those eyes unwilling to meet his gaze, darker than ink, from which he could see the accumulation of too many emotions and stories, like a fine net. A pair of eyes very much to his taste. It made him involuntarily want to lift the person up, pin them tightly against the wall, using his hands to hold their head, press down, force eye contact until there was nowhere to hide and only able to stare back at him. This feeling of familiarity yet long absence, rebellious like a child, made him chuckle lowly the next second, shaking his head, throwing the smooth and fine cigarette into the trash can, muttering softly. 801, right? Lu Jinglin paused for a moment, then turned his head toward the kitchen and called out, Yan Zi, let's call it a day early today. As soon as he finished speaking, footsteps were heard. A moment later, a head peeked out, and the pale, round face of a young woman looked at him in astonishment. Boss, are you letting me leave early? Lu Jinglin raised an eyebrow and asked lightly, not willing. The young girl shook her head furiously like a rattle drum but replied playfully with a mischievous grin, no, no. It's rare for you to be so kind and let me go. I'm incredibly grateful. How could I refuse? Don't worry, I'll tidy up quickly and leave. Lu Jinglin nodded, unhooked the black apron from his waist, and his slim waist disappeared beneath his clothing once again. He walked over to the counter, opened a drawer, and retrieved the keys inside. Beside him, someone who hadn't given up on peeking curiously saw this action and became even more curious. She mumbled softly, is the boss going home so early today? Usually, he stays until 11 or 12 o'clock. Lu Jinglin glanced over at her, giving her an unusual look that subdued her curiosity. You seem very concerned about me today. The young girl jolted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She immediately waved her hands while laughing nervously. No, no, it's just because some handsome men refreshed my eyes today. I became too excited, couldn't help but talk too much. Why don't you leave first? I'll take care of closing up. Lu Jinglin gave her a faint smile, a touch of debonair arrogance appearing. Then, thanks for the trouble. With that, he picked up his coat and sauntered out gracefully, his handsome silhouette leaving quite an impression. The young girl watched, raising her hand to stroke her chin, narrowing her eyes with a serious expression. Today is so unusual. Something feels off, almost eerie. Did I see something too attractive and now have a sense of crisis? She sucked her lips thoughtfully and then turned into the kitchen. At 11:15 p.m. In the elevator, Bai Chaoyan dragged his heavy and weary body, leaning against the elevator wall. He had just finished work and returned to the apartment building. In one hand, he held a thick stack of A4 papers, while with the other, he fished out the keys from his pocket. His face was written all over with exhaustion as if saying, I'm a corporate drone. Ding. The elevator door opened, and Bai Chaoyan walked towards his apartment, 801. Actually, 801 was very close to the elevator, only a few meters away. From stepping out of the elevator to entering his apartment, it took no more than 10 seconds. The long corridor was spacious and quiet, resembling a dark alley in the night. Even though there were rooms on both sides, at this time, all you could hear was the echo of his footsteps. Occasionally, a cold wind would blow in his face, making it mysteriously chilly. The sound of the keys clinking against each other was crystal clear. As Bai Chaoyan inserted the key into the lock, he seemed to sense something and turned around. On his pale, handsome face, signs of fatigue and laziness were evident. His temples glistened slightly with perspiration. Scanning his surroundings with wary eyes, after a few seconds, aside from the hollow sound of the elevator, there was nothing. So, he frowned, pinching the bridge of his nose and pushed the door open, possibly too exhausted to notice anything strange. Once inside, faint light flickered through the translucent top of the fire exit door like a faint star. Dimly, it resembled a firefly. However, if one leaned closer to the glass, one could see a finely chiseled face behind the pane, staring intently. A creaking sound rang out. Lu Jinglin pushed the door open and stepped out. He still held a cigarette that was halfway smoked. It flickered uncertainly in the cold breeze. His gaze, deep and focused, never left the locked door, different from his usual grave demeanor. However, a subtle smile lingered at the corner of his mouth, concealing a sense of joy, a hunter watching his prey. And evidently, this prey didn't seem aware that it was already being closely observed by a hunter. From when he left the store 3 hours ago, he had been waiting here. He wanted to confirm whether the person truly lived in apartment 801. It was a scorching summer, yet during the wait, a fleeting sensation of warmth kept surfacing in his mind, moist and delicate. And those cold, indifferent eyes silently looking at him. With 2 fingers, he crushed the red glow of the cigarette butt. Finally, he took one last look at the number plate of apartment 801, tossed the cigarette into the trash can, and left. Actually, Chen Xian didn't know, but Lu Jinglin was actually very extreme and straightforward. For those he didn't find appealing, he wouldn't even give them a glance. But once he found someone interesting, he would be like a wolf that smelled blood, tiptoeing quietly to follow. There was no need for such painstaking caution, but given Chen Xian's personality, it was better to be careful. To avoid leaving any traces for the future, he would never let his guard down at any moment. Even if evasion was necessary, it had to be done by someone with a respectable identity, using charisma to conquer. From that point on, Bai Chaoyan would occasionally appear at Hei's store, sometimes once a week, other times twice, with no fixed schedule. It seemed to depend on the workload in his hands. When busy, he would drop by to work overtime, when not, he'd vanish from Lu Jinglin's sight. But this unpredictability and elusiveness were particularly tantalizing, making one want to pay attention, to anticipate, when would he come next? And how long would he stay? This unique sense of novelty was enough to capture anyone's attention. At the same time, it gave Lu Jinglin ample time to observe the person, to watch every move, figure out when he left and returned, his gaze following him like a shadow, as if capturing a magnificent kingfisher that had accidentally entered a birdcage, unexpectedly holding his attention. One Thursday afternoon, as the sun set and the fading glow of the sunset streamed through the transparent glass into the room again, only a few people remained inside. Lu Jinglin stared at a certain individual who was tidying up, and finally took a step forward, walking toward the figure bathed in the soft glow of the sunset. Bai Chaoyan finished his final task. Just as he was about to zip his computer bag shut, the sound of a chair being pushed back broke the quiet. A shadow appeared directly in front of him, blocking the warm sunlight. His hand paused in its movement. Looking up, he saw a strikingly handsome face with wild wine-red hair like smoldering embers. Meeting Bai Chaoyan's eyes directly, Lu Jinglin sat down effortlessly. A cup of milk tea appeared before him. "I'm buying you a drink." Bai Chaoyan first glanced at the milk tea, then looked at the man sitting in front of him. Having already finished his work, there was no dazed expression caused by being interrupted mid-task. His thoughts moved along with his gaze. Initially, Bai Chaoyan thought it might be an unfamiliar approach, something he'd encountered before, yet this face seemed oddly familiar, though he couldn't immediately place it. Involuntarily, a trace of doubt flickered in his eyes. Lu Jinglin, seemingly predicting his expression, calmly retrieved 2 red bills from his pocket. "I'll return your 200 yuan. This cup is on me." His deep voice caressed the ears persuasively. Bai Chaoyan's eyes widened slightly upon seeing the red notes. After staring at them for several seconds, realization dawned on him. His grip on the laptop bag loosened, and the motion of departure slowed. After a moment, he raised his eyes to look at the person in front of him and involuntarily smiled. "It's you." These simple 2 words, and that faint smile, seemed like a spring breeze melting away the cold strangeness. The distance between them narrowed, and suddenly everything became warmer, or rather, the whole person brightened up. "Sorry, I didn't recognize you right away," he said, placing his bag on the empty chair beside him. As he sat down, memories of the embarrassing scene in the hallway flashed through his mind. A fleeting look of discomfort crossed his face as he murmured softly, "Oh, by the way, I'm really sorry about last time. I hope I didn't cause you any trouble." Such politeness was ingrained in Bai Chaoyan since childhood, a product of his upbringing which wouldn't fade even after leaving the Bai family. With the fierce competition in the food delivery industry today, even the slightest mistake could easily result in a poor review. Since the items had spilled back then, even resending them would have delayed things by 30 to 40 minutes, and he wasn't sure how the situation had turned out eventually. The other party waved a hand dismissively. No problem, I refunded the money. Bai Chaoyan sighed in relief. That's good, otherwise I'd feel terrible. Then, glancing at Lu Jinglin's attire, a tidy and trendy outfit revealing two lean, pale arms without any black and white distinction caused by sun exposure, he commented thoughtfully, actually, you don't seem like someone who delivers orders, do you? Lu Jinglin nodded slightly. No, I happened to be free that day, so I just delivered it. Bai Chaoyan examined his clothes again. So, does this store belong to you? That's impressive. Bai Chaoyan offered a polite compliment. Since they had just met, after some brief conversation, a sudden silence fell between them, the awkwardness of newly acquainted acquaintances. Bai Chaoyan looked up at the other person again but instead found himself caught in a pair of deep, penetrating eyes, staring straight at him as if they had been focused on him all along, never wavering. The intensity was subtle but direct and almost domineering. Bai Chaoyan picked up the milk tea from the table, took a sip, and used it to deflect the oppressive gaze. Just as he was racking his brain for something to say, the other person spoke again. I see you come here often. Your workplace must be in that office building we passed last time. It was a very normal question. Bai Chaoyan set down the milk tea, revealing his face. Yes, I work there, and I rented a place nearby too. It's just more convenient having both work and home close by. I don't like wasting time commuting, it's such a waste. This directly revealed that he lived close by. Bai Chaoyan responded with a smile but immediately realized and added, how do you know I come here often? I come every day for a while, and occasionally, I'd catch you in the store. Even when I stood right in front of you, you didn't recognize me. Bai Chaoyan furrowed his brows in confusion, looking incredibly sincere and perplexed, completely innocent and befuddled. In front of me? When? I don't recall anything. Lu Jinglin propped his cheek on his hand, raising an eyebrow. That time when your keys fell, and I helped you pick them up. Bai Chaoyan paused. The next second, realization dawned on him. Oh. That time. He laughed awkwardly. Sorry, I'm the type who gets really focused during work or tasks, so even if someone calls me, I'd still be thinking about something else. I never paid attention to my surroundings and didn't get a clear look at you, but I remember the incident. Lu Jinglin lightly swung the milk tea cup in his hand, smiling silently while staring at him. They chatted for quite a while after that until the waitress approached them with a bright smile, her eyes shining as she alternately looked between the two. She gestured toward the counter, reminding Lu Jinglin that someone was on the phone for him. Only then did he stand up. Seeing this, Bai Chaoyan naturally stopped talking and also stood up, picking up his bag. Lu Jinglin took a couple of steps but suddenly stopped, turning around. Are you off work now? Bai Chaoyan hadn't expected such a question and hesitated for a moment before nodding. Yes, I've finished my tasks for the day, so I'm ready to head back. Then wait for me, I'll go with you. Go with him? Bai Chaoyan frowned slightly in confusion, clearly showing his doubts on his face. You live in XX apartment, right? The person across from him followed up with this sentence. Surprised, Bai Chaoyan asked, how do you know? When I picked up your keys last time, I saw the label. Clearly, the person opposite was straightforward and had no intention of hiding anything. Bai Chaoyan raised a hand to pat his forehead, realizing with a smile, that made sense. He had only just received the keys at that time and thought it would be too much trouble to peel off the label. Seeing the label when Lu Jinglin returned the keys was indeed normal. But if that was true, then he must also live there. What a coincidence. Alright, I'll wait for you. Sharp eyes unmoving. By the way, my name is Lu Jinglin. Bai Chaoyan gave a faint smile. There wasn't the slightest ripple in his expression. My name is Bai Chaoyan. As they listened to their conversation, the young girl nearby tidied up the dishes at another table, her eyes gleaming. Indeed, even men couldn't resist temptation, and their boss ultimately couldn't help himself. Look at that good-looking man, slim waist, long legs, fair complexion, and refined demeanor. Clean-cut and comfortable in every way to look at, completely different from the boss's type. But based on a woman's intuition, this kind was undoubtedly appealing to both genders. Even more intriguing was the fact that they lived in the same place. What else could this be if not fate? If these two were to hit it off, she definitely wanted them to kiss in front of her. She'd keep it as a cherished memory. Chapter 96, The Blue of the Deep Sea, Part 7. Bai Chaoyan was exactly the type Lu Jinglin liked. When they first met in the hallway, Lu Jinglin noticed, even taking a second glance, but seeing each other once wasn't enough for him to give much thought to it. However, continuous coincidences led him to inevitably shift his focus back to this person. And so, for two people who already harbored feelings for each other and lived as neighbors in the same apartment complex, becoming familiar was a simple matter. That day, as they went back, they exchanged contact details. In just a short week, Chen Xian subtly influenced Lu Jinglin to mention Bai Chaoyan's name frequently. Those three words were wrapped in a deep voice, as if they had been draped in a splendid coat. Every time he shouted, it carried an ambiguous thread of secretive emotions, but upon close listening, nothing seemed amiss. Only the person calling was clear about the sentiment behind every name he called out. And Chen Xian, pretending to be the prey, was gradually leading his target into a trap only he knew of. That day, at 1 p.m., when the sun was in its most tyrannical peak, its rays like poison blades cutting through their bodies, while also filling the bustling city's air with a turbid heaviness that made people lethargic and wanting to hide in the air-conditioned rooms. But Lu Jinglin accepted a delivery job that would take him exactly to Bai Chaoyan's office building. In the past, such heat wouldn't have tempted him outside, but exceptions always occurred, sometimes due to anticipation. Wearing a white hat, Lu Jinglin stood by the entrance of the office building as people streamed in and out, pulling out his phone from his bag. His long fingers quickly tapped on the screen. Lu Jinglin, I'm delivering documents to your building and brought you a drink along the way. Would you like one? The message sent, not long after the reply came. Bai Chaoyan, of course. I'm about to die from the heat, and the girls in the office are too cold to turn on the air conditioner, crying.jpg. Where are you? I'll come down and find you. Lu Jinglin, no need, I've just arrived, wait for me at the stairway exit. Bai Chaoyan, got it, I'll be right there. After tapping out his message, Lu Jinglin put his phone back in his bag and entered the building. This delivery was on the 3rd floor, so Lu Jinglin delivered the documents to the client first before heading towards the 5th floor. As he walked up to the 4th floor corner, he saw a tall figure standing at the 5th floor exit, head down scrolling on his phone. The bright white screen light perfectly illuminated his face, showing every focused expression clearly. Maybe hearing the footsteps, he looked up and directly met Lu Jinglin's gaze, then gave a slight smile and pocketed his phone. You're here. Aha. Lu Jinglin handed over the item. Bai Chaoyan glanced down briefly, his expression softening as he gently took it, accidentally brushing against Lu Jinglin's hand. Thanks. Something stirred in Lu Jinglin's heart, like being tickled by a feather, making him instinctively look down. Meanwhile, Bai Chaoyan seemed unaware, opening the drink he had received and taking a sip. The cooling liquid instantly quenched the burning sensation inside him, leaving his whole body relaxed. After drinking 2 gulps, he turned to the person next to him and asked. Have you eaten lunch yet? In truth, Lu Jinglin's stomach wasn't very good, so his eating schedule was always fixed, around 12 noon. It was now past 1 o'clock, meaning he had already eaten, but hearing the question, looking at the smiling face staring back at him with eyes locked onto his own, he hesitated momentarily before replying. Not yet, what about you? Bai Chaoyan shook his head. Neither have I, but since you helped bring me my drink, let me treat you to lunch. I know of a great Cantonese restaurant nearby in the shopping center, interested? Sure, I don't have specific food preferences. Hearing this, Bai Chaoyan walked beside him and lifted the keys in his hand. Then let's go, I borrowed a car from my colleague earlier. With this weather, I definitely don't want to walk. Looking at the keys in his hand, Lu Jinglin nodded slightly and followed alongside him. Borrowing the keys, did that mean he intended to have lunch with him all along? Lu Jinglin lowered his head imperceptibly, his lips curling upwards in a faint smile. But really, it's great you're not picky. I, on the other hand, can't touch even a bit of fatty meat, I'll feel nauseous if I do. That means we won't order any fatty dishes later. No need for that restriction, as long as you finish everything, it's fine. Thus, chatting and walking side by side, they headed toward the underground parking lot. Although summer in a city was scorching, the basement remained refreshingly cool. This underground garage was paved with plastic flooring, looking clean and pretty, though its air carried a damp dust smell, whether it was good or bad, no one could say. Bai Chaoyan's colleague's car was parked on the first basement level, not far from the elevator. Among the crowded black and white cars, a red Audi stood out conspicuously. Walking and laughing together, the two headed in that direction. At this moment, beside the red Audi, there was a black sedan reversing into its parking space. After stopping and turning off the engine, a well-dressed middle-aged man exited the driver's seat and jogged to open the rear door. Then someone emerged from inside. From a distance, judging by height and build, it must be a man. However, because they were still far away, and the figure was partially turned sideways, all Bai Chaoyan could discern was an upright posture, nothing else. This did not concern him much. The man who had stepped out of the car glanced calmly at his wristwatch before proceeding forward a few steps, only to suddenly stop as if someone had pressed pause on a movie scene. Standing in front of the car, he remained motionless. Caught off guard by this abrupt halt, the chauffeur who had been following quickly stopped too and looked up at the unmoving back. After waiting a few seconds without any movement, the chauffeur spoke cautiously. Mr. Lu. The two approaching figures were engaged in conversation, their lips curved with smiles as if discussing something amusing. They both appeared relaxed when they caught sight of each other. But his gaze fixated intently on the one holding a bubble tea. That face. His eyes stirred like shadows over a dark abyss, quiet yet deadly, like a hunting eagle on a frigid winter night, gripping tightly with a suffocating force. He made no move. The rest of the accompanying staff had already gathered beside the black car, apparently having traveled separately. They had rushed over earlier to avoid delay, but now that they arrived, they found their boss still standing frozen. Uncertainty filled the air as they glanced at each other, unsure whether to approach or stay put. Absorbed in their chat, the two men didn't notice at first. But as they drew closer, an odd sensation began seeping through the atmosphere, a palpable energy field so strong it couldn't be ignored even without looking directly. As he approached, about to pass the foremost person, Bai Chaoyan felt something unusual and instinctively raised his eyes. Instantly, his gaze met another pair of eyes as deep and dark as an abyss, filled with inexplicable emotions, chaotic and turbulent. Powerful enough to seem like they would imprison anyone who dared look within. But Bai Chaoyan merely glanced once, not for even a second, and continued past without pausing. It was like passing by some unfamiliar scenery, no need to linger more than necessary. Yet Bai Chaoyan oddly sensed that those eyes were following him. Just a brief sweep, but the man looked quite handsome, sharp features evident despite a seemingly expressionless face. Nevertheless, Bai Chaoyan felt somewhat uneasy due to the unsettling intensity of the stranger's gaze, which carried none of the indifference usually shown toward strangers. It seemed almost more like, "When will you finish work?" "I'll wait for you to go home together," Lu Jinglin asked him with a sidelong glance, his low voice steady and gentle, revealing a familiar intimacy. He, like Bai Chaoyan, paid no heed to the surroundings. Bai Chaoyan opened the car door while smiling. "Later this afternoon, I have a lot of work today. If you finish early, you can go ahead." Lu Jinglin gripped the open car door. "No problem, I'll wait for you." Their response was natural and effortless. "All right." This light dialogue felt ordinary, as if repeated countless times before. Their voices, unconcealed, drifted clearly into the ears of the man still standing rooted behind. Professional elites who accompanied the boss, skilled at dealing with people, recognized instantly from the tone that these were cohabitants, certainly not mere friends returning home. Initially calm eyes suddenly flickered, slightly widened, and hands slowly clenched at his sides. A previously unremarkable face cracked like a false mask removed, overtaken by intense emotion clouding every feature. "Director Lu, the branch is still awaiting your presence." The secretary, who had already checked her watch multiple times, stepped hesitantly toward the man, glancing at his face then noticing his unconsciously tightened fists, offering a soft reminder. Before she could continue, he acted as though he hadn't heard a word, abruptly turning around and heading towards the nearby red Audi, now already started. The sound of leather-soled shoes, heavy yet smooth, resounded exceptionally clear. The secretary pressed her red lips and stood still, the image she had just seen still fresh in her mind. She slowly hugged the files in her arms tighter, her gaze slightly lingering. She had been by Mr. Lu's side for 3 or 4 years. As his chief secretary, her professional instincts and experience meant that even a quick glance allowed her to speculate on Mr. Lu's general mood. Yet, this was the first time she had ever seen such a dark and forbidding expression on his face. It had even chilled her standing next to him, making her feel an almost freezing aura. Suddenly, the rumbling engine noise broke the silence of the underground garage, startlingly loud and unsettling, vibrating through anyone who heard it. Bai Chaoyan had just shifted into D gear when he noticed that person standing directly in front of the car, blocking their way. His tall figure stood like an unmoving statue. That pair of eyes was staring straight at him. Chapter 97, Aristocratic Line, Cobalt Blue of the Deep Sea, 8. How to describe those eyes? They were like a stormy strait in the dead of night, their sharp, deep darkness as though they could swallow everything whole. Though looking down from a higher position, one could feel the chilling wind brushing by. It carried the magic of dragging someone's soul away and tenderly tearing it apart. His black pupils seemed controlled, compressing all emotions tightly into that look alone. With his towering presence blocking the path, his piercing gaze penetrated through the glass and locked onto someone inside the car. Without touching the vehicle, his stance stopped them from leaving. Startled by this sudden attention, Bai Chaoyan felt tense, as if struck by an intense flash of light, tightening his grip unconsciously on the steering wheel. What's going on with this guy? So, Bai Chaoyan began sizing up the man ahead. After spending some time navigating the corporate world, Bai Chaoyan's discernment regarding men's attire sharpened like the edge of a blade. Everything about this man, from his clothing to his appearance, even his cold and commanding demeanor, indicated that he was top-notch. His gaze briefly scanned the others standing near the man, each was distinctive in appearance and bearing. He could confidently guess that this person must have significant influence. Driven by instinct, Bai Chaoyan couldn't help but take a closer look at the man. The more he observed, the more something felt off, this eerie familiarity as if they had met before. But blocking his car like this, even if the man had considerable importance, was simply impolite. Thus, Bai Chaoyan lowered his window. "Hello, may I ask what the matter is?" Extending his head out of the window, Bai Chaoyan's handsome face showed no trace of recognition. His brows furrowed lightly, his inquiry warm yet distant, polite and respectful in tone. However, there was no concern in his eyes. This simple question only served to tighten the surrounding atmosphere even further, as if someone had twisted it tighter by brute force. Lu Qiang squinted his eyes. From the moment their gazes met, and that face so identical to the one etched in his memory appeared before him, he froze on the spot. A flood of images raced through his mind, not recollections but confirmations. It reminded him of the time he stood at the cliff's edge, gazing at the open box below. He had been confirming then whether those items belonged to Bai Chaoyan. After 10 years, he would not be mistaken, this was Bai Chaoyan. He didn't die. A strange feeling stirred within him, like a drop of water sinking into the desert, binding a small cluster of sand grains together. But the other party seemed as if unaware, simply walking past him as if unseen. When the car started, its low vibration resembled the encroachment of sea winds. Before his eyes appeared a vision, a blue wool scarf hanging on the sharp rock at the cliff's edge. Its shadow swayed continuously against the dark backdrop, ready to fly away any second. Without hesitation, he reached out his hand. And there he stood, blocking the car. Yet the greeting came, "Hello, may I ask what the matter is?" Almost visibly, he froze, unprepared for the stranger's unfamiliar and confused expression. Lu Qiang frowned deeply, his face darkening. He walked to the window, bent over towards the face just inches away, and instinctively grabbed the other person's pale jaw, lifting it up just as they used to do in their interactions long ago, forcing their gazes to meet. "Are you avoiding me?" He wasn't sure why these words came out. He should have pulled the person out of the car immediately to interrogate why he hadn't died, why he'd disappeared for 5 years. Even if it was to seek revenge or reclaim by corporation, he should have come after him, not vanished for 5 years. The sudden action caused everyone present to change expression, and the subordinates waiting couldn't help but widen their eyes, forgetting even time. As for Lu Jinglin sitting in the passenger seat, his expression turned as dark as it could be, and he unbuckled his seatbelt. Slap. Realizing what had happened, Bai Chaoyan frowned, opened that hand immediately, rested it casually on the car window, his previous somewhat amiable gaze now completely changed, turning icy and cold, his disdain so obvious. Such a provocative action with hidden meanings was something any man should dislike, right? He stared at the man next to him, maintaining only the minimal politeness, coldly saying, "I'm sure your mother taught you how to greet strangers." The sharp tone, the icy expression, and that look of disdain. Everything, down to every strand of hair on the other person's body, radiated an immense sense of unfamiliarity, distance, and even disgust. A fine needle suddenly pierced into the heart. The subtle pain spread from the heart slowly extending towards the limbs. This sensation felt familiar. It seemed like he'd felt it before. When was it? Oh, he remembered. It was the day he learned about Bai Chaoyan's death, whether it was when he stood by the cliffside and saw the soaked box or when he saw the blue cashmere scarf. Yes, he hadn't imagined Bai Chaoyan would die. He thought Bai would exhaust all means for revenge. If Bai wanted to, he could persuade those collateral lines of the Bai family to support him, fight to the bitter end. As long as Bai believed no one, and kept his heart merciless enough, he absolutely could achieve it. But Bai chose death. That day when he answered the call and learned the news, it was this very feeling, not intense, yet it was his first experience of it. At that time, he wondered why he didn't feel anything when Lu Jintang died, but when Bai Chaoyan died, this feeling emerged. Was it because of guilt and shame? Yet, he never harbored these feelings. Why didn't you come looking for me? I've taken everything from you, you should have retaliated. Those pitch-black eyes were still fixed on him, and the low voice was like the most beautiful stringed instrument where even one note was enough to mesmerize the listener. Yet the heavy emotions were akin to falling into the dead of winter. The person inside the car laughed softly, propping their chin on the hand leaning against the window frame, their tone carrying a trace of leisureliness and feigned interest. "Friend, let me reiterate, do we know each other?" Bai Chaoyan has the face of an aristocrat, always instructed by the old master Bai to carry an aloof smile, without ever displaying anger or even a hearty laugh, let alone this languid, cat-like provocation. But this appearance on him lacked not an iota of harmony or strangeness, instead exuding a peculiar essence exclusively his. This was a side of Bai Chaoyan Lu Qiang had never seen before. However, this wasn't what Lu Qiang wanted to hear. Thus, he placed his hand on the door handle intending to pull open the car door and drag the person out. "You didn't hear him. He doesn't know you." A hand appeared in front of Lu Qiang stopping his action of opening the door. At the same moment, a cool voice came from beside, a man having somehow arrived just behind Lu Qiang. He slightly tilted his head, roughly similar in stature to Lu Qiang. His semi-long burgundy hair accentuated an ostentatious and cold demeanor. In this tranquil atmosphere, Lu Jinglin's aura did not fall short compared to Lu Qiang's, like two finely drawn swords meeting, distinctly divided between water and fire. Lu Qiang withdrew his hand, sidestepped, his expression and gaze alike cold. "Who are you?" Lu Jinglin gave a derisive laugh. "That question should be asked by me. By his reaction, it seems like he doesn't know you." "Doesn't know? How could that be possible? Bai Chaoyan had adored him for 10 years, how could he not recognize him?" Again, Lu Qiang turned his head to look at Bai Chaoyan. That familiar face showed not a ripple, those shallow brown irises simply gazed quietly at him. In his memories, those fervent pupils were now calm as though covered with a layer of ice, devoid of warmth like pieces of crystal glass. All those pure emotions were gone. Clean, devoid even of hatred. Seemingly, they really had become strangers. The piercing pain became intense all of a sudden, as if deeply buried, forcing the breath to stop momentarily. This alienating sensation was gradually eroding Lu Qiang's heart. Yet, not a hint of change appeared on his face. After some while, he parted his lips, but was interrupted. "Never mind, judging from his appearance, he must have mistaken you for someone else. Let's go, we'll be late for lunch if we don't leave soon." Bai Chaoyan, in the car, slightly withdrew his gaze with impatience as he spoke to Lu Jinglin who was standing nearby. After hearing Bai Chaoyan's words, Lu Jinglin glanced at the strange man once more. His emotionless face exuded a sharp coldness, dangerous like a blade pressing against the neck. It was obvious that he wasn't pleased with the actions of this unfamiliar man. "Let's go." Bai Chaoyan called out again lightly. Ultimately, Lu Jinglin turned around after some moments of hesitation. Even as the sound of the engine gradually faded away and disappeared completely, Lu Qiang still stood there, his calm gaze seemingly lost on the ground, as if not having fully returned to the present, with his tall figure suddenly appearing lonely and cold. "Mr. Lu." The female secretary, who had never seen him in such a state, stepped forward instinctively or perhaps due to her duty, calling his name softly. Others lowered their heads slightly, silent like crickets in winter. Some things and people, they decided it would be better to remain unaware and uncurious about. After a while, Lu Qiang raised his hand, gazing intently at his palm. His fingertips lightly moved, as if savoring the warmth of a previous touch. "Prepare the dossier on him by tomorrow." "Yes," the secretary replied. She hadn't blinked once during that earlier scene, clearly seeing how Mr. Lu seemed tense regarding the person in the car. Lu Qiang paused momentarily, then turned toward the elevator entrance, the emotions swirling in his eyes impenetrable. "No matter if you truly forgot or are pretending to forget, as long as you are Bai Chaoyan, as long as you are still alive, as long as you still exist in this world, things will eventually turn into what I want them to be. And those flies who shouldn't be around, you should disappear from his side." Inside the restaurant. "Do you know the man you just saw?" Lu Jinglin took a sip of tea water, idly twirling the cup in his hand, before asking abruptly. Bai Chaoyan shifted his attention from a short video on his phone, hesitating briefly before smiling casually. "What are you thinking?" "Of course, I don't know him." Lu Jinglin raised his eyes to meet his gaze, staring straight into his sincerely innocent smile. His cool gaze cut through directly alongside his straightforward question. "I thought maybe you had some past disputes with him and were pretending not to recognize him." Still unwavering, Bai Chaoyan maintained, "No, I've genuinely never seen him before." Sometimes when people lie, they can do so without batting an eyelid. But he wasn't exactly deceiving anyone either, because at least in his current memory banks, there was nothing of the kind. Memories? Those had been discarded long ago. "You're lying. How can you say lies so smoothly?" "Of course, only to make the story more interesting. There has to be drama. Think about it, after Bai Chaoyan finally returned to a city after so many years but lost all memories, whether Lu Qiang hates him or feels guilt, it all becomes irrelevant since Bai Chaoyan simply doesn't remember him. But didn't it seem like he was rather concerned about you just now?" "Heh, I think instead he's got quite thick skin. He cheated Bai Chaoyan out of everything and now still has the gall to pretend nothing happened and stand before him as though it was normal. He asked why Bai didn't look for him. What did he expect Bai to do, come back to kill him? It gives me the creeps just thinking about it." Point taken. This guy seems to have a pretty strong psyche. I doubt he's really naive enough to think that just because Bai Chaoyan is alive again, everything would magically restart from where it left off. There's no way. "Brother, allow me to teach you a lesson." Chapter 98, Aristocratic Line, Cobalt Blue of the Deep Sea, Part 9. That night, the latest dossier on Bai Chaoyan was delivered to Lu Qiang by the secretary. The grand study was sealed tightly, its expansive balcony and windows firmly closed. The luxurious silk curtains were drawn tight without a single gap, enclosing within the rich fragrance of incense that permeated the room. Ever since Lu Qiang had left Lu Jintang, he seemed fond of this scent. Although the room should have been dimmed under ordinary circumstances, the lights shone at full strength, illuminating the entire space as bright as day. For a long time, Lu Qiang sat quietly, his glasses discarded onto the table, his body leaning heavily against the chair. The neatly tucked collar of his shirt had 2 buttons undone, his sleeves bound with cuffs, a result of years of discipline that shaped Lu Qiang into a figure of dignified authority. Every trace of his former misfortune had vanished. He shut his eyes briefly, only to snap them open suddenly, his black deep pupils flashing with a glimmer of coldness. On the table lay a stack of A4 papers, Bai Chaoyan's photo clearly displayed on the front page. "Where were you for the last 5 years? Since you've already died, why come back? Is it for revenge, or to reclaim everything you've lost? You should understand, the current Bai Corporation has no relation to the past Bai family at all. The brilliance and status that once belonged to you have long been claimed by me. You are no longer the high-ranking young master of the Bai family, you've fallen from grace. You can only have a chance for revenge if you get close to me, returning to my side." His chaotic thoughts were suddenly interrupted by an unfamiliar expression on a face in his memory. The few sentences he had said kept repeating in his ears. The tone, the cold indifference, these were traits Lu Qiang only saw when they first met at the seaside. "Bai Chaoyan." The muttered voice unintentionally slipped out, deep and low, carrying a tenderness that even he hadn't noticed himself, almost a wistful attachment. "Do you really remember nothing? Or is this just your act?" His pale, elegant hand instinctively went to his heart position, as if traces of that day's feeling still lingered. His eyebrows slightly furrowed, his eyes deep and profound, like embers glowing in the dark. "You will come back for revenge, won't you?" After meeting Lu Qiang that day, Bai Chaoyan knew with Lu's meticulous nature, the other party would certainly investigate his background, but he had never thought about hiding it anyway. Remembering his name wasn't important, what mattered was whether or not Lu Qiang remembered those 3 words. However, somewhat surprisingly to him, for the next half-month, Lu Qiang didn't appear again, as though their encounter in the basement was truly a misunderstanding between strangers. Bai Chaoyan and Lu Qiang had spent 10 years together, and he understood that man better than anyone. Always scheming so that everything revolved around his plans, yet pretending to be indifferent, if needed for his objectives, capable of enduring anything while discarding emotions to deceive himself. He was uncertain whether the other party had believed his memory loss. Even if Lu Qiang did not show up, Bai Chaoyan was sure there must be someone keeping an eye on him, since caution and prudence defined Lu Qiang's habits, things which wouldn't change with time. Otherwise, how could he have been deceived for a whole decade? If there was one exception, perhaps it was Xin Xia who tricked Lu Qiang as though he were a fool, an impressive feat. Since then, he must give some sort of gift to let the eyes following him gain something. What to give? One afternoon, Bai Chaoyan confidently entered Lu Jinglin's cafe. This time, his steps were hurried as if he jogged there. Despite the short distance, it was hot, and he had broken out in a light sweat. Sleeves rolled up, revealing smooth wrists, the white shirt loosely tucked into well-fitted black trousers, the sweat sticking slightly to his skin and accentuating the waistline hidden beneath his clothes. Such a simple uniform enhanced Bai Chaoyan's figure perfectly, fulfilling every woman's fantasies and expectations. Coupled with his dazzling face, the moment he walked in, he caught the attention of every woman present. Glancing around briefly, as if unable to find whom he was looking for, he smiled at the receptionist and immediately pulled aside the curtain entering the kitchen. The little receptionist's eyes followed him from the moment he arrived. After joyfully greeting him, her gaze returned only when he disappeared behind the curtain. Propping her chin, she raised her eyebrows slyly, showing mischief, unconsciously tapping her fingers against the table, a habit developed over several weeks. Initially, he would visit twice or thrice a week, just sitting in the hall working. Later, one day when they were about to close, he showed up without ordering anything, standing quietly by the entrance. At first, she assumed he was waiting for a friend, not paying much mind. A few minutes later, her boss suddenly emerged, clearly surprised by the person outside. Turning back with a smile, they exchanged a few sentences and left together. It took her a few minutes to realize, it was clear he had been waiting for her boss. Since then, this person frequently came to their store, sometimes in the afternoon, sometimes just before closing. Thinking of it, the little girl couldn't help but grin wider. Her boss was sharp, managing to win him over so quickly. Completely different from Lu Jinglin's boisterous and unrestrained personality, the cafe's kitchen was neatly organized, spotless like a showroom. Under the white lights, even the counter gleamed, as if affected by someone with obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Bai Chaoyan didn't have time to glance around. He directly rushed to the sink, turned on the tap, and cupped water to splash onto his face, instantly easing the sultry irritation. The clear water dampened the hair by his temples and the bangs on his forehead, leaving his dark eyelashes wet as well. His bright eyes carried traces of redness, appearing quite exhausted. How did you come over? At the sound of movement, Lu Jinglin turned around, setting down what he held and approaching. Bai Chaoyan wiped his face with the back of his hand, turned back, leaned against the counter with one hand slightly propping him up, his long legs bending accordingly. He used the hand that had been soaked in cold water to touch the nape of his neck, alleviating some heat. I worked overtime today and decided to wait for you before going home. Today, Lu Jinglin had tied his hair back, a few strands falling around his ears and forehead. His icy demeanor was akin to winter's snow and ice, sharp yet undeniably handsome. Bai Chaoyan glanced at him momentarily, clearly accustomed to the impact of his good looks, and next focused on the black apron tied around Lu Jinglin's waist. Will you be much longer? Lu Jinglin looked at him, his gaze somewhat deep. After pausing for a few seconds, he finally untied the apron from his body. No need, I'll be done shortly. Because their workplaces were relatively close, Bai Chaoyan hadn't purchased any personal transport. Usually, if he didn't want to walk, he'd just rent a bicycle. Later, after meeting Lu Jinglin, realizing they worked nearby each other, Bai Chaoyan initially began hitching rides on Lu Jinglin's electric bike, eventually making it a regular practice. As usual, Bai Chaoyan hopped onto Lu Jinglin's electric scooter. Nighttime in City A was bustling with vehicles, the continuous sounds of cars filled the air. The electric scooter moved slowly, allowing the light breeze to wrap Bai Chaoyan in its refreshing embrace. Staring ahead, he caught sight of the lean waist, his helmet pressing his wine-red hair tightly against his neck. His fair skin resembled white clouds within the twilight, pure and unsullied. Unlike Lu Jinglin's boldness seen from the front, his silhouette exuded an aura of calm serenity. Like a green tree growing in deep mountains, even when fierce winds swept through, it remained tranquil and composed, a peaceful beauty. Bai Chaoyan blinked his dark eyes and lightly pressed his lips together, raising the hand that usually gripped the back seat and loosely grabbing the edge of Lu Jinglin's shirt. The tall frame stiffened almost imperceptibly for an instant. Just then, a cyclist passed by. Bai Chaoyan watched the street scene slowly retreating, enjoying this moment of tranquility while speaking. Why didn't you buy a motorcycle back then? In the sultry weather, the slow pace allowed the gentle breeze to reduce some of the heat, but the warmth transmitted from the tightened cloth around his waist could still be felt. After a brief silence, a clear voice came from ahead. I don't know how. Bai Chaoyan was a bit surprised and couldn't help but glance at the black helmet, recalling their first meeting when the man seemed aloof and stylish. I thought you'd know how to ride. That thing is too noisy. I dislike it and never considered learning. Upon hearing this, Bai Chaoyan indeed remembered often seeing reckless motorcyclists during rides, so he nodded in agreement. It is a bit loud. But he immediately added. Still, I think it suits you. A wild and unrestrained motorcycle soul paired with someone like Lu Jinglin would surely have a cool and intimidating vibe. However, just as Bai Chaoyan said this, a car nearby suddenly honked its horn, the overlapping sound completely drowning out his words. Whether Lu Jinglin had heard or not remained unclear. After a while of silence, Bai Chaoyan presumed he probably hadn't. Yet this person disliked awkward silences. Why do you keep your hair long? The electric scooter made a turn into a small alley where only the lights from one side of the road lit up the path. Because my mom likes it. In the quiet lane, despite his low voice, the words were crystal clear. There was no trace of avoidance or concealment, yet he also refrained from elaborating more, as though revealing only a fraction without pushing fully forward. Bai Chaoyan was somewhat surprised, then. Attempting to inquire further, he was interrupted by Lu Jinglin, who spoke preemptively, as if already aware. She left me and ran away. I just wanted to keep something as a reminder. Keep something as a reminder. Was it to remember his mother's identity, or her abandonment? He didn't know. The electric scooter hummed steadily and mechanically along the pavement. A few shops were sporadically open alongside the nearby streets, casting dim shadows that Lu Jinglin largely blocked, shielding Bai Chaoyan under his shadow. Lowering his gaze, his pitch-black irises appeared infused with emotion under the night sky. Sorry. He loosened his hand that had been gripping the cloth at Lu Jinglin's waist and instead embraced him, slowly resting his head against Lu Jinglin's back. He didn't say anything. In his opinion, words sometimes seemed overly sentimental, and silence was the best way to give and allow freedom. The warmth he passed on was the best answer. A faint cold fragrance lingered around his nose, uniquely belonging to Lu Jinglin, a sharpness that Bai Chaoyan blinked at before slowly closing his eyes, leaving a quiet atmosphere for his nose and ears to enjoy. He quite liked it. The electric scooter arrived downstairs, but the atmosphere between the two of them felt somewhat strange. Bai Chaoyan stepped off the scooter to the side, having dozed off leaning against Lu Jinglin's back, feeling heavy eyelids. Lu Jinglin was lowering his head while parking, continuing his actions but suddenly speaking up. The person from that day, you really don't know who they were. His voice was light, as if not suppressing any emotions, just naturally flowing with each breath, appearing calm without showing any issues. Bai Chaoyan's sleepiness disappeared entirely with this question. He lowered his gaze and hid the unusual look in his eyes, maintaining a tone as natural as Lu Jinglin's. Really, I don't know. With a click, the bike was locked. Lu Jinglin turned to look at him. The parking area was quiet under the evening sky, interspersed with insect sounds, nearby short grass clusters rustling in the wind. The lamplight fell down over Lu Jinglin's head, casting shadows bundled together beneath his feet. Even though the light had already grown dim, Bai Chaoyan still felt those eyes darker than ink, something being suppressed deep within them. Bai Chaoyan stared into these penetrating eyes and smiled, repeating the same statement. He must have made a mistake. Having spoken and answered, those eyes continued staring at him unwaveringly, tightly bound as if by ropes. As Bai Chaoyan didn't know how to continue this silence, the other party approached, one hand holding a helmet, the other untying the hairband, letting loose long hair, adding an extra allure of sensuality. He stopped half a meter away from Bai Chaoyan. The dark pupils stared for quite some time. Next moment, there was a sudden smile, let's go. Relieved that he wasn't questioned further about Qin Xian, just as Bai Chaoyan was about to take a step, he noticed a faintly reflective object ahead, like a lens. Realizing something, a flicker of shadow crossed his eyes, and he directly took 2 steps forward, grabbing hold of Lu Jinglin, who had just turned around, only accidentally using too much force, causing this pull to throw off the other person's balance. One moved forward, one backward. Their distance was reduced to that of a clenched fist, prompting Qin Xian to act dramatically. Their gazes intersected. On his wrist was a gentle soft touch, bright eyes carrying a sense of unease and urgency. Lu Jinglin's eyes flashed momentarily, then instinctively lowered slightly, letting his long hair slide over his cheek, covering half of his face. I really haven't lied to you, I don't know him. The clear voice sounded low and cautious, akin to a baby rabbit just emerging from its burrow, poking its head out tentatively before retreating in fear. At this distance, their words wouldn't be heard clearly, but from Lu Jinglin's perspective behind, it looked as if Bai Chaoyan couldn't bear to let go of the person leaving. Lu Jinglin mostly covered Bai Chaoyan's face, bowing his head himself. Thus, the two appeared as if they kissed together. Click. Just at this moment, a long lens pressed the shutter. Chapter 99, The Blue Depth, 10, of the Aristocrat Line. Qin Xian's eyes stared intently at Lu Jinglin, although the surrounding light was relatively dim, the brightness of his gaze stood out, dazzling like midday sunlight, an allure captivating the mind. Yet, Qin Xian could clearly see the seriousness hidden within. Thereby, he blinked, making an expression as if wanting to say something yet stopping, appearing troubled and conflicted. Finally, seeming reluctant, he compromised and carefully uttered a sentence, however, just me now. As for the past, I'm unclear. This vague explanation paused Lu Jinglin, compelling him to wrinkle his brows and ask again. What do you mean by the past, you? Hidden lenses in the dark waited patiently, seemingly unsatisfied with just the previous photo but anticipating more explosive images, aiming for richer rewards. Chen Xian lowered his lashes, glancing slyly without revealing a trace. Then he pursed his lips and slowly released his grip on the other person, the intrusion of warmth ceasing at this moment, as if once again returning to the initial distance between them. Yet Chen Xian's expression became more sincere. Although I don't think it's a big deal, if you want to know, I'll tell you everything. Follow me. With that, he stepped past Lu Jinglin's tall frame and walked toward the building. Lu Jinglin turned to watch his retreating back, under the night sky, exuding a cool and frosty aura. After a brief pause, he lifted his foot and followed directly behind. To him, Bai Chaoyan was special, his presence had unveiled the face of someone he longed for in his mind, transforming from blurry to clear, allowing him to see. He was calm yet mysterious, like the clouds and stars appearing every night, seemingly so pure and transparent at a glance, yet impossible to fully understand or predict. He was curious about everything about this person. He wanted to learn about his past, get closer to him, and didn't want to find even a hint of mystery in this person. And that man who appeared that day. That dim gaze, as if swallowing people into a marsh, concealed sharpness. It wasn't a simple look shared between acquaintances or friends. What was the relationship between him and Bai Chaoyan? Why did Bai Chaoyan appear to not recognize him at all? He had so many questions to ask, but their relationship hadn't reached the point where they could talk about everything. Increasing puzzles surrounded him, and these were continuously pushing them apart, driving him further away. If this continued, he wouldn't allow it. Now that the other party was willing to tell him, he couldn't let go. The two entered the building one after the other for quite a while. Their footsteps gradually faded away. Only then did the person hiding behind the grass slowly emerge, patting the dirt and leaves off his body, checking the photos in the camera, smiling satisfactorily before turning to leave. That evening, Chen Xian recounted a semi-true story to Lu Jinglin. He took out the turquoise he had taken from the box years ago, which he had been carrying ever since, now worn smooth with age. He placed it in front of Lu Jinglin. He told him, 5 years ago, he had fallen into the sea, nearly drowning. When he woke up, he had already been rescued. The person who saved him said, fortunately, it had rained then, the undercurrents carried him to a shore, allowing him to survive. Otherwise, he might have sunk to the bottom of the sea to be eaten by fish. This stone was hanging around his neck back then. Even though he didn't die, he was injured. His head hit a submerged reef in the sea, causing internal bleeding, which led to an incomplete memory, blurring many pictures, leaving even more as blank. Thus, why he fell, how he fell, he had no memory of it. In fact, he lost much of his memory from 5 years ago, forgetting many people and things. The only thing he remembered was his name. Bai Chaoyan. It seemed to be extremely important to him, something he couldn't forget even on pain of death. But there were hundreds, perhaps thousands of people in China named Bai Chaoyan, making it impossible to figure out. Out of desperation, he decided to travel abroad, hoping to find a way to cure him and recover his lost memories there. However, 5 years passed, yielding no results, forcing him to give up on the past and start anew. It was also at this time that he met Lu Jinglin. As for that man he saw that day, he truly didn't know him now. But from back then? It was unclear. Because the fleeting sense of familiarity upon seeing that face made his heart throb, almost like an instinct of this body, urging him to take another look. And that man's reaction also seemed to confirm his suspicions. If it were 5 years ago, or before meeting Lu Jinglin, he would have asked the man whether he recognized him and maybe shown the turquoise hanging on his neck, learning about his past. But now, he didn't want to know. Because Lu Jinglin's existence made him feel content with the present. Returning to past memories would inevitably pull more people into the picture, which was not what he desired. Hence, came the events of that day. While listening to his account, Lu Jinglin heard the clear voice flow calmly. Bai Chaoyan had a feature, whenever he looked at you seriously, those pitch-black bright eyes always exuded a convincing sincerity, as if embracing your soul, enveloping you with warmth. All the doubts in his mind seemed to have reasonable answers now. The uneasy mood also dissipated instantly because of the sentence, because of meeting you, I don't yearn so much for the memories of the past anymore. Lu Jinglin was a decisive, independent individual. He lacked many things since childhood, so he seemed cold, but in reality, he was easily appeased and satisfied. A flicker of joy arose in his heart as he thought of Bai Chaoyan's choices and the tilted scales, and his somewhat dim gaze also brightened. This time, he took the initiative to grab Bai Chaoyan's hand, his fingertips tenderly and cautiously touching the smooth, pale skin. He touched this person with the lightest pressure possible, suppressing the expression in his eyes. So you really can't remember that person at all? Bai Chaoyan started to recall, then slightly furrowed his brows, his gaze seeming distant. He raised his other hand and placed it on his heart, muttering softly to himself, I can't remember, but, this body instinctively reacts to him. Instinctive reactions come in many forms, familiarity, intense emotional fluctuations, or other physical impulses. Such vague and ambiguous statements would only make others daydream, falling into one speculation after another. But this was exactly what Chen Xian wanted. He had honestly disclosed everything to Lu Jinglin while leaving open the possibility of a connection with someone from his past, making it impossible for Lu Jinglin to press further. This only made Bai Chaoyan more irreplaceably mysterious in his eyes. When his words fell silent, the sensation on his hand paused for a moment. After a long while, his wrist was gripped tightly, and he was pulled into Lu Jinglin's embrace. Contrary to Lu Jinglin's cold and frosty appearance, his chest and embrace were gentle and lingering. A broad warmth settled on Bai Chaoyan's back, lightly caressing him with a sense of comfort and cherishing. Even Chen Xian momentarily felt a bit dazed. Lu Jinglin said, "If you can't remember, it means it's not important. There's no need to dwell on it anymore. We can stay just like before, right? Just like before, living a simple, ordinary life." This was an ordinary question, yet it confirmed his defense of what he desired. Lu Jinglin seemed to see the small, lonely figure in his memories from the past, surrounded by crowds of people who passed him by without stopping. They blended into the shadows, faceless. Meanwhile, he dragged a toy bear against the flow, walking numbly. In the past, he was alone. But from now on, he could try not to be. Chen Xian relaxed, letting his face rest on the other's shoulder. The faint, icy fragrance wrapped around his breathing, and he closed his eyes slightly, subconsciously leaning closer like a child. I won't think about it. Don't worry. Listening to his reply, Lu Jinglin smiled, simple and pure. This was their first embrace. Right after Bai Chaoyan's honesty. After watching Lu Jinglin close the door behind him, Chen Xian lazily leaned against the edge of the table, picking up the turquoise hanging from his neck and holding it under the lamplight. He squinted his eyes, watching it refract a faint blue glow. Sometimes, mixing truth and lies makes a perfect lie, a perfect scheme. He looked forward to the unfolding drama. He believed that Lu Qiang would definitely seek him out eventually, even toys played with for too long develop feelings, and 10 years wasn't a short time. As for Lu Jinglin, knowing the truth, he naturally wouldn't be easily defeated. He would become braver, more fearless. After all, one seeks the past, while the other protects the future. The war between them might very well be what he most wanted to see in this stage of the game. Inside the Bai family mansion. On the second-floor study, the heavy curtains closed off the windows and doors, suffocating the room, heavy and oppressive, almost as if even breathing was restrained. The desk lamp was on, and Lu Qiang sat there, the light shining on his clear, handsome face. His eyes, hidden behind his glasses, were unreadable. Shadows interplayed with the light, deepening the sharpness of his features. His slender hands held a stack of photos, which he flipped through one by one. The sound of friction came continuously. Suddenly, the sound stopped. Instantly, the temperature in the room dropped. That pair of deep-set eyes stared fixedly at the kissing photo in his hand. In the picture, the person facing the camera hung their head slightly, looking uneasy yet vivid. Lu Qiang gazed at the photo, his entire face dark and ominous, like a coral reef submerged in the ocean for thousands of years, radiating a chilling menace. Stranger's emotions rose again, like a thin rope slowly coiling around his insides, tightening gradually. His chest tightened, feeling compressed. For resisting this sensation, the hand gripping the photo involuntarily whitened from exertion. That face disappeared 5 years ago. Why does it still show such a foolish expression like it used to? Is the pain I gave you not enough? Can you forget so easily and start anew despite losing everything? How can you live in ease without my permission? Knock knock. A knock on the door sounded, and the next second, someone pushed the door open. Lu Qiang snapped back to reality and turned the photo over, placing it face down on the desk. I heard from the butler that you've been coming home early these days. Do you have a new acquisition plan? The visitor spoke familiarly as they walked in. Chapter 100, The Deep Seas Ultramarine, Part 11. Lu Qiang looked at Sun Xia, who was dressed in a well-fitted light blue suit with a waistcoat inside. His waist was cinched, his legs long and straight, and his hair was lazily curled just above his ears. His handsome face exuded charm, like a sudden ray of brilliant light shining into the dark and gloomy study, creating a stark contrast that seemed out of place. As leather shoes clicked against the floor, the man approached Lu Qiang with a smiling gaze and stepped closer. Lu Qiang paused under his gaze before speaking, "How did you come over?" Sun Xia walked to the desk as usual, leaned over slightly, and glanced at it. The only things visible were some flipped-over photos, everything else being clean and tidy. He leaned back on the edge of the table, shrugged, and raised an eyebrow. "I happen to be free today, and the butler mentioned you were busy, so I came to take a look." Then, pausing slightly while staring at the photos, he added, "But it doesn't look like business matters." His words were drawn out, full of deeper implications. Lu Qiang looked up at him, his deep, pitch-black eyes making his otherwise gentle face appear unpredictable. It was like the glint of a blade reflecting in the night, sharp yet somehow steady when looking at someone without letting himself seem at a disadvantage. His gaze was as cutting as a blade, yet his tone remained relatively calm. "It's just some trivial matters. If there were any new acquisition plans, wouldn't I have notified you?" What Lu Qiang said wasn't wrong. Since they took control of Bai Family Corporation, during more than 5 years, indeed, even throughout the decade or longer, they hadn't concealed much in terms of business from Sun Xia. After all, it was like raising a dog by hand, putting a collar around its neck, chaining it tightly. If it weren't obedient, how could that be justified? Yet obedience was one thing. Sun Xia retracted his gaze, lowering his eyelids briefly to conceal a flash of shadow that had passed through them. Standing upright now, he no longer leaned on the desk. Instead, pulling off a natural smile, he patted Lu Qiang's shoulder with a calm voice. What are you talking about? After so many years, how could I not trust you? Since you're busy, I won't disturb you anymore. With that, Sun Xia smiled again and turned toward the door. However, the moment he spun around and faced away from Lu Qiang, the curve of his lips faded gradually. His downcast eyes resembled those of an executioner, cold and indifferent as ice, radiating an icy chill. It was as if, in this instant, he tore off the facade of warmth and kindness, transforming instead into a snake sensing blood in the air, flicking its tongue with a hiss. He wasn't one to openly expose others' secrets. He preferred digging slowly, particularly reveling in the feeling of peeling away truths with his own hands. It was quite wonderful. If there were secrets you refused to disclose, then let me find them myself. What kind of treasure is so sneaky? 15 years had changed not only Lu Qiang but also the root of evil. Black would only become darker, never turning white. Bang! The door closed, and tranquility returned to the room. Lu Qiang stared at the closed door for a while before flipping the photo he'd previously set aside back over. In the blurry background of the photo, two people embracing were clearly focused. The next morning, Lu Jinglin and Bai Chaoyan still went to work together as usual. Their conversations and eye contact, however, held an added layer of genuine emotion, shedding the previous sense of vague distance, becoming more connected. Humans are emotional beings. Once a secret hidden in the heart is disclosed, trust and feelings between two people naturally deepen, akin to iron undergoing tempering, growing pure and unyielding. At the company, Bai Chaoyan greeted everyone nearby skillfully before sitting down, opening her bag to take out bread and milk she had prepared, and started eating breakfast alone. It was 8:40 a.m., leaving her 20 minutes to finish this meal. As she ate her breakfast, the idly chatting colleagues around her began their conversation. Did you know? Bai Group is preparing to acquire our company and has already started submitting materials. What? How didn't I know? A sound of dragging chairs followed quickly. Bai Chaoyan slowed her chewing slightly. I accidentally overheard this yesterday evening when I passed by the general manager's office. But with so many software companies in City A, there must be thousands. Why would Bai Corp choose ours? That's unclear. Maybe it's part of some strategic layout, but if they do acquire us, do you think layoffs will happen? No way. Hiring more people would be too troublesome. Then after the acquisition, won't our benefits be the same as those of Bai Group employees? My relative has always bragged about her son working at Bai Group and kept talking endlessly in my mom's ears about how good their treatment is. It annoyed my mom so much. But now I can finally show off too. The girl speaking seemed quite excited, raising her voice unintentionally. Acquisition. Bai Chaoyan finished her bread, casually throwing the bag into the trash can beside her feet. Interesting. It was not random timing that Lu Qiang decided to acquire after bumping into her in the underground parking lot. Clearly, he had grown suspicious. That meant she had to prepare accordingly. Starting from that day, Chen Xian claimed he was working overtime and didn't return home with Lu Jinglin for several evenings. To avoid any suspicion, he intentionally picked up a tiring task from his superior, staying busy until around 10 o'clock every night before going back home. Lu Jinglin initially asked if he could wait for him at night since it wouldn't matter if his shop stayed open longer. However, this suggestion was quickly rejected by Bai Chaoyan, who said it would only be busy for a few days and there was no need. Besides, their place was close to the company, and safety wasn't an issue. With Bai Chaoyan's insistence, Lu Jinglin didn't push further. Finally, on the fifth evening, a car was parked downstairs, next to which stood a tall, slim figure under the lamplight in the night, looking like a cinematic scene with a mysterious chill. Chen Xian remained hidden in the dark from afar, his dark eyes observing everything. Unlike the usually gentle and friendly version of himself, his expression remained emotionless, and a faint smirk playing on his lips made him appear completely different. He knew for sure this person would come. Lu Qiang believed only in himself, not ghosts or gods. So why did someone he presumed dead 5 years ago reappear in front of him? Even if the individual claimed they couldn't remember anything, Lu Qiang wasn't the type to trust easily just because words were spoken. Trust was something extremely scarce to him. But this situation could give Chen Xian a chance to test if Bai Chaoyan's previous 10 years weren't all wasted. As he thought, Chen Xian pulled out the earphones from his pocket, adjusted his demeanor, then stepped forward, emerging from the shadows. He pretended to scroll through videos on his phone, his gaze focused entirely on the glowing screen as he walked step by step toward the entrance of the apartment building. Before long, he felt a pair of eyes fixed firmly on him, piercing yet deep. White Chaoyan, listening to music, was naturally unaware. As he moved closer, the gaze weighing down on him grew heavier and more intense until, absorbed in his phone, he passed right by the side of the car without even glancing up once. Just as he was about to fully pass the car, a hand grabbed his arm. The force yanked the headphones from his ear, leaving them dangling on his shoulder. Looking up, following the hand's direction, Bai Chaoyan first froze momentarily, his bewildered eyes gradually sharpening as memories returned. Without hesitation, he pulled his arm free. While tidying up the earphones and winding up the cords, he frowned slightly. Why is it you again? From afar earlier, his face hadn't been clear, but now up close under the bright light, every feature was sharp and distinct. Though not strikingly handsome, his calm face carried an underlying intensity. Pale skin complemented his soft pink lips, and the glasses perched on his nose added an intellectual touch. However, his dark and unfathomable eyes emanated a quiet pressure, anchoring people where they stood. Lu Qiang, meanwhile, was also scrutinizing him closely. In the dim glow of the night and streetlights, the young man's figure appeared slender and tall. A white shirt tucked neatly into his pants accentuated a perfect waistline. Lowering his phone, he tilted his head slightly upward, and in his shadowy eyes was both unfamiliarity and a trace of impatience. And perhaps even a hint of disdain. Unmoved, Lu Qiang slipped his reclaimed hand into the pocket of his suit coat, maintaining an equally cold tone. We need to talk. Bai Chaoyan didn't recognize this person, and even though he was stopped unreasonably while returning home, he still maintained his polite manners instead of immediately turning away. But despite his courteous exterior, a subtle look of helplessness crossed his eyes as he sighed softly. I've already told you, I don't know who you are. If we're strangers, then there's nothing to discuss. After finishing, Bai Chaoyan attempted to leave, but suddenly, a hand blocked his path, refusing to let him go. Lu Qiang obviously wasn't about to let him leave that easily. Bai Chaoyan stared at the obstructive arm inches from him, frowned deeply, and turned his head to glance. Lu Qiang's gaze, deep and heavy, met the pair of eyes directly as he opened his mouth assertively. Since you've already chosen to leave, why have you come back after 5 years? Bai Chaoyan paused. Not everyone knew about that specific timeline of 5 years. Moreover, given their supposed unfamiliarity with each other, how could he accurately say it? It was clear that Lu Qiang must know something significant. You investigated me. The towering person continued to look at him, unaffected by Bai Chaoyan's question. His silence exuded a commanding presence, befitting someone in a position of authority. After a while, Bai Chaoyan scoffed lightly. That made sense. From their first encounter in the underground parking lot, Bai Chaoyan had already realized this man was no ordinary individual. If he indeed cared about Bai Chaoyan's identity, then he surely would have dug into his background thoroughly. After uncovering everything, naturally, he'd want to confront Bai Chaoyan again. He had lost much of his memory, so there were originally no clues left. Encountering Lu Jinglin, he had decided to live a simple life without complicating things. However, an unexpected meeting with an acquaintance brought more inquiries from this familiar face, although Bai Chaoyan himself didn't understand many details about their shared history. Regardless, Bai Chaoyan had absolutely no intention of getting involved with this person. Turning around, he took a step forward, his usual calm demeanor now mixed with a touch of solemn seriousness. He boldly locked gazes with Lu Qiang and began making up an explanation. I'm the kind of person who doesn't have a very good memory. But I usually don't forget important people. I've scoured my entire mind for memories, but I can't find anything related to you. So either you're mistaken, or... He raised his eyes, focusing on the face which wasn't ruggedly handsome but possessed a distinct charm. A faint smirk played on his lips as he spoke gently. Or perhaps you're just too detestable to leave any pleasant impression behind. What do you think? Normally, Bai Chaoyan would be gentle and respectful, avoiding conflicts or arguments. This time though, driven by a certain resentment, whether due to an unpleasant first meeting or mere dislike, he found himself bristling against Lu Qiang's unfathomable composure and those empty eyes. A wave of indescribable anger washed over him, making every part of him sharp-edged. As for why I came back, Bai Chaoyan said, shrugging off the matter, it has nothing to do with you. If Lu Qiang had managed to uncover facts going back 5 years, there was no need to hide further. Concealing the truth would only make him seem suspicious. This Bai Chaoyan, the same face and voice, yet entirely different in tone, was unrecognizable even to himself. The strangeness in those eyes was unmistakable, far colder than even during their previous night encounter. He really despised him. Without any disguise. Lu Qiang's thin lips tightened, and his gaze flickered down to Bai Chaoyan's neck where a section of rope peeked out from under his collar. As if aware of his thoughts, Bai Chaoyan went on saying, also, we aren't that close, so don't mistake me for someone else, it gets quite awkward. By the end of the sentence, his smile softened his previously harsh expression somewhat, though the distance in his eyes remained impenetrable, maintaining the aloofness between them as strangers. Then, Bai Chaoyan pulled out his phone, tapping the screen, glancing briefly at the time. 23:01. Sorry, I still have work tomorrow. Bai Chaoyan looked up at the apparently distracted person, unwilling to dwell further on such trivialities. Just as he was about to leave, his wrist was abruptly held tight once again. The grip was firm, almost painfully so. Losing patience after being detained so many times, Bai Chaoyan raised his head, I said. Before he could finish his sentence, the man holding onto him suddenly leaned closer, drastically shortening the distance between them until their faces were merely an inch apart. Through the glasses, Bai Chaoyan caught his own wobbling reflection. The subtle scent of cologne enveloped him, accompanied by a sudden frostiness in Lu Qiang's expression. It felt like stepping into a cold breeze. With his free hand, Lu Qiang extended it toward Bai Chaoyan. Instinctively, Bai Chaoyan wanted to step back, but the hold on his wrist was too strong, preventing any escape. A long, pale finger hooked out a string from around Bai Chaoyan's neck, revealing a lapis lazuli pendant before their eyes. Its deep indigo hue gleamed faintly, evoking familiarity despite its dim light. Bai Chaoyan froze momentarily. Lu Qiang then gave a rare smile. You still deny being him? His deep voice carried a note of absolute certainty. The distinct, knuckle-defined fingers curled slightly, gently rubbing along the rope before abruptly pulling back. Bai Chaoyan felt a sudden tension at the back of his neck as he was pulled forward into a lean yet broad embrace. The hand that had grabbed him now rested on his waist. The cold fragrance that had lingered moments ago suddenly grew heavier. 5 years apart, and you've learned to act now, impressive. Bai Chaoyan froze instantly, even forgetting to struggle. Chen Xian, what the hell? How did he see through this? A Shang, huh? You didn't plan it? Chen Xian, no, I wanted to use this later. This is bad, just on our second meeting, I've already been caught out. There's no way he wouldn't recognize something he himself gave me. A Shang, so even you can be careless sometimes. Chen Xian, are you mocking me? A Shang, pretty much. Chen Xian, fuck. A Shang, what do you plan to do now? You can't just admit it, right? Chen Xian, of course not. The real game has just begun, there's no way I'm giving up this easily. As long as I keep denying with all my might, no one will be able to pry it out of me. Realizing what had happened, Bai Chaoyan snapped out of his stupor. His gaze darkened as he saw the stone roughly tugged out, like someone had touched a sore spot, triggering an immediate response of defensiveness. With a burst of strength, he shoved the person holding him away, reclaimed the stone, and clutched it tightly in his hand, his posture now defensive and visibly agitated. Who gave you permission to touch my things? Chapter 101, The Deep Seas Ultramarine, 12. The azurite was tightly clenched in his hand, and the man who had just been composed instantly changed. His gaze, sharp like an ice blade, stared at him angrily, and his expression resembled a boiling flame. But his cautious movements clearly revealed his high regard for that stone. Yet, the person in front of him did not exhibit the expected bewilderment and hesitation after being exposed as a liar. It seemed like they were genuinely angry because their item had been touched. For the first time, Lu Qiang slowly furrowed his brow. Back then, he had invested great effort into deceiving Bai Chaoyan, playing with and grinding stones that held no interest to him. From knowing nothing to becoming highly proficient, he had thoroughly examined everything about those stones, from every edge to every fine line, leaving no detail unclear. How could he possibly fail to recognize them? There absolutely cannot be two identical stones in this world. People are the same. Lu Qiang's expression grew somber, and his calm eyes revealed no emotion, only an ink-like darkness swirling within. Under Bai Chaoyan's furious glare, he took another step forward, reducing the distance between them to just 2 or 3 fists. As they locked eyes, a familiar feeling and scent filled the air around them. Lu Qiang raised his hand and, taking advantage of Bai Chaoyan's momentary daze, enveloped the hand holding the stone with his own. Warmth swiftly spread through Bai Chaoyan's skin. Those pitch-black eyes merely gazed at him quietly, as if plunging into the silence of the ocean depths. Bai Chaoyan, don't forget who gave you this stone. Even if you want to deceive me, using a fake stone would be better than a real one. To deceive someone, you need more effort. I did it intentionally. Of course, Chen Xian couldn't actually say that. Bai Chaoyan's gaze flickered. But merely for an instant, the next second, he recovered his composure. His anger subsided, and he moved his hand, trying to pull it away, but the other side didn't allow him to break free. At this point, his temper flared. Who gave me the stone is irrelevant because I've forgotten it already. What belongs to me is mine, and there's no place for interference or criticism from others. Let me remind you again, we have never met before, and we don't meet now. I hope you stay out of my sight because seeing your face makes me physically ill. The icy tone was sharp, each word cutting deep into the listener's skin. Bai Chaoyan wasn't an easily enraged person, in fact, he was courteous. However, facing this individual, he didn't even consider giving them basic leeway. Some people make you fall in love at first sight, while others leave an immediate distaste. Evidently, to the current Bai Chaoyan, Lu Qiang belonged to the latter category. After speaking, Bai Chaoyan cast a calm yet frigid glance at the tightly grasped wrist, followed by raising his eyebrows and frowning at the person in front of him. The meaning was clear. Realizing what the other meant, Lu Qiang's expression turned grim, and his dark gaze also became gloomy, as though some undercurrent was gathering. His pale lips slightly curved upward, ready to utter more words. At that exact moment, however, a streak of lightning-fast wind suddenly dashed towards Lu Qiang's face. Being the son of a gambler, Lu Qiang had suffered countless beatings as a child. Despite many years passing, his body's instinctive responses remained unshaken, reacting quickly. His gaze slightly widened, and he immediately released his grip, stepping back several steps. The speed of the previous attack had been rapid, the sharp sound slicing past his ears like a sword. Clearly practiced. Retreating hastily, his dodging appeared somewhat clumsy. A tall figure suddenly blocked Bai Chaoyan from behind. The newcomer sported wine-red hair, wore a casual black t-shirt, and stepped on flip-flops, appearing far more relaxed compared to Lu Qiang's formally dressed self. One half-shadowed side of his face showed distinct features, thin lips pressed together, and obscure eyes bearing a fierce look Bai Chaoyan had never seen before, a chilling gleam akin to the reflection off a knife's tip. Simultaneously, one of his hands pulled Bai Chaoyan behind him while the other tightly clenched into a fist. Short-sleeved black clothing reached his elbows, where prominent veins highlighted muscles tensed in readiness. Lu Qiang's eyes darkened. It's him again. The silent Lu Qiang exuded a naturally sinister aura, especially when those piercing eyes focused on someone, emitting an intense pressure making anyone uneasy. But Lu Jinglin remained undaunted. Their gazes intersected in mid-air, instantly rendering the surroundings deathly quiet. The air bristled with tension, permeated with a thick smell of gunpowder. All it needed was a spark to ignite. Bai Chaoyan glanced at Lu Jinglin's tightly clenched hand by his side. The punch just now wasn't a joke. Still, he didn't give Lu Qiang even a glance, instead holding Lu Jinglin's arm quite naturally. How did you come down here? The look of concern was more than enough to highlight the difference between the two people. Lu Jinglin suppressed the peculiar expression in his eyes and focused on Bai Chaoyan. Contrasting with his normally icy demeanor, his voice now was gentle and patient. It's getting late. You didn't come back, so I came down to check. I've been working overtime lately, so I leave a bit later. Lu Jinglin said, I'll wait for you tomorrow before we go together. It will be better not to meet people with unclear motives. Bai Chaoyan understood his undertone, looked at Lu Qiang once, and nodded definitively. Okay. Lu Qiang stared at those slightly turned-up lips, which were opening and closing to express care for another person, showing cold indifference towards him, as if ignoring a weed by the roadside. All the affection and sweet words from the past 10 years seemed like illusions. Lu Qiang, I like you very much. Do you like me? Lu Qiang, why is this stone so beautiful? Lu Qiang, is this your favorite gift? Lu Qiang. This feeling was strange. It was as though it had appeared blatantly in his emotions for the first time, stirring wildly like a heavy iron hammer repeatedly striking a wall, blow after blow. He was anxious, even wanting to use the most direct method to make that man fall to the ground never to rise again, becoming pitifully humble like a beggar. Instead of standing there to confront him. His breathing grew heavier, those fierce eyes seemed covered with ice and snow, black pupils reflecting no light in the night, dark emotions compressed to the extreme, and pale hands tense with blue veins. This feeling was similar to over a decade ago, when creditors knocked on the door, bang, bang, bang. Each sound maddening enough to make him want to kill them. He's your new lover. The raspy, low voice was icy cold like a snake's tongue. That night's photos, familiar conversations, questions knowingly asked despite knowing the answers, yet Lu Qiang still asked. New love? There must be an old love before there can be a new one. Then who is the old love? Bai Chaoyan almost wanted to laugh. But under the current circumstances, he didn't want to say anything further to the other party. It's getting late, goodbye and please leave, he said and then turned around and left with Lu Jinglin quite promptly, decisively trying to distance himself from the entanglements behind. At first, he wanted to say straight out, he's not my new love, he's my boyfriend, but hesitated for a moment and ultimately chose not to speak, realizing there was no need to explain too much to this person. Saying more would only feel like fueling a competition. This time, Lu Qiang didn't say anything else. He merely watched their backs fade away from view. His face was frighteningly cold, and his gaze was like a heavily clouded rainy day, filled with a chilling coolness. On the way back, neither of them spoke. The atmosphere was heavy, but Lu Jinglin's firm grip on Bai Chaoyan's hand never loosened, maintaining a strong force throughout. Bai Chaoyan peeked at him a few times but didn't struggle. He could tell that Lu Jinglin's mood wasn't good, and any direct comment would likely go ignored. So Bai Chaoyan saw the elevator stop at the 8th floor. Lu Jinglin led him to the entrance of room 801, skillfully entering the password. As soon as they walked in, Bai Chaoyan was forcefully pressed against the wall by Lu Jinglin. Even with the bright lights on in the room, they couldn't illuminate the dark corner near the doorway. With pressure applied, Bai Chaoyan tilted his head upwards. In the dimly lit area, those eyes shone unusually sharp and clear, like a forest suddenly catching fire in the dead of night, where darkness was quickly consumed by flames. Under such an intense gaze, Bai Chaoyan momentarily forgot how to react. Amidst the fury, Bai Chaoyan also caught a trace of worry. Lu Jinglin narrowed the gap. Their noses lightly brushed against each other, their lips exceptionally close, it felt like just a slight turn would bring contact, but Lu Jinglin refrained. Instead, he lowered his breath, gazing downwards, lingeringly savoring the scent of the person in front of him. It was a mix of restraint and desire. Bai Chaoyan couldn't help but feel nervous. You and him, what exactly was your relationship in the past? What kind of relationship leads to this relentless pursuit? What kind of relationship causes him to see jealousy in the other person's eyes? A deep, soft voice resonated between the two, who were dangerously close, able to feel each other's hot breaths. The warmth of fingertips on his wrist also became prominent. Bai Chaoyan first froze, then retreated slightly as if timid, but behind him was the wall. This action did nothing except slightly increase the distance between their faces, which was utterly useless. I lost count. It might not be good, otherwise, he wouldn't have come knocking. He paused briefly and muttered an additional sentence, maybe I owe him money. Lu Jinglin chuckled softly. Look at his car, his clothes, does he look like someone short of cash? This certainly isn't the reason why he's here. From the moment he appeared, his eyes had turned icy and cold, clearly showing his resentment, even disdain, at Lu Jinglin's presence. Their gazes were quite similar, both filled with the rage one feels when they perceive their possessions are being coveted by others. He wasn't a fool. The past between them couldn't have been so simple. Lu Jinglin lowered his gaze, intently looking at the person before him, observing how his lips were tightly pursed, eyebrows furrowed, and his bewildered eyes brimming with helplessness and confusion. Lu Jinglin sighed lightly. He had forgotten, this person no longer remembered. Just as the dissatisfaction and stuffiness provoked by that man downstairs hadn't fully accumulated, it suddenly dissipated, leaving a sense of helplessness. He couldn't resist leaning forward to lightly kiss the other's soft lips, and his broad palm gently caressed by Chaoyan's soft hair. Don't worry, I'm here for you. No matter what your relationship was in the past, since 5 years have already passed, everything has ended. You've started anew. You deserve a new path, a new choice. People from the past and affairs from the past shouldn't interfere anymore. Initially, Bai Chaoyan was nervously anticipating a stern questioning, but instead received a gentle, sweet, even indulgent kiss. The soft touch left him rooted in place. His gaze was similarly dazed. Even after Lu Jinglin had moved away, seeing this reaction made him find it amusing, prompting a playful thought in his mind. Supporting himself against the wall with his right hand, while using his left to pinch Bai Chaoyan's chin upward, he teased, "Is this your first kiss?" This mockery brought Bai Chaoyan back to his senses, though his face still flushed red. The dim light hid it somewhat, of course not. I have a lot of experience. That statement wasn't a lie. Over the years spent with Lu Qiang, each one being a young, passionate man, there had undoubtedly been intimate moments, yet it had been 5 long years of monk-like solitude since then, and being momentarily stunned was unavoidable. However, to Lu Jinglin, this was merely a forced excuse. Raising an interested eyebrow, his lips curved upward into a smile, and the frosty demeanor he'd held earlier seemed like a completely different person now. His hand, which had been supporting against the wall, subtly slid down to Bai Chaoyan's toned and slender waist, fingers lightly rubbing. A lot of experience, huh? Dare let me see some of it? Bai Chaoyan froze again, just staring at him without answering. After that night, Bai Chaoyan felt confident that within the short term, Lu Qiang likely wouldn't appear in front of him. After all, Bai Chaoyan had made his distaste clear enough, so even if there were more matters, Lu Qiang would hardly confront him directly, causing trouble unnecessarily. But although Lu Qiang didn't come, Bai Chaoyan unexpectedly met someone else. During the bustling time when everyone was leaving work in the building lobby in the afternoon, Bai Chaoyan stood still holding a stack of documents, gazing deeply at the kindly and gentle-looking person walking toward him. Tall and elegant, wearing a light-colored suit complemented by brown hair, his pale handsome face exuded an amicable and gentle smile. Bright, warm eyes fixed on Bai Chaoyan, radiating charm and grace as though refreshing winds swept through hearts. The passage of time seemed to have genuinely transformed this person into pure, bright sunshine, brilliant and captivating. Yet, seeing this familiar face, an odd feeling spread throughout Bai Chaoyan's body. As though countless tiny worms were wriggling over him or fine white blades were delicately scraping across his skin, making him shiver instinctively. Bai Chaoyan chose to call this sensation physiological repulsion. His calm expression lasted only a few seconds before reverting to his usual courteous facade, and Bai Chaoyan asked, "Do you need anything?" Hearing his words, Sun Xia smiled even wider. "It's been years since we last saw each other, so I specially came to check on you. But looking at your expression, it seems you don't welcome me much." Not the first time being mistaken, Bai Chaoyan controlled his muscles to respond mechanically with a fake smile, "Sorry, but it seems like it's our first meeting." Upon hearing Bai Chaoyan's response, Sun Xia's eyes widened slightly, revealing a hint of surprise mixed with concern. His sincere gaze almost convinced Bai Chaoyan. "Unfamiliar? I'm Sun Xia, your good friend. Don't you remember me? Good friend." Bai Chaoyan gritted her teeth and repeated those 3 words in her mind, yet her expression remained unchanged. Like someone who swindled your money and deserves to lose their life. "Bai Chaoyan, sorry, I really don't know you. Earlier, another sir also mistook me for someone else. I mean, my face isn't that common, right?" Chapter 102, The Ultramarine of the Deep Sea, 13. His eyes, which were neither laughing nor not, slightly lowered but still fixed on Bai Chaoyan's eyes without any movement. "Is that so? Then it's really a pity. But let's not talk about this first." He raised his hand and glanced at the silver watch on his wrist, then continued, "It's not early now. Are you interested in having dinner? We can get to know each other better over dinner." Bai Chaoyan stared at his amiable smile, and her eyes were full of warmth, but the more she looked, the more unnerved she felt. In her impression, the former Sun Xia was a selfish person who never offered help unless he had an ulterior motive. If he ever gave you a candy, it surely meant there was a well-laid trap waiting for you to jump into. They didn't have much interaction before. When he and Lu Qi joined hands to drive him out of the Bai family, Bai Chaoyan thought that if it wasn't for his interest in seeing her end, they might not have intersected further. Or even be simply trapped in a fabricated illusion. Therefore, Sun Xia was a person who had nothing to do with kindness. To feel any kindness from him would only be the last mercy before he tore you apart. This was just the Xinxia of the past. So many years had passed since then, now, it may have gotten worse. Perhaps because Bai Chaoyan's rejection was too obvious, Xinxia saw her involuntary defensive expression and smiled gently, softening his tone a bit. Rest assured, I really just want to have dinner with you because the two of you are extremely alike. I don't believe in ghosts or spirits, and there won't be two identical people in the world. If you've forgotten your past, perhaps I could help you recall it. Though his tone was light, the words were filled with certainty. Knowing fully well this man had no good intentions, only a fool would agree. Bai Chaoyan politely declined, no thanks, I'm not the person you think I am, and there's nothing to recall. Besides, my friend is coming soon, so it wouldn't be convenient. Of course, this sentence was made up. There was no way he could have called anyone for help all of a sudden, he just wanted the other party to give up. Friends? Xinxia's eyes lit up. Since a friend is coming, why don't we invite them to join us? Bai Chaoyan's expression stiffened for a moment. No need. Rest assured, I don't mind. Your friend naturally is my friend as well. I don't mind, but I sure do. Bai Chaoyan felt uncomfortable inside, her lips tightened, and her expression was almost unable to hold up. Facing her old enemy, self-hypnosis had its limits. Suddenly, a hand landed on Bai Chaoyan's shoulder. Sorry, he had lunch plans with me. The deep voice carried a familiar coldness and arrogance. The hand resting on Bai Chaoyan's shoulder and the somewhat lazy tone created an icy atmosphere as if warning others not to come close. Lu Jinglin was much taller than Bai Chaoyan. With the hand placed on her shoulder like that, leaning down a bit, it appeared as though he was protecting her, exuding a strong sense of possession. Xinxia swept him with a glance, maintaining the same smile, then instead lifted his own right hand calmly. Hi, I'm a friend of Chaoyan from before. And you? Lu Jinglin cast a disdainful look at Xinxia's extended hand, gaze cold and steady. He did not extend his hand either but turned his head slightly the next moment, pressing Bai Chaoyan's head towards his direction as he pulled her closer until their heads were nearly touching. Boyfriend. Bai Chaoyan was dumbfounded. Xinxia's eyebrows twitched slightly, and his deep eyes watched the two quietly for several seconds before his smile widened. Without leaving a trace, he pulled his hand back. Really? He didn't tell me just now. If you don't mind. I do. Before Xinxia could finish his sentence, Lu Jinglin rudely interrupted without giving an inch. His harsh tone spared no face. Even someone as smooth-talking as Xinxia was momentarily speechless, the smile at the corner of his mouth gradually fading away, and the previously gentle demeanor vanishing instantly. Standing silently, yet with an undeniable presence akin to an impending pressure attack. The place where the three stood remained eerily silent, the tension evident such that even passers-by kept their distance. Bai Chaoyan also sensed something and lifted her eyes, a faint smile on her lips unnoticed even by herself. Lu Jinglin met Xinxia's uncontainable gaze, scoffing, then pulling Bai Chaoyan's hand, departed directly. Though the action wasn't fast, it lacked any hesitation or delay, clearly conveying impatience in the eyes of onlookers. Xinxia stood in his place, his tall and slender figure, handsome and well-dressed attire catching the attention of many passers-by. His lowered eyes watched as a retreating figure grew smaller. For a long time he did not move his gaze, his expression as murky as an abyss, and his face emotionless, like it was shrouded by black mist warning others to keep their distance. For all intents and purposes, a prodigy of heaven, after 10 years of deceit and betrayal 5 years ago, he had fallen from being admired by everyone to having nothing. Why can you still smile so happily? Is a new man really enough to make you forget the pain? Indeed. That captivating expression from the night 5 years ago on your face. But now that you have new affections, do you still like Lu Qi? If he liked you again, would you still love him? Xinxia suddenly had a fierce light flash through his eyes, an overwhelming desire to ruin causing his whole body to tremble. To regain something always made one value it more, be it a person from before or someone now, and the more resolute something was, the more utterly it could shatter when destroyed. The glittering radiance in his eyes seemed almost manic. The shadowed smile reappeared on his face. It seems I need a new script now. Bai Chaoyan glanced at the hand clasping hers, the person beside her walked with unwavering focus ahead. Wasn't that a bit too straightforward just now? Lu Jinglin shot him a look. I saw that you didn't want to deal with him, dilly-dallying around for half a day, isn't it better I said it for you? Someone blinked. Good, very good. But, boyfriend. Lu Jinglin suddenly stopped, turned sideways to stare intently at him. Are we not together right now? Bai Chaoyan looked at the serious, handsome face. Yes, definitely yes. But how did you get here? Lu Jinglin answered, took on a job, noticed the location was nearby, so I came directly over. Also took the opportunity to check up on you. Oh. You should thank him. If he hadn't arrived on time, you would have been taken away by that fox. Chen Xian, fox? Do you mean Xinxia? Exactly, see how nice and approachable he appears, but 5 years ago, he was the one who handed over the severing blade. Chen Xian, true, it's rather fitting. But how did he know I was back? Though the other party claimed it was an encounter, this explanation only tricked the naive ones. He wasn't going to fall for it. Probably Chu Yang leaked it. Chen Xian, I thought so. Since they already know, the game will accelerate. Looking at them, it doesn't seem like they'll let me go easily. Finally, it's about to begin. If it doesn't change soon, I'll log off and take a break. Chen Xian, we'd better prepare ourselves. 1 week later. In a villa estate, Sun Xia looked at the data in his hand. His eyes transformed from initial calmness into brightness, like a candle without flame lit by new fire turning a dim space bright yellow. Then, it was even a difficult to quench joy, the fun clearly visible as if highlighted with ink. Interesting, truly interesting. So, this is the relationship. Bai Chaoyan, living 5 years ago after such an ordeal, so what? Still the loser, this time I will carve out meticulously. His white as jade hands gently rubbed the paper in his hand, his lips curving upward slightly, his elegant features full of happiness, like a child finding his beloved toy. 3 days later. Sun Xia sat in Lu Qi's study. There were still only the two of them inside the large room where heavy curtains remained drawn making the atmosphere stuffy. In his hand, he held a cup of coffee, blowing gently before sipping it. Speaking leisurely, I met Bai Chaoyan, full of life and energy, living quite well. Saying this, he placed down his cup, picked up a sugar cube from nearby and dropped it in, shaking his head before continuing, but he won't admit being Bai Chaoyan. Moreover, there's a man by his side now, who even claims to be his boyfriend. Initially, I didn't believe it, but watching their intimate interactions, it didn't feel fake. Lu Qi paused midway through reading a document. After some moments, he lifted his eyes to glance at the man sitting by the window, his pitch-black profound gaze seemingly bottomless. Sun Xia did not look at him, not even noticing the gazes resting on him, continuing to pick up his adjusted coffee for another sip, his tone filled with resentment. I just didn't expect it. I thought he should love you a lot. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been willing to commit suicide for you after knowing the truth back then. But, how come there's someone else after merely over 5 years? He clicked his tongue again and shook his head. It seems that his love wasn't that lasting after all. Upon further reflection, his attempted suicide might have been due to him being angry and feeling humiliated rather than truly loving you, right? After finishing his words, Sun Xia put down the cup in his hand, turning his head to meet Lu Qi's serious gaze, and smiled faintly. The calm tone, though devoid of sharp edges, was like a stone dropped into a lake, violently breaking the tranquility, the instant prick of pain akin to being lightly touched by a needle point. Lu Qi hesitated for a moment. As long as we achieve our desired results and obtain the entire Bai family, whether or not he loves me, is it really important? Not important. Even if Bai Chaoyan carefully presents his love to you, you have already trampled on it until it was shattered. Of course, it's not important. Sun Xia rested his face in his hand, slightly raising his eyebrows with a smile. So it seems you don't care about his past or present, including his new boyfriend. Lu Qi retracted his gaze, continuing to look at the report in his hands, his voice calm without any ripple. I don't need to care. Ha ha. Sun Xia, sitting there, suddenly burst out laughing, his cheerful and bright laughter jarringly loud in the study. But as he laughed, he suddenly stood up and slowly walked towards Lu Qi, stopping at the desk whereupon his laughter ceased. He bent down, cradling Lu Qi's face, leaning closer to remove his glasses, gazing into his pitch-black, profound eyes before tenderly kissing his forehead, smiling affectionately. That gentle gesture was akin to the Pope kissing his loyal believer. I know you too well, Lu Qi. The more you pretend, the more casual your facial expressions seem. In reality, however, you are deeply affected inside, even controlling your breathing. As he spoke, Sun Xia lifted his hand and tilted Lu Qi's chin upward, the warm fingertips caressing his sharply defined cheekbones all the way to his temple, observing his own reflection in Lu Qi's black pupils, his smile growing brighter. Like now, your eyes are so dark. In fact, you're completely unwilling inside. Lu Qi's thin lips were tightly sealed, turning his head away, lifting his hand to remove the offending hand from his face. Sun Xia directly sat on the edge of the desk, continuing, 10 years of feelings, not even you can be completely indifferent, let alone him. Back then, he liked you so much. But now, he just won't admit it. It's unclear for the time being whether he has genuinely forgotten or is pretending. Do you think that makes sense? Saying this, Sun Xia smiled and patted Lu Qi's shoulder. Why don't you go talk to him? It's been so long since you've seen each other. If he sees you, maybe he'll remember. Lu Qi had already seen Bai Chaoyan but did not tell Sun Xia about these things, not even hinting at his existence. With such a big city, could it really be a coincidence? But a boyfriend. The memory flashed through his mind of the intimate photo, their embrace vividly clear. He lowered his eyes. I will make him remember, he said. Chapter 103, High Society Line, Deep Sea Ultramarine, Part 14. On the weekend, Bai Chaoyan, still at home, received a black invitation. When he opened the red fire seal with white characters, it revealed Lu Qiang's brief message, clear in intent, for him to come over as there was something important to hand over, and if he came, Lu assured him he would never bother him again. If this were the old Bai Chaoyan, he wouldn't have gone. In fact, he'd run as far away as possible. After all, he had only just managed to escape from his meticulously crafted lies, seeing that person's true and hideous nature. Why would he go back? Not even 10 fools could be tricked twice. But now he was Chen Xian, and in order to pass the level, he must get close to the target, which was the simplest and most direct way. Shall we eat out today? As soon as Lu Jinglin pushed the door open, he saw Bai Chaoyan standing absent-mindedly in the middle of the living room. After hearing the sound of the door opening, Bai Chaoyan snapped back to reality, turning his head to look at him but moving his right hand slightly behind his back, hiding it. Lu Jinglin stared at his hidden hand for 2 seconds, then next moment smiled as usual. Holding the vegetables he'd just bought, he walked into the house on his own accord. What are you doing standing here so dumbfounded, waiting for me? Bai Chaoyan also chuckled softly, looking earnestly at the man walking toward him. Today, Lu Jinglin had tied up his hair, with only some strands around his forehead and temple flowing down, making him appear extraordinarily handsome and spirited. He didn't answer, instead speaking in an extremely calm voice, Jinglin, I'm going out tomorrow. You don't need to wait for me at noon. Just go to the store. Lu Jinglin paused briefly, putting the vegetables on the table and asking simply, do you want me to accompany you? Bai Chaoyan shook his head, tightening the hand behind his back, and gently said, no, it's a small matter. Upon hearing this, the other person turned and nodded towards him, smiling. All right, I'll wait for you to return tonight. The Bai family, one of the top wealthy clans, had their mansion situated on the waist of Chui Mountain outside the city loop line. From the elevated vantage point, the entire A city's finest scenery could be easily taken in, the blue skies and white clouds beneath which the bustling city seemed like a child wrapped in a green silk ribbon, vibrant yet profound. The colors intertwined in a serene oil painting, dazzling and captivating. Bai Chaoyan stood in front of the European-style iron gate, interwoven with black and gold lacquer, slowly surveying it. Years had passed, yet there wasn't a trace of erosion from rain or sunlight, it was clean as though brand new, clearly well maintained. This familiar sensation hadn't changed one bit. It looked exactly the same as when he had left initially. A moment later, accompanied by the mechanical hum of heavy objects moving, the gate slowly opened. The deep avenue of phoenix trees shielded the blinding sunlight, while dappled light extended towards a tranquil patch of verdant green. Bai Chaoyan cast a side glance at the silent sound-controlled system beside the gate, and stepped inside. Walking past the garden, rocks, green woods, fountains, grass art, glancing at the tall white phoenix tree standing amidst the green lawn, a familiar feeling seeped in through his breath. All those previous landscapes remained steadfast in their original positions. After passing through all the tranquility, he finally caught sight of the white estate embedded in his memory. He paused for several seconds, suppressing the ripples within his heart. Then he continued forward. He arrived before a massive wooden door, and the servants had already been waiting by its sides, forming a formidable lineup. One might think they were prepared for someone of great importance, unaware of the truth. Actually, it was nothing more than an ex-failure. Bai Chaoyan moved closer, his gaze sweeping across the slightly lowered faces, all youthful and none of them bearing a familiar countenance. This meant, after his departure, Lu Qiaoyang had completely replaced the staff here. Hence, his conclusion, dead things can remain unchanged, but people cannot stay in a position where they are bothersome. Sir, our master is waiting for you upstairs. Please follow me. The speaker was a young woman. Her black uniform accentuated her slender and upright figure. She stood aside, her jet-black long hair neatly coiled at the back, and her elegant face carried a dignified yet distant smile. Was she a housekeeper or secretary? All right. Bai Chaoyan responded, then followed behind her like a first-time visitor. As he walked, he glanced at his attire, a simple suit and trousers, not ugly but, knowing better now, a casual t-shirt and shorts would have suited better. The more carefree and indifferent the appearance, the more it would stand out as out of place. A few minutes later, the woman led him to the first room on the right-hand side of the second floor. She stopped before the door, respectfully knocking, "Master, your guest has arrived." After a while, a low and deep voice emanated from within, "Come in." The woman then opened the door, gesturing in a welcoming manner, and Bai Chaoyan, looking at her, also flashed a smile identical to hers. This room was familiar to him, it had been his bedroom before he left the Bai family. As Bai Chaoyan stepped inside, he saw Lu Qiaoyang standing by the floor-to-ceiling window. The 4 sliding doors were tightly shut, and sunlight streamed through the large glass panels, illuminating the room. Outside was an open balcony, where under the sunlight's reflection, the person facing away from him seemed to emit a faint glow around their body, giving off a sense of warmth. Lu Qiaoyang's attire was similar to his own, suit pants and a white shirt, but with the sleeves rolled up to his forearms, it exuded a casual yet unrestrained air. His glasses on the bridge of his nose retained just a touch of scholarly elegance. Truthfully, Bai Chaoyan admired Lu Qiaoyang for being resolute and unyielding. Regardless of how grave his sins or the amount of evil deeds committed, there wasn't a trace of guilt visible in his demeanor, face, or eyes, just a consuming blackness that could rot anything. In front of such a person, any slight sign of weakness would instantly be pounced upon, leading to certain downfall. Bai Chaoyan stared at Lu Qiaoyang, who returned the gaze with that beguiling face of his. They locked eyes for several seconds. It was Lu Qiaoyang who broke the silence first. "I knew you'd come. Bai Chaoyan lowered his gaze, walking further in as the door closed behind him. Say what you want to say, and make it quick. Today, his purpose was to wrap things up swiftly. He certainly didn't plan to stay long. Lu Qiaoyang arched an eyebrow, his eyes sweeping around the entire room before finally settling back on Bai Chaoyan. He patted the chair beside him, speaking in a calm and familiar tone. Look, nothing here has changed, it's exactly as it was when you left. Following his cue, Bai Chaoyan scanned the surroundings, familiar items, familiar arrangements. Even the direction of the lamp remained precisely as it was when he had left, creating the illusion that this room hadn't been touched by anyone, almost like it had been meticulously preserved. There wasn't a flicker of emotion detectable in Bai Chaoyan's light brown eyes, nor did his expression betray any impatience. Directly addressing Lu Qiaoyang, he said, "This is my first time here, so I wouldn't know what it looked like before." His tone was cold, seeming to go through mere formalities. Is that so? No problem though, you've probably forgotten, that's alright, I'll help you remember. Throughout this exchange, Lu Qiaoyang kept his focus unwaveringly on Bai Chaoyan's face, maintaining a steady demeanor while infusing his voice with an almost tender gentleness, as if all prior unpleasantness and arguments were merely illusions. Ever since he spotted that stone, Lu Qiaoyang had felt in his heart that Bai Chaoyan had already returned, even if he refused to acknowledge it because of past issues. There were countless ways to make someone confront reality, concede, and even kneel down before him, but Lu Qiaoyang preferred a softer approach to gently jog Bai Chaoyan's memory. Thus, amidst Bai Chaoyan's chilly glare, Lu Qiaoyang walked toward a solid wood 5-drawer chest on his right. It reached about chest height on Lu Qiaoyang, its wide drawers indicating ample storage space. Lu Qiaoyang pulled open the first drawer. Since the other party showed no intention of reminiscing about old times, he wouldn't hesitate to get straight to the point. I recall you once saying that no one can live entirely alone in this world, whether through love or hatred, they are forms of attachment, modes of existence. Therefore, you cherish everything you have. Even if something seems useless to others, if it holds personal significance or sentiment to you, you regard it as a treasure. Right? As Lu Qiaoyang spoke casually, Bai Chaoyan found himself momentarily taken aback by the grotesque porcelain doll in his hand. Why was it here? Hadn't he already hidden it secretly in that black box, keeping it completely out of sight? How had Lu Qiaoyang managed to find it? Its slanted eyes, squashed nose, and tufts of rice-like hair colored with black spots, along with its short and disproportionate limbs, made the round chubby face appear unsettling despite its cheerful grin. On the red strap pants of the doll were 3 incongruous words written in sharp, elegant strokes. Bai Chaoyan. On his 6th birthday, his father had inscribed it personally. This was the doll they had made together, and it was the last birthday gift his father had ever given him. Because the following year, his father passed away. Seeing this doll, fragmented memories surged into Bai Chaoyan's mind. Though the faces were blurred, he could still clearly picture the smiling mouths, repeatedly striking at his heart. The overwhelming tide of emotions churned violently within him. Bai Chaoyan struggled to keep his facial expressions composed, blinking briefly to regain his composure. He couldn't allow himself to appear too tense. If he gave even a single hint of vulnerability, this man would latch onto him like a demon, refusing to let go. It's fine, a broken doll isn't worth much. He won't do anything to it. Lu Qiaoyang placed the doll on the table, taking off his glasses and holding them in hand as he picked up the cloth to wipe them. Aren't you very curious about how I got this? Lu Qiaoyang stared deeply into his eyes, not missing a single ripple of fluctuation, and those sharp, highly oppressive eyes seemed truly to have penetrated Bai Chaoyan's brief lapse of attention moments ago, along with the doubts hidden inside. Lu Qiaoyang smiled, a rare faint smile. Uncovered by the lens, his deep-set eyes appeared like a forest touched by morning breeze and sunlight, mist dissipating, silent vitality thriving. You told me yourself. Bai Chaoyan looked at him. Lu Qiaoyang put his glasses back on, gently caressing the doll with one hand while falling into reminiscence, slowly saying, "That day was your birthday, seeing the thoughtful birthday gift I had prepared for you, you were so happy, so pleased that you dragged me to drink a lot of wine, then contentedly leaned close to my ear and said you wanted to tell me a secret." Bai Chaoyan's gaze flickered, his slightly lost eyes seeming to fall into recollection, the hand at his side tightening slightly. The sound of Lu Qiaoyang's voice continued in his ears. "You said you had a treasure, an extremely important treasure, hidden in a place no one knew. I asked if I could know where it was. You hesitated for a moment, smiling and nodding, saying yes." Saying this, Lu Qiaoyang gave a derisive laugh. "Do you know, at the time I still thought it would be something valuable, but when I opened it, there was only some old, broken junk." Junk. Bai Chaoyan's eyes darkened instantly. Lu Qiaoyang sneered, even shaking his head helplessly. "At that time, I didn't understand nor appreciate why, despite possessing everything others yearned for, you still cherished these completely useless things, even burying them like a child who hides their treasures in the ground. And hiding them so deep. But as time passed, I gradually realized, it's because you've too easily attained what others crave for wealth and status. Therefore, you can't understand, nor appreciate the difficulty of pursuing such things. For you, the luxury is emotion, genuine emotion. And these vessels, these are the tangible manifestations of emotions, right? Lu Qiaoyang cast a deep look at the porcelain doll, then at Bai Chaoyan's unmoving expression. His grip on the doll left the cabinet tabletop as he slowly extended his arm, the corners of his lips widening slightly into a smile. Since you've always insisted you're not him, naturally, you wouldn't care about this ugly thing. As soon as the words fell, the broad, long fingers released without hesitation, a crisp sound rang out. Bang! The white porcelain pieces scattered like falling droplets, some landing near Bai Chaoyan's feet, others near Lu Qiaoyang's feet, the splashes of color amidst the white lying silently on the floor, like a still painting. Bai Chaoyan remained still, motionless. Like a statue whose soul had been bound. But the hand at his side couldn't control its grasp on his pants, trembling fingertips hidden as if seeking concealment. His face, his expression remained composed. He didn't move, did not shout. He simply stood there, staring at Lu Qiaoyang with his eyes, ignoring the shattered pieces on the floor. He said, "What's the use of you throwing it? Lu Qiaoyang, wouldn't we know whether it has any use once it's thrown? Moreover, since the person is already gone, it's better to give it back to him rather than keep it, right?" Looking at the face before him, the silent room felt stifling, anger, resentment, sorrow coiled tightly around his organs like countless strands of thin rope. Now he finally understood what Lu Qiaoyang had invited him here to do, to force him. Force him to confess personally. Despite the inner conflict and turmoil, on the surface Bai Chaoyan maintained a surprising calm. He glanced at the shattered remains on the ground, hooking his lips upward disdainfully as if mocking, "If you called me here just to say these things, I have no interest in listening." Lu Qiaoyang crushed the large fragment beside his foot, a sharp snap resounding. Bai Chaoyan paused mid-turn. "All these years later, your manner of avoidance hasn't changed one bit. The door is locked already, no one will leave without my order." And simultaneously, he pulled open the second drawer. Hearing the sound, Bai Chaoyan turned around. His light brown eyes blinked wide open, pupils contracting sharply, the hand at his side tightening until it turned pale. No. Lu Qiaoyang's hand, at some unknown point, was holding a lighter. In the other, he held a photograph with delicate creases and yellowed edges, but its overall appearance was neatly preserved, as if it had always been carefully cherished. But now, the dangerous red flame hovered just below the photograph. A slight shift would be all it took for the flames to consume it instantly. "Don't do it." Bai Chaoyan's inner voice pleaded silently. His hands tightened nervously, clenching and unclenching repeatedly until finally, trembling fingers gripped the corner of his clothes tightly and were hidden behind him where they could not be seen. "Lu Qiaoyang, this photograph has 4 people on it, father, mother, son, and grandfather. Doesn't that seem very warm and harmonious? Unfortunately, both parents died in a car accident early, the old man also passed away, and most tragically, the child is dead too. It's truly a pitiful tale. Since everyone involved is gone, why don't I just burn this directly to send it over to them? After all, this is such a precious photo, for them, perhaps this one is all they have." His pitch-black eyes reflected red in the flickering firelight, like demon eyes from the depths of the abyss, coldly observing forward, filled with malevolence. The crimson flames moved upwards. In an instant, the old photograph was surrounded by flames. At the same time, Lu Qiaoyang released it, letting it fall to the ground. A sharp, painful ache surged through Bai Chaoyan's chest. Instinct drove him beyond reason. "Stop." Bai Chaoyan dashed forward without hesitation, suddenly kneeling down on the floor, frantically slapping at the burning photograph. He didn't care about the flames or the heat emanating from them, all he knew was that it must not be burned, it simply couldn't. No matter how fast he reacted, the photo was already half consumed, leaving only a small portion, scorched and barely legible, showing faces that were almost unrecognizable. With great care, he wiped the photograph as though protecting the only spark in a vast snowy expanse. Lu Qiaoyan looked downward, his gaze dropping as he observed the person on his knees below, oblivious even to the tiny fragments of glass piercing their knees amidst their frenzied efforts to salvage the photograph with their hands and sleeves. Noticing his soiled sleeve, Lu Qiaoyan bent down and grasped his hand firmly, a sinister expression giving way to an unexpectedly gentle smile. "You weren't talking about someone else, were you? Why are you so anxious? Look, your hand is already blackened." Saying this, he even pulled out a white handkerchief to clean it. Bai Chaoyan violently shoved him away, continuing to clean what remained of the photo, his cautious manner completely different from his previous indifference, as if he'd become 2 different people. After quite some time, Bai Chaoyan's head hung low, with his semi-long hair obscuring his eyes, his voice sounding hoarse. "What exactly do you want?" Lu Qiaoyang suddenly appeared elated, his features becoming much gentler. "So you really remember everything? How far will you go?" Bai Chaoyan raised his head, unleashing a savage roar. His eyes, bloodshot red, glistened with mist, yet hatred and fury within gave those tears a radiant luster. Lu Qiaoyang still smiled. "You admitted it. If you knew you'd confess eventually, why didn't you say it from the start? Why did you make me destroy these things and burn the photos like some kind of villain?" Seeing Lu Qiaoyang's deceptively calm face, Bai Chaoyan, blinded by anger, immediately picked up a porcelain shard from the ground. Pushing Lu Qiaoyang down and pressing him against the wall, the sharp porcelain pressed against his neck. Red eyes locked inches apart. His forced calm shattered like the porcelain doll that had been smashed earlier. Now, devoid of pretense, he revealed his true self. Listen clearly, Lu Qiaoyang. For 10 years, I bared my heart to you, gave you everything, and I owe you nothing. Why can't you just leave me alone? You never let anything of mine slip through your fingers. Lu Qiaoyang felt the sharp sting on his neck, his body partially immobilized under forceful restraint. Despite the disdain evident in Bai Chaoyan's eyes, he simply stared back seriously and said, "You once told me that you liked me." Bai Chaoyan took a deep breath, like a fish out of water, his chest rising and falling uncontrollably as he struggled to suppress surging malicious feelings inside him, yet no matter how hard he tried, these emotions blazed like fire within, scorching him from within. They roared, a clear demand to kill him. Only by killing him would there be real freedom. Clutching the shard, his hand whitened from exertion, its sharp edge breaking the skin, blood streaming along the porcelain piece and slowly trickling down his neck. This seething anger erupted fully. Like. Can you even utter these words? Aren't you sickened by your own hypocrisy? Someone like you doesn't know the meaning of this word. As he spoke, his grip tightened further, the pointed edge penetrating deeper into the flesh, blood flowing ever more vividly and red. As Lu Qiaoyang smelled the blood right before him and gazed into the eyes brimming with murderous intent, a faint smile curled his lips. His pitch-black eyes sparkled with a thick mix of interest and madness, as if he had encountered something intriguing. He seemed completely indifferent to the sharp object on his neck, even leaning forward, getting closer to Bai Chaoyan. Lowering his head so they were at eye level, Lu Qiaoyang's eyes locked firmly onto Bai Chaoyan's. Do you hate me? Do you want to kill me? Bai Chaoyan's gaze did not waver. A deep voice chuckled softly, resonating like a beautiful cello vibrating through the chest cavity. Lifting his hand, he gently placed it on Bai Chaoyan's that was gripping the porcelain shard, letting his thumb lightly rub across the back of his hand. In the next moment, he suddenly tightened his grip and forcibly moved the wound, the wet blood flowing into his palm, sticky and warm. The voice tempted again, you can act now if you want, just let me die and you'll take back everything that should have belonged to you, as well as exact your revenge. It's two birds with one stone. Looking at Lu Qiaoyang's carefree face, the increasing grin, the growing number of cuts on his neck, Bai Chaoyan watched more and more blood flow down and soak both their shirt sleeves. The bright red was frightening. Yet even so, the crazed look in those eyes chilled Bai Chaoyan. Death seemed so anticipated to Lu Qiaoyang, he showed no fear. In an instant, Bai Chaoyan felt as though he had never understood this person at all. If even death could be taken so casually, what exactly would scare him? And really, did he ever truly like Sun Xia? Or was it just another play of his? Bai Chaoyan looked at him as if seeing a monster. You really are insane. He slowly loosened his grip on the porcelain shard, yet the faint light in his eyes held hatred and disgust, his lips curling up in a cold smile. That's right, I once said I liked you. But after so many years, having met more people, I suddenly realize, it wasn't liking you. It was some unimportant fondness. With the presence of the person I have now, and these emotions we share, I've realized I've never actually liked you. I will deny my past feelings. I'll tell you, I don't like you. Such illusions won't happen anymore because I've already found someone I wish to stay together with. Someone I yearn to always be with. That kind of anticipation and fulfillment is the real affection I seek. All I want is to live well, to cherish every day we spend together, isn't that reasonable? So, please stop coming. The past has been buried by me. So please leave my life. I don't want any more ties with you, or even see your face again. Listening word by word to him talking about loving others, Lu Qiaoyang's excitement faded away, replaced by a terrible blankness. He remained quiet. Suddenly, he grabbed Bai Chaoyan's hands and turned around to pin him hard against the wall, tightly imprisoning him. The bloody porcelain shard fell beside them. Bai Chaoyan's back ached with dull pain as he sensed Lu Qiaoyang's fury. From his throat came a strained voice, are you playing with me? Playing with you? Bai Chaoyan smiled. Weren't you always the one playing with me? The one who initially told me you liked me was you, and I believed it. You said you'd stay by my side forever, and I still believed. But the betrayer was you, for your so-called lover, you used me as a stepping stone to win his heart. To keep your lie going, I gave everything, and that was enough of a lesson. I've learned pain. As he spoke, ignoring Lu Qiaoyang's terrifying gaze, Bai Chaoyan sneered coldly, raising his head, his expressionless face showing nothing but mockery. Don't tell me that since I don't like you, you're unhappy. Sorry, he's just much better than you. Lu Qiaoyang knew who he was referring to. The next moment, Lu Qiaoyang seized both of Bai Chaoyan's hands, lifting them high above his head and pressing them down firmly with one hand. With the other, he began violently tearing open his shirt, revealing a pale clavicle and waistline. A warm, urgent kiss silenced Bai Chaoyan's words cold and sharp as knives. Chapter 104, The Deep Seas Ultramarine, 15. Lu Qiang reluctantly pulled away from his lips, lowering his gaze with slightly narrowed eyes. In the depths of his profound eyes flickered indescribable flames, and his sharp gaze stared at the ravished allure. His fingertips lightly touched, lingering in sensuality as if still immersed in the previous warmth. Did you do it? The deep voice carried a hint of hoarseness, the burning breath almost within reach, oozing an irresistible allure that bordered on obsession, akin to an intimate lover's whisper. Bai Chaoyan was initially stunned for a second before her expression turned unpleasant. The relationship between them was far from friendly, and asking such questions was tantamount to mockery. Since their pretense had shattered, there was no longer a need for facades. Her distaste was written all over her face, her gaze as if looking upon something utterly repugnant. Though she refrained from killing him just moments ago, it didn't mean she could engage in polite conversation either. So, her tone came out casual yet dismissive. Of course we did. We're adults after all, not monks from a temple who abstain. Why wouldn't we? We do it every night, many times. If you're this curious, I don't mind discussing it with you. Between men, it's better to be straightforward, isn't it? What surprises me is whether you've been doing it with Xia. Instead of minding your own business, you concern yourself with others' affairs. Who'd have thought you had this kind of interest? By the end of her words, the disdain on her face made it unclear whether the earlier words were said in anger or truth. But these words achieved the desired result. Lu Qiang became enraged. As soon as the two characters did it escaped her mouth, his demeanor instantly shifted. He stared at Bai Chaoyan's face for a long time, his eyes darker, the indifferent and emotionless lips pressed into a straight line, the force he exerted increasing even more. I never expected you to be so open-minded, I underestimated you in the past. If only I'd realized how easygoing you are. He leaned down, his head resting against her neck, licking and biting Bai Chaoyan's Adam's apple, his moist tongue gently caressing while murmuring low, perhaps I should have employed more tactics back then. The moist lick sent a shiver through Bai Chaoyan, prompting another weak struggle, clearly resisting. But the arms that held Bai Chaoyan in place were tense like masterful sculptures, while the crimson trail of blood flowing down his neck stained the white collar a vibrant red. Had anyone seen them from outside, they might have assumed a director was hiding somewhere behind the camera, setting up a scene reminiscent of a gangster battle, where Bai Chaoyan was but a hostage, appearing pitifully defenseless. Lu Qiang gazed intently at those amber-colored eyes, displeasure tinging them with a slight flush. In the past, you had everything, but I could destroy you. Now, with nothing left, harming you would be simpler than stepping on an ant. However, I am no longer interested in playing this way. I will give you a chance, an opportunity for choice or negotiation. Either return to me, and I'll restore everything the Bai family once offered you, reinstating you as the esteemed young Master Bai. Or continue by his side, allowing me to further torment you, robbing you of peace. Listening to this, Bai Chaoyan couldn't help but sneer. Young Master Bai. No peace. Bai Chaoyan couldn't stop laughing, slightly tilting her head as she eyed him condescendingly. Return to being young Master Bai. You can fool the foolish person of the past with such lines, but how well do I know you? There isn't an ounce of tolerance in you. Bai Corporation has probably already been cleansed thoroughly inside and out, transformed into a toy meticulously crafted by you. Should I enter now, it would be no different from jumping into your cage. Do you really think I'm stupid? And as for making my life miserable? To tell you the truth, compared to being with you, staying by his side feels like heaven. Her refusal was swift, cold-hearted, and resolute, mentioning him again and again. Lu Qiang's eyes narrowed slightly, his lips parted slightly, wanting to say something more, but was interrupted by a rhythmic knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Sir, a Mr. Lu is here to see the guest. The maid's voice sounded from outside. Mr. Lu. Despite sharing the same surname, this single character struck an unusual note of aversion in his ears at this moment. It seems he's come for you so quickly. Bai Chaoyan gripped the photo in his hand tightly. Then may I go? Lu Qiang glared deeply into her eyes. What if I say no? You could break both my legs, put a gun to my forehead, pull the trigger, and then I'd go nowhere. Bai Chaoyan said with an unchanging smile. Otherwise, I'll find a way to crawl out. Lu Qiang understood his threat, and after a long while, slowly released his confined hand, yet his gaze remained fixed on him without the slightest movement. Lu Qiang gradually stood up. This is the first time you've threatened me. I wouldn't say it's a threat. I'm just stating the facts that are going to happen. With the person blocking his way now gone, Bai Chaoyan immediately regained her freedom. From their confrontation moments before, Bai Chaoyan had been injured too, but compared to the man with blood still flowing from his neck, his white shirt drenched in blood, she had merely received a few scattered drops, nothing very disheveled. She lowered her eyes to avoid the scattered fragments at her feet but couldn't help glancing over them one by one. Every look carried nostalgia, the only thing in this house she wished to take away was destroyed. This home no longer held anything worthy of her longing. Bai Chaoyan slowly stood up. Having been pinned down for too long, her arms and legs had grown slightly numb, and she paused in place for 3 or 4 seconds before taking a step. Since he could give those two choices, it meant from the beginning he never intended to let her go. All his promises of not disturbing her again were nothing more than cliched deceitful tactics. But she still believed them. Just as her hand gripped the door handle, the voice behind her called out. Once you step out of this door, there will be no second chance for choice. His tone and breathing carried an almost imperceptible urgency. The next moment, Bai Chaoyan raised her eyes and resolutely opened the door and walked out without hesitation. Lu Qiang remained where he stood. The house, once full of life, now lay in chaos, its heavy and antique ambience suffocating under the weight of memories. His gaze followed Bai Chaoyan's retreating figure until it disappeared from sight. Desolation and defeat marked his final accomplishment today. He blankly lowered his head, staring at his own hands in a trance. The bloodstains on his palms had already coagulated, turning deep red, pulling taut against his skin, but his heart suddenly felt inexplicably hazy. Why? Why did everything seem to slip out of control in front of him, when clearly this wasn't the outcome he desired? Why did he always end up pushing her further and further away? Looking at her cold expression, her apparent disdain, even hatred towards him, the emotions inside him became uncontrollable. He didn't want this frigid, indifferent stare reserved for strangers. He wanted more emotions from her. Somehow, he'd even forgotten, today, all he had initially wanted was for her to stay. You can't hold on to her. She's already gone. Xia appeared from the right side of the door, wearing his usual well-fitted suit. With his calm smile exuding charm, anyone would find it hard not to like him. The former iciness was now concealed deeper within him. His impeccable timing revealed that he had arrived much earlier, choosing the precise moment to step forward. As Lu Qiang shifted his gaze from his hands to Xia, a sudden realization struck him, and he firmly said, "That person, you sent him here." If Bai Chaoyan agreed to come based on the note's instructions, which stated it would be their last meeting, then it wasn't necessary to inform others anyway. There would be no need for future meetings, and telling others might only cause complications. Moreover, only one person knew about Bai Chaoyan's existence, and what she planned to do. Lu Qiang narrowed his eyes, a faint anger lacing his voice. Why did you do it? For so many years, they had lived peacefully, without interference, focusing on their respective affairs. Bai Chaoyan at present posed no threat to him, not even the slightest sense of presence. Yet, for her sake, he chose to stand against him, infringing upon what Lu Qiang considered his territory. Suddenly, Lu Qiang felt as if his domain had been violated. Xia showed no rush to answer. Instead, he casually surveyed the shattered porcelain pieces on the ground, leaning nonchalantly against the doorframe with his arms crossed, exhibiting a relaxed demeanor reminiscent of a casual chat among friends. Retracting his gaze, he stared straight into Lu Qiang's eyes, a subtle smile curling at his lips betraying a hint of amusement. Because I wanted to see whether she'd choose you or the person waiting for her outside. Unfortunately, you lost. The present you, to her, might really be completely useless. Even with all these tricks, she didn't spare a glance back at you. What does she think of you? Even a dog that bites knows to kick a few times in return, but she doesn't even want to look at you. Lu Qiang, 5 years ago, you utterly defeated her. This time, however, you failed utterly. Upon hearing this, Lu Qiang's eyes suddenly flashed open, fierce and terrifying red light passing through, a tiger provoked, bearing his menacing roar. Yet Xia continued smiling, his eyes reflecting an interest in the other party. She's changed. She's become colder than before, yet also more enchanting. Bai Chaoyan was like a fine piece of jade, polished and refined to reveal the lustrous, delicate glow beneath the rough surface, radiant and captivating. It conveyed an impression of purity, fragility, yet also resilience. Something irreplaceably precious. Xia's gaze now wasn't unfamiliar to Lu Qiang. He'd seen it before, on that night they decided to act against the Bai family. Back then, his eyes gleamed with greed and desire. In this moment, Lu Qiang seemed to comprehend something profound. Yet Xia continued unfazed, gazing dreamily ahead as if reminiscing aloud. Have you noticed how much he's like you now? Soft coercion works better than harshness, so tenacious, almost terrifyingly so. And what about you? You're genuinely happy when you see him, but insist on pretending otherwise, showing only the ruthless facade. As if baring your sharp fangs and claws is the only way to find peace. Because, deep down, you can't control how you feel about him, excitement, happiness, sorrow, every emotion surpasses what you've ever experienced or can handle. You fear it, thus choosing this guise. I might even say your decision to overthrow the Bai family back then was merely an excuse to cut ties with everything. I, after all, was just someone you needed as a pretense. But that's fine. Otherwise, how could we have witnessed who he has become today? Lu Qiang fixed his penetrating glare upon the man lounging by the door. Moving closer step by step, his disheveled attire did nothing to diminish the piercing chill surrounding him, even adding a bloodthirsty edge, a predator ready to draw its blade at any second. With dead black eyes, he silently stared at Xia. You're trying to get your hands on him. Xia tilted his head slightly, his lips curling faintly in a carefree smirk. Not allowed. The current Lu Qiang had no connection to Bai Chaoyan anymore. Whatever intentions or plans Xia might harbor regarding him were none of Lu Qiang's business, and therefore outside his authority to interfere. You're playing with fire. At this point, Lu Qiang frowned deeply, revealing a rare guarded and disapproving stance towards Xia. Chapter 105, High Society Line, the Ultramarine of the Deep Sea, 16. On the taxi ride back, Bai Chaoyan leaned his head against the glass, calmly gazing out the window. A pair of, jade-like, colored eyes stared motionlessly at the rapidly receding street views, their glimmer fading into the irises without any ripples. The sky had already darkened, and his expression was clearly reflected on the glass, observed in detail by Lu Jinglin who sat beside him, wiping off the bloodstains from his body. Lu Jinglin lowered his gaze, carefully holding Bai's hand as he wiped it clean. After about 10 minutes, most of the blood had been cleaned off, except for what had soaked into the clothes. He now looked mostly normal, except for the cuts that stood out, as if they were deliberately inflicted. Lu Jinglin frowned. If he hadn't come today, would this person have still obediently returned with him like now? Just like when he received that letter, hiding his calm demeanor without revealing even a trace to him, naturally cutting himself off from past affairs. Though Lu Jinglin's face seemed calm, a subtle hint of unease and confusion could be detected. He used to be accustomed to being alone, but now that he had accepted another person into his life, someone warm, responsive, and emotional, the feeling of companionship was not bad. He didn't want to go back to how things were before. The taxi driver, sensing the odd atmosphere in the car, turned on the radio. His hands unconsciously tapped the rhythm on the steering wheel while his eyes couldn't help but steal glances toward the rear. The person leaning against the window appeared polite and scholarly, obviously an intellectual with an elegant aura. The other wore a black wide-brimmed hat, his head lowered so his expression wasn't visible, only exposing his pointed chin and semi-long wine-red hair. Tall and slim, he looked like someone fashionable people often mentioned, involved in music or art, but there was also a bit of a rogue quality to him, making him quite contradictory. Still, he must be quite handsome. These two were sitting so close together, the one in the hat helping wipe the other's hands with great care, indicating a complicated relationship. Nowadays society is more open-minded, unlike our times back then, where even a little intimacy would bring curious gazes. Back in his village, that couple, it was enough to drown people in gossip. Though he was rigid as a person, he used to just blend into the crowd during such spectacles, neither participating nor speaking up. But after incidents involving those around him, he naturally came to understand some things. These two were just passengers, no trouble from them, but it was hard to say. They seemed incompatible. They didn't look like they belonged together at all. How did you get here? Bai Chaoyan, keeping his eyes fixed outside, suddenly spoke. Hearing his voice, Lu Jinglin snapped out of his thoughts. Feeling the scrutiny from the back, he lifted his head to meet the curious eyes through the rearview mirror. The driver immediately averted his gaze, turning up the radio volume slightly nervously. Lu Jinglin smiled faintly and turned to look at the person beside him. Not long after you left, I received a message saying you were here, so I came. A text message? Who? Don't know, it was from a strange number. Oh. In fact, he should have guessed anyway, it had to be the same person who enjoyed such mischief. Sun Xia. Just thinking of these two characters filled Bai Chaoyan with disdain. If there was one person in this world whom he'd wish gone forever, it wouldn't be anyone else but Sun Xia. Have you remembered everything? Bai Chaoyan paused, staring at the road ahead, then responded after a moment with a soft mm. It was inside that building, he forced me to remember. Bai Chaoyan didn't lie to him. Is that so? From the moment he saw him stepping out of that place looking this way, he had a feeling that something significant happened inside that building. His eyes changed completely, different from how they looked when he left that morning, as though a new soul resided within him. Whatever happened in that building must have been far more than just physical fighting. Lu Jinglin fixed his gaze on Bai's profile. What did he say in the end? Bai Chaoyan withdrew his gaze from the window coolly, pulling back the hand that had been held by the other since the start. With the loss of warmth in touch, Bai Chaoyan felt much calmer inside, his emotions spreading over his countenance. Under the flickering streetlights, his cold features alternated between light and shadow, the only warmth coming from the slight smile at the corner of his mouth. After a few seconds of silence, he spoke. He used stuff from the past to threaten me, trying to force me to go back to him. I refused, and then he kept threatening me. Tell me, isn't he crazy? He spent so much time deceiving me in the past, and now that he sees I'm still alive, he wants me back, truly like his worthless gambler father, crazy. Issues among adults have always been tranquil, he wouldn't go berserk like a child. Even when hurling insults or slanders, it felt as if he were chatting casually, easily mentioning things with an air of amusement, yet his icy eyes had completely changed from the person who left that morning. The Bai Chaoyan in front of him seemed to have transformed suddenly. The previous warmth and gentleness had disappeared, replaced by annoyance, and the malicious glimmer in his eyes was relentless. Pure malice. Such direct malice resembled a newly sharpened sword, slicing through flesh until the crimson blood stained the blade, bringing about trembling joy. This Bai Chaoyan made Lu Jinglin feel a hint of danger, not only towards others but also towards himself. Lu Jinglin knew nothing of their past, practically nothing at all, yet he seized on some key points in their conversation. He cheated you. You didn't die. What did he do before? Bai Chaoyan turned to him with a smirk, almost as if mocking himself. In short, he spent 10 years swindling everything I had, causing me to attempt suicide by jumping into the sea. Lu Jinglin's pupils contracted sharply, followed by furrowed brows. You just let him off. Lu Jinglin's tone turned cold. Bai Chaoyan chuckled listlessly. Exactly, if we don't let go of the past, how can we welcome the future? As long as he stops bothering me from now on, I will forget everything. Attempting to convince himself to forget. Bai Chaoyan sensed his emotions and added another sentence. You don't need to feel sorry for me. It's been 5 years. Though I've recalled some memories, I've genuinely forgotten many things. Therefore, the hatred isn't intense anymore. We should just focus on our own lives. As long as he stays far away from them and grabs onto the future, that's enough. He just needs to hold on to his present life. Lu Jinglin stared at him intently and nodded. He understood that Bai Chaoyan remembered everything, but he respected his choice. All right, whatever you think is best. But there was one question he was curious about, so he asked, who is this gambler father? Before coming here, he had inquired slightly about who lived in that building. Although he couldn't gather detailed information, he knew the basics. Gambler father. Lu Jinglin's gaze darkened as he sank into a moment of contemplation. Bai Chaoyan assumed it was out of curiosity and explained to him. But his tone always carried a note of disgust whenever mentioning something related to Lu Qiang. It's Lu Qiang's father. People say his father died due to debts, but I doubt it. Maybe he considered him a burden and directly killed him. Killing someone is too easy for Lu Qiang, he doesn't even need to soil his own hands. And a gambling ruined man like Lu Jintang, how could he possibly be any match? Perhaps until his death, Lu Jintang never truly saw his son for who he was. At that time, he had just come of age but already possessed such competence and ruthlessness. My current plight isn't much different from Lu Jintang's fate back then, we are both people manipulated on the tip of his blade. Humph. He sneered softly. The son of a rotten gambler truly has inherited the same blood. He calmly recounted the most unmentionable part of that person's birth, the most wretched and disgraceful past. For so many years, this was the first time he demeaned that person. Even though he had previously hated him and detested him intensely, he would never comment on matters that couldn't be chosen. It was also the first time that his anger broke free from the strings of rationality, discarding civility altogether. Perhaps lost too deeply in his own emotions, Bai Chaoyan didn't notice that after uttering the 3 words, Lu Jintang, Lu Jinglin's expression went blank for an instant. A sudden and unexpected stupor. The sounds from the radio were infinitely amplified, growing increasingly chaotic. When the 3 words, Lu Jintang, replayed in his mind, his ears were abruptly filled with a sharp buzzing sound. Lu Jintang. Mom, what's Dad's name? Why do other kids have dads, but I don't? Is it that Mom and Dad don't want us anymore? Why does he never look at us? Mom, I want to find Dad. Mom. That's enough. Lu Jintang is a scumbag. A rotten gambler. I don't know where he's having fun now. Don't ever mention anything about Dad to me again. Let me tell you this, you don't have a dad. What an annoying thing. A small figure curled up in the darkness, with only a stuffed bear lying alone near the door crack providing some solace. The memories he had buried deep suddenly surfaced, and Bai Chaoyan's words hit him like a bolt from the blue, causing Lu Jinglin to momentarily stop breathing. The eyes hidden under the brim of the cap were almost blank with astonishment. This stunned expression appeared on Lu Jinglin's face for the first time. Lu Jintang. Why did he react this way upon hearing that name? He lowered his head even more, his body gradually moving away from Bai Chaoyan. His hand slowly landed on his thigh, unconsciously gripping the fabric tightly until his knuckles turned white. The silence persisted for several seconds. Have you met him? His voice was lower now, as if it had been rolling around in his throat for a while. Bai Chaoyan naturally didn't notice this subtle difference while immersed in his emotions. No, how could I have met him? But if I had been asked before, I might not have been interested. Now, though, I do want to meet him, to see what kind of person could produce a son like Lu Qiang. Bai Chaoyan sneered in mockery. Then something else came to his mind. He tilted his head toward the person beside him, turning lazily, as though about to rest his head on Lu Jinglin's shoulder any moment. Staring at the face partially obscured by the cap, he raised his hand gently and lifted the brim, like pulling back the veil of a beauty, gazing intently into Lu Jinglin's exquisite features. The corners of his mouth softened, and his tone became much gentler. By the way, you're also surnamed Lu, but don't worry, you're different from them. Lu Jinglin also looked into those eyes, seeing only his reflection in them. He released the fabric he had been gripping and straightened his expression, his face icy, with eyes so dark they seemed devoid of light. Raising his hand, he pinched Bai Chaoyan's delicate chin and leaned forward, kissing him. The car was still moving, and he felt the vehicle jolt, but he paid no attention. At this moment, all he wanted was to kiss this person. He kissed his lips softly at first, then deeper, every touch wet and hot, as if trying to burn both of them. As the temperature climbed, their tongues intertwined further, faint sucking sounds making their breaths grow faster and heavier. Neither cared where they were, they just wanted the full embrace of the other at this very moment. This feeling was as if it was telling them that they still had each other. Bai Chaoyan involuntarily closed his eyes, allowing himself to be lost without worrying about others' gazes. This is fine. He wasn't all bad, was he? At least they still had each other, right? After a while, Bai Chaoyan hadn't come to his senses yet, weakly leaning against Lu Jinglin's shoulder. A deep, slightly hoarse voice sounded above him. You're right, I am different from them. Chapter 106, High Society Line, The Cobalt of the Deep Sea, 17. They decided to leave. In fact, the decision wasn't made by Chaoyan Bai, but by Jinglin Lu. That day, after they returned to their apartment, Jinglin Lu blocked him at the door with his body, slightly lowering his head, and said calmly, let's leave this place. Under the slightly disheveled hair strands, those pitch-black eyes were filled with indescribable emotions, deeply affirming as if decisively telling him. Let's go, leave this place that unsettles your mind. Let's find a simple little place and properly spend the rest of our days together. He could sell the cafe, the two of them had enough money to sustain their lives. They could embark on a future further ahead together. Chow Yen-bai looked at his solemn face. Even though it was very subtle, he sensed the tension in the other person's body. Despite only saying one sentence, he inexplicably understood all its implications. A few seconds later, under the other's careful gaze, he smiled and nodded lightly. His gentle smile carried the power to soothe one's heart. All right. It was at that moment that he saw the gleam in the man's eyes, like a sudden flame rising from a barren wasteland, bright and surging, devouring all darkness and finding the direction of light. But as soon as he spoke, the voices in his mind began to boil. What did you agree to with him? What about your goal? The target completion rate is already 50%. He's going to realize he loves Chow Yen-bai soon. He will regret and understand his mistake. If we fail, it won't be easy to start over. Are you even listening? This time, no matter how many questions asked, Chen Xian remained silent without responding. According to Chow Yen-bai's personality, since he had already chosen to continue with this person, he would naturally pull the other into his world, making them share burdens and efforts together. He wouldn't act solely based on his own thoughts. If leaving was indeed the best solution for them, then he should make the right choice. So normally, Chow Yen-bai would not refuse. A good actor must immerse themselves fully, bringing their character to life, and also make choices in accordance with the natural progression of the role rather than decisions contradictory to the objectives. Such actions not only push the audience away but also disrupt the plausibility of the script. That night, Zhenglin Lu got what he wished for, and they slept embraced in each other's arms. Only worried and troubled about the progress, continued to call out in his mind all night long. The next day, Chow Yen-bai directly submitted his resignation letter. With his strong business ability, professional ethics, and efficiency in handling tasks, the boss was instantly reluctant upon seeing the resignation letter. He even grabbed Chow Yen-bai's hand and made every effort to try and keep him. Chow Yen-bai just pulled out his tightly held hand, gave an awkward smile, and fabricated reasons he couldn't stay, such as settling down in his girlfriend's hometown, considering and planning for the future, etc. These overused excuses were enough to cover most people. In the following week, both were dealing with their own resignation processes and procedures for selling off their businesses. Zhenglin Lu notified the young lady from the coffee shop the day after they made the decision and issued her an extra month's salary, giving her time to find a new store or change jobs. Holding the unexpected envelope in her hands, tears welled in her eyes as she looked pitifully at Zhenglin Lu, grabbing the hem of her former boss's clothing and asking why he was stopping when everything was going well, even though she herself resisted the instinct to quit. Now that he was leaving, where would she find such a handsome boss again? This little accomplishment meant more to her than money, making it even harder. Zhenglin Lu didn't hide anything from her, but simply told her. He was going to another place with someone to spend the rest of his life, so this place had to be sold. The rustic words reminded her of the non-mainstream signatures in QQ space back in her youth, yet the speaker's eyes showed no sign of hesitation. She realized her boss was telling the truth. At the next moment, the young lady keenly reacted, quickly pulling back her tears and glowing with sharp insight. Boss, the someone you're talking about is that handsome guy who frequently visits the store, right? No mistakes there. Zhenglin Lu raised his eyebrows and looked at her, remaining silent. Seeing her boss's expression, the girl's wild imagination was satisfied, and her sadness diminished considerably. As long as it was him, she had no problem at all. She even patted her boss on the shoulder, seriously and earnestly saying, "You two will be happy. Believe me." That serious look seemed to erase any previous tears, as if they were all Zhenglin Lu's illusion. He helplessly smiled and patted the little girl's head, a slightly indulgent tone like an elder brother. "Thank you, and keep it up." The little girl blinked. In her memory, this was probably the most formal sentence her handsome boss had ever spoken. Both of their tasks were steadily progressing. But before leaving, Bai Chaoyan still had something that must be done. In the afternoon, with the sun setting in the west, the evening glow filled the sky like a fine gauze soaked with color. Bai Chaoyan stood in front of a tombstone, his pitch-black eyes staring at the small photo on the gravestone. Even though there was a layer of dust, the stern face grew to resemble more and more what he remembered. Since childhood, everything about him connected to this person kept flashing before his eyes. Yet without exception, those eyes gazing at him were always gentle and tolerant. Now, however, this photo had faded somewhat from the weathering effects. Even though the nearby shrubs had been meticulously pruned, the neatly cut branches seemed as if they had been trimmed countless times, yet the courtyard where he stood was overgrown with weeds of varying ages, indicating it had been untouched for a long time. This place had been deliberately excluded. Bai Chaoyan squatted down and gently wiped the photo clean with his sleeve, each stroke exceptionally careful. His deep gaze contained profound remorse. "Sorry grandfather, I haven't come to see you for so long." His fingertips lightly grazed over the texture of the gravestone, the cold hardness feeling like countless sharp blades slicing through his fingertips, pain-free but incredibly sharp. A cold, astringent sensation. "It's my fault. I've failed to protect the Bai family, I've failed to safeguard the legacy you worked hard to establish, so I've never dared to come see you. Are you also angry with me, unwilling to see me, and thus haven't appeared in my dreams for such a long time? Bai Chaoyan spoke with a smile, then paused briefly. Grandfather, I'm leaving. I am running away like a coward, failing to fight back for the Bai family, and now I don't know if I'll ever have another chance to return, or perhaps I won't come back at all. I'm still disobedient, I want to trust someone again. This time I will not make a mistake, right? By the last sentence, his tone had turned into a murmur, perhaps even unsure himself whether his choice was correct. If you're so reluctant to leave, why not stay? A clear voice suddenly came from behind him, and the familiar inflection of the tone left no doubt. Bai Chaoyan tightly pressed his lips together, his face becoming expressionless instantly. His near pitch-black eyes churned with disdain, or perhaps even the shared breath with the person who just arrived made his chest heavy. So Bai Chaoyan stood up, took a deep look at the photograph on the tombstone, and slowly turned around. The man stood against the evening glow, tall and slender, standing under the sunlight but appearing completely swallowed by dark shadows. Even so, Bai Chaoyan remembered that face, even his current mocking expression. Bai Chaoyan started walking towards the person ahead, pretending not to notice this individual at all, walking straight past them with icy eyes, as if made of ice. Suddenly, the other one grabbed his arm. That same familiar smile remained on the face, but the gleaming eyes dropped slightly in maliciousness as the person opened his mouth derisively. What? An acquaintance comes, and you don't even say hello? After a few seconds when Bai Chaoyan didn't respond, the man continued, just for that dog crawling out from the mud pit, you specially come here to bid farewell? How could you even find such things worthy of attention? The foreign touch, the belittling and sarcastic tone, because its owner was known to him, almost instantly sent goosebumps coursing through Bai Chaoyan's body, wave after wave spreading from deep within. Let go. Bai Chaoyan suppressed his voice. The other merely responded with a defiant laugh, holding firm and unyielding as if to say, even if I refuse to let go, what can you do? Bai Chaoyan closed his eyes briefly, breathed deeply, and then looked back at him coldly, treating him like nothing more than an inanimate object. If he sent you here to flaunt your victory and ridicule, then you might as well stop. You've already won. Chen Xiao's smile only grew wider. Ignoring what Bai Chaoyan said, he simply stared intently at his beautiful yet hateful-filled eyes, shaking his head in a manner akin to sighing, how could your judgment in choosing people be so poor? While speaking, Chen Xiao lifted the other hand and reached toward Bai Chaoyan's eyes, seemingly intending to touch. Bai Chaoyan turned his head away, lifting his arm to shake off the hand firmly gripping his arm, only to discover how tightly the other held onto him, with immense force, an oppressive intensity that clashed entirely with the serene elegance of his features. The other person took a step forward, leaning slightly closer. Strands of fine hair slipped down to rest on his forehead as he gazed at Bai Chaoyan with dark, penetrating eyes. You don't really think Lu Qiang will let you go, do you? The distance between them was now very close, and Bai Chaoyan could even feel the other's breath. If you want to take revenge, how about letting me help you? Bai Chaoyan looked at him in surprise, their gazes colliding with a pair of bewitching eyes, nonchalant yet curious, as if they had been waiting for this moment all along. When Bai Chaoyan first saw those eyes, they seemed gentle on the surface but were cold and cunning underneath. He believed what he saw then was the truth, but little did he know it was only a mask. The second time they locked eyes was the day Bai Chaoyan learned the truth. In a fleeting glance, he saw nothing but indifference and amusement in those eyes, a distant disinterest from someone high above. And this time? What game was he playing? It seemed Bai Chaoyan couldn't fathom what this person was thinking. Help me take revenge. Then what are you? An enemy? A benefactor? Whatever his intentions might be, Bai Chaoyan would not get involved. After speaking, Bai Chaoyan passed by the man indifferently, catching a glimpse of the expression on that face, apparently a slight shake of disappointment, but Bai Chaoyan found it utterly insincere. Before he had taken a few more steps, something suddenly covered his mouth and nose. His body was tightly restrained by an arm, and a pungent smell infiltrated his system with every breath. He gradually lost strength, supported by a stranger's chest behind him. Finally, he lost consciousness. When he regained awareness, Bai Chaoyan's pupils contracted sharply. At that moment, he found himself bound to a platform resembling an operating table, his limbs secured. The surrounding walls were all black except for a single light overhead. This place was bizarre beyond belief, it looked like a crime scene from a serial killer movie, hidden somewhere deep in a basement. A voice, from online, what's going on? Why is the male lead abducting you? Chen Xian, do I look like I know anything? A voice, didn't you deliberately approach him? Chen Xian, that's true, but I thought Lu Qiang would come. A voice. A voice, what should we do? He tied you up in such a terrifying place. Is he planning to dismember you? Chen Xian, unlikely. At most, I'm just his defeated underling. Killing me wouldn't bring him any sense of accomplishment. A voice, then what does he want? Chen Xian, I don't know. Let's wait and see. Just as Chen Xian finished speaking mentally, the sound of a door opening echoed. Footsteps approached step by step as Bai Chaoyan felt someone getting nearer. While hesitating whether to wake up or pretend to sleep, a hand lifted his shirt hem, and the scissors tearing through the fabric could be heard. At first, he wanted to keep pretending, but when the scissors got closer and closer, nearly reaching his chest, even calm and composed Chen Xian couldn't stay still. His eyes shot open suddenly. what are you doing? Perhaps sensing the panic in his tone, Xia smiled, tilting his head slightly and lightly dragging the scissor tip across Bai Chaoyan's taut abdomen in a mocking manner. Although Bai Chaoyan didn't frequent gyms much, his body was well maintained, showing no excess fat on his waist. His skin was pale and firm. The cold touch of the scissors sent chills down his spine. I thought you'd keep pretending, Xia teased, tilting his head again with a mocking grin. Though Bai Chaoyan was afraid inside, his expression remained neutral, muscles tense as he stared intently at the other person, noticing his eerie smile, and his Adam's apple moved slightly. Why did you bring me here? There shouldn't be any reason for this person to want to kill him. In fact, one could say the other owed him something. So why was he the one tied up? As Bai Chaoyan spoke calmly, the scissors continued their work. What for? Didn't you see already? Just getting close. Lu Qiang is sending people everywhere to catch you. By hiding you here, I'm technically protecting you. You should thank me. Thank my grandfather. Bai Chaoyan cursed silently in his heart. Why does he want to catch me? Because he knows you're about to escape. Bai Chaoyan's gaze flickered. Xia, who had been observing his reactions all along, paused his scissors movements and looked innocently at Bai Chaoyan. You wouldn't really believe he's so kind, hearing you say you're done and actually letting it end, while also monitoring your every move, allowing you freedom to enjoy life. Bai Chaoyan closed his eyes briefly. Of course not. He is Lu Qiang, the narrow-minded, hateful Lu Qiang after all. Bai Chaoyan paused for a moment, then asked again the next second, then what about him? Did you capture him as well? Him naturally referred to Lu Jinglin. Humph. Xia suddenly chuckled softly. The next second, he leaned his hands on both sides of the table and lowered his torso, his pale eyes casting an icy gaze that felt like the temperature of winter's accumulated snow. You're already tied up by me, yet you still have the heart to care about your boyfriend, truly, deeply in love. He mused for a while, thinking about what word would be appropriate, then continued, it seems you are very committed to each relationship, willing to give everything. Although he had been a bit scared when his clothes were cut by scissors earlier, upon further reflection, this person was simply unhappy with him stealing Lu Qiang's attention. Even if he had brought Bai Chaoyan here, it would either be to beat him up or humiliate him just to vent his frustration. The Xin family might not have the status and power of the Bai family, but they were still quite prominent in a city. As the only son of the family, certain grace and propriety were still upheld. There shouldn't be any overly extreme behavior. With this thought, Bai Chaoyan seemed to regain confidence and wasn't as afraid as before. Ignoring the scissors in his hand, Bai Chaoyan stared straight into the eyes inches away from his own and revealed a defiant air and grit. Coldly, he said, yes, liking someone is all about sincerity, right? Without sincerity, it's not called liking, but playing around, and I don't like playing. Xia locked his eyes on the calm and composed amber eyes, taking in every ounce of confidence and nonchalance that inadvertently emanated from him. The first time he saw him among the crowd, it was just like this, extremely polite, eloquently speaking with a sense of confidence and superiority that dominated everything. Even after the Bai family lost everything, falling to the lowest depths of dust, he still looked at him without a glance. Xia slightly narrowed his eyes. How much he wanted to gouge out those eyes. To proudly torture him. The next instant, he indeed proceeded to do so. The scissors in his hand fell onto the floor with a bang, the crisp sound making one shudder. Then, the already cut clothes were roughly torn apart, the sound of breaking fabric bursting through the air. Bai Chaoyan was stunned. Cold air enveloped his entire upper body. Xia looked down at him from a height, his cold eyes scrutinizing him like some object or vessel. He raised his hand, and his fingertips skimmed over Bai Chaoyan's rising chest, his delicate collarbone, lightly stating, so, this is how your body looks. A smirk curved his lips, very beautiful. Then his fingers slid down to Bai Chaoyan's neck, gently rubbing the tender skin, feeling the faint pulsations of life force, his gaze swirling with an indescribable darkness, swallowing the pure light. In a low, intimate tone, he said, sometimes I fantasize about what expression you make when you're with others, what color your body turns, how they soothe your body. Every guess, every image makes me want more and more. As he spoke, his fingertips slid along Bai Chaoyan's face upward, past his throat and cheek, eventually landing on those dazed eyes. But every time, I can only imagine. It was as if he was appreciating his cherished masterpiece, only able to truly feel the joy it brings through the sensory touch of his fingertips. The evildoer may be happy. But the icy touch made his skin prickle wherever his fingertips brushed. Only belatedly did Bai Chaoyan realize this and dodge his teasing fingers. The clinking sound of struggling against the chains stood out prominently in the room. Cold and shrill. Yet Xia laughed even deeper. The overhead lighting illuminated his gentle face, revealing a hint of divine brilliance. He held Bai Chaoyan's shoulders and gently kissed his corner of the mouth, slowly moving downward toward the side of his neck, near the carotid artery. Feeling the pulse of life coursing beneath his touch, he couldn't resist biting down lightly, the taste of blood faintly entering his mouth, prompting him to instinctively lick with his tongue. Your blood tastes sweet. Bai Chaoyan looked at his crimson lips, his shallow smile, his drunken eyes, struggling to control his breathing as tension and fear made his heart race faster. That look. His voice trembled even in its silence. You're crazy, let me go. Perhaps the fear in his eyes pleased the other party, and Sun Xia laughed delightedly, even arousing a most direct impulse. He straightened up, tilted his head slightly, gently tearing off the ragged clothing on by Chaoyan's body, calmly removing his suit jacket, followed by his waistcoat. Next, came the shirt buttons, one by one. Throughout this time, his eyes remained fixated on the person beneath him, speaking words filled with immense indulgence. Rest assured, I will enjoy this thoroughly. Today, you belong solely to me. That night was torment for Bai Chaoyan but a mix of pain and pleasure for Sun Xia. He had to portray both the reluctant struggle against submission and the body's instinctive desires while maintaining the inherent beauty of the character. He even enjoyed it so much that he couldn't make a sound, which wasn't just tough, it tested his acting skills. By the end of the scene, he felt like he'd evolved, his range expanded by another notch. Moreover, he realized that this experience brought him one step closer to being the future king of actors. Chen Xian, I never thought Xia would be so creative in her tactics. If I hadn't studied my mentor's works in this genre carefully, I would have definitely messed up the performance. I underestimated her before, thinking she was just a minor villain, but she's more like a demon cloaked in sheep's clothing. Her acting is top-notch, I didn't see through her at all. Thankfully, she only played around and didn't go all the way, otherwise, reality itself would have crumbled, utterly crumbled. Is this praise towards her? Chen Xian, you can take it that way. Given what happened, and she still restrained herself. Good thing she stuck to some boundaries, or things wouldn't have been salvageable. There's no such precedent where the male counterpart with similar traits turns the tables, not to mention actually taking advantage of the protagonist. Chen Xian, do you think, maybe he's unable to? Unclear. The secondary characters are outside our control range. Chen Xian, when I watched my master's film, that man in it could devour him alive. So why didn't this little wolf take action despite having nothing physically wrong with him? Aren't we all men here, how can he hold back? Chen Xian, could it be that he just wanted to meddle in a good show without interest in me? Chen Xian, that doesn't make sense either, if he has no interest, how come he played so intensely? Where is Lu Jinglin now? He's been looking for you everywhere last night, and now he's sitting on your bed lost in thought. Chen Xian, send me a screenshot. Chen Xian, the lights dim, his face hidden in shadows. I think he looks ready to kill. If you don't show up today, there's a high chance. Chen Xian, who do you think he would kill if he went through with it? Lu Qiang. Chen Xian, very well, the plot is moving into the next act. Chapter 107, High Society Line, the Ultramarine of the Deep Sea, 18. From the moment Lu Jinglin learned the identity of that man, his past memories surged into his mind like murky and chaotic floodwaters, repeatedly washing away the blurred images until they became increasingly clear. The so-called mother who was a fallen woman, her stomach aching from hunger, the cold sensation as the razor blade cut across the skin, the vivid red color, the shrill screams. Why did I give birth to you in the first place? Why don't you just die? Die with your worthless father. Those looks of scornful onlookers. And that lifeless corpse. That time, he had actually lied to Bai Chaoyan. His mother hadn't abandoned him, she was already dead. He thought that after that woman passed away, he would never have to think about those memories again. Why? Why must the past be brought up again? Why must it steal away the future he worked so hard to gain? He had been walking alone in the darkness for so long. Just when he thought he would continue wandering aimlessly, a beam of light appeared before him, illuminating a path he had never seen before. It wasn't filled with thorns or steep cliffs but was instead a winding and enduring small road, tranquil and brimming with vitality. He liked it so much. But now, that light is gone, taken away by someone. It's already been 3 whole days. What should he do? Lu Jinglin lifted his gaze to look at the moonlight outside the window. The dim glow gathered on his pale face like a cold frost. A deep, terrifying obsession and madness swirled in his eyes, as if about to devour everything around him. Then, he'll bring it back. No matter the cost. The usually bustling cafe was rather empty today. The chairs were neatly stacked in one corner, covered with a layer of transparent plastic film. The front desk equipment had already been dismantled, leaving only metal frames with exposed wires. However, a faint aroma of coffee still lingered in the air, providing some comfort for weary minds and bodies. Lu Jinglin carried a stool out from inside and sat down in the middle. He leaned lazily against the stool, yet his eyes were fixated heavily on the entrance, unblinking. His 2 days without sleep had left his eyeballs bloodshot with red veins, making his darkened stare somewhat terrifying. Half an hour later. Welcome. The undamaged automatic sensor still emitted its mechanical greeting. Lu Jinglin looked at the person who entered. A suit tailored with precision draped neatly over his body. Though his frame was tall, he was not muscular but possessed a scholar-like slimness. His fair complexion was slightly pale under his glasses, and his pitch-black, piercing eyes resembled embedded black stones, reflecting an emotionless and cold demeanor. His expensive attire stood out awkwardly against the surroundings. At this moment, Lu Jinglin sat astride on the stool, his arms resting on the backrest while staring at the sharp features of the man's face. Feelings of obsession, madness, and disgust flickered momentarily in his eyes. He then gave a chilling laugh. You're here, Mr. Lu. Lu Qiuyang raised his eyes and looked at the disheveled figure sitting before him. With no hat to conceal his fiery wine-red hair, which flared untamed like boiling flames, paired with the indifference in his expression and icy glare, there was a paradoxical blend of fire and water about him. From the moment he stepped through the door, this man's gaze had locked onto him. The tension in the room felt as if scalding hot oil had just met a drop of water. Lu Qiuyang felt the hostility directed toward him. He narrowed his eyes slightly. What do you mean by telling me to return the person to you? Lu Jinglin didn't naively believe this man would confess openly, such words were nothing more than mere tricks to deceive children. In an unknown corner, unnoticed by them, a miniature camera emitted a faint red light. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Today, Sun Xia seemed to be in a good mood. She came over early, prepared breakfast for him, and took him for a walk around the garden. Bai Chaoyan also took this opportunity to take a look around, hoping to find something familiar. Unfortunately, no matter how carefully he looked, there wasn't a single familiar spot in sight. So perhaps he truly had never been to this place. Of course, if he could bring him out, he must have a plan ready. Finally, Sun Xia led him to the center of the garden, an ornate European pavilion entirely enveloped by wisteria vines. The two of them stood within, surrounded by a sea of purple. Radiating outward from the center, circle after circle of red roses bloomed brightly, their beauty defiant and unrestrained. The delicate purple, the dazzling red. Perhaps out of habit as an art student, Bai Chaoyan's right hand twitched involuntarily. He wanted to sketch down this fleeting moment of visual contrast. Sun Xia, who had been observing him quietly all along, took note of his instinctive action and stepped forward with a smile. Taking advantage of Bai Chaoyan's distraction while staring at the wisteria, she leaned in close to him, her warm breath grazing his ear. Haven't you drawn for a long time? Do you feel like starting again? Bai Chaoyan would never admit it. No. People who say one thing but mean another were something Sun Xia saw far too often. While he denied it with his words, his eyes couldn't stay away from the thought for even a second. This kind of self-deception struck her as very amusing. Now that you've spent so much time around Mr. Lu, your lies come just as easily without batting an eyelid. Bai Chaoyan paused briefly, casting a glance at her before replying dryly. You're still better at it than I am. Sun Xia smiled undeterred, there's no need to snap back so quickly. I'm just offering you a chance to relax properly. Everyone knows how much you used to love drawing, there's no point in hiding it. Besides, I won't make you draw for free. As she spoke, Sun Xia intentionally moved in front of him, clapping her hands, whereupon a group of people, hidden somewhere unknown until now, emerged carrying easels, stools, and materials. One person carried a painting backwards and placed it between her and Bai Chaoyan. As those in front walked over, they retrieved the painting from someone and turned it around. Only then did Bai Chaoyan see what was on the canvas, he froze slightly. The painting depicted the sea under rain, with its somber tones and streak-like rain falling against a blowing wind driving ships far into the distance. Even across the spatial gap, one could feel the damp and cold air wafting off the artwork. The entire painting carried only faint traces of sky blue in the clouds and water. It was mysterious and frigid. This was his painting. Sun Xia pulled over a stool nearby and sat down casually, while the others set up their supplies before him and promptly left the pavilion. Do you know what I was thinking when I saw this? I thought, how unfair life is, it seems fate favors you, gifting you all that anyone could ever desire so effortlessly, talent, wealth, appearance. With one hand on the painting, she lightly traced the raised layers of paint with her fingertips. Her pitch-black pupils flickered with something deeper than jealousy, something others might recognize immediately but that Sun Xia herself didn't seem aware of at this moment. I thought, what a dull life this must be for someone like you. Perhaps I can help liven things up a little. Make your monotonous existence more interesting. Her smile widened. So, I brought in Lu Qiuyang. 1. To help me get hold of the Bai family. 2. To watch you reduced to nothing. With that, she wiped her smile off her face and threw the painting to the ground with a loud thud. Then, with no hesitation, she stomped hard on it, snapping the wooden frame with a crack. Bai Chaoyan's gaze followed the broken painting lying on the ground. His fists clenched tightly and slowly loosened again. The seated figure narrowed her eyes, her cool features momentarily showing a trace of malice. She looked at the unmoved face in front of her, seemingly maintaining his inherent pride and resilience, and her lips curled with derision. She reclined slightly backward, adjusting her clothing politely before crossing her legs elegantly based on the height of the broken picture frame beneath her feet. Keeping her spine straight and not leaning on the chair, she gazed intently at Bai Chaoyan. Right now, our Mr. Bai, would you kindly sketch something for me? In return, I'll let you go. How does that sound? She spoke as though it were utterly simple, yet Bai Chaoyan's eyes widened sharply. Let him go. Sun Xia did not miss the astonishment flashing through his eyes and continued with feigned interest. Such a great deal, isn't it? All you need to do is lift a finger. No need for any company or sleeping arrangements. Bai Chaoyan glanced at the crushed painting beneath her shoe, recalling scenes from that night. His complexion paled as he pursed his lips. What scheme was she cooking up now? Going to such lengths to capture him, would she really let him leave after just drawing a single painting? Why? But 2 words lingered in his mind, leaving. They seemed to open a door to temptation impossible to resist. Though he disliked her intensely, he wanted to leave even more. Lu Jinglin was waiting for him, they had planned to leave together. He'd already broken the agreement for too many days. If he could return sooner, perhaps they'd still be able to. Is it really just a painting? He asked hesitantly once more. Yes, only one painting. Bai Chaoyan locked eyes with her tranquil gaze, pausing for a moment before saying, all right. Without even a moment's hesitation or deliberation, Bai Chaoyan turned and walked to the easel prepared earlier by those people. He pulled out a stool, sat down, because every second he spent completing this sketch meant one step closer to his freedom. But before he could move, he noticed a transparent square box, a vivid streak of blue. That familiar color, that familiar sensation, caused Bai Chaoyan's breathing to hitch. It was. Has it been a long time since you last saw your favorite ultramarine? A voice tinged with amusement came from straight ahead. Those mocking eyes were fixed on Bai Chaoyan's face, not missing a single expression. The curve of his lips told everyone around that he was thoroughly enjoying this moment. I know how much you like this stuff. It's specially prepared for you. Bai Chaoyan hadn't seen ultramarine in such a long time. Since 5 years ago, he had never picked up his brush, never dipped into ultramarine. Even the lapis lazuli he once cherished remained as just one piece hanging around his neck. But even that piece was gone. It disappeared after the day he met Lu Qiuyang. He had no idea when it went missing, this stone. Suddenly, Bai Chaoyan seemed to recall something, abruptly raising his head and fixing an intense gaze at the figure in front of him. Before he could question her, Sun Xia nodded casually and leaned her head slightly, observing him with apparent satisfaction. Yes, it's the very one hanging on you all these years. Since you liked it so much, I took the liberty of grinding it into powder to transform it back into ultramarine for you. This stone I chose will now be used for your painting, a perfect way to put it to use. You didn't know, did you? A lot of things Lu Qiuyang gave you were actually selected by me. Especially important props like this, I personally took care of them. Do you really think someone like Lu Qiuyang has the taste to pick a lapis lazuli that would catch your eye immediately? You overestimate him too much. Sun Xia finished with a smile. Every word dripped with mockery for Lu Qiuyang. She had despised him from the start, despite the fact that he had helped her obtain the Bai family and achieved so much for her. She still despised him. This disdain stemmed from a deep-rooted pride she carried within her bones. So if Bai Chaoyan could be deceived by someone like Lu Qiuyang, a mere lowly insect, it was proof of his fall from grace. The stone was her choice. Bai Chaoyan first stood there stunned as she spoke, then slowly lowered his head. His eyes dimmed as he stared at the dish of ultramarine before him, dark and lifeless, without saying a word. So, this was also fake. Even this tiny piece of stone was counterfeit. That person had been deceiving him from start to finish. How thorough their destruction had been. Suddenly, a pale sense of helplessness welled up inside him. That bitter taste felt like swallowing a pill that wouldn't go down, leaving only a dry ache in his throat, making him feel like vomiting. Seeing this, Sun Xia seemed to ponder something before curiously asking, between me and Lu Qiuyang, who do you hate more? One person deceived him from beginning to end. The other sought to harm him all along. They had taken everything away from him, leaving him with nothing, carefully weaving a trap into which he fell helplessly, pouring his heart into something that returned no sincerity. How could he not hate these two executioners? If he had known the whole truth 5 years ago, he might have chosen to destroy them both together, ensuring neither could find peace. But now, these people were no longer part of his future. He didn't want to delve too deeply into this issue buried in the past or get entangled further. Only by letting go could he look forward with that person. He refused to be imprisoned by the past. So he had to bury his hatred even deeper. Deceiving himself, he replied, I don't hate. Hatred doesn't change anything. What was lost can never return. Since the past was already gone, at least let him hold on to the future. He still had things he could grasp in his hands. Her lips curved upward, but the smile soon faded, replaced by a faint scoff. Her expression betrayed some dissatisfaction. You're quite magnanimous, she remarked. To me, he hasn't hurt you enough, he's left you room to self-delude and act indifferent. Sun Xia watched his right hand, which hadn't stopped moving even while they were talking, then coldly said. Only by taking away your last shred of hope can you truly hate him. She smiled again, propping her head on one hand as though troubled, lightly tapping her temple with her index finger. A few seconds later, her finger paused. She seemed to remember something. She stared steadily at the man in front of her, and what is your only hope right now? Bai Chaoyan raised his head again to look at him, continuing his hand movements. His gaze contained only the pure proportion and structure calculations of someone drawing, without a trace of distraction. Apparently absorbed in painting with utmost focus and seriousness. Isn't it the one called Lu Jinglin? The brush paused for a moment. Haven't you thought it was coincidental? Why does the second person also have the surname Lu? Bai Chaoyan didn't want to continue this conversation, so he sped up his movements. I don't think so. Among billions of people, can there not be the same surname? Sun Xia suddenly stood up and looked down at him from above, with a slight smile on his handsome face, maybe your hope has never existed from the very beginning. At this, Bai Chaoyan sharply raised his eyes. The paintbrush in his hand froze in place on the canvas, accumulating a blotch of color, while his icy gaze solidified like cold ice. He didn't want to hear these 3 words, Lu Jinglin, coming out of this man's mouth. His voice dropped, carrying an unprecedented chill. What exactly do you mean? All of Chen Xia's prior words hadn't provoked the slightest anger, maintaining calmness as if he were a monk isolated from the world, untouched by any human grudge. But now, merely mentioning a name caused such an outburst, showing just how much Lu Qiuyang had become part of the past, and that only Lu Jinglin could still stir his emotions. Seeing this, Chen Xia laughed even more delightedly. He said, Lu Jinglin is Lu Qiuyang's younger brother. For a fleeting instant, Bai Chaoyan froze, stunned blankly. Bright eyes filled with sudden bewilderment, then disbelief, and after a long pause, he tightly gripped the pen in his hand, knuckles turning white from force. He felt his heart constrict momentarily. After a brief moment, he gave a bitter smile at Chen Xia. Do you really think I'd believe you? After being deceived so many times, why should he trust him? Chen Xia shrugged, wearing an expression that suggested he'd expected this. Of course not, so I've prepared proof. Saying that, he took out a stack of documents from a cabinet prepared by one of the servants nearby and threw them toward Bai Chaoyan, landing by his feet. Bai Chaoyan looked at what lay by his feet, put down his paintbrush, bent over, and picked it up. Lu Jinglin was deliberately placed by Lu Qiuyang near you. Think about it, how big is this world, yet why were you so lucky to immediately meet another person you liked who, coincidentally, shared the surname Lu? Every single meeting between the two of you was meticulously planned by Lu Qiuyang, and he knew clearly every word you exchanged and every action you took each day. And now, they're simply collaborating once more to drive you back to rock bottom. After all, tormenting you is our greatest pleasure. On the surface, Bai Chaoyan forced himself to remain calm, but his hands shook as they flipped through the documents, the blood relationship certification book lying right on the first page. Following were birth introductions, then all detailed records, the appearance of Lu Jinglin. His fluctuating gaze betrayed feelings of unrest and fear, gripping the paintbrush ever tighter. No, when they first met, they clearly didn't know each other. How could they possibly deceive me? Their reactions weren't fake. Really? Take a look at the photos afterward. True actors in this world aren't always found in movies. Think about how many times you've been deceived by those around you. Why haven't you learned to be more cautious? Chen Xia and Lu Qiuyang spent 10 years deceiving you, and why wouldn't Lu Jinglin do the same? He doesn't even need a decade, because deceiving you is far too simple. Giving you a little sense of reliance would have you involuntarily drawn closer. He didn't even need to invest much. I couldn't bear seeing it anymore, so I told you the truth. In the last page of the document was a screenshot of a video taken at Lu Jinglin's cafe, with Lu Qiuyang standing in front of Lu Jinglin. Lu Qiuyang's back faced the camera so his expression couldn't be seen, but Lu Jinglin appeared smiling as he spoke. The date was written in the bottom right corner of the photo, today, just 1 hour ago. No wonder that person hadn't come looking for him for such a long time. It turned out he hadn't even bothered, nor cared where he had gone. Chen Xia fixed his stare on Bai Chaoyan's face, watching as his initial composure gradually began to waver, resembling a towering and resilient skyscraper suddenly swaying before collapsing bit by bit. He smelled the bloody scent of unveiling the truth. Even the joy welling up deep within his heart was palpable. It felt as though the sweet poison of irises invaded his heart, making it hot and feverish. This beauty of destruction fascinated him. Chen Xian, if I weren't privy to all the facts, I'd believe him. Who'd have thought he could fabricate so brazenly and concoct all these pieces of evidence appearing so real? A online user, why is he doing this? Chen Xian. Look at the mockery in his eyes, like surging dark tides. What does his appearance of utmost interest resemble? AJ, a crazy man watching a play. Chen Xian, if a madman wants to shatter a vase, he picks it up and throws it down hard, but finds that the vase doesn't break. Then he picks it up again for a second try. Guess what he's trying to do? AJ, smash it into pieces. Chen Xian, exactly, so his painstaking efforts to bring someone out is nothing but to destroy Bai Chaoyan again. How could someone like him allow himself to fail? In a madman's world, there's only an extreme form of singularity. If he wants to destroy something, it must be thorough. Chen Xian, the best and most direct way to achieve complete destruction is to strip him off all hopes. And this time, he will shatter even more completely. AJ, then what do you plan to do? Chen Xian, of course we'll go along with his intentions and let him break me more thoroughly. But even as I break, I'll make sure to leave a cut on his hand, making him bleed a little. That way, this world of mine shouldn't just involve conquering one person. Chen Xian, it's about time for the supporting characters to contribute their share towards completeness. In a minute of lost thought, Chen Xian had finished communicating with AJ. From Chen Xia's perspective, the person across from him was gripping the documents very tightly. The initial look of firmness started wavering, the blood seemed to slowly drain away, leaving his face stark white. The original brightness in those eyes had already faded, leaving behind only a dim, lifeless void, like the darkness at the depths of the ocean with no destination in sight. Chapter 108, High Society Line, Cobalt of the Deep Sea, 19. 1 hour ago in the cafe. Lu Jinglin, let's make a deal. Lu Qiang looked down and smiled, walked to him, not too far away, also pulled out a stool, sat down, smoothed his clothes slowly and said indifferently, a deal. Gambling tables rely on gambling funds, business on capital. What do you have to bargain with me? Lu Jinglin remained calm, his eyes never moving from Lu Qiang's face as he reached behind him and took out a photograph. Its edges were yellowed, with numerous dark creases, suggesting it had been around for some time. Take a look and you'll see. But instead of reaching for it, Lu Qiang leaned back slightly, showing no interest whatsoever. Seeing this, Lu Jinglin flicked the photo toward him. After being tossed, it landed on the floor face up, near his feet. Lu Qiang slowly lowered his gaze. The moment he saw the contents of the photograph, his expression suddenly froze. In the photo was an elegantly dressed woman leaning against the door of a convenience store. Her right hand held a cigarette, while her left elbow rested above her chest. She wore a sophisticated look, teasing yet full of emotion as she gazed at the camera, as though she were looking at the lover she adored on the other side. A casual glance would show nothing unusual, but upon closer inspection, the resemblance in bone structure between the woman and Lu Qiang became evident. Despite never having met her, Lu Qiang instantly recognized who she was after just a glance at the photo. Lu Jinglin closely observed his reaction. When he noticed that Lu Qiang did not pick up the photo, he smiled mockingly, his black pupils filled with derision. Why don't you pick it up? Don't you recognize your mother? Staring fixedly at the picture, Lu Qiang's previously composed expression turned stiff, losing all ease of the moment before. Images of running tirelessly as a child surfaced in his mind, as if the road he had pursued endlessly without ever seeing its end now had a destination. His steps came to an abrupt halt. He could only ask in a low voice, where did you get this picture? Lu Jinglin's eyes hardened, his hand clenched tightly on the chair, it's none of your concern how I got it. We are talking about a deal. All you need to do is agree to my condition, and I will tell you where the person in this photo is. Lu Qiang abruptly lifted his gaze and stared coldly at him. A sharp frost-like chill emanated from his sharp eyes, making the atmosphere unsettling and casting his face into darker shadows due to the interplay of light and shadow. After a while, he spoke icily. Do you think I care? Ha! For once, Lu Jinglin chuckled, lowering his head. But the next moment, the smile disappeared instantly. He frowned, looking at him with a piercing light in his eyes. How can you not care, Lu Qiang? We're the same kind of people, half of our blood flows identically. I grew up without a father, and you without a mother. I know better than anyone else that you, still care or perhaps even do not care. Just as over the past 20-odd years, he intensely hated and despised the man he had never met, resenting him for not loving him yet bringing him into this world, forcing him to face a mother who seemed like a madwoman day in and day out. Every day. Every single day. He kept thinking, kept hating, but the more he hated, the more he wanted to meet that man, confront him, beat him, curse him, anything. He just needed to meet him, and so he used every possible means to find him. And he did find him. Unfortunately, the man was already dead. When he found out that the man had passed away, he didn't feel any sadness. Yet, there was still an overwhelming sense of injustice. There had been nothing to take revenge on, and yet the man was already gone. You don't have to pretend either. I've checked. Your mom gave you up when you were born, handing you over to Lu Jintang, who then sent you back to the countryside. You've never even seen her. If it wasn't for this photo today, you might never have seen her your entire life. You should thank me, and be grateful that she's still alive and doing well. You have the chance to question her, destroy everything she possesses, and even torment her. With that, Lu Jinglin paused briefly, and his facial expression gradually softened. All I ask is for you to agree to one thing. And I will tell you where she is. Lu Jinglin stared at him. A deathly silence lingered on for a long time. As Lu Jinglin furrowed his brows, preparing to speak, Lu Qiang bent down slightly. Speak. Lu Jinglin visibly relaxed, smiling faintly. Hand Bai Chao Yan over to me and let me take him away. The hand of Lu Qiang that had just touched the photograph suddenly froze. Today was a great day with clear sunshine, and every color in the courtyard seemed to bloom with extra vigor. Chen Xian, however, seemed to be stung by the sunlight, suddenly becoming a little dazed. He felt ice cold all over, even the fingertips holding the documents turned stiff from the coldness. He opened his mouth, his voice hoarse. It's impossible, it can't be, he wouldn't deceive me. He wouldn't deceive me. He mumbled these words while flashes of their encounters kept running in his mind, the location of the cafe, the places they frequently frequented, every approach. Suddenly, everything seemed clear, causing an unshakable crack within his originally firm heart. Hearing his murmurs as if speaking to himself, Xia slowly approached him, tilting her head slightly. Her soft voice was like the clarity of a bystander but laced with a touch of seduction. Whether he lied or not is written very clearly in black and white. No need to talk about other things first. Could this bloodline identification document be wrong? Anything can be fake, love, status, money, but the blood flowing inside our bodies cannot change. If you don't believe me, I can take you for another test. On the upper side, the truth hidden among the lies doesn't need much, one will do, and it's always the most fatal. Indeed clever. Bai Chaoyan's hand tightly gripped the documents, his eyes red, veins on his hand standing out taut. Another check. What could it possibly change? He stood there quietly like a statue eroded and weathered by time, his entire body wrapped in scars, lifeless. You don't have to feel too upset, they are brothers, helping each other is normal. You made Lu Qiang feel threatened upon returning to a city, so he sent his younger brother to your side, it makes sense. After all, someone who once had nothing and then gained immeasurable wealth, how could they let go? To them, you and I are both outsiders. You were simply deceived, compared to 5 years ago, you haven't lost anything. In the next moment, Xia stood in front of him. He raised his hand, seemingly wanting to comfort him. But just as he touched the face in front of him, the other person harshly hurled those documents at him, pulling him over by the collar and pressing him against the pillar behind. The edges of the stone pillar caused sharp pain in Xia's back. Almost immediately, Bai Chaoyan pressed down on his chest with his left elbow and restrained his neck with his right hand. His burst of strength astonished Xia for a second. The intensity of it forced him to raise his head and look into that face. Bai Chaoyan, his eyes red, filled with desperate ferocity, as if in the next moment, he would tear open his skin, turn into a beast, and devour the person before him. This pure despair and darkness were something Xia had never seen in this person before. It was like a lone wolf lost in the wilderness without its pack, standing on the edge of a cliff, raising its proud head and roaring. It seemed like the next moment, it would shatter into pieces. Looking at Bai Chaoyan this way, Xia managed a difficult smile. So, why are you getting angry? The pressure on his throat made him speak only fragmented words. Bai Chaoyan did not answer, just pressing him harder. Xia winced and took in a breath. Shut up. Shut up. I don't believe you. Not a single word. Yes, this man was a liar, deceiving him so many times. He mustn't trust him again, he won't make the same mistake as before. He needs to ask Lu Jinglin face to face. He needs to hear him say it out loud. But this man is too bad, why does he keep making trouble for him, why won't he leave him alone? Sun Xia looked at the surging hatred in his dark eyes, and that trembling pleasure surged again, spreading through his limbs. The physical pain and internal excitement made his breathing quicken, and even his furrowed eyebrows relaxed. Sun Xia's eyes gleamed, as if he wanted to swallow the person in front of him whole. This look. It's this look. The one he has been waiting for. A gaze shattered to bits, filled with hatred. He succeeded. He finally crushed this person. He knew Lu Jinglin meant a lot to him, but he didn't expect that the belief in Lu Jinglin would be his last line of defense. And now this line has been broken, his world has collapsed, so easily. I told you I'm not lying this time. If you don't believe me, as you said, go ahead and ask him face to face, see if he dares tell you the truth. Sun Xia laughed, despite his increasingly difficult breathing, the smile on his face became more brilliant, and he even laughed hoarsely. Bai Chaoyan held him tightly, his grip on the other's neck continuously tightening. Fierce red marks appeared on the pale skin, yet he didn't dare to think about the result, he was even afraid this person wasn't lying. What should he do if what he said is true? He screamed out in agony, why do you keep lying to me again and again? Does toying with me make you so happy? Why? Why? He was filled with such hatred. Sun Xia raised both hands, gripping Bai Chaoyan's wrist that was squeezing his neck. A sickly gleam emerged in his eyes, like a dark whirlpool storm aiming to swallow the person in front of him, as his broken voice growled harshly. T's right, it makes me happy, just like you, right now. My one-of-a-kind, art piece. You are finally drowned in hatred. There's no difference between you and me now. I'm dirty, I'm cruel, and you've fallen, how good it is. You can no longer look down at me from high above anymore. Bai Chaoyan's grip became stronger and stronger. In extreme, loss of control, human beings can unleash terrifying power, as he felt Sun Xia's breathing becoming increasingly tight. Yet, despite this, Sun Xia still gazed at him unwaveringly, without resistance or struggle, looking almost euphoric, as if wanting to memorize the act of killing him before death. Bai Chaoyan was ensnared by those eyes staring back at him, an almost trance-like stare. From those eyes, he saw himself drowning in hatred, eyes turning blood red, a face distorted with ferocity. Strangely alienated, he looked like a madman. It was as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. He abruptly snapped back to reality, the temperature of his palm skin tingling like being burned. Trembling, he let go of his hold as if shocked by an electric current. He took a few steps back, holding his breath, and dropped his gaze to his own trembling hands. Sun Xia panted triumphantly, his chest rising and falling violently. The ugly red marks on his neck contrasted starkly against his white skin, appearing abrupt and grotesque. Clash! The painting he had worked on earlier had fallen to the ground when Bai Chaoyan collided with it. The contours had already been sketched. Sun Xia glanced at the painting, deeply exhaled, then disregarding the sharp pain in his throat, grabbed Bai Chaoyan who was in a daze. Why did you stop? Was I not bad enough for you? Don't you have the courage to kill me? Bai Chaoyan, you're nothing but a coward. As if that weren't enough, Sun Xia continued provoking him with hoarse, cold words. His lips trembling after the intense emotional upheaval, Bai Chaoyan's face turned deathly pale from exhaustion. Looking at his own hands, he shook his head and uttered broken sentences. I can't kill. I cannot kill. I'm not a coward. I'm not. But after saying these words, his emotions crumbled entirely, tears streaming down his face endlessly, while he clenched his teeth to stop himself from sobbing aloud, only allowing his chest to rise and fall violently. If you're not a coward, why did you stop? Xinxia advanced slowly towards him, exerting pressure step by step, completely ignoring the fact that Bai Chaoyan had acted like a madman moments ago, trying to kill him, and moved forward recklessly like a moth flying toward the flame. Do you forget how I teamed up with Lu Qiang to take away Bai family's wealth from you? Or maybe you've forgotten, how you were driven out of the Bai family, how you ended up wretched like a dog. The man known for his refined appearance under normal circumstances currently exhibited only sharp and aggressive expressions. His deep-set eyes exposed his ruthless nature, resembling a bloody executioner holding a cold blade, cutting open Bai Chaoyan's chest and pulling out his heart. That blade kept stirring around his internal organs relentlessly. He was pushing him to confront that buried hatred. This victim had become so weak as to need his enemy to mock him into action. So why don't you die? A familiar voice echoed from behind Bai Chaoyan. Startled, Bai Chaoyan slowly turned around to see the man walking towards them from the rose forest. Lu Jinglin walked with a stern expression, his piercing gaze scanning Bai Chaoyan's pale and terrified face before focusing sharply on Xinxia's hand gripping Bai Chaoyan. A flicker of anger shot through his cold star-like eyes as he quickly approached them. Not far behind, Lu Qiang stood rigidly at the garden entrance. Resonating in his ears were Xinxia's words, or perhaps you forgot, how you were cast out of the Bai family and fell into misery like a dog. A sudden jolt pierced his heart, sending pain cascading through his limbs and forcing him to pause to catch his breath. With eyes darkened by years of sorrow and complexity, he seemed like a bystander observing the pavilion amidst the sea of roses, seeing the two people inside it and the man rushing forward. When he found out about Bai Chaoyan's disappearance, he guessed that Xinxia had taken him away, because there would be no third person involved besides Xinxia. Lu Jinglin arrived too late and didn't understand the complications between them. He glanced down at the photo in his hand, then after the brief ache subsided, he slipped it into his pocket and stepped inside. At what point had the few of them already become trapped in an endless vortex, sinking deeper and deeper with no way out? But none of them could turn back now. The sea of red roses swayed gently in the wind, resembling a flow of dark crimson blood, soundless yet inexorably enclosing the four of them within its embrace. The color of the wisteria flowers added a final delicate touch. The main characters of this stage had finally all gathered. Chapter 109, The Deep Seas Ultramarine, 20. Some adjustments were made to the previous parts. Xinxia naturally sensed his gaze and even provocatively rubbed the delicate skin on her wrist that he was holding with her fingertips. Lu Jinglin's eyes became even sharper. However, Xinxia acted as if she hadn't noticed, leaning toward Bai Chaoyan's ear along with the hand he held. She deliberately lowered her voice. Didn't you say you wanted to ask him face to face? He's here now, coincidentally arriving with Lu Qiuyang. Why don't you ask him and see if he'll tell you the truth? After finishing her seductive words, she released her hand, stepped back a few paces with a smile, and stood behind Bai Chaoyan. Since Lu Jinglin's arrival, Bai Chaoyan's eyes had been fixed on him, completely ignoring Lu Qiuyang who was not far behind Lu Jinglin. Yet, at this moment, the look in his eyes carried an intense plea. His face was extremely pale, his lips tightly sealed, indicating that he had already gone through a significant emotional upheaval, standing there as though surviving a calamity. Chen Xian, how did they all come? Why didn't you notify me? Shang, I was just about to remind you. Chen Xian, I originally planned to kill Xinxia, that man-eating flower, and then commit suicide. But there's no opportunity now. Shang. Are you kidding? Weren't you just lost in the role? Didn't you say you wanted to question Lu Jinglin yourself? Chen Xian, are you lost in the role too? Shang, no, I'm not. Chen Xian, you hesitated, so you are. Shang, do you really plan to kill him? Even though he's just a supporting character, I can't guarantee that killing him won't restart the game. Chen Xian, didn't you say that I can do whatever I want in this world? Whether I kill my target or myself, it will just end the game and submit the outcome. It should have nothing to do with restarting. Shang, that does sound right, you're free to explore this world. Shang, so, what now? Do you still want to kill someone? Chen Xian, since both of them are here, there's no need to kill anyone anymore. Now knowing the truth, I can pretend to go crazy and act unreasonably, which is also acceptable given the circumstances. Lu Jinglin met his gaze, sensing something. His hurried steps slowed down, and the joy that broke through the gloom on his face faded away. A moment of brightness appeared in his eyes when he saw Bai Chaoyan earlier, but now confusion clouded his expression. Why doesn't he seem happy? This unfamiliar and heavy stare from Bai Chaoyan gave Lu Jinglin a sense of unease, tightening his heart. Nevertheless, he opened his mouth, speaking softly with a sense of post-trauma relief. I've come to take you back. Bai Chaoyan stared into his eyes. Their gazes collided in midair. His light-colored lips moved slightly, and after a while, his voice finally came out, revealing undeniable hoarseness and trembling. He asked. You, what relationship do you have with Lu Qiuyang? Lu Jinglin suddenly stopped where he was, his pupils sharply contracting. Even Lu Qiuyang, who had followed closely behind, paused upon hearing the question, abruptly lifting his head to look at him. He himself had only just learned about this. Who told him? Something flashed in his mind suddenly. Lu Qiuyang glanced past him toward Sun Xia behind him. That face was filled with smiles, watching them steadily. Yes, it was them. The familiar sensation in that smile brought him back 5 years ago. A stage, a performance. He suddenly understood. All of this must be Sun Xia's doing. Although he wasn't sure when Sun Xia found out about the relationship between Lu Jinglin and him, it was clearly a meticulously planned trap. From the time Bai Chaoyan went missing, he had been waiting for everyone to fall into it. But one crucial factor remained in his control. If he wished, he could directly tell Bai Chaoyan that until today, he never knew about having a half-brother in the world. Everything was just Sun Xia playing tricks on them. If he spoke up, all misunderstandings could be resolved. Since he entered this place, his gaze had never left Bai Chaoyan. He had questions he wanted to ask, words he wanted to say. Yet Bai Chaoyan's eyes at this moment only had Lu Jinglin and Sun Xia, but no longer included him. 5 years had passed, and he finally saw indifference on this person's face, as if even the last bit of hatred was unwilling to be offered to him. He finally realized, this person truly abandoned him. Even though he was standing right in front of him, there wouldn't be a trace of his reflection in those eyes anymore. The passionate gaze that used to follow him had vanished. Lu Qiuyang's heart churned with turmoil, his eyes bloodshot as he tightly clenched his hands by his sides. This sudden realization wiped away any fleeting thought of letting go when he had entered. Instead, malevolent, ruthless, and dirty thoughts flooded his mind, and he remained the self-serving Lu Qiuyang. If this person no longer saw him, why would he need anyone else? Then, he wouldn't care about anyone or anything either. Lu Qiuyang's thin lips pressed tightly together, his eyes reddened, and his face was now coldly silent. Sun Xia naturally noticed Lu Qiuyang's silence, but she merely gave him a cursory glance. From the start, she knew Lu Qiuyang would never expose her. People were inherently treacherous, and Lu Qiuyang was no exception. Since he had been discarded, others wouldn't have a chance to meddle either. He would much rather Bai Chaoyan hated Lu Jinglin, hoping for Lu Jinglin to meet the same miserable fate as him. How could he possibly kindly help explain their situation so they could be together happily? He wasn't a good person, much less a saint. He was like a maggot on rotting meat in the sewer. Lu Jinglin felt as if the dagger he had just used against Lu Qiuyang moments ago had suddenly turned its sharp blade inward, the cold tip pressing directly into his chest through the fabric. What do you mean? Though he fully understood what the other person had said and questioned, fear took hold of him, preventing him from confronting the question head-on. Bai Chaoyan tossed the report in his hand onto the floor. The white pages scattered like huge butterflies across the ground. As Lu Jinglin lowered his gaze, his eyes caught sight of the words, test results. Instantly, his eyes widened. Looking at Lu Jinglin's body stiffening and his pale, struggling expression revealed after being unmasked, Bai Chaoyan knew the test results were true. Once planted, doubts grew unchecked, and once replaced by the truth, everything, past and future, was shattered beyond recognition. During these days he'd been locked up by Sun Xia. Had this man sought him out even once, even if only pretending? He could have deceived himself then. But all of that was nothing more than self-deception, and yet he still wanted to hear it from Lu Jinglin's own mouth. Are you and him brothers? Like a fool, Bai Chaoyan repeated the question again, this time calmly. Silence dragged on for 1 or 2 minutes, and just as Bai Chaoyan thought Lu Jinglin wouldn't answer, his voice came. Yes. In that instant, Bai Chaoyan couldn't describe how he felt. It was as though his heart had been struck by a blunt object. Or as if some demon had snatched his breath, leaving his whole body devoid of strength. Even his breathing slowed down. So Sun Xia hadn't lied to him. Everything she said was true. And Lu Jinglin admitted it outright. Actually, Bai Chaoyan had been looking at him carefully the entire time, studying every single nuance of his face, the tension, joy, and relaxation. Each emotion seemed as if Lu Jinglin truly cared about him. How skilled he was at deceiving him so effortlessly. Just thinking about how they were brothers who connived together to trick him, treating him like a fool, made every fiber of Bai Chaoyan's being hate this face and turn icy cold within. It was as if the blood in his body was drained, and a crushing weariness weighed heavily on him, making it hard for him to breathe. Desperately, he struggled to regulate his breathing, trying not to collapse. Still, black spots began appearing before his eyes, and dizziness overtook him. Suddenly, he bit the inside of his cheek fiercely, tasting the coppery sweetness of blood immediately. While bitter, it alleviated the dizziness somewhat. Why did I believe them? Were they secretly mocking me, laughing at how dumb and naive I am, falling for deceitful schemes one after another, like a dog eagerly snapping up a bone and wagging its tail in gratitude? Just imagining them laughing at him filled him with such rage he wanted to die instantly. Sun Xia's smile slowly deepened. The gleaming darkness in her eyes grew denser, her joy palpable to everyone present. Lu Qiuyang furrowed his brows, his thin lips pulled tight into a cold straight line as he stared intently at Bai Chaoyan's every move. The oppressive silence among the four of them cut colder than ice from the Arctic. Surprisingly, Bai Chaoyan broke the silence first. I understand. Bai Chaoyan's tone was calm, heavy as though returning to the distant beginning, his chilly demeanor bringing a sense of detachment. Raising his head again, he looked straight at Lu Jinglin, his face devoid of sorrow as if it were not him who had just lost control. At the sound of his voice, Lu Jinglin suddenly snapped back to reality. His wine-red, shoulder-length hair fell over his cheeks, and his reddened eyes, due to emotional fluctuations, gave him an appearance of brokenness. He quickly stepped forward and grabbed Bai Chaoyan's hand. "No, it's not what you think. Let me explain. Bai Chaoyan casually brushed off his hand, leaving Lu Jinglin's words stuck in his throat as he woodenly stared at his rejected hand, pale-faced. His lips parted a few times but no sound came out. "You two are worthy brothers, both so fond of deceiving people." Bai Chaoyan closed his eyes for a moment, then exhaled deeply, giving Lu Jinglin a weak smile that carried little weight. He spoke softly. Then he looked at Lu Qiuyang behind him for the first time. "He deceived me for 10 years, and during these 10 years, the one he liked has always been someone else. I thought we were growing closer. I thought he liked me. But I was wrong. He never liked me or loved me. I was merely a tool for him to obtain the Bai family's favor, helping him perform, making him appear pleasant to those he truly cared about. But because of my love for him, I changed into someone different, constantly adjusting to suit him, angering Grandpa, and ultimately losing even the Bai family because of him. Because of him, I even came to despise my past, avoiding anything that reminded me of it." Bai Chaoyan gazed at Lu Qiuyang's face indifferently, yet the blackness in his eyes reflected nothing but tranquility. Each of his words, however, cut like sharp blades into Lu Qiuyang's heart, slice after slice. Unable to control himself, Lu Qiuyang stumbled backward, staring helplessly at Bai Chaoyan as he listened to his true feelings revealed today. The tight fists by his sides gradually loosened, powerless. Disgusted with his past. So, this was his real opinion. Bai Chaoyan paid no heed to Lu Qiuyang's expression, instead refocusing on Lu Jinglin, studying his face closely despite scattered attention, seemingly looking through him, and saying, "Originally, I looked forward to our future after we left, no matter what form it would take. In my heart, it was sure to be beautiful. But now, everything seems to be just my own one-sided act, an unwarranted infatuation. You probably never thought about leaving with me. It was just your habitual coping mechanism." Bai Chaoyan paused momentarily, focusing his gaze and staring straight at him. "Because of you, I've lost all hope for the future. The two of you so easily shattered the belief I clung to desperately, killing both my past and my future. What do I have left to cherish or look forward to? Nothing, absolutely nothing. I wandered for so long but could never escape the prison you created for me. I foolishly believed I had broken free from you already. Then, there's no need to run anymore. Can I stay inside the circle obediently?" After finishing his words, Bai Chaoyan chuckled weakly, the light in his eyes extinguished. Grandfather was a strict man who never liked children of the Bai family crying, believing tears were a sign of weakness, of surrender. Gradually, Bai Chaoyan stopped crying too. No matter how painful or sad he felt, Bai Chaoyan never shed a single tear in front of them. But today, for some reason, tears rolled down uncontrollably, streaming down his cheeks. As he walked toward the pavilion exit, passing by Lu Jinglin, his wrist was caught. With a pleading tone, Lu Jinglin asked, "Can you believe me one last time and leave with me? I'll tell you everything." Without hesitation, Bai Chaoyan pulled his hand away. He cast a cold glance ahead toward the sea of flowers and said distantly, "Lu Jinglin, there's something you haven't realized. From the moment you admitted being brothers, whatever hidden truth or consequence lies behind, it doesn't matter anymore, because it no longer holds any importance." With that, he stepped out and left. Lu Jinglin simply stood there, dazed. Bai Chaoyan walked past Lu Qiuyang, who remained motionless without speaking, only allowing him to pass with a pale face, walking into the bright red rose garden. He knew he didn't even have the right to reach out and stop him. Bai Chaoyan slowly entered the rose garden, where the waist-high vibrant roses brushed against his hands, their petals icy cold yet delicate. Lowering his head, he extended both hands, affectionately letting them caress and flow through his palms. Then he smiled, disappearing from sight among the masses. Clap clap clap. As the drama's main character left the stage, the one behind it all emerged applauding, heading toward the two. Sun Xia's smile deepened further. "Truly amazing, isn't it? Look here, Lu Jinglin, you were so confident that you could leave, weren't you? Now, he doesn't even want to look at you anymore. When did you find out?" Lu Qiuyang was the first to speak, his eyes beneath the glasses cold and terrifying. Sun Xia looked at him, tilting his head as if in deep thought, but his eyes sparkled with mockery. Let me think. I probably knew earlier than all of you. The first time I met your younger brother, I had someone investigate him. I found something interesting, so I just followed the trail. I didn't expect to uncover such a big secret." As he spoke, he paused suddenly. "Wait a moment." He casually lifted his right index finger, lightly tapping his forehead as if recalling something, then looked up at the two people in front of him with a cunning gaze, "But I seem to have said more than that." As he continued speaking, he slowly approached them, his narrow eyes half closed. "I also told him that the two of you have been deceiving him together. You deliberately let your half-brother get close to him, playing him like a fool. Leaving or starting anew, those were all lies to deceive him." Lu Jinglin slowly widened his eyes, his pupils sharply contracting as he abruptly turned his face, his eyes bloodshot as if filled with blood, his voice low, "What are you saying?" Sun Xia's face still bore a smile. "I just remembered now too, after all, my memory is bad. At the beginning, he didn't believe either, so I fabricated a lot of supposed evidence, of course all fake. But even a small crack in his doubt gave me an opening. Finally, the real test results came like an iron hammer." A second later, he smiled and lifted his right hand, making a tapping gesture. Although the motion seemed gentle, there was an almost bizarre obsessiveness to it. "I only needed to tap it slightly, and your trust would crumble into pieces, wouldn't it?" Sun Xia laughed, his eyebrows curling upwards before continuing. The moment he saw the genuine certification, which anyone from the Bai family can easily recognize for its authenticity, he wavered. Yet he stubbornly wanted to hear your explanation directly. And at that very moment, you two conveniently showed up. In fact, I should thank you, it allowed me to complete my final step. Just one piece of truth was enough to turn all doubts and falsehoods into undeniable reality. Every lie I concocted for him would be accepted, and the already fragile trust between you two would shatter completely. Just as he said before, his past and future are both ruined. Now he hates you both thoroughly and will no longer trust a single word you say. Are you satisfied with this script? Sun Xia tilted his head slightly as a gentle breeze passed by, blowing some strands of hair onto his pale forehead. He wore a pure expression with a smile, yet his pitch-black icy gaze sent chills down one's spine. He was like an evil ghost emerging from the darkness, dressed in the cleanest skin, luring onlookers to fall, and the blood covering his hands became the most brilliant color. Suddenly, a punch wind whistled through the air. A powerful force struck Sun Xia's left cheek, causing him to stagger back several steps. Only when his back hit the stone pillar did he stop reeling. Lifting his hand to touch the corner of his mouth, the tips of his fingers revealed a beautiful red, while his mouth burned with pain. One hand grabbed his collar, pinning him firmly against the stone pillar with ferocious strength, seemingly attempting to break his bones. However, Sun Xia appeared completely unfazed, lifting his head to look at Lu Jinglin's violent face. With fiery red hair and that murderous look in his eyes, he seemed more fearsome than any demon. His unrelenting smile became even more extravagant as he lifted his head, looking at them as though they were ants crawling on the ground. One after another gets mad and likes to strangle me. Do I really look so weak? After finishing his sentence, he swiftly delivered a hand strike toward Lu Jinglin's elbow joint. The opponent grimaced in pain and bent, then his right fist hit Sun Xia's chest, spreading a dull ache throughout his chest cavity. Almost simultaneously, Lu Jinglin released his grip and stepped back a few paces. Pressing his right hand over his chest, Lu Jinglin looked fixedly at Sun Xia with a fierce gaze. His face was slightly pale, but the boiling hatred in his eyes seemed ready to flay the person opposite alive. Why did you do it? Sun Xia didn't seem to care, retracting his smile as he seriously said, of course, it's because it's fun. Chapter 110, The Cobalt Blue of the Deep Sea. That day, Bai Chaoyan did not leave after stepping out of the yard, instead, he chose to stay. As he had said himself, the past and the future no longer held any significance, so what difference would it make where he went? In the end, he decided to go nowhere and return to Sun Xia's room. He was like a captive bird who, even though the cage door had been opened and its wings spread, had forgotten how to fly, only to crash painfully to the ground. After experiencing such pain many times, all it could do was return to the cage and sit obediently inside. At least there was familiarity. But in this world that had lost meaning, there was nothing left but annihilation to transform into a gust of free wind. It was easy enough to pretend to be reclusive, staying indoors every day with the door locked, saying nothing regardless of who came by, and appearing as if his heart were already dead. And it was during this period that Lu Jinglin found him first. When Lu Jinglin entered, his steps were urgent. Bai Chaoyan was seated on a stool by the window, lazily leaning against the nearby wooden cabinet, head tilted, black hair draping over his cheek. His pitch-black eyes stared listlessly out the window. Despite hearing the sound of the door opening, he showed no reaction. Lu Jinglin slowly approached him, trying to maintain composure, controlling his emotions, patiently explaining the reasons for that day's events, revealing the truth little by little. However, the longer he talked, the more anxious his expression and tone became, and his hands tightened by his sides. Because the person across from him wouldn't even glance at him once, the eyes he loved so much now appeared lifeless, like stagnant water without ripples. Lu Jinglin fell silent bit by bit. The outcome that day wasn't what he desired. He simply wished to take him away. Why had everything fallen apart? Suddenly, his expression became more intense than ever, almost panicked, as he embraced Bai tightly and promised that he would fulfill their previous promise and they would leave together. Yet no matter how he pleaded or explained, even as his voice trembled, the back view didn't change. That still figure continued to face away from him. Lu Jinglin forcefully turned his body around, clutching onto his bones tightly. Bai Chaoyan obediently looked up at him, blinked, and silently gazed at him with those jet-black eyes, watching his face intently without a word. But after some time with still no response, Bai again turned his gaze to the window, looking at something far off, perhaps a flower, or maybe just birds flying by, his darkened eyes heavy. Seeing his state like this, Lu Jinglin felt overwhelmed, as if he was sinking further into the mire, fighting relentlessly for salvation, yet finding himself increasingly powerless. In the end, all he could do was hold the person tightly in his arms like an oyster protecting its treasure, his voice tinged with desperation. Will you trust me one last time, believe me again? Let's leave, right now. Yet the person in his embrace remained unresponsive, unmoving in his breathing, staring blankly out the window with an unfocused gaze as if seeing nothing, or perhaps envisioning the free wind passing through the forest. Each breach of trust, each crushed hope, broke through the hardest of armor, leaving even a common man like Bai Chaoyan utterly defeated, a common man who harbored simple dreams. The sound of shattered dreams rang too clearly. After what seemed like forever, the person wrapped in his arms replied quietly, "Go, let's pretend we've never met." The words were soft, but carried a weariness that couldn't be erased, lightly crashing into Lu Jinglin's ears. As if they'd never met. At that moment, Lu Jinglin's pride and passion were blown away, the bright red hue replaced by a mix of black and white. He spiraled down into despair, unable to save himself, breathless and pale, his tall frame inexplicably fractured. Closing his eyes in both exhaustion and hopelessness, voices of scorn and insults echoed in his ears. Once more. He was abandoned again. Lu Jinglin slowly loosened his grip, feeling drained of all strength. Staggering backward a step, his breath held back, a sigh escaped his lips. Yet his bloodshot eyes still stubbornly focused on the other person, emotions swirling within. Even, if you truly believe we have no future together, please leave here with me. If you leave this place, you can go wherever you wish. It doesn't matter, even if not with me. His voice trembled. I'm begging you. It seemed that Bai Chaoyan had sensed his impending emotional breakdown and turned to look at him, her pale face offering a faint smile, yet her eyes remained devoid of any warmth. That day, I was very clear. There's no longer any relationship between us. You don't have to pretend like you want to save me. Isn't it exhausting? These brief sentences cut into him like the sharpest knife in the world, cold and merciless. It pierced through his heart, his limbs, his brain. His heart clenched tightly with pain as if spilling out blood while his body was nailed to the spot and his mind went blank. His pale lips moved but could only taste bitterness. No, I haven't. Bai Chaoyan tilted her head, resting her chin on her hand against the window frame, staring at him coldly. Wasn't I right? Once upon a time, you gave me hope. Now what role are you playing? Family? Friend? Boyfriend? You're none of those things, so you have no right. At this moment, Lu Jinglin's complexion turned ghostly pale, his fingertips trembling uncontrollably, fear lurking within his dark pupils. In the oppressive silence, Lu Qiang walked in. Without paying attention to Lu Jinglin's expression, he stood by the door and spoke to no one in particular. I've done what I promised you. It's time for you to keep your side of the deal. As soon as these words left his lips, Lu Jinglin loosened his grip on Bai Chaoyan. Regaining some awareness, he staggered back a few steps, lacking strength until he leaned against the wall. Beside him was Lu Qiang. With no physical restraint holding him back anymore, Bai Chaoyan felt more relaxed. Ignoring both men completely, he paid no heed to their tangled relationships or their conversation. Instead, covering his ears, he focused on gazing out of the window. When will I be as light as a cloud? The sycamore tree seems to be dropping its leaves again. Why isn't it raining? Rain would be wonderful. Later, after an unknown amount of time had passed, the noisy voices finally faded away, leaving Bai Chaoyan alone in the room once more. But, indifferent as he was, Bai Chaoyan missed the expression Lu Qiang gave him before closing the door, stormy depths hidden beneath a black vortex, threatening to engulf everything. Bai Chaoyan thought that solitude would last much longer. But just 4 or 5 days later, Lu Qiang returned. On that day, the weather was fine outside though rain fell through the window. Unlike Lu Jinglin who incessantly tried to convince him to leave, Lu Qiang silently stood beside Bai Chaoyan, looking at him quietly. While Bai Chaoyan watched the rain outside the window, seemingly oblivious to Lu Qiang standing next to him. The rain fell heavily, drenching the windowsill and soaking Bai Chaoyan's sleeves through the wide-open window. His white shirt sleeves clung tightly to his arms, revealing slightly pinkish skin through the wet fabric. Bai Chaoyan didn't seem bothered by the discomfort and ignored it altogether. But not long after, Lu Qiang sat beside Bai Chaoyan, gently took his hand, rolled up his damp sleeve slowly. Somehow producing a towel, he carefully dried off every bit of water on Bai Chaoyan's body, moving slowly and patiently. Once finished, he draped the towel on the windowsill, letting it absorb the raindrops instead of them falling on Bai Chaoyan. After all this, he sat back beside Bai Chaoyan. Following his movements, Bai Chaoyan glanced at him briefly. Her smile rippled along with the sound of rain, peaceful and beautiful without any impurities, like their first meeting by the seaside. However, back then, Lu Qiang held the beloved stones he collected from the sea. Today, his hands were empty. Her fleeting smile disappeared quickly as she looked out the window again. Lu Qiang simply gazed at her, studying that familiar face as if etched in his heart. During those 5 years, no matter what method he employed, he couldn't erase her image from his memory. The more he tried to forget, the clearer her face became in his mind, bringing with it the unbearable heaviness in his chest that grew stronger over time. He didn't know when this person started tying him down. He couldn't break free, yet time should have effortlessly worn down all traces, like before. So why was it that the passage of time hadn't diluted her imprint on him but rather made it increasingly profound? Whenever he thought about her, he also remembered that night's pitch-black cliff, hearing the waves crash against the rocks, the bitter sensation that almost suffocated him. It took him a long time to figure out this feeling. It might be love, or it might be guilt. But no matter what, he had already fallen into a curse named by Chaoyan. Even when he saw her again later, he was still determined to struggle free from the curse. Yet it proved futile once more. At least, he couldn't be the only one trapped, he had to pull her in too, only then would it be fair. The predicament he created couldn't go on without her. And today was the first time since they met again. For the first time, there was no hatred in her eyes. He didn't understand, why wasn't there hatred anymore? After all, those eyes had been red enough to kill him. Lu Jinglin is my half-brother by the same father, but we've never met. That day, he didn't lie to you. He just wanted to take you away. But he lied to me. He said my mother was still alive and tricked me into looking for her. But I searched that shabby place high and low, and found no one. They told me she had died long ago. I have never seen her, so I'm not sad. I just felt a little curious. I wanted to see what kind of person the woman who gave birth to me was. Unfortunately, she passed away too early. Bai Chaoyan, are you really not hating me now or are you just pretending to deceive me? Deep down, do you hope I die instantly like that night when you slashed my neck with a shard of porcelain, without any hesitation? Lu Qiang kept babbling on, regardless of whether anyone answered him or not. The entire room echoed with his low, hoarse voice. Viewed from the door, the two figures leaned close together, their heads covered by the drizzle outside the window as wind mixed with rain soaked their hair tips. Bai Chaoyan seemed like an obedient listener, accepting every word Lu Qiang said, yet unwilling to bestow even a glance, an expression, or a single word in response. Lu Qiang lifted his chin, forcing him to look at himself. He wanted to find his own reflection in those lake-like tranquil eyes. As expected, he found it. Still, the surface of the lake remained motionless. He bent down and kissed him, a soft and tender kiss. Lu Qiang continued staring at that face, smiled finally and left. The next day, Lu Qiang came again. He kept talking about all of his experiences, about how he was brought to the city by a gambling addict, and how he plunged into another abyss. Before Bai Chaoyan, he exposed his soul completely while Bai Chaoyan showed complete indifference. Lu Qiang discarded his disguise, presenting his true self to Bai Chaoyan. The more he spoke, the wider the smile on his face grew. With Lu Qiang's monologue playing in the background, Bai Chaoyan stared out the window, as if listening to a lullaby. Calmly, he watched the swaying leaves outside. In this moment, their two silhouettes reached a silent agreement, still as an oil painting. But if the old Bai Chaoyan had witnessed this scene, she would have chuckled through the cracks of time. After all, this image was simply too ironic. Time flowed on like this, the third day, the fourth day, the fifth day, and so forth, lasting exactly a month. In this eerie silence, time tightened around the neck, someone must end it all. That day, Lu Qiang brought something, a sharp knife placed in front of Bai Chaoyan. He said, if you want, you can directly kill me. Revenge for your grandfather, revenge for everything I took from you. If you want, I'll put my life in your hands. Bai Chaoyan finally raised her gaze to meet his. He saw the Lu Qiang who stood before him years ago, handing over a stone. His wet hair dripped water, and his face held a gentle smile, reflecting ripples in his eyes. He said, take good care of it. Don't drop it next time. The two images overlapped across the river of time, and Bai Chaoyan accepted the knife in his hand. Lu Qiang, I no longer hate you. In that instant, Lu Qiang's heart trembled, a strange feeling spreading from his heart to his fingertips. It felt like panic mixed with a sudden sense of helplessness after liberation. Lu Qiang froze slightly in place. This line did not exist in his plan. Why don't you hate me? Bai Chaoyan replied, because it's unnecessary. You mean nothing to me anymore. Why should I waste emotion hating you? She paused for a moment, starting now, let's pretend we've never met. You continue being a superior person, living well, and never bother me again. Lu Qiang stepped back a few paces. Not hating him. Pretending they'd never met. So, was this the conclusion he truly sought? He thought he would be trapped here forever, never expecting such a bizarre turn of events. Someone actually handed him a knife, did they really think he wouldn't dare to do anything to them? Or had they truly believed he'd been tamed and would obediently let himself be controlled? It was understandable, after all, these past days, he had acted so obediently, so compliant, of course, he deserved some reward. Bai Chaoyan suddenly raised her gaze to a corner above the door, feeling the cold handle of the knife in her palm. Her eyes met a small black dot on the ceiling corner, and she smiled, a wild, liberating smile. And then Bai Chaoyan said, did you guess so much, plot so much, but never calculate this day? After saying that, she shifted the blade tip toward her own chest and thrust it with merciless force, as if even through the surveillance camera, one could still feel her unwavering determination. In the quiet room, the sound of the sharp weapon piercing flesh reverberated loudly. Lu Qiang's eyes widened in shock. Almost simultaneously, blood began to spread, soaking through the white shirt like ink spilling onto paper, instantly staining it bright red. Since the first day he arrived here, he knew someone had installed a hidden camera in this room, watching him from afar, eager to crush him. Now, how could he not act? If it weren't for deliberate arrangements, why did everyone show up just at the right moment? He wasn't a real fool. How could he not guess what that madman wanted? They all thought he didn't dare to die, driven by vengeance. That's why he had lived since 5 years ago, filled with such hatred. How could he give up easily, right? Lu Qiang's face drained of color almost instantly, his usually composed features now showing unmistakable fear and panic. He stepped quickly to her side, his trembling hands pressing tightly against the wound that wouldn't stop bleeding. He didn't scream hysterically, he only clenched his lips tightly, refusing to loosen even a fraction of strength. But the blood kept flowing uncontrollably from Bai Chaoyan's body. Why? Why are you doing this? Lu Qiang roared, his eyes bloodshot. Bai Chaoyan tried to push his hand off the wound, but no matter how hard she struggled, his hand remained steadfast, not moving an inch. She could only lean helplessly against the wall, closing her eyes for a moment, because I don't want to be manipulated by you anymore. Living, I am trapped in the choices you give me, so at least I can choose how I die. This is my freedom. Before long, the door burst open violently. A familiar figure stood in the doorway, silhouette outlined against the light. Even though blurred by the brightness behind him, Bai Chaoyan recognized his face clearly. Ha ha ha. For the first time, Bai Chaoyan laughed genuinely and freely, as though devoid of pain or awareness of the sharp blade lodged in her heart. She looked more like a proud child showing off her achievements. So what about it, did you predict this ending? She gasped out weakly, spitting out a mouthful of blood afterward. Her complexion became paler, sweat dampening her temples, seemingly struggling under immense strain. Sun Xia narrowed his eyes sharply, frost filling his gaze. His lips were pressed together tightly, and his hands clenched tremulously at his sides. From the beginning, his sole purpose was clear, to destroy Bai Chaoyan. 5 years ago, all he wanted was to pull her down from her pedestal, but now, 5 years later, he intended to utterly annihilate her. The more unreachable, the more resilient someone was, the more they deserved to be pulled down to grovel beneath his feet. He wanted to see her fail, see her crushed by betrayals until despair took over, forcing her into surrendering to fate. That was Sun Xia's vision of Bai Chaoyan's ending. Originally, he was about to achieve exactly what he desired. But now, Bai Chaoyan was dying. His toy was broken, beyond use. How could he accept it? Seeing Sun Xia's face contorted with anger, Bai Chaoyan's smile only grew brighter, though her eyes gradually lost their glow. Sun Xia stared fixedly at her, noticing the tranquility in her gaze, and began walking toward her slowly. Bai Chaoyan could sense the terrifying low pressure around them. Sun Xia was teetering on the edge of explosion, his usual mask now completely devoid of smiles, hinting that any slight movement might cause him to snap her neck in the next second. The nearby Lu Qiang also felt this oppressive atmosphere but was focused solely on Bai Chaoyan's wound. Through years of familiarity and understanding, he didn't regard Sun Xia with respect at all. You call an ambulance quickly, he's losing blood. Before he could finish his sentence, he felt a pain in the back of his neck. He turned his head to see Sun Xia towering over him, his face devoid of any pretense, only showing indifference. At this moment, Lu Qiang suddenly realized something. Don't harm. He didn't manage to finish his words before collapsing on the ground. Sun Xia didn't even glance at Lu Qiang, instead tossing the needle in his hand aside. He then crouched down before Bai Chaoyan, his gaze landing on Bai's wound. The white shirt had been entirely soaked with fresh blood. Sun Xia raised his hand, letting his fingertips touch the edge of the bloody wound. Despite the sharp blade still being there, he paid no mind and pressed down with force, allowing the knife to cut open his own fingers. Instantly, Bai Chaoyan stiffened from the pain coursing through his body. Having lost too much blood, he had little strength left, and his chest rose and fell more feebly. The tip of his blade had pierced through his heart, but he'd held back just enough to take a last breath, to personally witness this man's failure and watch as his mask was torn away. And now, it appeared this final breath was nearly spent. Sun Xia looked down at the warmth of red on his fingertips, the blackness in his eyes deepening. He stretched out his hand and lifted Bai Chaoyan's chin, his eyes boring into his soul, bringing a trembling fury. You have no other skills, yet you're quite good at provoking me. A usually clear and resonant voice now sounded low and ominous like the horn in the darkness, danger lurking ready to swallow the tranquility at any moment. Bai Chaoyan didn't resist, he simply smiled back, meeting Sun Xia's gaze. Although his complexion was already deathly pale, and his lips were colorless, his voice so weak it might vanish at any moment. He seemed like a victor, challengingly facing the enemy's sharp blade. Yes, seeing your enraged face makes me feel really happy. Looking at those eyes about to close, Sun Xia's eyes reddened, almost ferociously gripping Bai Chaoyan's neck. Is that right? You want to escape from me that much? I tell you it won't be that easy. Even if you die, you must die by my hands. Whether in the past or now, you are and always will be a loser. Besides running away, you've never had any other choices. Even now, all you can do is kill yourself, not daring to seek revenge on me. So I look down on you, I will always look down on you. With a faint smile, Bai Chaoyan closed his eyes, strands of black hair sliding down his forehead, obscuring half of his face. The words echoing in his ears faded further and further away. Fine, if he looks down on him, let him. I am originally a coward. At least this ending is my own choice. Bai Chaoyan's body grew colder and his consciousness gradually receded until it vanished altogether. In his final moments, he thought he saw a figure, someone slowly emerging from the seawater, tall and mighty like the descent of a sea god, taking steady steps toward him. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't make out the blurred face. Then he transformed into a gust of wind, traveling through majestic mountains, facing the gentle breeze, drizzling rain, and every inch of sunrise and sunset belonging to him. That belonged to his freedom. Chapter 111, The First World, Side Story. Ningqing Prison. Under the solemn national emblem, the light gray iron gate slowly opened, and the mechanical noise echoed in the ears. Zhang Qi looked at the boundary line under his feet and stepped over it with the bag in his hand. A black Maybach was parked at the entrance. His uncle stood by the car door, holding a cigarette in his hand. When he saw Zhang Qi come out, he threw the cigarette on the ground and crushed it with his foot. He still looked the same as 8 years ago, except for a few more white hairs at his temples. He went forward to take the bag from Zhang Qi's hand and patted his shoulder. Your father is in the car. Zhang Qi didn't say anything, looking at the car door in front of him. The car window had anti-peek film, so he couldn't see inside, but he could see his own reflection. His short hair stuck to his scalp, one eye appeared gray, and it was still that expressionless face he saw countless times in the mirror every morning. He lowered his gaze, pulled open the car door, and got in. Since he sat in, Zhang Mingqing just looked at him without saying anything. The father and son hadn't sat together like this in a car for 8 years. Zhang Qi met his gaze, opened his mouth, and after brewing for a long time, managed to say, Dad. Zhang Mingqing gave a comforting smile, adding a few wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. His gaze swept over Zhang Qi's one grayish eye and quickly moved away. His tone was very light. Let's go. I booked a table for you at Zhuojin. 8 years isn't too fast, but also just a patchwork of similar memories, things when eyes open. Zhang Mingqing's company indeed suffered some impacts during the public opinion crisis 8 years ago. There were often people throwing things and causing trouble on the construction sites. Various official accounts of the company were filled with voices demanding justice. Some projects being pushed forward by the company were stalled for several months. But it was just that. The internet has a short memory, no matter how big the incident, half a year is enough to smooth it all out. Those who were indignant and cursing might have forgotten this event altogether. Everything returned to its rightful course. And through Zhang Mingqing's operation over these 7 or 8 years, the group company had long since gone beyond the small city of Ningqing. Even though Zhang Qi had spent 8 years behind bars, waiting for him was nothing more than the handover of an entire conglomerate, which carried little emotional weight. The table booking mentioned by Zhang Mingqing meant there would only be 3 people at the dinner table. Hao Yi here, let me toast to you and wash the dust off your journey. Hou Yi stood up, poured 2 cups of wine, took one in his hand, and handed another to Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi stood up to receive it. From today onward, consider it a new life. We'll look at everything from a positive perspective. If there's nothing else, you can go to your dad's company first and get used to it. After all, you will take it over sooner or later, so don't be afraid. Your dad and I will always be there to handle things. After finishing, he gave Zhang Qi an appeasing smile and downed the drink in his cup in one go. Thank you, uncle. Zhang Qi's voice wasn't loud, yet it lacked the naivety of youth, low and lacking energy. He looked at the transparent baijiu in the cup, without hesitation, took a sip. Perhaps because it had been too long since he last drank, the spicy sensation irritated his mouth, tearing through his stomach like a blade, scalding his lips fiercely. Zhang Qi sat down, and Zhang Mingqing placed a piece of meat in his bowl. Don't cause any more trouble in the future. Listen well. Perhaps for every child who gets into trouble and then comes out, their parents' request remains the same, don't cause any more trouble. Zhang Qi didn't look at Zhang Mingqing but stared at the piece of meat in the bowl for a while. A table full of sumptuous dishes, yet the 3 of them simply ate a few bites. That evening, Zhang Qi returned to the villa, where Hou Yi handed him a latest model phone. Use this phone for now. The number was just registered using your identity information. My number and your dad's are already stored in it. Contact us if anything happens. Zhang Qi took the phone and nodded, thank you, uncle. Hou Yi nodded, patted his shoulder in a consoling manner, and left the villa. Regarding Zhang Qi and that boy, he did feel somewhat guilty. He never expected that the boy would be so stubborn, so competitive, jumping from a building like that. In their generation, to survive, they could pay any price. When there was no food, they stole or robbed. As long as they could survive, it didn't matter how they were beaten or scolded. Dignity, respect, these kinds of things they had never dreamed of and had never possessed. Maybe because of this, they thought it normal for today's kids to be the same, just endure, and it will pass, because after all, they are still alive. If they endured, he and Zhang Mingqing could give him money, enough money that he wouldn't earn in 10 years. Zhang Qi carried his bag into his room. The room layout was familiar, everything was exactly as it was before he entered, without much difference. He placed the bag on the bed, took out the neatly folded clothes inside, and put them one by one into the wardrobe. The clothes were old, but he was used to wearing them and had no intention of throwing them away, he simply kept them in the cabinet. Looking at familiar things made him feel comfortable. Then, he took out a book, flipped through its pages, and retrieved the photograph tucked inside. His fingertips gently brushed over the faces in the photo. Time seemed to have only diluted life, but the memories remained deep-rooted in his mind, growing ever sharper. Zhang Qi didn't immediately join Zhang Mingqing's company. 8 years had been enough for him to fall out of touch with the world. So Zhang Mingqing arranged for him a private tutor to gradually help him get acquainted with the current information pace and daily living standards. At the same time, news of his release spread quickly. Within days, good friends from Sanzhong started calling him. He had initially intended to hang up on them, but then remembered something and asked a few questions. You know about the incident with our classmate Chen Xian, right? The principal kept a close eye on it. Originally, Zheng Yong was supposed to be promoted, but in the end, nothing came of it. Later, I heard that after a few years, Zheng Yong resigned, probably due to the impact of Chen Xian's suicide. He lowered his gaze and stared at the wood grain of the desk, even though so much time had passed, hearing that name from someone else still made his heart tighten. But you were more unlucky. If he just committed suicide, fine. But why drag you into it, causing you to be locked up for so long? But now you're out. The past is the past. Just make sure next time you play, choose someone who knows when to quit. If money can settle the matter, then that's all. Don't go near those stubborn ones, it makes handling things afterward difficult. When will you have some free time? We brothers. Zhang Qi slowly moved the phone away from his ear, hung up, and threw it on the table. Play. Everyone thought he was playing. Suddenly, his chest heaved violently, his breathing becoming short and quick. Zhang Qi went to the bathroom, turned the faucet to full force, and cupped cold water, splashing it forcefully on his face. The icy water shocked his senses, as if this would quench the flames burning uncontrollably within him. After a few minutes, the sound of water in the restroom ceased. He looked up at the mirror. Droplets of water clung to his short hair, trickling down past his eyes. Though one eye was blind, why did the other seem similarly lifeless, gray like the dead marble beads of a sculpture? The water dripped from his hair onto his nose, mouth, and collar, soaking them completely. He looked disheveled, resembling a dog. For a long while, he gazed at himself in the mirror, and the person in the mirror gazed back. Ho Yi and Zhang Mingqing both knew that Zhang Qi was a smart child, and adapting to the rhythm of modern life would be fast for him. After giving him some time to rest, they began bringing him into the workings of the group. His past was tightly hidden by Zhang Mingqing, yet the events from those years had stirred up considerable trouble back then. School bullying, left-behind children, homosexuality, each was a trending topic now. Many people also knew Zhang Qi's background. But who cares? As long as everyone knows he's the boss's son, the future heir of the group, that's sufficient. Morals and humanity are not theirs to judge. What the law has already determined, they merely watch without jeopardizing their own jobs or getting worked up enough to scold the crown prince. In 2 years' time, everything passed swiftly. Zhang Qi became the ideal version Zhang Mingqing dreamed of, shrewd, ambitious, and a reliable future heir to the group. The only flaw was his education, no high school diploma, but nobody dared to criticize him. Out of 365 days a year, Zhang Qi spent at least 350 days either in the company or on business trips. He packed his schedule tightly, leaving only enough room for the bare minimum of living needs. Zhang Mingqing tried persuading him a couple of times but saw no results. Eventually, he gave up trying, preferring instead to gradually transition the group over to Zhang Qi. This time, Zhang Qi was on a business trip in C City negotiating a project. The talks ran a bit late, and it was already midnight when he emerged. He decided to find a random restaurant to grab a bite to eat. But the world truly is small, and the more impossible things seem, the more likely they occur. In the street-side diner ahead, Zhou Yan stood in an apron flipping stir-fried dishes. The firelight illuminated his face, adding an aura of battle smoke. A few tables lined the road, occupied by patrons chatting boisterously. One middle-aged man, cigarette dangling between his left fingers, shouted impatiently toward Zhou Yan, "Boss, hurry up with our food." "Coming." The man busy tossing the wok lifted his head to respond and, at that moment, caught sight of Zhang Qi standing not far away. In that instant, his movement stilled. "Here's your dish, enjoy slowly." Zhou Yan placed the dish on the guest's table and turned around to look at Zhang Qi in his immaculate suit. He walked closer, under the glaring white light of a street lamp where he saw Zhang Qi's blinded eye, let out a cold laugh, pulled out a cigarette pack from his pocket, took one out for himself, lit it, inhaled deeply, and exhaled a puff of white smoke. "I thought I'd never have to see your face again." Zhang Qi remained silent, then sat down at the nearest table by himself, picked up a cup, and poured himself a cup of tea. "How did you end up here?" Zhou Yan looked down, flicked the ash off his cigarette. "The old apartment block I used to live in was torn down. There aren't many relatives or friends left in Ningchen, so I came out to hustle." Zhang Qi glanced at the stove. "I thought you were only good at fighting, didn't expect you could cook too." The man standing nearby smiled slightly, shrugged nonchalantly. "Life has its ways, can't rely on just fighting forever." Plus, with no education and poor family conditions, learning a skill to make a living is neither harmful nor pitiful, right? Zhou Yan bent over slightly toward Zhang Qi, his short haircut still sharp-looking as ever. 8 years had added some stability to his previously combative features, but his eyes remained as sharp as before, refusing to tolerate any filth. His gaze upon Zhang Qi radiated unhidden disdain, similar to the day he threw the photo album and diary at him in prison. Though Zhang Qi could tell, he actually felt grateful toward Zhou Yan. He was thankful that Zhou Yan had given him those keepsakes, something to cherish. 8 years passed too quickly, they let you out far too easily. He cast a glance at Zhang Qi's perfectly pressed suit. Apart from losing an eye, it seems like nothing much affected you. Money remained money after all, perhaps fame meant nothing in comparison. That was the difference between rich people and their group. Bro, is this guy your friend? A woman's voice suddenly rang out beside them. Zhang Qi looked over. She wore simple monochrome clothes with an apron, her long hair tied up neatly behind her head, revealing a refined yet slightly pale face likely from hard work. Her right hand held onto a boy about 4 or 5 years old wearing a Pikachu t-shirt with a black coat for warmth on such a chilly night. Seeing that neither man responded, she guessed they must be friends, and seeing the well-dressed man with nothing but a glass of tea on the table, quickly asked, "So what would you gentlemen like to eat?" "I'll start cooking right away." She then remembered something and gently patted the child beside her. "Lele, call uncle." Still young and unsure, the child hesitated briefly before timidly calling out uncle, and then hid behind his mother. The woman, feeling awkward, forced a smile. "Sorry, brother, kids are always shy. I'll go get your food first, you two keep talking." "No need," Zhang Qi softly interrupted her. He stood up and gave her a polite smile. "I was just passing by and happened to meet an old acquaintance. You should carry on with your work, and I won't disturb further. Maybe we'll have a chance to eat together properly another time." Zhang Qi spoke formally, but in this practical environment, his politeness sounded especially soothing. Unconsciously, the woman wiped her hands on her apron. "Sir, there's no need for such formality." Nodding slightly, Zhang Qi then turned and left. When he put his hand on the car door handle, a cold voice behind him stopped him. Though low, it carried enough force for everyone to hear. Just a few days, if only a few days more, he could have been free. Why wasn't he spared? Did Zhou Yan hate Zhang Qi? Not really. They weren't particularly close or had conflicts before. It was more Zhou Yan's inherent disgust towards this person. Because of Zhang Qi, the only real friend he'd had was ruined, leaving Zhou Yan heartbroken. Without turning back, Zhang Qi opened the car door and stepped inside. Time never stops for anyone. Everyone moves forward, lives in the future. He thought he was moving forward too. But today, when encountering Zhou Yan, he suddenly realized whether he moved too fast. Like watching the landscape outside the car window pass by, everything went by too quickly, making him feel like retreating instead. Maybe the one truly stuck in the past was him alone. End of story.